You are clearly the Asura War God who dominates 10 nations. Yet you were imprisoned for a year simply because you like to sleep upside down. However, various forces took this opportunity to target your family, not only making your sister eat and sleep with pigs, but even forcing your parents to be ridden by horses all day long. At this moment, you look at the live broadcast on your phone, and a surge of killing intent rises within you. But in the next moment, several elderly men bearing the Star of Generals advise you, Asura, just endure a little longer. In a few hours it will be the day of your release. If you leave here now, the War Department will have reason to punish you. You could see the overwhelming killing intent radiating from you as you shouted at several elders. Get lost. The terrifying aura caused Wang Jianjun and the others to retreat several steps, with blood even flowing from the corners of their mouths. Boss, what happened? At that moment, a ghost-like man appeared beside you. His name is 11, and he is the 11th among your 12 life and death brothers. Before you joined the border army, he led the brothers to fight abroad and established a superpower called the Fifth Kingdom. These 12 brothers are incredibly strong. Any one of them could easily defeat the top experts of various countries. 11. Come back to Jiangzhou with me. Your voice was extremely cold, containing an indescribable murderous intent that instilled immense fear. However, just as your words fell, 18 men in identical uniforms suddenly appeared around you, each exuding an unparalleled terrifying aura. 18 Rakshasas, why are they here? Wang Jianjun was shocked to see these 18 people in black. These 18 Rakshasas were super strong figures who had made a name for themselves in the Empire over 20 years ago, having suppressed countless strong figures in the Empire for a full 10 years. Until 10 years ago, these people all announced their voluntary commitment to become guardians of the Empire, guarding the capital. Yi Jiao, you have quite the audacity. Your sentence isn't over yet. Do you want to escape from prison? Said the leader coldly. Kill. Faced with the leader, you did not respond at all. Only a single word kill echoed through the heavens. In the next moment, the figure of 11 transformed into a shadow, and after a few breaths, she sheathed her knife and followed behind you. The invincible 18 Rakshasas all fell to the ground, with a knife mark at their throats, blood gushing out wildly. As they watched you disappear from sight, several old men finally reacted. Who is the girl in the Asura's phone that could make Asura so angry? And there are actually such terrifying experts among Asura's subordinates. If they return with Asura, the Empire is likely to be in turmoil. At this moment, Wang Jianjun sensed a strong smell of conspiracy. Just after Wang Jianjun finished speaking, a few people beside him said in confusion, General Wang, it seems our signal has been jammed, even the special walkie-talkies. Damn it! Wang Jianjun cursed. At this moment even he understood that someone did not want them to leave here too early. On the other side, just after you killed the 18 Rakshasas and left the 11, this news quickly reached the Imperial capital. A command was soon issued from the capital. The Imperial War God Yi Shiluo has betrayed, and the Imperial War Department announced the removal of Yi Shiluo's border army status, and a global warrant for his arrest. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the entire Blue Star, and some previously hostile countries held meetings at once to investigate whether this matter was true or false. At the same time, 11 also received this news, and in an instant, he was filled with extreme rage. The content of the message was simple. The Imperial War Department regarded you as a traitor and had dispatched various experts to kill you. 11, furious to the extreme, laughed instead, his eyes revealing a fierce and menacing light. The boss had previously given up the supreme power of the Fifth Kingdom due to a promise, disbanding hundreds of thousands of loyal brothers and thousands of top experts, resolutely joining the Imperial Border Army, guarding the border for 3 years, resisting foreign enemies, and protecting billions of citizens, achieving tremendous merit. But now, those people from the Empire are not only the ones from the Imperial War Zone who are launching a manhunt, but even several war gods from other war zones are also mobilizing. In addition, masters from various forces across the Empire have all mobilized to put you in a situation from which there is no return. This humiliation cannot be tolerated. Very good. Since you are intent on seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Immediately, 11 sent a message from his phone, the content of which was very simple. Fifth Kingdom, gather for me. In the brief moment after this message was sent, members of the Fifth Kingdom scattered around the world all received the news that their leader's family was being tortured and that their leader had become a traitor to the Empire. Under an iceberg in West Asia, a tall and muscular man with his upper body bare casually tore apart a giant bear and was preparing to look for his next target. Suddenly, his wristwatch vibrated, and when the man saw the command displayed on the watch, an overwhelming killing intent emanated from him. Not far away, a group of experts from Bear Country monitoring the man all changed their expressions drastically. In the next second, the man suddenly appeared beside them. I'll borrow your plane. Several experts from Bear Country were so frightened by the terrifying killing intent that they couldn't utter a word. As the plane took off, These few masters from the bear country finally reacted and immediately sent out a message. Yishir-san from the Fifth Kingdom left in a rage. Reason unknown. An active volcano in the East Hot Country attracts many tourists. Originally, there were many visitors taking photos outside the warning line, but at that moment, a figure unexpectedly flew out of the erupting lava. This sudden scene stunned the surrounding tourists. After a long time, someone wanted to take a photo, only to find that the person had already disappeared. Among the tourists, there was someone responsible for monitoring, who immediately sent out a message. The 12th leaf of the Fifth Kingdom has left. In the jungle of Myanmar, an extremely ordinary-looking man annihilated nearly 100 fully armed mercenaries, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting out of the jungle. Shortly after he left, a farmer appeared in the jungle, and he immediately sent out a message. Yishir of the Fifth Kingdom left after exterminating all members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. At this moment, the Fifth Kingdom, which had disappeared for 3 years, completely awakened. The strong from the Fifth Kingdom, hidden in various places, all began to gather frantically the moment they received the order. Filled with soaring anger, all countries became extremely tense upon receiving the news, as they all understood the terror of the Fifth Kingdom. 10 years ago, the Fifth Kingdom was just a small force, but since the death of the last monarch, it began to grow wildly under the leadership of the new monarch. In just 1 year, it unified all maritime forces, and in the following 3 years, it even invented weapons that were not weaker than those of the 4 great powers. It is precisely for this reason that the Fifth Kingdom is recognized by everyone as a country, and the name of the Fifth Kingdom also comes from this. However, just when everyone thought that the Fifth Kingdom would soon become the most powerful existence in the entire Blue Star, that mysterious monarch suddenly disappeared. Shortly after, the Fifth Kingdom announced its dissolution and completely vanished thereafter. But now the Fifth Kingdom has suddenly reappeared and is gathering wildly, causing all countries to spring into action, as they fear that the re-emergence of the Fifth Kingdom is a sign of impending conflict with all nations. At the same time, just after UN-11 took off, several shells shot into the sky, heading towards the plane you were in. Seeing this, UN-11 quickly grabbed the pilot and jumped off the plane. But just as you landed, thousands of imposing experts appeared in front of you, surrounded by countless armed soldiers and tanks, and they were actually the personal guards of the White Tiger War God. The White Tiger War God has always been at odds with you. Originally, the western and northwestern borders belonged to the White Tiger War God, but you suddenly descended from the sky, repelling the enemies of the enemy nation, achieving great merit, and even dividing a portion of the already limited territory of the White Tiger War God. All the credit and territory were taken by you, leaving the White Tiger War God feeling resentful. After receiving the order today, he immediately dispatched the White Tiger Guard to ambush you here. If he were not currently absent from the western border, he would definitely come personally to capture you. The moment you saw the White Tiger Guard, you disappeared from your spot, and the knife in 11's hand was unsheathed fiercely. A few minutes later, only the corpses of the White Tiger Guard and the tank that had turned into a pile of scrap metal remained, along with a group of soldiers who were already scared silly. Then UN-11 grabbed a car and rushed towards Zhengzhou. However, not long after the car started moving, you saw images of your family being humiliated on your phone. Feeling your boundless anger, 11 dared not say much and instead floored the gas pedal. Finally, a day later, the two of you arrived at the territory of Zhengzhou. The two of them had just arrived at the border of Zhengzhou, and Yifeng's cell phone also received a video once again. In the video, Yifeng's sister and parents were placed on a test bed by a group of people in white coats, and then the three were injected with various unknown things. Within moments, there was a wrenching scream from his sister and parents. The mournful screams made Yifeng's heart break when he heard them. Seeing half of it, Yifeng directly turned off the cell phone video. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Boss, you must hold on. Our men will be here soon, 11 said from the side. He was able to sense that Yifeng's state was poor at the moment, poor to the extreme. This running all the way around had made Yifeng, who was already injured himself, even worse off. Chapter 5, Killing Along the Way. Finally, after an hour, they arrived at the border of Zhengzhou. Arriving at the boundaries of Zhengzhou, the two stopped once again as 5 silhouettes appeared in front of them. Boss, the 4 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, 11 said. Those 4 silhouettes in front of them were no one else, but the 4 great war gods of Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Xuanwu among the 7 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom who were responsible for guarding the 4 directions of the southeast, west, north, and south of the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are 7 great war gods. The 4 border war gods are the Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Xianwu, the Kirin War God who guards the hinterland of the Central Plains and the Prime War God who guards Kyoto, as well as Yifeng, the newly promoted Asura War God. It was rumored in the outside world that among the 7 great war gods, the most powerful one was the Prime War God who guarded Kyoto, followed by the Kirin War God who guarded the Central Plains. Only after that are these 4 war gods of the southeast, west, north and west. As for Yifeng, the Asura War God, how strong he was, outsiders didn't know. After all, Yifeng's rise to power was too short, and he hadn't specifically fought with these 6 great war gods. Yi Xiu Luo, you actually dare to come here? The Green Dragon War God looked at Yifeng with a face full of pride. But, at this point, you can stop too. Regarding Yifeng, the Xiu Luo War God, all 4 of their war gods were disdainful. They were all top experts in the army, majestic lords of the land. In ancient times, they were important ministers who had been awarded the titles of generals and feudal lords. Seniority, background, underlying strength, completely not comparable to Yifeng's young junior. Yi Xiu Luo, you killed my White Tiger guards. I have to behead you today. The belligerent White Tiger War God even took a step forward and was about to strike. However, he was stopped by the Xuanwu War God on the side. The Xuanwu War God, who had always been as calm as an abyss, swept a glance at Yifeng before speaking calmly. Yi Xiu Luo, on account of the fact that you've done a lot of work for the Dragon Kingdom, just tie your hands and surrender. Otherwise, this is where you will be buried. It was only when the Xuanwu War God's words had just fallen that his face suddenly changed drastically. The body shape was even more rapid and violent retreat, because an aura that was terrifying to the extreme had locked onto him. In the next instant, a silhouette was seen shooting from the distance like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Xuanwu War God, and a touch was all it took. Put. In the next second, the Xuanwu War God violently spat out a large mouthful of blood and heavily slammed to the ground, his face pale to the extreme. It was at this time that the stream of light was revealed to be a black-faced man with an extremely ordinary face and a figure that wasn't exactly tall. Humph. What kind of cat or dog dares to bark in front of my boss? This sudden scene caused the remaining 3 great war gods to all be startled. The Green Dragon War God held back the fear in his heart and spoke. Who are you guys? But as soon as his words fell, a terrifying killing chance locked onto him. The Green Dragon War God's face changed drastically. He wanted to move, but he realized that he couldn't move at all. That was because the killing machine was too powerful. Just you trash are worthy of threatening my boss. A voice suddenly exploded in several people's ears, and several people only felt that their eardrums instantly felt like they were about to explode. In the next instant, a plain and unadorned long blade shot out from 1,000 meters away. Ah! The Green Dragon War God let out a scream as one of his arms flew up. At this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the Green Dragon War God, reaching out and grabbing the long sword that had not yet landed on the ground. It was a very elegant-looking man dressed in a long black robe and black cloth shoes. Bang bang! It was at this time, accompanied by a few muffled sounds. The remaining White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and the 2 great war gods' bodies were like discharged cannonballs as they violently flew up in the air. Then it slammed down heavily on the ground, smashing the ground and shaking it continuously. At the back of the duo, it was unknown when a man with a tall and strong figure, naked, with muscles like steel poured into his body had appeared. A bunch of trash. And they also try to stop my boss. Chapter 6 National Actions. Seeing these 3, 11 finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, these 3 people were none other than Yi X, Yi 12, and Yi 13 of the 5th Kingdom. After the 3 of them received the news from 11, they hurried all the way, and finally arrived in Jiangzhou when Yifeng arrived. Greetings, boss. Almost simultaneously, the 3 of them cupped their fists and bowed in greeting towards Yifeng. Tinker. At this time, a message came from 11's cell phone as well. After seeing the message, 11's expression was once again pleased. Boss, our men have arrived at the Dragon Abroad Sea and are ready to strike at any time. Who the hell are you guys? The Green Dragon War God held back the monstrous fear in his heart and asked in a trembling voice. The strength of these people was too terrifying, and they, as the strongest 4 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, were actually not a one-trick pony in front of these people. Such a powerful expert had entered the Dragon Kingdom, and they actually didn't know the slightest thing about it. More importantly, all of these people actually addressed Yi Xiulua as their boss. This made him even more curious as to what these people really were, and what exactly Yi Xiulua was. Ding! Right at this moment, the Green Dragon War God's cell phone suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. This alarm would only go off when there was a crisis in the Dragon Kingdom and there was a war on the border. Tinker! The cell phones of the 4 great war gods, including the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, also sounded a sharp and ear-piercing alarm one after another. This caused a few people to be alarmed, and they hurriedly pulled out their special cell phones. After seeing what was on top of the phone, their faces all changed dramatically, because they all got a message on their cell phones. The carriers, battleships, and warplanes of the Fifth Kingdom are approaching the dragon's foreign waters, and the Fifth Kingdom's three great masters, Yi X, Yi 12, and Yi 13, entered the territory of the Dragon Kingdom 3 hours ago, and their current whereabouts are unknown. Boom! All of them had a roar in their heads when they finished reading this message. Even if they were stupid, they understood at this moment. These three people who suddenly appeared were Yi X, Yi 12, and Yi 13 of the Fifth Kingdom, the three great masters of the Fifth Kingdom, and all three of them addressed Yi Feng as their boss. That leaf maple. Is he the legendary, mysterious monarch lord of the Fifth Kingdom? Yi Shura is that mysterious monarch lord of the Fifth Kingdom. Oh my god. At this moment, the hearts of the four great war gods all set off monstrous waves of shock. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. The name of the Fifth Kingdom was simply too powerful. So powerful that everyone was chilled by the sound of it and terrified by the sound of it. It was recognized as the strongest force in the world, and it was even called a country. A country that was no weaker than any powerful country. And what did they do? I can't believe I'm trying to block the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. I can't believe I'm going to make an enemy of the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. I can't believe I'm trying to kill the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. They don't dare to imagine it anymore. At this moment, their hearts kept sinking into the abyss and sinking. At this time, 11 took 2 steps forward and looked condescendingly at the Green Dragon War God and the others, saying, "Are you still going to stop us?" The four great war gods that had once defended a side, revered by countless people, regarded as faith, and were powerful beyond measure, were at this moment too frightened to speak. "Seal Jiangzhou to me, don't let anyone escape," Yi Feng instructed and directly got into the car. Yes, Yi 13 led the order to leave in a hurry. 11 started the car and hurried towards downtown Jiangzhou. In the Dragon's Foreign Sea, countless carrier warships of the Fifth Kingdom were in battle formation, completely sealing off the entire Dragon's Foreign Sea. All the actions of the Fifth Kingdom were carried out with such fanfare. It has also been known to all countries, seeing all of the Fifth Kingdom's battleship carriers appearing on the Dragon's Foreign Sea. This caused a huge stir. Is this Fifth Kingdom going to war with the Dragon Kingdom? It must be that this Fifth Kingdom is going to take advantage of the chaos within the Dragon Kingdom. Most likely. Pull back as many of our men as you can at once. The Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom making a move is not something we can get involved in. Immediately withdraw our people lurking in the Dragon Kingdom, and at the same time order our troops to head to the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as there is a battle between the Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, wait for them to lose both of them. We'll be the first to send out our troops. Such orders occur at the highest levels of command in almost every country. All the countries wanted to take advantage of the fact that after the Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom clashed, they were able to reap the benefits. For a while, those countries that had been coveting the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded. Chapter 7, Shocking News. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom Kyoto, the office of the Supreme Commander of the War Department. Long Aotian was shocked and smashed the things on his desk. Just a few hours ago, he received word. Someone had actually issued an order in the name of their war ministry, dismissing Yi Feng's name as the god of war, and also sentencing Yi Xioluo, who had made heavenly achievements for the Dragon Kingdom, to be a traitor and hunted down and killed by the whole country. And this order he, as the Supreme Commander of the War Department, had not the slightest idea about. By the time he learned of this and wanted to investigate just who had issued such an order under the guise of the War Ministry, instead, he found that all his means of being able to contact the outside world had all failed, and all his men have been transferred. He was also directly imprisoned in his office. For the outside world, he was now not at all clear. Bang! Just when Long Aotian had no door to heaven, the special room door to the office was violently broken open from the outside. Dragon Head, are you alright? Several of Long Aotian's personal guards rushed in. Wang Jianjun and the others followed behind. Dragon Head, what's going on? Why did you convict Shuras of such a heinous crime? As soon as Wang Jianjun entered the office, he couldn't help but move towards asking. Long Aotian explained. I didn't give such an order. I only learned of the news a few hours ago, and by the time I tried to investigate, all my means of contacting the outside world were disabled, and I was trapped in my office. What's the matter with you guys? Why are you coming back now? Wang Jianjun returned. We also wanted to come back earlier, but the airplane and train were not accessible on this journey, and we also encountered great obstacles. It seems that some people did not want us to rush back, and we also tossed and turned several times, and used a lot of means, and that's how we rushed back. What's going on here? Why did Yi Xioluo leave early? Only a few hours short. He'll be able to get out of prison. Long Aotian was puzzled. Even now, he was not sure why Yi Feng would leave Kunlun early, because someone moved Shura's family. Wang Jianjun said. Saying that, Wang Jianjun took out his cell phone and took the video that he had found out and showed it to Long Aotian. After watching the video, Long Aotian was trembling. Asshole. At this moment, he also understood why Yi Feng was so enraged and why he left Kunlun early. Itself for the dragon country has made great achievements, but the family actually suffered such treatment. Who else would also be angry? Just who is it that dares to be so bold? Dare to touch Shura's family? Long Aotian asked. It's still unclear. Wang Jianjun shook his head, but combined with the current situation, it looks like someone is deliberately trying to provoke Shura to leave. Wang Jianjun then told Long Aotian all the details after he met Yi Feng. At that time, I felt that this matter was not simple, and I always felt that someone was secretly plotting something to make Shura shaken, so as to achieve certain ulterior motives. Things seem to be moving in that direction now. Long Aotian's brows were also deeply furrowed after hearing Wang Jianjun's analysis. Just what kind of person could fake the name of the war ministry and issue an order for everyone to go after Shura? What exactly are these people up to? Are they trying to get rid of Shura? To cause chaos at the border? Wang Jianjun also bowed his head in deep thought. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Not good. There is a powerful mysterious expert beside Shura. Even the 18 Rakshasas are no match. And along the way, anyone who stops them should be killed by that expert beside Shura. What? Are you sure that expert beside Shura is very powerful? Long Aotian asked in incomparable horror. For sure. We saw him decapitate the 18 Rakshasa with our own eyes. And it was still a second kill. Wang Jianjun nodded heavily. At those words, Long Aotian's face changed drastically. Chapter 8, Panic. Oh no! This is someone trying to use Shura and that mysterious expert beside him to wipe out all of our Dragon Kingdom's experts. Yi Xiaoluo killed all the way back. I don't know how many people and experts had to die. And now that the 4 great war gods have all been deployed to block Yi Xiaoluo, that mysterious expert beside Yi Xiaoluo was even able to kill the 18 Rakshasa. So killing the 4 great war gods is even less of a difficult task. If the 4 great war gods fall, without them stationed at the borders, those enemy countries that have been eyeing us will definitely not let go of this opportunity. As soon as he thought of this, Long Aotian's cold sweat couldn't help but come down. No! I'm going to see the Lord of the Land. Right about this time, someone hurriedly ran in, full of panic. It's not good. Dragon Head. Just now I've inquired about some news. The 5th Kingdom has suddenly come out of the blue and has already appeared in the outer sea. It seems like they want to go to war with us. What? This news? Once again, startled Long Aotian so much that his eyelids jumped wildly and his body couldn't help but tremble. Wang Jianjun's several people's faces also changed dramatically, and their hearts all trembled madly. What kind of existence was the 5th Kingdom? It was a powerful force that made several great powers incomparably fearful, a terrifying beast that all the nations of the world dare not offend. And now, there was chaos within the dragon country. Several great war gods were not at the border. All of them went after Yi Feng. If they were all killed by Yi Feng and the experts beside him, without the 4 great war gods leading the army, if the 5th Kingdom struck out against the Dragon Kingdom at this time, then the Dragon Kingdom would definitely not be able to withstand it. But why does this 5th Kingdom suddenly want to strike at us? Long Aotian was incomparably puzzled at the moment. They had always been at peace with the 5th Kingdom and had never crossed swords with anyone from the 5th Kingdom. And this 5th Kingdom had a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom some years ago, helped the Dragon Kingdom solve a lot of trouble outside its borders. Now why is the 5th Kingdom suddenly taking on the Dragon Kingdom? While Long Aotian was puzzled, Dragon Head, Elder Lin and the others want you to go to the command room, the henchman suddenly said again. These assholes, they remembered me at this moment. How come no one came looking for me when I was locked up before? Long Aotian angrily cursed and hurriedly left the office, came upstairs to the War Department's Supreme Command Room. The entire conference room was seated with several old men with white hair that could often be seen on the news. At this moment, these people were the top management of the War Ministry. At this moment, these people were all filled with panic, all of them sweating and fidgeting. They had naturally gotten the news that the 5th Kingdom had appeared in the Dragon's Foreign Sea. As soon as he entered the conference room, Long Aotian cursed. You old undead, old stubborn people, when I was locked up before, why didn't you come to me earlier? And now you remembered to let me preside over the situation? If we're really destroyed by the 5th Kingdom, each and every one of you old nobodies will be the culprits of the ages. In the face of Long Aotian's angry scolding, all of them buried their heads very low and none of them dared to speak. Old Dragon Head, this is not the time to talk about these things. It's important to hurry up and command the troops to deal with the 5th Kingdom. An old man stood up and persuaded. Humph. Long Aotian glared fiercely at the old man before saying, immediately notify the 4 great war gods for me. Tell them to stop chasing after Shura and rush all of them to the southern realm. Get the troops into a fighting position. and the troops from the other places will immediately set off for the southern realm. Just as soon as Long Aotion's words fell, one of his men said in alarm, "Dragon Head, we just received news that the Fifth Kingdom's Yi-X, Yi-12, Yi-13, and the three great masters have already entered the Dragon Kingdom's territory 3 hours ago, and appeared in Jiangzhou a few minutes ago, seriously injuring the four great god of war with a single move. The four great war gods have probably all fallen by their hands." What? This news shook everyone's face pale. Their hearts shook, and their bodies trembled. All have a voice inside. Done. It's completely over. Chapter 9. At this moment, the entire war room was dead silent. The four war gods were not a one-trick pony, and all of them were seriously injured. And without the command of the four war gods, the army would definitely be disorganized. There was no way it could be a match for the immensely powerful Fifth Kingdom. How come? Why is this happening? People from the Fifth Kingdom appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Why didn't we know? Long Aotion roared with incomparable rage. Dragon Head, the Fifth Kingdom's experts are too powerful. They are so godlike that we can't track them at all. A henchman said. Then why did they appear in Jiangzhou? Could it be that they are also here to hunt down Shura? Or to kill the four great war gods? Long Aotion was puzzled. In theory, if the Fifth Kingdom wanted to make a move, those battleship carriers would be able to sweep everything away. And why would they send an expert to Jiangzhou alone? Furthermore, how could they accurately know that both the four great war gods and Yi Shilua would be in Jiangzhou? No, they are not here to chase Shura. They should be here to help Yi Shura. Wang Jianjun suddenly thought of something and said with incomparable horror. 11. Right, 11. The one beside Shura calls himself 11. Calls Shura the boss. Could he be Yi-11 of the Fifth Kingdom? Wang Jianjun's words caused all of them to be shocked. The hearts couldn't help but all start to tremble again. Then in that case, Yi Shilua is that mysterious Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom? Someone said in horror. It seems like when Yi Shilua was sentenced as a traitor, the Fifth Kingdom suddenly came out. Someone continued. And now the carrier warships of the Fifth Kingdom are converging on the Dragon's Foreign Sea, and the three great experts of Yi-X, Yi-12, and Yi-13 have appeared in Jiangzhou at the same time, seriously injuring the four great gods of war that blocked the way. Someone added. Only those 12 super powerhouses under that mysterious Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom would have such terrifying strength, being able to kill the 18 Rakshasas in seconds, and being able to seriously injure the four great gods of war with a single strike. Wang Jianjun also added. When the words came, everyone was a little afraid to imagine going on. Each one of them only felt their throats drying up, and their hearts were even filled with unspeakable fear. At this moment, the entire war room was once again dead silent, and a needle could be heard. Just then, a henchman came running in, sweating and full of panic. Dragon Head, I just got the news that the three great experts of the Fifth Kingdom have taken the supreme commander of the Jiangzhou Inspection Office hostage after seriously injuring the four great god of war and sealed off the entire Jiangzhou, while Yi Shilua and that mysterious expert entered the Jiangzhou downtown area. When the man's words fell, boom, everyone just felt like their heads went blank as if they had been struck by lightning. Long Aotion and the others even sat on their asses. At this moment, all of them had been certain. The Asura War God, the mysterious Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom, and they mercilessly dismissed him as a traitor, a national manhunt, and his family suffered the most brutal ordeal. What on earth have they done? What has been done? Everyone began to panic. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and their cold sweat was soaking through their clothes. They all clearly knew the power of the Fifth Kingdom, the invincibility of the Fifth Kingdom. Instead, they had offended that most powerful monarch of the No Kingdom, and had offended him to such death. And now tens of thousands of troops of the Fifth Kingdom stand across the outer sea, swords drawn. They can't even imagine the consequences of this. At the same time the heart was filled with endless regret. Originally, Yi Shilua is a part of their dragon country, or border war god, fighting for the dragon country, protecting the hundreds of millions of people in the dragon country, for the dragon country has made a great achievement of the sky. Originally, Yi Shilua could have led the dragon kingdom to the top. Originally, the Fifth Kingdom could have been the most powerful ally of the Dragon Kingdom, and could have made their Dragon Kingdom the most invincible existence in this world, but they drove out the most powerful man in the world. He was also considered a traitor and hunted down by the whole country, and to treat the most powerful monarch in the world and his family so. At this moment, everyone felt that the sky was going to pour. Chapter 10 Telephone Call from the Lord of the Land. Put. Long Aotion spat out a large mouth of blood, his face pale to the extreme. He was pissed off. What now? Someone asked in horror. Now the warship carriers of the Fifth Kingdom were stretched out across the outer waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and a conflict could break out at any time. Facing the behemoth that is the Fifth Kingdom, no one is confident that they can defeat them. Even if they were able to defeat them, it would certainly be a disastrous victory. When the time comes, those countries that have always been stupid about the Dragon Kingdom will definitely not let go of this opportunity. The moment he thought of this, Long Aotian became even more furious. All this could have been avoided. However, because of some people, for some of their own purposes, they deliberately provoked Yi Feng and falsely transmitted orders, thus leading to such a big crisis in the Dragon Kingdom. Report, Dragon Head. I just got word that the Japanese, Bear Country, Tianju Country, and Stick Country have all started to send out their troops to cross into over the high seas. There seems to be some kind of action. Upon hearing this news, a brief silence fell over the conference room. Everyone knows exactly what it means for these countries to send out their troops at this time. Obviously, they are taking advantage of this opportunity to reap the benefits. Immediately have all of our troops everywhere enter a level 1 state of combat readiness. Long Aotian also gave the first order. You guys go find the State Lord. Go find out what kind of person is behind this. Falsely passing on the order, Long Aotian hissed. I'm going to Jiangzhou to quell Yi Shilua's anger. What he could do now was to go and beg Yi Feng to calm his anger, so that Yi Feng would not clash with the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the consequences would be too much for anyone to bear. But just as he was about to leave, instead, the Lord of the Land called. I already know all the things. I will handle this matter. You only need to remember that Shura's identity as the Fifth Kingdom's monarch must be kept secret, and you must never reveal half of it. State Lord, what exactly is going on? Long Aotian asked in a very puzzled manner. We'll talk about that later. I'll call Shura and explain. You personally go over to Jiangzhou to cooperate with the local war preparation department to help Shura do a good job in the aftermath. Remember, even if Shura stabs the sky through, you guys don't block it, and there's the secret. Incidentally, use this opportunity to clear out the power of some people in the Central Plains. They've gone a bit overboard over the years. Yes, plus Yi Feng. At this moment, he had already arrived at the downtown area of Jiangcheng with 11. Boss, according to the video parsing sent from the cell phone, the people who tortured the sheriff before were these scumbags. 11 drove while handing his cell phone to Yi Feng, and on top of the screen were pictures of several people. These were the same people whose faces had been mosaiced in the previous live feeds, and now all of them had been removed as much as possible. According to the information found, the leader of these is the son of Bai Nantian, the number 1 person on the Jiangcheng road, named Bai Haoyu. They have appeared at the Serenity Villa in Jiangcheng. Those on the cell phone that Yi Feng saw, the killing gas rushed to the sky, and his face was cold to the extreme. Accelerate. 11 throttle pedal to the end. The car is like an arrow off the string, all the way across the road, toward the suburbs of the city of a villa area shot away. And just at this time, Yi Feng's phone suddenly rang. Jingle bells. It's the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom calling. Yi Feng picked up the phone, and the voice of the Dragon Kingdom's Lord, Long Jinhua, immediately came from inside. Shura, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. We didn't protect your family, and we let you get hurt so much, but I can assure you that we didn't do this thing about you being slandered. It's someone who falsely spread the news and regarded you as a traitor. And as for who falsely spread the news, we've already begun to investigate. I'm sure you can see that this is someone who wants to use your identity to wreak havoc on the Dragon Kingdom, so that we can kill each other and they can reap the benefits from it. And don't worry, I'll find out who's behind this and give you an explanation. Yi Feng's voice was cold to the extreme. There's no need. You guys have already disappointed me. Back then, my grandfather was vilified, deposed, and exiled to the border. My whole family was killed, leaving only my sister and I to flee around. And finally I was hunted down and forced to leave the Dragon Kingdom. But my grandfather continued to believe in you, and he guarded the border until he finally died in battle. And on his deathbed, he asked me to help him continue to guard this country that he loved. And I believed at the time that you would be able to help vindicate my grandfather. And I chose to listen to my grandfather's words and help guard the borders, fending off powerful enemies for you and blessing hundreds of millions of people. But what happened? You still haven't tracked down those people. And now they're back with a vengeance. And they're torturing my family again. And once again you're treating me as a traitor as well. And you're hunting me down with the whole country? Now you want me to trust you? How do you expect me to trust you? Chapter 11 Humiliation. Yi Feng used to be a member of the Yi family in Kyoto, and his grandfather used to be the god of war in the Dragon Kingdom. But 10 years ago, his grandfather suffered a frame-up and was deposed as the war god and exiled to the border. And the family lost the shelter of their grandfather and the whole family was wiped out in one night. Only he escaped with his sister. But those people still refused to let him go and still hunted him down. He was forced to foster his sister with an ordinary family in Jiangcheng, and he was forced to flee the country after the ones he had lured away from his pursuers. During his years abroad, he managed to join the Fifth Kingdom as an organization, and in a few years' time, he made the Fifth Kingdom the strongest existence. Just as he was about to lead the Fifth Kingdom to conquer the Dragon Kingdom, he received news. He came to the border of the Dragon Kingdom to meet his grandfather, who was injured and dying. Grandpa told him not to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom and also asked him to protect the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, Yifeng agreed to his grandfather's last wish. He left the Fifth Kingdom behind and joined the Dragon Kingdom border army. He started out as a small soldier, and in 2 years' time, he fended off countless powerful enemies for the Dragon Kingdom, and accomplished great feats that splashed the heavens, respected as the god of war by countless hot-blooded sons and daughters on the border. But for all that, he had simply failed to comply with some people's orders, and he had been imprisoned in Kunlun on trumped-up charges. But at that time, he still believed that the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom would vindicate him. But what about the results? The wait was not to vindicate him, but to repeat the same mistake yet again. His sister was found and tortured. He was seen as a traitor and hunted by the nation. Xiao Luo, I know the grievances in your heart. Please don't be impulsive. I've already investigated a little bit. The person who framed your grandfather back then seems to have some relationship with the Qilin war god of the Central Plains. Please give me time. I will investigate this matter, find out who's behind it, and give you and your grandfather and all the people who died justice. Yifeng once again coldly refused. No need. You guys have already let me down completely. Since you guys don't have the ability to find out the real culprit behind the scenes, I'll do it myself. I don't care how powerful they really are, how deep their backgrounds are, or what kind of people they are. As long as they are involved in the plot to kill my grandfather and my entire family, not one of them will be left behind. After saying that, Yifeng directly hung up the phone. In the meantime, Kyoto, in an office in the compound, Long Jingguo looked at the hung-up phone and sighed somewhat helplessly. An old man with white hair on the side was, however, his face was icy cold. This Yishio Luo is also too arrogant. Kingdom Lord, should I handle it? Long Jingguo, however, shook his head and said, no, let him make a scene. We owe their family too much. Furthermore, those people in the Central Plains are now disobeying orders, sitting on the ground as kings, and being insidious. They think they can do whatever they want because they have the support of those old men. It just so happens that those people were involved in that incident back then, so letting Shura clean them up will be considered revenge for old Yi. What about those old guys from the heavenly beyond sky making a move? The old man asked with some worry. Long Jingguo sneered. If they want to die, then let them make their move. They have long since reached the age where they don't ask questions about the world, but they actually still try to hold the dynasty and meddle in worldly affairs. Since that's the case, let them fight with Xiao Luo. But will Shura be a match for those people? The old man asked. Long Jingguo had a bemused look on his face. Don't worry, Shura's strength is far beyond our imagination. Understood. The old man nodded and quietly left. After the old man left, Long Jingguo dialed Long Aotian's phone again. Ao Tian, I'll leave the matter of the Central Plains to you. No matter how big of a mess Shura makes, don't stop it. Just do a good job with the aftermath. Yes. In the meantime, Yifeng and 11 had also arrived at the entrance of the highest villa in the mid-levels villa. What man? The few black-clothed bodyguards guarding at the entrance of the villa drank at the first opportunity. 11 didn't have any words as the long blade in his hand swept out. The horrifying blade was like the scythe of the god of death demanding for his life as it swept across. These black-clothed bodyguards didn't even have time to let out a single scream before they were cut off at the waist. In the next instant, countless more gun-wielding men suddenly rushed out of the villa, and as soon as they rushed out, they didn't hesitate to pull the triggers in their hands. Chapter 12 Emergency. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets poured towards 11 like dense rain. The long blade in 11's hand swung sharply once again, and several terrifying blade awnings swept out. Wherever it passed, the dense bullets were destroyed. None of them were able to cross the blade's awnings. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the terrifying blade cut all those gunmen horizontally. Without a block, 11 and Yifeng rushed into the villa in a hurry. As soon as he entered the villa, he smelled a pungent odor of blood. The halls of the villa were a mess of blood everywhere. Yifeng recognized that this was the place where those scumbags had tortured Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents at that time. Looking at the bright red blood on the ground, Yifeng's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Soon, 11 finished searching all the rooms and ran back. Boss, there's no one here. But in the next instant, 11 reacted. That's not right. Why are there so many bodyguards arranged in this place if no one is here? Soon, 11 realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the wall in front of him. He swept out with his sword. The wall collapsed with a bang, and a huge passageway appeared in front of it, leading underground. There was a strong odor of decay and blood overflowing from inside. 11 and Yi Feng rushed in sharply. Below, there was a huge basement that was exactly like a slaughterhouse. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and the pungent smell of all kinds of decay. Scarlet blood everywhere on the walls. All kinds of limbs and arms on the ground. And all kinds of instruments and medicines. In the corners all around, many iron cages were placed, containing many skin and bones, barely even looking human. Most were young people as well as a few children. In the very center were several surgical beds, all of which contained dying, tortured people. They all had various instruments attached to their bodies. A girl lay on a hospital bed in the very center, with several people in white coats surrounding them, scalpels in hand, seemingly about to operate. What man? At that moment, someone spotted 11, who had barged in, and snapped. The long sword in 11's hand swept out. The men who had gathered around the girl's bed were cut off at the waist. Blood rains down. The two rushed forward, only to find that the girl on the bed was not Yi Xiaoxiao, but a girl about the same age as Yi Xiaoxiao. The girl was still awake at the moment, and when she saw Yi Feng and 11, she recognized Yi Feng. He was so excited that he cried, "Wow, brother Yi Feng, I finally waited for you. You know me." Yi Feng looked at the girl and realized that he didn't know this girl. The girl hurriedly said, "Brother Yi Feng, my name is Qin Yao. My brother is Qin Tian, who used to be your subordinate." Yi Feng remembered the henchman he once had in the frontier army. He was loyal to himself, and he had made great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. But when he had been imprisoned a year ago, Qin Tian had been directly dismissed from the war ministry because he had fought on his behalf. "Why are you here?" 11 looked at Qin Yao suspiciously. Qin Yao hurriedly explained, "My brother and I are your parents' neighbors. Today Xiaoxiao was captured by Bai Haoyu, and when my brother received Xiaoxiao's call for help, he rushed here first to save her. I also secretly followed my brother here, wanting to help film the White family's crimes, but as soon as I got here, I saw my brother chasing him out, and when I was about to continue following, I was captured by these people. Brother Yi Feng, you should go and save Xiaoxiao and my brother in them. These people from the Bai family are doing human organ trafficking. Xiaoxiao and my uncle and aunt and them were taken away. They must have had their organs removed." As soon as he heard these words, the killing chi in Yifeng's body couldn't stop surging out wildly. 11 also asked with a scowl on his face, "Any idea where they went?" "I have my brother's location here." Qin Yao hurriedly took off her watch and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the position on top of his watch, and his silhouette instantly rushed out of the basement, with only one sentence exploding in the basement. "Get 13 over here right now to take care of things here." After 11 hurriedly sent a location to Yi 13, he hurriedly chased after Yi Feng. Chapter 13, Martial Law in Jiangzhou. In the meantime, Jiangzhou. The surroundings of the citadel at the eastern gate of Jiangzhou had been surrounded by countless loaded inspectors from the Jiangzhou Inspection Office, and countless people from the resident troops in 3 layers. Everyone within 5 kilometers of the inner and outer citadel was evacuated. No one is allowed near. Countless people inside and outside the city were unclear about what was happening. It's very alarming. It was the first time they had seen such a big battle. The huge East City gate from before had now become a pile of rubble, blocking all the way into the city. On top of the ruins, Yi 13 stood horizontally with one person and one sword. The muzzles of all the military and police officers were all aimed at Yi 13. However, facing the countless military and police gun muzzles, Yi 13 Wei was unafraid. And these military police are afraid to shoot, because just a short while ago, Yi 13 suddenly appeared underneath the city's eastern city tower, and with a horizontal slash of his sword, the huge city tower, which had been standing for an unknown number of years, collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inspectors rushed over and tried to kill Yi 13, but to their horror, they realized that Yi 13 was simply fearless of the dense bullets. There were thoughts of using more powerful thermal weapons, but it was learned that the supreme commander of the inspection office had been captured by this man, and Yi Xii's request was very simple. That is, he wanted the inspection hall to completely seal off the entire Jiangzhou, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Not only was the East Gate now experiencing this situation, but the north and south directions were similarly experiencing it at the moment. At this moment, in the middle of the countless military and police outside the city, a group of senior officers from the Jiangzhou mansion, as well as the senior officers of the resident troops, were all converging together at this moment. City Chief Chen, what exactly is this person? So scary? Wang Qing'an, the supreme commander of the resident troops in Jiangzhou, asked nervously toward Qin Hui, the head of Jiangzhou City, who was on the sidelines. Wang Qing'an had been training with his troops when he suddenly received a request for help from the Jiangzhou prefecture. He then rushed in with his troops. As a result, when he just came over, he saw the people from the inspection hall trying to subdue Yi 13, and as a result, Yi-13 swept out with a sword, lifting hundreds of people off the ground. Countless inspectors were even the first to shoot, but the result was that the dense bullets could not hurt Yi-13 at all. Yi-13 was like a god, stopping all the bullets that were as dense as rain. I don't know. Chen Hui was also full of doubts at the moment, and he wasn't sure what exactly Yi-13 was. He was in the middle of a meeting when he suddenly received the news that the city gates in the east, north and south directions of Jiangzhou had been destroyed by 3 people with terrifying strength, and that the supreme commander of the inspection office had been hijacked by them. And these 3 made a request for them to send out all their inspectors to seal off Jiangzhou completely. Chen Hui could only do as he was told. Originally, Chen Hui had planned to directly forcefully kill these 3 people after Wang Qinggan arrived with his men. They ended up getting another call from the War Department telling them to stay out of the way. Just do what Yi-13 says. City Head Chen, I just received a call. The Jiangzhou War Department's here. At this time, Chen Hui's secretary hurriedly ran over and said. Upon hearing that the people from the War Preparation Department had arrived, Chen Hui was instantly delighted. Excellent. Go over to greet them at once. The group hurried outside to the intersection. Then I saw several War Department cars speeding up. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Jinghua, the supreme commander of the War Preparation Department, jumped down from the car, opening the back door. Long Ao Tian, who had rushed over from Kyoto in the first place, jumped down from the car. When Chen Hui and the others saw Long Ao Tian, they were all shocked. Although Chen Hui and the others did not recognize Long Outyen, they saw that Lin Jinghua actually opened the door for Long Outyen personally. After seeing those shining general stars on Long Ao Tian's shoulders, they also knew what Long Ao Tian's status was. Chapter 14, Get Out. Hello Chief. Wang Anqing was even the first to salute towards Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian opened his mouth and asked anxiously, what is the situation now? Wang Anqing hurriedly returned, reporting to the chief. That person is still blocking the city gates, not letting anyone in or out. It also wants us to seal off the entire Jiangcheng and not allow anyone to be released. Long Ao Tian sniffed and hurriedly took a few steps forward, towards Yi-13 who stood above the ruins. He said, Mr. 13, I'm Long Ao Tian of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. I've come here to defuse this matter. I beg you to let us in. After Long Ao Tian's words were uttered, the room was filled with shock. All of them were filled with incredulity. Inside, even more waves of shock were raised. How could they not expect that this matter had actually alarmed Long Ao Tian? A big shot at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department? What was even more unbelievable was that Long Ao Tian was actually begging Yi-13 at this moment. This made everyone even more curious about Yi Xii's identity. However, to everyone's disbelief once again, what was even more unbelievable was this. Facing such a low-profile request from Long Ao Tian, the topmost big shot of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi-13, however, only had one cold and incomparable word to exit. Get out. This one-word roll was as loud as thunder, clearly penetrating into everyone's eardrums. Everyone felt their eardrums ache, and they couldn't help but tremble. Once again, a monstrous wave of shock rose within. This person actually didn't even put Long Ao Tian, the number 1 person in the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, in his eyes. Facing such a cold attitude from Yi-13, Long Ao Tian not only didn't have the slightest bit of displeasure, instead he continued to beg, Mr. 13, this matter is all our fault. It's our fault. Please let me in. I want to see Mr. Yi. I'm here to help you guys deal with this matter. I said get out. Yi Xii's voice was even colder. An even more terrifying killing aura overflowed from his body and spread out. Long Ao Tian didn't dare to speak anymore and hurriedly backed away. He knew that if he said any more, this Yi-13 would definitely make a move without hesitation. Seeing that even Long Ao Tian personally arrived, this person didn't give face to Long Ao Tian and even told Long Ao Tian to get lost. This caused everyone to be shocked to the extreme once again. At the same time, it also became more curious about the identity of this Yi-13. Lin Jinghua on the side asked even more curiously, Dragon Head, what is this person? Chen Hui, Wang Anqing and the others also all looked at Long Ao Tian, wanting to figure out just what this Yi-13 was. Surprisingly, even Long Ao Tian was so horrified and scared. Long Ao Tian coldly drank. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. And now everyone has to listen to my command and enforce the highest level of secrecy. Yes, all of them nodded their heads. The heart was horrified, enforcing the highest level of secrecy. So you can imagine how horrible this was. And the matter was out of their hands. All they can do is act on orders. Arrange for a helicopter right now. I want to get into the city. It's impossible to get in through the gate now. So we'll have to use helicopters to get into the city. Yes, but just at this time, Yi-13 received a call from 11. The figure instantly turned into a stream of light and shot away. looking at Yi 13 who disappeared rapidly. Long Ao Tian's heart became more and more uneasy. Oh no! Something must have happened. Yelling toward Lin Jinghua, quickly, follow me into the city at once. He roared again towards Chen Hui, Wang Anqing and the others. You stay here and block all exits to the outside world at airports, stations, train stations, high-speed railroads, and subways, and don't let even a fly out. Yes. Although Chen Hui and Wang Anqing didn't know what kind of person Yi 13 was, but to be able to make Long Ao Tian so nervous, they thought that it must be some kind of extraordinary big shot, and it seems that something amazing is about to happen in this river city. They also didn't dare to neglect Long Ao Tian's order. Strictly following Long Ao Tian's orders began to be carried out. Chapter 15, Qin Tian. Meanwhile, in a bar box in the center of Jiangcheng, Bai Haoyu and the other group of magnificently dressed male lords and young ladies who had tortured Yi Xiaoxiao earlier, twisted their bodies frantically to the rhythm of the music. On the table of the box, there were many white powders and various pills. In the next box, it was unusually quiet, and the only person in the box was a middle-aged man with shady eyes, holding a phone in his hand and flipping it back and forth. Jingle bells. Suddenly the phone rang. The middle-aged man hurriedly picked up the phone. Mr. 7. The people have been sent to the helicopter. But I don't know why this Jiangcheng is suddenly under martial law. The military police have blocked all entrances and exits. And our helicopter has also been stopped. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Got it. I'll take care of it. After the middle-aged man hung up the phone, he casually dialed the phone number of the head of Jiangcheng City. City Chief Chen. What's going on in Jiangcheng today? Why is martial law in place, as well as all entrances and exits being sealed off? Chen Hui's voice came over the phone. I don't know. It seems like the War Ministry is going to conduct a military exercise. We received orders to seal all entrances and exits to cooperate with the War Ministry's actions. The middle-aged man frowned. Military maneuvers? Military drills should also be notified in advance, right? This is making it impossible for us to live a normal life. What's the matter with Mr. 7? Chen Hui asked. It was only then that the middle-aged man said, it's like this, our boss's friend is sick. The hospital in Jiangcheng can't treat him. He needs to make a trip out of the city, but our helicopter is blocked and can't take off. That's why I'm still troubling City Chief Chen to make it easy. Let my boss's plane out. Chen Hui said with some difficulty. Mr. 7. I'm afraid this won't work. I can't release them even if the War Ministry's orders are given. Mr. 7 frowned and continued. Chen City Chief. This Bai family's ability is also evident throughout Jiang City, and it has helped you a lot before, and also, the Bai family has recently followed the Jiang family. In the future, this Jiang City is going to be the Jiang family's world. Doesn't City Head Chen want to make progress? After a moment of silence on the phone, Chen Hui's voice came. Yes, soon. A helicopter flew out of Jiangcheng. The box where Bai Haoyu and the others were located was still crazy. And the somewhat high Bai Haoyu and the others started to take off their clothes and performed the most primitive actions in public. Boom! But just at that moment, the door to the box was kicked open. A man with a stout body, full of iron blood rushed in. This man was no one else. It was none other than Yi Feng's henchman when he was in the border army. And a year ago, because of Yi Feng's arrest, he had fought for Yi Feng, and as a result, he had been dismissed outright by the Ministry of War. Qin Tian. After his return, he lived with his sister. And as a result, he had a chance to learn that Qin Yao's best friend, Yi Xiaoxiao, was actually Yi Feng's sister. After knowing this news, he had been secretly protecting Yi Xiaoxiao's family. He had something to go out today, and it turned out that Yi Xiaoxiao was actually arrested. After he received the call for help from Yi Xiaoxiao's parents, he rushed to the Serenity Villa at the first opportunity. But when he arrived, he found that Yi Xiaoxiao's family had been taken away. He then tracked it all the way here. Grass. Who the hell doesn't want to live? Dare to disturb my pleasure. A somewhat high-fiving Bai Haoyu had just placed a girl on the couch and was ready to go deeper. As a result, the door of the box was kicked open and Qin Tian rushed in, disturbing his pleasure. Qin Tian surged forward and with a single kick, he knocked Bai Haoyu to the ground. Say, where did you send Yi Xiaoxiao and the others? Bai Haoyu didn't answer Qin Tian's question at all, but hissed, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* is? My old man is Bai Haoyu, Bai Nanshan's son. Qin Tian was about to give Bai Haoyu the means to do so. Bang bang bang. As a result, a dozen black-clad bodyguards rushed in at the door. He could only give up and turn around to deal with these black-clothed bodyguards. As a member of the border army, and still under Yifeng, Qin Tian's strength naturally could not be underestimated. In the face of these dozen or so physically imposing professional bodyguards, he was simply fearless. Within a few breaths, he had put all of these people on the ground. The group of gentlemen and young ladies in the box also all looked at Qin Tian with horror. I didn't expect Qin Tian to be so powerful. So many professional bodyguards in the White family are no match. Qin Tian once again stepped forward, ready to question Bai Haoyu. Boom boom boom. Another rush of footsteps came from outside the door. This bar was the property of the White family, and many fighters were kept inside each bar. Qin Tian had suddenly broken into the White family's great young man's box, and naturally, they were the first to know the news. Qin Tian had no choice but to turn his head once again and start dealing with these fighters, and at the same time, in the next box, the middle-aged man came out of the box. Seeing that someone had broken into the next box, the White family's thugs also arrived. He turned and hurried away. Chapter 16, Injuries. Besides Yi Feng, he followed the watch positioning given by Qin Yao. Soon came a bar in the center of town. At the moment the night falls and the nightlife opens, this bar has a lot of customers. Yi Feng rushed into the bar, which was crowded with countless men and women writhing to the sound of the dynamic music. Yi Feng swept a glance amongst the crowd and did not find the presence of Bai Haoyu and the others who had tortured his sister earlier, nor did he find Qin Tian. Just as he was about to go to the upstairs box, boom! Suddenly, the glass window of an upstairs compartment exploded. A figure was thrown from a second-floor window. It landed in the hall on the first floor and landed in front of Yi Feng. The deafening music also stopped momentarily and the lights came on. Yi Feng looked down. His eyes instantly became blood red, and his murderous chi surged out furiously. It made the temperature of the entire hall drop several degrees instantly, because the person who was thrown down from the second floor was no other than Qin Tian. In the next instant, several silhouettes rushed down from the stairs, and these people were armed and aggressive. Damn! Get that bastard! How dare you touch me! At the window of the box on the second floor, Bai Haoyu hissed and roared, but just at the moment these fighters rushed down. Swish! A silhouette appeared in front of these people. The Tang sword in his hand looked like the scythe of the god of death, and began to frantically harvest the lives of these people. These people were like harvested wheat. Their hands separated, and they kept falling. Blood spattered like hell. Ah! Murder! Murder! The customers in the first floor lobby all screamed in horror when they saw the scene. Like a disorganized beehive, everyone fled out in incomparable panic. There were also some timid people who were so frightened that their legs went weak and they couldn't run at all. Others simply bent over and vomited furiously. Within a few breaths, the group of fighters were killed. Countless corpses were piled up at the stairway entrance, and blood flowed down it. The red-stained ground. The person who had just struck out was no other than 11 who had come after Yi Feng. Yi Feng had crouched down on the ground at the moment and began to check Qin Tian's injuries. Boss, I finally waited for you. Qin Tian, who had collapsed on the ground and had several gunshot wounds all over his body that were bleeding out, was incomparably excited when he saw Yi Feng. Qin Tian, a man with a strong iron bone, a man of iron blood who had never shed a tear even after 9 deaths and bloodshed and injuries at the border. At this moment, when he saw Yi Feng, his eyes were flowing with tears of excitement. Seeing Qin Tian, a former henchman who had followed him through life and death, but at this moment, he was actually injured like this. The killing aura on Yi Feng's body became even more raging. It made the whole hall as cold as winter. Kill me! An earth-shattering roar shot up into the sky. 11 turned into a stump and killed the bunch of fighters who rushed in again at those doorways. Boss, I'm sorry I couldn't protect your family. I'm sorry. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with tears and he wanted to say something, but his chest and throat felt like they were blocked by something, making it impossible for him to make any sound. He could only heavily hold Qin Tian in his arms. Boss, quickly, go save your sister and parents. They've been taken away. When he finished speaking, he couldn't carry on any longer and fainted. Yi Feng hurriedly input the breath in his body into Qin Tian's body, stabilizing his rapidly dissipating life. Put! In the next instant, Yi Feng sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale to the extreme, and his body shook as he fell towards the ground. Boss! 11 was shocked, and with a slash, he cut down those last few fighters and hurriedly rushed to Yi Feng's face, holding up Yi Feng who almost fell down. 11 can feel that Yi Feng's current state is very, very bad. Ah! 11 let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire bar, causing all the glass to burst. After he took out an elixir and stuffed it into Yi Feng's mouth, he then hissed sternly towards the Fifth Kingdom's highest command channel. Are you all dead? Not coming yet? On the highest channel in the Fifth Kingdom. Everyone heard 11's mournful hiss, and they knew that 11 and the boss must have encountered something. At this moment, all the people of the Fifth Kingdom who were heading towards the Dragon Kingdom all went crazy and used the fastest speed in their lives to head towards the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 17, The Rage of the Heavens. The dragons 4 and sea, the warship carriers of the Fifth Kingdom, broke into the borderline as much as they could. The Dragon Kingdom's border troops were just about to stop them, but they received a message that they were not allowed to do so. The actions of the Fifth Kingdom and the movements of the Dragon Kingdom naturally couldn't hide from the monitoring of the various forces in each country. When the heads of state received the news, a meeting was then held at the first opportunity. Begin deliberating whether or not to make a move. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Fifth Kingdom, if it goes to war with the Dragon Kingdom, if two tigers fight, one will be injured, and the one left won't be a real tiger, but a paper tiger. If they acted at this time, they would certainly be able to pick up a great bargain. Of course, everyone also knew full well that if they didn't take the rest of the tigers in one fell swoop, being turned back by a tiger, that's not something anyone can afford. As a result, many countries still chose to wait and see what would happen and did not send troops immediately. While the top brass of the Stars and Stripes received the news, they were very happy. Direct orders were given to their little brothers, the Japanese and the Southern Barbarians. Let the Japanese and the South Rod countries go out and prepare to take advantage of the two after they have fought to a standstill. They were thundering out to exterminate the rest of them and take over the border cities of the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop, even if they failed. When the time came, the Dragon Kingdom or the Fifth Kingdom would only clean up the two lapdogs, the South Rod or the Japanese. After receiving the order from the Stars and Stripes, the Japanese and the Southern Rods did not dare to disobey their masters. It was also only possible to rally their maritime forces at the first opportunity, with the Japanese and the Southern Rods out of the way. This news also quickly reached the ears of the Bear Country and a bunch of other countries that were still hesitant. While it was clear to them that this was Stars and Stripes' plan, they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. They had also coveted the Dragon Land for a long time, and both wanted to conquer this ancient civilization with the longest history. We can't let the Southpaws and Bonobos get ahead. They can all clearly know that this Bonobo and South Rod can be the dogs of the Stars and Stripes. The Dragon Kingdom would become the Stars and Stripes if they occupied it. When the Stars and Stripes send troops in, it could be a threat to them. No one wants another monster house on their doorstep. Therefore, they also decisively dispatched their maritime forces. It also pulled more troops to the border. Who would have thought that with Yi Feng's injury? 11th roar. It has stirred the nerves of the world and set the whole world in motion. A great battle like no other was almost imminent. Jiang Cheng, inside the bar. After Yi Feng swallowed the elixir, he sat down on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. Bang! But just at this time, someone in the crowd of Bai Haoyu and the others upstairs suddenly opened fire. Bullets shot towards Yi Feng. 11's eyes were instantly scarlet. The Tang sword in his hand shot out as a stream of light. Ding! The Tang blade instantly chopped that bullet into two. And the momentum still didn't slow down in the slightest. With a cracking sound, it shot into the second floor, piercing through the incomparably hard concrete wall and stabbing into the chest of the gunman who was hiding behind it and firing. The powerful impact wrapped around the gunman and sent him flying backwards. Dang! With a muffled sound, the Tang sword wrapped around the gunman and nailed him to the wall. At this moment, the entire second floor box was dead silent. Bai Haoyu and the others all stood in place in shock, each dazed and trembling, their hearts fearful to the extreme. Swish! 11's figure appeared in the second floor box. He recognized Bai Haoyu and the others. A few palms fell. Several people flew out backwards and smashed into the hall on the first floor, landing in front of Yi Feng. 11 flew down and stomped on Bai Haoyu's body. Say, where has Xiao Xiao been taken by you? But Bai Haoyu was already scared silly at this moment, trembling and twitching, ting and pissing all over the place, unable to answer 11's question at all. Enraged, 11 broke several of Bai Haoyu's ribs with a single stomp. Say, the extreme fear, coupled with the fact that Bai Haoyu's body was twitching even more severely from the drugs he had taken earlier. In the next instant, Bai Haoyu's eyes stared straight as his pupils began to dissipate. Scared to death. Chapter 18, Preparedness. The furious 11 stomped on Bai Haoyu's chest. Blood splattered and splattered all over 11 and the surrounding group of male lords and young ladies. At this moment, 11 was drenched in blood. His eyes were red, and his body exuded a murderous aura from the heavens, just like a living llama. His gaze went to one of the others again. That person simply couldn't withstand such a scenario. His eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. 11 kicks flew up, and the man's body flew out in the air, crashing into a pile of mud on top of a wall not far away. 11's gaze went to the next one again. This boy was a little stronger than the others, holding back the fear in his heart. They were sent to the White House. A few of the other boys nodded. Yes, they have all been sent to the White family. After getting a definite answer, 11 flew out with several kicks in a row. These people who had tormented Yi Xiaoxiao crashed into the wall as much as they could and became a puddle of mud. Swish! At this time, Yi X, who was guarding the other city gate, rushed in. After Yi X saw Yi Feng's state, his eyes also turned red. Boss, Is everything okay? After the rest he had just taken plus the medicinal effect of the elixir, Yi Feng had also recovered quite a bit of strength. It's fine. Old 10. You stay behind and send Qin Tian to the hospital. No matter what, you have to keep him alive. 11. Come with me to the White House. Yes. 11 followed Yi Feng and left the bar in a hurry, heading towards the White House. Yi X also hurriedly carried Qin Tian on his back and left in a hurry. Shortly after everyone had left, someone entered the bar. Upon seeing the hellish scene in the bar, all scared silly, plus the other side. After Long Ao Tian entered the city, he was also looking around for Yi Feng, but Jiangchang was very big, and Yi Feng and the others were so powerful that they could not be traced. It was at this time that the orderly beside him said, "Dragon Head, we just received news that Yi Feng and the others appeared at one of the White family's bars and went on a killing spree there." Long Ao Tian immediately roared, "Quickly, hurry over there." A few minutes later, Long Ao Tian and the others arrived at the bar. When they saw the hell-like scene in the bar, even though they were all battle-hardened and had seen great scenes, they couldn't help but feel a wave of shock at this moment. Seeing how tragic the scene was, Long Ao Tian also knew that Yi Feng's heart must have been filled with a sky-high rage. He understood Yi Feng and was not a person who was addicted to killing, but now that he was on a killing spree like this, and his methods were still so ruthless, one could imagine just how shaken up he was at the moment. Any idea why they did it here? The orderly hurriedly said, "Dragon Head, according to the information we just received, it was Bai Hao Yu of the Bai family who tortured Mr. Ye's family and took the people away, and Mr. Yi and the others tracked them here. White family, you're looking for death." Long Ao Tian's teeth were almost clenched. It was because Bai Hao Yu of the Bai family tortured Yi Xiaoxiao's family that caused Yi Feng to get angry. Invoking the emergence of the Fifth Kingdom, there was also the possibility of a great war between the two parties that could be triggered, causing the entire Dragon Kingdom to be in turmoil. Dragon Head, we just received news that all of the Fifth Kingdom's carrier battleships have entered our borderline. The orderly said again. What? Long Ao Tian was shocked. Is there a war going on? No. Long Ao Tian was greatly relieved and hurriedly said, "Good. It's good that there's no war. Pass on my order. Any up mustn't stop the people of the Fifth Kingdom. Don't break out into a conflict with them, and whoever dares to disobey the order will be killed on the spot. But at the same time be prepared for all defenses." Yes. The orderly left in a hurry. Long Ao Tian said towards another person beside him, "Immediately bring someone to the Bai family and kill all these scumbags cleanly for me, to calm Shura's anger." Yes. The second man left in a hurry. Long Ao Tian looked at the third person again. "Immediately issue an order for all troops on the borders to be put on special readiness to defend themselves against the actions of those neighboring countries." Yes. Chapter 19, Hegemony over the Mountains and Rivers. In the meantime, an earth-shattering roar came out from the White Estate. Inside the Bai family estate, Bai Nan Tian, the leader of the underground world in Zhongchang, was shaken to the core. He just got word that his son Bai Haoyu is dead, killed. The bodies crumbled into a puddle. He, Bai Nan Tian, had only one son, and he was still a son of old age, grown up in a pampered life. None of them in the Bai family, including the entire Zhongchang, dared to say a single heavy word to his son. But today, his son was killed. There are no bones left. He, Bai Nan Tian, is old, and in the future, his son is going to take his place. He knew that his son's abilities were limited, and in order to help his son hold on to the kingdom he had built, for this reason, he defected to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is a branch of the Jiang family in the Central Plains, and the Jiang family comes from the same lineage. The Jiang family of the Central Plains, on the other hand, dominates the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, disobeying orders, being exclusive, enclosing land as the king, and sitting on the ground to draw taxes. The family produced 3 kings, 2 great officers, a land god, and a day's talent. 3 kings. They are Jiang Xiong, who controls the central and southern provinces and is known as King Xiong. Jiang Ba, who controls the north central province, is known as the overlord. Jiang Tian, who controlled Zhongtian province and was in control of millions of Zhongyuan army, was known as the heavenly king, and this person was also the Kirin war god among the 7 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. 2 big players, Ginger Hill and Ginger River. The 2 hold important positions in the center of power in Kyoto. The Dragon Kingdom, a land god. It was the oldest ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhongyuan, a martial arts legend. No one knew to what extent his martial arts realm had actually reached. Those who fought with him died, and he was later honored as the first strongest man in the Central Plains, called the land god. One day only, it's the grandson of Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family, Jiang Xia, It's a leader of the younger generation of martial artists. At only 20 years old, he had the power to fight countless veteran experts who had been famous for many years. His talent had long surpassed that of his grandfather, Jiang Zhongyuan. There were rumors that it had been taken in by a strong person from the heavenly beyond and had been admitted to the heavenly beyond. Sit in the center of the Middle Kingdom and dominate the mountains and rivers of the world. It's a phrase that's been circulating out there, and that was recognized by all. It could be imagined to what extent this Central Plains Jiang family was powerful. In theory, with the identity and status of the Bai family, it was not able to enter the eyes of the Jiang family at all. But Bai Nantian seized an opportunity. When Jiang Zhongyuan's eldest grandson, Jiang Xia, entered the heavenly beyond, Jiang Zhongyuan could only love his other grandson. But this grandson was ill-fated. Just after reaching adulthood, he suffered from an extremely serious disease. Jiang Zhongyuan took him to the world's famous doctors, but no one can have a solution to his grandson's disease. Finally, Jiang Zhongyuan heard the news from somewhere. The need to find someone with a special blood type and organ to help with blood and organ replacement will save his grandson's life. So, the Kang family offered a wide reward to find the person with that blood type and organ. But after months of searching almost all over the country, no one with this blood type could be found. And today, Bai Haoyu accidentally discovers that the blood types and organs of Yi Xiaoxiao's family of 3 are perfectly suited to the bounty issued by Zhang's family. This caused Bai Nantian to be thrilled, and he sent someone to tell the Zhang family about this news at the first opportunity. And the Zhang family had asked him to send the person there in the first place. His messenger had just sent the person away, and was waiting for the Zhang family to receive the person, at which time he would announce that their Bai family had been subsumed into the Zhang family, and he was ready to take advantage of this time to declare his position in favor of his own son. But we haven't even waited for the news from the Zhang family yet. Instead, he received the terrible news that his son had been killed. I don't care who killed my son. I want him to die without a burial place. I want all his friends and family to bury my son with him. With Bai Nantian's command, the entire underground world of Jiangcheng was completely moved. The Bai family's hired thugs scattered all over Jiangcheng began to gather frantically. Chapter 20, Killing the White Family. With Bai Nantian's order, the entire Jiangcheng moved. As the controller of the underground world in Jiangcheng, the Bai family kept countless hitmen under their command. At this moment, all the bars, KTVs, nightclubs, casinos, and other entertainment venues in Jiangcheng closed their doors today, and all the personnel left their respective towns. On the streets, countless aggressive personnel surged out, armed and ferocious, and they wore uniform black clothes. Like a raging black wave, it headed towards the White family. Pedestrians retreat wherever they pass. Many people recognized that these people were the White family's fighters. This caused everyone to be incomparably horrified. What exactly had happened here? And why were the people of the White family assembling in such a frantic manner? Other side, Long Ao Tian was also the first to know the news. Long Ao Tian, who had learned that the Bai clanspeople were frantically gathering, revealed a fierce light in his eyes. Simply looking for death. Accelerate forward. Make sure you get these scum in one fell swoop. Yes. In the meantime, the White House. At this moment there were already countless fighters converging on the White family manor. On top of the huge lawn behind the manor, it was filled with ferocious Bai family fighters, as many as 1,000 of them. Housemaster, all personnel are assembled. Bai Nantian, who exuded a heavenly anger, came forward, his scarlet eyes sweeping over everyone present. In a stern voice, he said, "Brothers, my son was killed today, with no bones left, and the murderer is still at large. What should we do? Avenge the young lord! Avenge the young lord! Avenge the young lord!" Thousands of people burst out at the same time, their voices rushing to the sky. Bai Nantian was also furious. Yes, avenge the young master. I will make the murderer of my son pay 1,000 times over. In the meantime, Yi Feng and 11 had already arrived at the entrance of the Bai family manor. Boss, this is the White family manor. As soon as 11's words fell, the White family guards guarding the doorway were the first to drink towards the two. What man? Kill. Yi Feng only had one cold word: kill, to exit. 11's tang sword swept out. A sharp blade swept out. Several guards were cut in two horizontally. After the extremely sharp blade chopped off the guards, it didn't stop for a second and landed on top of the golden door of the White family manor. Boom! The golden door, which was made from top-grade wood, exploded into a pile of powder. This sudden ringing also caught the attention of Bai Nantian in the backyard. Family master, someone broke into the White family and killed our men. A henchman hurriedly came to report. Seek death. Bai Nantian was instantly furious. What kind of existence was there Bai family? Someone actually dared to force their way into the Bai family and commit murder. With a skyrocketing rage, Bai Nantian came to the front yard in a furious manner, and the black-clothed fighters behind him hurriedly followed. In the front yard, Yi Feng and 11 had already come in. At this moment, 11 had already taken care of everyone in the White family's front yard. Bodies were strewn across the ground, and blood stained the ground red. Bai Nantian was instantly enraged when he saw the scene. One of the men beside him even shouted angrily, "Assholes! Who are you people to dare to kill a member of my Bai family?" As a result, as soon as his words fell, the heads of the people were separated. The headless body fell helplessly to the ground. This sudden scene startled everyone present. None of them had expected 11 to be so arrogant as to actually dare to kill in public in the White family's territory. Bai Nantian's face became incomparably cold. He recognizes the two men as the ones who killed his son in the bar. I was going to have to go look for them myself, but I didn't expect the two to actually come to the door on their own. Not only did his son's murderer kill his own son, but he also came to his door and killed their White family. Bai Nantian's anger had reached an uncontrollable level. He didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Only 3 words exited in an icy cold manner: "Kill me." Just behind them, the White family fighters instantly rushed forward, ready to strike. But it was at this time. Rumble. The sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the sky above the White family manor. As soon as the crowd looked up, they saw several helicopter gunships circling overhead, their blackened muzzles directed downward. Countless heavily armed and loaded soldiers of the Jiangzhou War Preparation Department rushed in at the entrance. In the 4 fields, there were also countless soldiers from the War Preparation Department, surrounding the entire White House. And then, surrounded by a group of soldiers from the War Ministry, Long Aotian came hurrying from the doorway. Stop it! Chapter 21, Scared. The sudden appearance of the people from the Jiangzhou War Department caused Bai Nantian's heart to be startled. He also hastily stopped his men who were ready to strike, and then his eyes went to the person who came in. Although he didn't recognize Long Aotian, who was clustered in the center, he saw the golden glittering general star carried on Long Aotian's shoulder. He also saw Lin Jinghua, the chief commander of the Jiangzhou War Preparation Department, and a group of War Preparation Department executives following Long Aotian. Bai Nantian was a bit flustered. I don't know why the people from this War Preparation Department suddenly appeared here, and in such a big way. Could it be that the fact that he was going to defect to the Jian family was known by the people in the War Ministry? That's why you sent someone? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Long Aotian hurriedly went up and came in front of Yi Feng and 11. With incomparable trepidation, he said, "Mr. Yi, Mr. 11, I'm sorry I'm late." And this scene caused Bai Nantian's heart to be shocked once again. Although he didn't recognize this Long Aotian, he was able to guess that this Long Aotian must be an outstanding figure in the War Department. But at this moment, this person actually apologized towards Yi Feng and 11. And with such a respectful attitude, Bai Nantian's heart sank to the bottom. As for Lin Jinghua and the group of senior officers of the War Preparation Department in the back, they were all horrified at the moment. Who is Long Aotian? That is the number 1 person in the War Department, one of the core figures in the center of power in the Dragon Kingdom. But now, he actually apologized to 2 extremely ordinary-looking people, and with a sincere attitude. He seemed to be very afraid of these 2 people. Yi Feng and 11's gazes were icy cold. Yi Feng spoke coldly, "Long Aotian, are you here to kill me?" Boom! When Bai Nantian and everyone in the Bai family heard Yi Feng call out the 3 words Long Aotian, everyone was as if they were struck by lightning, all of them staying in place one by one. They had all just been speculating about Long Aotian's identity. But what he didn't expect was that this person was actually the number 1 person in the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Long Aotian. Long Aotian personally came to the door to apologize to the man who killed his son? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Bai Nantian was even more panicked. Long Aotian hurriedly said, "No, Mr. Yi, Mr. 11, we are here to help you. It was all our fault before. It was our failure to protect your family that caused your family to suffer that kind of doom. I apologize to you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom and the Kingdom Lord." After saying that, Long Aotian bowed down towards Yi Feng and 11. This scene once again shocked everyone at the scene to a level that was hard to attach. What did they see? Hear what? The number 1 person in the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, apologizing to Yi Feng and 11, or in place of the State Lord and the entire Dragon Kingdom? What kind of person is this Yi Feng? What's the status? To actually be able to make Long Aotian so? Bai Nantian heard Long Aotian's words. He thought of something. The whole person was instantly like falling into an abyss, and a cool air instantly spread from his feet all over his body. The people his own son kidnapped and tortured couldn't be the families of these 2. Could they? Once he thought of this, Bai Nantian's face instantly turned deathly gray, and his body couldn't help but tremble. And at this time, Long Aotian looked at Bai Nantian with rage. The voice was cold to the extreme. "Bai Nantian, hand over the person kidnapped by your son right now." Long Aotian hated to punch Bai Nantian to death at the moment. It was because this bastard's son kidnapped and tortured Yifeng's relatives. This was what caused Yifeng to erupt into a sky-high rage, gathering millions of troops from the Fifth Kingdom to cross into the Dragon Kingdom overseas. At any moment, a punchy battle could break out with the Dragon Kingdom. It could cause the entire Dragon Kingdom to be in complete turmoil. Boom! Bai Nantian's mind went blank, and the heart that was hanging in the air was completely dead. Sure enough, the people his son was going to give to the Kong family were the relatives of these two people. Bai Nantian, the first person in the underground world of Zhongchang, the big brother in the whole Zhongchang. Coughing can make Zhongchang tremble 3 times. At this moment, he was directly frightened and directly fell to his knees, shaking like a sieve. Chapter 22, No One Left Behind. The White family executives beside Bai Nantian were all terrified at the moment, each one shaking like a sieve. Some people were even scared to the point of incontinence. It stunk for a while. Long Aotian took a step forward, his powerful aura fully opened. Say, where is the person? Bai Nantian reacted, trembling. I don't know. My son didn't send the person back. I also don't know where the people were taken by him. Swish! 11 surged forward and swept out with a sword. One of Bai Nantian's arms flew straight up. Ah! Painful screams resounded throughout the White family manor. 11's face was grim to the core. Say, where was the man taken? Bai Nantian endured the pain of his wound and spat out a sentence with difficulty. I really don't know. My son didn't tell me. Swish! 11 swept out another blade, and Bai Nantian's other arm flew up. I really don't know. Bai Nantian spat out a few words and completely fainted. It is true that Bai Nantian did not know where his son had sent the man. He had given himself full authority to deal with this matter in order for the Zhang family to give this credit to his own son. 11 stepped forward and gazed at a senior member of the White family. That senior person instantly sat down on the ground in fear. I don't know. Things are handled by the family head and young master themselves. I really don't know. A cold flash. The head of this senior member of the White family flew up. 11's eyes went to the next person. The man turned and fled, but just 2 steps into the run, his head separated from his body as well. This horrifying scene caused all the people of the White family present to fall into hell. All of them sat on the ground in fear, trembling and tinged themselves. 11's gaze went to the third White family senior. The man suddenly thought of something, as if he had grabbed a life preserver. It's Mr. 7. He's the one who followed Xiao Bai's actions. Who's Mr. 7? 11 hissed. Mr. 7 hasn't returned yet. He's been following young Bai. The man said back. Do either of you know him? 11's death-like gaze swept over everyone present. Everyone was too scared to meet 11's eyes. Only one person had a flash of panic in his eyes and lowered his head sharply. But it was captured by 11. Swish! 11's figure instantly appeared beside that person's body. And the long knife, which was still stained with bright red blood and exuded a cold and chilling aura, landed on this person's neck. This person was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a plop. I don't know him. 11 slapped his palm, shattering the disguise on this person's face and revealing his true colors. It was the middle-aged man with shady eyes. Mr. 7, who had contacted Chen Hui at the bar earlier. He's Mr. 7. He's the one who's been following young Bai. With a sweep of 11's long blade, this Mr. 7's arm flew up. I sent the people out of the city. Sent them to the Jiang family in South Central Province. On the side, Long Aotian was also furious and asked, asshole, how did you let someone send it out? It was sent out by helicopter. Mr. 7 gave a truthful account. Who allowed this? Long Aotian was furious. It's the Chen city chief. Long Aotian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He had already given an order to completely seal off the entire Jiang city, but there was actually someone who dared to disobey his order and let people leave. Tell him to get his ass to me right now. Long Aotian was furious to the extreme, and with a movement of his hand, 11's long knife was raised, about to end this Mr. 7's life. Mr. 7 also panicked and threatened. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Jiang family. If you dare to kill me, the Jiang family will definitely not spare you. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out and Long Aotian killed this person with a single shot. This Dragon Kingdom belongs to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, not to their Jiang family. Yi Feng's brow was a frown. At this time, a few people came in at the door, and Chen Hui was escorted in by a few men from the War Preparation Department. Chen Hui, do you know the crime? Long Aotian asked angrily. Chen Hui was still a bit confused. Tap. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? I asked you to seal off the entire Jiangchang. You actually dared to disobey my order and let people leave Jiangchang. Do you know? However, Long Aotian hadn't finished his words. 11. however, swept out with a blade, and Chen Hui's head flew straight up. Everyone at the scene was stunned, not expecting 11 to be so bold as to directly kill Chen Hui. Long Aotian also froze for a moment and then reacted. Good kill. At this time, Yi Feng hissed, "Get your helicopter down." Long Aotian knew that Yi Feng and the others were going to the central and southern province, and hurriedly let one of the helicopters in the sky land. Take advantage of the helicopter drop. Yi Feng commanded toward 11. All of you, leave no one behind. Long Aotian hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, I'll do this." After he finished speaking, he gave orders towards Lin Xinghua, the White family, leave no one behind. Strictly investigate the entire Zhang city. Anyone who colludes with the Bai family, the Zhang family, and the Zhang family will be killed without pardon. The helicopter landed and Long Aotian boarded the helicopter with Yi Feng and 11. Not long after the helicopter took off, intense gunfire rang out from the White House. The thousands of fighters that the White families had gathered were all exterminated in a short while. Bodies were piled up and blood flowed. Chapter 23, South Central's last name is Zhang. In the meantime, a place like a paradise in Yongnan City, the capital of South Central Province. Here sits a superb family that transcends the world. The Zhang family. How powerful the Zhang family was could be described in one sentence. South Central's last name is River. Rumor has it that if Jiangnan has $10, then 8 of those dollars belong to the Zhang family. Every drop of rain that falls from the sky has to be named River. When Zhang's family stomped their feet, there would be a major earthquake in Central South. One could imagine how powerful the Jiangnan Jiang family was, and the reason why the Zhang family is so powerful. It was only because the master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiong, known as King Xiong, was a member of the Zhang family of the Central Plains. The Zhang family of the Central Plains, on the other hand, dominates the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, holding heavy armies, disobeying orders, being exclusive, enclosing the land as king, and sitting on the ground to draw taxes. The Zhang family is even more talented. Over the years, the Zhang family had grown stronger and stronger. Now it has become the king of this middle kingdom. Few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom dared to oppose it. In the Zhang family estate, in the luxurious living room, on the main seat sat a middle-aged man with a country face and a majestic temperament. This person was none other than the Zhang family's family head, Zhang Xiong, known as Lord Xiong. At the moment, there were many people sitting under its seat. There were the governors of the capitals of the central and southern provinces, the heads of the cities, the leading businessmen of the various trades, the main heads of the garrison departments of the various cities, and the heads of the various martial arts family organizations. In short, the heads of all industries and aspects of the entire central and southern province are gathered here at this moment. Zhang Xiong swept a glance at everyone present and spoke indifferently. "Gentlemen, after so many days, where is the person I'm looking for?" Everyone lowered their heads in horror as much as they could. "Humph, a bunch of losers. I gave you guys so much time and so many resources, and you guys actually didn't even find a single fart for me. Do you know your sins?" Zhang Xiong's indifferent voice fell. It scared everyone in the room with fear. The governor of the capital of the Central South Province hurriedly returned. "Back to Lord Xiong. It's the person you need. The blood type and organs are too extraordinary. We've already lifted up the province's efforts to look for it, but the time is too short. We really can't find someone with that special blood type." Zhang Xiong's eyes stared slightly. "Are you blaming me for giving you guys too little time?" The head of the government was so frightened that he hastily knelt on the ground. "No, Lord Xiong, that's not what I meant." Zhang Xiong coldly swept a glance at the mansion master before looking at everyone. "I'll give you one last week, and if you don't find the man I want, you'll all come to me with your heads in your hands." "Yes," all of them nodded in fear, and then one hurried away. Just after these people left, a young man dressed in a designer outfit with a brash face ran in hurriedly, and he shouted, "Father, good news, good news. The man's name is Jiang Qingyu. It's Zhang Xiong's second son, a total dude." Seeing his untalented second son, Zhang Xiong frowned. "What's the matter?" "Panic. What's the matter?" Zhang Qingyu instantly became well-behaved down. "Father, I just received a call from the Bai family in Jiangchang. They said they found the person we need." Zhang Xiong was also shocked. "What? Are you sure?" Zhang Qingyu nodded heavily. "Very sure. Now I've asked my Bai family to send those people over, and now they're estimated to be in Haichang." Zhang Xiong instantly smiled with joy. "Ha ha ha, well, my son has made a name for himself. You quickly go to Haichang, make sure to bring those people back. When the time comes, I'll take you and personally send them to the Central Plains, to your grandfather's face. It will certainly be a great honor when the time comes." Zhang Qingyu was also overjoyed. "Yes, father, I'll go right away." After Zhang Qingyu left, Zhang Xiong was ready to tell the family the good news. but after thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to wait for his own son to bring the person back, and personally bring the person back himself, so that he could give the old man a surprise at that time. After all, the old man had spent too much energy over the years on his second son's illness. If he was able to bring someone back and cure his second brother's son's illness, then the old man would certainly honor his son, and might even let his own son stay in the Central Plains and teach him personally. Chapter 24, The Zhang Family. Although he, Zhang Xiong, was also a member of the Zhang family, he did not receive much respect from the old master. Earlier in his life, he was expelled from the Zhang family by the old master because he did something wrong. He was even deprived of his surname, and Zhang Xiong could only change his surname to Zhang. In order to rejoin the Zhang family, he had risen to the occasion over the years, and after decades of hard work, he had taken control of the entire Central South province. Only then did he get some recognition from the Zhang family, but it was only recognition. Wanting to change his name back to Zhang and rejoin the Zhang family was not enough. In the Zhang family, the old master had always valued his second brother, Zhang Tian. His second brother, Zhang Tian, grew up with martial arts talent to make a difference, and then entered the Ministry of War, and after only a few short years, he became a god of war. Afterwards, he even took control of 1 million Central Plains army, and now he is sitting in the Central Plains and is famous all over the world. And the second brother Zhang Tian's also has 2 sons. The eldest son Zhang Xia, martial arts talent is even more heaven-defying. At the age of 20 years old became a martial arts powerhouse, famous in the Central Plains, and finally even entered the heavenly beyond for training. The youngest son, Zhang Xing, was also gifted with extraordinary martial arts talent, but Zhang Xing was ill-fated and had a strange illness when he first came of age. The old man took him to all the famous doctors in the world, but no one could do anything about his grandson's illness. Finally, Zhang Zhongyuan heard the news from somewhere. The need to find someone with a special blood type and organ to help with blood and organ replacement will save his grandson's life. For this reason, the entire Zhang family was looking for someone with a special blood type and organs for Zhang Xing, but after months of searching, there were still no results. He didn't expect that today, this waste of a son of his had actually found someone who was suitable for the blood type and organs of the youngest son of the Zhang family, which gave him hope. Seeing the hope of rejoining the Kong family, plus the other side, Yi Feng and Long Ao Tian as well as 11 were in the helicopter at the moment, and the helicopter was rushing at the fastest speed towards Haichang, a subordinate city in Central South Province. According to the information that Long Ao Tian's messenger had found out, the airplane that was released by Chen Hui, headed to Haichang. Mr. Yi, this Haichang is the territory of the Zhang family, and Zhang Xiong of this Zhang family, known as King Xiong, is a member of the Zhang family of the Central Plains, and this Central Plains Zhang family. Long Ao Tian gave Yifeng a detailed introduction about the Zhang family. When we arrive at Hai City later, it's best not to clash with them. Their strength is extraordinary. Even our war ministry can't help them. A small family that actually makes even your Dragon Kingdom War Department helpless. It's really laughable. 11 despised. Long Ao Tian was a little embarrassed and explained. The main reason is that this Zhang family is an ancient family that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day, and its heritage is extremely deep. Plus there are people from the Zhang family who are in the heavenly beyond heaven, and the Zhang family's old man, Zhang Zhongyuan, is also a martial arts expert, and his strength is strong. Back then, during the period of war and chaos, the Zhang family also made great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom, and after that, after the Dragon Kingdom was established, in order to be grateful to the Zhang family for their great achievements back then, they also gave the Central Plains to them as a fiefdom. But over the years, this Zhang family's appetite has gotten bigger and bigger, not only occupying the Central Plains province, but now they're also occupying all of the other 3 provinces surrounding the Central Plains. The army has set itself up, disobeyed orders, and has begun to claim the throne. Right now, they are in control of 1 million Central Plains army in their hands and have countless strong men under their command. We also don't want to get into a conflict with them, which will involve innocent people when the time comes. Plus, they're not completely out of tune right now. Oh, incompetence is incompetence. Don't give yourself such a grand excuse. 11 once again despised. Long Ao Tian didn't say anything. Anyway, the things that the State Lord had explained to him were considered to have been accomplished. As for how it would turn out, that was out of his hands. Although 11 said this, there was no would not risk Yifeng's life. With that, he sent an order on the 5th Kingdom's Supreme Command Channel. Everyone head to Hai City in the Dragon Kingdom's Central and Southern Province. Boss and I will be arriving in Hai City soon. After receiving this order, the powerhouses of the 5th Kingdom also traveled to Sea City at the first opportunity. Chapter 25, The Audacity of God. In the meantime, In a resident army airfield on the outskirts of the city of Haichang, Jiang Qingyu had also arrived here at this moment. This place used to be under the jurisdiction of the War Department, but since the rise of the Jiang family in the Central Plains, this place is also controlled by the Jiang family. The original war ministry is now also renamed the Central Plains Army. Only listen to the orders of Jiang's family and Jiang Xiong. Rumble. At that moment, the roar of a helicopter engine was heard in the distance. Jiang Qingyu hurriedly raised his eyes to look, only to see a civilian helicopter rushing towards the sky not far away. People are coming. Let go of the controls and land the helicopter. Airport controls were hastily liberalized. A short while later, the civilian helicopter slowly landed. Jiang Qingyu hurried forward. A few men will be lifted off the stretcher by 3 dying men. And these 3 people were none other than Yi Feng's sister and 3 of his parents. Well, great. Get on the helicopter right away and send it to Midland. After saying that, Jiang Qingyu was ready to call his father and inform him of the good news. But it was at this time, the head of the resident ministry said, Jiang Xiao, an airplane from the Jiangcheng War Department was spotted coming from behind. Jiang Qingyu frowned and directly said, tell them to get lost, or else just blast them down for me. No good. This will shoot down the War Ministry's airplane. I'm afraid we're going to completely break up with the War Ministry. The person in charge was a bit nervous. Jiang Chengyu, however, said disdainfully, what are you afraid of? Don't forget, this is the central and southern province. It's our Jiang family's territory. They came uninvited. We destroyed him without any problem. Besides, it's just a small Jiangcheng War Department's airplane that was destroyed. It's not a big deal. Forgive him, for the War Department wouldn't dare to say anything more. The head of the resident ministry did not dare to say anything more, directly giving orders toward his men. He said, prepare the air defense. As soon as they enter Haichang's territory, after a fruitless warning, shoot them down immediately. Yes, helicopter. Yi Feng's trio also quickly heard the warning from the Haichang resident department. Get their planes out of the way or shoot them down on the ground. Long Ao Tian became angry when he heard this. These people were getting more and more arrogant. He roared, tell them that I am Long Ao Tian, and if they dare to open fire, I will destroy them. If it was before, Long Ao Tian might not have dared to say this, but at this moment, Yi Feng, the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom, was present. He naturally dared to say this, and he also hoped that those people would open fire, which would add another fire to the already furious Yi Feng. Below, the men of the Sea City resident ministry heard the callback. All of them were shocked beyond belief, not expecting that the person who came was actually the number 1 person in the War Department, Long Ao Tian. While Jiang Shiyu was puzzled and asked, who is Long Ao Tian? The person in charge hurriedly returned. It's the first person from the War Ministry. Humph. I'm still looking at him with displeasure. Since he's come to die, let's let him have his way. Fire for me and kill him. Over the past few years, Jiang Qingyu had also heard his father say no less that these people from the War Ministry had been trying to clean up after them, but fearing the strength of the Jiang family behind them, they have not dared to make a move. And now, this first person of the War Department, Long Ao Tian, actually took the initiative to send him to the door. He felt that this was a good opportunity to get rid of Long Ao Tian. Before, his father had always looked down on him, thinking he was too much of a loser. Today he decided to do something big. Let father know what he's made of. Killing the number 1 person in the War Department, Long Ao Tian. If this was spread out, it would definitely be able to stir up the Dragon Kingdom. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiang Qingyu became. And the man in charge on the sidelines was shocked. This Jiang Zanyu was crazy. Actually want to kill Long Ao Tian. How big is this courage? Jiang Xiao. This Long Ao Tian is the number 1 person in the War Department. If this is killed, I'm afraid that it will draw the wrath of the entire Dragon Kingdom. At that time, I'm afraid we'll have to bear the wrath of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Qingyu was disdainful. What are you afraid of? The sky is falling. There's my back. Fire for me. The person in charge would not even dare to give that order. This is terrible. Blasting Long Ao Tian to death. This is an unprecedented and heavenly crime. By the time the Dragon Kingdom was outraged, he wouldn't have 10,000 heads enough to be killed. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu directly pulled out a pistol and put it on the head of the person in charge. I told you to fire. Didn't you hear me? The person in charge is still afraid to give this order. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu directly snatched the contact device from the person in charge. Yelled, blow that helicopter down for me. Whoosh! With Jiang Qingyu's order, several anti-aircraft missiles instantly shot out from the ground. It came straight at the helicopter where Yi Feng's trio was. Chapter 26. In the meantime, helicopter. Upon seeing that the people below actually did make a move, Long Ao Tian was also greatly shocked. The reason he had just said that was because he didn't think the Zhang family had the guts to really dare to tear their faces off. But I didn't expect these people to be so heartless that they actually dared to really make a move. While Yi Feng and 11 saw this, they kicked open the door of the helicopter, grabbing the driver and Long Ao Tian and leaping down from midair. And just then, a terrifying blade suddenly appeared across the sky. It shot towards those anti-aircraft missiles at an unspeakably terrifying speed. Boom! A huge explosion exploded in midair. An extremely terrifying and gorgeous firework bloomed in midair. Boss! I'm here! In the highest channel of the Fifth Kingdom, Yi Lu's voice was heard. Kill for me! Kill all those assholes who dare to make a move against the boss! The roar of 11 shock came from the highest channel. At this moment, Yi Lu, who appeared outside the resident department of High City, his figure was like a ghost as he hurriedly shot into the door of the resident department. On the outskirts of the resident department, Yi Feng and 11 as well as Long Ao Tian and the airplane pilot were unharmed. But at this moment, the faces of several people were cold to the core. What man? The people on guard on the periphery also discovered Yi Feng's several people at the first time. The blackened muzzles of the guns were also aimed at them at the first opportunity. And what answered them was 11's terrifying blade. A cold light flashed. A few of the guards were separated from their heads. After resolving a few people, Yi Feng and 11's figures shot out and came towards the Haichang resident department. Long Ao Tian then took out the communicator on his body. In a stern hiss, he said, "All troops are to be marched to me at once." In the rear, several armed helicopters that had been following Long Ao Tian's several people's airplanes instantly moved forward at full speed after hearing the order. On the ground, the tens of thousands of heavily armed troops from the Zhangcheng War Department that had long ago entered Haichang were all advancing rapidly at the moment as well, sprinting towards the Haichang resident department. From River City, Long Ao Tian had then ordered all personnel to head to Haichang. He was going to use this opportunity to take down Haichang in one fell swoop. In the resident ministry, because of Yi Lu's sudden appearance, the people in the resident ministry were left without any defense. This resulted in countless people being cut down by Yi Lu in an instant. And at that moment, everyone reacted as much as they could. Countless soldiers picked up their weapons and began to fight back. In a short while, Yi Lu was surrounded by thousands of people. Shoot him and kill him, with an order. Thousands of people firing at once. The dense bullets were like rain, pouring in frantically. Yi Lu saw this, but he was not the least bit afraid. He only saw that he grabbed the long knife in his hand and swung it sharply. The dense blade-ons actually rapidly condensed around it, forming a huge, airtight shield that looked like a large bell. Ding 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 ding. The countless bullets that shot out landed on it, and didn't penetrate the shield, but instead seemed to hit on some kind of hard object, emitting a sound of gold and iron clanging together. It's actually a martial artist. In the distance, the man in charge of leading the group frowned. Humph. Even if it's a martial artist, what can you do? Go, bring me those weapons that specialize in dealing with martial artists' astral energy. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are martial artists who exist, and after some powerful martial artists cultivate to a certain level, they will cultivate internal chi, which can be transformed into a form and kill people invisibly. The same can be said for defense. With the defense of internal chi, it is even possible to ignore the attacks of hot weapons, and dodging bullets is a piece of cake. Like Yi Lu's situation at the moment, it was the internal chi transforming into a form for defense. Of course, in countries all over the world, there are corresponding, specialized weapons and equipment that restrain the internal chi of martial artists. All of these weapons were specially modified so that the bullets could penetrate a martial artist's defense. As a superpower, the Dragon Kingdom had a large number of martial artists, and naturally had corresponding weapons that specialized in restraining martial artists. And by this time, everyone's pike was empty. When the bullets aren't as dense, only Yi Lu's feet shook. The bullets that landed on the ground actually all went up in the air. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Lu's body. The shock caused all the bullets to shoot out, more than double the original speed. Police. In an instant, countless bullets were fired into the bodies of countless people around them. These people weren't martial artists, and they simply couldn't defend themselves against the dense and harsh bullets. Countless people were pierced into sieves by bullets in an instant. Retreat! Retreat! This person's strength is unfathomable. The commanding officer who was leading the group was shocked at the sight. The first order was given. Still, the order came too late, because at this moment, Yi Lu, who was free of worries, swept out the long sword in his hand. A terrifying blade swept out like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, everything was cut in two horizontally. Finally, the blade, which was sharp to the extreme, landed on top of a concrete and steel reinforced office building 100 meters away in the back. The entire office building was chopped out with a crack about 2 centimeters wide and deep. After gathering these people, Yi Lu put away his sword, and his figure turned into a stream of light as he hurriedly headed outside towards the outside of the airport. Chapter 27, Receiving the Divine Messenger. What's going on? Outside at the airport, Jiang Qingyu was annoyed when he saw that the anti-aircraft missile didn't hit the plane. The person in charge was just about to reply when a cry for help came out of the communicator. At the same time, sirens blared throughout the resident ministry. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! And then fierce gunfire was seen erupting from the resident base in the rear. What's going on? Jiang Qingyu became even more irritated. An enemy has broken in, the man in charge said at the first opportunity. Jiang Qingyu kicked the person in charge and roared. Then what the are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and go and break those assholes into pieces for me? If you can't exterminate those people, you'll be waiting to eat a gun for me. The person in charge didn't dare to say a single word of nonsense and hurriedly led a large group of people to leave in a hurry. And at this moment, Jiang Qingyu was also afraid that the enemies who had intruded would hurt him, and he hurriedly moved towards a few of the pilots who still remained in the pilot road. Take these guys with you and get the hell out of here. A few pilots didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly sent Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents 3 stretchers onto a helicopter. The helicopter took off sharply and broke into a run. Jiang Qingyu was preparing to board another airplane. A terrifying blade shot out. Put! The powerful blade instantly chopped several pilots into 2. Bright red blood sprayed Jiang Qingyu's face. How had Jiang Qingyu ever seen such a horrifying scene? After he stayed in place for less than 2 seconds, his entire body directly bent over and vomited furiously. Swish! At this time, Yi Feng and 11's figures appeared beside Jiang Qingyu at the same time. Looked into the helicopter, but there was no one inside the helicopter at all. Yi Feng asked sternly with scarlet eyes, "Where are the people?" But Jiang Zanyu was so frightened at this moment that she couldn't answer Yi Feng's question at all. 11 long swords swept out. One of Jiang Qingyu's arms was instantly chopped off. Ah! The mournful screams were heard throughout the airport and beyond. Silence and answer the question or die. 11's icy voice rang in Jiang Qingyu's ears. Jiang Qingyu felt 11's icy killing intent, as well as the slightest chill coming from his neck. He had a strong feeling that if he didn't listen to 11's words, then 11's long knife would definitely obliterate him without hesitation. He returned, enduring the intense pain in his body. People are being sent away. Where did you send it? Yi Feng's voice was cold to the extreme. Jiang Qingyu trembled. Sent to the Jiangnan Jiang family. Put! 11's long blade swept out without hesitation, and Jiang Qingyu's head flew straight up. To South Central. Yi Feng's murderous qi and hatred was so great that he only came one step too late. Just one step away from being able to save the 3 Yi Xiaoxiao. 11 nodded. Having just jumped into the back of the plane, not having started it yet, his mind was moving, and Yi Feng's gaze looked into the distance at the same time. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, there was a distortion in the air not far away, and 10 people shrouded in black robes suddenly appeared around the airplane where the 2 were. Surrounding the airplane the 2 men were in. These 10 silhouettes, all shrouded in black robes, could not see their specific faces, and all of them exuded a surging and terrifying aura. At the same time, an unspeakably terrifying pressure instantly pressed across. When he felt this terrifying pressure and the surging and terrifying aura on these 10 people, 11's face changed dramatically. Alarmed, he said, "The divine messenger of the reception temple of the reception god." This divine messenger of reception is a messenger of the divine temple of reception, and this so-called reception temple was an extremely special existence abroad. They were called the Dominators and were responsible for controlling all the martial artists in the world. After all martial artists in the world had reached a certain level of strength, they would be sent by the temple of guiding god to be taken away by the divine envoy of guiding god, controlled by the temple of reception. Back then, after the 5th kingdom became powerful to a certain extent, this person from the guiding divine hall then found Yi Feng and wanted to take him away. At that time, they were powerful and unrivaled, known as a strong nation, so how could they possibly submit to the reception divine hall? Therefore, it was a battle with this divine messenger of reception. But what shocked them was that other than Yi Feng, they were no match for the divine receiver. The Yi Feng at that time directly exterminated these receiving god envoys. This completely angered the reception divine hall, after which they sent even more powerful divine ambassadors to apprehend Yi Feng. In the end, although Yi Feng had defeated those few receiving divine ambassadors, he had also suffered some injuries which he hadn't recovered from even now. After that, Yi Feng joined the Dragon Kingdom border army, and these people did not appear again. I didn't expect that today. This person from the reception divine hall would actually find this place again so quickly, and the experts sent out this time were actually even more powerful than those few divine messengers from last time. And on the side, Long Aotion's face changed dramatically. This receiving divine messenger he naturally knew. It's the messenger of this temple of receiving. This so-called receiving God's temple was an existence that was similar to the Dragon Kingdom's outer heaven, responsible for controlling all martial artists who have transcended to a certain realm. The reception temple was in charge of controlling the martial artists of several powerful countries in the West, while Heavens Beyond Heaven was in charge of controlling the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. This was agreed upon, and both sides have been keeping their hands off each other. But now this person from the receiving God's temple suddenly appeared in the Dragon Kingdom and even came to capture Yi Feng. This made Long Aotian see the huge conspiracy behind this. Chapter 28 Weapons for Martial Artists. Yi Xiao Luo, obediently bind your hands and surrender. One of the black-robed men opened his mouth, his words carrying a strong flavor of command as well as a strong disdain. He who stands in my way, die. The killing chi on Yi Feng's body instantly condensed like substance, crushing the pressure that enveloped the two. To the side of 11, his long sword was about to sweep out in an instant. Yi Feng, however, stopped 11, you go start the airplane, boss. 11 was just about to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Yi Feng. That's an order. 11 didn't dare to disobey Yi Feng's order, so he could only say, boss, you be careful, you bastards. If anything happens to my boss, I swear that I will definitely destroy your bull ****** reception god temple. But the 10 men simply ignored 11's words. In their eyes, Yi Xiaoluo was also nothing more than a slightly more powerful mole cricket. 11 is not even a mole. Yi Feng didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, jumped off the airplane and headed towards those 10 silhouettes. Humph, mole-like thing, looking for death. The person leading the group let out a cold snort, and a black mist surged out wildly from his body. The rest of the 9 had the same black thick fog emanating from their bodies. A dense black fog formed, instantly enveloping Yi Feng. Immediately afterward, an unspeakably terrifying energy surged within this dense black fog, but it didn't give away the slightest bit. 1 minute later, the fog suddenly dissipated altogether. Those 10 silhouettes all stood in place without any movement, and Yi Feng stopped where he was without any movement. A breeze blew by, and those 10 silhouettes turned into flying ash with the wind. Put! Yi Feng, who was standing in the same place, also violently fell to his knees, and a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The whole person shriveled to the extreme. Boss! Seeing this, 11 hurriedly jumped off the airplane and held Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head. I'm fine. Hurry to Central South. 11 hurriedly helped Yi Feng onto the airplane. Just as he was about to start the plane. Bang bang bang. There was intense gunfire from the rear. A few people turned their heads, only to see countless people pouring in from outside the airport. Bullets pouring towards the position of a few people like dense rain. *********. 11's face chilled as he rushed towards the men with his sword. Faced with a dense stream of bullets, the long sword in 11's hand swept out. A stern icy cold blade aura, like a bolt of lightning in the dark night, swept towards those bullets. Wherever he passed, space seemed like it was going to be cut apart, and the terrifying winds that he brought up, even more so, overturned all the things along the way. The dense bullets simply couldn't carry the destruction of this terrifying astral wind, and were instantly churned to pieces. And this terrifying blade aura still didn't stop in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on that team of 100 people. These people's bodies were instantly chopped in two horizontally, and the blade's awnings brought up the astral wind, which also instantly churned these people's bodies into pieces at the same time. It became a shower of blood. Hiss! Long Aotian in the back couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he saw the scene. He had long heard that the experts under the monarch of this fifth kingdom were extremely powerful, and he had never seen it with his own eyes. And today, after he witnessed 11's terrifying stance, he realized that the rumors were not false. Swish! At that moment, Yi Lu's figure also appeared beside 11 at the same time. Is everything okay? 11 shook his head. Whoosh! But it was at this time, not far away from the sky, a sudden breaking sound came from the sky. 11 and Yi Lu raised their eyes at the same time, only to see several points of light glowing with blue light not far away, rapidly shooting towards their location. Densely packed, there were hundreds of them. Seeing this, Long Aotian in the back was also shocked. Drink hastily. Watch out. It's a special armor-piercing bullet designed to deal with martial artists. Chapter 29, Injuries. Without Long Aotian's reminder, 11 and Yi Lu also recognized what these things were. You know, these things were invented by their fifth kingdom and eventually spread around the world. I didn't realize that they had invented their own stuff and were using it at this moment. As the inventors, they naturally know exactly how powerful this thing is. A single armor-piercing bullet was enough to make a Xian-level martial artist hate himself, not to mention the hundreds of armor-piercing bullets. The two men exchanged glances. At the same time, he spoke, "Bibi," and then with a simultaneous smile, the long knives in their hands, swept out at the same time. Two unmatched sharp blades shot out at the same time. The speeds are comparable. The two blade awnings and the hundreds of armor-piercing bullets instantly collided together. Boom boom boom. Instantly, an extremely gorgeous firework bloomed in midair. Not bad, it's grown over the years. Once again, both men spoke at the same time. Whoosh! But just at this time, a point of light with a golden glow suddenly appeared in a hidden corner not far behind. It came towards the back of the two men at an even swifter speed. Look out! Long Aotian was the first to notice the situation at the back and violently turned around to strike. But just at this time, 11's figure appeared beside him at an unknown time and pushed him away. When he tried to raise his knife, he realized it was too late. 11 also gave up using his sword and instead surged forward, actually using his physical body to harden himself against this armor-piercing bullet that shone with a golden light. On the other side, Yi Lu's figure had already appeared at that corner and decapitated that sneak attacker with a single slash. Bang! An indescribable sound rang out, and 11 actually hardened his body against this particular armor-piercing bullet. However, a chunk of his chest was also sunken down. This was followed by a large mouthful of blood being sprayed out, but he didn't care about the injuries on his body. Instead, he casually grabbed this armor-piercing bullet with a dragon pattern engraved on his chest, a face full of doubt. It's the strongest dragon scale bullet. Why is this thing here? But he hadn't had time to ponder the question. Whoosh! Once again, a dense air-breaking sound came from the distance. More armor-piercing aimed at martial artists struck again. At the same time, at the back, thousands more people came pouring in. Sixth brother, you go take care of those people in the back. I'll deal with the armor-piercing bullets. Yi Lu didn't say much. His figure moved and rushed towards those who poured in. At this moment, those armor-piercing bullets also came in a hurry. The speed was even faster than before, and 11 was holding a long knife. A blade swept out horizontally, and a biting blade aura shot out. It clashed hard with the dense armor-piercing rounds. Boom! A brilliant blue firework bloomed in front of them less than 10 meters above the ground, and that terrifying shockwave instantly surged out wildly in all directions. It was as if a 20-step gale was blowing. It spread out in all directions. The trees around them were destroyed in an instant. As for 11's side, 11 gritted his teeth and resisted the wave of impact raw. Put. And the price was that 11 was shocked by the shockwave, causing his chi and blood to flip over and spew out a large mouthful of blood. It didn't let that horrible shockwave affect the rear airplane and Yifeng in the airplane in the slightest. 11 itself followed Yifeng all the way to run around like crazy, not knowing how many people he had killed. And before that, he had even hardened his body to resist a dragon-scale bullet that was several times more powerful than an ordinary armor-piercing bullet. His physical condition was actually not much stronger than Yifeng's at the moment, but the more so, the more he would not let anyone harm Yifeng, who was concentrating on regulating his breathing at the moment, because in his eyes, Yifeng's life was several times more precious than his own. In the distance, Yi Lu was currently surrounded by thousands of people, and this group of thousands could be so much more powerful than those before. But despite this, Yi Lu was getting more and more courageous. Looking at Yi 6 and 11 who were desperately trying to protect Yifeng, Long Ao Tian's eyes began to glow red and he kept hissing over the communicator. Hurry up! You guys! Hurry up! Whoosh! In the distance, hundreds more armor-piercing bullets came. 11 was ready to raise his sword, but he realized that the Tang sword in his hand, which had followed him through a series of great battles, had broken off at this moment. At the back, Yi Lu, who was dealing with those people on the one hand, was also concerned about the situation on this side. He burst out, 11, catch the knife. The long knife in his hand turned into a stream of light and shot towards 11's side. With a movement of his hand, 11 caught the long knife in his hand, and then another powerful slash swept out. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of armor-piercing bullets were stopped again. It exploded in the air, and a terrifying shockwave spread out once again. 11 still used his body to stop the terrifying shockwave. After this wave of blocking, 11's face was pale to the extreme. There was blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 30, Bravery and Courage. But he still didn't take a step back, standing still like a javelin. Long Ao Tian's eyes were scarlet, frantically roaring furiously towards the communicator. Are you all dead? Not here yet? Whoosh! In the distance, another armor-piercing round came in. This time there were not only armor-piercing shells, but also more shells. Seeing this, 11's figure hurried forward. He's going to block as many of these things as he can from a distance. Definitely can't let these shells and armor-piercing bullets reach the plane and Yifeng in the plane. Boom boom boom. Another wave of brilliant fireworks bloomed in midair. 11's body remained erect in the distance. There wasn't a single shockwave that was able to cross his physical body. At this moment, his body also began to tremble madly. The successive impacts had made him a powerhouse at the moment. The blood from the corners of his mouth was like a small stream of water, constantly flowing out and staining the ground. Long Aotian in the back looked at 11's upright body and he shed tears. What kind of hardened man is this? What kind of perseverance is this? What kind of courage? What kind of loyalty is that? Such a man of unparalleled bravery and loyalty should have been honored and embraced by all, but it was all because of some people who, for their own selfish desires, were about to destroy such a strong-boned, death-defying, peerless warrior. I, Long Aotian, swear that if I don't get rid of you scum in this life, I will not be a human being. Long Aotian hissed and trembled. The nails of his clenched fists pierced into his flesh and blood flowed continuously. Whoosh! At that moment, several more dense bursts of armor-piercing and artillery shells were fired. 11 looked at the long knife in his hand. It had broken. He threw away the long knife and turned his head to look at Yifeng on the airplane and Yilu, who was in the middle of a fierce battle in the distance, with a gentle gaze. And then he laughed, blood still coming out of his mouth, staining his chest. And then, he resolutely turned around, gritted his teeth, borrowed strength from his feet, and his body rose up in the air to meet those cannonballs. Protect Yifeng behind him from any harm. No! Long Aotian wailed in grief and indignation. His voice was mournful and incomparable. He couldn't bear to see such a loyal and brave man die like that. He was willing to trade with it if he could. At the back, Yi 6 saw 11 and also instantly reddened his eyes. No! 11! Yifeng also looked at 11. His gaze instantly turned blood red as he shouted angrily, 11, come back, come back. But for the first time, 11 did not follow Yifeng's orders. The shells were met with determination. Long Aotian closed his eyes. Yifeng once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yi Lu in the distance had already broken through those people's encirclement and shot towards 11. Rumble! But just in the nick of time, there was a sudden roar of helicopters in the distance. The voice of someone from the War Ministry came from Long Aotian's communicator. Tap! We're here! Fire! Fire! Give me full fire! Long Aotian, whose eyes were red to the extreme, let out a roar that shook the heavens. Rumble! Above the sky, weapons on several helicopter gunships spewed hot tongues of fire, shot at the dense blue points of light and countless cannonballs. But there were just too many blue points of light and shells. There were still a few heading towards the ground. And at this time, 11's body also brazenly rushed towards those armor-piercing bullets that were about to smash down. Boom! Violent explosions rang out. And once again, 11 used his flesh and blood to harden himself against the terrifying explosions and impacts of those shells, hardly letting it fall and ripple to Yifeng in the airplane behind him. On the other side, countless people from the battle ministry surged in wildly like a tidal wave. Countless guns, sending out dense bullets. It was as dense as a gust of wind and rain, shooting towards those who had previously surrounded Yi Lu. Boom boom boom. Countless artillery shells, rising from the distance, shot down sharply toward the location of the garrison. For a moment, the ground shook. 11 finally smiled at the sight. It was as if his body had been drained of all its strength as well, and he fell down powerlessly from mid-air. Yi Lu also came underneath 11 and caught him up. At this moment, 11's face was pale, and the blood at the corner of his mouth couldn't stop flowing. 11, hold on, hold on. Yi Lu's eyes glowed red as he hissed in a stern voice. He pulled out his communicator again and hissed frantically. Boss and 11 are seriously injured. Where the are you all? Come on. Chapter 31 Travel to Central South. In the meantime, the powerhouses of the Fifth Kingdom who were rushing to the Sea City from all over the world once again increased their speed. Old 6, we're here. The words on the channel just fell, only to see two silhouettes shooting not far away. It was Yi 13 and Yi 12 who had rushed here after dealing with the Bai family and all those involved in kidnapping and torturing Yi Xiaoxiao and Jiang Cheng. The two of them hurriedly pulled out 2 pills and stuffed them into the mouths of 11 and Yifeng. Under the effects of the elixir, the two finally recovered some of their condition. Yifeng spoke. 12th, you stay and take care of 11th. 13th and Old 6th will go with me to Central South. Yes. Yi 12 nodded. Long Aotian also said towards the head of the Zhengzhou War Department, clear the entire Sea City for me, and at the same time, do everything at Mr. 12's command. Yes. The plane raced towards South Central. Other side, capital of South Central Province, Jiang Family Manor. Jiang Xiong was currently in his room packing up various gifts that he was going to bring back to the Central Plains to offer to the Jiang family. Soon, all the expensive gifts were as neatly packed as possible, just waiting for my own sons to bring back those 3 people with special blood types and organs. When the time came, he would be able to take his son back to the Central Plains with him and present the gift. But after waiting for a long time, Jiang Xiong did not wait for news of his son, was about to call and ask about it. An underling came hurrying through the door. Family master, it's bad. We just got news that a powerful martial artist has appeared over at High City and sneak attacked the High City resident department. After that, the people from the War Ministry over in Jiangcheng suddenly appeared in Haicheng and opened full fire on the Haicheng resident ministry, destroying the entire Jiangcheng resident ministry. And our people, all of them, were wiped out. What? Zhang Xiong was instantly furious. Do people in Sea City eat? The men hurriedly returned. Family master. Those sneak attack martial artists were too strong and appeared so suddenly that we didn't have the slightest bit of defense. Plus the people from the Jiangcheng War Department suddenly appeared in Haicheng. They were heavily armed and caught us off guard. Zhang Xiong's face instantly became incredibly gloomy. War Ministry, you're looking for death. Where are they now? The henchmen hurriedly returned. They're still at the resident ministry in Haicheng at this moment. Zhang Xiong's face became even more gloomy. Seek death. Immediately get everyone in High City to move and exterminate all those people. Also, gather people from several nearby cities and head to Haicheng for support. This time, I'm going to let all the people from the Jiangcheng War Department die in Haicheng for me. Yes, the men left in a hurry. With Zhang Xiong's command, the entire Sea City then completely boiled over. The people from the Haicheng government started to carry out Zhang Xiong's orders at the first time. Zhang Ping, the head of Haicheng City, even led the command personally. Whether it was the underworld or the white world, whether it was ordinary people or martial artists, whether it was official or unofficial people, all of them started to act. For a time, the entire Sea City was at a loss for words and grass. Countless silhouettes were like a tidal wave, sweeping towards the Haicheng resident department. Boom! Right about this time, a thunderclap suddenly rang out in the sky of Haicheng. Shortly thereafter, the pea-sized rain came down in a rush. Haicheng resident department airport. And at this moment, the people from the War Ministry had already wiped out all the people from the Haicheng resident ministry. And except for the airport, the entire resident ministry was in ruins. After cleaning up the people involved, all the soldiers gathered around and formed a large circle around 11, who was cross-legged on the ground. Everyone's eyes were red and their faces were all tense. They didn't dare to make any noise for fear of disturbing 11. The behavior of 11 just now, they all saw it clearly. They are all soldiers. They most admire 11, such a strong iron bone and loyal and brave man. They all prayed silently in their hearts. All of them don't want anything to happen to 11. And just at that moment a soldier came hurrying over, toward the head of the Jiangzhou War Department. Team Lin, we just got word that the Haicheng people are encircling towards us. The person in charge had not yet spoken. 12 then spoke first. You guys protect 11. Leave the scumbags outside to me. After saying that, Yi 12 left the airport with his sword. Chapter 32, Feast of the Arts. At this moment, a wide main road outside the airport. Hundreds of silhouettes wearing uniform black armor, like a black tide, stepped through the rain curtain with neat steps and came surging in. Their aura was sky high and their killing intent was overwhelming. These people were the official guards of Haicheng, and they were the first to arrive. Leading the way were two young people, a man and a woman. Both men were similarly clad in black armor. The breath on their bodies was equally raging. A transparent barrier converged around them, draining away all of the falling rain, not a single drop able to fall on their bodies. The two of them were martial artists, with strength reaching the earth level. Dragon Kingdom martial artists have the realms of heaven, earth, Xian Huang. The yellow level is the lowest and the heavenly level is the strongest. Retreat here, or die. Right at this moment, amidst the roiling rain, Yi Xii's flat voice rang out. The voice was small, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone stopped walking at the same time and looked ahead into the middle of the rain, only to see the figure of Yi 12, dressed in a black robe, slowly appearing in front amidst the rain curtain. He came with his hands clasping his sword and his feet steady. Not a single drop of the bean-sized, dense rain could fall on him. With every step he took, the rainwater that gathered under his feet automatically drained away, not staining the black cloth shoes on his feet one bit. You were the one who stole and attacked Haicheng's resident ministry? The leading male martial artist, who possessed the realm of the earth level, opened his mouth and asked. Yi 12 didn't reply, but spoke again. Retreat here, or die. Being ignored by Yi 12 like this made the male martial artist very upset. I think you're the one looking for death. The male martial artist shouted explosively. His figure shot out, piercing through the rain curtain and attacking towards Yi 12. Yi 12 was still idly striding along, and the moment the male martial artist got close, he slightly raised his feet and then dropped them. An inexplicable force then landed on the male martial artist's body. Bang! The male martial artist's body flew backward at an even swifter speed, ruthlessly smashing down in front of the female martial artist and the hundreds of guards at the back. It was a bloody mess from the fall. You are a heaven-level martial artist? The female martial artist looked at Yi 12 who was slowly coming in horror. Her heart was shocked and her scalp was numb. Yi 12 didn't open his mouth. Still walking slowly, with each step falling, the rainwater automatically drained away and wouldn't stain his black cloth shoes one bit. And each of these steps was like a giant hammer, smashing hard on everyone's heart. Kill him. The female martial artist couldn't bear the oppressive feeling and roared out in anger. The hundreds of guards at the back also caught wind of the situation. Towards Yi 12 pounced. Yi Xii's feet moved once again, lift slightly. Swish! At this moment, the raindrops that were falling rapidly in front of Yi 12 actually all strangely stopped in midair. Subsequently, Yi Xii's foot stepped down. The dense raindrops, all of a sudden like bullets shooting out, actually all changed their direction and shot towards those several hundred guards. Please. These raindrops were sharp to the extreme, sharply passing through the hard armor on the frontmost crowd of guards, and then through their bodies, erupting behind him in a path of demonic blood-colored flowers. And then the force still did not slow down in the slightest, rapidly pierced through the back of a steady stream of people pouncing on the body, but also exploded in their wake. A single demonic blood flowers. It's like a feast of art. A few breaths later, all of these guards paused in place. The female martial artist who had witnessed the just now godlike scene looked at Yi 12 dumbfounded. Within his eyes, he was filled with a dense and extremely shocked look. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi 12 still didn't open his mouth to reply. Instead, he turned around calmly. Just the moment he turned around, poof, put. The bodies of those hundreds of guards in the back burst apart at the same time. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. The bodies of nearly 1,000 people burst apart. At the same time, the scene was simply terrifying to the extreme. It's raining harder. Like the sky is about to break. The thick flesh and blood on the ground was soon washed clean by the converging rain. The road that was originally filled with black-clothed people and somewhat crowded. At this moment, only the female martial artist was left standing alone. The female martial artist tried to say something, but nothing came out. It just felt like my body was getting colder and colder and my vision was getting blurry. She struggled to lower her head, and at some point, many dense holes appeared in her torso, and blood was spewing out. Bang! Her body collapsed helplessly to the ground. It fell into a pile of broken flesh, washed clean by the rush of rain. The rain was even heavier. The surrounding area was fogged up, and the dense raindrops still didn't have a single drop falling on Yi Xii's body. Chapter 33, A Slap in the Face. Soon, Yi Xii's figure disappeared into the rain. It wasn't long before the heavy curtain of rain was pierced by a blinding light. Several chariots attacked, hundreds of them. Behind the chariots were several raging heavily armed and imposing silhouettes, as many as 5,000 people. They came raging like a torrent of steel. A couple of people got out of a bulletproof car in the center. Leading the way was a middle-aged man. And this person was none other than Jiang Ping, the number one person in this high city. Jiang Ping, formerly known as Zhou Ping, used to be the boss of the underground world in Haichang, and after Jiang Xiong unified the entire central and southern province, he recognized Jiang Xiong as his righteous father and changed his surname to Jiang. Jiang Xiong made him the head of the city of Haichang. And now the sea city that he was defending was actually being invaded, which made Jiang Ping very enraged. All of you, surround this place for me, kill anyone inside without mercy, don't even spare a fly for me. I'll let them know what the consequences will be if they dare to mess with my Jiang family. Yes, but just as everyone was ready to act, kill yourselves, and I can leave your bodies intact. A voice that was cold to the core suddenly rang out. The voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. An old man beside Jiang Ping, dressed in an ancient robe with white hair, shouted coldly, "Where are the rats, pretending to be gods and goddesses? Get out here!" The old man was the number one martial arts expert in this Jiang city. His strength had reached the peak of the heavenly grade, and was only one step away from stepping into the realm of the Grandmaster after the heavenly grade. This person has also returned to the Jiang family and has made great achievements for the Jiang family in the past few years. The old man's voice was so strong that it shook the rain around him, causing it to stop somewhat and the mist to dissipate. As the fog was shaken away, the crowd could clearly see that a silhouette had appeared on the road ahead. He was dressed in a long black robe, with black cloth shoes and a long knife in his arms, was taking a step towards where they were. With every step, the rainwater under his feet automatically dispersed without staining the slightest bit. The old man's brows furrowed when he saw this. He was able to tell that the strength of the incoming person had at least reached the celestial level. Claptrap. In an instant, countless people's guns were aimed at the visitor. But the visitor remained calm and came at an idle pace. Jiang Ping was about to order a shot, but he was stopped by the old man. This person should be the martial artist who sneaked up on the resident ministry earlier. I'll clean him up. Jiang Ping nodded. The old man took a step forward. The aura is all over the place. The powerful aura agitated the continuously falling rainwater, instantly changing its position. Not a single drop was able to fall within 10 meters of the old man. Seeing this, Jiang Ping immediately complimented. Elder Lu, you're about to advance to the realm of the patriarch. Ah! The people present were all horrified when they heard this. With strength reaching the realm of the sovereign, one was considered to have completely left the ranks of ordinary people. It will be honored by all. It's been honored by countless people. Elder Lu's expression was natural, and his eyes looked towards Yi 12, who came slowly. Kid, were you the one who sneaked up on the resident ministry? Yi 12 did not reply, still walking slowly. Seek death. Lu Lao, who was at the peak of the heaven rank and about to step into the realm of the sovereign, was instantly enraged. As a quasi-sect master powerhouse, he was highly respected in the entire high city. Even Jiang Xiong of the Jiang family treated him with respect. But I didn't expect to be so ignored by a junior today. Elder Lu's angry shout fell at the same time. The figure also appeared in front of Yi 12. The powerful palm, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, then shot towards Yi 12. Where the fist passed, it set off a biting fist wind, blowing the surrounding rain to the sides in a hurry. And at this moment, facing the fist that came in a hurry, Yi 12 stopped where he was and did not make any movement. Seeing Yi 12 stop where he was, Jiang Ping couldn't help but sneer out. So it's a mole who was actually subdued by old Lu's punching edge. Elder Lu also couldn't help but shake his head. He had thought that Yi 12 was a comparable opponent, and that was why he had just gone all out. However, he didn't want to, but Yi 12 was actually shocked by his own aura and stayed in place. Just when everyone thought that Elder Lu was going to kill Yi 12 with this punch, suddenly, Yi 12 moved, only to see him slowly stretch out his right hand, as if he were repelling flies. With a light wave, pop, an invisible force then landed on old Lu's face. Then under the gaze of everyone's horrified eyes, Elder Lu's head looked like a watermelon and instantly exploded. And his body was also slapped away by this light slap, ruthlessly hitting the hard concrete wall on the side. The cement wall collapsed, instantly submerging Lu Lao's headless body. At this moment, the entire scene was dead silent. Everyone was all frozen in place as if they were petrified. No one had expected that Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the heavenly grade and just one step away from entering the realm of the patriarch, would just have his head blown apart by Yi Xii's slap. Everyone felt like they were dreaming, incomparably dreamy. Chapter 34. Yi 12 didn't even look at old man Lu since the beginning. His face was calm and indifferent, holding his sword as he continued to walk towards Jiang Ping and the others. You were given the chance, but you didn't treasure it. Then die without burial. Kill him, kill him. Jiang Ping was also frightened by Yi Xii's terrifying battle power. Frantic hissing. Thousands of people in the rear also heckled the triggers in their hands. Bang bang bang. Dense bullets pierced through the rain curtain and shot towards Yi 12. Facing countless bullets, Yi 12, however, had a calm face. Swish, only to see him slowly draw out his long sword, and with a push of his feet, his figure rose sharply into midair. The long knife in his hand was swung violently. A blade on that was terrifying to the extreme swept down from midair. This slash was stunning and terrifying. With endless killing intent, it landed sharply like a silent red train. All the bullets and the rain, as much as possible, were crushed. A vacuum was created, and that blade on that seemed to be able to silence everything still didn't stop, heading towards the hundreds of chariots on the ground. Boom boom boom. Wherever the blade passed, all the chariots were chopped in two. And at this moment, the power of the sword on did not decrease at all, and shot towards the thousands of experts at the back again. The faces of those thousands of experts in the back instantly changed wildly. The first time they wanted to retreat, they were shocked to realize that their bodies were enveloped by that terrifying killing intent, and they could not move at all. No! Someone screamed out in horror. Put! With a muffled sound, everyone was cut off as much as they could. Boom! There was another loud bang. The ground at the back was splattered with smoke and debris, and the hard concrete ground, moreover, was chopped out by this horrifying blade into a gully that was about 50 meters long. The corpses of those thousands of experts fell into that deep pit as much as they could, filling it up. The moment, the entire scene was plunged into a deathly silence, with only the sound of rainwater continuously hitting the ground. In the rear, a group of people from the Zhengzhou War Department, who didn't know when they had appeared. At this moment, they were all as if they were petrified, stagnant and inwardly shocked. Is he a human or a god? Someone muttered a loss of words. Captain Lin, who was leading the group, also woke up. Whether he's a god or a man, he'll be the object of my worship from now on. All of you, gather at once and sweep all the remaining Zhang family members from the entire high city for me. Remember, no one left behind. Yes, all the members of the War Department, with murderous intent, left this place. Good boy. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your strength has grown. 11 walked out at this moment as well. At this moment, he no longer had any injuries on his body, and this injury made him not only not fall, but instead, he was blessed by the disaster, allowing his strength, which had not been refined for a long time, to advance even further. It's okay? Yi 12 asked. It's okay, 11 returned. Let's go. Go to Central South and protect the boss. Yi 12 laughed. The two men were soon in another helicopter, breaking through the rain and shooting off. In the meantime, Jiang family compound, South Central Province. Jiang Xiong put down the phone. Hai Chang was being impacted by the War Department. This was something he had to inform the Jiang family about. Incidentally, he also told the Jiang family about his own son finding someone with the right blood type and organs for Jiang Xing as well. The Jiang family was very happy, and even sent someone over to meet them personally. And they also promised that if the person sent by Jiang Xingyu could really cure Jiang Xing, then they could return to the Jiang family and change their surname to Jiang. This made Jiang Xiong very happy, and he was now waiting for his son to bring the person back. Family master, I just got word that the 3 people that the Duke sent over are arriving soon, a henchman hurriedly said. Jiang Xiong was overjoyed when he heard this. Ha ha ha, well, quickly get ready to receive my son's triumphant return. Yes, master of the house. Also, notify everyone in the entire Central South and have them all come over to me right away. After that, people from my Jiang family are going to come over in person to pick us up and take us back to the Jiang family, and have them assist us in preparing a grand welcome dinner for the Jiang family. Yes. Chapter 35, Ahead for Ahead. With Jiang Xiong's command, the top people from all walks of life and all fields in the whole of Central and South China had gathered here. Each of them carried in his hand the most valuable gifts. Soon, the entire Jiang family manor was decorated in the utmost luxury, with lights and colors everywhere, bustling with activity. Rumble. Not long after, a helicopter landed sharply. Jiang Xiong led all the celebrities in Central South to personally go over to greet them, but there was no sign of his son, Jiang Changyu. On the plane, there were only 3 people, Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents. This made Jiang Xiong a bit puzzled. Where's my son? One of the pilots hurriedly replied back. Young master is in the plane behind. He should be here soon. Jiang Xiong immediately smiled with joy. Good. You have worked hard. Heavy reward. All go down to receive the reward. The 2 pilots left in a hurry. Come on, take good care of these 3. Several more people came over and took all 3 of Yi Xiaoxiao away. At this time, the men reported. Family master, we just received news that our air defense identification zone has monitored a plane from Hai Chang intruding. Should we intercept it? Jiang Xiong instantly said. No interception. Release them immediately. That's my son coming back. Yes. The men left in a hurry. Meanwhile, on the other side, the airplane that Jifeng and the others were traveling on had just entered the airspace of Zhongnan when it was spotted by the people from the Zhongnan escort department. There are air defenses that lock onto the plane at first, just as Yi-13 was about to go down to settle the air defense means, only to be suddenly released. Long Ao Tian was also the first to receive some news, and he hurriedly told Jifeng about this news. Mr. Yi, we just received news that your family was sent to the Jiang family manor, and this Jiang family's people are holding a grand banquet at the Jiang family manor at this moment in order to celebrate this. Swish, Yifeng and Yi-6 and Yi-13 were instantly furious. To the Jiang family estate. Yes. The airplane boosted its speed and rushed to the Jiang family estate. In the meantime, in the Jiang family manor, at this moment the banquet had also begun. All the big names in the entire Central South province, the celebrities in various fields, and the leaders of various trades and industries. In short, all the powerful and noble people in the entire Central South have arrived at this moment. The parking lot outside the manor brought together countless expensive luxury cars. There was even a long line at the door. All the powerful and wealthy people from all over the world were lining up in a long line at the moment to send congratulatory gifts to the Jiang family. Xin Tian, the richest man in Shanghai, is giving away 200-year ginseng. Zhou Tianlin, the richest man in Nanling, sends a 200-year-old He Xiaowu, the first delivery of 500 grams of dendrobium in North Cloud City. The things that everyone sent were not money and other mundane items. They were all precious medicinal herbs or expensive calligraphy and paintings and other items. Everyone clearly knew that this Central South province had been completely controlled by Jiang Xiong, and money was the least important thing for the Jiang family. It's these scarce things that represent their hearts. Just as everyone was giving their gifts and the person at the door at the gift selection desk was registering them. Bang! Suddenly a bloody head landed on the table at the declaration office. An earth-shattering voice then rang out. It exploded inside and outside the Jiang family manor. Yi Xioluo, Senjiang family Jiang Headone. The originally bustling, crowded Jiang family manor and its interior and exterior were instantly dead silent. In the doorway, all eyes all looked at the bloody head on the table. They were appalled. That head was no one else's. It was none other than the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingyu's. Rumble. At that moment, not far overhead, a helicopter came rushing in. Several figures then shot down from the airplane. The people who came were no other than Yi Feng and Long Aotian as well as Yi Lu and Yi 13. Chapter 36 Strong Jiang Xiong. In an instant, all of the gazes of everyone all looked at Yi Feng's few people. It was discovered that it did not recognize Yi Feng and the others. Who are these people that are so bold? Dare to provoke the Jiang family like this? Just now, I seem to have heard its name as Yi Shulua? Yi Shulua? Isn't that the traitor from the border army? Someone was astonished beyond measure. Yes, that's him. Isn't Yi Shulua he's being hunted by the whole country? He's actually still alive? What is he doing here? And killed Lord Xiong's son? Whatever he's here to do, he's dead. Everyone was talking and felt that Yi Feng and the others were dead, daring to kill Jiang Qingyu, and sending Jiang Qingyu's head to the Jiang family's doorstep. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. Assholes, daring to sow their wild oats in the Jiang family's territory. Kill them for me. The leader of the guards at the door was the first to shout out. The hundreds of imposing and well-trained guards around them did not hesitate to raise their guns and shoot. Seek death. Yi Lu snorted coldly, and the long knife in his hand that emitted an icy cold aura was sheathed. An extremely sharp blade swept out. Wherever it passed, all bullets were shattered, and the blade instantly landed on the hundreds of guards. It was directly chopped horizontally in two. This scene that was terrifying to the extreme caused everyone present to be shocked beyond measure. Some people with poor tolerance couldn't help but bend over and vomit when they saw the piece of corpse broken in two at the entrance. And at this time, Jiang Xiong in the manor also came out with his men. Jiang Xiong's face remained calm when he saw the corpses and piercing blood all over the ground. When he saw his son's head again, he remained calm as usual, only that a raging killing intent overflowed from his body. Years of being in a high position had already made him happy and angry. His gaze turned from his son's head to Yi Feng and the others. When he saw Yi Feng, his eyebrows jumped slightly. He knew Yi Feng. His second brother Zheng Tian was the Kirin war god of the Dragon Kingdom, and he had seen pictures of Yi Feng and several other great war gods at his second brother's place before. He was puzzled. He had no grievances with Yi Shulua. Why would Yi Shulua suddenly come to their Jiang family's territory and kill his son? However, when he saw Long Aotian beside Yi Feng, he was shocked. Long Aotian he naturally recognized. After all, their Jiang family had become a thorn in the side of the war ministry's eyes after all these years of circling the land as king and disobeying orders. Over the years, Long Aotian hadn't thought twice about uprooting the power of their Jiang and Zhang families, and the two sides hadn't had many encounters. Both of them were technically considered enemy rivals. This made him even more puzzled as to why this Long Aotian would be with the traitor Yi Shulua of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that this Long Aotian also betrayed the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Shuluo, you're a traitor. You don't go to run for your life, but you still dare to come to my Jiang family to find trouble. Do you want to die? Jiang Xiong spoke in a cold voice. Although he knew that this Yi Shuluo was very strong, Jiang Xiong still did not place him in his eyes. Yi Shulua's strength was indeed very strong, but in the eyes of their Jiang family, he was still nothing more than an ant. Even if it was Long Aotian and the Dragon Kingdom's state lord, they were not afraid. Not to mention Yi Shulua, a tiny Dragon Kingdom border war god. What's more, Yi Shulua was now a traitor being hunted down by the Dragon Nation's entire nation, and was even less to be feared. Jiang Xiong, hurry up and hand over the person your son sent back. Before Yi Feng could say anything, Long Aotian who was on the side took the first step and shouted loudly. Jiang Xiong snorted coldly. Humph, Long Aotian, what are you? You dare to yell here? Hiss. The moment Jiang Xiong's words left his mouth, all those present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. All of them did not expect that this old man who followed Yi Feng was actually Long Aotian, the number one person in the war department of the Dragon Kingdom. Even more, he didn't expect that Jiang Xiong would actually dare to treat Long Aotian in such a way. However, thinking of the Jiang family behind the Jiang family, people were relieved. Over the years, the Jiang family's strength is heavenly, dominating the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, controlling millions of soldiers, supporting their own troops, circling the land as a king, and vaguely meaning to break away from the control of the Dragon Kingdom. And the Dragon Kingdom could do nothing about the Jiang family in the past few years. There was no excuse for Jiang Xiong to treat Long Aotian this way now. After all, people have the capital to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 37 Jiang Xiong's Calculations. Being scolded by Jiang Xiong like this, Long Aotian was also extremely angry. In a stern voice, he rebuked, Jiang Xiong, your Jiang family has dominated Central South, poisoned the people, and killed innocents indiscriminately. And now you dare to kidnap cultivators' family members and command Hai Cheng's people to strike against us. You're heinous in your sins. So why don't you tie your hands and return to the capital with me to be tried? Or else you're just waiting for your Jiang family to be destroyed. When Jiang Xiong heard this, it became clear that the person his son had kidnapped was actually this Yishio Luo's family. He also understood why this Yishio Luo came here and killed his son. Originally, he was still thinking about how to use this opportunity to exterminate Long Aotian, removing a rival for the Jiang family, so that the Dragon Kingdom would be even more afraid of their Jiang family and wouldn't dare to have any more thoughts about their Jiang family. I didn't expect this Long Aotian to actually take the initiative to say that the person they kidnapped was the family of Yishio Luo, the traitor of the Dragon Kingdom. This instantly made him count. Jiang Xiong laughed coldly. To cure me? You a defector are worthy of it too? You, a person from the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, is with a traitor of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment, showing that you have also become a traitor of the Dragon Kingdom. And my son, in order to carry out the orders of the Dragon Kingdom, captured the family of the traitor Yishio Luo to deal with Yishio Luo, only to be killed by you. You two traitors actually dared to kill someone from my Jiang family, the Dragon Kingdom's stock and barrel. You are heinous. I will now exterminate you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Xiong was satisfied with his plan. Killing Long Aotian and Yishio Luo would not only avenge his son's death, it would also allow him to kill these two with a justifiable reason that would not fall into disrepute, and it would also add to the prestige of their Jiang family. Although their Jiang family was now embracing the army and circling the land as king, they were not yet at the point of truly tearing themselves apart from the Dragon Kingdom. The two are not at the point of immortality either. If he took the risk of killing Long Aotian, it would definitely trigger the Dragon Kingdom's wrath. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom would definitely go to war with their Jiang family. That's not what they want. But if he used this reason of Long Aotian being with the traitors of the Dragon Kingdom to kill Long Aotian and Yishio Luo, there wouldn't be anyone who would dare to say they weren't. They had killed Yishio Luo, a traitor, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, and they had also killed Long Aotian, a traitor who had aided and abetted the enemy. When the time comes, it is expected that no one will dare to say anything against them, and on the contrary, they will even sing praises of them for hoeing for the country. The Dragon Kingdom would probably not dare to find them in trouble at that time, and would even have to give them a reward for the Jiang family and a reward for his son. Otherwise, the consequences of this man's words are not something anyone can afford. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Xiong felt that the heavens were helping them. Actually letting his own son kidnap Yishio Luo's family sent him such a heavenly opportunity. As soon as Jiang Xiong said this, Long Aotian's face changed. I didn't expect Jiang Xiong, the old fox, to be so smart as to think of such a move. At this time, Jiang Xiong raised his arm and called out, "Gentlemen, follow me to kill these two traitors and weed out the traitors for our country." Everyone in the room understood the reasoning. One by one, they were ready to do it. The Jiang family's group of experts and guards also surrounded Yifeng and the others from all around, just waiting for Jiang Xiong's command. They would swarm up and exterminate the two on the spot. But before Jiang Xiong could say anything, "A bunch of mole crickets are worthy of killing my boss." Yi 13 snorted out coldly, and the long knife in his hand was blatantly sheathed. A sword swept out. Those in front of them, who were surrounding them, instantly separated their hands. These people had just been egged on by Jiang Xiong's words, and they all seemed to have forgotten that they were all just ordinary people. Seeing dozens of people destroyed by a single slash, the remaining people then remembered that Yishio Luo's big name was called out by his enemies. They actually presumed to make a move against such a terrifying killing god. It's a death wish. For a while, all of these people retreated in fear. Chapter 38. But there were still some people who were extremely arrogant. Towards Yi 13. He drank. Asshole. Dared to kill in front of Lord Xiong. You. However, before he could finish his sentence, his head flew straight up. Who wants more noise? Yi 13 carried his sword forward, his face full of ferocity. Everyone was too scared to speak at once, afraid of offending this murderous fellow. After all, none of their heads are made of steel. No one dared to stand out anymore, and the long knife in Yi Xii's hand pointed straight at Jiang Xiong. "Hand over my boss's family immediately. I can consider leaving you a whole body." The moment Yi 13 said this, everyone present laughed. It was as if he had heard some funny joke. Ridiculous indeed. Who is Jiang Xiong? That was the majestic lord of the South Central Province, a member of the Jiang family that had dominated the Central Plains for many years. Not to mention a tiny Yishio Luo. Even the Dragon Kingdom lord probably wouldn't dare to say such words in front of Jiang Xiong. But now, a small little Yishio Luo's henchman actually dared to say such big words in front of Jiang Xiong. It's just ridiculous. Kid, do you know what kind of existence Lord Xiong is? And you actually dare to hold a sword against Lord Xiong like this? Kid, why don't you get on your knees? Noisy! Yi 13 snorted coldly, and with a flash of the long knife in his hand, the necks of those few people who raved incessantly and wanted to curry favor with Jiang Xiong instantly burst open. Blood sprayed out. Now everyone was shocked. All of them did not expect that this Yi 13 actually so ruthless, said to kill, simply will not leave room for anyone. Seek death. Jiang Xiong was instantly furious and was about to strike, but at this time, Zhou Tianlin, the richest man in Nanling, stood out, and beside him was an old man in a tang suit with a brash face. Zhou Tianlin spoke. Lord Xiong, there is no need for you to do it yourself. 2 traders from the Dragon Kingdom are just 2 traders. Just let me help you clean it up. Although Zhou Tianlin, the richest man in Nanling, was the richest man in a place, he had never been qualified to curry favor with Jiang Xiong, and now that there was such a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Not only Zhou Tianlin, all the other powerful people from all over the world also had the same idea at the moment. They all wanted to take this opportunity to please Jiang Xiong and stand up for the Jiang family. But Nai was preempted by Zhou Tianlin. Jiang Xiong didn't say anything more, and was considered to have acquiesced. Zhou Tianlin looked at the old man beside him. Elder Lu, please. The old man's name was Lu Shang, a veteran powerhouse in Nanling City. His strength had already reached the peak of the heavenly grade, and he was only one step away from stepping into the realm of the patriarch. He was invited by Zhou Tianlin, the richest man in Nanling, to be the envoy of their Zhou family at a price of $100 million per year. Lu Shang nodded his head in a very brash manner. The gazes that looked at Yi Feng's few people carried a strong disdain. Earlier, I heard that the Dragon Kingdom has recently produced a new god of war that is very powerful, and was also called Shura by the enemy. The old man has not been out of action for many years, so it's just right for me to also take a look at what kind of wannabe goods this so-called Dragon Kingdom's god of war is. After saying that, Lu Shang's gaze did not look at Yi 13, but instead looked at Yi Feng with a cocky look. In his eyes, Yi 13 was not worthy of being his opponent at all. With his head held high, he said towards Yi Feng in an almost commanding tone, "Kid, roll over and die." However, his behavior completely angered Yi 13. Yi 13 swept out with a sword. However, Lu Sheng directly ignored Yi Xii's his gaze still looking at Yi Feng. In his opinion, Yi Xii's knife was powerful enough to kill ordinary people, but against him, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Zhou Tianlin in the back was also very proud. Elder Lu is our Nanling City's heaven-ranked martial artist, just one step away from entering the realm of a grandmaster. Killing a war god in name only is a complete handful. When the people around them heard this, they were all envious. The status of this martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom was the most exalted, especially those whose strength had reached the heavenly level and beyond. It was important to realize that the existence of a martial artist was able to influence a lot of things, and could flourish the strength of a family. This was especially true for martial artists of high realms. Also for this reason, many people wanted to invite a heaven-ranked martial artist to their family as an offering, but very few are willing to do so. After all, martial artists whose realms had reached the heavenly level all wanted to go even further and step into that realm of the sovereign, where mortals could not be humiliated. But, just at this time, a sound like a balloon popping rang out. Lu Sheng remained standing in the same place, while Yi Xii's blade aura disappeared. Chapter 39 Master Hua. A mole cricket also attempts to injure Willow Sage. Zhou Tianlin in the back said smugly. That's right. A peak heaven-ranked martial artist is not something these mortals can oppose. Elder Lu is mighty. The people around them also spoke up with a smug look on their faces. Delighted. They didn't notice in the slightest that Lu Sheng in front of them lowered his head with difficulty to look at his abdomen. At the moment, the clothes on his abdomen were slowly splitting open, slowly turning red. Zhou Tianlin from the back urged Elder Lu, hurry up and kill that what's-her-name Yishou Luo to take out the anger on Lord Xiong. But just as Zhou Tianlin's words fell, Lu Shang's abdomen instantly burst open and blood sprayed out. The crimson blood splattered the faces of Zhou Tianlin and the others in the rear. The powerful impact, moreover, impacted Zhou Tianlin and the others to fly backwards, ruthlessly smashing on top of the Jiang family's huge vermilion red door. It made the gate even more bright red. Then under everyone's horrified gaze, Lu Shang's body split in two from his abdomen and fell to the ground powerlessly. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Then someone muttered a disembodied remark. Willow Sage? Dead? How is this possible? A peak heaven-ranked martial artist? Died just like that? Everyone present at the moment all looked at Lu Shang, who had fallen to the ground, in disbelief. It all feels like a dream. It's so unreal. Even Jiang Xiong, who had always been calm, raised his eyebrows slightly. Nor did he expect Yi 13 to actually kill a peak heavenly ranked powerhouse with a single slash. Yi 13 once again raised his sword and pointed it straight at Jiang Xiong. Hand over my boss's family. But at this very moment, an indifferent and incomparable voice suddenly exploded throughout the Jiang family manor. This place is Jiangnan. It's not the turn of outsiders to act recklessly. It was so loud that it shook the branches of the trees and swept up the dust. I've heard before that Yi Xiaoluo is incomparably ferocious, but I didn't expect to see today that he's nothing but a coward who hides behind others. In the distance, an unruly voice came once again. Everyone raised their eyes. Only two silhouettes came slowly in the distance. An old man and a young man. The old man was about 70 years old, dressed in a white robe, with a white beard and hair, and a transcendent temperament, like an immortal Taoist master. The young man was about 20 years old, also dressed in a white robe, with sword brows and starry eyes. The two walked step by step. It looked slow, but in reality it was very fast. A distance of 100 meters, actually came to the front of the crowd in a dozen steps. Seeing the visitor, everyone on the scene bowed to him with incomparable respect. Imperial Master Hua. Greetings, Imperial Master Hua. It's actually Master Hua Yanfei Hua Taisher. He's actually here too. Many people on the scene recognized the visitor. Greetings, Imperial Master Hua. Even Jiang Xiong nodded slightly when he saw this person and took the initiative to greet him. It was only because this person was named Hua Yanfei, a leader of the Central and Southern martial arts community, an actual martial arts powerhouse at the realm of the Sovereign Master. It was now an unrivaled existence in the entire Central South martial arts world. When he was young, he was even unbeatable in the entire Central and Southern province. If Jiang Xiong hadn't come to Jiangnan, this entire Jiangnan would be Hua Yanfei's world. But Hua Yanfei had always been drunk on the path of martial arts and had no interest in worldly matters. That's what allowed Jiang Xiong to take control of the entire Central South. Although Hua Yanfei was unmotivated by worldly matters, the entire Jiangnan still treated Hua Yanfei with respect. He was even respectfully referred to as the Great Master. Hua Yanfei had been unable to progress in his martial realm these past few years. He then wanted to consult Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family, a legendary figure in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, which led him to get closer to Jiang Xiong. Grandmaster Hua also slightly nodded his head towards Jiang Xiong before he turned his gaze towards the duo of Long Outyan and Yi Feng. Yi Xiaoluo, this realm is Central South, not your borderland. You came here uninvited and went on a killing spree. Do you know your sin? Before Yi Feng could say anything, Yi 13 in front of him spoke first. What are you? You dare to ask my boss about his sins. So what if this is Central South? We can come and go as we please. There's no place in this world that my boss can't go. The moment Yi Xii's words left his mouth, everyone at the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. All of them had some respect for this Yi Xii's guts, actually daring to talk to Imperial Master Hua like this. Kid, you seek death. Dare to talk to my master like that. The young man beside Hua Yanfei was instantly furious, and with a powerful punch, he attacked towards Yi 13, wanting to blast Yi 13, the guy who dared to talk to his master like that, to death with a single punch. Yi 13, however, casually chopped out a blade. This light slash looked very weak and feeble. The young man was disdainful, and his fist still did not converge, but instead smashed even more swiftly towards the long knife. However, when his fist impacted on top of the long blade's body, he realized just how terrifying a power the seemingly light blade contained. He regrets it. He regretted striking out. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. The young man's arm instantly burst into pieces, while the long knife's incoming momentum did not decrease in the slightest. Falling on the young man's body instantly stopped in place. Chapter 40, Death. You. The young man raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yi 13, wanting to say something, but all the power in his body seemed to have been drained out of him instantly when that blade landed on him, leaving him unable to say anything else. Put! As if the sound of a balloon bursting rang out, the young man's body cracked open, half of his body sliding down towards the ground powerlessly. This sudden scene was something no one expected. Hua Yunfei's disciple was just killed by Yi 13 with a single slash. Hua Yunfei was also wildly changed. Originally thought that Yi Xii's strength was sparse. Just now the disciple shot. He did not stop, but did not think that Yi Xii's strength was actually so strong. His disciple, who had already reached the realm of the heavenly level, was actually wiped out with a single slash, and to be able to kill a heavenly realm martial artist in seconds, then Yi Xii's strength had definitely reached the realm of a grandmaster. A young patriarch who was less than 30 years old was something he had never heard of. Jiang Xiong, who was on the side, was similarly surprised at this moment. Just now, Yi Xii's successive strikes had made him completely understand that Yi 13 was definitely a powerhouse at the realm of the Sovereign Master. Yi Xiaoluo's men actually had a strong person of the Sovereign realm. A martial artist at the realm of the Sovereign Master was enough to stand up to an army of 10,000. It was no wonder Yi Xiaolue dared to single-handedly barge into his territory. However, even if Yi Xiaolue had the backing of his own Sure realm henchmen, he was still unafraid. His Jiang family had stood in Central South for many years, relying on not only a strong identity background, gold, silver and money, tens of thousands of forbidden troops, but also a superb team of martial artists. However, with Hua Yunfei present at the moment, he naturally wouldn't let his own people make a move. When Hua Yunfei's disciple was killed, Hua Yunfei would definitely step in. Sure enough, as Jiang Xiong had guessed, Hua Yunfei struck out blatantly. Although he was shocked that Yi 13 had reached the realm of a Zongshi at a young age, but there are also strong and weak patriarchs. He had already stepped into the realm of the sovereign 20 years ago, although he hadn't advanced any further over the years, but it was considered to have reached the top of the clan. And Yi 13 was so young, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he definitely wouldn't surpass him at this moment. There is no such genius in the world, even the recognized genius of several provinces in the Central Plains. That demonically talented grandson of Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family, Jiang Xia, had only entered the realm of the Zongshi not more than a few years ago. He did not believe that Yi 13, a person with no name, could be stronger than Jiang Xia, only to see Hua Yunfei move his feet. The expensive marble floor on the ground suddenly cracked inch by inch, and a thick crack was continuously spreading rapidly towards Yi Xii's location. When the people around saw this, they all panicked and dodged away for fear of being affected. Ha! Just a little carving trick. Yi 13 sneered and stood still without moving. As the crack spread and came to less than a meter below his feet also moved slightly. That crack stopped spreading in an instant. Indeed, it is the realm of the sovereign. This move also made Hua Yunfei more certain that Yi 13 was a Zongshi realm martial artist. My turn. Yi 13 let out a cold smile as the long knife in his hand fell through the air. A blade on that glowed with white light fell, landing on top of that prestigious floor on the ground, and a thick crack also appeared afterward, shooting sharply towards Hua Yunfei's position. The speed was even faster and more severe than the move Hua Yunfei had just made. Hua Yunfei's face changed drastically. The figure backed up sharply, but the rift was too fast. In the blink of an eye it caught up with him. Hua Yunfei's silhouette moved and leapt onto the top of the huge courtyard wall of the Jiang family's manor. Yet the crack followed as it did, spreading up the wall. Boom! The courtyard wall, which was made of concrete and steel and was strong enough to resist an attack from a small artillery shell, collapsed. Hua Yunfei also used his strength to leap a few meters high at this moment, shooting towards a large, thick tree not far away. But just as his figure had leaped up, a white light followed him like a shadow, chasing after him at an even swifter speed. Just as Hua Yunfei was about to land on the tree, the white aura struck above his back as well. Put! Two clusters of blood bloomed simultaneously at Hua Yunfei's back undershirt and front chest. His body also fell down towards the ground powerlessly. Blood stained his snow-white clothes. The strongest martial arts master in Central South, Hua Yunfei, dead. Chapter 41, Kill. Hua Yunfei, the leading martial arts practitioner in Central and South China, died just like that. Everyone was in disbelief at the moment. Hard to believe. Yi 13 stood horizontally on the spot with his sword. Does anyone else want to fight me? There was dead silence in the room. Whether it was Jiang Xiong, or the surrounding group of powerful people from all over Central and Southern China, none of them dared to open their mouths. Nor did any of them dare to look at Yi 13. Yi 13 was too strong. In a short period of time, he first beheaded several guards of the Jiang family, then killed the peak heaven level Lu Shang, and then beheaded Hua Yunfei's disciple. Just now, he had even obliterated Hua Yunfei, the number one person in the Central South martial arts Dao, with a single strike. Yi Xii's power subverted all of their imaginations, especially the strike that Yi 13 used to exterminate Hua Yunfei was like a divine skill. In many people's hearts, Yi 13 was no longer a human being, but a god. The same kind of existence as the rumored Jiang family's land god, Jiang Zhongyuan. They were all ordinary people, so how could they be a match for a land god? When no one answered, Yi Xii's gaze once again looked at Jiang Xiong. What other means do you have? Jiang Xiong's face changed slightly as he prepared to make a move. Yi Lu's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Boss, we found the man. Yi Feng's figure instantly moved, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the Jiang family compound, and only an incomparably cold voice was left in place. Kill. Just now, Yi Feng had been listening to these people raving without making a move because Yi Feng was worried if Jiang's family would threaten him with the lives of his sister and parents. For this reason, at that moment when they had killed someone at the entrance and caused a short period of confusion, he had Yi Lu sneak into the Jiang family compound to look for traces of Yi Xiaoxiao's several people, and they stalled at the door. And now, Yi Xiaoxiao's trio had found it. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't listen to these people raving. Yi Xii's body also instantly revealed an extremely terrifying and heavenly killing intent. He's also been wanting to go on a killing spree for a long time. Taking the brunt of the attack, his figure shot towards Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong's figure moved and he no longer hid anything. The strength of the sovereign realm instantly erupted out. The powerful aura immediately stirred the figures of the powerful and noble people from all over the surrounding area to retreat backward sharply. What? Lord Xiong is actually still a martial artist? Everyone hadn't expected that this Zhang Xiong was actually still a powerful martial artist. All along, they had thought that Zhang Xiong was an ordinary person just like them. While E13 was not the slightest bit surprised, he had long realized that this Zhang Xiong was not an ordinary person, but a martial artist. Zhang Xiong did not make a move with E13 after he exploded his true battle power. Instead, he swept towards the manor in a hurry. He already knew Yi Xii's ability. There was no way he could be its opponent. He naturally wouldn't send himself to death. What he wanted to do now was to have someone stall E13 so he could leave this place. At that time, more manpower would be mobilized to exterminate E13 and the others. E13 was just about to give chase. Bang bang bang. Instead, there was a sudden burst of intense gunfire all around. At an unknown time, the Zhang family's guards had already ambushed the surroundings. Countless gun muzzles all spewed out dense tongues of fire. Countless bullets, like raindrops, enveloped towards the doorway. Yi Xii's figure moved and did not go after Zhang Xiong, but came to Long Ao Tian's side. Grabbing Long Ao Tian who was ready to defend, he directly threw him into the Zhang family compound. He, on the other hand, waved his long sword, and several slashes shot out, bringing up a biting wind. Wherever it passed, the dense bullets were lifted off. None of them could get near him, and those powerful people from all over the world at the entrance of the courtyard were all beaten to a sieve at this moment. Blood quickly stained the ground. The blade was like a life-sapping shura, and it instantly landed on the countless Zhang family guards not far away. Several people were instantly chopped in two, but there were too many people around, as many as thousands of people. Yi Xii's figure moved and rushed towards these people. The Big Kill. Chapter 42, Destroy It. Plus Yi Feng. He rushed into the Zhang family's manor and found Yi Lu and his sister's adoptive parents in a room. Upon seeing the condition of Yi Xiaoxiao and her adoptive parents, Yi Feng instantly reddened his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's whole body was almost full of shocking wounds. Almost none of them were intact, and many of the wounds were still bleeding even though they were wrapped by the Zhang family. The entire person's breath was weak to the extreme, and it seemed that there was only one breath left to hold on. Seemingly sensing Yi Feng's arrival, Yi Xiaoxiao, who was in a coma, actually woke up and opened her eyes with difficulty. When she saw Yi Feng's daydreaming face, Yi Xiaoxiao smiled. Yi Feng's heart felt as if it was cut by a knife, causing him to tremble in pain. Yi Feng wanted to hug his sister, but Yi Xiaoxiao was covered in injuries, so he didn't dare to touch. One can only keep apologizing. Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, it's all my brother's fault, it's my brother who came late. I'm sorry. Yi Xiaoxiao was still smiling. Blood was constantly spilling from her mouth, and she wanted to lift her blood and wound-covered hand to touch her brother's face, but with her arm broken, she couldn't lift her hand at all. Yi Feng hurriedly reached out and grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao's hand and placed it on his face. Feeling the warmth coming from her hands, Yi Xiaoxiao smiled even more happily. With the last bit of strength in his body, he uttered a few words with difficulty. Brother, it's so good to see you. The blood in his mouth flowed faster. Seeing her brother who had been separated for many years, Yi Xiaoxiao seemed completely relieved. The breath slowly became weak, the eyes shed tears, and the upper eyelids trembled slightly, to close slowly. But Yi Xiaoxiao still wanted to take one more look at her brother and tried hard not to let her eyes close, but the strength that was slowly draining from her body prevented her from doing so. Yi Feng sensed that Xiaoxiao's life was rapidly disappearing. He grasped Yi Xiaoxiao's hand with a death grip and kept feeding the little breath left in his body frantically into Yi Xiaoxiao's body. No! Xiaoxiao, don't go! You hold on! Dawn, hold on! Hold on! The torture Yi Xiaoxiao had suffered before was too horrible, and after being tortured by Hao Yu in that frenzy, and then bumping all the way from Jiancheng all the way to Zhongnan, it made her hurt even more. If she hadn't been supported by a belief in her heart that she wanted to see her brother, she would have died long ago, and now that she had seen her brother, she had no more regrets, and that belief gradually began to fester. I don't think my body can take it anymore. At the moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's vital signs were disappearing rapidly. The heartbeat and pulse, which were already weak to the extreme, also stopped beating rapidly. No! Dawn, hold on! Yi Feng's eyes were scarlet to the extreme as he frantically surged the breath in his body into Yi Xiaoxiao's body, trying to come and hold on to Yi Xiaoxiao's life. But what made Yi Feng despair was that his faint trace of breath could not stop Yi Xiaoxiao's life from passing away. Without this trace of breath, Yifeng also simply no longer had any ability to save Yi Xiaoxiao. He could only watch as Yi Xiaoxiao was going to die in front of him. But Yifeng sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale to the extreme. Originally had injuries in the body, coupled with this way running, before the successive battles, and now see his sister to die in front of him. Yi Feng's mind, body all suffered an unspeakable trauma. Boss, elixir. At this time, Yi Lu, who had finished resolving the people of the Jiang family who had rushed over, handed a golden pill to Yifeng. Yifeng was like grabbing a life-saving straw as he stuffed the pill into Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth. Yi Xiaoxiao, who originally had no heartbeat or breathing, actually recovered a trace of heartbeat at this moment, but it was very weak. Feeling that Yi Xiaoxiao had regained a trace of her heartbeat, Yifeng instantly yelled excitedly to Yi Lu who was beside him. Quickly ask Old Seven where he has arrived. Hurry! At this moment, Yi Feng's body was weakened to the extreme, and he was completely incapable of saving Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents, so he could only let his subordinate Old Seven come here. Old Seven was Yi Qi, who ranked 7th among the 12 brothers under Yifeng. Yi Qi was known as the living Yama for his amazing attainments in the medical arts. Yes. Yi Lu hurriedly took out his cell phone and asked for Lao Qi's location. Only, after hearing the report on the channel, a shocking rage instantly erupted from his body. Boss, Old Seven was set up by the Tengu group in Japan, and is now being captured by the Tengu group. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was instantly enraged and hissed at Yi Lu. Destroy it for me. Yes. Yi Lu hurriedly nodded his head and hurriedly sent out an earth-shattering roar on the highest channel of the 5th Kingdom. Boss's order. Exterminate the Japanese Yamaguchi group. Destroy it for me. Chapter 43, Destroying the Yamaguchi group. With Yi Lu's order, the carriers, battleships, submarines, and fighters of the 5th Kingdom, which had already entered the Sea of Dragon Kingdom, suddenly all turned their guns and locked their targets on the Japanese nation. All of the countries that were closely monitoring the 5th Kingdom were all a bit confused at the moment. What is this 5th Kingdom up to again? And why has it turned its guns on the Japanese again? Is this to destroy the Japanese? Meanwhile, the Japanese Ministry of Defense, Supreme Command. It's bad. The 5th Kingdom has targeted us. An intelligence officer rushed into the command post in unbridled panic. Supreme Commander Watanabe Muramikai's face turned incredibly pale as he roared in shock and anger. Find out for me. What the hell is going on here? Soon enough, someone checked out the news. It's the Yamaguchi group that's detaining the 5th Kingdom. Are the people of the Yamaguchi group looking for death? The Supreme Commander was enraged to the extreme. This 5th Kingdom was the most powerful existence in this world, and none of those powerful countries dared to mess with them. The Yamaguchi group was so bold that they actually dared to detain people from the 5th Kingdom. Watanabe Muramikai roared. Get me the Yamaguchi group on the phone right now. An intelligence officer hurriedly dialed the number of the Yamaguchi group. But what made them feel incredibly shaken was that the phone number they dialed was actually hung up by the Yamaguchi group. Bastard! Watanabe Muramikai cursed in anger. Contact the people of the 5th Kingdom for me immediately. Make amends and apologize to them. Several staff members hurriedly began to contact the people of the 5th Kingdom, but the 5th Kingdom simply ignored their contact. It's over. It's over. It's completely over. He sat down directly on the ground, full of despair. At the same time, Yi Jiao, who had received the news earlier and had traveled from the farthest away, also happened to arrive in the Japanese country at this moment. When he received the news, he immediately revealed his powerful aura and decapitated several Japanese experts who were spying on him. Hurriedly, he headed towards the location of the Yamaguchi group. Along the way, they encountered countless more Japanese powerhouses who came to stop them, but none of them were able to be Yi Jiao's enemy in a single move. Along the way, Yi Jiao was like a savage beast, killing God in the way of God and Buddha in the way of Buddha. Finally, more than 2 hours later, Yi Jiao arrived at the seashore leading to the Skymouth group. At this moment, thousands of Japanese experts, ninjas, had gathered here, facing a full 1,000 Japanese masters. Ninjas. Yi Jiao didn't say a word. The long knife in his hand swept out. A shocking blade swept across. Those experts were cut off at the waist as much as possible, and blood and flesh fell all over the place, without any obstruction. Yi Jiao rushed towards the island where the Yamaguchi group was located like a bolt of lightning in the dark night. Yi Jiao had already arrived when he appeared outside the island where the Heaven's Mouth group was located. The people of the Yamaguchi group also got the news at the first opportunity. Countless Tiankou group's experts were all guarding the entrance of the Tiankou group's base at this moment, waiting for Yi Jiao's arrival in a strict formation. However, in the next second, everyone was shocked to see a shocking blade on falling sharply from above the sky. The gate of the Yamaguchi group was instantly chopped in two. Then the experts of the Yamaguchi group who were guarding the entrance were killed or injured. The entire Yamaguchi group was also in complete disarray. At this moment, Yijo's figure had already appeared at the entrance of a secret room in the underground base of the Heaven's Mouth group. A petite girl is being held here. Ninth brother. I'm sorry, I was careless and was set up by these assholes from the Yamaguchi group. The girl was no other than Yichi. Go, the boss needs you. Yijo only said one sentence. And then he took Yichi and turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the base of the Heaven's Mouth group. Not long after Yijo led Yichi just left the base of the Heavenly Mouth group, over the island where the Yamaguchi group is located. Countless warplanes suddenly appeared, and several bombs fell like rain. With one huge fireball rising, the island where the Yamaguchi group was located completely disappeared. Oh my god, the Fifth Kingdom actually did make a move against the Japanese. Countries around the world saw the sea of fire on satellite surveillance. One by one, they were shocked into a stupor. Chapter 44 The Best Decision. In the meantime, Japanese Supreme Command Room. Watanabe Muramakai looked at the scene coming from the satellite image, and then after feeling the shaking ground, his expression was even more miserable to the extreme. Commander, what do we do now? A high-ranking officer asked in alarm. Now that the Fifth Kingdom had exterminated the Yamaguchi group, they were afraid that the people of the Fifth Kingdom would still implicate the entire Japanese nation for it. With the terrifying battle power of the Fifth Kingdom, if it really made a move against the Japanese nation, with the battle power of the Japanese nation, it would be impossible for them to be a match for others. But at that moment, Watanabe Muramakai was still in a daze and didn't react at all. Immediately order our defense forces to be mobilized. This Fifth Kingdom is too arrogant. Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they are recognized as a country? Do they think that we, the Japanese nation, are easy to bully? Another radicalized senior member of the Japanese nation angrily droned. Shut the up. It was only at this time that Watanabe Muramakai came to his senses, and directly stepped forward and kicked the aggressive senior to the ground, hissing towards the group of radicals. What do you there know? The power of the Fifth Kingdom is not something you assholes can understand. What the are you going to fight with when their warplanes can quickly appear over the Yamaguchi group and we can't even catch a trace of someone else? Are all those carrier battleships in the Sea of Others eaters? If you make one ING move, we will be removed from this planet as a nation. Watanabe Muramakai, as the Supreme Commander, hadn't failed to gather information about the Fifth Kingdom over the years. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the Fifth Kingdom, and even the backers behind them, the people of the Star-Spangled Kingdom, the strongest country, didn't dare to easily mess with the Fifth Kingdom. There was also the Dragon Kingdom, a powerful country not weaker than the Fifth Kingdom in the slightest, which didn't dare to make any moves in the face of the Fifth Kingdom's encirclement. Not to mention that if they, a small country, really dared to make a move, I am afraid that what would greet them would be a devastating blow. This was all because the Fifth Kingdoms not only had countless terrifying experts, but more importantly, they controlled an absolutely powerful military force in their hands. The most important thing was that people were still in control of a terrifying weapon of mass destruction that could bring about the instantaneous demise of any country. It is precisely because of this that the major powers do not dare to mess with others and are recognized as one country. Keep contacting the people of the Fifth Kingdom for me, and tell them that we apologize to the Fifth Kingdom on behalf of the Yamaguchi group, publicly all over the world, and hand over the remaining Yamaguchi group to the people of the Fifth Kingdom to deal with as many as possible. Then prepare me generous gifts and make reparations to the Fifth Kingdom at once. Undoubtedly, Watanabe Muramakai made the most correct decision, because after the Fifth Kingdom's fighters exterminated the island base where the Yamaguchi group was located, it didn't leave immediately, but kept hovering over the Japanese, and all the carriers and battleships on the high seas have locked onto the Japanese islands. This was not a demonstration, but rather a wait for the Japanese to react. If the Japanese nation wanted to strike at them, then they would not hesitate to strike and destroy the Japanese nation. Within moments, the Japanese nation openly apologized to the Fifth Kingdom toward the world and promised to contribute 50% of its financial income to the Fifth Kingdom every year. And once again, this action of the Japanese nation has sent all the nations of the entire world into a deep shock. However, thinking about the terrifying power of the Fifth Kingdom, everyone felt that the Japanese nation had done the very right thing. And at this moment, everyone also realized that it turned out that this Fifth Kingdom's sudden collective mobilization didn't seem to be targeting the Dragon Kingdom, but rather the Japanese Kingdom. It was the Japanese Yamaguchi group that detained a man from the Fifth Kingdom, and this made everyone feel the strong and domineering nature of the Fifth Kingdom once again, protecting their shortcomings. Just because the Japanese Yamaguchi group detained a person from the Fifth Kingdom, it resulted in the Fifth Kingdom mobilizing en masse. In the end, he even directly exterminated the Japanese Yamaguchi group in front of the whole world. If the Japanese nation hadn't reacted at the first opportunity and taken the initiative to publicly apologize and compensate the Fifth Kingdom all over the world, I'm afraid that the entire Japanese nation might have been annihilated by the Fifth Kingdom. This also made more countries understand that they should never offend anyone from the Fifth Kingdom in the future. And when the Fifth Kingdom got the order, they also evacuated at the first opportunity. But not completely. The still large army surrounded the border of the Japanese nation, surrounding the entire nation. Chapter 45, I heard that you want to kill my boss. South Central Side. Yi 13 decimated all the Jiang family guards in the periphery. Outside the entire Jiang family manor, corpses were piled up and blood flowed into rivers. It's like Shura hell. Yi Lu also killed the countless experts and a portion of the Jiang family members inside the Jiang family manor cleanly. At this moment, inside and outside the entire manor, only Yi Feng and Yi Xiaoxiao were left, along with their parents and Long Ao Tian, because at that moment, Zhang Xiong and the top management of the Jiang family took advantage of the chaos and fled the manor. Yi Lu and Yi 13 went after Zhang Xiong and the others after settling the others. But just after Yi 6 and Yi 13 had both just left, there was a distortion of space on the roofs surrounding the Jiang family manor, and 10 silhouettes suddenly appeared over the roofs. These people were all dressed in black and black robes, and it was impossible to see their exact faces. A powerful and terrifying aura emanated from all of his body. The moment these 10 people appeared, they struck out in unison, and 10 powerful and terrifying white-red trains attacked the room below where Yi Feng was like lightning. In the lower room, Long Aotian, who was accompanying Yi Feng, changed his face furiously when he saw these people receive the divine messenger. Long Aotian was able to tell that these people who suddenly appeared were none other than the receiving god envoys of the receiving god temple. Moreover, they were also able to tell that the 10 receiving god envoys that appeared this time were even more powerful than the 10 that had appeared before. And at this moment, Yi Feng was seriously injured and was unable to fight at all. Yi 13 and Yi Lu went after Zhang Xiong and the others, and at this moment, it seemed that he was the only one who had the power to fight. However, his strength was sparse and ordinary, just a mere earth-level martial artist. Facing these 10 powerful receiving divine ambassadors collectively, there was no way he could be a match for these people. However, he still resolutely protected Yi Feng's body, ready to block these people's attacks for Yi Feng and Yi Xiaoxiao. And Yi Feng didn't even pay attention to the appearance of these people at the moment, but tightly grasped Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, continuously inputting some internal qi that had just been recovered in his body into Yi Xiaoxiao's body, helping Yi Xiaoxiao to maintain her life. Just when the attacks of these 10 receiving god envoys were about to hit the house where Yi Feng's people were, an incomparably cold voice exploded over the entire Jiang family manor. Humph! A bunch of mole-like trash. How dare they come and take a shot at my boss? The sound was like thunder, containing an extremely terrifying aura. At the same time as the sound appeared, the 10 white-red streaks were also instantly shattered. The 10 receiving divine ambassadors on the roof all had their bodies shaken, and the terrifying aura on their bodies instantly weakened to the extreme, nearly falling off the roof. Go! Almost simultaneously, the 10 people turned around at the same time and leapt up from the roof, ready to flee the place. But the moment their figures had just leapt up, they fell sharply. It slammed down hard towards the ground. This was because a terrifying blade appeared above each of their heads, lingering and domineering, powerful and terrifying. Boom! It was accompanied by several loud bangs. 10 people slammed down hard on the ground. It smashed out a huge deep pit in the ground, and then the blade awnings fell sharply in the air above his head. Boom! Another terrifying sound rang out. The Jiang family manor, except for the house where Yi Feng's people were, the rest of the houses were all destroyed. For a while, smoke and dust filled the sky, and the entire Jiang family manor looked like it had been baptized by artillery fire. The once opulent and extremely luxurious Jiang family manor had completely turned into a ruin at this moment. At this point, swish swish swish, 3 silhouettes shot from the distance at the same time, landing on top of the ruins. Mr. 2, Mr. 11, Mr. 12, Long Ao Tian in the room was overjoyed when he saw the 3 people coming from outside, because the people who came were no other than Yi 11 and Yi 12. In the middle of the two, there was also a handsome-looking, tall young man with a terrifying killing intent emanating from his body. This person was no other than the second Mr. of the Fifth Kingdom, the strongest person in the Fifth Kingdom besides Yi Feng. Ya too! Yi Er's feet moved, and the broken rocks and rotten bricks below immediately flew away in all directions, and the head of one of the people from the receiving god's temple that was submerged below was revealed. Yi Er stepped forward and stomped his foot on the man's head, full of arrogance. I heard that you guys are trying to kill my boss. Chapter 46, Death Overture. Fifth Kingdom. You guys are looking for death. The Divine Hall will never let you go. That reception god envoy was still arrogant. Bang! Yi Er's head exploded with the force of his foot. Swish swish. At this time, Yi 6 and Yi 13 also returned. The two of them did not chase Zhang Xiong, but only decimated most of the Zhang family's top echelons. Of course, they didn't really want to chase Zhang Xiong, but they deliberately let him go. They were all well aware that Zhang Xiong had been running the show in Central South for so many years. Now that most of the Zhang family's top echelon had been exterminated, it was thought that Zhang Xiong would definitely go and gather manpower to take revenge. And the Zhang family kidnapped their boss's family. This Zhang family has committed a capital offense. They were also going to use this opportunity to wipe out everyone in the Zhang family, as they had suspected in general. After Zhang Xiong escaped the manor, he gave the first order to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom traitor Yi Xioluo. Let all the clans in the entire Central South come out, and let all the tens of thousands of guards from the Central South Guard Department come out. Get all the inspectorates in South Central, all the traffic department personnel out. With Zhang Xiong's command, the whole of South Central shook. At one time, all the personnel in the entire Central South were mobilized. Countless people converged towards the Zhang family manor with murderous intent. Above the sky, the black clouds that were originally going to disperse once again pressed the top, and an unprecedentedly terrifying aura of solemnity enveloped the entire Central South. A storm is coming. And this side of the Zhang family manor, Long Aotian was also the first to learn of this news. He told Yi Er and the others about this news at the first opportunity. Yi Er and the others were not only not afraid, but all of them revealed an aura of bloodlust. A few people spread out in a hurry, protecting the only house standing in the Zhang family's manor. The black clouds above the sky drooped even lower, and it was as if a layer of black veil had been cast over heaven and earth, as if it had come tonight. The wind was gusting and it was bitterly cold. Boom! Another terrifying thunderclap rang out, and the lightning that seemed like it was going to cut through the sky illuminated the entire space. In the next instant, a drifting downpour, pouring down. In the 4 fields, amidst the huge curtain of rain, a silhouette pierced through the rain and surged forward. The aura on their bodies rushed to the heavens, seemingly dispersing the dark clouds in the entire sky. Yi Er and the others stood calmly in place, unmoved. The rain continued to fall from the sky, but not a single drop was able to land on their bodies. In the 4 fields, more and more people pierced through the curtain of rain and came surging in with great vigor. Tens of thousands of people. Behind them, more kept coming. This first arrival surrounded the entire Zhang family manor. The fusion of all the people's auras actually stirred up so much that the heavy rain that kept on falling rapidly became much smaller. Yi Er's few people, still with calm faces, stood in place, unperturbed. Everyone's body all exuded a powerful aura. A cold killing intent that was in no way weaker than the aura of the tens of thousands of people around them. Not long after, Zhang Xiong arrived, followed by several imposing martial artists as well as several heavily armed escorts. Seeing Yi Er and the others, Zhang Xiong's eyes showed ferocious light. There were no unnecessary words, only one icy cold word resounded throughout the Zhang family manor. Kill! In an instant, countless silhouettes, like surging waves, pounced towards Yi Er and the others. Facing the siege of these countless people, Yi Er and the others remained calm. Several people stood horizontally above the ruins, holding long swords, all with their eyes slightly closed. Several people opened their eyes at the same time when the first one to rush in front of him attacked. There was a streak of cold light jumping in that eye that was as bright as a starry sky. And then, several people flew up at the same time. Swish! The long knife in his hand made a chop at the same time. 5 blade awns that were terrifying to the extreme swept down from midair. These 5 blade awnings were stunning and terrifying. With endless killing intent, it landed sharply like 5 silent red trains. It pierced through the curtain of rain and landed on the raging man. It's a top-notch visual feast, only to see that the countless people who rushed over were instantly cut at the waist and fell down in rows and rows. In an instant, thousands of people fell. The moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Those at the back who didn't rush over in the first place were instantly frozen in place as if they were petrified. Only the sound of cold rain, roaring thunder, howling wind, and gurgling blood kept echoing. Play a death overture. Chapter 47, The Zhang Family. At this moment, the silhouettes of the 5 people landed on top of the ruins at the same time. Holding a long sword in his hand, his aura was all over the place. His clothes were windless and hunting, like 5 heavenly gods. They were radiant. Those 5 pairs of gazes that were like endless starry skies carried an endless cold silence as they landed on the several people in the back who were still frozen in place. Come and fight. The 5 spoke at the same time, their voices shaking the sky, louder than the thunder in the sky. The tens of thousands of people at the back were shaken to the core, their hair standing on end, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast, terrified to the extreme. Some people were even more scared and dropped to the floor. In some cases, they are incontinent and don't even know it. This invisible killing intent also caused the ordinary guards at the very back who were not martial artists to tremble like chaff, as if even their souls were trembling. Kill! Yi Er burst out and shot out first. With endless killing intent, he brought up a stern wing towards the already stunned Zhang family helpers. Yi 11, Yi 12, Yi 13, and Yi 6 followed at the same time. 5 silhouettes, like 5 dancers at the top of their game, danced amongst the crowd. Miserable screams constantly rang out among the crowd, accompanied by the sound of thunder, the sound of wind, and the sound of blood and rain falling to the ground. Once again, a death overture was played. 5 silhouettes fluttered about, and there were bright red blood-colored flowers blooming in mid-air and fading rapidly, accompanied by the rain falling to the ground and splashing a ripple. It's a feast for the ears and a feast for the eyes. Ah! Run away! The ordinary guards at the back, seeing this horrible scene, were terrified, and they didn't know who shouted out. In an instant the group of thousands of people suddenly threw away their armor and fled for their lives. Once these people fled, only Jiang Xiong and some experts from various clans and forces in Central South were left at the scene. As for the fighters of the various forces, they had all been killed by Yi Er and the other 5 at this moment. Are they still human? In the distance, amongst the crowd, a man muttered something out of turn. 5 against tens of thousands, and the advantage goes to the other side. Tens of thousands of people were actually killed off by these 5 godlike killers. When the last one was killed off, the scene was once again dead silent except for the sound of wind, rain and thunder. Jiang Xiong's group in the distance. At this moment, all of them looked like they were struck by lightning, frozen in place. This includes Jiang Xiong as well. The scene just now let him know that this bit of strength of his was complete garbage in front of someone else's eyes. Everything he was so proud of was just dirt in front of others. He had dominated Central South for so many years, integrating various forces and bringing together countless manpower. But in this short period of time, they were killed by Yi Er's 5 people. All of them. The 5 peoples means that were like divine powers were on the verge of shattering his soul. At this moment, Jiang Xiong was truly scared and timid. Just what kind of people are they? What kind of existence have I actually incurred? At this moment, he was inwardly fearful and at the same time, he was also incomparably curious about what this Yi Er and the others actually were. Why did they all address Yi Feng as boss? Wasn't Yi Feng just a tiny border war god? Why are there such horrible henchmen? I'm afraid that the strength of these few henchmen have already caught up with his old master, Jiang Zhongyuan. And at this time, Yi Er and the others' gazes also looked towards Jiang Xiong and the others. Just gaze over. Then, it made those people from various families and forces beside Jiang Xiong tremble in fear, their hearts and minds trembling. Some people were even unable to carry this horrible atmosphere and directly sat down on the ground. If Jiang Xiong hadn't been present, they would have wanted to flee the place at the first opportunity. Yi Er's gaze landed on Jiang Xiong's body. What other means? Jiang Xiong was terrified, and his but went straight to the ground. There was no longer any semblance of the aura of a central and southern lord. Yi Er shook his head slightly, with a display of Yi Xii's long blade beside him. A blade aura shot towards Jiang Xiong and the others. Humph. My Jiang family's people are also for you mole crickets to kill. But at this very moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the back of Jiang Xiong and the others. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared and instantly shattered Yi Xii's powerful blade aura. Yi Er and the 5 of them also looked towards the position behind Jiang Xiong and the others at the same time. Only a middle-aged man came slowly with his hands behind his back. Wherever the man passed, the rainwater that was constantly dripping in the air actually changed its position automatically. Not a single drop dared to fall on his body. And the stagnant water on the ground also drained away at the same time, revealing a clean ground. And behind the middle-aged man, there were 4 old men. They had the same powerful aura emanating from their bodies, and wherever they passed, all the rainwater was also drained away, and not a single drop was able to fall on their bodies. When Jiang Xiong saw the visitor, he was ecstatic, because the person who came was none other than a member of their Jiang family. Chapter 48, The 4 Ghosts of Xiangxi. Jiang Xiong changed his just now appearance of a bereaved dog, and with an ecstatic look, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man who was leading the group. Brother Pang, you're finally here. The brother Pang in Jiang Xiong's mouth was named Pang Tianyu, once the head of the Pang family, the #1 family in Tianbei City, Central Plains Province. And after his father Jiang Zhongyuan took control of Central Plains, Pang Tianyu became one of the top 10 experts under his father Jiang Zhongyuan. Pang Tianyu scanned the corpses piled up around him and glanced at the Jiang family manor that had become ruins. His brows furrowed slightly. In a stern voice, he asked, "What's going on here?" Although Jiang Xiong was Jiang Zhongyuan's son, his status in the Jiang family was inferior to him, an outsider, simply because he was the most trusted confidant beside Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiong hurriedly said, "It's all these people. It's all done by these people. These people are the henchmen of the Dragon Kingdom's traitor Yi Xiaoluo. My son helped the old master find the person the old master needed. My son even went to Hai Cheng to pick up the person himself in order to be able to send the person the old master needed safely to Jiangnan. But my son sent the person back safely, and he was killed by these people. And these people also colluded with Long Aotian and took down the entire Hai Chang. After that they killed here and killed all of our Zheng family. I gathered everyone in order to protect the people that the old master wanted, but they were all killed by these people. Pang Tianyu was a bit surprised when he heard this. Yi Shou Luo and Long Aotian are both here? Jiang Xiong nodded. Yes, they are in that house. And the person the old master wants is there. Or his family. Pang Tianyu was even more surprised. Brother Pang, you must avenge my son and my family. Jiang Xiong pleaded. But Pang Tianyu shook his head. Elder brother Jiang is wrong. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, it's our duty to kill the traitors of the Dragon Kingdom and their families. Jiang Xiong was first stunned. Then he reacted. Understood what Pang Tianyu meant by that. Pang Tianyu was also trying to utilize this opportunity to directly execute Long Aotian and Yi Shou Luo. Remove a great enemy for their Zheng family. Jiang Xiong also hurriedly said. Yes, 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 yes. Yi Shou Luo and this Long Aotian colluded with the intention to rebel and scourge the Dragon Kingdom, and also exterminated the innocent people of my Zheng family. For such a traitor, any of us in the Dragon Kingdom should execute him, and purge the Dragon Kingdom of thieves. Snap. Yi Er from afar couldn't help but applaud. He had seen a lot of hypocrites, but it was the first time he had ever seen one so hypocritical. Who are these mole crickets? Pang Tianyu looked towards Yi Er with a strong disdain in his eyes. Jiang Xiong hurriedly said. They're Yi Shou Luo's men. They're very strong and have probably reached the human Zun realm. The path of martial arts is divided into 4 basic realms of Huangshan, earth and heaven, followed by the realm of the Zongshi, and after the Zongshi, there are the realms of human Zun, Emperor Zun, and heaven Zun, and after the heaven Zun, there is the realm of the land immortals. Pang Tianyu's face was full of disdain. So it's a couple of little yakuza. The realm of human exaltation. He had already reached it 20 years ago, and now it has reached the Emperor realm. Under the Emperor, all are ants. Go, kill all these people, then go kill that Long Aotian and Yi Shou Luo, and bring back those people that the old man wants. Pang Tianyu opened his mouth indifferently, his tone unruly. Yes, the 4 old men in the back came out in unison. Brother Pang, will these 4 be a match for those people? Jiang Xiong was still a bit worried. After all, he had just seen the battle power of Yi Er and the others, and he was still shocked. Don't worry, they are the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. They have already reached the peak of the human Zun realm as early as 10 years ago. It's easy to clean up a few little yakuza. Jiang Xiong and that group of heads of various forces in Central South were shocked when they heard this. Something called surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. They're actually the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan? They had naturally all heard of the name of the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. These 4 people are the masters of Xiangxi, proficient in the art of compulsion, and have plagued Xiangxi for many years, controlling several sects in Xiangxi. The Dragon Kingdom had sent experts to eliminate the 4 on several occasions, but the results were all in vain. Until 3 years ago when these 4 people disappeared strangely, the world speculated whether it was the people from the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond that had stepped in and wiped them out. But I didn't expect these 4 to become Pang Tianyu's men. Jiang Xiong and the others were all excited when they thought about the fame of the 4. Chapter 49, I'll kill you. Under the adoring gazes of Jiang Xiong and the others, a few people moved their feet, taking a step of several meters, and in a matter of moments, they arrived in front of Yi Er and the others. A few people did not directly make a move, but instead, they stared at Yi Er's 5 people with those muddy and blood-red gazes and swept them around, like a demented man ogling a beautiful woman. The 5 of you, all of you have very good physiques. Now submit to us right away, and we can consider letting you become carriers for us to raise the parasites. Yi Er frowned, lightly lifting his right hand and gently waving it. A terrifying astral aura erupted out and landed on the bodies of the 4. Bang bang bang. 4 muffled sounds in a row. The 4 spat out blood and flew out backwards, and then it ruthlessly smashed down on the back of Pang Tianyu and the others. Dead as dead can be. Disgusting thing, how dare you come and spew in front of me? Yi Er waved his hand, and an odor in the air instantly dissipated. Pang Tianyu and the others were originally waiting for the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan to take Yi Er and the others down, and then when they killed Yi Feng and Long Aotian, he could take the people Jiang Zhongyuan wanted back to the Central Plains to collect the reward. For this reason, just now when the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi rushed towards Yi Er and the others, he had already turned around and was ready to leave. In his opinion, it was easy for the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, 4 peak human Zun martial artists, to clean up Yi Er's few ants. There was no need for him to do it himself, but it turned out that the speed at which these 4 Xiangxi ghosts rushed over was not as fast as the speed at which they flew back. Looking at the 4 Xiangxi ghosts who fell to the ground dead beyond repair, everyone's expressions froze on their faces. All of them were in disbelief. I can't believe the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan just died? The 4 Xiangxi 4 ghosts, who had been famous for many years, and whom even the countless masters of the Dragon Kingdom were unable to deal with, had died just like that? Just like that, he died at the hands of a young man under the age of 30 under Yi Shulua? Pang Tianyu was also wearing a palpitating color at this moment. At first, he felt that Yi Er's several people were just a few mole crickets, little Yakuza. But just now, Yi Er instantly killed the 4 peak human Zun martial artists, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, in seconds. What kind of strength is this? Sparing himself, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi in a second with such an easy strike. Could it be that he's also an Emperor Realm powerhouse? For a moment, such a terrifying thought popped up in Pang Tianyu's mind. To be able to easily kill 4 peak human exalt powerhouses in seconds, there was no explanation other than this one. A young emperor who was less than 30 years old. When did such a genius appear in the Dragon Kingdom? And these people are still Yi Shulua's men. How come he's never heard of it? Could it be from beyond the heavens? Pang Tianyu thought of a possibility, but then it was vetoed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. An emperor who is less than 30 years old. Absolutely impossible. There is no such genius in this world. There can't be such a genius in heavens beyond heaven either. Just as he froze, this side, Yi Er was ready to go over, but Yi 13 grabbed the lead. Second brother, I'm going to clean him up. He just blocked my knife and I'm very upset. Yi Er also didn't reject the request of Yi 13, a militant. Over here, Pang Tianyu was still wondering about the identity of Yi Er and the others. Not the slightest bit of attention was paid to the fact that Yi 13 had already arrived close by. You just blocked me. I'll kill you. As Yi Xii's voice rang out, Pang Tianyu realized that Yi 13 had already arrived in front of him. He himself might not be Yi Er's opponent, but he had personally experienced the power of the blade that Yi 13 had just used. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Yi 13 actually provoking him like this, he's also a little exasperated. Seek death. Pang Tianyu shouted explosively and slashed his stern palm towards Yi Xii's head, his internal energy surging out wildly like a raging tide. He struck this blow with all his strength. Although he had previously learned from Yi Xii's slash and knew that Yi Xii's strength was not strong, but he was in the same group as Yi Er, and he did not dare to underestimate Yi 13. Facing this powerful punch from Pang Tianyu, Yi 13 did not have the slightest intention to dodge. The long knife in his hand chopped at Pang Tianyu's hand like lightning. Bang! The swords and palms touched, and a sound of gold and iron clashing came out. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Yi 13 calmly stood in place, and Pang Tianyu's body was shaken. His figure flipped backward in the air and retreated, flying out for more than 10 meters before landing. His face had long since lost its anger and was instead covered in shock. How is that possible? Zhang Xiong and the others were similarly filled with shock. What did they see? Pang Tianyu, one of the Zhang family's top 10 experts and a powerhouse with the realm of emperor, was actually repelled by Yi 13 with a single slash. Chapter 50, Wasting My Time. That's it. I thought it was so good. Waste of my time. Yi 13 shook his head with some disappointment. Over the years, he had been following Yi Feng to conquer with those foreign powerhouses abroad, and had never yet fought with the martial arts powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he had heard from many people before that the abilities of the strongest martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom were all very impressive. Just now, this Pang Tianyu had defeated one of his slashes with a single strike, so he assumed that this Pang Tianyu was a martial arts powerhouse. Therefore, he wanted to come over and personally try to see if the battle power of this dragon country's martial arts powerhouse was as powerful as it was rumored to be. But with the strike just now, he realized that he had somewhat overestimated the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts powerhouses. This Pang Tianyu is too weak, and at this moment, Pang Tianyu's face was complicated to the extreme. Yi Xii's slash made him realize that Yi Xii's strength was definitely not weaker than his own. In addition to Yi Er, now there was actually another one who was less than 30 years old and possessed an Emperor's Realm powerhouse, and he had never seen this person before. What was even more unacceptable to him was that he had cultivated for many years and was actually no match for a junior. Thinking back to that year, he had traveled across several provinces in the Central Plains and had fought against countless experts. Never lost a battle. In the end, he just lost to Zhang Zhongyuan. But Zhang Zhongyuan, as a veteran powerhouse, had been immersed in martial arts for decades. And his defeat at the hands of Zhang Zhongyuan was not something to be ashamed of. Not only is it not a disgrace, when he was defeated at the hands of Zhang Zhongyuan back then, Zhang Zhongyuan also complimented him for being able to walk through a move in his hands, which is considered to be a dragon and phoenix among men. He was doubly honored to be complimented by Zhang Zhongyuan, who was recognized as the strongest person in several provinces in the Central Plains. And after that competition, he also chose to follow Zhang Zhongyuan. In the following years, he was instructed by Zhang Zhongyuan, a land god. Strength is progressing rapidly. After that, He continued to challenge countless masters without a single defeat. He fought against the other 9 masters under Zhang Zhongyuan and did not lose, ending in a draw. He was confident that if it was a deadly fight, he would be the one to win in the end. And today, when the Zhang family sent him over to escort the person Zhang Zhongyuan needed, he had thought it was just a simple task. However, he didn't want to actually run into Yi Er and Yi 13, 2 such young Empyreans. He actually still lost a move in Yi Xii's hands. The more he thought about it, the more furious Peng Tianyu became. Who is he? He is Peng Tianyu. He was an existence that had once fought unrivaled hands all over the Central Plains. He was the genius who was able to walk through the hands of Zhang Zhongyuan, the land god, and was praised by Zhang Zhongyuan as the dragon and phoenix among men. How could he possibly lose at the hands of a nameless junior? No, I won't lose. I'm Peng Tianyu. I won't lose. Peng Tianyu roared, a biting and incomparable terrifying aura blossoming on his body. It made the temperature of the entire space around it drop several degrees. The agitated and constantly falling rainwater were all instantly shaken apart. Peng Tianyu fell into a state of madness, his eyes scarlet red and his aura raging. At this moment, he only had one purpose, and that was to kill Yi 13. Die for me. Only a furious cry could be heard from him, and his figure instantly shot out from his original position. A distance of more than 10 meters came in an instant. The palm that contained terrifying power brought out a stern wind and slapped towards Yi Xii's head. Humph! Out of your depth. Yi 13 let out a cold snort, and with incomparable ease, he dodged this palm of Peng Tianyu's full strength. Although this palm did not hit Yi 13, the terrifying power contained on it transformed into an astral wind and landed on top of a huge rock at the back. Boom! The boulder instantly burst apart like tofu dregs. The debris splashed up, scattering out in all directions like a loaded bullet. Zhang Xiong and the others were shocked and hurriedly dodged, but some of them were still hit by the debris. The body was pierced into a sieve. As the blow fell short, Peng Tianyu spun on his feet, and with a powerful punch, he once again attacked towards Yi Xii's head. While Yi 13 was currently facing Peng Tianyu sideways, he was still calmly standing in place, seemingly not even noticing Peng Tianyu's attack. Yi Xii's indifference made Peng Tianyu even angrier. He knew that Yi 13 was doing this on purpose. Die for me! Enraged to the extreme, a white mist even condensed above his fists, constantly condensing. In the air, there was a crackling sound. The speed of this punch was so fast that the air was on the verge of being ignited by the friction, and Yi 13 still had no intention of dodging. Just as Peng Tianyu's punch was less than 10 centimeters away from his head, the hair on Yi Xii's head was being blown around by the strong wind brought up by the punch, but it stopped suddenly and abruptly. Can't take another inch. As for Peng Tianyu, he also stayed in place, and his eyes were filled with a variety of complex emotions such as disbelief, shock, and incredulity, for he realized that his entire arm and body had separated. Chapter 51, Are you from the Fifth Kingdom? Bang! With a soft sound, Peng Tianyu's arm fell to the ground helplessly. Blood suddenly shot out of the shoulder of the missing arm. Ah! The intense pain only reached Peng Tianyu's cerebral nerves at this time. It made him erupt into a fierce roar. Far away, Zhang Xiong and the others, who had dodged a bullet, were all as petrified as if they had been petrified at this moment, frozen in place. What did they see? Peng Tianyu, one of the Zhang clan's top 10 experts, was a super powerhouse whose strength had reached the Emperor realm. An arm was chopped off by Yi 13? How is this possible? They felt like they were dreaming. The intense pain also caused Peng Tianyu, who was in a frenzy, to instantly wake up. For a moment the will to fight was gone. He covered his insanely bleeding wound and looked at Yi 13 in shock. Both eyes were filled with intense fear. Yi 13 was too strong. He was no match at all. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful again, regretting that he was overwhelmed by years of pride and actually made a move with Yi 13. It made him not only lose, but lose an arm. Even, perhaps, his own life will be lost here. Think about it. He panicked, and his figure stormed out in a rapid retreat. He's going to run away. He doesn't want to lose his life here. Humph, let you go? Yi 13 snorted coldly, a sweep of the long knife in his hand. An even more terrifying blade aura, like lightning, shot towards Peng Tianyu, who had already fled to 50 meters away. Wherever the blade passed, it brought up a burst of terrifying air currents, agitating the rain and debris on the ground to rise up in the air, being wrapped up together towards Peng Tianyu. Peng Tianyu felt the terrifying killing opportunity behind him, but he didn't dare turn around to block it. He knew he didn't have that power anymore. He surged his entire body's internal chi into his feet as much as he could, frantically fleeing. Unfortunately, the speed of his full force escape was not as fast as the speed of Yi Xii's slash. Next, that blade mercilessly passed through Peng Tianyu's body. It flew into the distance, chopping out an opening in the continuously falling rain. And then, it landed on top of the rock wall in the distance. A narrow crack was chopped out of the cliff wall. Pooh pooh. At this time, the airflow brought up by the blade's awnings, wrapped in rainwater and debris, also struck Peng Tianyu's body that was broken in two. These debris and raindrops, like dense bullets, beat Peng Tianyu's body into a mess as much as possible. Scattered all over the place, they were quickly washed away by the rain on the ground. Watching Peng Tianyu, who hadn't even landed a full body, disappear before their eyes, Zhang Xiong and the others completely despaired. Each one of them seemed to have been drained of all their strength in an instant, and they all sat paralyzed on the ground. It was trembling all over. Yi 13 carried his sword and slowly walked towards Zhang Xiong. Who the hell are you guys? Zhang Xiong was filled with despair as he looked at Yi 13 who was strolling towards him. Zhang Xiong also knew for himself that he would definitely die today. He also had only one thought at the moment. That is, what exactly are Yi 13 and the others? Rumble. At that moment, there were warplanes whistling above the sky. It's a Fifth Kingdom fighter. It was Yi Qi and Yi Jiao who had arrived. Several more fighters then shot up. There were also countless black silhouettes one by one piercing through the rain curtain in the surroundings, surging in with earth-shattering rage and murderous aura like a black wave. Yi Qi and Yi Jiao hurriedly jumped down from the airplane. Quickly, he came to the door of the only house that stood there. The door to the room opened. Yi Feng walked out from inside. Wow! In an instant, all of those countless silhouettes with powerful auras around them neatly half-kneeled on the ground. Greetings, Lord Sovereign. The voice shook the sky, and the air rose to the sky. Zhang Xiong also saw the airplane hovering in mid-air, as well as the silhouettes that kept converging around him. The earth-shattering shouts of all the people were also heard. Even more, he saw all of them all kneeling in front of Yi Feng, addressing him as Lord Sovereign. At this moment, a terrifying thought frantically grew in his mind. So, you are the Fifth Kingdom's people. At this moment, Zhang Xiong was struck by lightning, and his whole person/brain went blank. What kind of existence the Fifth Kingdom was, he naturally knew beyond measure. It was an existence that could be feared beyond measure by every power in the world. It was a power that was recognized as a powerhouse by the nations of the world. It was a terrifying existence that was filled with experts and was capable of sweeping through everything. In this moment, everything seemed to open up. No wonder, Long Aotian dared to come to their Zheng family single-handedly. No wonder so many people in Haichang were easily obliterated. No wonder these people were unafraid in the face of the countless people surrounding them from their Zheng family. No wonder these people were full of disdain when they faced Peng Tianyu, simply because they are from the Fifth Kingdom. And what did he do? What did his son do? They actually kidnapped the family of the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom? Done. It's completely over. This time, not only their Zheng family will be completely finished, I'm afraid that the Zheng family will be completely wiped out as well. At this moment, Zhang Xiong regretted to the extreme. Unfortunately, the world doesn't sell pills of regret. Yi Xii's long blade moved. Zhang Xiong's head then flew up. Those few heads of the various forces in Central South at the back, after just hearing Zhang Xiong say that Yi 13 and the others were from the Fifth Kingdom, directly fainted from fear. But Yi 13 didn't let them off the hook. The long knife flashed in his hand. A few people in the back. All heads fell to the ground. Chapter 52 Anger. It's raining harder. The rain continued to fall from the sky, washing a river of blood out of the entire Zheng family manor. In the ruins of the manor. Boss. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Qi's eyes were red as he knelt in front of Yi Feng. As a person from the Fifth Kingdom, she was detained by the Japanese, or at a time when Yi Feng needed her the most. And she could also see that Yi Feng was in a bad condition at the moment. She was extremely guilty and self-conscious. If it wasn't for his own mistake, or else he wouldn't have been caught by the Japanese, he would certainly have gotten here in the first place. Help Yi Fangs. I beg the Lord Sovereign to forgive me. Those tens of thousands of Fifth Kingdom powerhouses in the back shouted out in unison, their voices shaking like thunder. Get up. What is your offense? Yi Feng reached out and was about to help Yi Qi up, but his heart was exhausted, and at the moment, he only felt a wave of dizziness. The whole person fell straight down towards the ground. Boss. Yi Qi was immediately startled and hurriedly held Yi Feng, ready to make a move to save him. Boss. Lord Sovereign. Yi Er and the others and the tens of thousands of Fifth Kingdom powerhouses around them all panicked as well. One by one, they all rushed over. I'm fine. Save Xiao Xiao first. Yi Feng fainted after using his last bit of strength to utter a few words. He's too tired. In itself, he had never been well enough to recover from his injuries. After that, all the way to kill the road from the border without sleep. Plus the heart has been worried about the situation of his sister and his parents. The heart is exhausted to the core. After arriving at River City, He killed his way through the city again and encountered the siege of the Reception Divine Hall. The battle with the group of experts from the Reception Divine Hall had drained him of all his energy. Afterwards, in order to save his sister, the last ounce of breath in his body was also inputted into his sister's body, and he was able to hold on until now, all because of a tenacious will to hold on. Now that Yi Qi had arrived, he naturally couldn't carry it. Yi Qi hurriedly stabbed several silver needles into Yi Feng's body, causing Yi Feng to fall into a deep sleep, and only then did they rush to start saving Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents. While Yi Er and the others looked at Yi Feng, who had passed out, and saw Yi Feng's sister and parents covered in wounds and dying. All of them had red eyes and murderous intent on their bodies. They are angry. They are shaken. They are enraged. They all clearly knew some of Yi Feng's past back then. Yi Feng's grandfather was once the Dragon Kingdom's god of war, but he was vilified, suffered persecution, removed from the position of god of war, and exiled to the borders. Yi Feng's family lost his grandfather's patronage and was driven to extinction, almost exterminating their family. Yi Feng was the only one who fled with his sister. Those who framed Yi Feng's grandfather and overthrew Yi Feng's family still refused to let Yi Feng and his sister go, and raised the country to hunt down and kill their 2 children. In the end, Yi Feng was driven to desperation and fostered his sister in an ordinary family in Jiangcheng, and he was forced to flee the country after distracting those who were after him. During his years abroad, he managed to join the Fifth Kingdom as an organization, and in a few years' time, he made the Fifth Kingdom the strongest existence. Just as he was about to take the Fifth Kingdom to conquer the Dragon Kingdom to avenge his grandfather's death. But suddenly I received the news. His grandfather was seriously injured at the border, and Yi Feng went to the border of the Dragon Kingdom and met his grandfather, who was dying. His grandfather told him not to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom and also asked Yi Feng to protect the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Feng had also left behind the Fifth Kingdom and joined the Dragon Kingdom border army for the sake of his grandfather. He started as a small soldier, and in 2 years' time, he had fended off countless powerful enemies for the Dragon Kingdom, decimated countless experts, and made heavenly achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. It is honored by countless hot-blooded sons and daughters on the border as a god of war and is regarded as a myth of faith. But despite this, Yi Feng was imprisoned in Kunlun on trumped-up charges just for not complying with some people's orders. At that time, when they learned that Yi Feng was imprisoned in Kunlun, they were ready to attack with their entire army to rescue him. As a result, he was stopped by Yi Feng. It was only because Yi Feng believed that the Dragon Kingdom would vindicate his grandfather and would return justice to him. But what happened? There was no news from the Dragon countryside, and just when Yi Feng was about to be released from prison, he was actually targeted again. Someone else deliberately tortured Yi Feng's family. Yi Feng left Kunlun, but was regarded as a traitor and hunted down by the whole country. A few close calls and near falls, and 11 almost fell because of it as well. Previously, when Yi Feng was imprisoned in Kunlun, they were ready to make a move to save Yi Feng, but they were stopped by Yi Feng, and they could only follow Yi Feng's orders. Of course, at that time, they also believed that the Dragon Kingdom would give Yi Feng an explanation. That's why they didn't make a move. From the time Yi Feng entered the border back then to now, it had been a few years, and the Dragon countryside still hadn't given Yi Feng an explanation. Instead, he once again let Yi Feng be hunted down by the whole country, injured and in a coma. And Yi Feng's family suffered this kind of torture. They don't want to put up with it. Couldn't stand it either. Yi Feng had bowed and scrapped like this for the Dragon Kingdom, but as a result, this was how the Dragon Kingdom treated Yi Feng. It was a breath that none of them could swallow. Everyone's gazes all looked at Yi Er at this moment. Each one of them was filled with killing intent and anger. Yi Er's eyes were red, and the killing intent and anger in his body were equally charged to the sky. He hissed, "All men, on your mark." In an instant, tens of thousands of people shouted out at the same time, their voices shaking like thunder. Chapter 53 Bloodshed in Central South. The people in this place did this to our boss and his family. What should we do? Yi Er asked in a stern voice as his eyes turned red. Kill, kill, kill. Tens of thousands of powerful people shouted angrily into the sky, their voices shaking like thunder. Yi Er nodded angrily. Yes, kill. Everyone listened to the order. Bloodbath in Central South today. We'll make all those who harmed the boss and his family pay 100 times 1,000 times the price. All Jiang family members, kill. All those who are related to the Jiang family, kill. All those involved in harming the old family members, kill. Remember, chickens and dogs, remember, whoever stands in our way, kill. Yes, tens of thousands of strong people's voices shook like thunder, and their aura rushed to the sky. Seeing this, Long Ao Tian, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. 2, this matter is our fault. It's better to let our war ministry do it. But Yi Er ignored Long Ao Tian. He didn't trust the people of the Dragon Kingdom. who had previously promised Yifeng to help vindicate Yifeng's grandfather and find the murderer who framed Yifeng's grandfather and killed Yifeng's family back then to take revenge. But now several years had passed, and the dragon countryside still hadn't given Yifeng any explanation. And this time, they also regarded Yifeng as a traitor and hunted him down with the whole country. And Yifeng's family was also hurt like never before. Even if Yifeng trusted Long Ao Tian and the Dragon Kingdom, he, Yi Er, did not. He was going to use the means of the Fifth Kingdom to seek justice for Yifeng. Yi Er's ignorance made Long Ao Tian a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say something. After all, he also understood that this time, what happened to Yifeng and his family? If he were him, he wouldn't trust the Dragon Kingdom either. It will use its own means. Blood for blood and teeth for teeth. Long Ao Tian spoke again. Mr. 2, our intelligence department controls the Jiang family's background and network of connections. I'll show you the way. Long Ao Tian also naturally wanted to utilize this opportunity to completely remove the Jiang family and all of its network of forces in the central South province. Yi Er still ignored Long Ao Tian. To the side, 11 spoke up. Take your men and do the closing. Yes. Long Ao Tian hurriedly nodded his head. Depart. With Yi Er's order, the tens of thousands of strong people from the Fifth Kingdom left in a hurry like a raging wave. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, there was a clap of thunder. It's raining harder. It's like the sky is tipping. The whole of south-central China was completely enveloped in rain. As night falls, the War Ministry has arrived. Seal off the entire provincial capital of south-central province completely. No one is spared from leaving the Mid-South. Amidst the curtain of rain, countless loaded military police sealed off all the passages from central and south to the outside world. Airports, stations, train stations, every intersection and street, all under martial law. All signals are completely blocked. Everyone just goes in and out. Everyone was told to stay off the streets and all go home. The War Department was going to conduct maneuvers. The War Ministry suddenly announced an exercise. The whole of Central South was sealed off, and everyone was told to be allowed to go out, which made all the people in Central South all on edge, not knowing what was going on. Some people who understood the situation felt that something had happened, and they all clearly knew that this Jiangnan could have always been controlled by the Jiang family. It was impossible for people from the War Ministry to show up in Central South. But now people from the War Ministry showed up in Central South and had to hold maneuvers. Together with the previous frantic efforts of the Jiang family to gather people from various forces in Central South, all of them converged on the Jiang family manor. They all felt that this might be the War Ministry's move against the Jiang family. A big war may break out between the Ministry of War and the Jiang family. This caused many people close to the Jiang family to panic a bit. If the Jiang family was taken down by the War Ministry, then I'm afraid that those of them who were close to the Jiang family would be liquidated as well. For a while, countless people wanted to contact the outside world, preparing to flee. But to their despair, all contact tools failed. All networks were cut off, and nothing could reach the outside world. They tried to sneak out of the house, but were blocked back in at gunpoint by the War Ministry. This made everyone even more terrified. With the War Ministry announcing the maneuver, after sealing off everything, the powerhouses of the Fifth Kingdom began to move. At various intersections, the powerhouses of the Fifth Kingdom swarmed into Jiangnan with sky-high killing intent, like black waves. Captain, what are these people? Their killing aura is so raging. A warrior in charge of sealing off the intersection asked with some curiosity after seeing the countless people from the Fifth Kingdom surging in. The captain in charge hastily made a shushing motion. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Forget the confidentiality agreement? After the captain glanced at all the team members, he said very solemnly, all of you remember for me. Don't ask anyone about this matter today. Don't tell anyone, and don't inquire about any news. Anyone who leaks information and violates the confidentiality agreement will be subject to military justice. We have one mission. Guard our position and just don't let any of them leave. All the team members saw the serious look on the captain's face and knew that this matter seemed to be very serious and not at all something they could understand. No one dared to ask any more questions either, and all began to fulfill their tasks in earnest. Situations like this one happen all over the Mid-South. The people from the War Ministry who came to Central South were all mobilized from several nearby places, and were not at all clear about what happened today. The order they received was simple, to seal off the entire Central South and not allow anyone to leave it. And this also made a lot of people very curious as to what exactly these imposing, murderous people who suddenly appeared after they had sealed off the entire central and southern part of the country were. As people from the War Ministry, they were naturally able to sense that these men in black were experts, but they all get the same answer. No prying. No asking, no spreading, do your job. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of all the people from the War Ministry, tens of thousands of strong people from the Fifth Kingdom poured into Central South. Under the leadership of Yi Er and several other experts of the Fifth Kingdom, they began to push all the way across. With the support of Long Ao Tian's intelligence, countless people remaining from the Zheng family landed on their heads. Countless people and forces that were close to the Zheng family and had served the Zheng family all these years were purged. Countless Zheng family vassals were decimated. It was a night that would have been an ordinary night anywhere else, but in Central South, it was a night that left everyone thrilled and on edge. It was a night of thunder and heavy rain and blood in South Central. This night, the whole of Central and South became a training ground, and I don't know how many people died. On this night, the powerhouses of the Fifth Kingdom showed their true fangs. It was an extremely long night. It was a night of bloodshed in South Central. Chapter 54 Reactions of the Parties. The night, at last, had passed. The next day, at dawn, it had been raining heavily all night, but it had also finally stopped and the sun was out. It was as if the entire Central South had been thoroughly cleansed, and all the gloom and dust had disappeared. The air after the rain was extraordinarily fresh, but if you sniffed carefully, you could find a hint of blood in the air. The streets were cleaned by the rain, but there were still places where scarlet blood could be seen. The War Department's maneuvers still hadn't ended, and all intersections and streets were still sealed off. Countless trucks, all wrapped in tarps, continued to roll out of the city. It lasted until noon, when the War Ministry announced that the maneuvers were over, and at the same time, the officials of Central South announced that a new person would be coming to take over Central South. And the newly arrived government officials were the first to inform everyone in Zhongnan that last night's War Department maneuvers were over and that people could resume their normal order of life. And as this announcement came out, it was also noticed that the signal was restored, and all of the War Department personnel on the streets had left. People have also taken to the streets, only to find that the streets of Central and South, which used to be bustling with activity, are much less crowded today. Subsequently, some people were surprised to find that the Zheng family manor was in ruins, and everyone in the Zheng family had disappeared. Not only had the Zheng family disappeared, but all the people who had befriended the Zheng family, and those who were close to the Zheng family, had all disappeared as well. It made a lot of people speculate about what was going on. These news also spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom with the speed of a hurricane. The Zheng family manor is in ruins. The Zheng family members have all disappeared, and the War Department appeared in Central South last night to hold maneuvers. One doesn't have to think about it to understand the point. The Zheng family, which had dominated Central South for many years, was overthrown by the Ministry of War. Once again, the news caused a huge stir. Everyone found it unbelievable at first, but as the news was confirmed, it dawned on people a bit. The Zheng family, such a monopoly of the Central South for many years, even the Dragon Kingdom is helpless. Do not dare to easily move against the behemoth. Actually in one night was destroyed. After the heated discussion, all of everyone's gazes were directed towards the Zheng family. All wanted to see how the Zheng family would handle this. After all, everyone clearly knew that this Zhang Xiong of the Zheng family, the once dominant male master of Central South, was a member of the Zheng family. It was precisely because of the presence of the Zheng family, a super behemoth, that the Dragon Kingdom had never dared to take action against the Zheng family. And now that the War Ministry has destroyed the Zheng family, it is considered to have cut off one of the Zheng family's arms. Will the Zheng family avenge Zhang Xiong? In the meantime, the Zheng family of the Central Plains, they had also gotten this news. But the news they got was that the Zheng family was not exterminated by the Ministry of War, but by Yi Xioluo, a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. It was only because the person kidnapped by the Zheng family was Yi Xioluo's family. Yi Xioluo, how dare you? War Ministry, you guys are so scheming. At the Zheng family manor, Jiang Zhonghong, the second in command of the Zheng family, had a calm face, but his tone contained an icy killing intent. Zhang Zhongyuan has been running around for Zhang Xing's condition for the past few years and is still abroad. The entire Zheng family is now held by Zhang Zhonghong. Yesterday, Zhang Zhonghong received a call from Zhang Xiong, saying that Zhang Xiyu had collected people with the same special blood type and organs as Zhang Xing. Zhang Zhonghong was delighted. As long as Zhang Xing was cured, their Zheng family would produce another genius in the future. Immediately, he dispatched Peng Tianyu, one of the Zheng family's top 10 experts, with the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, to Zhongnan to bring the person back. But after the night had passed, Peng Tianyu did not bring the person back, but instead sent back news that made him extremely furious. The Zheng family was destroyed. The person who had exterminated the Zheng family was Yi Xioluo, a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. And the people from the War Ministry had actually utilized this opportunity to clear out all of the Zheng family's power network and roots in Central South. It also put the whole of South Central back in control. Immediately tell Zhang Tian, Zhang Shan and Zhang He about this. I think they should know what to do. Also, Peng Tianyu and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi are dead. Tell their families about this. In Kyoto, Zhang Shan and Zhang He were also extremely enraged after getting the news that the Zhang family had been destroyed. The two of them rushed to the compound in Kyoto at the first opportunity after receiving the news from Jiang Zhonghong. Other side, Zhongtian Province, Zhongyuan Army Station. After Zhongtian, the Kirin War God, one of the 7 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, received this news, his face was unusually calm. Yi Shulua? A traitor from the Dragon Kingdom working with the War Ministry? Oh, interesting. War God, what should we do now? One of the war generals under his command was covered in a murderous aura. Zhang Tian just said one word faintly. Wait. The men were puzzled. Wait for the attitude from Kyoto. Zhang Tian explained a mouthful. The crowd was instantly aware of this. The Asura War God was a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom, but now he was openly collaborating with the War Ministry to exterminate the Jiang family. They all felt that this Yi Shulua's defection might be a ploy by the Dragon Kingdom to use Yi Shulua to clear the entire Jiang family, or even take a shot at their Jiang family. And now the Kirin War God didn't strike the first time. It was to wait for an attitude from the capital side. If Yi Shulua's defection was really a Dragon Kingdom ploy, then they would have to consider striking out for revenge, possibly in a battle with the War Ministry. A battle with the Ministry of War would indicate that their Jiang family was going to really turn their back on the Dragon Kingdom from now on. This matter had to be approached with caution. If not, then the matter is much simpler. Soon, news came from Kyoto. The Ministry of War did not cooperate with Yi Shulua, and the people from the Ministry of War had gotten the news that Yi Shulua had defected and came to the Central South, and they were there to capture him. But Yi Shulua was too strong. The people from the War Department were no match and lost many people. Now they didn't continue to fight, but surrounded Yi Shulua in Zhongnan. After receiving this news, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth. Ha! What a far-fetched reason. War God. So what are we going to do now? A few of the war generals under his command asked. Zhang Tian said indifferently, there's no need to do anything. Since Kyoto's side said that they were there to capture Yi Shuluo, it shows that they're also afraid of us, and don't dare to take the risk of striking out with us. If we make any changes, we'll fall into someone else's way instead. Since this Yi Shuluo is controlled in Central South, then just send someone to kill him. Then what should we do in Central South after killing this Yi Shuluo? That place is considered our first line of defense. If it's controlled by the War Ministry, we'll be passive, a war general said. Zhang Tian laughed coldly. No harm done. After killing that Yi Shuluo, if his war department still doesn't retreat, then we'll exterminate them. They think they can fight against us by utilizing this opportunity and taking over Central South? Simply out of their depth. Lord War God, I'll go and destroy that Yi Shuluo. A war general stepped forward, his body filled with killing intent. A fledgling kid who killed some mole crickets at the border really thinks he's a war god. Lord War God, I'll go. For a while, a bunch of battle generals stepped forward, all wanting to go to Central South to settle Yi Shuluo. Zhang Tian waved his hand and said, as you all have said, it's just a fledgling kid, a mole cricket. No need for us to do anything. There are plenty of people who will have to clean him up. Chapter 55, Poisoning. The Ginger family side. Zhang Zhonghong also got the news back from Zhang Shan and Zhang He in Kyoto. He also received a message from Zhang Tian, learning that the War Ministry wasn't trying to seize Zhongnan, but for the safety of everyone in Zhongnan, they sealed off the entire Zhongnan in the name of maneuvers in order to besiege Yi Shuluo. Now protected everyone and had trapped Yi Shuluo in the Middle South. Zhang Zhonghong naturally understood the reasoning behind this, knowing that this news is just an excuse for the War Ministry. But since Kyoto had said that, it showed that the War Ministry wasn't actually willing to actually go to war with them, and it shows that Yi Shuluo is trapped in South Central. It seemed to him that the people from this War Ministry wanted to use this opportunity to make their move to eliminate Yi Shuluo. Of course, he also felt that it was possible that this was a conspiracy, and that Yi Shuluo and the War Ministry were simply together, deliberately setting a trap for their Jiang family to go to war with Yi Shuluo. Humph, no matter what kind of scheme you guys are up to, in front of powerful strength, everything is just a paper tiger. Zhang Zhonghong was disdainful. Their Jiang family controlled millions of Central Plains army, controlled countless martial arts experts, and even had Zhang Zhongyuan, a land god, sitting in the town, and a young scion like Zhang Xia in the heavenly beyond. He was confident that even if this was a trap, they were fearless. However, he wouldn't take any chances. Instead, he ordered towards his men, go, get the people from the Pang family, and the people from the clan of the Four Ghosts of Western Hunan. In addition, widely disseminate the thief's diatribe, so that those masters of the martial arts world can travel to the central and southern parts of the country to exterminate that Yi Shuluo. Remember, make sure you bring back the one with the special blood type. Yes, wait for the men to leave. Zhang Zhonghong took out his phone again. started contacting Zhang Zhongyuan again. In the meantime, Arctic ice sheet. The place is white with snow as far as the eye can see. It is frozen and snow-capped all year round, and the average temperature is around minus 50 degrees Celsius, which is synonymous with cold. And at this moment, on top of a pale, huge frozen lake, several people wearing clothes made of bare skin, their whole body wrapped so tightly that they couldn't see their faces at all, were guarding beside a specially made precision instrument that looked like a coffin in appearance. Inside this precision instrument, which looked like a coffin, lay a young figure. This person's face was pale and his breath was weak, relying on the instrument to maintain his life. And this person was no other than Jiang Xing of the Jiang family. Jingle bells. At that moment, the satellite phone in the hands of the lead man responsible for guarding the Ginger Star rang. Master of the house. Zhang Zhonghong's voice came from the phone. My big brother hasn't come out yet? The leader of the group returned. The Jiang god has been in seclusion, striking the absolute peak of the martial arts. We can't wake him up. A few months ago, Jiang Tian's son, Jiang Xia, became seriously ill. After Zhang Zhongyuan sought medical treatment all over the world to no avail. From an ancient book, I learned that if the martial arts realm reaches the top, one can change one's life against the heavens, communicate with the power of heaven and earth, strengthen oneself and help people to renew their lives. Zhang Zhongyuan then took Jiang Xing to the Arctic ice plain, and sealed him here with instruments to keep him alive. He, on the other hand, began to close his mind to impact the realm of the absolute peak of the martial Tao after that land realm. Then when Big Brother comes out of the gate, tell him at the first opportunity that we've found someone with the same blood type as Xinger, and we might be able to save Xinger's life. Yes. After hanging up Jiang Zhonghong's phone call, the gazes of several people looked toward the top of a snowy mountain in the distance. That was where Zhang Zhongyuan was in seclusion. A few people deliberated for a while, but in the end, they didn't dare to bother Zhang Zhongyuan. Now that Zhang Zhongyuan was in seclusion, his impact on the absolute peak of the martial Tao had reached a critical moment. If you take the risk of interrupting it, you might as well have lost it. Plus Yi Feng. At this moment, they had been arranged in an extremely luxurious villa. Yi Qi walked out from one of the bedrooms, and at this moment, her face was full of pallor, and her expression was shriveled to the extreme. His body was covered in sweat as if he had been in a sauna, and he was staggering as he walked, exhausted to the extreme. 11, who was guarding the doorway, was the first to step forward to support the staggering Yi Qi. Incredibly nervous, he asked, "How's it going?" Yi Qi weakly returned. Although the lives of the county princess and her parents were saved, the situation is still not optimistic. They've been tortured so badly that I'm afraid they'll need countless more rescues if they want to fully recover. Especially the little county princess. Her situation is extremely serious right now. Her body seems to have been poisoned with some kind of extremely bizarre poison, and I am only able to temporarily suppress the poison in the county princess body right now, so that it doesn't explode. Is there no way to cure the poison? 11 asked. There is currently no thought of a solution that can completely resolve the virus in the sheriff's body. It can only be suppressed. Yi Qi said somewhat helplessly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 11 burst out. His body's murderous aura was even harder to hide, overflowing madly, causing the temperature in the entire villa to drop several degrees. If anything happens to the county princess, I'll make everyone follow along with me. 11 roared with a face full of killing intent. How's the boss doing? 11 asked again. Yi Qi returned. Boss's injuries have aggravated, but boss has been blessed by the disaster this time. Breaking and then standing. His strength has refined quite a bit, but I'm afraid that the injuries are too heavy and need to be eradicated as soon as possible. I've already found some medicinal herbs, and I'm just short of finding the last few herbs, so when the time comes to utilize them, I'll be able to make boss's injuries as healed as possible. 11 was greatly relieved by this. Hard work. At this time, Yi Feng also came out from one of the bedrooms next door. After a few hours of rest, Yi Feng's face looked much more eased. Boss, are you okay? 11 asked worriedly. It's fine. Yi Feng faintly shook his head and said, Little 7, how are they doing with my sister? Yi Feng asked towards Yi Qi. Yi Qi's complexion was a little complicated, and his mind pondered whether or not to tell Yi Feng this news. She was worried that Yi Feng would be a bit unable to bear such a blow after learning the news. It's not good to hurt your body again. Yi Feng naturally saw Yi Qi's hesitation. It's okay. I can handle it. Go ahead. Yi Qi hesitated before saying, the county princess's parents are still in relatively good condition, but little Sheriff Master's situation is not optimistic. Her body has been poisoned with very strange poisons, and I am only able to suppress those poisons now. I can't cure her completely. I'm sorry, boss. It's all because I'm too much of a loser. There isn't any way out? Yi Feng asked. Yi Qi hurriedly said, those viruses are too weird. I need a little time to figure out the specifics of that poison before I can think of a cure. It's been hard work. Go get some rest. After Yi Qi left, Yi Feng's face became extremely cold. Boss, I'm afraid that the poison in the Sheriff Lord's body was deliberately done by someone. 11 spoke up. Yi Feng's face was icy cold. Go and find out the news of all the people my sister has come into contact with over the years. Chapter 56, Beyond the Sky. 11 just left. Yi Er and the others came back in a cloud of dust. Boss, are you physically okay? Yi Feng shook his head. Yi Er also hurriedly knelt on the ground. Boss, I'm sorry. I took it upon myself last night to bring people to clear out the entire Central South, removing all the Jiang family and Jiang family related people as much as possible. Please punish me, boss. Yi 6, Yi 12 and Yi 13 all fell to their knees as well. Yi Feng reached out and helped Yi Er several people up. You guys did the right thing and nothing wrong. For those who dared to harm his family, Yi Feng would never let go. If Yi Er and the others hadn't done it yesterday, he would have done it today. After Yi Er stood up, he continued, Boss, I've heard that this Jiang family is backed by the Jiang family, and this Jiang family is the culprit in this matter. I investigated. This Jiang family's Jiang Xing suffered from a strange disease. Jiang family members all over the world to seek the world of doctors after no avail. They do not know where to get the news. Said that can be used to change the blood for the organs of the art, able to cure Jiang Xing's strange disease. For this reason, this Jiang family has issued rewards all over the place, looking for people who have the same blood type organ as Jiang Xing. The county princess and her parents happen to be the ones who possessed this special blood type and organs, and were discovered by Bai Hao Yu of the Bai family in Jiang City. And this Bai family man sent the county princess and her parents here to the Jiang family in order to be able to join the Jiang family's banner. Boss, do you think you should make a move to exterminate the Jiang family? Yi Lu also spoke. I've also gotten word that the Jiang clan has issued a diabolical protest against the thieves, gathering countless experts to come to Central South, to come and exterminate you. Yi Er laughed back in anger. Ha ha ha, good guts. I haven't even gone to look for them yet, but they can't wait to come to their deaths first. Yi 13 and Yi 12 were both equally filled with rage, their bodies surging with killing intent. Yi Lu continued. In addition, this Dragon Kingdom still continues to say that the boss is a traitor, and also made it clear that their war department has surrounded the entire Central South in order to trap you. Boss, Yi 12 and Yi 13 instantly became even angrier. What do they mean by this? Is this to let the Jiang family come and kill us? Yi Er also laughed coldly. This Dragon Kingdom is really shameless enough. The boss has made a great achievement for them in the sky, and they're actually doing this to the boss. If they do, don't blame me. Pass the word. Just as Yi Er was about to give the order, Long Aotian hurriedly arrived. Monarch Yi, Mr. 2, all the gentlemen calmed down. Seeing Long Aotian, Yi 13 shook the long sword in his hand and was about to strike. 13. Don't do it. Only when Yi Feng spoke did Yi 13 put away his sword and stared at Long Aotian with eyes full of anger. Long Aotian wiped the cold sweat from his head, hurriedly explaining, Sovereign Yi, calm down. Mr. Er and all the gentlemen calm down. Listen to my explanation. You'd better be able to give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the knife in my hand will not show any mercy. Yi 13 was still filled with killing intent. Long Aotian hurriedly said, Mr. 13, calm down. I came here this time just for this matter. Monarch Yi, several gentlemen, I'm sure you're well aware that in our Dragon Kingdom, there are existences that are even higher than the Imperial power, and they're known as the Heavenly Beyond, right? Yi Er and the others were expressionless. This matter was something they naturally knew about. There were martial artists in this world, and the abilities of martial artists were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. As a result, each country has a strong presence that constrains martial artists accordingly. For example, the Dragon Kingdom's Heavenly Beyond. The Western countries have various transcendent beings such as the Temple of Reception, the Royal Court, and so on. Long Aotian continued. And the one who controls the Dragon Kingdom is not the Kingdom Master, but the Heavenly Beyond. And the previous order for monarchy to be considered a traitor was not given by our war ministry. It seems to be an order from the Heavenly Beyond. But exactly who gave the order? The State Lord has also sent people to investigate. And this incident today is also the meaning of the Heavenly Beyond. We can't sway heavens beyond heaven's orders. We can only do as we're told. But the State Lord knows of your grievances, Sovereign Yi, and has asked me to explain them to you. Oh yes, Sovereign Yi, the State Lord still has to explain to you personally. After saying that, Long Aotian handed a special cell phone to Yi Feng. Chapter 57. Yi Feng took the cell phone, and inside came the voice of Long Jinghua, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Monarch Yi, I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. Say things. Yi Feng's voice was incomparably cold. He was really disappointed in the Dragon Kingdom. There's been nothing about Grandpa until now, and now he's been so vilified. The Dragon Kingdom still hasn't given them a satisfactory explanation. Monarch Yi, calm down for a moment. We've already investigated something about your grandfather. When your grandfather was vilified and deposed back then, and the Yi family's entire family was killed, it wasn't us who did it. It was someone from beyond the heavens who gave this order. As you are well aware, the power of the heavenly beyond is above all else. We cannot interfere when they act. In addition, we also investigated that when your grandfather died at the border back then, he didn't die in battle either, but was poisoned. Poisoned? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Long Jingguo returned. Yes, your grandfather is so strong, and there are countless experts we arranged to protect him at the border, but he was still injured. And the reason why he was injured was because someone poisoned his body. After all, back then, your grandfather was the #1 expert in our Dragon Kingdom, and Heavens Beyond Heaven invited your grandfather to join several times, but was rejected by your grandfather. And your grandfather back then felt that Heavens Beyond Heaven shouldn't be involved with the secular world, and has always advocated for Heavens Beyond Heaven not to meddle in secular matters. Therefore, I guess it's your grandfather's several refusals to join Heavens Beyond and his offer that made Heavens Beyond harbor a grudge. So some people then made a move against your grandfather, but they didn't dare to blatantly make a move against your grandfather. After all, at that time, your grandfather had countless supporters throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and was the faith of everyone in the army. Thus, they devised and slandered your grandfather for collaborating with the enemy, and then deposed your grandfather as the god of war and sent him to the frontier. Without your grandfather sitting in Kyoto, they swept away your Yi family and everyone who supported your Yi family at the time, and then finally to your grandfather. But they still didn't dare to make a blatant move against your grandfather, so they had someone poison your grandfather's body. Let your grandfather fight furiously at the border against the enemies who invade our Dragon Kingdom in succession. The successive great battles caused the toxins in your grandfather's body to explode. Your grandfather could only die in the end. As for the matter against you this time, I guess it is still the work of the heavenly beyond. It's probably because they found out that you were the leaky fish from the Yi family back then and learned of your identity. Thus, they used your sister to threaten you, so that you would be shaken up and go out of your way to have a great war with us, the Dragon Kingdom, so that they could profit from it. Yi Feng, however, smiled coldly. These are just your guesses. I suspect that by saying this, you are using me to help you clear all the obstacles. This time, when we exterminated the people of Hai Chang and the Zhang family in Central South, wasn't it because you used us to help you clear the obstacles? Long Jinghua didn't deny it. Admittedly, Monarch Yi, it was indeed my intention to use you to clear out Hai Chang and the Zhang family this time. But this is also your grandfather's meaning. Our Dragon Kingdom has been able to continue for thousands of years, and has once encountered countless invasions by powerful enemies, but in the end we have all managed to repel all of the enemy invasions simply because we are united against the outside world. The few times we were able to be invaded by foreign enemies, it was because we were in internal chaos and someone became a traitor, which allowed outsiders to take advantage of the situation. And now we have established that among the heavenly beyond, traitors have appeared. They support the Zhang family to become bigger, then make themselves king and end up having a fight with us, weakening our country's power when the time comes and giving outsiders an opportunity to take advantage of it. And the Zhang family is also under their fostering. The Central Plains to become bigger, began to disobey orders. Your grandfather has always opposed this matter back then, afraid of the Zhang family to become bigger. When the time comes, there is internal strife. We'll once again give the opportunity to those who think of our enemies. Originally, your grandfather was going to prepare to take action back then, but your grandfather was too strong at that time, and the Zhang family was too weak. If your grandfather had taken action, the Zhang family would have been destroyed, so your grandfather was deposed. Yi Feng said. Then if according to you, they want the Zhang family to fight with you, but why did they use my sister to provoke hatred between us and the Zhang family? Long Jinghua returned. That's because the Zhang family is too strong now. Not only do they not listen to us anymore, they don't even listen to the orders of the heavenly beyond. And your fifth kingdom is so powerful that the nations of the world are incredibly afraid of it. Plus you're still a member of the Yi family. Your grandfather died at their hands. Do you think they'll let you go when they find out about this? So, they're going to use this opportunity for you to destroy the Zhang family, and then have a fight with us when the time comes, so that we lose both of our lives in one fell swoop. They wanted to destroy us behind our backs, so I used this opportunity to let you destroy the Zhang family and crush their plans. Originally I wanted to talk to you about this before, but at that time you were in a fit of anger, so you probably wouldn't listen to anything I said. Yi Feng was silent for a while before he said, evidence. Admittedly, Yi Feng felt that what Long Jinghua said made sense, but he needed tangible evidence. Long Jinghua said, "We found out that the person who poisoned your grandfather back then was someone from the Zheng family. The Zheng family has collected many experts in the martial arts world before, as well as some capable people. The four ghosts of Xiangxi under the Zheng clan. They are experts on the Xiangxi side, and their clan is called the Poison Sect, best at the Poison Dao. Back then, the masters from the division of the four ghosts of Western Hunan had appeared beside your grandfather. Those people disappeared after your grandfather died. According to the clues we've investigated over the years, the poison in your grandfather's body is the handiwork of these people. All the evidence, I've had it sent to your people so you can view it. In addition, the 18 Rakshasa you killed in Kunlun belong to the heavenly beyond. They have been responsible for guarding Kyoto all these years, but then the day before you were released from prison, you quietly left Kyoto and appeared in Kunlun. Also, in the process of your return, you should have run into the people from the Reception Divine Hall, right? The people from the Reception Divine Hall quietly appeared in the Dragon Kingdom to hunt you down. There's no need for me to say more about this matter, right? Also, with your Fifth Kingdom fleet on the move, all the other nations' fleets are starting to move." Yi Feng was silent again. At that moment, 11 walked over. "Boss, someone from the Dragon Kingdom just sent these messages." After Yi Feng checked it out, the killing intent on his body rushed to the sky, because that information clearly told Yi Feng that his grandfather did die of poisoning back then. Not long after, Yi Qi also hurried over and ran over. "Boss, I just read the message from the Dragon Kingdom. The poison in your grandfather's body is the same as the poison in Sheriff Xiaoxiao's body. I've just checked some ancient books as well, and this poison comes from the western Hunan Miaojiang area of the Dragon Kingdom." Boom! In an instant, the killing aura on Yi Feng's body rushed to the sky. Chapter 58. I'm here to destroy the Zheng family. Monarch Yi, can you trust me now? Long Jinghua's voice came from the phone. Yi Feng remained silent. Long Ao Tian continued. "In addition, Monarch Yi, I suspect that a traitor has appeared within your ranks as well, or else how did your identity leak out?" Yi Feng frowned. 11, who was on the side, also heard Long Jinghua's words, and he spoke. "Boss, the dragon scale bomb that we researched in our own house appeared on this side of Haichang before, and it almost killed me before. I've had the matter cleared. Monarch Yi, it's only now that we are partners in one. We have to work together to destroy the Zheng family and crush those people's conspiracy, so that our Dragon Kingdom will no longer have to worry about anything." Long Jinghua's voice came again. "And it was your grandfather's wish that your grandfather was from the Dragon Kingdom, and you are from the Dragon Kingdom. The people beside you, most of them are from the Dragon Kingdom too, and some of them could have all been your grandfather's men at one time. We can't kill each other and give outsiders a chance to invade us again. Monarch Yi, if you want to take revenge, we will be your indispensable force. It won't be easy for you to destroy the Zheng family. After all, the Zheng family controls millions of Central Plains army and countless strong men. You may be powerful, but after all, this is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and you will not be able to exert your full power, or let us help you, and then the entire War Department will be at your disposal." Yi Feng, however, directly refused. "There's no need. The Zheng family will be destroyed. Just have the War Ministry stabilize the border." Long Jinghua was first stunned, then he reacted. It also broke out in a cold sweat. If he really let the people from the War Department help Yi Feng deal with the Zheng family, that would require mobilizing a border army to come to the Middle Kingdom. But if the border army was once mobilized, then the border would definitely be empty, and Yi Feng's Fifth Kingdom people would need to deal with the Zheng family. At that time, it would give those who had been thinking about the Dragon Kingdom and wanted to invade it a chance. "I understand. Thank you, Monarch Yi, for pointing it out." After ending the call with Long Jinghua, Yi Feng also made the first move towards 11. "Investigate the internal spies immediately." "Yes." 11 left in a hurry. Yi Feng looked at Yi Qi. "Is there a way to get rid of the poison on my sister?" Yi Qi said. "Boss, give me a day and I'll be able to figure out the antidote." "Good. Hard work." Yi Qi left in a hurry. At this time, Yi Er also walked over. "Boss, I just got word that a lot of people have come to Central South for the purpose of killing you." "I'll fix it." Yi 13 raised his sword. The crowd didn't stop them and allowed Yi 13 to leave. Yi Feng opened his mouth towards Yi Er. "Is it time to seal?" Yi Er looked at the watch in his hand. "Boss, after an hour, the restriction will be able to be lifted completely. Are Lao San and the others arriving soon?" Yi Feng asked again. Yi Er returned. "They've already traveled to the Central Plains." Yi Feng's eyes were cold. "Travel to the Central Plains and exterminate the Zheng family." The moment Yi Feng's words came out, it made everyone's blood boil and their battle spirit rise. Long Ao Tian sniffed and immediately came forward. "Monarch Yi, This Jiang family has been entrenched in the Central Plains for many years and is incredibly powerful. If we want to go after them, we must plan carefully and be prepared for everything. As for the Jiang family, Long Aotian could have been paying attention all these years and was well aware of how powerful the Jiang family was. Although the people of the Fifth Kingdom were powerful, it wasn't that easy to deal with the Jiang family. Just after Long Aotian's words were finished, Yi Er opened his mouth in a very disdainful manner. A small Jiang family is just a small family. To exterminate them, it's easy, it doesn't take much effort at all. My Fifth Kingdom, the reason why we are called a kingdom, is not because we have powerful weapons, millions of strong people, and countless warships and fighters. Rather, it's because of our own true battle prowess. In an hour, I'll show you the true strength of our Fifth Kingdom. Long Aotian was a bit puzzled. Seeing that Yi Er and the others were all battle-hardened and filled with anticipation, he became even more puzzled. Soon, an airplane landed on the roof of the villa. Yi Feng's several people boarded the airplane. Monarch Yi, aren't we bringing anyone else? Long Aotian looked at the few people on the airplane and was a bit puzzled. At this moment on the airplane, there were only Yi Feng, Yi Er, Yi Lu, and Yi 12. Yi 11 had gone to clear out the mole in the Fifth Kingdom and would not follow. Yi Chi had to search for the antidote to the poison and take care of Yi Xiaoxiao and her parents, and would not follow. Yi 13 was responsible for clearing those who came to kill Yi Feng, and incidentally protecting Yi Xiaoxiao several people, and would not go. Yi X was in Jiangcheng, taking care of Qin Tian and his sister, and would not go. Yi Er said with disdain, it's only a matter of cleaning up a small Jiang family. It doesn't require many people. A few of us are enough. Seeing how confident Yi Er was, Long Aotian was still weak inside. With just a few people from Yi Feng to exterminate the entire Jiang family, he didn't think it was realistic at all. You have to know that the Jiang family not only has a million well-trained, wolf-like tigers with extraordinary combat strength in the Central Plains army, the family has even enlisted countless martial arts experts. Moreover, Zhang Tian of the Jiang clan was the Kirin war god of the 7 great war gods, and his strength was also unfathomable. The most worrying thing for Long Aotian was that the Jiang family still had Zhang Zhongyuan, a superpower of the land god immortal realm, in attendance. Although Yi Feng and the others were incredibly strong, they were also all martial artists, but they were too young to know the terror of the Jiang family, and Yi Feng was injured. The only people who were able to fight were just a few people from Yi Er, and although Yi Er's few people were powerful, they were all just ants in the face of the onslaught of millions of Central Plains army. After all, when he was in High City before, 11 had almost fallen when facing the onslaught of people from High City's resident department. Now they're just going over there like this. It's just a total death sentence. He wanted a little more persuasion. Yi Er, however, did not give him a chance to open his mouth. You don't have to go if you're scared. Long Aotian was choked and didn't say anything else. But secretly, he still sent a message to Long Jinghua. Asked Long Jinghua what he meant, whether he wanted to send out people from the war ministry. But Long Jinghua only returned a few simple words. Everything follows Yi Feng's orders. Long Aotian was silent for a long time when he looked at the message Long Jinghua returned. South Central is a long way from the Central Plains, the home base of the Jiang family. The helicopter flew for over an hour. It's only now that we've reached the borders of the Central Plains, and as soon as they reached the borders of the Middle Kingdom, then they were discovered by the Jiang family. The air defense weapons of the Central Defense Department locked their guns on the plane at the first opportunity. Orders from the Ministry of Defense also came from the plane, telling them to report themselves or be shot down on the ground. The pilot turned his gaze to Long Aotian. Yi Er directly shouted into the channel, I'm here to destroy the Jiang family. Chapter 59, The 7 Heavenly Fiends. Grass, get a life. The head of the Defense Department was furious when he heard this. This is the Central Plains, the world of the Jiang family. Now that the Jiang family was so powerful, even if the Dragon Kingdom's country lord arrived here, he wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words, and now someone actually dared to speak out loud, saying that he had come to exterminate the Jiang family. It's just asking for trouble. Blast it down. The head of the escort department roared angrily. Air defense units on the ground struck decisively. Several anti-aircraft shells rocketed up and whizzed toward the helicopters overhead. However, when the several shells had just flown into mid-air, several terrifying chi energy shot out from the airplane and struck on top of the shells. Boom boom. All the shells exploded as much as they could in the air, blooming into a dazzling firework. That's when the plane landed. It landed in the compound of the Ministry of Defense of the Central Plains. The compound had also been surrounded by countless lanes of heavily armed Central Plains troops surrounding the airplane. Yi Feng's few people jumped off the airplane. Kill. There was no unnecessary nonsense. Only an icy cold word kill exited. Yi Er and the others all immediately revealed bloodthirsty cold smiles. Each one of them was filled with murderous intent, and their aura was sky high. Carrying a long sword, he charged at these people brazenly. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Yi Er and the others were like gods of killing. Wherever they passed, flesh and blood spattered. Watching the hundreds of people in the escort department actually get slaughtered in the blink of an eye, the man in charge was also alarmed. They're martial artists. Quick, go inform the Qilin War God. The men immediately began contacting the Qilin War God. Briefing. In the meantime, Zhang Tian, the Kirin War God who was training with the Central Plains Army on the outskirts of the city, also received a report from his men. Lord Warlord, someone has invaded our defense department. According to the images coming from the scene, that person is Yi Shuluo, the Qilin War God. Zhang Tian was also stunned when he heard this. How could he not expect that Yi Feng actually killed the door himself? Lord War God, I'll kill him. A war general volunteered for the job, dripping with murderous rage. Lord War God, I'll kill him. The remaining warlords also spoke up and asked for help. Each and every one of them were all full of wariness and aura. Zhang Tian waved his hand slightly. Just a tiny mole cricket. No need for us to make a move. Go inform those martial artists in the Central Plains. We've raised them for so many years. It's time for them to get active. Yes, soon enough. All those martial artists that the Zhang clan kept in the Central Plains got the news. After Yi Shuluo had destroyed Zhang Xiong, he actually took the initiative to kill the door. They were all extremely shaken as well. All of them rushed towards the defense department of the Central Plains with murderous intent. After all, they could all clearly know that this was a splash of great credit. If he was able to decapitate Yi Shuluo, a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom, not only would he be able to shake the Dragon Kingdom with fame and become a hero admired by millions of people. More importantly, Yi Shuluo had destroyed Zhang Xiong, and if any of them could kill Yi Shuluo, it would be considered as a revenge for the Zhang family, and they would surely be able to be reused by the Zhang family. Besides, Yi Feng's side, Yi Er's few people quickly cleared the entire defense department of people, just as they were about to head to the base camp of the Zhang family in the Central Plains. Thief, don't go. I'll kill you. An explosive shout suddenly came from the distance. The crowd looked up, only to see several silhouettes fluttering in the distance. The speed of these people was extremely swift, a step of several meters, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of them. There were 7 people in total, 6 men and 1 woman, all around 40 years of age. All of them were dressed in ancient robes and filled with killing intent. The 7 heavenly fiends of the Central Plains. Long Aotian recognized these 7 people at the first moment. Monarch Yi. These 7 people are the 7 heavenly furies that were once famous in the Central Plains. Their strength is extraordinary. Yi Feng's few people, however, were all calm. Are you the so-called Dragon Kingdom border war god Yi Shuluo? A man in a black robe who led the group looked at Yi Feng with a face full of mockery. In the eyes of these powerful martial artists of theirs, the so-called Dragon Country war god was a joke. If they were willing, any one of them could become the Dragon Kingdom's invincible war god. It is also true that the Dragon Kingdom god of war, just the invincible existence in the hearts of people in the secular world. However, in the martial arts world, this so-called god of war was just some low-level martial artists with a little bit of strength. No different from a mole cricket. A random martial arts expert would be able to easily hang the so-called god of war. Yi Feng just faintly swept a glance at these people and stopped paying attention. These people didn't even have the qualifications to let him make a move. Yi Feng's disregarded look just now made several people extremely upset. The woman wearing a large red robe with a foxy aura all over her body opened her mouth. Yi Xiu Luo, immediately bind your hands and become my human pet. If you serve me well, I can plead for you in front of the Zhang family and spare your life. The woman's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng, and her scarlet tongue even licked her lips that were red as if she had sucked blood. The woman's name was Luer Yang, and she had an extremely perverted hobby, which was to capture some handsome-looking men to be her human favorites. Over the years, I don't know how many young teenage boys have been taken as their favorites and tortured like crazy. The first time she saw Yi Feng just now, she realized that Yi Feng's appearance was handsome, more handsome than all those human pets she had taken in before. Moreover, Yi Feng's body also emitted a special aura that was extremely attractive to her. Seek death. Yi Er, who was on the side, was instantly furious. What kind of person was Yi Feng? That was the most respected monarch of their 5th kingdom. It's the god in all of them. But now to be slandered like this by a disgusting pervert. Angrily, Yi Er raised his palm. A huge handprint appeared out of nowhere around that Luer Yang's body. With a forceful pinch, he pinched that Luer Yang in his palm. Put! With a muffled sound, Luer Yang's body was instantly crushed and exploded. Blood and flesh spraying out. The spray of blood splattered the 6 people in the back. This sudden scene caused all 6 of them to freeze in place in shock. They were all a little incredulous. What did they see? Lu Earnyang, a martial arts powerhouse who possessed the mid-human Zun realm, was crushed? One must know that Lu Earnyang was the most powerful among their group, other than their boss. But now, Ernest Lu was easily crushed. This made them instantly realize that the Yi heir in front of them was definitely an Emperor realm martial arts powerhouse. Although they were all at the human exaltation realm, they simply couldn't muster any desire to fight when facing an Emperor exaltation realm powerhouse. In the eyes of the Emperor's realm, they were no different than ants. For a moment, an inexplicable chill instantly struck the crowd from the soles of their feet. A few people couldn't help but start trembling in their bodies. And at this time, Yi heir's palm gently moved. A huge fist seal hurriedly condensed in front of several people. The terrifying aura emanating from it caused several people's figures to instantly look as if they had been frozen, unable to move a bit at all. Just when this fist seal was about to destroy a few people. "Humph, my Jiang family's people are also the ones you dare to kill." A majestic and incomparable voice came from the sky above, only to see a black shadow descending sharply from the sky, protecting the remaining 6 of the 7 heavenly furies. At the same time, a terrifying aura landed on top of the huge fist seal, shattering it. Chapter 60 Luo Tongtian. Boss. Seeing the visitor, all 6 of the 7 heavenly furies were incomparably surprised. The visitor was a middle-aged man also in his 40s, similarly dressed in black robes, with a heavenly aura. It was just like a martial arts powerhouse. This person's name was Luo Tongtian, one of the Jiang clan's top 10 experts, and the boss of these 7 heavenly furies. His strength had long since reached the Emperor realm, and he had originally been in seclusion, having just emerged at that moment. As a result, he received news from the Jiang family and learned that Yi Xiaoluo, who had exterminated the Jiang family, had actually killed his way to the Central Plains. As an envoy of the Jiang clan, he naturally had the obligation to help the Jiang clan get rid of Yi Xiaoluo. Originally, he hadn't wanted to personally take action and was prepared to let his subordinates, the 7 heavenly fiends, come to exterminate Yi Xiaoluo. However, he did not expect that Yi Xiaoluo's men actually had a strong person of the Emperor Zun realm, who had destroyed Lu Earnyang in a single strike, and to take a shot at a few others. That's when he had to step in. "Yi Xiaoluo, how dare you, dare to come to the Central Plains to spread your wildness, simply looking for death." The moment Luo Tongtian's words left his mouth, it instantly made Yi heir's men burn with rage. "It's you who seeks death," Yi heir shouted angrily, and with a movement in his palm, a terrifying chi energy rapidly condensed into a fist print and blasted towards Luo Tongtian. "Humph, ignorant brat, thinking that you are lawless because you control a little bit of strength. Today I will let you see how powerful I, Luo Tongtian, am." Luo Tongtian's eyes showed disdain. As he was one of the top 10 experts of the Jiang clan, his strength was extraordinary. Saying that, Luo Tongtian's palm also moved, and a palm imprint rapidly condensed in front of him, transforming into a huge palm that was like substance, grabbing towards Yi heir's fist imprint. Fists and palms clashed sharply. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud sound, Yi heir's fist seal hurriedly crushed Luo Tongtian's palm seal, and the terrifying power spread out in all directions rapidly. How is that possible? Luo Tongtian's gaze condensed. How could he not expect Yi heir's strength to be so powerful? His own palm print was full of power, but it was actually easily dissolved by Yi heir's punch. "Humph, is that all the power you have? How dare you come to kill my boss? Simply ridiculous." Yi heir snorted coldly, and with a movement in his hand, the fist print that did not dissipate once again shot towards Luo Tongtian with a terrifying power. Luo Tongtian didn't dare to be careless either. The move he had just made had made him realize that Yi heir's strength was definitely not below him. He shook his hand again, and even more voluminous energy overflowed rapidly, and a protective barrier was rapidly condensed around his body. At the same time, above his right hand, there was an additional lance. The long spear was like a dragon, stabbing towards that fist mark with an icy cold sharpness. This was the Luo family gun. Luo Tongtian was the heir to the Luo family, and the Luo family gun had been greatly sublimated in his hands, and it was rare to find an opponent. Unfortunately, the Yi heir he met, even though his Luo family gun was like a dragon, he still could not resist the fist print. Boom! With a muffled sound, the lance stabbed on top of the fist print, but that fist print condensed from chi energy was like hardened steel at the moment. The incomparably sharp tip of the gun could not pierce it at all. On the contrary, a surging force erupted above the fist print, actually shattering the long spear in Luo Tongtian's hand. Without a block, the fist seal still shot towards Luo Tongtian at an extremely terrifying speed. Luo Tongtian was shocked. It was too late to dodge at this moment. He was able to clearly feel that above this fist print, it contained an unspeakably terrifying power. He threw out another punch, one that contained a powerful chi, and it clashed hard with the fist seal. The fist seal remained the same and was not crushed, while Luo Tongtian let out a miserable scream. His fist was shattered by an unspeakably terrifying force erupting from above the fist print. In the next instant, his entire arm, too, instantly burst open. Flesh and blood are flying, and with that fist print out of the way, it ruthlessly landed on Luo Tongtian's body. Although there was a power barrier protecting his body, this power barrier was as fragile as if it was made of paper and was instantly torn apart. A huge fist print landed fiercely on top of Luo Tongtian's chest. Luo Tongtian's chest instantly sunk in, and a large mouthful of blood entrapped with broken pieces of internal organs spat out from his mouth. His figure flew out backwards, sending all 6 of the 7 heavenly fury behind him flying, and his feet even dragged out a trail on the ground that was more than 10 meters long. Bang! With a loud bang, Luo Tongtian's body crashed into a high wall before coming to a stop. Put! Another large mouthful of blood mixed with broken pieces of internal organs sprayed out. At this moment, Luo Tongtian's face was filled with horror. His heart had long been filled with shock and fear. Originally, he thought that if he personally made a move, it would be easy for him to decimate Yishio Luo and the others. But he didn't expect that one of Yishio Luo's men was actually so strong that he couldn't even stop a punch from others. Who the hell are you guys? Luo Tongtian's face was filled with shock, his eyes staring at Yi Er with a deadly stare. That punch just now had shattered all the internal organs in his body, and he could no longer survive. At this moment, he only wanted to know what exactly Yi Er and the others were. At this moment, he also understood that Yishio Luo was definitely not as simple as a border war god. It was absolutely impossible for a border war god to have such terrifying henchmen in his strength. You're not qualified to know who we are. Yi Er coldly opened his mouth, and with a point of his finger, an air force shot out, piercing through the air and leaving a white trail in midair, shooting into Luo Tongtian's head. Bang! Luo Tongtian's head instantly exploded. The headless body fell helplessly to the ground. One of the Jiang family's top 10 experts, Luo Tongtian, dead. The 7 heavenly fiends who fell in the surrounding area all stayed in place at this moment. One by one, their faces showed horror and fear. What did they just see? Their boss, one of the Jiang clan's top 10 experts, Luo Tongtian, the heir to the Luo clan's gun and possessor of the Imperial realm, killed by one of Yishio Luo's men with a single move. For a while, several people were a bit incredulous, feeling like they were dreaming. No, can't even dream of such a dream. This is so unrealistic. Just as a few people were still in a daze, Yi Er's hands moved once again. A huge palm print fell sharply above the heads of several people. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was smashed out of a large pit, and the 6 people were slapped into a puddle of mud. 7 heavenly fury, dead. This scene was also seen by the Central Plains Army and Central Plains martial artists that kept coming from all around. This horrifying scene caused everyone's minds and bodies to shake violently. They were all originally here to kill Yi Feng, wanting to use this opportunity to make a name for themselves and make a mark for the Jiang family. But now, seeing Luo Tongtian, one of the Jiang clan's top 10 experts who possessed the Imperial realm, as well as his subordinates, the 7 heavenly fiends, being wiped out by Yishio Luo and the others with a single move, the hearts of all the people all rose with a strong fear. None of them were as strong as Luo Tongtian, and some of them were even inferior to the 7 heavenly fury. Yi Er decapitating Luo Tongtian and the others was as simple as stepping on an ant. So wouldn't it be even simpler to kill them? Some people turned sharply, ready to leave, but at this very moment, Yi Er's voice suddenly exploded in their ears. Humph! Since you're here, all of you stay. Like the moan of death, it instantly sent chills all over their bodies. Chapter 61, The Shadow. At the same time Yi Er's voice rang out. Swish! Several huge fist prints appeared in midair. Everyone suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies as they subconsciously looked up. Then they saw a scene that horrified them. In the sky above their heads, several huge fist prints, like meteors, blasted towards them. They wanted to dodge, but they realized that the space around them was imprisoned, and they couldn't move a bit at all. One could only watch as those huge palm prints fell rapidly. It kept enlarging in their eyes. They couldn't even let out a scream, and were directly smashed into a puddle of mud by these several fist prints in an instant. Is this the true strength of the people of the Fifth Kingdom? Long Aotian muttered out of breath. Previously, he felt that with Yi Er's few people wanting to wipe out the Jiang family was simply touching eggs against stones. But now, after seeing Yi Er and the others displaying their transcendent abilities, he realized just how powerful Yi Er and the others from the Fifth Kingdom were. Their abilities seemed to have long surpassed the realm of ordinary martial artists, and their means were divine, like divine techniques. He also understood why Yi Er was so confident before. Humph! Yishio Luo, you have the audacity to actually dare to force your way into the Jiang family's territory. And even dare to go on a killing spree in the Jiang family's territory. Today is the day of your death. Right at this moment, a terrifyingly harsh whistling sound suddenly came from the distance. A black shadow was like a stream of light, shooting from the distance at an extreme speed. A powerful palm, with a cracking sound, grabbed towards Yi Er's head. Yi Er snorted coldly. A palm was also offered, and the incoming person was matched with a palm. Bang! With a muffled sound, the silhouette took several consecutive steps back, solidifying itself in midair. This person's entire body was shrouded in black robes, and his aura was so strong that he couldn't see his true appearance. Hide your head and die for me, Yi Er coldly snorted. His figure flashed towards the black shadow and attacked. The black shadow man's figure instantly disappeared from its original spot, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Yi Er. A white and incomparable, crystal and jade-like palm was in the shape of an eagle's claw, grabbing towards the back of Yi Er's head. This claw was powerful and extremely fast, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be set on fire. Look out! Long Aot unconsciously reminded out, but it was as if Yi Er didn't notice. Still with his back to the man in black, the claw of the man in black also landed sharply on the back of Yi Er's head. However, this claw fell, and there was no brain-crushing scenario. This claw fell, and the man in black froze in place for a second, because the moment this claw struck Yi Er's head, Yi Er's body actually dissipated rapidly. Stigmata! The black-clothed man uttered a shocked voice and his heart was shaken as his figure turned back around sharply. Then he saw Yi Er's figure appear behind him, and a stern punch, with supreme power, smashed towards his face. Humph! The man in black snorted coldly. The crystal jade-like palm once again grabbed towards Yi Er's fist. Fists and claws touch. Ka-ching! A crisp bone crack sounded. The black-clothed man's snow-white, incomparably crystal and jade-like hand was like porcelain that had been hit by a sledgehammer, with dense cracks appearing and breaking apart inch by inch. Dense cracks were even spreading from the top of his palm towards his arm. Bang! In the next instant, its entire arm instantly burst into pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ah! The man in black screamed miserably, and his figure was shocked by the terrifying power contained in that punch, which sent him flipping rapidly in the air, and he flew for 100 meters before he was able to stop. At this moment, something called shock crawled across the black-robed man's face wrapped in a black robe. A pair of shadowy eyes were also filled with thick shock and incredulity. He looked up at Yi Er, who had stopped in place with a disdainful face. You, wanting to say something, he realized that the strength in his body seemed to be being drained out in a hurry, and he couldn't say the remaining words. When he looked down, he realized that a large hole had appeared in his left chest, which was empty at an unknown time. What the hell are they? His face instantly turned pale, his gaze completely congealed, and his body collapsed helplessly towards the ground. There was only one thought within him at this moment. That was what exactly Yi Feng and the others were. Why it's so powerful, so strong. Long Ao Tian's heart was horrified. He recognized this man in black just now. It's Shadow, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Zheng family. In addition to the 10 great experts in the Zheng family, there were also 4 heavenly kings, 3 divine kings and 2 ghost kings, as well as a demon king. Shadow is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Shadow's strength was the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings of the Zheng family. Before this person became Zheng Zhongyuan's henchman, he was a super assassin, enjoying a reputation in the entire assassin world, having assassinated countless dignitaries and some international bigwigs, never losing a battle. Those who had seen him died at his hands, and then someone hired him to assassinate Zheng Zhongyuan, only to fail. Although it failed, it also made Zheng Zhongyuan's clothes shatter a corner, and was considered the first person to be able to approach 3 feet in front of Zheng Zhongyuan's body after he became a land god, and also made Zheng Zhongyuan's clothes shatter. Although he failed in his assassination attempt on Zheng Zhongyuan didn't kill him, but instead took him under his wing and became one of the 4 heavenly kings under Zheng Zhongyuan. But now, this once world-famous super killer, the shadow of the Zheng family's 4 heavenly kings, it was actually killed by Yi Er in seconds, and this also more and more shocked Long Ao Tian at the battle power of the people of this 5th kingdom. Yi Er displayed such a strong battle power. I'm afraid that all of them were capable of battling the Zheng clan's 3 great god kings. If Yi Feng and the other people from the 5th kingdom were added, I'm afraid that they would really be able to have the ability to topple the Zheng family. Just let Long Ao Tian's doubt is, before when Yi Feng returned, why they did not show this kind of horrible battle power. Yi Feng also suffered injuries. 11 also almost fell. Swish! Just then, in the distance, at an extremely hidden corner, a silhouette flickered away. As for Yi Er and Yi Feng, several people also looked at that location at the first time, but no one went after them. Yi Feng also only had a cold one-word exit. Kill. Yi Er's few people instantly scattered in all directions. Start cleaning up the leaks in the Department of Defense. 10 minutes later, Yi Er and the others returned to Yi Feng's side as much as they could. There is not a single survivor in the entire defense department. Your turn. Yi Feng looked at Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian instantly understood, and hurriedly took out his communicator and began to contact the people from the War Ministry, asking them to drive over and occupy this place. Go to the Ginger family. Yi Feng also spoke again. Yaluk drove over a car. Several people boarded the car and left the escort department. Not long after a few people left, the War Ministry personnel who had been secretly following them over drove into the Defense Department in a hurry. Begin stationing the defense. Chapter 62, The Seven Tyrants. In the meantime, downtown Central Plains, in a luxurious villa, a black shadow, like a ghost, suddenly appeared on the roof of the villa. Above the roof, there were 6 middle-aged men sitting cross-legged on the ground. There was a powerful aura emanating from his body, only that there was not a single piece of intact skin on these 6 people's bodies and faces, and his entire cheeks and body were full of dense and horrifying scars that were shocking to the eyes. The instant the black shadow appeared, the 6 people also opened their eyes at the same time. All of them looked at the man in black. The man in black took off the black robe on his body and also revealed his true appearance. This person's face and all of his body were also covered in dense scars that were shocking to the eyes. These 7 people were no one else but the 7 tyrants of the Zhang family's 10 greatest experts. These 7 are 7 from one mother. After their mother gave birth to them, she passed away and the 7 were adopted by a perverted old Taoist priest. That old Taoist priest was also an extremely ruthless and perverted master. In order to train several people to become the most ruthless, perverted and cruel and merciless killing machines, the old Taoist priest can do anything. When several of the men were 5 years old, the old Taoist priest threw a few of them into a wolf's den and made them wrestle female wolves. At the age of 6, they were thrown into a nest of snakes and made to endure the bites of the most poisonous vipers. At the age of 8, they were again thrown into a crocodile den and made to fight the crocodiles. At the age of 9, they were left again in the vast, cold, bone-chilling no man's land of the Westlands to survive on their own. And the 7 brothers were extremely united and froze through all the tortures and tests that the old Taoist priest put them through. After the age of 10, the old Taoist priest began to teach them martial arts techniques, teach them the most ruthless ways to kill. After starting at the age of 10, the old Taoist priest had them start killing people, using human lives to build up their experience. Since then, the 10 have been killing people, raping and pillaging, and doing all sorts of evil. It made them a horrible demon that everyone over in the West had heard of at the time. In 10 years' time, they didn't know how many people they had killed and how many heinous crimes they had committed over in the Western realm. The Dragon Kingdom had also dispatched experts countless times to eliminate these 7 people. But in the end, all the people who were sent there all died at the hands of a few people. In the end, it was Zhang Zhongyuan who traveled to the west and encountered a siege from these 7 people. Seeing the extraordinary combat strength of these 7 people, Zhang Zhongyuan was moved with compassion, and after defeating these 7 people with a single move, he took these 7 people under his command. Of course, these 7 people had their own pride, and were simply unwilling to submit under Zhang Zhongyuan. But Zhang Zhongyuan was too strong. They were no match for Zhang Zhongyuan. In the end, in order to stay alive, they asked Zhang Zhongyuan to help them exterminate the old Taoist priest who had tormented them, and promised them that he would guide them into a higher realm of martial arts in the future. Also wanting the Zhang family to help them find their father, they agreed to follow Zhang Zhongyuan, helping Zhang Zhongyuan to guard the Zhang family for 10 years and striking 3 times for the Zhang family. Zhang Zhongyuan agreed to the request of a few people. Thus, the 7 people came to the Zhang family. But after arriving at the Zhang family, these 7 people had also been following only Zhang Zhongyuan's orders, completely disregarding the rest of them. In the entire Zhang family, only Zhang Zhongyuan could order them. And as of today, they had already helped the Zhang family out twice, which was almost 10 years ago. Originally, they waited for the 10 years to come, so they could leave the Zhang family, regain their freedom, and go to their father to avenge the great revenge of abandoning their mother and them back then. But I didn't expect to suddenly learn the news today that Yi Shuluo was looking for trouble with the Zhang family. They then wanted to use this opportunity to help the Zhang family out for the 3rd time so that they would be able to leave the Zhang family earlier. For this reason, they then sent the youngest brother among them to tackle Yi Shuluo. But I didn't want my own oldest 7 to come back so soon. Old 7, resolved that Yi Shuluo? One of them opened his mouth and asked. The man in black returned. The strength of that Yi Shuluo's men is very powerful. That's 7 heavenly fiends of the Zhang clan and Luo Tontian as well as the Shadow, one of the Zhang clan's 4 heavenly kings, all died at their hands. I didn't dare venture out. Really? Several people were not surprised when they heard this, but instead, they all revealed a look of surprise. Originally, they were all worried that if they helped the Zhang family solve Yi Shuluo this time, which was considered the 3rd time they helped the Zhang family out, would they be told by the Zhang family that this mission was too easy and not considered a 3rd time? not letting them go when the time comes. But now, he heard his own old seven say that the other party was so strong that even the shadows of the Jiang family's 4 heavenly kings had died in the other party's hands. They immediately felt that this was a great opportunity. If they made a move at this time and resolved Yi Xiaolua and the others, then at that time, the Jiang family would not have any reason to continue keeping them. Old Seven nodded. Well, that Yi Xiaoluo's men have at least reached the realm of Peak Emperor. Ha ha ha, it's really heaven's help. The boss among the 7 roared out furiously. Brothers, our freedom is almost here. The rest of the few people also all revealed excited smiles. They had been waiting for this day for almost 10 years. In the 10 years since they became the Jiang family's offerings, Jiang Zhongyuan strictly requested that they were not allowed to do that kind of rape/lechery, murder and fire again. Growing up in the midst of killing, they had held back a lot in those 10 years. And now as long as he kills Yi Xiaoluo and completes his 3rd strike, then from now on it will be the sky is high enough for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for the fish to leap. No one can limit them anymore. However, Lao Chi hurriedly said, Big brother, you must not be reckless. That Yi Xiaoluo was followed by several people. At that time when he exterminated the shadow, only one person made a move, and I did not figure out if the other several people were all strong martial artists as well. If all of those people's strength has also reached the Empyrean realm, the 7 of us may not be able to take advantage of their hands either. But the few people who were overwhelmed by excitement simply ignored Old Seven's words. The boss of the 7 laughed coldly. Even if they're all at the Emperor's realm. So what? If the 7 of us join forces, even if all the experts of the Jiang clan come out together, they won't be our opponents. Furthermore, with the great completion of our Gongfu and the molding of the 7, even Jiang Zhongyuan wouldn't dare to oppose us. That's right, Old 7. Don't worry about anything. If the 7 of us brothers work together, our prophets will break the gold. That Yi Xiaolua is nothing but a war god. He can be destroyed at will. Seeing that his brothers were all confident, Lao Chi was also a bit impressed. The 7 of them grew up together and survived that torture by that old Taoist priest. And now, the technique that the 7 of them brothers had cultivated had also come to a great completion. And together they were incredibly powerful. It really didn't seem like a difficult task to exterminate a Yi Xiaoluo and a few Emperor's realm martial artists. Good. Then the 7 of us brothers will go together to kill them. Restore the free body. Eventually, the 7 were unified. He left the villa and went to kill Yi Feng and the others. Chapter 63 Rockhan. Besides, Yi Feng and the others, they drove to the ginger house. But when they reached a highway on the outskirts of the city, Yi Lu, who was in charge of driving, suddenly braked the car. For a blazing fire came rushing towards the car they were in at an extremely swift speed. Yi Er, who was sitting in the front row, threw a punch. A huge fist print shot out, smashing through the windshield and colliding with the massive flames. Boom! The flames shattered with a punch, scattering into several tiny flames that splattered all over the ground. The gazes of Yifeng's several people in the car also all looked towards the position less than 100 meters ahead. There was a man standing there. A woman holding a black lance and clad in armor, like a female general in ancient times. Above the tip of the black lance, a blazing flame burned. This person should be Luo-chan, one of the Jiang family's top 10 experts, the sister of that Luo Tongtian from before, specializing in gunplay. Her fire dragon gun is extremely powerful. Long Ao Tian in the car was the first to explain Luo Chan's identity to Yifeng's several people. Yi Feng, however, ignored it, and Yi Er's figure moved and flew out of the car, landing in front of it. Kang's family? Yi Er stood horizontally on the spot, his clothes hunting without wind. Rockhan on the opposite side of the table, however, had no extra words to say. With a shake of the lance in his hand, the flames became even more raging, and then it actually transformed into a fire dragon, piercing through the air and shooting towards Yi Er. And this fire dragon actually grows against the wind. A short distance actually grows into an extremely thick fire dragon, exuding an extremely terrifying temperature. Humph! Carver's trick. Yi Er let out a cold snort. The fist in his hand swung out, and powerful chi energy erupted out as if it was an astral wind, instantly shattering the fiery dragon that had shot out. It turned into stars and flames that splashed down all around. The moment the fire dragon was crushed, Yi Er's body also shot out explosively. The speed was strangely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luo-chan, who was more than 50 meters away. A powerful punch was thrown towards Rocken's head. In Yi Er's eyes, there was never any distinction between men and women, only between enemy and self. Since Luo-chan was a member of the Jiang family, if he was blocking them at this moment, he was an enemy. He's not going to have mercy. As a result, this punch was full of his power. Luo-chan stood in place, his gaze slightly frozen, but there was no hint of trying to dodge it, allowing Yi Er's punch to land on her head. However, This punch fell and did not shatter Luo Chan's body. Instead, the punch directly penetrated Luo Chan's body as if it had smashed into the air. Ha! Yi Er gave a light eep, then he saw Luo Chan's body instantly disappear, with only a flame wrapping his fist. And in the next instant, Luo Chan's body appeared a few meters away. The lance in his hand shook, and raging flames instantly shot towards Yi Er. At the same time, Yi Er realized that the flames entwined above his fist were raging at the moment. Together with the flames that shot up, they instantly wrapped him up, and at that moment, the long spear in Luo Chan's hand bloomed with raging vigor, carrying a sound of air breaking, stabbing towards the middle of the massive flames that enveloped Yi Er. The speed was as fast as lightning, and the air was stabbed with a burst of sound. Boom! The moment the lance pierced into the flames, it also exploded into pieces, only to see Yi Er standing unharmed, not even a single strand of hair missing, and with one hand behind his back, he grasped the barrel of his lance, looking at Luo Chan with a face full of disdain. If this is your tactic, then you will surely die today. Saying that, Yi Er exerted force in his hands. Ka-ching! The long spear that was made from an unknown material was actually easily broken by Yi Er. Luo Chan's face changed slightly, and her figure retreated sharply, while her body burned with a blazing flame that wrapped itself around her. Yi Er's hand moved, and the tip of the broken lance shot out with a cracking sound, chasing towards Luo Chan. Luo Chan's speed was also extremely swift, and in the blink of an eye, he withdrew 50 meters, but the speed of the tip of the gun was too fast, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with her as well, shooting sharply into the flames that wrapped around Luo Chan, and Yi Er's figure shot out, leaving a trail of residual shadows in its path before stopping at the back of the flame that wrapped around Luo Chan. At this time, the tip of the lance also pierced out from the flames with blood, and was grasped in Yi Er's hand. Boom! The massive flames that wrapped around Luo Chan also exploded at the same time. It turned into stars and embers and fell around, setting some of the surrounding trees on fire. But, without the protection of the flames, Luo Chan sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and half-kneeled on the ground. At the moment, there was a bloody hole in her towering chest that was continuously bleeding out. It's all said and done. It's just a carving. Yi Er looked at Luo Chan with a condescending look on his face. Luo Chan's face was pale, her eyes were red, and she was trembling. She slowly raised her head, her scarlet eyes staring at Yi Er in death. Boo! Within those reddish eyes, 2 clusters of fire were ignited and began to jump wildly. The next instant, Luo Chan's entire body was also instantly set ablaze with flames. Even the starry embers around them seemed to have been triggered, and they all blazed up. In an instant, the 50-meter area centered around Luo Chan was ablaze with flames. Yi Er, who was in the flames, was calm, still with his hands behind his back, looking with interest at Luo Chan, who was completely transformed into a sea of fire in front of him. Interesting, I didn't expect you to actually be able to combine martial arts and flames, and to be able to cultivate to such an extent. Originally with your talent the future accomplishments were unlimited. Unfortunately, you followed the wrong person. As Yi Er's words fell, this sea of fire actually rapidly condensed into a fire dragon that was about 50 meters long and as thick as a bucket. The huge dragon's mouth opened, and there were incomparably raging flames with a terrifying temperature that seemed to be able to incinerate everything, jetting towards Yi Er in front. Yi Er remained calmly standing in place, his eyes full of admiration and pity. When that terrifying flame was about to hit him, he moved his hand and the tip of that lance shot out, sharply piercing through the massive flames. It shot away from the giant mouth of the fire dragon. Put! A muffled sound. The fire dragon instantly collapsed, and the tip of the lance wrapped around Luo Chan's charred and blackened body, and was nailed in the middle of the road after drawing a graceful arc in the air. Countless crumbling flames, like raindrops, kept falling from the air in a spectacular manner. Too bad you're such a good seedling. After Yi Er sighed, he waved his hand and a strong wind blew through, extinguishing all the flames. The charred body of Luo Chan, who was nailed in the middle of the road, was also instantly blown away by the wind. Chapter 64 Extreme Power. Hiss! In the distance, Lan Yao Tian in the car couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Is this still human? Previously, Lan Yao Tian felt that the strength of Yi Feng and the others was extraordinary, and just now, after seeing Yi Er and Luo Chan fight, and both displaying such a terrifying battle power, he felt even more terrified of Yi Er. It's simply not human. It completely surpassed his knowledge of martial artists' means. Yi Lu started the car again, but when the car had just reached Yi Er's side, Yi Lu once again braked the car. It was because there were 7 silhouettes floating in front of them. The 7 people were all dressed exactly the same way, all the same height, and everyone's face and body were all densely packed with hideous scars. This is the 7 tyrants. They're actually still alive and have become offerings to the Zheng family? Lan Ao Tian was surprised out loud. he naturally recognized these 7 people. These 7 people had committed a heinous crime over in the Western realm back then. It was a national sensation. At that time, their war ministry and the local martial artists had not gone out to exterminate them, but eventually all the people who went to exterminate them were killed by them. After that, the Dragon Kingdom even issued a bounty, inviting martial artists from all over the Dragon Kingdom to go and kill these 7 people. And there were quite a few martial artists who went to kill these 7 people at that time. But the end result was that all of them were decimated by these 7 people. It was only in the end that the Dragon Kingdom sent a few experts from Kyoto to the Western realm to exterminate these people. But it turned out that the 7 had disappeared. For almost 10 years afterward, no one had seen or heard from these 7. Later there were rumors that the 7 might have died. That was the end of the matter. However, he did not expect that these 7 people did not die, but instead came to the Central Plains and became the offerings of the Jiang family. You are Yi Shulua? The boss of the 7 opened his mouth, his shadowy and furious eyes staring at Jifeng and the others. Are you guys sent by the Jiang family to kill us? Yi Er opened his mouth, staring at the 7 people endlessly. He realized that these 7 people were actually extraordinary, and seemed to be a bit more powerful than even that shadow from before. The eldest of the 7 spoke. Not bad. You'd better roll yourselves over to the Jiang clan and confess your sins, lest we take action ourselves. You may not even be able to leave a whole corpse by then. Yi Er couldn't help but smile as if he had heard some funny joke. He, just with you 6 mole crickets? Kill us? So, you are refusing my offer? The boss of the 7 spoke again, his voice becoming a bit icy. As for the remaining 6, their chi was also stirring at this moment, and their killing intent had already locked onto Yi Er. Yi Er's eyes stared, his footsteps stepped forward, his body's aura stirred and killing intent filled the air. Originally, I was going to leave you guys alive, but your attitude pisses me off, so you don't even have a chance to leave your bodies intact. After saying that, Yi Er's body shot out explosively. Seek death. The 7 were also furious. Since their debut, other than Zhang Zhongyuan, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of them. Yi Er is still the first. Facing Yi Er, who had shot up, the 7 of them also shot out in unison. They were 7 of a kind from one mother, and their hearts were in the same place, always striking out collectively no matter how many strong enemies they faced. The 7 palm imprints were as if they were substantial, carrying a vast power as they blasted towards Yi Er. Humph! Yi Er coldly grunted and sharply blasted his fists. 7 punches in a row, in less than a second. Bang bang bang. 7 consecutive muffled sounds rang out, and 7 palm imprints were sharply blasted to pieces by Yi Er. The faces of the 7 people all changed slightly. They did not expect that Yi Er's strength was actually so strong that he was able to dissolve their palm imprints so easily. Is that the best you can do? Yi Er's disdainful voice also sounded at the same time, as he shot like electricity, and his fist had already blasted towards the frontmost boss. The 7 people also changed their positions rapidly. The 2nd and 3rd stood behind the oldest. The 4th, 5th and 6th stood behind the 2nd and 3rd, and the oldest 7 alone fell at the end. And then, the 7 of them simultaneously landed a palm on the back of the person in front of them, and countless vast power chi surged out, converging as much as they could on the boss at the very front. The raging influx of power chi caused the boss's body to instantly all seem like an inflated balloon, bulging up rapidly. Facing Yi Er's rapidly coming punch, a cold smile appeared at the corner of the boss's mouth. It was also a full-force punch blast, fist to fist, going for the jugular. The power of the 7 of them came together with great power, and Yi Er didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. It's also going to be fist to fist, hard hitting. Bang! The 2 fists clashed hard. The extreme power catharsis caused Yi Er to feel a tingling sensation coming from his arm. The huge impact of power caused him to take a slight step back. The 7 tyrants, on the other hand, were motionless at the moment, rooted in place like a pine tree. Not bad, great power. Yi Er shook off his somewhat tingling arm with a smile on his face. These 7 people shared the same mind and gathered the power of 6 people into one person. Their power was indeed not bad, but it's just not bad. That's all. Humph. This is just an appetizer. Now I'll let you see our true strength. The boss in the front row grunted coldly, and his swollen body began to dissipate rapidly at the moment, and the aura on his body was growing rapidly. From the pinnacle of the Emperor Zun realm, it instantly grew to the Heaven Zun realm. It grew until it reached the early stages of the Heavenly Dignity realm, and only then did it stop. Interesting. Yi Er watched the boss's realm growth with interest, found the tactics of the 7 amusing. It was actually able to gather other people's internal chi into one person to help raise the realm. But thinking about it, these 7 people were able to be valued by Zhang Zhongyuan, so they naturally had their unique characteristics. Feeling the strong and surging power in his body, the boss was cocky. Kid, I'll let you see our true strength today. and you'll be considered lucky to die in my hands. Yi Er laughed disdainfully. Is that so? Then I'd like to see just how strong you guys are. Eat me again. The boss shouted explosively and blasted out another fist. This fist contained an unspeakably terrifying power on top of it. The fist pierced through the air, rippling up a circle of waves, and smashed over towards Yi Er. Yi Er didn't retreat either and struck out with a punch as well. Seek death. The boss's eyes were fierce, and when he saw that Yi Er actually had to use his fists to connect hard, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This punch, not to mention Yi Er, even if Zhang Zhongyuan had been there, I am afraid that he would not dare to take it hard. Bang! With a comet hitting the earth, the two fists clashed together again. Extreme power was declared in a rush. The location of the two men's fists was immediately shaken out in a circle of terrifying ripples, and the air seemed to have been drained in a split second, emitting a crisp popping sound. Extreme ripples of power spread out towards the surroundings in a hurry. It was as if a 15-grade gale was blowing, and wherever it passed, the trees and lawns on the roadside were all chopped off, and the seven remained where they were, unmoved. Yi Er similarly stood in place, unaffected by anything. How is that possible? The foremost boss was filled with horror. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Yi Er, who had a disdainful face, one hand still behind his back and his clothes hunting. This punch of his could be even more powerful than the full-force punch of a heavenly sovereign realm powerhouse. After all, there could be 6 of his brothers standing behind him, and several of them had gathered their power when they had just thrown this punch themselves. The power of this punch was enough to be comparable to a strike from a peak powerhouse of the heavenly sovereign realm. But Yi Er took it hard. Yi Er smiled coldly. Ha, is that all the power? It's nothing more than that. Next, let you know what it means to have power. Saying that, Yi Er's fist, which was still holding the boss's fist in place, moved slightly. A vast power instantly burst out from Yi Er's body. As if it was a raging wave, it traveled down Yi Er's fist into the top of the boss's fist. Boom! In an instant, an unspeakably terrifying force was declared, and a circle of terrifying ripples was stirred up with the location of the two fists as the center, stirring out towards the 7 tyrants. It brought up a terrifying astral wind. Extreme power was declared. Terrifying ripples swept across, and terrifying astral winds swept through. The 7 were like kites in a gale, was instantly torn to pieces. Blood rains down. Yi Er stood horizontally in place, his clothes hunting. I told you, I won't leave you all dead. Chapter 65, The 3 Heavenly Kings. In the meantime, in the Zheng family manor, Zhang Zhonghong sat on the eunuch chair with a cup of tea in his hand, savoring it carefully. But just at that moment, a blistering cry came from outside the door. Family master, it's not good. We just got the news that the martial artists we sent out were all decimated by that Yi Xioluo, and that Luo Tongtian and the 7 heavenly fiends, as well as Lord Shadow, all died at Yi Xioluo's hands. Jiang Zhonghong, who was sniffing in the room, frowned. Bunch of losers. The teacup in his hand also landed heavily on the tea table. The expensive tea set on the tea table, and the table below made of yellow flower wood, crumbled into a pile of powder. Immediately have the others make a move to exterminate that Yi Xioluo. But just at that moment, another blistering cry came from outside the door. Family master, it's not good. It's not good. I've just gotten word that Luo Chan and the 7 tyrants, who took the initiative, have all fallen to Yi Xioluo's hands as well. What? Jiang Zhonghong, who was sitting steadily on the eunuch's chair, immediately erupted a powerful aura that shook the room, shattering everything. A bunch of losers. A tiny Yi Xioluo couldn't even clean up. Go and get the 3 heavenly kings and them to make a move. In addition, have the people from the Pang family and the 4 ghosts sect of Xianxi arrived? The men outside the door hurriedly returned. Home master, the Pang family and the poison sect's men will be arriving soon. When they arrive, let them go straight to destroy that Yi Xioluo. Yes. In the meantime, on the other side, Zhang Tian, the Qilin war god who was still leading the Central Plains army in training, had also gotten the news. He wasn't much shocked when he got the news. Instead, he revealed a playful smile. Interesting, it seems that this Yi Xioluo's strength is not ordinary. Lord War God, this Yi Xioluo is too arrogant. I'll go kill him. The group of war generals under his command were all a bit pressed at this moment. Lord War God, just give the order. A small Yi Xioluo actually dares to be so arrogant in our territory and kill so many people. This spreads out and degrades the reputation of our Zheng family. Yes, Lord War God, give the order. Seeing a group of raging and angry henchmen, Zhang Tian smiled and said, good thing too. I've always heard before that this Yi Xioluo has risen up strongly, killing his enemies with fear, being called Xioluo, and also being named the god of war. So it's a good idea to go and see how many kilograms he actually has. The crowd of warlords were suddenly excited. The war god rises. At once, all those tens of thousands of Central Plains troops that were training stopped training and all started to line up. Rumble. Overhead. Several helicopters landed sharply. A group of battle generals flanked Zhang Tian and boarded the helicopter. As the helicopters took off, the centurions below all set off in perfect unison. A chariot, a line in formation, left the training ground in a hurry. Wherever they passed, all roads were closed, and all pedestrians and vehicles, all retreated. Other side. Yi Feng and the others had arrived at the eastern suburb where the Zhang family manor was located. This is a giant luxury park. On the hill behind the park is the site of the Zhang family estate. And this place is also a forbidden area for everyone in the Central Plains. No one is allowed to enter except for the Zhang family's own people. Yi Feng and the others' car had just reached the entrance of the park when they were stopped by the loaded Central Plains army. Yi Er casually waved his hand. A chief force swept out, and several people who blocked the way flew out backwards. However, as these few people were beheaded by Yi Er, fierce sirens also sounded over the entire park. In the next instant, countless martial artists and loaded Central Plains troops converged from all directions, surrounding Yi Feng and the others in the center. Looking around at the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of people, Lan Aotian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his head. He was able to tell that these martial artists and the Central Plains army, each and every one of them had extremely extraordinary strength. There's no telling how many guns and cannons are pointed at them in this dark place. For a while, Lan Aotian was a bit frazzled. Yi Feng's few people were strong, and they should have no problem dealing with these martial artists. But this is the Zhang family's territory, the old Zhang family's house. The Zhang family had stood in the Central Plains for several years, and its depth and means were simply beyond his imagination. Not to mention those martial arts experts of the Zhang family, just the millions of Central Plains army guarding the Central Plains. That was a terrifying force that could subvert a country. Even if Yi Feng's few people were stronger, they were only ants when facing the millions of steel torrents of the Central Plains army. Lan Aotian had some regrets, regretting that he should have persuaded Yi Feng before, not letting him be so impulsive that a few people would venture into the Zhang family's territory. Now it's good to be behind bars. Unlike the flustered Lan Aotian, when Yi Feng and the others saw this constant convergence of Zhang family members, they still had a calm face. It was as if this ever-converging manpower was like a mole cricket that could be trampled to death with a few feet. Not worth mentioning. Swish swish swish. At this time, three silhouettes were the first to appear in front of Yi Feng and the others' car. Two men and one woman. One of the men, about 60 years old, had an extremely thin body, like a bamboo pole, completely skin and bones, and that old face was full of wrinkles, like a chrysanthemum that had been stepped on. He was hunched over, a boning knife in his hand, wearing a leather apron and rain boots covered in greasy blood and stains. Its body, however, exuded a vast aura, as well as an extremely thick bloodbath aura. The other man, of medium build, he was dressed in a large red robe, and his face was painted with colorful face paint, making it impossible to see his exact face and age. The remaining woman, about 40 years old, tall, thin lips and agaric nose, pretty face, wearing a green cheongsam that was forked to the root of her thighs. The pair of straight, snow-white legs were very attractive to the eye. It was the woman's foxy eyes that got the most attention. That instantaneous eyes, extremely seductive, looking at a glance as if able to sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. These three were the other three of the four heavenly kings of the Zhang clan, who were on par with the previous shadow. Cooks, players and bitches. You guys aren't small in guts. You actually dared to kill someone from the Zhang clan, and you even dared to come to the door. The old man with the boning knife was the first to speak. A pair of cloudy eyes stared at Yi Feng and the others. His body's fury chi stirred non-stop. Yi Er jumped out of the car and swept a glance at a few people, his eyes showing disdain. Smilingly, he said, "You're going to stand up for the Zhang family? Humph. Kid, immediately bind your hands and give thanks to the Zhang family. I can consider leaving your body intact." As soon as the old man's words fell, his feet exerted a slight force, and the floor on the ground, which was made using precious stone, was instantly blown to smithereens. Otherwise, this is what you'll get. Yi Er shook his head somewhat speechlessly. Oh, can't you guys be a little more original? Flipping around is always such a few sentences of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The last person who said that kind of to me is dead and gone. Seek death. The old man was enraged. The bone-picking knife in his hand was like an aura of electricity, shooting towards Yi Er. Chapter 66, The Mighty Yi Er. The speed of the boning blade was extremely rapid, and wherever it passed, the air was pierced through, emitting a burst of popping sounds. The cook had been immersed in martial arts for decades, and his strength had long since reached the realm of heaven's respect. Over the years, in order to pursue breakthroughs in martial arts, in order to pursue the refinement of his blade techniques, He disguised himself as a butcher, slaughtering and dismembering pigs, sheep and cattle with a boning knife every day, which he used to deepen his understanding of the blade techniques and accumulate his own fury. By now, he had accumulated enough fury chi in his body, and his sword technique had reached the point of pure perfection. The sharp boning knife, in its hands, also turned into the most handy killing weapon. In the face of the projectile of boning knives, Yi Er's face remained unchanged, with one hand behind his back, while slowly extending his right hand, slap at the sharp and incomparably sharp boning knife that carried a terrifyingly baleful aura. Seek death. Seeing that Yi Er was actually going to use his palm to catch the bone-picking blade, those present couldn't help but utter contempt. They all clearly knew just how strong this cook was, and just how terrifying that boning knife was. Once before the cook had even become an offering of the Zhang family. He had killed countless experts of the Zhang family who had fallen with this bone-picking knife in his hand. It wasn't until Jiang Zhongyuan of the Zhang family finally stepped in and defeated the cook with a single move that the cook succumbed and became an envoy of the Zhang family. And over the years in the Zhang family, the cook transformed himself into a butcher, killing pigs and cows during the day and killing people at night. He had once used this boning knife to kill more than 300 martial arts experts from a rival family of the Zhang clan in one night. Spread the word about the hecklers. All of the people of the Zhang family were horrified at the sound of it. No one dared to oppose it, especially when the cook pulled out this boning knife of his. But now, Yi Er actually wanted to catch the cook's boning knife with his hand. What else could it be if not looking for death? Kid who doesn't know what he's doing. The playwrights and ES on the sidelines also looked contemptuous. They were on a par with the cook and knew the power of the boning knife that was the cook. Even if they were up against the cook, they wouldn't dare to use their hands to take the cook's knife hard. Just when everyone thought that Yi Er would be killed by the cook with a single stab, accidents happen. Ding! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Yi Er's hand and the cook's boning knife touched. To be precise, it was Yi Er's palm that carried the cook's boning knife. How is that possible? Everyone was horrified to see that Yi Er actually did use his palm to resist the cook's extremely sharp boning knife. The cook's gaze was also fixed. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Yi Er. His own sword was invincible and impregnable, but now it was blocked by Yi Er with his hand. There's something weird about this kid. In an instant, the cook understood that Yi Er's strength was definitely not simple. He also couldn't think about anything more. The boning blade was ready to change direction, ready to slice towards Yi Er's neck. But at this very moment, Yi Er's white palm was violently clenched with force, grabbed the sharp boning knife, slightly harder. Bang! A crunch. The hardened boning knife was directly chipped off. The cook's face changed as he directly abandoned his sword, clenched his fingers into a fist, and a punch containing terrifying power blasted towards Yi Er's chest. Bang! This punch from Kitchener landed on top of Yi Er's chest, but to his horror, it was as if the punch had landed on a rock. It didn't cause any damage to Yi Er, but instead shocked him with a fiery and sharp pain coming from his fist. Yi Er was still standing lightly, one hand behind his back. The right hand holding the half-bone knife fell sharply. Ah! The cook let out a mournful shriek, because the hand he had just landed on Yi Er's chest was chopped off by Yi Er with his bone cutter. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Er's body. Shocking the cook's body, he tumbled out sharply. It smashed over countless people in the rear and finally landed heavily on the ground. It smashed the hard floor with dense cracks. The fallen cook, covering his bleeding arm, was pale. The gaze that looked at Yi Er became incomparably fearful. It was only at this moment that he clearly knew that Yi Er was simply not some mole cricket that he could trample to death at will. Instead, it was a super expert with heavenly strength and terrifying means. The people around them, at this moment, had not all returned to their senses either. Originally, they all felt that if the cook made a move, Yi Er would surely die. But what he never expected was that Yi Er's strength was so terrifying. In just a single glance, the cook was seriously injured and had one of his hands wasted. This kid is an expert. His strength may have reached the realm of Heaven's Father. Let's all strike together. The playwright on the side was the first to react, and he was the first to drink towards the beside him and the crowd of Zhang clan experts around him. The crowd also reacted at this moment, although it was somewhat unbelievable that Yi Er, a person who was less than 30 years old, had actually reached the heavenly exaltation realm in strength. But just now, the cook was wasted, but it was telling them in no uncertain terms that Yi Er was an expert, a young expert of the realm of heavenly dignity. But this wasn't the time to rock the boat about it. Yi Er was so strong. If they didn't make a move, when the time came, the Zhang family would blame them. They can't eat it either. Thus, all of the people also stopped watching the show, and one by one, they all struck out. The playwright and duo bore the brunt of it. Taking the lead, he attacked Yi Er. Both of them were equally strong at the heavenly dignity realm, and were not the slightest bit inferior to the cook. Players use swords, ES use knives. The two seemed to be proficient in the art of combining attacks as they simultaneously erupted a shocking sword intent and blade aura. The overwhelming sword intent and saber chi transformed into a stern aura, spreading over the sky and condensing into a giant net, enveloping the air in it, with the sword chi spreading across the sky and the blade chi filling the air. Even if it was a strong person of the heavenly exaltation realm, I'm afraid that they would be annihilated into dregs. But Yi Er, who was in the middle of it, was still breezy. One hand was still behind his back, and his clothes were shaken by the terrifying sword chi and blade aura. However, there was not a single trace of sword chi blade that was able to injure him. Condense me. At that moment, the duo of the playwright and the burst out at the same time. That huge net composed of sword chi and blade awnings contracted rapidly, to completely annihilate the Yi Er in it. And it was only at this time that Yi Er slowly raised his right hand, gently pushed it, and said carelessly, "Break me." The words followed the law, and the large net that was constantly shrinking, in an instant, was like porcelain that had been hit by a sledgehammer, and it crumbled. The crumbling sword chi blade awnings were like bees that had messed up their nests, collapsing in all directions, and those Jiang clan martial artists who rushed over were the first to be hit. Powerful sword chi slashes began to streak through these people's bodies without discrimination. The strength of these people did not reach the heavenly exaltation realm, and they were simply unable to resist these sword chi blades. Wherever the sword chi blades passed, their bodies were dismembered. The incision is smooth as a mirror. In an instant's effort, hundreds of Jiang clan's martial arts experts were exterminated, and those surrounding Central Plains army were even more unable to resist this terrifying blade, and were swept away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, within a 50-meter radius centered on Yi Er, several thousand people were dismembered, creating a vacuum. Chapter 67. I heard that you are here to destroy my Jiang family? This horrible scene. It made everyone at the scene instantly freeze in place. The scene also instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, and something called fear was even more rapidly spreading inside. The playwright and were also scared out of their wits at the moment. The moment they struck, it was their strongest move, a move that was previously unbeatable. When they encountered some peak heavenly exalt powerhouses, they wouldn't dare to underestimate this move of theirs. But now, their strongest move was casually broken by Yi Er. From this, it could be seen to what extent Yi Er's strength was powerful. At this moment, the two no longer had any desire to continue fighting with Yi Er. Are you kidding me? Yi Er easily cracked their strongest move. It meant that Yi Er's strength had completely surpassed them by an unknown geometry. Facing a martial artist who was more powerful than them, the only thought the two had at the moment was to flee. Almost at the same time, the two men's figures exploded back, no longer having any thoughts of fighting with Yi Er. Oh, want to run away? Don't you think it's too late? Yi Er's ice-cold voice exploded in the ears of the two. The two men only felt a breeze pass by them. Then to their horror, they realized that Yi Er's figure appeared in front of them with a cold smile. The two men were instantly scared out of their wits. Subconsciously, he was about to strike, but just as they were about to do so, they were shocked to find that the power in their bodies seemed to have been drained in an instant. The two of them subconsciously lowered their heads to look, and realized that the clothes on their bodies were actually breaking apart inch by inch at this moment, and immediately following that, their bodies were also breaking apart rapidly. Like dominoes collapsing, a crack continuously appeared in the two men's bodies, which then continuously burst open. It finally crumbled into a puddle, died under his own sword chi blade awnings, and Yi Er didn't pay attention to these two, but instead turned his gaze to the cook who was also ready to slip away. The cook, who had just been ready to slip away, suddenly paused in place as if he had been nudged. It was because Yi Er's extremely strong aura had locked onto him. He didn't dare move a muscle. Mercy. The cook was very straightforward, falling to his knees and opening his mouth to beg for mercy. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Yi Er. The body burst into pieces in mid-air. As of this moment, the four heavenly kings of the Jiang family had all fallen as well. The scene was once again dead silent. The eyes of all the surrounding Jiang family members looking at Yi Er were filled with intense panic. Yi Er was too powerful, too terrifying, simply like the god of death. And Yi Er's gaze also looked at these people. Your turn. Shoot, shoot, kill him, kill him. At this point, I don't know who shouted. All of them reacted at once. They all have guns in their hands. There are so many people on the scene, so many guns. Even if Yi Er is stronger, it is impossible to escape from so many of them shooting in unison. Bang bang bang. In an instant, everyone pulled the trigger in unison. The dense bullets were like a rainstorm, pouring towards Yi Er. Humph. Yi Er snorted coldly. His feet shook, and a powerful aura surged out wildly from his body. Everyone's bullets that were surging forward actually all strangely stopped in place when they were less than 3 feet away from Yi Er. Densely packed, it wrapped Yi Er as much as it could, but it couldn't come close to the 3 feet in front of Yi Er's body. Everyone was stunned by the scene, like they were watching a movie. Then he saw Yi Er's feet shake once again. These dense bullets, like a heavenly flower, all flew out backwards, faster than it came. Run away! The people around them immediately screamed out in misery, each crying out and frantically fleeing for their lives. In an instant, the entire park square was thrown into chaos. Everyone was frantically fleeing for their lives, only hating that their parents had given them less legs. But they fled quickly. But could they really escape? The answer is no. These countless dense bullets, like the scythe of death, began to harvest the lives of all. The crowd, in chaos, fell in pieces, and no one was spared. In less than a few seconds, the remaining ones on the scene, except for Yi Feng's few people, fell down. The ground was strewn with corpses, and blood flowed in rivers. Yi Feng and the others all had calm faces. On the other hand, Long Ao Tian, who was on the side, was filled with horror. Even for him, who had seen great storms and waves, his heart at this moment was also set off by shocking waves. He felt that he had once again underestimated the power of Yi Feng and the others. Just as Yi Feng and the others continued to move forward, heading to the Zhang family's manor, rumble. Suddenly, a roar of helicopters came from above the sky in the distance. Several people turned their heads to look, only to see several helicopters, escorted by several fighters, shooting from the distance. Rumble. In the distance, at the intersection, there was also the simultaneous roar of a dense heavy engine. The gravel on the ground, the trees around them, were all shaken with the sound of these neat footsteps, and it's getting more and more violent. A tanker was then seen to be the first to appear at the intersection. Then they saw hundreds of tanks, and the battle tanks came surging in like a single steel beast. And after hundreds of tankers, battle tanks, boom boom boom, countless heavily armed Central Plains troops, like a steel torrent, swept in with a surging momentum, stepping in neat steps. At a rough estimate, the first people to show up were at least 50,000, and there was a constant stream of teams coming from behind. The Middle Kingdom Army. Long Ao Tian's face changed slightly. Yi Feng's few faces, however, were calm as usual. On the helicopter, Zhang Tian saw the park below filled with corpses and rivers of blood. He also didn't expect Yi Feng and the others to be so powerful, taking care of so many of their Zhang family's experts in such a short period of time. The helicopters quickly landed, and the fighters didn't leave, constantly circling overhead. The chariot tankers at the intersection also stopped, and all the gun muzzles and gun ports were aimed at Yi Feng and the others in unison. The tens of thousands of Central Plains troops at the back also scattered rapidly, surrounding the entire park with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Those tens of thousands of gun muzzles were also aimed at Yi Feng and the others in unison, facing countless guns, cannons, and tens of thousands of Central Plains troops. This kind of scene, even Long Ao Tian had never experienced before. Such a battle power could almost sweep the vast majority of countries in this world. But now, these people were here to deal with him, Yi Feng and the others. At this moment, Long Ao Tian was a bit flustered and kept swallowing his saliva. Yi Feng and the others were incredibly powerful, but facing such a battle force, Long Ao Tian also felt that it was impossible to be its opponent. The army pushed across, and the battle power that erupted from that was terrifying. That was insurmountable. Even a strong person in the realm of the land goddesses would definitely drink hate. However, seeing that Yi Feng and the others remained calm, he also braced himself to calm the panic in his heart and stay calm. Under the gaze of all, Kirin war god Zhang Tian jumped down from the helicopter. Beside him, several war generals in military attire followed behind him with great authority. Zhang Tian swept his eyes over the corpses on the ground, his face icy cold to the core. He turned his gaze to the two of them, Yi Feng and Long Ao Tian. Yi Xiao Luo? Long Ao Tian. I heard that you guys are coming to destroy my Zhang family? Chapter 68 Do Tian Pangpeng Chang. Facing Zhang Tian's questioning, Long Ao Tian's heart jolted for no reason. Although he had been in a high position for many years and had seen a lot of big storms, he was still somewhat unable to maintain a calm demeanor when facing the tens of thousands of Central Plains army of the Zhang family now. His face became a little flustered, and his body trembled a little unconsciously. On the other hand, Yi Feng on the side was calm as usual. He had experienced countless such scenes. He looked toward Zhang Tian, his eyes showing killing intent. Nice! Zhang Tian laughed out wildly. Ha ha ha, good guts. Yi Xiaoluo, I have to admit that you still have some guts. Actually daring to come to my Zhang family's territory alone. You also dared to kill so many people from my Zhang family. In all these years, you're still the first person to make my Zhang family lose so many men. You're proud enough of yourself. Yi Feng, however, didn't speak again, and on the side, Yi Er spoke. Making my boss proud of himself? I think the one who should be proud should be your Jiang family. Your Jiang family is still the first one in all these years to make my boss so enraged. The first one to make me do it myself. You should be proud of yourselves for being able to get my boss to come out and make me do it himself. As soon as Yi Er's words fell, one of the war generals beside Jiang Tian immediately shouted, "Who the hell are you? You dare to interrupt when Lord War God speaks?" But as soon as this war general's words fell, his entire head flew up in the air. "How dare you beep when my second brother speaks?" Yi Lu withdrew his long sword. His own men were actually killed like this, and in front of him, Jiang Tian's complexion instantly became icy cold. The tens of thousands of Central Plains troops present were all furious. One by one, they all couldn't help but shoot and directly destroy Yi Feng and the others. "Sage nephew Jiang Tian, you don't need to make a move. I'll come and kill these griffins who dare to kill my son and don't know the heights of heaven." But just at this time, a harsh whistling sound came from the distance, only to see an old man who was about 70 years old and dressed in a long black robe, like a high achiever, with his feet stepping on the trees in the park and a dragonfly pointing at the water, shooting from the distance, and then he landed steadily beside Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian also respectfully clasped his fists towards the visitor. "Meet Uncle Peng." This person was no other than the head of the Central Plains Peng family, Peng Pengcheng. He was the father of Peng Tianyu, one of the Jiang family's top 10 experts. The Peng family was the undisputed #1 family in the entire Tian Bay city of Central Plains province. While the Jiang family dominated the Central Plains, they did not take the Peng family under their wing, and did not dare to offend the Peng family, and lived in harmony with them. It was only because the Peng family was a martial arts family that had been passed down for many years, and had the support of an extremely powerful family behind it. The Peng family was also full of geniuses, and the Peng family's old ancestor was in existence that was on par with Zhang Zhongyuan back then, and his strength had already reached the realm of the land immortals. It was just that the Peng family's old ancestor had always pursued the ultimate in the path of martial arts, and didn't have much interest in worldly matters, and that's why this Central Plains was pocketed by the Jiang family. As for Peng Tianyu's father, Peng Pengcheng, he was also a solid peak heavenly exalt powerhouse, just one step away from being able to step into the realm of the land immortals. Over the years, Peng Pengcheng had been sitting in the Peng family and had rarely participated in worldly matters. It was Peng Tianyu who liked to participate in worldly affairs, and after the Jiang family took control of the Central Plains, he joined the Jiang family and became one of the Jiang family's top 10 experts. Consequently, as arrogant as Jiang Tian, he also greeted Peng Pengcheng with incomparable respect at this moment. "Then I'll be obliged to uncle." Peng Pengcheng nodded, his cloudy eyes looking towards Yi Feng and the others. "Who killed my son Tianyu?" Yi Er was about to open his mouth. Another harsh whistle came from the distance. "Wait, these mole crickets are mine." When the crowd raised their eyes, they saw another old man shooting from the distance. The old man was around 60 years old, his entire body hidden in a black robe. Under everyone's gaze, the old man landed beside Jiang Tian. "Seniors are?" Jiang Tian opened his mouth and asked. The old man spat out a few words. "Poison sect Do Tian." All the people present were horrified. This person was actually Do Tian of the Western Hunan poison sect. Many of the people present had heard of this Do Tian's great name, simply because of this man's fierce reputation. 10 years ago, Do Tian had used poison to kill nearly 500 experts from a martial arts family. By now, 10 years had passed, and the place where that martial arts family was located was still without an inch of grass and bare ground. In the 10 years that followed, Do Tian also repeatedly made shocking cases. The Dragon Kingdom had always wanted to exterminate this person, but it could not be helped that this person's use of poison was extremely terrifying, coupled with the fact that the poison sect was powerful. The Dragon Kingdom had sent countless experts to eliminate this person, but they were all poisoned by this person. In the end, it was still heavens beyond that spoke, and this Do genius gathered some restraint. "I didn't expect that this ruthless man would actually come here today, and it seemed that they had also come to find trouble with Yi Feng and the others. Greetings, Elder." Jiang Tian was also the first to greet Duo Tian and said. Do Tian nodded slightly, while his gaze went to Yi Feng and the others. "It was you who killed the people of my poison sect?" Yi Feng and the others also looked at Do Tian with killing intent in their eyes. The news given by Long Jinghua before. Back then, Yi Feng's grandfather died of poison, and the person who poisoned him came from the poison sect. Originally, Yi Feng had also planned to go over to the western side of Hunan after resolving the Jiang family members to find the person who had poisoned them back then. "I didn't expect that this poison sect's people would actually take the initiative to come to the door. Senior, the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan died in the hands of these people." Jiang Tian took the initiative to speak. Duo Tian's eyes went cold. "Very well, My poison sect hasn't been out in the world for many years, and the world seems to be on the verge of forgetting about our existence. To actually dare to kill someone from my poison sect. Today, I'll let you all know that my poison sect's people aren't the ones who dare to touch anyone. Saying that, Do Tian's aura was all over the place and he was about to strike. As a result, Pang Peng Chang, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. These mole crickets are mine. They killed my son. It's not your turn to do anything. After saying that, Pang Peng Chang took a step forward to strike at Ji Feng and the others. Duo Tian's face was chilled. Humph. It's not your turn to dictate when someone from my poison sect makes a move. The people at the scene all looked at each other in disbelief. Not expecting this, Do Tian and Pang Peng Chang too actually scrambled up. What a raucous noise. Let's go together. Two mole crickets. Opposite Yi Er snorted coldly as a force spewed out. His battle intent shocking the heavens. His clothes were windless and hunting. A palm was slapped out sharply in the air. The two terrifying power chi attacked both Do Tian and Pang Peng Chang with great haste. Both of their faces changed, and they struck out in unison, shattering the two power chi. The two exchanged glances, both seeing a flash of surprise in the other's eyes. This slap from Yi Er just now made them feel how powerful Yi Er was. Although they knew that Yi Er was powerful, both of them who had been famous for many years had their own pride. Pang Peng Chang looked at Yi Er with disdain in his eyes. Ignorant little child. Don't think that you're arrogant and ignorant just because you've mastered a little bit of force. Today, I'll let you know that not everyone can be killed. Do Tian also sneered. After so many years, I've never seen such an arrogant junior. Yi Er was speechless as he laughed. Oh, there's still a lot of nonsense. I'd like to see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. After saying that, Yi Er he moved his feet and the ground instantly shattered by inches. The entire person used the strength of his feet to transform into a black aura that shot towards the two. Chapter 69 Battle with Do Tian Peng Peng Chang. Humph. Ignorant griffin. Today I'll let you see what it means to say that heavenly dignity cannot be insulted. Pang Peng Chang shouted explosively and swung out a palm. A golden palm print condensed rapidly in mid-air, transforming into a golden giant palm that was like substance, grabbing towards Yi Er. The poison sect Do Tian on the side didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and with a shake of his hand, an extremely dense green mist surged out, enveloping towards Yi Er. Wherever they passed, the corpses on the ground were turned into puddles of thick water. Obviously, this green mist contained a strong poison. Humph. Sculpture. Yi Er snorted coldly and blasted his fist at the golden palm print. The extreme power in his body instantly exploded out. Boom! That golden palm print instantly shattered apart in a hurry. Terrifying strength spread out in a hurry. It blasted into the green poisonous mist. Wow! The poisonous mist was instantly dispersed, turning into starry green points of light that spread out in all directions, as dense as rain. Those Central Plains troops around them suffered, being hit by these green points of light. Ah! My face! Ah ha ha ha! For a while, all those surrounding Central Plains troops who were hit by the light spots all screamed out in misery. Each one was like a madman. These green poisonous mists were extremely terrifying, and when they landed on these people, everyone's bodies rapidly began to melt. In a few breaths, it turned into a puddle of thick water. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were implicated. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned greatly and hurriedly gave an order. Retreat! Everyone withdrew sharply for a good distance. How is that possible? In the field, Pang Peng Chang and Do Tian were also all a bit incredulous when they saw that Yi Er had defeated their means so easily. Ha! Even a small carving trick wants to kill me. Yi Er sneered and stood in place, his aura surging to the sky. This kid has extraordinary strength. Go all out. Pang Peng Chang opened his mouth. In his hand, there was an additional long, pitch-black blade that emitted an icy cold aura. Dodian didn't say much. There was also a shake in his hand, and there were a few more silver needles that were as thick as a small thumb. On top of each silver needle, all of them were densely engraved with blood-red inscriptions, with blood-colored mist jumping and twisting on top of them, which looked extremely bizarre. As soon as the silver needle came out, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Kid, I'll let you see my Peng family's best skill today. Pang Peng Chang held a long black sword. The black gas lingered above the blade, and the power vibrated. Cracking chop, Pang Peng Chang let out an explosive cry, and the long blade in his hand fiercely chopped out. Above the blade, the lingering black gas suddenly shot out, and the black gas grew against the wind, condensing rapidly in the air, forming an extremely large black long knife shadow. The shadow of the blade crossed the sky, like a black dragon, carrying a might that seemed to be able to cut down everything, sweeping down from mid-air, chopping down towards the tiny air below. The surrounding air seemed to be drained in an instant, setting off terrifying winds that lined up towards the sides. The surrounding trees were all uprooted and lifted off in a hurry. Before the shadow of the blade arrived, the wind of the blade fell first, The terrifying blade wind stirred the clothes of Yi Er below hunting, and the ground shattered inch by inch because it couldn't withstand this terrifying blade wind. Yi Er, however, laughed coldly. Playing with knives in front of me? You're still young. Yi Er's hand moved and a tang sword appeared in his hand. He lightly lifted his tanged sword. A flick of the wrist. An extremely sharp blade swept out. Like a bolt of lightning, it chopped at the rapidly falling black blade shadow. Put! A soft thud. The blade sharply cut through the falling black blade shadow, crossing over from the center. The huge black blade shadows were instantly crushed and turned into two black masses of mist, rapidly dissipating in mid-air. And that blade on of Yi Er's was still powerful, shooting towards the distance, cutting off a corner of a three-story wooden building in the distance that looked like an antique, but was actually made of reinforced concrete. The incision is smooth as a mirror. How is that possible? Pang Chang instantly froze in place, his face full of shock. This move was his Peng family's best skill, and it was powerful. But now, it was actually easily cut down by Yi Er with a single slash. Do Tian, who was marauding on the side, was also startled when he saw this, and he didn't dare to keep watching the show. A shake in the hand. The silver needles then transformed into several rainbow awnings and shot towards Yi Er with a cracking sound. Wherever they passed, the wind whistled and the temperature dropped several degrees. This is Doshin's best trick. One of the three needles of the reverse sky, silver needle sealing soul. This reverse sky 3 needle technique was their poison sect's inherited divine art, which was 2,000 years old. It was one of the divine arts that countless martial arts families and sects coveted. He was not talented, although he had only learned the first of the 3 stitches against the sky. However, this move had also allowed him to kill countless experts over the years and become invincible. He was confident that this move was also enough to make Yi Er drink hate. When the silver needle reached a distance of less than 10 meters in front of Yi Er, the blood-colored inscription engraved on top of the silver needle suddenly pulsed rapidly, and the blood-red mist lingering on it became extremely dense. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-red mist, and the smell of blood rushed through the mist. Among them were even more mournful voices, like an evil spirit grinding its teeth. It makes one's teeth sore. In the next instant, it was seen that this blood-red fog actually condensed into a blood-red skeleton, like an evil spirit, opening its huge mouth and revealing its fangs, gnawing towards Yi Er's head. Yi Er held a tang sword and stood still with a sneer on his face. Humph! Demons and monsters dare to act recklessly in front of me. He then saw his hand move, writing and drawing rapidly in the air, and in the next instant, he saw a golden rune actually condensing in the air. Break me! With a point of his finger, the talisman seal in midair fluttered and printed towards the skeleton. The skeleton, as if it had seen something terrifying, actually stopped its momentum alive, letting out a mournful shriek. Demon suppressing talisman? How does he know this long-lost tactic? In the distance, Do Tian's face changed wildly. He recognized that the talisman seal that Yi Er had just drawn was actually the legendary demon-suppressing talisman that was specially designed to restrain some evil spirits. In his memory, this kind of means had long been lost for thousands of years. Under Do Tian's horrified gaze, the golden talisman seal ruthlessly imprinted on top of the skull's head. A mournful and incomparable voice, as if a demon was roaring, came out from the skeleton. That huge skull was also burning with golden flames rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the huge skull dissolved. A few silver needles also fell helplessly towards the ground. And at this time, Yi Er's feet shook, and the silver needle that was about to fall to the ground actually flew up sharply. Give it to me. Yi Er's finger pointed, and these silver needles actually reversed their muzzles and turned into several streams of light, piercing through the air and shooting towards Do Tian in the distance. Do Tian's face changed wildly when he saw this. With a stomp of his foot, his figure flew backward in a hurry, but he was too slow. In less than 2 breaths of effort, the silver needle caught up with him. It was constantly enlarging in his cloudy eyes. Do Tian couldn't retreat in time. His breath surged wildly, and he hurriedly condensed into a protective astral body, trying to block the impact of the silver needle. But the silver needle was too terrifying. Accompanied by a few muffled sounds, the silver needle sharply pierced through Do Tian's defensive astral aura and passed through his body. A demonic mist of blood bloomed behind him. Do Tian sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale, and the powerful impact, wrapped around his body, ruthlessly slammed into the ancient building that was more than 20 meters away from his back. The entire ancient building shook a few times from the impact. Chapter 70, Forbidden Techniques. How come? When Zhang Tian saw this scene, his expression was grave. He had thought that Ji Feng and the others were low in strength, and that Pang Chang and Do Tian should be able to decimate them with their efforts. But he didn't expect that Pang Chang and Do Tian, the two peak heavenly dignity powerhouses, would join forces and actually be no match for him. Lord War God. When did this Yishio Luo's men have such a powerful expert? The several war generals beside him were all horrified at the moment. The gazes that looked at Yi Er were filled with strong scorn. Previously, each and every one of them felt that they were very strong and were able to decimate Yi Feng with their hands. But now that they saw Yi Er under Yi Feng displaying such a terrifying battle power, they no longer had their previous arrogance. Zhang Tian's expression became even more grave. Inform down. After these two have lost, immediately strike, and make sure to exterminate these people here. Zhang Tian felt threatened. Yi Er's strength was too terrifying. Not even a peak heavenly exalt could stop it. I'm afraid that his strength is already infinitely close to the realm of the land immortals. Other than his father, Jian Zhongyuan, he was afraid that no one would be a match for Yi Feng and the others. And his father, Jian Zhongyuan, was not in the Central Plains at the moment and had taken away their family's 3 great god kings and 2 great ghost kings. If Pang Pangchang and Do Tian died, their family would no longer have any experts who could oppose them. As for the family ghost king, that was the Jiang family's last card, which would only appear when the Jiang family was at the end of their rope. It wasn't time for that yet. There was no way the ghost king would make a move. Of course, the most important thing was that Jiang Tian wasn't sure who the ghost king of their Jiang clan actually was. If he didn't utilize this opportunity to exterminate Yi Feng and the others, there would definitely be a lot of trouble to come. Consequently, what he was going to do now was to prepare to utilize the Central Plains army under him to exterminate Yi Feng and the others. Although Yi Feng and the others were powerful, they were still not enough to face the army's horizontal push. Not to mention Yi Feng and the others, even if it was his father, Jian Zhongyuan, who had stepped into the realm of the land immortals, he would be powerless in the face of the army's horizontal push. Yes, several of the war generals led the way and began to give orders. Aha! At this time, Do Tian was cloaked in hair, his body's aura was raging, and his eyes were scarlet, like a rabid lion. As an elder of the poison sect, he was highly respected, and over the years, he was a supreme presence in the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. But today, he was forced into such a situation by an unknown junior, smashing all his pride to pieces. He couldn't accept the result. You forced me to do this. It's you who forced me to do this. Today, even if I die, I will pull you as my back, by my blood. Sacrifice to the gods. Duo Tian was in a state of madness, hissing frantically. There was a raging blood chi gushing out of his body, instantly enveloping his entire body. These blood-colored mists were like endless, spreading out rapidly towards the surroundings. A 10-meter radius around Do Tian was completely enveloped. The smell of blood rushed through the air, and the fury was overwhelming. All these blood chi seemed to be harboring a horrible evil ghost and evil god. There was a mournful wailing sound, so harsh and horrible that it made one's scalp numb. In the name of the gods, congeal for me. It was accompanied by a mournful scream from Do Tian. These blood-red mists condensed rapidly, and in front of him, they condensed into a huge blood-red silhouette, dressed in armor and holding a halberd, which was lifelike, like an evil god descending to the world. It exuded an unspeakably terrifying might. Everyone present instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies were cold and their scalps were numb. Yi Feng and the others also frowned when they saw this scene. They naturally saw that this was some sort of vicious forbidden art. Duo Tian was not only an expert in martial arts, but also an expert in arts. He was in control of some of the poison sect's forbidden means that had been passed down for thousands of years. Originally, this kind of means is his skill of the bottom of the box, until the last resort. He will not cast out. But today, he was seriously injured by Yi Er, and Yi Er's power made it impossible for him to fight him head-on. Thus the madness caused him to cast out this forbidden technique. In the name of the gods, kill me. Duo Tian whistled furiously, and that gigantic evil god silhouette opened those blood-red eyes wide open. Like a demon approaching the dust, an unspeakably terrifying aura swept out. A terrifyingly gloomy wind immediately blew up at the scene. The wind whistled like evil spirits grinding their teeth, and everything around them was instantly frozen. Like amber, it glistened in the sun. The gloomy wind swept towards Yi Er in a hurry. Yi Er, however, snorted coldly. Sculpture, with a sweep of the Tang sword in his hand, a golden blade swept out. That swirling wind was instantly crushed. Yi Er moved his feet and leaped into midair, holding his sword with both hands, and chopped towards the huge evil god's shadow. The huge evil god silhouette shook its halberd in its hand, stabbing at the tiny Yi Er like a giant dragon striking, trying to pierce Yi Er with a halberd. However, Yi Er did not have the slightest intention to dodge, holding the sword with both hands and slashing down with force. Boom! Taking the brunt of the attack, the halberd clashed with the long sword in Yi Er's hand. A stone-cold terrifying sound erupted. The sound was so loud that it instantly buzzed in the ears of everyone present. Some people's eardrums were even shattered and oozed blood. A violent force then surged out wildly, It spread out rapidly in all directions, cold, furious and sweeping, although the Central Plains army had withdrawn a long way before, leaving a safe distance. But the scope of this terrifying energy declaration arrived in an instant. Put! The person at the front was instantly swept across the room, his head in a different place. In an instant, several thousand people were caught in the wave, their bodies swept across and broken in two. Look over here again. The blood-red halberd that was as if it was substantial also had dense cracks appearing at this moment. These cracks spread out rapidly, and soon, spread along the entire halberd towards that evil god's arm. The whole arm, chest, head, ka. A breath later, the huge as if substantial evil god's shadow instantly burst apart and turned into a dense blood-colored mist. Put! The evil god's shadow was destroyed, and the homologous Do Tian was dealt a huge blow. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Do Tian became even more frantic, his eyes completely turning blood red, his breath wild and chaotic. He had thought that he had sacrificed his own blood and summoned the evil god to be able to exterminate Yi. However, he did not want to do so, but Yi was too strong and chopped the evil god's shadow into pieces with a single slash. At this moment, the man who had fallen into a frenzy was completely insane. I want you dead. Dead! He hissed madly, burn my blood and sacrifice to the gods. Wow! The raging blood-colored mist was completely ignited into a sea of blood-red fire. An unspeakably terrifying temperature erupted. Everything around them that had just been frozen was also instantly melted into a sea of fire. This terrifying flame took the momentum of a prairie fire and instantly wrapped Yi, who had just landed on the ground. Burn my essence blood and perish. Duo Tian let out one last mournful scream. That terrifying flame erupted into an even hotter temperature. It seems to silence everything. Chapter 71, More people than you, right? Monarch Yi. Will Mr. Air be alright? Not far away. Long Ao Tian was nervous. The battle that had just taken place was simply too unbelievable, especially since the huge evil god's shadow had just appeared. It was simply like a mythological story. If it wasn't for Yi Feng and the others who were present and blocked the terrifying aura, otherwise he felt that he would have been instantly obliterated. And now that Yi was wrapped in that terrifying flame, he was worried if something would happen to Yi Feng and the others, however, were calm. Yi Lu was even more disdainful as he spoke. The means of a mole cricket, also attempting to kill my second brother. Simply ridiculous. Although Yi Feng and the others were so confident, Long Ao Tian was still nervous. This scene had completely exceeded his knowledge of martial artists. Zhang Tian, who was not far away, was also frowning at the moment. The scene that had just occurred allowed even a martial artist, and one who was at the heavenly exaltation realm, to clearly feel that the fight between these two seemed to have transcended the realm of martial artists. At the same time, at this moment, he also began to wonder about Yi Feng's identity. Regarding Yi Feng's identity, he had already investigated it very clearly. It was just an ordinary person who had killed his way out of the border army step by step. There's no special status. But now, such an expert had suddenly appeared beside Yi Feng. The strength was terrifying to the extreme. This made him begin to wonder if Yi Feng had some other identity. But this was no time to dwell on that. Yi's power was beyond his imagination. He was going to use this opportunity to directly exterminate Yi. Pass the word down. Prepare to exterminate them. Yes. A couple of war generals beside him were about to give orders. Boom! Suddenly, the flames of the mass that enveloped Yi suddenly burst open. Yi stood unharmed. Not even a single strand of hair missing. Put! In the distance, Do Tian, who was skinny to the bone and only had one breath left to hang on, violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his pupils, which were constantly dispersing, stared at Yi in death, filled with shock, horror, disbelief. He tried to say something, but he simply didn't have any strength left. A pinch of fire suddenly flared up in those ever-dissolving pupils. In the next instant, his entire body was also ablaze with flames. After a few breaths, the flame slowly shrunk and finally returned to silence. Duo Tian's figure also completely disappeared. There are no bones left. To this point, poisonous Sect Du Tian, dead. Swish! In the distance, Pang Peng Chang, who had been plundering the formation, turned around and fled. Are you kidding me? Do Tian cast a powerful forbidden art, burned all of his essence blood, and summoned the terrifying evil god. But it was still no match for Yi. From this, it could be seen to what extent Yi's strength was strong. In the battle between Yi and Do Tian just now, as a peak heavenly exalt, he also detected Yi's methods, which were not at all like the battle power that a martial artist should have. It seemed like an ability that only the legendary ancient martial artists had. Facing a powerful legendary ancient martial artist, he didn't have the slightest idea of fighting against him. Fighting against a legendary ancient martial artist would be tantamount to asking for death. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to flee. His own son's revenge, his own face, his promise to the Kong family. "I'll you up. I'm losing my life. What do I care about you? Oh, let you go?" But just as Pang Pengcheng had fled a distance of less than 100 meters, a sound that made his heart skip a beat suddenly rang out in front of him. He subconsciously raised his eyes and was instantly scared out of his wits. Yi Er didn't know when, but actually appeared in front of him. Holding a Tang sword in his hand, he stood in the air. The frightened Pang Pengcheng violently stopped his advance. Turning sharply, he looked around. Rapidly, he rushed towards Jiang Tian. The only one who could save him now was Jiang Tian. "Nephew Jiang Xian, save me!" he roared wildly as he fled. Jiang Tian was also the first to burst out. "Stop it!" For a moment, the tens of thousands of Central Plains troops around them all raised their weapons, ready to shoot and fire. But Yi Er turned a deaf ear and his figure shot up. When Pang Pengcheng was about to come to a place less than 20 meters in front of Jiang Tian, Yi Er landed a palm on Pang Pengcheng's body. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Pang Pengcheng, interspersed with countless broken pieces of internal organs. His aura shriveled up rapidly. The body was like a kite with broken strings, sliding out a graceful arc in the air before it ruthlessly smashed down in front of Jiang Tian. The blood slowly encroached on the ground, shocking to the eye. Pang Pengcheng, who had fallen in a pool of blood, died with his eyes wide open. Pang Pengcheng dead. Looking at the dead Pang Pengcheng at his feet, Jiang Tian's face was icy cold to the extreme. "Good. Very good." His voice turned cold and piercing, and his pair of tiger eyes stared at Yi Er with a deadly stare. One word at a time, filled with shocking killing intent. "Today, you will die. Everyone, destroy the enemy." With Jiang Tian's command, the tens of thousands of Central Plains troops around them raised their guns and were about to pull the triggers. But the corners of Yi Er's mouth showed a hint of disdain. "Oh, more than a crowd. Ha!" Then, he saw Yi Er snap his fingers. Whoosh! 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 The warplanes of the Central Plains army circling overhead all fell toward the ground in a hurry. It slammed down hard on the ground, emitting a terrifyingly loud sound. The sudden scene made everyone all freeze. "What's going on here?" Jiang Tian's face also changed. The few war generals beside him were all puzzled as well. All of the surrounding Central Plains troops were also all filled with confusion and forgot to shoot. Whoosh! Just as everyone was puzzled, above the surrounding sky, there were constantly fighter planes that were modeled like ginkgo biloba, with an extremely domineering appearance, like Rui Long taking off into the sky, whistling, densely packed. There were hundreds of them, covering the entire sky. Above the huge fuselage of these warplanes, all of them were emblazoned with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon icon. All of the lower parts were loaded with a variety of sophisticated weapons, constantly hovering overhead. What kind of fighter plane is this? The Central Plains army below were all horrified. These fighters were like nothing they had ever seen before, and were many times more advanced than those they controlled. Could it be a new fighter developed by the War Ministry? A war general also opened his mouth in confusion, but it was quickly voted down. Among the War Ministry, it had been infiltrated very deeply by them, and if the War Ministry had a new type of fighter, they should be the first to know about it. Obviously, this is not a war machine from the Ministry of War, nor do they belong to the warplanes of those few powerful nations, the most advanced warplanes of those powerful countries. They've seen it all. Furthermore, this was the Dragon Kingdom, and it was impossible for the warplanes of those powerful countries to enter the country. Chapter 72, Meet the Sovereign. Just as everyone was speculating about what forces these warplanes actually belonged to, in the distance, several more bombers, loaded with all kinds of advanced weapons, came whizzing by. These bombers were equally dominant in appearance, with the same lifelike five-clawed golden dragon emblazoned on top of the fuselage. What the hell is going on here? Why have so many fighter bombers come to the Middle Kingdom and why haven't our people been informed? A war general was appalled, and the remaining few warlords beside him reacted. One by one, they hurriedly began to contact their respective resident ministries, only to discover to their horror that all signals around them were completely blocked. They couldn't reach anyone at all. Rumble. At this time, in the distance, there were a few more huge, even more domineering transport planes shaped like spread-winged kunpangs roaring in. The sound shook the sky as if it was a dragon's roar. The transporter came overhead and the hatch opened. Countless paratroopers dressed in all-black uniforms leapt down from the transports in a single bound like dense rain. Rumble. Just then, a terrifying sound came from the ground in the distance. The ground also began to shake like crazy. Everything around them shook with it. Like an earthquake, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. Then, to their horror, they realized that at the intersection in the distance, there was a roughly shaped, pitch-black, with the same pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon on it, which no one had ever seen before, and extremely advanced combat vehicles and tanks kept coming, like a black torrent of steel. It's so shocking. A rough estimate is that there are thousands of them. If it wasn't for the fact that this park was large enough, it wouldn't have been able to carry so many tanks and chariots. It's still not over. After the arrival of all the tanker chariots, they surrounded everyone in the Central Plains army as much as they could. Click 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 click. Behind them, there was suddenly the sound of neatly organized footsteps again, under the gaze of everyone's horrified eyes, only to see the distant intersection suddenly flooded with soldiers in black uniforms. Blackness after blackness after blackness. Like a black wave, it swept in. They were heavily armed and wore black steel helmets with all kinds of advanced auxiliary equipment. In their hands were advanced weapons that no one had ever seen before, and they were likewise loaded with all sorts of advanced auxiliary equipment. The body was also full of all kinds of advanced equipment that no one had ever seen before. Their black scarves covered their faces and tactical sunglasses made it impossible to see their real faces. However, from the aura and battle intent that rushed through their bodies, it was not difficult to tell that this was a terrifying force capable of destroying everything. Faced with such heavily armed, battle-hardened soldiers, all the Central Plains army had only one thought in their hearts at the moment. Such a man is a true soldier. Facing such a person, they were no match at all. Some people even put down the guns in their hands in fear of offending these people. After all the soldiers arrived, they dispersed sharply and surrounded all the Central Plains army as much as they could. At least 20,000. Someone did some rough math and came up with an appalling figure. Everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although there weren't as many people as in the Central Plains army, they could tell that these soldiers had extraordinary battle prowess, far from being comparable to their Central Plains army. In front of these people, they are like playing house. More people lowered their guns in shock at the aura of these soldiers. They don't have the courage to take on these people. What the hell are they? A war general's tone trembled. These soldiers, these fighters, gave him too much oppression. Spare me the fact that this is the Central Plains. This is their territory. And they have tens of thousands of Central Plains troops here. There are still hundreds of thousands of Central Plains army across the Central Plains. However, facing these steel torrent-like soldiers and warplanes, he still felt cold and numb. The remaining few war generals had the same feeling at the moment. As for those soldiers around them, their hearts were similarly trembling at this moment. Facing such horrible soldiers, they didn't even have a single desire to fight. Such a powerful existence was simply not something they could fight against. Almost everyone had all but lowered their guns at the moment. Without a fight. Who the hell are they? At this moment, countless people had the idea of wanting to know the identities of these people. A possibility suddenly occurred to some. The face showed thick horror, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Others still speculate. Zhang Tian and the others were also speculating at the moment. To be sure, these soldiers, these warplanes, these weapons, all tell everyone clearly. It was an impregnable, invincible, terrifying force. They do not belong to the Dragon Kingdom, nor is it inferior to several other powers. Not of the Dragon Kingdom, not of a few other powers. Well, there's only one possibility. These people, they are from that horrible power. The Fifth Kingdom, and only the Fifth Kingdom. That power that the nations of the world call one mighty nation. It was only possible to have such a terrifying battle power. It's what makes such advanced weaponry possible. Only then did he possess such a terrifying aura. Did Zhang Tian, whose expression was grave to the extreme, suddenly thought of a possibility. With a terrified gaze, he looked at Ji Feng in the distance. No, it can't be. He's just a border army with no status. How can he be from the Fifth Kingdom? At this moment, Zhang Tian was simply unwilling to admit this fact. Nor can they admit this fact. He didn't even think that Ji Feng's identity was the monarch of the Fifth Kingdom. He just thought that Ji Feng was a member of the Fifth Kingdom. But for all that, he didn't want to admit that fact. And this time, a few more helicopters roared in the distance. Hovering overhead, the helicopter hatch opened. 3 silhouettes, from 100 meters in the air, leapt down in a single bound. It accurately landed in front of Yi Feng and the others. The visitor was no one else. It was the other 3 people under Yi Feng of the Fifth Kingdom. Yi San, Yi Si and Yi Wu. The paratroopers who jumped from that transport plane all landed as well. They were similarly dressed in advanced weaponry, and they were well trained, assembling quickly the moment they hit the ground. There were thousands of them. After they finished assembling, they hurriedly came to Yi Feng and the others, and then under everyone's horrified gaze, Yi San, Yi Si, Yi Wu and those thousands of warriors at the back, as well as those 20,000 warriors around them, all of them half-kneeled on the ground towards Yi Feng. Greetings, Lord Sovereign. The sound shook the sky. As thunder rolls, After the earth-shattering shouts, the scene fell into an unspeakable dead silence. Everyone felt like their heart stopped at the moment. Chapter 73, Unacceptable. Boom! Zhang Tian only felt as if he was being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. The mind went blank. Yifeng Yishio Luo was that extremely mysterious monarch lord of the Fifth Kingdom. The news was simply too shocking. Yifeng Yishio Luo, in his eyes was just an ant that he could crush with his hands. The Fifth Kingdom monarch. That was an existence that stood at the top of the world's pyramid and countless people had to look up to. The difference between the two is like a cloud of mud. But now, the two identities are combined. Yifeng Yishio Luo, this existence that was like an ant in his eyes, was the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. The news was stone cold for him. The war generals beside him, who had been unruly before, were all paralyzed with fear at this moment. One by one, their faces were pale, their gazes were dull, and their bodies were trembling non-stop. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. The Fifth Kingdom is too big a name. It's too much, so heavy that they felt they would be crushed to death. The tens of thousands of Central Plains troops around them were all dead silent at this moment. They were equally shocked beyond belief. The great name of the Fifth Kingdom was naturally known to them. Just a short while ago, they could all have heard that the people of the Fifth Kingdom had destroyed a Japanese organization. Our country, however, has not dared to say half a word, but has instead openly announced to the world that they will make amends and apologize to the Fifth Kingdom, and that they will take out half of their annual financial revenue to compensate the Fifth Kingdom. Even if it was the master of the Japanese, the Eagle Kingdom did not dare to say a word. This shows how powerful the Fifth Kingdom really is. It was ridiculous that they had the audacity to make a move against the people of the Fifth Kingdom. In the distance, Jiang Zhonghong, who had just rushed here, and countless people from the Zhang family as well as the powerful and influential people from all over the Central Plains, were all frozen in place at this moment as well. There was only one thought in everyone's mind at the moment. That's the end of it. The Zhang family had actually offended the Fifth Kingdom. Jiang Zhonghong's entire body was as if he had aged dozens of years. At this moment, he also suddenly understood why the Fifth Kingdom, which had been in seclusion for several years, had suddenly gone awry. And as soon as it came out, it was an army. The army is pointing directly at the Dragon Kingdom. Earlier they had learned that the Fifth Kingdom had exterminated the Japanese Amaguchi group. They thought that the Fifth Kingdom was there to clean up the Japanese nation. After all, the Japanese nation had previously detained people from the Fifth Kingdom. But now, he realized that this Fifth Kingdom wasn't even here to clean up the Japanese nation, but to clean up their Zhang family. The Japanese Amaguchi group was tragically exterminated when they nearly detained a man from the Fifth Kingdom. Instead, their Zhang family kidnapped the family of the Fifth Kingdom's monarch and nearly tortured them to death. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhonghong's body couldn't help but start trembling. How much trouble can a person get into, may I ask? Their Zhang family then told the world with practical actions. People, just how much trouble can be made? Contact Midland. Quick! Jiang Zhonghong hissed towards his men as if he had gone mad. The only thing that could save their Zhang family now was perhaps only Jiang Zhongyuan, the land god of war. It's the only saving grace they have. The man under his command hurriedly shivered and took out his cell phone to start contacting Jiang Zhongyuan. But what made them despair was that Jiang Zhongyuan and the others were simply unreachable at the moment, because all signals of everything are blocked as much as possible. Cell phones, satellite phones and all other kinds of all communication devices, all disabled. Why is this happening? No, it can't be. I don't believe it. Zhang Tian's eyes were full of stupefaction as he muttered. The shock was too much for him. All along, Zhang Tian is proud of himself. He comes from a famous family. His father is a land god across the Central Plains. His brothers at home are all top people. He himself is the Asura War God. In the hands of the control of millions of Central Plains army, can be confronted with the entire Dragon Kingdom. 2 sons, one with unbelievable martial arts talent who entered the heavenly beyond, and another son with equally unbelievable talent, whose only flaw was his illness. But it didn't matter. Their Jiang family was so powerful that they could definitely cure their son with all the methods they had. By then, as long as his son was cured, he might become a land god again in the future. At that time, their Jiang family would become the king of this entire Central Plains. At that time, they would be able to completely break away from the Dragon Kingdom, seize the cities along the coast, and split the world with the Dragon Kingdom. But I didn't expect it. Yi Feng's arrival, however, completely shattered all his beautiful dreams. He didn't believe this fact and couldn't accept it. Suddenly thinking of something else, Zhang Tian became incomparably excited again. No, I still have my cards. I still have 1,000,000 Central Plains troops. Although his Fifth Kingdom is powerful, they'll have to get down for me in the face of my millions of soldiers from the Central Plains. The excited Zhang Tian hurriedly commanded towards a few war generals. Immediately have everyone in the Central Plains assemble for me and surround the Fifth Kingdom. But his orders were given. But no one paid any attention to him. He turned to look at several war generals, and one by one, they were all paralyzed on the ground at the moment, trembling and pale. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. At this time, Yi Er walked over with a cold smile. Still thinking about your millions of Central Plains army? I forgot to tell you, when our people arrived, we also surrounded all the bases in the Central Plains provinces at the same time. At this moment, I guess they are surrendering. No, it's impossible. They were all trained by me. There's absolutely no way they would betray me. Zhang Tian was unwilling to accept this result. In a state of madness, Yi Er's laughter became even more disdainful. All you've trained are just trash. When I, the Fifth Kingdom, strike, no one will dare to go against us. Do you think that those strawberry soldiers you trained who have not been baptized on the battlefield and trained in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood will be able to resist the soldiers of my Fifth Kingdom who have been trained in blood and fire and have experienced the trials of life and death? Let alone resisting. They were scared out of their wits as soon as they heard the name of our Fifth Kingdom. Your so-called 1 million Central Plains army is just a bunch of rabble. No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Zhang Tian's eyes were red, simply unwilling and unable to accept this reality. Admittedly, there was no problem with what Yi Er said. Most of the so-called millions of Central Plains army under the control of their Zhang family were people who had never experienced any battles, and most of them joined only because of the high wages offered by the Zhang family, and the interior is rotten and chaotic to the core, not to mention facing the countless tough and brave soldiers of the Fifth Kingdom. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's Pipe City Brigade was sent out, it was estimated that they would be able to subdue them. No, absolutely not. You're lying to me. I'll kill you. Thoroughly crazy Zhang Tian lunged towards Yi Er. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still a martial artist. Out of the blue, he also completely forgot to use the abilities of a martial artist, and pounced towards Yi Er like an ordinary person fighting. Yi Er shook his head slightly. Previously, he also heard Long Ao Tian say that this Zhang family has many talents, and this Zhang Tian seems to be the most outstanding among the several people in the Zhang family. But at this moment, it seemed that this Zhang Tian was a complete waste snack, not even as good as Zhang Xiong. With a second-hand swing, Yi was about to slap Zhang Tian to death, but it was at this time. Yi Er's complexion was a slight condensation, and then he turned around violently and slapped a palm sharply in the air. Chapter 74 Ancient Martial Artist, Ghost King. Bang! A palm wrapped in black mist suddenly poked out from the void in front of him, and Yi Er have exchanged palms. Yi Er rubbed back several steps, and the owner of that palm was slapped out of the void. A backflip and a steady landing. It was an old man with a face that was pale to the extreme, wrapped in black gas, and exuding a rich aura of death. Lord Ghost King. When the Zhang family members saw the old man, they were all overjoyed. This person was no other than the strongest undercard of their Zhang family besides Zhang Zhongyuan, the Ghost King. As for the Ghost King, the Zhang family knew of its existence, but no one knew exactly where he was, nor could they directly order the Ghost King, including Zhang Zhongyuan. It was only known that this Ghost King was a legendary ancient martial artist. In the Dragon Kingdom, there were not only martial arts, but also even more powerful ancient martial artists. This ancient martial artist, which had been perpetuated in the vast history of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, had always been shrouded in an extremely mysterious veil. Rumor has it that ancient martial artists can be traced back as far as the pre-Qin period. There were rumors that this so-called ancient martial artist was actually an alternative heritage of the pre-Qin Qi refiners. As for Wu Dao, it was an alternative inheritance of ancient martial arts. It was just that the way of cultivation of the martial arts path, compared to the ancient martial arts, was weakened quite a bit, not as orthodox, not as complete, and naturally not as powerful as the ancient martial artists. All in all, according to the rumors, this pre-Qin Qi practitioner was the strongest, followed by the ancient martial arts, and after that, Wu Dou, the Ghost King, on the other hand, comes from the legendary ancient martial arts family that has been passed down for countless years. Several years ago, when Zhang Zhongyuan traveled the world, the Ghost King was injured and saved by Zhang Zhongyuan. After the Ghost King recovered from his injuries, he promised Zhang Zhongyuan that when the Zhang family encountered a life and death crisis, he would step in and help the Zhang family turn the danger into a success. The prerequisite was that the Zhang family would provide the Ghost King with the resources needed for cultivation. Over the years, the Zhang family had also followed Zhang Zhongyuan's instructions and would regularly provide the Ghost King with the appropriate resources every month. And now that the Zhang family was considered to have suffered a disaster, the Ghost King would naturally keep his promise and take the initiative. Greetings, Lord Ghost King. All of the people of the Zhang clan all bowed in greeting towards the Ghost King. The originally frantic Zhang Tian also calmed down instantly. He also bowed towards the Ghost King with incomparable respect. Who is this man? Some of the surrounding people from all over the Central Plains were all very puzzled. That's a super provider of my Zhang family. An ancient martial artist from an ancient martial family. Lord Ghost King. A member of the Zhang family explained in a low voice. Smugly. What? Oh my god. There are actually legendary ancient martial artists in this world? What is an ancient martial artist? People clamored and talked. The existence of ancient martial artists is unknown to most people. Only a very small percentage of people knew that this ancient martial artist existed, because the ancient martial arts family never show the mountain. Simply will not appear in the world of secular people. Has been in pursuit of the ultimate cultivation path. Extremely mysterious. Although there are some rumors circulating in the world, everyone listens to them as myths. It was only because it was rumored that ancient martial artists were able to enter the heavens and move mountains and fill the seas, and were almost no different from the immortals in mythological stories. As a result, when they learned that the old man in front of them was actually an ancient martial artist who was no different from the immortals in the legend, they were all horrified. Ha ha ha, let's see how these scumbags die now. The Fifth Kingdom? Oh, in front of an ancient martial artist. It's just a mole cricket. When some people learned that the Ghost King was a legendary ancient martial artist, all of them were excited. In the distance, Yi Feng and the others had naturally heard the discussion of the Zhang family and the others. Upon learning that this old man was actually a legendary ancient martial artist, Long Ao Tian's face also changed slightly. He had naturally heard the legends about ancient martial artists, just all along. Has never really seen the so-called ancient martial artists, also has been when it is the existence of the legend. But he didn't want to think that this legendary ancient martial artist actually existed, and that it was still the Zhang family's envoy. This made him start to worry a bit about whether Yi Feng and the others would be able to cope in the face of a terrifying ancient martial artist. Yi Feng and the others, on the other hand, remained calm. The Fifth Kingdom. What a great name. The Ghost King's icy cold eyes that resembled that of a dead man swept the eyes of Yi Feng and everyone else from the Fifth Kingdom present with disdain in his eyes. In the eyes of ancient martial artists like them, they were not afraid of any worldly forces at all. In their eyes, any secular power was nothing more than an ant. As for the Fifth Kingdom, it was just a little more powerful molehill. He can destroy it at will. Yi Er also sneered. Oh, ancient martial artists. What a great gimmick. Seek death. The Ghost King's face chilled. In the ancient martial arts world, there is an iron rule that ancient martial arts cannot be humiliated. Yi Er belittling him like this was no different from insulting him. As soon as the Ghost King's words fell, his figure flashed above Yi Er like a ghost. The speed was as fast as lightning. The withered hand was presented like an eagle's claw, bringing up a trail of residual shadows, grabbing down towards Yi Er's head below. Humph, a little carving trick. Yi Er coldly grunted, clenched his fingers into a fist. An invisible fist energy violently gathered on top of his fist, only to see him pull his arm back. After storing up his strength, he blasted out with a fist. Fist prints wrapped in terrifying power shot out, bringing out a strong wind in the air and pulling out a long white trail. It blasted toward the Ghost King's cascading claw shadows in the sky above his head. Ha! This punch caused the Ghost King's face to change, and his body shifted rapidly in the air. But the cascading claw prints remained unchanged, meeting that fist print clawing away. Bang 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 bang. The two touch. The terrifying fist prints hurriedly penetrated through the layers of claw prints, bursting continuously in the air, emitting crackling and popping sounds. With this strike, the two were considered to be fighting on equal footing. How is it possible? How is this guy so strong that even the Ghost King has retreated? In the distance, the Zhang family members who were originally filled with excitement and wanted to watch how the Ghost King would exterminate Yi Er and these people, when they saw this scene, all the smiles on their faces froze. That's the Ghost King. A legendary ancient martial artist, actually didn't kill this arrogant guy Yi Er with one blow? Not only John's family, surrounded by a group of celebrities and dignitaries from all over the Central Plains, they were all shocked at the moment. The Ghost King landed on the ground, his clothes hunting on his body, his eyes bright and uncertain as he looked at Yi Er. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong at such a young age. I underestimated you. Yi Er, however, mocked. He. I didn't realize that your strength as an old and undead ancient martial artist was so sparse. I'm ashamed for you. The Ghost King's gaze was slightly chilled, and his gaze towards Yi Er was filled with killing intent. He laughed back in anger. Well, after years of absence, a mole dares to taunt me. After saying that, the haunting black gas on the Ghost King's body would rapidly converge, and his body erupted into a burst of crackling sound, and his dry body was a shriveled balloon, which was suddenly injected with a large amount of air, and rapidly swelled up and taloned up. The same was true of his face. The dry, miserable cheeks bulging rapidly, slowly becoming plump and flushed. The white hair that was like withered grass began to rapidly turn black and long. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost King went from a drooping, wrinkled old man with an incredibly thin figure. It turned into a middle-aged man of about 40, tall and bulging with muscles. At this moment, the Ghost King, dressed in a long black robe, was tall, with black hair flying, and exuded an unspeakably terrifying aura. It was just like a wise and powerful God King. Chapter 75, The Madman. Oh my God. Is this rejuvenation? Is this the terrifying ability of an ancient martial artist? This is too shocking, isn't it? Is this a mythological story? Is this the true face of the Ghost King? It's actually so young? Everyone was surprised by this sudden change in the Ghost King. This means of changing one's face and returning to one's old age was like a divine skill. The Jiang family members were ecstatic after seeing the change in the Ghost King. Just now, the Ghost King was just testing him. He didn't show his true strength. Now is the real strength of the Ghost King. Ha ha ha, let's see how arrogant they are now. In front of a true Ghost King, they are just ants. Yi Er's brows were also slightly condensed. He was naturally able to judge from the aura emanating from the Ghost King that the strength of this Ghost King was more powerful than anyone he had seen before. The Ghost King also looked at Yi Er at this moment. Those eyes were no longer cloudy. They had regained their clarity at this moment, as if they were as brilliant as the starry sky, and in their depths there was even a terrifying killing intent jumping. Ignorant mole cricket. Today I'll let you know the iron law of the ancient martial arts world. Ancient martial arts are not to be bullied. Yi Er, however, sneered. Humph, is that so? Then I will bully you today. After saying that, the tang blade in Yi Er's hand suddenly erupted with a golden light and the blade roared. And then with a slash, the golden blade was like lightning as it chopped towards the Ghost King. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to ignite, emitting a crisp popping sound. Good swordplay, the Ghost King couldn't help but praise. The next sentence, however, turned icy in vain. But, in my eyes, the carving is small. Saying that, the Ghost King lightly lifted his right hand, and a touch of black gas jumped on his fingertips, rapidly condensing into a small black orb. He flexed his fingers. This smear of black chi condensed into a small black orb, and it broke out of the air. Wherever it passed, the air was cut out in layers of ripples, and with a black trailing flame, it shot towards the golden blade. Boo! The blade chi and the orb collided in the air like stones thrown into the water, making a slight sound. The blade chi collapsed and shot out towards the four fields. The orb was still intact and with unchanged speed. It still shot towards Yi Er. Yi Er frowned. The long blade in his hand swept out again, and another golden blade aura shot out to meet the black orb. Boo! Still like the sound of a stone being thrown into the water came, and the blade awnings once again collapsed. The black orb became slightly smaller in size. However, it still shot towards Yi Er. Yi Er's frown deepened. 2 consecutive swipes were swept across, and 2 golden blade awnings shot out successively. Boing boing. 2 consecutive soft sounds came out. The blade aura collapsed again, and the small black orb was only the size of a sesame seed. At this moment, he had also arrived at a distance of less than 10 meters in front of Yi Er. It was too late for Yi Er to get out his sword again. His left hand surged out and blasted a palm at the black orb that was only the size of a sesame seed grain. Boom! Yi Er only felt a mountainous force overflowing from that tiny black sesame seed grain, spreading rapidly from his palm to his entire body. The vast power of the impact caused his figure to retreat rapidly, plowing a terrifying trail on the ground. It was only after retreating more than 20 meters that the terrifying power completely dissipated. It was only then that Yi Er stopped in his tracks. The face was extremely grave. In the distance, the Ghost King had a cold smile on his face. Not bad, actually able to catch one of my strikes. You're proud enough. Ha ha ha, the Ghost King is mighty. Behind the Ghost King, the group of Jiang family members all shouted out in excitement. He, what 5th kingdom? It's just a mole cricket. The Ghost King can destroy it with his hand. That's right, they really think that their 5th kingdom is invincible. Daring to mess with our Jiang family is simply asking for death. Lord Ghost King, hurry up and kill these people and let them know how powerful our Jiang family is. A person from the Jiang family had just finished speaking. Bang! His body then burst into pieces. The Ghost King's icy words also came out at the same time. I do things and I don't need you guys to teach me? The people of the Jiang clan at the back were instantly silenced, not daring to utter another word. This Ghost King is so temperamental that he actually kills when he says he will. In the eyes of a powerful ancient martial artist like the Ghost King, the people of the Jiang family were nothing more than ants. He owed Jiang Zhongyuan a favor, not from Jiang's family. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family saved him back then, and that the Jiang family had provided him with a lot of cultivation resources over the years, he had only agreed to help the Jiang family out once. But that wasn't the capital for Zhang's family to dare to tell him what to do. The Ghost King's gaze once again looked at Yi Er. I'll give you a chance to submit to me and be my slaves, and I can spare your lives. These years in the Zhang family had allowed him to experience some of the wonders of this secular world, and now that his strength had been restored, he didn't want to return to his family for the time being, wanting to enjoy the worldly flowery world. He had also heard a little about the reputation of this fifth kingdom, and knew that it was very strong and was able to stand apart from many powerful countries. Thus, he then wanted to take the fifth kingdom under his wing and serve him. Furthermore, helping the Zhang family out against so many people from the fifth kingdom would also require a lot of his aura. He was not willing to waste his aura on these mole crickets. If he took the fifth kingdom under his wing, not only would he not need to make a move himself, but he would also have relieved the Zhang family of their siege and returned Zhang Zhongyuan's favor. What's not to like about a 1-2 punch? For a while, everyone looked at Yi Feng and the others, wanted to see what Yi Er would choose. Yi Er, on the other hand, laughed out loud as if he had heard some funny joke. Ha ha ha, it's really laughable. An ancient martial artist who is like a mole cricket is actually presuming to make my fifth kingdom submit to you? Still really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Everyone thought Yi Er was crazy when they saw him laughing madly and slandering the Ghost King in such a way. Just now, it was clear that he had been beaten helplessly by the Ghost King's casual finger. Now that the Ghost King had given him the opportunity to subjugate them to the Ghost King, Yi Er actually didn't grasp this opportunity and actually still had the audacity to insult the Ghost King. It's a death wish. Still saying that the Ghost King doesn't know the heights of heaven. He himself is the one who doesn't know the heights of heaven, isn't he? Everyone looked at Yi Er as if they were looking at a little cutie. Generally, they looked at Yi Er. All thought Yi Er might have gone insane. The Ghost King's face was also slightly chilled, and his tone became morose. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Yi Er was still bratty. I'm well aware of that. I'll give you a chance now as well. Kill all the people of the Zhang family right away, and I can consider leaving you with a whole body. Hiss. As soon as Yi Er's words left his mouth, a burst of sounds of sucking in cool air came out from the scene. Everyone was shocked by Yi Er's words. Yi Er is too crazy. No, it's too crazy. At this moment, everyone thought Yi Er was just crazy. How could one say something so wild and uncontrollable if they weren't crazy? Chapter 76, The Heavenly Dragon Strikes. Even Long Ao Tian, who was beside Yi Feng, felt that Yi Er was too crazy. Just now, it was not a match for others at all. And now that the Ghost King has put forward his conditions, you can take your time to talk about it. So why do you need to offend each other so much? Humph, let's see how we die this time. Zhang Tian snorted coldly in his heart. Just now, when the Ghost King proposed to take over the fifth kingdom, he was actually still a bit reluctant. The Ghost King had always been an offering to their Zhang clan, and now that the Ghost King wanted to take over the fifth kingdom, it showed that he just didn't want to continue staying in the Zhang clan. An ancient martial artist sitting in their Zhang family, then ask the entire dragon country, who else is still their Zhang family's rival? This is undoubtedly an opportunity for their Zhang family to become bigger and stronger. But if the Ghost King left their Zhang family and took in the fifth kingdom, at that time, with the power of the fifth kingdom, he would definitely be able to take down the dragon kingdom. I'm afraid that their Zhang family will also be destroyed by then. This result is not something they can accept. Originally, he thought that Yi Er should have promised the Ghost King, but he didn't expect that Yi Er not only didn't promise, but also insulted the Ghost King so much. This result could be so pleasing to him. The Ghost King was insulted in such a way, so he thought that the Ghost King would definitely not let Yi Er and the fifth kingdom go. And at this moment, the people of the Zhang clan behind the Ghost King were all similarly thinking the same thing. For a while everyone's eyes were all looking at the Ghost King again, wanting to see what the Ghost King would do. In the limelight, the Ghost King's face became gloomy, and he didn't say another word of nonsense. Ancient martial arts were not to be bullied, but Yi Er had insulted him several times, which had completely enraged him. With a movement of his palm, he blasted out a palm, and black airwaves immediately surged out, rapidly condensing into a giant black palm print. It blasted towards Yi Er in the distance. Wherever they passed, the countless corpses and hard floor tiles on the ground were all rolled up and twisted into powder. This showed just how terrifying this palm was. Yi Er saw this, but he did not have the slightest intention to dodge. With a tremor of his feet, his body transformed into a golden stream of light, brazenly meeting that palm print. Crazy. Everyone thought Yi Er was crazy. He couldn't even catch a finger from the Ghost King just now. Now that the Ghost King had launched his palm, Yi Er not only didn't dodge, but instead took the initiative to meet that terrifying palm print. When the distance was less than 10 meters, Yi Er's body suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying aura, and he leapt to mid-air, and the Tang sword in his hand had a dazzling golden flash. Break me! Yi Er burst out with a cry. The long knife in his hand that flashed with golden light slashed down in the air, and the golden blade on grew against the wind, solidified and came out. With a foot of 2 zhang. With a breaking sound, it chopped at the huge palm print. Boom! An unspeakably terrifying loud noise came out. Golden blade on. Blast down. That black palm print without resistance. Like tofu general fragile. Since the center was easily split, the blade still didn't have any stagnation and fell sharply. In the distance, the location where the Ghost King and a group of people from the Jiang clan were located was also within the range of the blade's shroud. The Ghost King's face changed, and his figure retreated sharply and violently. And although the people of the Jiang family also saw this terrifying blade on chopping down rapidly from above their heads, with supreme might, it was as if it was going to cut through this heaven and earth. Originally, they all thought that the Ghost King would make a move, but in the next second, he was shocked to find that the Ghost King had actually escaped. They instantly panicked, and one by one desperately tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the blade awnings fell, the terrifying blade wind fell first. Everyone only felt a vast power fall on them. They didn't have the slightest resistance at all. Instantly, he was strangled into dregs by this terrifying blade wind. In an instant, the lower body became a vacuum. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground began to shake as if a large earthquake had struck. The terrifying slash that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and earth landed on the hard ground, and the ground was simply unable to withstand the vast power contained in this slash. A huge gully about 2 meters wide and bottomless deep was instantly chopped out. Terrifyingly strong winds lined up sharply from both sides. Wrapped in countless smoke and debris, it exploded out towards the left and right sides. Those people of the Jiang clan on both sides who had managed to escape from the shroud of the blade were instantly strangled into pieces. At this moment, the scene fell into an unspeakable dead silence. Everyone was petrified as they looked at the gully on the ground that was about 2 meters wide, 5 feet long, and so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. After a long time, someone lost his words. Is this a power that a human being can possess? Many people have now come to their senses from the shock. Each face still carried a strong sense of shock. The eyes that looked at Yi Er were no longer the same as the previous teasing, but terror, horror. At this moment, they realized that Yi Er was not arrogant or crazy before. Rather, people really had the strength to be able to fight against the Ghost King. The Jiang family, on the other hand, was somewhat unable to accept the result at the moment. Just now, with Yi Er's strike, the people of their Jiang family were killed and injured, and it made the Ghost King back off. In the distance, the Ghost King stopped his footsteps and also looked at the terrifying gully on the ground, somewhat frozen. In his previous test, he felt that Yi Er's strength was also the realm of a martial artist's land god. He had recovered all of his strength now and had advanced even further in the ancient martial realm under the countless resources of the Jiang family over the years. It was easy to want to exterminate a land god realm martial artist. But just now, Yi Er's slash easily chopped his palm. From this, it could be seen that Yi Er's strength was definitely not as simple as the realm of the land immortals. However, even if Yi Er was so powerful, the Ghost King still disdained it. The Ghost King's current ancient martial strength was about the same as the absolute peak realm of the martial arts, and the battle power of an ancient martial artist was by no means as weak as that of a martial artist, and quite a lot of means. He was confident that even if Yi Er had reached the absolute peak of martial arts, he could not be his opponent. Rather underestimating you, the Ghost King's gaze once again looked at Yi Er. Just as well, now I'll let you know the true methods of an ancient martial artist. After saying that, the Ghost King's body shook, his black robes were windless, his feet stepped on the psychedelic pace, and his hands changed rapidly in front of his body. There were a few smears of black aura constantly lingering on its hands. The air within the surrounding 50 meters seemed to be tugged, all converging towards him. Soon, countless debris on the ground, broken corpses, all of them were pulled at this moment, rapidly converging towards the front of the Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, these rubble, bricks, broken corpses, and bones actually condensed into a giant dragon in front of it. This divine scene once again caused countless people around them to be shocked. Sky Dragon Strike. At this time, the Ghost King let out an explosive cry, and the black gas in his hand hurriedly disappeared into the giant dragon in front of him, which was composed of various broken stone and brick corpses. It was as if this giant dragon was alive. A sharp dragon roar erupted, roaming in mid-air, snaking and dancing that huge body in the air, shooting towards Yi Er in the distance. Chapter 77, Dragon Falling 18 Palms. Oh, Sky Dragon Strikes? A mole-like thing is worthy of being called a dragon. Let's show you what it means to be a real dragon. Yi Er coldly snorted, his body shook, and a vast aura furiously surged out from his body, only to see that his hands also pushed in front of his body in a hurry, and the breath that surged out of his body furiously condensed and molded in front of him in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, That countless vastness of breath condensed into a golden dragon silhouette in front of Yi Er's body. The golden dragon crossed the sky, bearing 5 claws and lifelike scales on its body, emitting an unspeakably terrifying might, as if it was the master of this world. Roar! It was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar. The golden 5-clawed golden dragon tumbled out and attacked the giant dragon that was condensed from countless broken stone bricks and looked a bit shabby. Boom! The two dragons collided in the air, and the giant dragon of shattered stone and bricks was like paper mache, being instantly crushed. This is the legendary dragon, falling 18 palms. At this moment, the Ghost King froze in place, looking at the golden dragon in a daze. He recognized that this was a powerful martial art that had long been lost for countless years in the ancient martial arts world. The 18 palms of the descending dragon. Rumor has it that the 18 dragon subduing palms are so powerful that after controlling all 18 palms, a real dragon can be subdued. But this kind of powerful martial skill had been lost countless years ago, and now, it was cast by Yi Er. Just as the Ghost King froze, the golden dragon was still intact, and with supreme might, it shot towards the Ghost King. Only then did the Ghost King react, and his face changed drastically. His figure backed up rapidly, not daring to harden himself against this move. But the golden dragon was too fast. It impacted in the blink of an eye. The Ghost King can't retreat. In the heat of the moment, both palms fiercely blasted out, trying to harden the dragon. Ah! The Ghost King screamed miserably. One of his hands was instantly destroyed, and his figure was blasted several meters away. And the golden giant dragon was also somewhat weak afterward, completely dissipating. Pity! Yi Er secretly sighed. His own dragon subduing 18 palms were not proficient, and he had only learned the first palm, and it was not very powerful. This move only seriously injured the Ghost King, destroying a pair of palms, and did not directly obliterate him. And this scene shocked everyone present to the point of no return. Everyone's gazes towards Yi Er and the Ghost King were all filled with intense shock. The powerful martial arts that the two of them had unleashed were like myths. Yi Er's body moved, wanting to move forward to obliterate the severely injured Ghost King. But at this very moment, the Ghost King, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly erupted an extremely terrifying black mist from his body. The black mist rolled and surged like a shocking wave, centering on the Ghost King and spreading out rapidly. It instantly enveloped those surrounding the Central Plains army and a portion of the Jiang family as well as the powerful and noble people from all over the Central Plains. Ah! These black mists were like sharp blades, wrapped in supreme power, and the bodies of all those enveloped were instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people perished. As these hundreds of people were shattered, their flesh and blood became the densest nourishment for the black mist, becoming even more manic. It spread out even more frantically in all directions, involving more people in the process. Ah! For a time, countless people screamed out in misery, being harvested one by the black mist in a hurry. And at this moment, the Ghost King at the very center, was also frantically absorbing the power of flesh and blood contained in the black mist. The figure was also growing rapidly. Yi Er's face changed slightly. He could see that the means that this Ghost King had cast should be some kind of evil art, by absorbing human flesh and blood to grow stronger. Just as he was about to strike, swish, Yi Feng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Er. You go rest. Yi Er nodded. On this journey, he had been the one to strike, and he was indeed a bit tired. Plus he had just executed the not-so-skillful dragon subduing 18 palms, which had almost drained his internal chi. Now that he was facing this demon king who had cast an evil spell, he was indeed a bit out of his depth. After Yi Er retreated, Yi Feng did not immediately strike. Instead, he calmly stood in place and watched as the Ghost King frantically absorbed the lives of those countless people from the Central Plains army and the Jiang clan. As time passed, after about 3 minutes, those black mists stopped spreading and seemed to have absorbed enough energy and began to contract back towards the Ghost King in a rapid manner. After all, the black mist was gathered back by the Ghost King as much as possible. The Ghost King's figure was also revealed. At this moment, the Ghost King's palm, which had just been broken off, actually grew back. The entire person's size had also grown several times, more than 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over his body, full of hideous power, like a terrifying beast. The people all around had been shocked and numbed by this scene at this moment. The divine means Yi Er and the Ghost King displayed today had completely overturned their cognition. Feeling the vast power within his body, the Ghost King laughed out maniacally. Ha ha ha, you all have to die. Those huge blood-red eyes, like the god of death, swept over everyone. Everyone only felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and an unprecedented cold chill attacked their entire body from the soles of their feet. Finally, the Ghost King's gaze landed on Yi Feng. You first. Yi Feng didn't pay any attention to the Ghost King's insubordination. He just pointed out with a finger, and a powerful chi passed through the space, sending up layers of ripples. shooting towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King snorted and raised his huge arm, clenching his fingers into a fist. The fist that was like the size of a casserole dish blasted towards the forceful chi. Put! With a soft sound, the powerful chi easily pierced through the Ghost King's fist, passed through the arm that was as thick as a tree trunk, and then didn't enter his body. The Ghost King immediately changed color. His eyes were filled with intense shock. He wanted to vibrate out that powerful aura, but he found that he could do nothing at all. Please! Like the muffled sound of a firecracker being placed in a pipe, it continuously resounded in the Ghost King's body. The Ghost King's body vibrated rapidly, constantly twisting and also constantly exploding, splattering a cloud of blood mist. Bang! The Ghost King's body exploded with a loud bang. The sound shook like thunder, and the entire park shook violently as if it was an earthquake. The location where the Ghost King was located was even blown out into a large crater. Countless vast power chi spread out in all directions. The people of the Jiang family at the back and the dignitaries from all over the Central Plains as well as those countless Central Plains troops bore the brunt of the horrifying forceful chi that swept across the area. On this side, Yi Feng stood horizontally in place. His feet didn't move a bit, facing the spreading horrible power chi. He didn't even blink his eyelids. When the power chi spread in front of him, it instantly dissolved into nothing. At that moment, Yi Feng's figure moved and leapt into that deep pit. Chapter 78: Destruction of the Jiang Family. In the center of the deep pit, the Ghost King was covered in rags. His legs and hands had disappeared long ago, and he was cloaked in hair, just like a beggar, with no more half of the ancient martial artist's aura. However, at the moment, he was still not dead. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Yi Feng in front of him. Who the hell are you? At the moment, he was curious about Yi Feng's identity. It definitely wasn't as simple as the Fifth Kingdom monarch. That finger of Yi Feng's just now was too strong, able to easily penetrate his fist and shatter the countless blood chi forces absorbed within his body. This was definitely not a power that a secular lord of power could control. You're not qualified to know who I am. Yi Feng spoke indifferently, and with a movement of his fingers, a dash of powerful chi jumped around his fingertips. The Ghost King's gaze stared at Yi Feng's finger. What kind of move is this? Without explaining, Yi Feng probed his finger and printed it towards the Ghost King's forehead, but at this very moment, his brows were furrowed, only to see the Ghost King's mouth open. A black aura, like a black lightning, with an unspeakably terrifying might, shot towards Yi Feng. This black aura was the Ghost King's last card, which he had condensed within his body for decades. Originally, he thought that he probably wouldn't be able to use this move in his life, but he didn't expect to be forced by these two people, Yi Er and Yi Feng, to use this last move today. The black on pierced through the air, leaving a terrifying ripple in the air as it shot towards Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng's figure also retreated a few steps, and with the point of his finger, that smear of powerful chi lingering on top of his fingertip also shot out. The two touched each other in a pinpoint fashion. The black ons were crushed by the forceful aura and turned into stars and black dots that fell to the ground. Well, the ground that hit out several dense holes, so it can be seen how terrifying this black on really is. However, despite this, he was still unable to defeat Yi Feng's dash of powerful chi. Why is this happening? How is this possible? The Ghost King's eyes widened in some disbelief. This move of his, but his strongest card, was nourished by the true chi in his body for decades, and was incredibly powerful. Even a strong person at the peak of the martial arts path was able to be easily decimated. But now, it was crushed by Yi Feng's single finger. However, Yi Feng ignored the Ghost King's astonishment as he once again lightly lifted his palm and another dash of energy jumped above his fingertips. Seeing this, the Ghost King completely panicked and hissed frantically. No! 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 You can't kill me! I'm an ancient martial artist. I come from an ancient martial family. If you kill me, the people of my family will not let you go. At this moment, he no longer had any means to confront Yi Feng and could only open his mouth to threaten. However, Yi Feng turned a deaf ear, and with a movement of his finger, the smear of energy pierced through the air and shot into the Ghost King's forehead in a hurry. No! The Ghost King shrieked in shock as his mutilated body instantly burst apart. So far, the most powerful offerings among the Jiang family. An ancient martial artist, the Ghost King, dead. Swish! Yi Feng's figure leaped out of the deep pit. Outside, the remaining Jiang family members saw Yi Feng come out, and all of them completely despaired. Although they didn't know what had just happened in the pit, they heard the Ghost King's mournful screams. Kill! Leaping out of the pit, Yi Feng's icy gaze landed on the faces of Jiang Tian, Jiang Zhonghong, and a few other remaining Jiang family members. Seeing Yi Feng's gaze sweeping over, Jiang Tian and Jiang Zhonghong and the others looked pale and deathly pale. They knew that their last card, the Ghost King, had died in Yi Feng's hands. They have no one else they can count on. Monarch Yi, we know we're wrong. You killed so many people from our Jiang family. It's enough to cover the mistakes we made before. Jiang Zhonghong opened his mouth. Let's call it quits on this matter. Our Jiang family will compensate you. What do you think? Yi Feng, however, ignored Jiang Zhonghong's words and spat out a word coldly. Kill. Yi Er and the others instantly transformed into gods of death and began to output indiscriminately, frantically harvesting the lives of the Jiang family members. Jiang Zhonghong became anxious and threatened. Yi Xiu Luo, although your fifth kingdom is powerful, my Jiang family is not a vegetarian either. If you dare to destroy my Jiang family's land gods will definitely not let you go. Moreover, the people of my Jiang family are still in the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond, and at that time, you will become the enemies of the entire Dragon Kingdom and heavenly beyond. But in response, more people perished. Everyone give me a shot and kill them. Jiang Zhonghong was also completely enraged, hissing madly. But at this moment, all the Central Plains army had been frightened by the identity of the Fifth Kingdom before, and had just seen the terrifying battle power of Yi Er and Yi Feng. So at this moment, they had already been scared out of their wits, so how could they possibly make a move? At this moment, when all the Central Plains army saw Yi Feng and the others striking, they all threw away their armor and began to frantically flee for their lives as they rolled and crawled. In an instant, the scene was a mess. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, all the warriors of the Fifth Kingdom, without hesitation, opened fire, a bullet that began to frantically harvest everyone's life. Pieces and pieces of people fell, and rivers of blood flowed. Looking at this tragic scene that looked like hell, Jiang Zhonghong reddened his eyes. He took out his cell phone and began to frantically contact Jiang Zhongyuan, but to his despair, Jiang Zhongyuan's call could never be connected. Bang! Right at this moment, Jiang Tian's body smashed down in front of him like a cannonball. Uncle! Save me! Jiang Tian, whose body had been smashed into a puddle of mud, looked at Jiang Zhonghong, and his pupils were filled with fear and despair. Tianer! Jiang Zhonghong's eyes were filled with tears, his body trembled, and he howled out in anger. It was you guys who forced me to do this. I'll make you pay for destroying my Jiang family. He took out his cell phone and hurriedly operated something on it. And then, his aura soared. His body expanded rapidly and rushed towards Yi Feng, who was not far away. He wanted to detonate his cultivation and die with Yi Feng. But before he could rush over, a blade shot out. Bang! A terrifyingly loud sound came out, and his body burst apart in midair. The countless corpses of the Jiang family members around them were instantly blown to smithereens. Over time, this killing is gradually drawing to a close. When the sky darkened, the killing finally stopped. At this point, the Jiang family and the powerful nobles of the Central Plains provinces were all exterminated. The entire park is littered with bodies and rivers of blood. At this point, all of the Jiang clan's executives had been exterminated. At this time, Yi Er once again ordered, everyone listen to the order, sweep the Central Plains, all the people of the Jiang clan, leave no one behind. Yes, in an instant, the powerhouses of the Fifth Kingdom left the park in a hurry. Long Ao Tian also hurriedly took out his communicator and began to contact the people from the War Department to come over and clear the battlefield. Not long after, the people from the War Ministry arrived and began to clear the battlefield. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 79, The World is Terrified. 3 days passed quickly. These 3 days of time, the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, blood flow into the river, panic, the wind and grass. In 3 days' time, the powerhouses of the Fifth Kingdom, in the name of the Dragon Kingdom's purge of traitors, swept through the 4 provinces of the Central Plains under the leadership of the War Ministry. All the families, forces, and individuals related to the Jiang family were swept away without a single survivor. In 3 days' time, I don't know how many people died. I only know that the streets of the 4 provinces in the Central Plains were dyed red, and the Dragon River, which runs through the 4 provinces, was completely dyed red, and the fishy smell rushed to the sky and did not persist for a long time. 3 days later, the War Ministry took over the 4 provinces of the Central Plains. A notice was then issued by the War Department. The Jiang family of the Central Plains, intent on plotting against the government and having captured the family of the border war god Yi Shuluo, was purged by the Dragon Kingdom's War Department and Yi Shuluo. All the traitors with the Jiang family who were intent on plotting against them were exterminated one by one. The news, stone cold, like a hurricane, it swept across the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom, triggering the entire Dragon Kingdom and countries around the world. Everyone did not expect that the Jiang family, which was so powerful and resembled a terrifying beast, had actually been destroyed. At first, some people didn't believe it. They felt that a terrifying beast like the Jiang family was simply not something that the Dragon Kingdom War Department and Yi Shilua could fight against. Soon, some people saw that the Jiang family's huge and luxurious palace-like manor was burned to ashes. See the messages sent out by countless people in the 4 provinces of the Central Plains. It took people a while to completely accept the news. However, people still felt that with the War Ministry and Yi Xiaoluo, it was simply impossible to exterminate the Zhang family. Then, even more shocking news came out that it was not the Dragon Kingdom War Department that had exterminated the Zhang family, but Yi Xiaoluo alone. The news got out and everyone thought it looked like a joke. Everyone thought that Yi Xiaoluo was nothing more than a war god and was considered a traitor by the Dragon Kingdom. He himself was already struggling to protect himself, so how could he still take action against the Zhang family? And the Zhang family has countless experts, controlling millions of Central Plains army. Even the Dragon Kingdom War Department is not an opponent, and does not dare to make a move easily. How could Yi Xiaoluo alone be a match for a behemoth like the Zhang family? But then a myriad of news came out. Yi Xiaoluo is not a mutiny at all. The reason why he escaped from prison is because Zhang Xing, the second son of Zhang Tian of the Zhang family, is seriously ill and needs to exchange blood for organs, and Yi Xiaoluo's sister happens to have the same blood type as Zhang Xing. Therefore, Yi Xiaoluo's sister was kidnapped by the male son of the Bai family in Jiangqing and sent him to the Zhang family, and this also completely enraged Yi Xiaoluo. Yi Xiaoluo escaped from prison all the way back to Jiangqing to kill and destroy the Bai family. After that, when he learned that his sister was taken away by the Zhang family, the enraged Yi Xiaoluo came to the central and southern province controlled by the Zhang family, and the Zhang family, Zhang Xiong, was also destroyed. This news, too, has been corroborated by countless others, because at that time, after the Zhang family was destroyed, Yi Xiaoluo did appear in Jiangnan. When the War Ministry took over Jiangnan, the Zhang family pressured them, and the War Ministry said that they came to round up Yi Xiaoluo. After that, Yi Xiaoluo personally traveled to the Central Plains. The Zhang clan had sent out countless experts, but none of them turned out to be a match for Yi Xiaoluo. In the end, the Zhang family was overthrown by Yi Xiaoluo, and these messages were corroborated by the War Ministry. For the Ministry of War also sent out a notice immediately afterward. The notification is simple. The Zhang family rebelled, and in order to prevent several other great war gods from making a move, they captured the family members of several great war gods and threatened several great war gods not to make a move. Several other great war gods succumbed and did not make a move, but only Yi Xiaoluo alone made a move, killing back from the border and finally destroying the Zhang family completely. At the same time, the Ministry of War also vindicated Yi Xiaoluo after announcing this incident. Everyone was even more horrified by this news from the Ministry of War. All of them were horrified at how powerful Yi Xiaoluo was, actually exterminating a terrifying existence like the Zhang family by himself. But there are still people who find the whole thing eerie. Even if Yi Xiaoluo was more powerful, there was absolutely no way he could be a match for the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family was in control of millions of Central Plains army and countless hot weapons. Faced with the countless hot weapons of the millions of Central Plains army, even the strongest martial artist in the world would, I'm afraid, drink hate. But just at that moment, someone else broke the stone-cold news. All of the world's assassin organizations, all kinds of forces, all kinds of organizations, all of them received a bounty of hundreds of billions of dollars when the Zhang family was destroyed 3 days ago. And this bounty comes from the Kong family. The Zhang family offered a reward of $100 billion to kill Yi Xiaoluo and all the family and friends beside him. A reward of $100 billion is offered to kill Yi Xiaoluo and his family and friends. The world was shocked by this news. Shocked everyone. The Zhang family had actually taken out all the wealth accumulated over the years as a reward just to kill Yi Xiaoluo and his family and friends beside him. This is crazy. It's simply unprecedented. Rarely seen in the world. And this also completely confirmed that the Zhang family was overthrown by Yi Xiaoluo. Otherwise, why would the people of the Zhang family be so crazy as to take out all their money in a desperate bid? And as the news spread, everyone stopped caring about who actually destroyed the Zhang family. Right now everyone was thinking of one issue, and that was to think of ways to figure out who exactly were Yi Xiaoluo's friends and family beside him. Not only were countless organizations and forces moved, but even the people of those powerful countries in the world were all moved at this moment. Each and every one of them is all excited. Money moves people. Hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. Not to mention human beings, even ghosts and gods would be moved. But just when everyone was stupid. Another piece of news has come out that has everyone excited beyond belief. Yi Xiaoluo was seriously injured after his battle with the Zhang clan's experts. Almost as good as an invalid. And at the moment, others are in the Middle Kingdom. The world was shocked by this news. Totally set the world on fire. At one time, all the countries, organizations, and forces in the world began to check whether this news was true. At the same time, above the high seas, the previous fleets of those countries that had already begun to retreat, at this moment actually merged into one, pushing towards the border of the Dragon Kingdom. In the meantime, in a luxurious villa in Central Plains province, Yi Er hurriedly entered the villa's living room. Boss, I just found out that the person who spread the $100 billion reward for the Jiang family is indeed from the Dragon Kingdom's heavens beyond. And spreading the news that you were seriously injured came from within us. Also, I just got word that the fleets of various countries have joined together and are coming towards us to surround us. Yi Feng's face was ice cold. It seems that Long Jinghua didn't lie to us. Those people wanted to use the Jiang family to kill me. The Jiang family was destroyed by me, and now they want to use the countries to destroy our roots. 3 days ago, when they had exterminated the Jiang family, they had gotten the news. The Jiang family actually took out all of their assets and gathered them into several top banks in various countries around the world. And then several major banks in various countries around the world joined together and issued a bounty on the Jiang family. And they, the Fifth Kingdom, were actually the first to receive this bounty mission. What was even more interesting was that several of the top banks responsible for carrying out this bounty mission had shares and absolute control of their Fifth Kingdom. When Yi Feng received this news, he was first stunned. Then he was overjoyed. This Jiang family is really nice. They are dead and still want to send money to themselves. Originally, he was going to ask Yi Er to send out a message in the name of the Fifth Kingdom, that their Fifth Kingdom was ready to take this reward. But at this time, Yi Feng happened to receive a call from Long Jinghua. Told him some news. 80. Missile attacks. Long Jinghua told Yi Feng that he had already investigated clearly. The person who poisoned his grandfather back then was the Poison Sect's Grand Elder. And this Poison Sect Grand Elder and Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang clan were sworn brothers. And Long Jinghua also told Yi Feng that back then, after his grandfather was sent to the border and was poisoned, someone from the Dragon Kingdom's outer heaven came out and notified the enemy country of the incident in the first place. The enemy countries also started to invade the Dragon Kingdom's borders at the first opportunity. This is what caused Yi Feng's grandfather to be poisoned. And after one battle, he passed away. And now the news of the Jiang clan's destruction was also the first to reach the outer heaven. It didn't take long for someone to come out of the heavenly beyond to spread the news of the Jiang clan's bounty. The person who spread the news had already been captured by Long Jinghua's people, but that person killed himself right after he was captured, and it was impossible to find out who exactly was the traitor among the heavens beyond. At the same time, all the countries also got the news that Yi Feng was seriously injured at the same time, and after the news was spread, the countries were the first to unite with each other. The fleets of the countries on the sea, which had been preparing to retreat, also all converged toward the Fifth Kingdom's fleet slowly encircled. Boss, are we following the plan now? Yi Er asked. After Yi Feng pondered for a while, he asked, did 11 go back? Yi Er nodded. Already at the base. Yi Feng nodded. Very well, you notify 11 to keep a close watch on all the senior personnel in the base. Then notify down in the channel that I am seriously injured, and I am immediately ready to leave the Central Plains, and prepare to head to Shangxi in the Dragon Kingdom, to look for medicinal herbs to cure my injuries. Then, immediately arrange for a plane and we'll head to Shangxi. Yi Er nodded at once. I understand. Soon, Yi Er arranged an airplane as requested by Yi Feng, left the Central Plains and traveled to western Hunan. The plane soon left the Central Plains and made its way west. On the airplane, Yi Er received a message from 11. Yi Er also told Yi Feng the news at the first time. A few minutes later, the plane arrived into the western Hunan province. In the meantime, inside one of the resident bases of the Xizang War Department, at this moment, everyone was standing by, and several high-ranking officers were all standing on the airfield, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Just a short while ago, they received a notification from the highest commander of the War Department, Long Ao Tian, who told them that Yi Xiaoluo was seriously injured and needed to come to their site to look for medicinal herbs. Let them do a good job of hospitality. As such, the entire Western River War Department came out to the airfield, waiting to greet Yi Xiaoluo, the super god of war who had exterminated the Jiang family. The people of the War Ministry worshipped the strong, and the previous great battle successes Yi Xiaoluo had made at the border had all made them feel incredibly energized. And now, Yi Feng had destroyed the Jiang family, a tumor in the Dragon Kingdom, causing their admiration for Yi Xiaoluo to reach an unprecedented peak. And now that Yi Xiaoluo was actually coming to their Xizang War Department, how could they not be excited? Soon, they learned the news that Yi Xiaoluo's airplane had entered Xizang and would be coming to them soon. Supreme Commander Luo Peng ordered towards his men at the first opportunity. All of you, give me your best spirits to welcome the god of war. Yes, countless warriors showed excitement, all raising their eyes to look at the distant sky. Prepare for the arrival of Yahushua. Not long after, an airplane appeared in the distant sky. Everyone got even more excited, but it was at this time. Buzz. Throughout the base, the air defense sirens suddenly blared. Everyone was a little confused. Luo Peng immediately inquired after he froze for a moment. What's going on? Reporting to the commander. There is a missile attack. The target appears to be Asura War God's airplane. The men under his command immediately reported. Luo Peng's face changed furiously. What? Immediately enter level 1 combat status. With Luo Peng's order, all the War Department personnel in the base all entered the first level combat state, and Luo Peng rushed out of the airfield in a hurry and rushed into the Air Defense Command. In the command center, a red dot appeared above a huge screen. Luo Peng was the first to chime in. Quick! Intercept it at once. The missile has entered the end. It's too fast to intercept, the operator said in despair. Luo Peng was instantly ashen. It's over. And then he turned his head to look through the window at the airplane in the distant sky. With everyone watching. Boom! A missile hit the airplane that Yi Feng and Yi Er were traveling in. A blooming firework bloomed in the air. This sudden scene was also seen by countless people in Shijiang City. This caused a huge stir. Countless people took out their cell phones and filmed the scene. On Luo Peng's side, after everyone froze for several seconds, it took Luo Peng a moment to react. Quickly mark the coordinates and send someone there to see if the War God survives. Find out for me right away who actually took a shot at the War God. Everyone knows that when you get hit by a missile, the plane is vaporized. Not to mention the people. But they didn't dare to say anything and strictly followed Luo Peng's orders. And Luo Peng also dialed Long Ao Tian's phone at the first time with this news. Told this news to Long Ao Tian. On the other end of the line, there was a long silence. Finally came Long Ao Tian's heaven-shaking roar. Immediately go and find out exactly who struck and dared to kill my Dragon Kingdom War God. Yes, Luo Peng, who hung up the phone, was gloomy to the extreme. Angrily, he roared. Find out for me right away. Just who struck? Why didn't we notice anything when the missiles came? The weaponry of the Dragon Kingdom now can be said to lead the world. Especially the piece of air defense can be said to be ironclad. Any wind will be found. But today, there was a missile attack and they didn't even notice it. Soon, someone reporting to the commander. That missile came from above the open sea. From the Fifth Kingdom. That's why we didn't realize it. What? When Luo Peng heard this, he only felt like his head was going to explode. The Fifth Kingdom. Actually the Fifth Kingdom. The weaponry of this Fifth Kingdom was of the latest generation and extremely advanced, so it was no wonder they hadn't discovered it. After staying frozen for a long time, he roared. Why? Why did the Fifth Kingdom take action against our Dragon Kingdom's War God? Someone responded in a low voice. Commander, could it be that the Fifth Kingdom wants the Zheng family's hundreds of billions of dollars of property, and that's why they're making a move against the War God? Luo Peng froze for a moment and reacted instantly. With that, he immediately dialed Long Ao Tian's number again. Dragon Head. We have found out that the missile that attacked the Asura War God came from the Fifth Kingdom. The opposite side of Long Ao Tian also froze for a long time. It was only afterward that he said, breathlessly, I know. You guys go and check if Shura is still alive right away. Also, get ready for battle. I'll notify the State Lord right away. Yes. Chapter 81, The Enemy in the World. Besides, Long Ao Tian, after he hung up Luo Peng's phone, then he told Long Jinghua about it in the first place. Long Jinghua's monstrous roar of anger immediately came from the phone. Daring to take a shot at my Dragon Kingdom War God is a naked provocation. Gather the War Department immediately and head to the border to avenge the Asura War God. Yes. After Long Ao Tian hung up the phone, he immediately began to deploy his troops. In the meantime, Kyoto, in the cabinet room, Long Jinghua put down his cell phone, and his gaze filled with bearish fury swept towards all the cabinet executives present. I've just gotten word that the Asura War God, who has made heavenly achievements for us, has been killed. What? This news shocked everyone in the cabinet. Long Jinghua said in a shocking tone, and the person who struck is the Fifth Kingdom. Other than a few people who understood Yi Feng's identity, the rest of them were all frozen in place with shock. Long Jinghua once again swept across the room and said in a cold voice, the Fifth Kingdom openly killed my Dragon Kingdom's God of War. This is a naked provocation to my Dragon Kingdom, a declaration of war against us. I, the Dragon Kingdom, have stood in the forest of the world for thousands of years, but have I ever been humiliated like this? And now that the Fifth Kingdom has insulted my Dragon Kingdom like this, I declare war against the Fifth Kingdom. As soon as Long Jinghua's words fell, the entire conference room fell dead silent. Everyone was silent, pondering whether the battle should be fought or not. Can you fight? Long Jinghua once again swept a glance at everyone in the room. Since no one has any objections, let's fight. State Lord, calm down. At that moment, one of the courtiers stood up. This battle cannot be fought. Why? Long Jinghua wondered. That pavilion elder said, we all know very well how powerful the Fifth Kingdom really is. Right now, the fleets of various countries are presented horizontally above the open sea, and at this time, if we venture to go to war with the Fifth Kingdom, we will undoubtedly be giving the countries an opportunity. It is clear to everyone that the nations have been forgetting that I am not dead, but they have not been able to find the right opportunity. And now that the Fifth Kingdom has assassinated my Dragon Kingdom War God, if we venture out at this time and get into a war with the Fifth Kingdom, not to mention whether or not we can beat the Fifth Kingdom, even if we can beat it, it will be a heavy price to pay, and we will definitely lose both of our lives with the Fifth Kingdom at that time. At that time, the countries that are eyeing the tiger will definitely utilize this opportunity to send troops to my Dragon Kingdom, and it will undoubtedly be a disaster for my Dragon Kingdom. Another pavilion elder stood up and said, "Yes, Kingdom Lord, the Fifth Kingdom struck this time, yet we didn't have the slightest inkling of it, so this shows just how powerful this Fifth Kingdom's battle power is. If we go to war with them, we definitely won't be able to gain any advantage, and instead we'll give those countries that are eyeing us a chance." As soon as this pavilion elder's words fell, they were met with opposition from some people from the main warring factions. "I agree to go to war. The Fifth Kingdom is bullying people too much. For them to be so arrogant as to behead my Dragon Kingdom War God is tantamount to declaring war. That's right. Others are provoking us so arrogantly. Are we not going to meet the battle? Are we going to be a shrunken head turtle? I agree to go to war. Our Dragon Kingdom for so many years. How have we ever been afraid of any country? Back then we were so weak. We all beat the countries of the world to hold their heads. And now that we have stood at the top of the forest of the world, why should we be afraid of those petty people? If we don't go to war, how can we stand up to our dead war god? How can we stand up to our tens of thousands of generals? Lord of the country, let's go to war." Those who were against going to war once again objected. "No, we absolutely cannot go to war. Going to war at this moment will push us into a place of no return. That's right, this Fifth Kingdom has indeed gone too far, but the more this happens, the more we have to endure. Maybe this is a ploy by the Fifth Kingdom and other countries." For a while there was a heated argument between those who were for the war and those who were against it. Each side has its own reasoning, and no one can convince anyone, and Long Jingguo was silent, and after a long time, he said, "I'm going to ask for permission to go outside the sky," but just as he was about to go and ask the heavenly beyond, instead, a man came in at the door, an old man with an extremely powerful aura, dressed in a simple and ancient robe, like an immortal who had attained enlightenment. "Greetings, Archdeacon." When everyone saw the visitor, they all rose to greet him. It was only because this person was a deacon of the heavens beyond. It's the messenger of communication between the outer heaven and the Dragon Kingdom. The Archdeacon nodded slightly and sat on top of the main seat. "I've heard about what's going on out there, and I've just received an order from heavens beyond." Everyone's expression stared as they all looked at the Archdeacon. The Archdeacon spoke indifferently. "There is only one thing to say in heavens beyond. My Dragon Kingdom has kept a low profile for many years, and now that we have been bullied so much, it is time to show our swords." The crowd naturally understood the meaning of this statement. Out of heaven means to go to war, but the Fifth Kingdom is too strong. How could we possibly be their opponent? A cabinet elder from the conservative faction said with incomparable worry. "Yeah, if we go to war with the Fifth Kingdom, those wolfish guys in the neighborhood will definitely not let this opportunity pass." The remaining people were also ready to open their mouths, but as a result, the Archdeacon glared over with a single look, and all of them instantly felt a pressure like a mountain coming on. They didn't dare say another word. The Archdeacon coldly said, "Just start the war at ease. I just got word that that mysterious monarch of this Fifth Kingdom is dead, and with the chaos within the Fifth Kingdom, they've also taken care of themselves at this moment. This is the best opportunity for us to strike." Everyone was shocked. The mysterious monarch of the Fifth Kingdom is actually dead? Long Jingguo also looked at the Archdeacon with horror. "Archdeacon, is this matter true?" The Archdeacon sneered. "When have I ever told a lie?" Looking at the Archdeacon, it didn't seem like he was lying, and if the Fifth Kingdom monarch was dead and in a state of civil unrest, then this matter did seem feasible. All of them were silent for several moments, secretly contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Long Jingguo clapped his hands and said, "This is indeed a good opportunity. Since the order from the heavenly beyond has been given, then we shall carry it out." And no one from all of them objected to anything anymore. Long Jingguo scanned the room. "Then this battle. Let's start it. All ministries do all the logistics." "Yes." As Long Jingguo's order was given, Long Outyan and the other various heads of the War Department almost all began to act, because Yi Xiuluo, the Dragon Kingdom god of war, was killed by the Fifth Kingdom. This matter spread very quickly, and the countless warriors of the Dragon Kingdom War Department were all shaken with rage. Everyone rushed to the border with a burning fury, ready and starting to go to war with the Fifth Kingdom. Meanwhile, outside, Yi Xiuluo was seriously injured and took a plane to Shijiang to get treatment for his injuries, where he was hit by a Fifth Kingdom missile and killed. This news, too, spread rapidly throughout the world. The world is in an uproar. And the Fifth Kingdom was quick to announce that they were the ones who did this. Once again, the world has been sensationalized. For a moment, all eyes were gathered on Manhwa. All are waiting to see how the Dragon State will respond to this. In the limelight, the Dragon Kingdom publicly announced that the Fifth Kingdom's assassination of the Dragon Kingdom's god of war was a provocation to the Dragon Kingdom and a declaration of war against the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is going to strike against the Fifth Kingdom to avenge the Asura War God. The news, once again, shook the world. Finally, is the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon that has been sleeping for years, going to awaken? Chapter 82, an unprecedented big game. With the Dragon Kingdom declaring war on the Fifth Kingdom, countries around the world have held meetings to study whether this is true. Soon the nations of the world were seeing it from their spy satellites. The entire Dragon Kingdom began to mobilize its troops, and countless soldiers from the War Ministry continued to converge towards the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless highly sophisticated weapons, all out in force. The mighty fleet began to assemble, and the fighters crossed the sky. This made all the countries realize that the Dragon Kingdom was really going to go to war against the Fifth Kingdom. And, almost at the same time, every powerful country in the world received a call from the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom invited them to join them in taking on the Fifth Kingdom. Remove this horrible being once and for all. When the time comes, the nations will divide up the Fifth Kingdom. This offer has moved many countries. What the Fifth Kingdom controls is extremely tantalizing to the nations of the world. Previously, all countries had the heart of a thief but not the guts of a thief. After all, the Fifth Kingdom was too strong, and several powerful countries were incapable of destroying the Fifth Kingdom. But now it's different. The powerful country of Dragon is taking the lead to make a move. And if we unite a few more powerful countries together, then it was really impossible for the Fifth Kingdom to have the ability to deal with the siege of several great powers. As for the several great powers, they were also hesitant at the moment to join forces with the Dragon Kingdom to annihilate the Fifth Kingdom together. They were actually extremely frazzled in their hearts. After all, the Fifth Kingdom was too strong, and in case it wasn't wiped out in one fell swoop this time, then it would certainly be met with the Fifth Kingdom's most frantic retaliation in the future. Just as several great powers hesitated to make a move. Once again, the Dragon Kingdom threw out an explosive news that shocked everyone beyond belief. There is civil unrest in the Fifth Kingdom and that mysterious monarch of theirs is dead. The internal chaos in the Fifth Kingdom is now immense. The news, stone cold. The countries were caught a little off guard. For a while, countries began to send people to investigate whether this was true. And while the countries were investigating, civil unrest did occur in the Fifth Kingdom. First, the Fifth Kingdom's bases overseas were the scene of horrific battles, with countless deaths and injuries. Then, what the Fifth Kingdom controlled around the world was seized and divided up by all the forces in the location. This was followed by civil unrest in the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom above the high seas. I can't believe my own people fought with my own people. It led to the destruction of several fighters. In the end, several experts under the monarch of the Fifth Kingdom announced that they were leaving the Fifth Kingdom. And all of this news is being taken in by the nations. This now also convinced the world that the Fifth Kingdom was really in civil unrest. And in the meantime, the Eagle Kingdom, one of the strongest in this world, was the first to react. He joined forces with his minions, the Gentleman Nation and the gold medalist fighter Aussie Nation, and announced at the same time that he would join forces with the Dragon Nation to eliminate the Fifth Kingdom, a blue star tumor. Then the rest of his minions in the world received orders. There has also been a flurry of announcements about taking on the Fifth Kingdom. The sticks and bonobos and Filipino monkeys bear the brunt, especially the Japanese nation, which had previously been destroyed by the Fifth Kingdom to destroy the Yamaguchi group. Before they were forced by the power of the Fifth Kingdom, they did not dare to have the slightest complaint. They could only break their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. And they also had to apologize to the Fifth Kingdom in front of the whole world. And they also had to make reparations to the Fifth Kingdom. And now, all the nations of the world are going to strike at the Fifth Kingdom. And they have received orders from their masters. This straightened his back instantly as well. Not only did he publicly tear up the compensation treaty he had previously made to the Fifth Kingdom, but he also announced that he was going to make a move against the Fifth Kingdom. Of course, they received an order in addition to their master's order for them to take on the Fifth Kingdom. That is, when the Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom fight to a standstill, they will attack the Dragon Kingdom in a big way. The order made them all incredibly excited. As neighbors of the Dragon Kingdom, they were in the way of the Dragon Kingdom's power, and were suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom all these years and simply didn't dare to move. But in their bones, they had always wanted to get the Dragon Kingdom turf, to become the true masters of this side, to become the true Dragon Kingdom orthodox. The Japanese tried once before and failed, and now that this opportunity had arisen again, they naturally wouldn't let go of this chance. After the simultaneous announcement of the Stick and Bonobo nations to take on the Fifth Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom to the north of the Dragon Kingdom has also announced that it is going to take on the Fifth Kingdom. After that, all the countries, big and small, didn't want to let go of this opportunity, and one by one, all of them announced that they were going to make a move against the Fifth Kingdom. For a time, the entire world had become the opponent of the Fifth Kingdom at this moment. It can be called the enemy of the world. However, it is not yet known how many people will actually be able to take the plunge, with all the nations of the world declaring their hand against the Fifth Kingdom. At one time, all countries began to mobilize their troops, and countless warships continued to converge on the high seas. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as time passed. At this moment, above the high seas, the fleets of countless countries converged. The several countries bordering the sea also saw the convergence of allied forces from countless nations, a couple million. On the Dragon Kingdom side, the cities near the sea also have millions of troops on display. Countless fleets, warplanes, and all kinds of high-end weapons were also all equipped. The Great War seems to be on the verge of breaking out. The only thing that made it strange was that people from a few countries, the Eagle Gentleman State and the Australian State, showed up but hid at the very back or staged their troops on a few of the major bases around the area. But at the moment, no one was paying attention to this. In the meantime, West River, a small town in a very tastefully decorated B&B, Yi Feng and Yi Er sat on the balcony, basking in the sun. Yi Er looked at the message on his cell phone afterward. Boss, according to the plan, all the battleships from various countries are now deployed, all converging on the high seas. They want to attack us. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. Well, everything is going according to plan. Okay. In fact, this was all a ploy by Yi Feng and Long Jinghua. After the Jiang family was destroyed, Long Jinghua told Yi Feng some news he had investigated. Back then, when Yi Feng's grandfather was wrongly accused, the Yi family perished. Yi Feng was wrongly accused, and was hunted down by the whole country. Everything behind the scenes seemed to be the handiwork of someone in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond heaven. However, Yi Feng wasn't sure if these news were true yet. For this reason, he then decided to take advantage of this opportunity of the Jiang family being destroyed and the Jiang family issuing a $100 billion bounty and chasing him all over the world to properly verify whether or not this black hand behind the scenes was someone from the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond heaven. And it's going to be used to fish out the mole in the Fifth Kingdom. So, Yi Feng teamed up with Long Jinghua to make an unprecedented big game. First, Yi Feng pretended to leave the Central Plains with serious injuries and travel to Xizang for treatment. Then asked 11 to look for traitors in the Fifth Kingdom's base. 11 also managed to locate the traitors, and while under 11's surveillance, the traitors managed to make their move, allowing the Fifth Kingdom's missiles to hit the plane they were traveling in. Then the Dragon Kingdom announced to the public that he was dead. Once this news spread, the Fifth Kingdom would be able to pocket all of the hundreds of billions of dollars that the Jiang clan had offered as a bounty. Then the Dragon Kingdom declared war on the Fifth Kingdom on the grounds that the Fifth Kingdom had killed their god of war. And Long Jinghua putting on another show in Kyoto that he was going to go to war with the Fifth Kingdom would certainly be opposed by many people. At this time, the traitors of the Fifth Kingdom also transmitted this news of Yi Feng's death in battle to the Dragon Kingdom's heavens beyond heaven at the first opportunity. Of course, even if the traitor didn't need to pass on the message, heavens beyond would still know about it. After all, the scene of the Fifth Kingdom's missile hitting the airplane at that time was seen by countless people. The people from heavens beyond heaven had indeed gone out and allowed Long Jinghua to make a move against the Fifth Kingdom. And this completely solidified the fact that there were traitors in the heavenly beyond and that they were with the traitors of the Fifth Kingdom. Long Jinghua then used the reason of wanting to exterminate the Fifth Kingdom to avenge the Asura War God, and united all the major powers in the world. The reason why the Dragon Kingdom wants to unite the world powers is naturally to take advantage of this opportunity to accomplish some of their strategic goals. Over the years, the Dragon Kingdom has become powerful, but it has been targeted at every turn, and has been marginalized by those countries in the West. And now the Dragon Kingdom is in urgent need of a battle to establish its identity and status as a powerful nation. It is also necessary to crush some countries that have been plotting against the Dragon Kingdom. And this time, doing a joint game with the Fifth Kingdom is definitely a perfect opportunity. In the face of the Dragon Kingdom's union, the world's major powers were naturally a bit wary of the Fifth Kingdom's might, and naturally wouldn't go down easily. And that's when the Fifth Kingdom performs some more civil unrest and is known by the nations. Faced with such a heaven-splitting opportunity, they naturally wouldn't be sitting on the sidelines watching the tigers fight, and would naturally come down to the field themselves. After all, what the Fifth Kingdom controlled was too tantalizing. Furthermore, there are many other countries that would like to take advantage of this opportunity and reap the benefits. In short, all countries and parties have their own plans for this opportunity. In short, it's a bigger picture than ever before. Interlocking and interlocking. If it succeeds, It is destined to go down in history and make its mark. After Yi Er sent a message on his cell phone, both men's eyes looked to the far south. A big show, coming up. Meanwhile, to the south, the Dragon Kingdom is near the city of Hainan Hao. After long Aotian saw the message sent by Yi Er, a small, excited smile appeared on his face. It's a big game, and he actually knows it. And now that the big picture has been formed, it's now just a matter of doing it. His hands were actually still shaking a little, his inner emotions inexplicable. Nervousness, anticipation, worry, and excitement all in one. After all, this was an unprecedented battle, and they, the Dragon Kingdom, were going to join forces with the Fifth Kingdom to deal with the nations of the world. It's weird to say you're not nervous. One bad move and the whole game is lost. The slightest misstep and all hell breaks loose. Of course, if it works, the Dragon Kingdom would completely lay claim to the reputation of being the strongest nation. And when that time came, the rewards would be unimaginable. Dragon Head, the coalition of nations asks when we will strike? At this time, one of the commanders beside him asked towards Long Aotian. He was equally excited, his body trembling without even realizing it. Not only him, but the millions of the War Ministry's most elite and loyal warriors present were likewise all the same at this moment. This battle will be one like no other. If this battle was successful, then they would all be famous in history as well, opening their genealogies alone. Long Aotian exhaled deeply before saying, "Go to war." Chapter 83, A Sword. With Long Aotian's order, the surface warships fired, countless dense bullets and shells, like rain, pouring out. Countless warplanes poured out across the sky like dense birds of prey. The allied forces of the various countries saw that the Dragon Kingdom had struck, and with such terrifying firepower right out of the gate, they also ordered war at the same time. After all, everyone wanted to come out on top in this battle, so that when the time came to divide the Fifth Kingdom, they could get the biggest cake. The Eagle Kingdom, who was hiding at the very back of the room, however, did not make the first move. He had many minions under him, and there was absolutely no need for him to go down on his own. By the time the war was over, they would have enough to get the biggest cake with the many minions under them. Of all the allied forces, the ones who took the lead were naturally the Rods and the Japanese. One of them would naturally be the first to strike in order to take revenge and the other to show more in front of their masters. Next is the Bear Country, followed by some less powerful ones. Although the countries of this world almost all converged here, the Eagle Country and its side of a few loyal lapdogs did not make a move. The Real can fight, is no more than the Bear Country stick bonobo and so a few countries. The rest of the country is basically just coming along for the ride. At this time, the Fifth Kingdom was not the first to open fire. Instead, all the shields on top of all the carrier battleships were activated as well. As the fleets of the Rod and the Japanese and the Bear nations sailed as far as they could into the safety of the Fifth Kingdom's fleet, aboard an aircraft carrier in the Fifth Kingdom fleet, a member of the Fifth Kingdom said towards a young man who had sat in a chair with his eyes closed, "Mr. 8, the fleets of the various countries are entering our attack range as much as they can. Do we attack?" The young man opened his eyes only slightly. A trace of icy killing intent flashed in those radiant eyes. This person was no other than Yi Ba, who had been commanding the Fifth Kingdom fleet. "Don't rush out yet. I'll handle it." After saying that, Yi Ba slowly stood up and moved his body. And then, the figure leapt into midair, sheathing the Tang's sword in his hand, sweeping out, and in the meantime, the command room of the first Japanese fleet to go out. Supreme Commander Muramakai Watanabe is personally in command. "Commander, our fleet is now in range to strike the Fifth Kingdom fleet. Do we open fire?" a henchman asked. "Humph. The Fifth Kingdom's destruction of my Yamaguchi group was a great insult to my great Japanese nation. And now, finally, I have found the opportunity to take revenge. Pass on my order. All fleets, fire at full power, and let the scum of the Fifth Kingdom stay here forever." Watanabe Murata bellowed. Yes, the henchman readily led the order. What's that? Suddenly, there was a golden glow that shone through the glass windows and reflected on the faces of everyone in the combat command room. It was reflected on the face of every Japanese soldier. Everyone subconsciously looked up. Then he saw a long golden rainbow running through heaven and earth above that vast sky in the distance. It was like an extremely bright golden galaxy hanging across the sky. With unspeakable speed, it came towards the fleet they were in. That's the sword awnings. A golden sword blade that was terrifying to the extreme. "No!" Watanabe Muramakai shrieked, and golden light blossomed rapidly in his desperate eyes. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the Japanese command ship, like a papier-mâché, was split apart by the golden sword on that was like a hanging waterfall. The powerful sword chi didn't go into the sea for an unknown depth before slowly dissipating. The originally calm sea surface also lifted up a 100-meter-high giant wave, like the mouth of an abyss, swallowing the wreckage of that command ship. In the distance, in mid-air, Yiba stood with his sword in his hand, like a heavenly god who was in charge of heavenly punishment. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they make a move against my fifth kingdom? Do it! Shasta. Cannonballs, like dense raindrops in the sky, shot out. All of them fell into the group of Japanese fleet which had been completely disorganized. This shell has the fifth kingdom and the dragon warriors. The Japanese battleships tried to intercept those shells, but to their utter horror, the guns of the fifth kingdom fleet were so fast, so incredibly fast, that they couldn't even be detected by radar. There's no way to stop it. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sea where the Japanese fleet was located blossomed into an unspeakably grand firework, demonic and splendid. All the fleet was like paper mache, unable to resist at all. In less than 10 minutes, all of the Japanese fleet was destroyed under the intensive fire coverage and under the impact of the most advanced missile shells with a power far exceeding that of any other country. And this scene stunned the people watching the battle in various countries. What everyone didn't expect was that this fifth kingdom was actually so strong. Advanced weapons that are completely out of their league. What was even more unacceptable to them was why the missile shells from the Dragon War Department had also landed on top of the Japanese warships. Just as the nations were stunned, Yiba's figure had already appeared on the other side. He held a long sword and stood horizontally in midair. Not far ahead is the fleet of the Bear Nation. On top of the Kumagakure command ship, the Supreme Commander had also just clearly seen the news of the destruction of the Japanese fleet. His first reaction to this scene was panic. Endless panic. How could he not expect that there was actually an expert with a strength as terrifying as a god's amongst the fleet of this fifth kingdom? With a single sword, he decapitated the Japanese command ship. What made him even more desperate was that just now, when the fifth kingdom fleet's cannons fired in unison, he was even more horrified to find that their defensive weapons were unable to defend against the fifth kingdom's cannonballs, which were simply too fast, and it was so powerful that a single round of unison fire wiped out the entire Japanese fleet. To add to his horror, missiles from the Dragon Kingdom's War Department also landed on top of the Fifth Kingdom's fleet. This made him instantly realize that this was all a conspiracy by the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom. This Dragon Kingdom is trying to unite with the Fifth Kingdom to wipe out everyone here. Retreat for me. Retreat. Panicked to the core, he then ordered his troops to retreat at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, his order had just reached the halfway point. He then felt a light in front of him. A golden color enlarging and blooming in his eyes. Incomparably brilliant. A sword. That horrible sword again. This sword fell. The command ship of the Bear Country fleet then completely blended into the vast expanse of ocean. Then came the dense shells of the Fifth Kingdom with the utmost sincerity. Another extremely luxurious and brilliant fireworks in this sea. Seems like a send-off for the Bear Country fleet. And Yiba's figure disappeared once again, appearing in front of the fleet of the Stick Country again. Chapter 84, Out of Control. The fleet of the Stick Country, at this moment, is also retreating rapidly. They were closest to the position of the Japanese fleet, and they had all just clearly seen the Japanese fleet being easily destroyed by the Fifth Kingdom. This also allowed them to truly see the power and terror of the Fifth Kingdom. They were not as strong as the Japanese, and there was no way they could be a match for the Fifth Kingdom. What alarmed them the most was that man's sword just now. It was too horrible, as if it were the means of a god. Now that you're here, don't leave. Yiba stood horizontally in midair, his clothes fluttering. The long knife in his hand swept across. Another brilliant blade shot out. Stick Country Fleet Command Room. Seeing that terrifying sword blade shoot out, everyone completely despaired. Nishihachi, amidst a wail of despair, the golden sword blade swept through the command room of the Stick Country's fleet. Immediately after, countless dense artillery fire fell like rain. In the following time, Yiba was like a congratulatory messenger, visiting the fleets of various countries one by one. When they appeared in front of the fleets of various countries, they sent a sword blade to all of them, making that area of the sea a golden sea. Then came the complimentary shells from the Fifth Kingdom. Send everyone a most extravagant fireworks extravaganza. At this point, the advanced troops of the countries besieging the Fifth Kingdom were all wiped out. This scene was clearly seen by the satellites of various countries. The moment. World shaking. The world rocks. The world trembles. It was at this moment that the countries realized just how powerful the Fifth Kingdom really was. It was only at this moment that they realized what kind of existence they had provoked. At this moment, the sovereigns of the nations wanted to cry. At this moment, they were incomparably regretting that they had actually taken the initiative to deal with the Fifth Kingdom. At this moment, the hearts of all the countries that sent troops against the Fifth Kingdom all sank into the abyss. In the rear, those fleets of some small countries that hadn't had the chance to make a move yet were all terrified when they saw this scene. They fled frantically and started to call for help in droves. The Eagle Kingdom and a few of its most loyal lapdogs, who had been out of action and hiding in a few nearby bases, had all received requests for help from various countries. In the Eagle Kingdom's base in the second island chain. In the General Command Headquarters, the Eagle Kingdom's Navy Commander-in-Chief Mike reclined in his chair, his feet resting on the table, a glass of red wine in one hand and a cigar in the other. Very dashing and cozy. The Commanders-in-Chief of the naval fleets of the Gentleman State, the Gallic State, and the Australian State, all surrounded him with the air of a little brother. On the huge monitor screen in front of him was the very image of the fleets of the various countries besieging the Fifth Kingdom's fleet. Gentlemen, after the siege of the Fifth Kingdom, we will be able to invade this ancient land of the Dragon Kingdom once again, just as our forefathers did back then. Yes, think about back in the day. Our predecessors entered the Dragon Kingdom and got tons of treasures, artifacts, and antiques. And now, we can also be the same as our predecessors back then. Enter the Dragon Kingdom once again and loot their treasures. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. This time, we must never let these inferior peoples go. We must enslave them forever and become our most loyal slaves. The crowd seemed to see the future of their invasion of the Dragon Country. Burning and looting a scene. All excitedly end of the red wine to clink glasses. A laughter. And at this time, above the screen, there was also a scene of Yibachi crossing the sky and chopping the Japanese command ship with a sword. The crowd that was originally laughing and pushing their glasses around was instantly dead silent. Everyone froze in place as if they were stupid. Shet, is he God? Mike's eyes were wide open, shock written all over his face. The same is true for others. Under everyone's horrified gaze, countless Fifth Kingdom missiles fell into the Japanese fleet like rain. The scene is shrouded in horrific fireworks. How is that possible? Everyone changed color. Just then, a GI in the command room roared, "Sir, missiles from the Dragon Kingdom have been detected coming towards our base." What? Mike's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at the other screen, only to see countless red dots in the middle of the screen, rapidly coming towards their position. Shet, quick, defense! For a moment, the air defense systems in several bases activated in a hurry. Countless interceptors took off toward the Dragon Kingdom missiles that were shooting in the distance. Boom boom boom. One brilliant firework after another bloomed over several of the Eagle Kingdom's bases at sea. None of them could fall. Sir, all intercepted successfully. Mike was instantly smug. Humph, how dare you take a shot at us? You don't know what you're doing. Contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately. These bastards, instead of hitting the Fifth Kingdom, they actually hit us, plus the Dragon countryside. Dragon Head. All of our missiles were intercepted by several bases in the Eagle Kingdom. Long Aotian nodded his head and was not the least bit surprised, because the first missiles that happened to them this time were some of the ones that were designed in the early days of the country that had a lot of problems, were extremely outdated, and were not easy to handle. When they joined forces with the Fifth Kingdom this time, they then decided to utilize the most outdated and worn-out missiles as their first weapons. One was to be able to empty those stocks, and the other was to deplete the anti-aircraft missiles at the Eagle Country base. This third coming is, naturally, an excuse for himself. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had always practiced division. Dragon Head, the Eagle Kingdom's Navy Commander-in-Chief Mike called. Long Aotian smiled. The excuse came. Mike's angry roar came from the phone. Long Aotian, what do you mean? Why are you attacking us? Are you going to dare to start a war against my Eagle Kingdom? Long Aotian hurriedly said. I'm sorry, Mr. Mike, we didn't mean to start a war with you. We made a mistake. Fumbled? Mike was puzzled. Mr. Mike, it's like this. As you know, we're a developing country, and the weapons and equipment our country produces are extremely backward. Not as advanced as yours. Just now we struck out, and as a result, we were subjected to electromagnetic interference, causing our missiles to lose control, originally hitting the Fifth Kingdom fleet, but as a result of losing control, we didn't expect them to actually fall towards your base. I apologize to you. I'm really sorry. Good thing your anti-aircraft missiles are advanced enough to intercept all the runaway missiles. Mike was pissed off when he heard that. Listen, what a ridiculous excuse that is. Lost control? Even if they lost control, why didn't they fall elsewhere, but all over a few of their bases? He felt that Rokoku was doing it on purpose, but Mike couldn't refute anything. After all, they had always trumpeted in the world that their weaponry was the number one in the world and that the Dragon Kingdom's weaponry was very backward. And now that Long Aotian had said so, he simply couldn't refute it. It's like eating a turd that's hard to swallow. Chapter 85. Mike tried to say something else, only to have a burst of electronic noise and Long Aotian's broken voice come over the phone. Mr. Mike, I'm getting signal interference here. Then the phone was hung up. SHET. A pissed off Mike slammed the phone to the floor. Mr. Mac, what now? The crowd of minions all asked nervously. Just now while Mike was on the phone with Long Aotian, They also saw the Japanese fleet and several of the strongest battle fleets, such as the Bear Kingdom and the Stick Kingdom, wiped out by the Fifth Kingdom. And at the moment, the Fifth Kingdom was aiming at the remaining small countries that were on good terms with. Now all the small nations have begun to ask for help from them. They were also riding a tiger at the moment. If they made a move, they might not be a match for the Fifth Kingdom. If they don't make a move, they are probably going to lose trust in front of all the small countries from now on, especially those that have been following them faithfully. This puts them all in a dilemma and they have to turn to Mike. Mike was also furious and angry at the moment. He was also extremely hesitant at the moment. Make a move. It might not be a match for the Fifth Kingdom, and then their myth might be completely shattered. But if they don't, they will completely lose everyone's trust in them. Just as Mike was extremely hesitant, the henchman said, "Sir, the Dragon Kingdom is on the phone." Mike picked up the communicator and the voice of Long Aotion came through. "Mr. Mike, we're taking on the Fifth Kingdom, and we're asking you to do the same. Everyone is watching. If you don't make a move, after we exterminate the Fifth Kingdom, you won't get the slightest bit of all the benefits distributed." After Long Aotion finished speaking, a burst of noise once again came from the communicator. The rest of the words went unheard by the crowd, and then the communicator lost its signal completely. Dragon Countryside. After Long Aotion put down his communicator, he ordered towards his men, "Attack the Fifth Kingdom with state-of-the-art missiles." A couple of commanders under his command were in a daze. Aren't they working with the Fifth Estate? How is it that we are now taking on the Fifth Kingdom? But soon, something came to mind. Execute the order. Yes, with orders from several commanders. Several missiles were launched simultaneously from several bases and from the fleet at sea, shooting towards the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom. Other side, in the bases of the second island chain. "Sir, just monitored. The Dragon Kingdom's missiles have been launched, targeting the Fifth Kingdom's fleet. Do we strike?" With everyone's eyes on him, Mike was even more hesitant, and at the moment he couldn't make a decision. "I'll ask for permission." With that said, Mike left in a hurry, and within moments, he stormed into the command room. "Strike! Strike immediately! Definitely can't let the Dragon Kingdom get the jump on us." He had just asked the Eagle Kingdom's Congress, and the Congress meant to step in, and also ask them to make sure they got ahead of the Dragon Kingdom and destroy the Fifth Kingdom. After all the countries of the world are now watching this great war. If they didn't make a move, at that time, if the Dragon Kingdom really destroyed the Fifth Kingdom, then all the credit would go to the Dragon Kingdom. When the time comes, there will be no share for them in the distribution of benefits, and it would also make everyone realize that the Dragon Kingdom warriors were the strongest, and then their powerful myth would completely collapse. Their minions would also completely leave them and turn their heads to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom will become the strongest existence in this world. That's not what they want to see. Mike, who understands this, also understands what this war means. If they destroyed the Fifth Kingdom, then their myth of undefeatability would be even more solid, and everyone would no longer have any doubts. All will be at their disposal and will rule Blue Star again for hundreds of years. But if the Dragon Kingdom destroyed the Fifth Kingdom, then their myth would be shattered, and they would lose everything then. It could be said that this war would determine the future of the two countries, them and the Dragon Kingdom. Go all out, don't hold anything back. Yes, with Mike's order, several bases, the ships at sea all fired on all cylinders, and the Gentleman's State, Gallic Chicken and Australia, and a host of other minions, naturally understand the logic of this. They also had no reservations and ordered the fleet to fire at full power. In the meantime, Fifth Kingdom fleet side, they were also the first to detect the incoming missiles from the Dragon Kingdom. The commanding officer aboard the command ship ordered, "Everyone, evacuate the Golden Dragon and Sky Dragon immediately. Set the defense systems of the Golden Dragon and the Heavenly Dragon to be strong before weak." Yes, with a commanding officer's order, the crews of the two battleships acted in haste. After all personnel had left the ship as best they could, the Dragon Kingdom's missiles also came in sharply, and the defense systems of the two battleships began to activate at the first opportunity. Countless defense missiles shot out, intercepted several Dragon Kingdom missiles, as many as possible. But soon, the defenses of the two major battleships began to weaken, and several missiles from the Dragon Kingdom fell with precision. Boom, boom, boom. It was accompanied by a violent explosion. The Golden Dragon and Sky Dragon of the Fifth Kingdom were instantly turned into a sea of fire, and at this moment, above the other fleets of the Fifth Kingdom, all of them didn't have any anger. Instead, they all wore a smile on their faces. Especially the fleet members of the Golden Dragon and the Heavenly Dragon were laughing the most happily at the moment. "Ha ha ha, these two broken ships have finally been destroyed." One of the soldiers looked at the captain of the Golden Dragon. "Boss, when are we going to get our new ship?" The captain also had a smile on his lips. "Soon, when this war is over." We will be the first team to have new ships. Ha ha ha. Yeah. For a while, all the members of the Golden Dragon, all cheered excitedly. The members of the other fleets, however, were filled with envy when they saw this scene. The two ships, the Golden Dragon and the Celestial Dragon, were the most dilapidated and outdated ships in the Fifth Kingdom's fleet. And this time before this war began, it was also elected, and these two ships were destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, this was all still a ploy by Yifeng's Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. And one of the purposes? Naturally, it is to show the countries of the world how powerful the Dragon Kingdom is, so that the countries of the world can see that the weapons of the Dragon Kingdom are capable of destroying the battleships of the Fifth Kingdom. The second purpose of this, naturally, is to lure the Eagle Kingdom and other countries into action. In fact, from the very beginning, the Dragon Kingdom and Yifeng knew that this time, when they joined forces to eliminate the Fifth Kingdom, with the pissy nature of the Eagle Kingdom and other countries, they definitely wouldn't come down to attack. For this reason, they then devised a series of chain traps to lure the Eagle Kingdom and other countries down. Chapter 86 Counterattack. Okay, let's all stop being happy for a moment. Business is important. Here come the missiles from the Eagle Kingdom and other countries. With a command from the Fifth Kingdom's fleet commander-in-chief, everyone went about their business, preparing to intercept the missiles from the Eagle Kingdom and other countries. Just after the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom had made all the preparations, the missiles from the Eagle Kingdom and other countries also came in as many times as they could. Defense. With a command from the captain, the defenses of the remaining fleet of the Fifth Kingdom are all turned on. Countless interceptors poured out like dense rain. Boom boom boom. Countless missiles exploded at a height of 10,000 meters. An unparalleled, unprecedented grand salute to these waters. Counterattack. After all the missiles were intercepted as much as possible, the Fifth Kingdom's fleet commander-in-chief also decisively gave the order to attack. In an instant, countless missile shells pulled full of Fifth Kingdom technology were energized as much as they could be, pouring towards several bases and fleets in the Eagle Kingdom. The speed is unparalleled. And this scene was also all seen by countless people from all over the world and those who participated in the battle at the scene. When the countries and countless participants in the battle saw that the two ships of the Fifth Kingdom were actually hit by the Dragon Kingdom, they all erupted into a burst of cheers. At the same time, he was also shocked and appalled at the power of the Dragon Kingdom. It was actually able to break through the defense system of the Fifth Kingdom fleet and managed to sink two ships. Then, they saw that the Eagle country and other countries had all stepped in as well, which made everyone feel that this time it was stable. After all, up until now, everyone still thought that the Eagle Kingdom was the number one power in the world, and the weapons in their hands were the most powerful in the entire blue planet. The Dragon Kingdom was able to sink two of the Fifth Kingdom's ships, so the Eagle Kingdom will certainly be able to annihilate the Fifth Kingdom with this. However, to everyone's disbelief, the missiles of the Eagle Kingdom and other countries were actually all intercepted by the warships of the Fifth Kingdom. None of the rounds were able to hit the target. In the meantime, the Eagle Kingdom's maritime fleet, as well as the surrounding bases, had their various radars on full blast at the moment, detecting the Fifth Kingdom's missiles with immense care. But to their horror, the top of their radar was so clean that they couldn't detect any anomalies at all. Unable to detect each other's targets on radar, that has predictable consequences. What alarmed them most was that the other side's missiles were not detected on the radar, but a number of people saw them with their naked eyes, only to see countless missiles, at this moment, cutting through the sky like a bright meteor, coming towards their base and fleet at an unspeakably terrifying speed. Defense! Defense! Countless people roared in horror, but to their despair, their defenses were on full blast, but they simply couldn't lock onto the missiles that reached speeds of several Mach. It was too fast to intercept. It's over. Everyone could only watch in despair as that one missile fell towards their bases and ships. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously, several missiles landed on several of the Eagle Kingdom's bases and fleet groups at sea, with several huge mushroom clouds blooming. Several of the Eagle Kingdom's bases and a carrier fleet at sea were vaporized in an instant. Several more missiles then fell. The dilapidated ships of the Gentleman's State and the Gallic State and the Eagle's minions, such as Australia, were also instantly destroyed. The moment, above the entire high seas, only the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom remained, still standing, and the fleets of the remaining countries were annihilated. At this moment, the bigwigs from various countries watching the battle were all dumbfounded. At this moment, the leaders of the countries in the highest conference room of each country were all silenced, and the atmosphere was ice cold and frightening. The Fifth Kingdom is too strong, incredibly powerful. With his own strength, he actually exterminated countless fleets of the world's nations, and they only lost two ships. Second guide chain. A few hundred miles away, there's a big ship. Mike and the others all stood on the deck, frozen as they watched the mushroom cloud rise from the base. After they ordered the attack earlier, they left by boat at the first opportunity. They were also all very scared, fearing that if they were unable to destroy the Fifth Kingdom after a single strike, they would be annihilated. As it turned out, it was really just as they had suspected. The Fifth Kingdom was too strong. Their base has also literally met its demise. It's over. It's completely over. After a long time, everyone reacted, and one by one they all sat paralyzed on the deck, their faces ashen. It's too much to lose in this battle. Besides, on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Aotian was so excited that he almost laughed maniacally after he learned that the Fifth Kingdom had made a move to destroy several of the Eagle Kingdom's military bases. The group of commanders beside him were all dumbstruck at the moment, and they were all shocked by the power of the Fifth Kingdom. Does the dragon head still have to continue to strike the attack? A commander stammered and asked. Long Aotian forced a smile and pretended to be horrified. Still attacking my ass. Immediately call the people of the Fifth Kingdom and tell them that we admit defeat. Yes. The moment Long Aotian said this, everyone was greatly relieved. They were still really afraid that Long Aotian would continue to attack the Fifth Kingdom, and when the Fifth Kingdom counterattacked, then they were afraid that they would also suffer extinction. Soon, the following people dialed the Fifth Kingdom. Long Aotian was also the first to pretend to be afraid and admit defeat with the Fifth Kingdom, and the Fifth Kingdom accepted the Dragon Kingdom's admission of defeat, and after Long Gui conceded defeat, the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom began to depart, heading toward the Japanese and the Stick and the Bear nations. At the same time, the Fifth Kingdom was proclaimed toward the nations of the world. This time the behavior of the nations annoyed the Fifth Estate and they decided to fight back. The first to be cleaned up were the Stick and Bonobo countries and the Bear country. That would scare the hell out of countries. All of them came forward to apologize and were willing to make compensation. What a joke! They had seen the power of the Fifth Kingdom. The maritime forces of the world's countries had joined forces and ended up destroying only 2 of the Fifth Kingdom's ships. And the Fifth Kingdom wiped out the fleets of the world's nations. With just their fleets, how can we fight with others? Use of nuclear weapons? Oh, how many in this world can have nuclear weapons? Furthermore, the Fifth Kingdom also possesses nuclear weapons. So I'm afraid the world will be destroyed if they really start fighting, right? Therefore, the best way to keep from being exterminated is to make reparations. And a few countries, such as the Rod and Bonobo and Bear countries, learned that the Fifth Kingdom was the first to retaliate against them. They were all terrified and were the first to speak up, willing to make compensation, and the Fifth Kingdom, pretending to think it over, finally did not continue to strike and accepted the compensation terms offered by the countries. It's just that for this specific compensation matter, the Fifth Kingdom will personally talk to them afterward. As for why they didn't just exterminate a bunch of small countries like the Stick country Japan, the Fifth Kingdom has its own agenda. After all, it was better to enslave them than to just destroy them. At this point, the world's attention, a collection of the world's countries, unprecedented and may also be the last brilliant battle, is considered to be completely fell curtains. Chapter 87 Breaking News. This battle has the attention of the world. It was a battle that shook the world. This battle had caused the countries other than the Dragon Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. The naval forces of some countries were, completely destroyed in the midst of this battle. Some countries are also metastasizing, and the one who lost the most in this battle was the Eagle Kingdom. Not only did the battle cost them a carrier fleet, several bases were destroyed and several minions were scrapped. These are not the most unacceptable things to them. The most unacceptable thing to them is, this failure completely shattered their myth. I am afraid that their status and position will be in tatters in the future. It's no longer possible to run the whole world. In this battle, the ones who gained the most were none other than the Fifth Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. The Fifth Kingdom was the first to reap the $100 billion bounty from the Zhang clan in this battle to find out the traitor. This battle showed the world that they were powerful. It completely established their position and reputation as the strongest nation. They also had to accept reparations from various countries for this battle and made a lot of money. As for the Dragon Kingdom, the harvest was equally impressive. In this battle, they achieved the desired strategic goal, completely destroying the hegemonic system of the Eagle Kingdom, clearing the high seas of several of the Eagle Kingdom's bases. From now on, this area would be completely up to them. This battle weakened the force and chi of the nations. This battle, also in front of the countries of the world, showed the power of the Dragon Kingdom, the advanced weapons, and cleared out some of its own old stock of weapons. In short, this battle had completely changed the order of the entire world, rewriting the position of nations in the world. There was no doubt that the Fifth Kingdom stood first and the Dragon Kingdom second. As for the latter, no one cares. And after this battle, people from all countries, too, all realized the importance of martial artists. In the midst of this war, Yiba had swept through the command ships of various countries with his own strength. The terrifying battle power displayed shocked everyone. Previously, people from various countries felt that martial artists, no matter how strong they were just paper tigers in the face of the onslaught of troops sweeping through thousands of troops. But in the middle of this war, the strength Yiba displayed made them completely understand. It turned out that a truly powerful martial artist was able to sway the victory or defeat of a great battle. A truly powerful martial artist has the power to fight in the face of advanced weaponry and thousands of troops. It also made countries thoroughly realize the importance of martial artists. Imagine if they also possessed the existence of a martial artist as powerful as Yiba. Perhaps the victory or defeat of this war would be unknown. Besides, the Eagle Kingdom and a few other countries, after they saw the result of this war, they all looked as if they were dead in the water. Some of the warmongers, on the other hand, are furious, and are even threatening to retaliate against the Fifth Kingdom by using nuclear weapons. As a result, this news was quickly made known to the Fifth Kingdom. The Fifth Kingdom has only one sentence: guarantee that we will completely wipe you from this world before your nukes are launched first. A single sentence made the Eagle Kingdom and other countries no longer make any moves, didn't even dare to say another word in rebuttal. Everyone knew that the Fifth Kingdom wasn't saying this for nothing. They are really capable of doing it. The countries of the world saw that even the strongest old rogue didn't dare to retort another sentence. And they also knew that the Eagle country wouldn't retaliate anymore. So they could only eat this dumb loss. Even the old rascals have succumbed. And no one in the world has any more ideas. Then the nations of the world received another simultaneous word from the Fifth Kingdom. Anyone who isn't displeased, just go ahead and do it. No one dared to speak anymore. At this point, this battle is considered to have completely calmed down. In the meantime, Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. Long Jinghua was also the first to get the result of the war and he was very happy, but pretend to look sad, came to the Archdeacon's room. Archdeacon, our operation failed. The Fifth Kingdom is too strong. Not only were they not annihilated, but the allied forces of the countries were wiped out in full. After the Archdeacon's face changed several times, he finally said nothing and hurriedly left. Not long after the Archdeacon left, Long Jinghua then dialed Yi Feng's phone. Xiao Luo. It's almost certain that the forces behind the Archdeacon of the Heavens Beyond are the real culprits who victimized your grandfather back then. I guess that this time, their plan has failed and they will still look for an opportunity to deal with you. If the guess is good, they should use martial artists to deal with you. I got it. Thanks a lot. Meanwhile, West River, inside the B&B. After Yi Feng hung up Long Jinghua's phone, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Er, who was on the side, naturally heard Long Jinghua's call, so he said, "Boss, what should we do now? Should we just kill our way up to Kyoto to find those bastards from Heavens Beyond?" Yi Feng shook his head. It's still unknown what kind of existence the Heavenly Beyond is, and I'm afraid that if we take the risk of striking, we'll startle the snakes. Wait for your chance. I'm sure they'll do it again. If the guess is right, the person they'll strike next time will be that land god of the Jiang clan. By then, we should get quite a bit of news from him. Yi Er nodded. So I'll find out where that guy is now? Yi Feng, however, shook his head and said, "There's no hurry. He should take the initiative to find me. Your task now is to take your brothers to those countries to ask for compensation. Remember, cession and reparations, none less." Yi Er laughed. "Don't worry, soon." Yi Er left. Yi Feng also received a call from 11. "Boss, the traitor has been dealt with. It's the minister of the technical department. This guy has a very hard mouth. After I caught him, he didn't spit out half a word. He killed himself." "Well, I know. Hard work." After hanging up 11's call, Yi Ba also called Yi Feng. Some reporting was done. Yi Feng also instructed Yi Ba to bring the fleet of the Fifth Kingdom to press for Yi Er and the others who were looking for compensation from various countries. After instructing everything, Yi Feng also packed up his mood and prepared to head to the depths of the big mountain behind this town tomorrow to look for the medicinal herbs he needed, as well as the people of the poison sect hidden in it. On this night, the whole world was horrified at the power of the Fifth Kingdom, all hotly debating this war. Suddenly, it was revealed that the Dragon Kingdom's Asura War God hadn't died at all, and that this war was all a play put on by the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom in conjunction with each other. It's a total scam. The purpose of both the Dragon Kingdom is to utilize this opportunity to weaken countries and achieve the strategic goals they need. The Fifth Kingdom, on the other hand, is going to get that $100 billion from the Kong family. This revelation instantly caused a huge stir. When the countries learned of this truth, they were all furious, and each one of them demanded an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 8800 Dawn Pavilion. Once this revelation festered, it caused a hefty ripple. The instantaneous alliance of various Western countries led by the Eagle Kingdom constantly used public opinion pressure on various media networks to impact the Dragon Kingdom. the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom is bound to be completely ruined and become a target. Countless large colonials, under the bounty of the wealthy masters of the Eagle Kingdom and other countries, began to frantically bring the tempo on the various channels of the Dragon Kingdom, and all kinds of winning numbness remarks were all over the place. In the face of vociferous criticisms from countries all over the world, the Dragon State did not admit it, but gave a detailed explanation, and threw out a recording of a conversation with the Commander-in-Chief of the Eagle State Navy at the time. The content of the conversation was exactly what Long Aotian had explained to Mike, that the weapons were too outdated, and because he had lost control of them, that was why he had missed and hit the Eagle Kingdom's military base. After that, it was explained why the Dragon Kingdom also hit the 2 warships of the 5th Kingdom if they were for show. Everyone heard the contradiction in these recordings. Countless people questioned how the weapon had missed after falling behind, but how it was able to hit the warships of the 5th Kingdom. Rokoku was quick to offer an explanation. It was because of the backwardness. The first time he lost control and that's why he missed. The second time he didn't lose control and managed to hit the warship of the 5th Kingdom. The Hawk Nation is pissed off. No one is a cutie pie, naturally able to tell that this was a scam against them, but they could not do a thing about it. Who made them? The Eagle Kingdom, keep advocating that their weapons were invincible. While the Dragon Kingdom had always been a developing country, there doesn't seem to be any problem with weapons being outdated and biased. The Dragon Kingdom has even stepped in to explain itself on this matter, and the 5th Kingdom is pretty straightforward, with just one short sentence. Whoever ing rumors about my 5th Kingdom again, I'll directly exterminate you. After this sentence, all the countries were silent, and no one dared to say anything anymore. The strength of this big daddy of the 5th Kingdom was something they had just learned. Now that they were all greatly wounded, if they offended the 5th Kingdom again at this time, and really annoyed this big daddy, perhaps they would really dare to exterminate them. After the 5th Kingdom released its statement, the Dragon Kingdom also released another statement. This time their conquest of the 5th Kingdom ended in failure. As the losing party, they are willing to make reparations to the 5th Estate. A province on the northwest border of the Dragon Kingdom was set aside and given to the 5th Kingdom to administer. The world was in an uproar over this statement. No matter how stupid everyone was, they all understood at this moment. This Dragon Kingdom is simply in league with the 5th Kingdom. Now this 5th Kingdom is going to be subordinate to the Dragon Kingdom. And when countries such as the Eagle Kingdom heard this news, it was like a bolt from the blue for them. Originally, they also wanted to utilize this opportunity to unite all the countries of the world and conquer the Dragon Kingdom, making the Dragon Kingdom a target, completely tarnishing the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom, and making everyone stay away from the Dragon Kingdom. A backstabbing scum. No one will deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Then the Dragon Kingdom will decline sooner or later. At that time, they would then destroy the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. After that, they would find a chance to overthrow the 5th Kingdom, and then they, the Eagle Kingdom, would still be the most powerful existence in this world. But I didn't expect all the scheming to be easily dissolved by the Dragon Kingdom. Now the 5th Kingdom was even allowing the 5th Kingdom to enter the Dragon Kingdom, which, on the surface, appeared to be the Dragon Kingdom making reparations to the 5th Kingdom, but in reality, it was announcing that the 5th Kingdom had joined the Dragon Kingdom. This then completely shattered their thoughts of trying to break them down one by one. The Dragon Kingdom and the 5th Kingdom had joined forces. Then from now on, there would be no turning back for them. People from all over the world, at this moment, also thoroughly understand the deep meaning of this. They also knew clearly that from now on, this Dragon Kingdom would be invincible and have no more rivals. This idea was also what Yifeng had signaled Long Jinghua to do. Why doesn't the 5th Kingdom just announce that the 5th Kingdom is subordinate to the Dragon Kingdom? That's because while the Dragon Kingdom does things, it has always served people with virtue and emphasized that the division is famous. Once the 5th Kingdom really joined the Dragon Kingdom, when the time came to act in the world again, there would instead be many more scruples and it could not be taken lightly. If you don't submit, then the Dragon Kingdom will remain the Dragon Kingdom, and the 5th Kingdom will remain the 5th Kingdom. After that, if there was anything outside, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't need to step in at all, and could completely let the 5th Kingdom step in to solve the problem, so that there wouldn't be any scruples, and no one would be able to blame the Dragon Kingdom when the time came. And that's a move that counts. With the Dragon Kingdom announcing this matter out, the countries were completely dumbfounded. But soon, a mysterious organization that had been in hiding for over 70 years, Bai Xiaogu, suddenly it was announced out of the blue. As soon as Bai Xiaogu appeared, it instantly created a huge stir. With regards to the 100 Dawn Pavilion, no one knew exactly where this organization came from. No one has ever seen them, and no one knows exactly who this organization belongs to. It is only known that this organization knows everything about the world, so it can be said to be all-knowing and all-knowing. Every time this 100 Dawn Pavilion appeared, it would set off a bloody storm. Historically, every time the 100 Dawn Pavilion appeared not long after, the entire world would be in chaos. The last time the 100 Dawn Pavilion appeared was 80 years ago. After that, the world saw the Second World War. After the end of the Second World War, the 100 Dawn's court went into complete obscurity. And now, this 100 Dawn Pavilion had actually appeared again. It made everyone feel a wave of unease. The emergence of Baishyoga drew the attention of countries around the world. It's all over the internet and the news too. It can be a stone's throw away. All parties were speculating about what kind of list the 100 Dawn Pavilion would come up with after appearing this time. What would be on top of the list? Historically, every time the 100 Dawn Pavilion appeared, it would release countless large and small rankings. The big one is the war power of the countries, the national power rankings. In the center are rankings of the strengths and weaknesses of individual cities in each country. There are various rankings ranging from small to national martial artists, various celebrities, personal wealth, and so on. Every time these charts appear, they spark countless discussions. In short, the appearance of these rankings stirs up various emotions such as comparison and jealousy in people's hearts. Negative emotions in people's hearts are too easy to provoke, such as the current competition between the strength and weakness of each country, the strength and weakness of each region, the competition for fame, some of the so-called celebrity love beans of the battle for the position of the, wait, these things are not ranked, okay? Once these things are ranked with the rankings, then the nature will completely change, and will certainly cause monstrous ripples. Some people will compare themselves with each other, denigrate each other, abuse each other, attack each other, and even kill each other in the end because of the ranking order of the list. Countries will also climb over each other, denigrate and abuse each other, and fight because of their rankings. It ends up triggering unspeakable consequences. Chapter 89, Rankings. With all the attention and all the talk, Baishyoga then publishes two rankings. One is a ranking of the strengths and weaknesses of the countries of the world, and the other is a ranking of the strengths and weaknesses of the martial artists of the countries of the world. Once these two rankings were released, they caused another huge stir. Ranking of countries' national power. First place, Dragon State. Second place, Eagle Country. Third place, Bear Country. 10th place, the Fifth Kingdom. The chart was an instant buzz frenzy. To everyone's horror, the most discussed was not the fact that the Dragon Nation had pushed the Eagle Nation to become number one. After all, it was clear to everyone that over the years, the Dragon Kingdom had risen from behind, and it had only taken a few short years to catch up with the major Western powers such as the Eagle Kingdom in all aspects. Over the past few years, it has surpassed countries such as Eagle Country in many ways, together with the Great War that had just ended, which had also allowed everyone to see how powerful the Dragon Kingdom was. It seemed reasonable for the Dragon Kingdom to be ranked first. The most discussed, to everyone's horror, was that the Fifth Kingdom was actually ranked 10th. It was clear that the Fifth Kingdom had just exterminated the navies of various countries, and as a result, the Fifth Kingdom was ranked 10th at this time. This made many people feel as if the rankings were deliberately targeting the Fifth Kingdom. There were also people who felt that this 100 Dawn Pavilion was deliberately targeting the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom. The Fifth Kingdom was intentionally ranked in the 10th position, and the Dragon Kingdom was ranked first. It was to stir up discord between the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom, causing the two to resent each other and even erupt into a great war. However, some people felt that this was fair. This Fifth Kingdom was originally a power, and this ranking was based on the combined national power of each country, economy, military and other aspects. The Fifth Kingdom, though strong militarily, is still a bit of a loser elsewhere when compared to the major powers with deep pockets. Coming in at number 10 is no excuse. Anyway, with the announcement of this ranking, everyone is talking about it. On the Dragon side, everyone felt nothing wrong with the national power rankings. What everyone was concerned about right now wasn't the national power rankings, but rather, they were looking at the martial arts rankings of the various countries. Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Ranking. First place, Yi Shura. Second place, Qin Wufeng. Third place, Zhang Zhongyuan. Fourth place, Ping Haotian. Fifth place, Doi Wangue. Sixth place, The Mad Dodger. Seventh place, Luo Tianhong. Eighth place, Ya Hong. Ninth place, Zhao Waoqi. 10th, Willow White. The martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom were all horrified after seeing this ranking. Yi Xioluo's ranking was actually in first place. Everyone clearly knew that this Yi Xioluo was nothing more than a war god on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of ordinary people, this god of war might be the supreme, the existence that all people admire. But in the eyes of a martial artist, this so-called god of war was just an ant. But now, a tiny war god like Yi Xioluo was oppressing all the major martial arts powerhouses that had been famous for many years in the Dragon Kingdom, standing proudly at the top of the list. Wasn't this a slap in the face of those strong men who had been famous for many years and had enjoyed fame in the Dragon Kingdom? For example, the second place winner, Qin Wufeng. This person was the #1 expert in the Dragon Kingdom and had been sitting in Kyoto for decades. It was rumored that his strength had already reached the peak of the martial arts path and was no different from a god. The third Zhang Zhongyuan, who has dominated the 4 provinces of the Central Plains for many years, has no rivals, and enjoys a good reputation in all parts of the world. When countless people heard Zhang Zhongyuan's great name, they all changed color and bent their heads. The fourth Peng Haotian. This person is also a person of the Central Plains. Is the old ancestor of the Peng family? Zhang Zhongyuan ruled the Central Plains for many years, but did not dare to offend the Peng family, only because Peng Haotian of the Peng family is the existence of the same name as Zhang Zhongyuan, and the two people's strengths are also equal to each other. Fifth place Do Wan Gue. This person is the patriarch of the Poison Clan in Western Hunan. The Poison Clan in Western Hunan no one knows, and Do Wanqi's strength wasn't much worse than Zhang Zhongyuan's. Mad Dog in 6th place. This person is a notorious, murderous and arsonist devil in the Northwest Province, who has committed countless heinous crimes in the Northwest over the years. The Dragon Country to take its no way, only because this person is not only high strength, but also extremely good at disguise. Until now the world only heard its name, but did not see the true face of this person. It was rumored that its strength had also reached the realm of the land immortals. 7th Luo Tianhong, the 30th generation heir of the Luo family, an ancient family that had been passed down for countless years in the southeast province of the Dragon Kingdom. With a long spear, he had pressed countless martial artists in the southeast province to raise their heads. The 8th place winner, Yi Hong, is an heir to the Tai Chi sect, with a hand of Tai Chi fist that can split mountains and break oceans, and has both offensive and defensive skills, making him a rare opponent. 9th place Zhao Wuji. This person is the hegemon of the eastern province. His person is extremely low-key, and the world knows very little about him. It was only known that this person had competed with Zhang Zhongyuan 10 years ago and had not lost. The 10th place Sword Saint Lu Bai. Swordsmanship has been perfected into the realm. 3 feet in front of his body, no one can be defeated. Even if Qin Wufeng was 3 feet in front of Lu Bai, he couldn't win. Whichever person on this list has a colorful legend in the Dragon Kingdom and is a leading figure in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. But now, all of these people who carried the throne were actually being ranked behind a little-known person like Yi Shuluo. People didn't know much about Yi Shuluo's deeds, only that he was a soldier who enjoyed a certain reputation in the Ministry of War. The only thing he was known for was that it was the other day that he and the War Ministry had teamed up to exterminate the Zhang family, and they had done it without Zhang Zhongyuan being in the Zhang family. But everyone felt at the moment that the destruction of the Zhang family was entirely all due to the War Ministry. Furthermore, a secular family like the Zhang family could be easily exterminated by any person on the rankings. So that's nothing. For a war god with no reputation and no dazzling battle records to be ranked #1 in the Dragon Kingdom martial arts ranking, everyone thought that it was too much of a stretch, just as everyone was debating whether or not the rankings were objective. Then someone realized that there was something wrong with the leaderboard. Not only were there many other famous characters from the Dragon Kingdom that didn't make the list, but for those that did, other than Qin Wufeng, who was in 2nd place, the rest of them seemed to have some grudges against Yi Shuluo to a greater or lesser extent. For example, the 3rd place winner, Zhang Zhongyuan, was a member of the Zhang family, but the Zhang family had just been destroyed by Yi Shuluo. The 4th Peng Haotian. Peng Haotian is the Central Plains Peng family of people, and Peng family Peng Tianyu before but in the Zhang family, is one of the top 10 masters of the Zhang family, before being Yi Shuluo decapitated. After the Peng family Peng Pengcheng came to stand up for the Zhang family, to avenge for the Peng Tianyu, the result is also dead in the hands of the Yi Shuluo. The 5th place Do Hao Tian was the Poison Sect Patriarch, and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi under Peng Tianyu were all from the Poison Sect. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were killed by Yi Shuluo, and after that, the Poison Sect's expert, Do Tian, also died in the hands of Yi Shuluo. The 6th ranked Mad Daoist. The 7 children this person had previously adopted were the 7 tyrants under the Zhang clan, and the 7 tyrants died at the hands of Yi Shuluo. The 7th place Luo Tianhong, whose son Luoping daughter Luochan all were the Zhang family's top 7 experts, also all died in Yi Shuluo's hands. The 8th place finisher, Yi Hong, is very close to Zhang Zhongyuan. The 9th place finisher, Zhao Wuji, also has a strong relationship with Zhang Zhongyuan. The 10th place finisher, Lu Bai, also befriended Zhang Zhongyuan as a brother. Throughout the entire rankings, other than Qin Wufeng, who was in 1st place, all the remaining people more or less had a grudge against Yi Shuluo. These people's descendants, disciples, and family members were all decimated by Yi Shuluo. This made some people instantly understand that this ranking was obviously to use this ranking to stir up the anger of all the experts in the Dragon Kingdom. so that Yi Xiaolua would be the enemy of the world. Chapter 90, Yaren, plus Yi Feng. He was similarly seeing these charts at the moment. He has only 2 words to say about the list. Interesting. At this time, Long Jinggua's phone called again. Monarch Yi, have you seen the rankings that this 100 Dawn Pavilion has come up with? Yi Feng returned. See, then do you understand this by Shoga? Long Jinghua asked. Don't understand. Yi Feng said. He had also heard about this by Shao Pavilion, but he didn't know much about it. Monarch Yi, don't you think that this 100 Dawn Pavilion is intentionally stirring up a fight between you and us by intentionally creating this ranking? Who do you suspect? Yi Feng asked. Long Jinghua said, how does it look like the handiwork of heavens beyond? The Great War had just ended, and we had each benefited greatly. And then it was revealed that we had conspired to strike out against the nations. And all the nations that had suffered a great loss of energy were aroused to anger. They wanted to join forces to retaliate against us. But with the release of our evidence and the Fifth Kingdom's strong stance, it made them afraid to move. Yi Feng nodded and said, go on. Long Jinghua continued. Just when everyone thought that we would become the strongest existence in this world, immediately after that, this Bai Shao Pavilion came out. After several failed plans to target you and your Fifth Kingdom, and knowing that it's impossible to target you and your Fifth Kingdom anymore, they want to use this ranking on the charts to stir up resentment in some people's hearts, thus utilizing the martial arts powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom to strike against you. And they know your true identity, but they don't publicize your true identity, only that you are the Dragon Kingdom War God. It seems to be afraid that after your true identity is announced, those people will be terrified of the Fifth Kingdom's terrifying strength, and no one will dare to make a move against you. If we don't publicize your true identity, then you will be nothing more than a god of war in everyone's eyes. Yet you have horizontally suppressed countless experts who have been famous in the martial arts world for many years. Those proud and unruly masters will naturally not want to be trampled under your feet. And almost all of the people on the list this time have crossed paths with the Jiang family, and many of them have had their family members, disciples, and descendants killed by you. That makes it all the more clear that this is directed at you. And the one who doesn't want you to live is the one who doesn't want you to live. When it comes to the sky beyond the sky, Yi Feng nodded. That makes sense. Long Jinghua then said, but I always feel that heavens beyond heaven shouldn't have this kind of ability. After all, the existence of this 100 Dawn Pavilion seems to be much longer than even heavens beyond heaven. I always feel that behind this, there seems to be a much bigger, unseen and untouchable hand that is deliberately manipulating all this. Yi Feng smiled. If you can't guess, you won't guess whether or not this is the handiwork of the heavenly beyond heaven, or if there is a greater mastermind behind the scenes manipulating all of this. They are all just ants in my eyes. In the face of absolute power, all plots and tricks are just futile. Yi Feng was telling the truth. In front of absolute strength, all of this plotting and scheming was nothing more than an exercise in futility. Long Jinghua nodded. It's good that you have this confidence, Sovereign Yi. I don't have to worry about anything. Yi Feng continued. Since they want to play, let's play with them. Help me put out the word and tell everyone that Yi Xiaolua is in Xiangxi. And whoever doesn't submit, just come to me. I see. Sovereign Yi is planning to use himself as bait and continue fishing? Long Jinghua said. Yi Feng said. It's almost the same. Let's break their scheming first and see what other means they have to follow up. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom War Department directly announced the news to the public according to Yi Feng's intention. There was only one arrogant and infinite sentence. Yi Xiaolua is in Xiangxi. Those who don't submit, come and fight. This one sentence has stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. Originally, everyone felt that Yi Xiaolua, a nobody, was actually able to suppress the well-known powerhouses from all over the Dragon Nation's martial artists, and they were all extremely unconvinced. There was also the thought of finding Yi Xiaoluo and decapitating him, but they didn't expect that before they had the chance to act. Yi Xiaoluo actually took the first step to initiate a provocation. This immediately caused countless martial arts experts in the Dragon Kingdom to become extremely angry. What about the few masters on the leaderboards who didn't have anyone to respond? Their admirers just couldn't help themselves first. Countless people threatened to go to Xiangxi and behead Yi Xiaolua. There were also some who all wanted to become famous and gain notoriety in one battle who also threatened to behead Yi Xiaolua. There were also countless people watching the show all converging towards Xiangxi. For a while, the attention of the Dragon Kingdom all converged towards western Hunan. Xiangxi also instantly became a place where the storm clouds converged. The uneventful night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Yi Feng had just gotten up when a knock came from outside the door. Then, a girl's voice like a lark's resounded outside the door. Brother Yi Feng, Brother Yi Air, are you guys up? LOL. Yi Feng pushed open the door, and what entered was a girl who was not tall, wearing local ethnic clothing, about 17 or 18 years old. Extremely pretty, especially a pair of big watery eyes extremely attractive. The girl's name was Yaran, the daughter of the owner of this B&B where Yifeng was staying. Over the course of the last few days, Yaran came to talk to the two men when he had something to do, and helped them clean their rooms and cook. Through the past few days, the three have gotten along well. Brother Yifeng, I've already made breakfast. You guys come down and eat. As he spoke, Yaran even poked his little head out and glanced towards the room. Brother Yifeng, where is Brother Yi? Yifeng returned. Your second brother Yi has something else to do. He left first. Yaran was instantly a bit disappointed and beamed. Ha, gone ah. I still want to have second brother Yi tell me a story. Second brother Yi is really something too. When he left, he didn't even say goodbye to me. Yifeng reached out and touched Yaran's head. It's fine. When second brother Yi comes back, let him take you to see the outside world with his own eyes then. The past few days with Yaran had also brought him closer to the girl who was the same age as his sister. Yaran's big watery eyes instantly glowed. Really? Then brother Yifeng, you can't lie to me. Of course I won't lie to you. Yifeng touched Yaran's head again. Excitedly, Yaran wrapped her arms around Yifeng's arm. Ha ha, that's great. Let's go. Brother Yifeng, hurry down to eat. I want to tell this good news to a dad and a mom and them. Yifeng was pulled downstairs by Yaran to the first floor restaurant. Yaran's parents are cleaning up the yard. Seeing Yifeng coming down, both of them greeted Yifeng with a smile. Yaran's parents are simple villagers from this area. Before that it was kind of isolated, poor and backward, and primitive was the main tone of the place. It wasn't until a couple of years ago that it became known to the outside world after people came here on adventure tours and the place exploded on the internet. Attracted more tourists to this place to travel. For this place to bring a lot of income, and the villagers in the town will be their own house or redecorated into a bed and breakfast inn. 4 people traveling to and from this place to stay. And so it is in Yaran's house. Chapter 91, Entering the Mountain. Ah dad. Ah mom. Brother Yifeng said that when brother Yi comes back, he's going to take me to see the outside world. Yaran ran over and threw his arms around his parents with a look of excitement on his face, because the town was sort of isolated before. Yaran didn't go to school much, and after graduating from elementary school, he stayed home to help his parents with the farming. Her fate is expected to be the same as everyone else in the town, growing up, marrying and having children, and growing old, in a mediocre and simple life. But with the arrival of Yifeng and Yi, and the contact with Yifeng and Yi in the past few days, Yi told her how wonderful the outside world really was, which also made her have a deep yearning for the outside world. There had been many people who had offered her to show her the outside world before, but Yaran had ignored them all simply because those people looked at her differently. She could sense that all those people seemed to have something else in mind for her. Only Yifeng and Yi were like big brothers to her, without the slightest idea of anything else, and really wanted to take her away from the big mountain to see the wide world outside, the vast heavens and the earth. But she had been worried that her parents wouldn't agree to let her leave town. Yaran's parents looked at each other and smiled. Mother helped Yaran straighten the clothes on her body. Opening his mouth, he said, well, my girl has grown up. It's time to go see the outside world. Yeah. You agree, Amma? Yaran asked excitedly. Yaran's mother said, of course, mom and dad are incapable, and you've grown up. I'm afraid that staying in the town is going to be the same as mom and dad for the rest of your life. Now that there's this good opportunity, mom and dad are naturally willing to let you go out and meet the outside world. Yaran's father then came to Yifeng's side and said, little brother Yi, I know you guys aren't bad guys, and since Yaran is willing to follow you, then I'll leave Yaran in your hands. With that, Yaran's father pulled out a wad of bills from his arms. Her AMA and I don't have much ability, but we also don't want to let Yaran stay in this poor mountain for the rest of her life. Although life is a little better now, but I still hope that Yaran can get out of the mountain and go outside for a long time. This amount of money isn't much, but it's our whole family's savings. Yi Xiaobo, you take it, and help Yaran to find a good job outside. Yifeng didn't refuse. He knew what Yaran's father meant. Don't worry, uncle. If Yaran is willing to leave with us, then we will naturally take care of her. After having breakfast with Yaran, Yifeng was ready to go into the mountains and look for the herbs he needed. Yaran had also changed his clothes and brought a few boys his age from the town with him, as well as a lot of tools for the journey into the mountains. Brother Yifeng, Brother Barong and the others are here. Yifeng smiled towards these boys who were stout and had simple smiles on their faces. In these few days, Yifeng did get to know these boys through Yaran. The boys were all from the town, the same age as Yaran. They often went in and out of the big mountains in the back, and were extremely familiar with the terrain inside. Yifeng needed a guide for this trip, so Yaran took the initiative to recommend Barong and the others to him. Brother Yifeng, a group of people came to my house yesterday. They are also going into the mountains to look for medicine. Do you think we should join them? As Barong spoke, a line of people came from behind. Leading the way was a tall, cold-faced woman wearing an extremely professional outdoor outfit. Behind them was a group of a dozen or so big, burly men who were also dressed in professional outdoor gear. Looks like a professional bodyguard. When Yifeng swept his gaze over these people, he realized that these people were bulging at the waist and seemed to be hiding guys. As for the cold woman, her temperament was superb. Her expression was clear and cold, and there was a strong condescension hanging between her eyebrows, so at a glance, she was by no means an ordinary person. Finally, Yifeng's gaze fell on an old man beside the woman. This old man looked no different from an ordinary person, but Yifeng could still tell that this person was by no means an ordinary person, and these people were also watching Yifeng. After the woman in the lead swept a glance at Yifeng, she turned her gaze to the old man beside her. The old man nodded without a trace. The cold woman waved her hand, and a big man beside her stepped forward and pulled out a thick wad of banknotes from her bosom and threw it to Barong. This is your payment for this trip. There'll be another $20,000 after this is done. Barong took the bills and looked at Yifeng somewhat nervously. Originally, they had promised Yifeng yesterday that they would act as guides for him, but the sudden arrival of these people yesterday, who also invited them to be guides, and the fact that these people were so generous in their offer, made him a little unsure of what to do. Yifeng smiled. Then let's go together. Barong was instantly excited. Thank you, brother Yifeng. After the group packed up, they headed towards the large mountain behind the town. The big mountain behind the town is the famous 100,000 mountains in western Hunan. There were countless spiritual herbs and wonderful medicines in this room, but it was equally full of crises. Poisonous snakes, fierce beasts, and poisonous miasma were endless, and those who didn't understand this place and went deeper in, could easily get lost in it. Along the way through the cold woman and at sight of the old man's few conversations, Yifeng also heard that this cold woman seems to be a person of a big family in western Hunan. This trip to take people into the mountains was to find medicine for the elderly in the family. As for the old man beside him, he seemed to have some knowledge of this place. Their trip seemed to be in search of a herb called white spirit grass. This was a bit surprising to Yifeng, as he also needed to seek this kind of medicinal herb on this trip. Moreover, from the conversation between the two, Yifeng also heard that this white spirit grass seemed to be very close to the poison sect that was hidden in these 100,000 mountains. It was 3 or 4 days away from the location where the white spirit grass was growing, so the crowd traveled quickly along the way. At first that cold woman was still able to keep up with everyone, but as time passed, the young lady became a bit overwhelmed. There were a lot of stops and starts along the way, and a lot of delays. On the contrary, Yaran, who was also a girl, was walking along the way as if she were on the ground, without the slightest sign of fatigue. Along the way, she also kept talking to Yifeng about her yearning for the outside, adding a lot of fun to the team. When the sun set, the crowd did not dare to continue traveling. After all, when night comes, all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts need to come out to forage for food, and it is also easy to get lost when traveling at night. The crowd found a flat spot and began to set up camp. The bodyguard that the cold woman had with her was carrying a lot of supplies and equipment. Soon a dozen or so tents were set up and they began to bury their pots and pans. Although Barong and the others had brought wilderness survival items, they were still a bit shabby compared to the others. Soon the meal was ready, and the people sat around the campfire and ate together. After a day of spending time together, the crowd had gotten a little closer. It was a long night, and although the crowd was tired from the day, no one immediately went to rest. Maybe it was the first time they stayed in such a place, or maybe they were scared. All of them did not sleep, but sat around and chatted. Even the cold woman. Uncle Gong, I heard that the 100 Dawn Pavilion has come out and created a ranking. The old man beside him named Uncle Gong nodded. Start telling the story of every legend on the charts. The crowd in the room was mesmerized. Especially Barong and Yaran. Several people. They know very little about the outside world. Now when they hear those powerful characters in the outside world of Uncle Gong, it's like listening to a mythological story. The cold woman on the side was also filled with shock. I heard that Yi Xiaoluo is also in Xiangxi, and he even let out a wild rumor that those who want to disobey him should come and challenge him in spite of themselves. Uncle Gong nodded. That person is also somewhat capable. He actually wiped out the Jiang family, but his time to die has come. Oh, why? The cold woman was puzzled. The others also looked at Uncle Gong with curious faces. Chapter 92, Meet the War God. Because Jiang Zhongyuan will be coming out soon. Uncle Gong spilled the beans. Although this Yi Xiaoluo was powerful and wiped out the Jiang clan, the fundamental Jiang clan at that time, Jiang Zhongyuan was not in the Jiang clan. If Jiang Zhongyuan was sitting in the Jiang clan, then I'm afraid Yi Xiaoluo would have died long ago. Then where is Jiang Zhongyuan? The cold-colored woman asked. Yifeng also looked at Uncle Gong. It was true that he hadn't seen this legendary figure of the Jiang family when he had eliminated the Jiang family before. He was actually curious as to where this Jiang family legend had gone. Uncle Gong said, "Early this morning, I received news that Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang family left the Dragon Kingdom a few months ago and headed to the North Pole for a retreat to seek a breakthrough in martial arts." The cold-colored woman was immediately shocked. "What? You said that Jiang Zhongyuan will soon break through to the peak of martial arts?" Uncle Gong nodded. "That's right. Jiang Zhongyuan has been in the realm of the land immortals for many years. There has been no breakthrough. And now that he is in seclusion, it is estimated that after he comes out of seclusion, he will be able to reach the realm of the pinnacle of martial arts, the peak of the martial Tao. How many martial artists aspire to that realm?" Uncle Gong's eyes showed a strong shock and envy. In the path of martial arts, every further step is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Throughout history, how many amazing and talented people have fallen halfway? Very few people are able to reach the legendary realm of the peak of martial arts. And nowadays, in the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world, only Qin Wufeng, who sits in Kyoto and is the #1 person in the martial arts world, has reached the peak of the martial arts realm. Now, this Jiang Zhongyuan seems to be reaching that realm of legends as well. It's really enviable. The cold woman was equally mesmerized. So did all the bodyguards present. This was especially true of Barong and a few of Yeren. It was the first time they had heard about the legends of martial artists today, and the stories of those who were like legendary figures in mythology made them long for them. Uncle Gong gathered his emotions and continued. When that Yi Xiu Luo overthrew the Jiang family before, the Jiang family had never contacted Jiang Zhongyuan. Until yesterday, the people beside Jiang Zhongyuan knew about the news of the Jiang family's destruction, and they let out the word that Yi Xiu Luo's life was their Jiang family's. When Jiang Zhongyuan comes out of the gate, he'll come and get it himself. The cold and colorful woman said. I also wonder if that Yi Xiu Luo will be Jiang Zhongyuan's opponent or not. Uncle Gong, however, laughed coldly. That Yi Xiu Luo is just a border army war god. A mole cricket. Not to mention Jiang Zhongyuan, anyone on the ranking list would probably be able to exterminate him. As soon as Uncle Gong's words fell, the breath of a black-faced man not far behind him suddenly became a bit unsteady. But the scene went unnoticed by anyone. Ah, isn't that Yi Xiu Luo #1 in the ranking? And that Jiang Zhongyuan is only third. So by all rights Yi Xiu Luo should be very powerful. Otherwise why would he be ranked first? Barong asked suspiciously. Uncle Gong explained. That ranking list is just a tool used by the 100 Dawn Pavilion to provoke those big shots to fight with each other. It can't be counted. The crowd released. Old Grandpa, have you seen that Yi Xiu Luo? Can you tell us about him? Yaran's curiosity came up and looked at Uncle Gong with a curious face. Uncle Gong glanced at Yaran and Barong and the others, and saw that the faces of several people all had a look of curiosity on them. He didn't refuse anything either. Began to tell the story of Asura to Barong and the others. This Yi Xiu Luo is the god of war on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Gong told a very detailed story about Yi Xiu Luo killing the enemy countries at the border in fear, and was called Xiu Luo by the enemy, after which Yi Xiu Luo was shut down in Kunlun, and then left Kunlun and killed all the way back. And after that, he overthrew the Zheng family. It seemed as if he had been there himself. And Barong and Yaran and the others were all mesmerized by the sound of it, and all of their faces were filled with all kinds of complicated emotions, especially when he learned that the reason why Yi Xiu Luo had come all the way back from the killing spree was actually because the Zheng family had kidnapped his family. After he rushed for his family, Yaran several people sympathized with Yi Xiu Luo. It took a long time for the crowd to come out of their mixed emotions. Old Grandpa, what's that Yi Xiu Luo's name? Yaran suddenly asked. Uncle Gong pondered for a moment and said, he seems to be surnamed Yi Feng. As soon as Uncle Gong's words left his mouth, Barong and Yaran several people were stunned and all of them looked at Yi Feng. Yaran immediately said excitedly, Brother Yi Feng, that Yi Xiu Luo couldn't be you, right? Uncle Gong and the cold woman were also shocked when they heard this, and they all looked at Yi Feng. No one had expected that Yi Xiu Luo's great name was actually the same as the young man in front of him, and they looked similar in age. And Yi Xiu Luo revealed himself that he was in Xiangxi. It couldn't be that the young man in front of them was Yi Xiu Luo, right? As everyone's eyes looked at Yi Feng smiled. It's me. Swish. Almost at the same time, Uncle Gong and the cold woman stood up violently. Their figures backed up sharply and pulled away from Yi Feng. The surrounding bodyguards also all put their hands on their waists and looked at Yi Feng with a guarded face. The name of the man. The shadow of the tree. They naturally knew of Yi Xiu Luo's great name. Although he said that Yi Xiu Luo was trash in his mouth, but that was just daring to say it secretly behind his back. Truly when Yi Xiu Luo appeared in front of them, their guts could probably be scared out of their wits. No matter what, Yi Xiu Luo that was also the Dragon Kingdom's border god of war. the god of murder who had slaughtered countless people from enemy countries, or the absolutely ruthless man who destroyed the Zheng family. Brother Yi Feng, are you really Yi Xiao Luo? Not only was Yi Ran not scared, but she had an excited look on her face. After having just heard Yi Feng's story as well, she sympathized with Yi Feng and felt incomparably relieved. In her perception, Yi Feng had not done anything wrong. He had made great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom, but he was framed and imprisoned in Kunlun. As a result, his family was kidnapped again to become someone else's medicine. How could he not be angry? In her place, she would have done the same. Yi Feng nodded again. Yes, wow, brother Yi Feng, you're too good. Yi Ran excitedly grabbed Yi Feng's arm, and her big watery eyes were full of worship. Barong and the others beside him were all excited at the moment. None of them had expected that Yi Feng was actually Yi Xiaoluo. Uncle Gong and the cold woman also calmed down at this moment, and the two of them carefully examined Yi Feng. All of them felt that this was too far-fetched. Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo. This was simply impossible. In their opinion, this Yi Feng was purposely impersonating Yi Xiaoluo, thus arousing the admiration of this little girl, Yi Ran. Furthermore, if Yi Feng was really Yi Xiaoluo, just now, if they had belittled Yi Xiaoluo like that, it was estimated that Yi Xiaoluo would have already made a move to kill them. In their perceptions, Yi Xiaoluo was an absolute killing god, a demon who killed without blinking an eye. Kid, this joke isn't funny at all. Impersonating Yi Xiaoluo, you're looking for death, Uncle Gong said with some irritation. They did get scared just now. Yi Feng laughed coldly. I am who I am. Why should I impersonate? Uncle Gong became even more upset. Kid, you're still coming on strong? Uncle Gong, I'll clean up this asshole who dares to impersonate the god of war. At this time, a Hanyu among the group of bodyguards behind him stood out and glared at Yi Feng with a face full of anger. Kid, what kind of character is the Asura War God and how can you impersonate him? Yi Feng swept a glance at the Han and realized that the Han exuded an iron aura and had many wounds on his face and hands, so he knew that this person should be from the border army. He didn't explain anything and casually threw a black token to the Hanyu. The man took the token and took a look. His eyes widened and his body couldn't help but tremble. The gaze that looked at Yi Feng no longer had any anger. There was a strong excitement. Poof! The Hanyu knelt straight down in front of Yi Feng's body. Phoenix Character Battalion Zhao Wu greets Lord War God. This sudden scene made everyone freeze in place. Chapter 93, Arrival at Destination. Zhao Wu had previously served as a soldier in the Phoenix Character Battalion under the border Asura War God, but later, because of his injuries, he couldn't continue to go to war, and not wanting to be a hindrance to the border army, he chose to retire from the army. As a border army, Zhao Wu naturally recognized the token in his hand as a unique token for the border army, and it was also the highest ranked token, exclusive to the war god. Get up! When Yi Feng's hand rested in the void, Zhao Wu's body was lifted up by a strange force. This hand caused Uncle Gong, who was on the side, to change his face drastically. The cold woman also changed color. These bodyguards under her were all retired from the border army from all over the world. It was also true that Zhao Wu came from the northwestern border and had once been under the Asura War God's command. You are really the Asura War God? The cold-colored woman looked at Yi Feng with some trepidation, and Uncle Gong was even more pale, looking at Yi Feng with incomparable horror. He hadn't belittled Yi Xiaoluo much before. How could he not be afraid now that the person in question was right in front of him? Ka! Zhao Wu directly pulled out his gun and loaded it, aiming it at Uncle Gong. When Uncle Gong had been belittling and mocking Yi Xiaoluo before, he was furious. But before, he didn't dare to say anything because he was on a mission. But now that the god of war was beside him, he no longer had any scruples. In the hearts of these border troops of theirs, the Asura War God was their faith, an existence that absolutely did not allow anyone to defame it. Lord War God, what shall we do with this man? Yi Feng waved his hand and said, all right, I'm no longer a war god now. There's no need for that. Zhao Wu, however, said, you will always be the Lord God of war in my heart. Yi Feng was also helpless, and with a casual movement of his hand, the gun in Zhao Wu's hand flew into his hand. The spacing out made Uncle Gong horrified once again. At this moment, he was also finally certain that the young man in front of him was Yi Xiaoluo. Uncle Gong hurriedly stepped forward and apologized towards Yi Feng with incomparable nervousness. Lord Shura, I was blind to the fact that I had eyes to see before. It was me who thought highly of myself and spoke nonsense. Please spare my life. The cold-colored woman also hurriedly spoke. Lord Shura, please also spare Uncle Gong's life. Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. I'm a murderous demon in your minds? Uncle Gong and the cold woman subconsciously had to nod. No, it's not. Admittedly, in the hearts of Uncle Gong and the cold woman, Yi Feng's image was like this. A madman who kills at the drop of a hat, who mercilessly slaughters lives, a murderous fiend. Yifeng also saw from the faces of the two men that this was the image he had in these people's minds. He also said helplessly, "I'm a flesh and blood person just like you guys, not a demon or a madman. So don't think of me so horribly. Furthermore, the people I kill are those who deserve to be killed, and you don't have a blood feud with me, so why should I kill you? Also, I'm not from the war ministry anymore, and you guys have even less need to be." Uncle Gong and the cold woman were greatly relieved. Although Yifeng said this, they were still nervous when they faced him. After all, Yifeng's reputation was too frightening. Even Barong and the others were like that, treating Yifeng like a different person. Only Yaran remained as usual, pulling Yifeng's arm and insisting that Yifeng tell her the story of the border. Yifeng also began to tell Yaran about some of the things at the border. With Yifeng's narration, the crowd gradually relaxed, and one by one, they all sat around the campfire and began to listen to Yifeng's narration of the bits and pieces of the border. With Yifeng's narration, the crowd's image of Yifeng gradually began to change. The night was deep, and the campfire jumped up with a smattering of sparks that kept popping in the air. Yaran pillowed on Yifeng's arm and went into dreamland. Behind him, Zhao Wu was fixed in place like a javelin. The people around them didn't know when they had gone to sleep. The next day, a bright light appeared within the forest, the sun shedding bits of light through the dense branches and leaves, and the crowd came to their senses. "Start burying the pot." It didn't take long for the aroma to spread around. Yaran was still in deep sleep, resting on Yifeng's thigh. Yifeng sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. Zhao Wu was still like a javelin, standing behind Yifeng. "Shura-sama, the meal is ready." The cold woman's voice sounded, and only then did Yifeng open his eyes. Yaran was also awakened by the scent. Seeing that she was actually resting on Yifeng's thigh, that pretty face immediately turned a little red, but her heart was sweet. After the group ate breakfast, they packed up their gear and continued their march. On the way, the crowd no longer had the tension and worry they had before. With Yifeng, the god of war, present, they weren't worried about the poisonous insects and beasts in the forest at all. This was indeed the case. As Yifeng was present, the poisonous insects and beasts in the vicinity all stayed away. After there were no more worries about safety, the crowd traveled much faster along the way. A journey that would have taken 3 or 4 days, the crowd traveled in only 3 days. Coming to a canyon, Barong spoke. "Brother Yifeng, up ahead is the location where the white spirit grass appeared." Uncle Gong also stepped forward and said, "Lord Shura, in the canyon ahead is our sect's medicinal garden. There are a lot of spirit medicines in it. Before this place belonged to our sect. After our sect was destroyed, this place should now belong to the poison sect." This Uncle Gong used to be a person from a small martial arts sect in the middle of these 100,000 mountains. A few years ago, their sect was slaughtered by the poison sect, and only one person, Uncle Gong, escaped and went into exile in western Hunan. Later, he was taken in as a guest secretary by the Chun family, where the cold and beautiful woman Chen Runan was from. Uncle Gong has been working as a guest secretary in the Chen family all these years. The old man of the Chun family was seriously ill and needed some special medicinal herbs, which was why Uncle Gong brought the Chen family's young lady, Chen Runan, here. All of this information was also told to Yifeng by Chen Runan along the way. After learning that Yifeng was Yi Xiuluo, Chen Runan didn't have anything to hide and told Yifeng all about her identity and the purpose of her trip. Yifeng nodded, looked ahead into the canyon. The canyon ahead, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, was lush and leafy with trees that were much taller and thicker than those found elsewhere. The mountains are covered with clouds and fog, and from a distance it looks like a paradise. It is indeed a great place. "Mr. Yi, shall we go in?" Chen Runan stepped forward and asked. "There's no hurry. There seems to be a lot of people here." These words immediately caused Chen Runan and Uncle Gong and the others to be startled. "Come on, let's go check out that hill." Yifeng pointed to a high mountain not far away. The crowd did not suspect anything and all followed Yifeng to the big mountain in front of them. The crowd came to the top of the mountain, with vertical cliffs about several hundred meters high at their feet. In the canyon below, there was an emerald green lake in the center, with a dense mist steaming above it. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants grow around the lake. At the edge of the lake, there were several parties dressed in ancient clothes, facing each other. Chapter 94, Shameless Man. In the canyon, by the lake, a 3-way stalemate. "Both of you, we were the first to discover this white spirit grass. This item should belong to our Zhang family." The first to speak was a young man dressed in a black robe. This man is the youngest master of the Zhang family in western Hunan, Zhang Qin. As soon as Zhang Qin's words fell, a middle-aged man on the opposite side sneered. He, it's really ridiculous. What you guys found first is yours. So when I say that this place is still our Wu family's first discovery, is it true that this entire territory belongs to our Wu family? The middle-aged man was named Wu Hongyu. an ancient martial arts family in western Hunan. Kid, this thing belongs to those who have the ability. You Zhang family, a small secular family, don't come to get your hands on this thing. Get the hell out of here and go back. This isn't a place where your Zhang family should come. Not bad. This thing is for those who have the ability to obtain it. Neither the Zhang family nor your Wu family are qualified to obtain this item. And only we, the Pill God Valley, have the ability to obtain this item. This time, the one who spoke was a young man dressed in a long white robe with an arrogant face. This person was from an ancient sect in the middle of the 100,000 mountains in this western Hunan province, the Pill God Valley. The Pill God Valley man's words immediately caused both Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu to be extremely offended. Wu Hongyu's face chilled. Humph, Pill God Valley really has a big mouth. You really think you are the overlord of this western Hunan? Zheng Qin also said, Pill God Valley, you guys are strong, but if you really put up a fight, you may not be a match for our Zhang family. As soon as Zheng Qin's words fell, the several old men following behind him stepped forward at the same time, their auras rushing to the sky. When the Pill God Valley man saw this, his brows were also slightly furrowed. The Pill God Valley was indeed considered the overlord of western Hunan before. But ever since the death of the Valley Master, after the burden of the Medicine God Valley was handed over to Missy's father, the influence of the Medicine God Valley in western Hunan has plummeted. Coupled with the power of the Poison Sect, they were constantly being robbed of their territory by the Poison Sect, leaving them to now only cower in the acreage of the Pill God Valley to live on. If it was before, the Pill God Valley just need to say one word. What Zhang family, what Wu family all have to kneel to them. But now it's different. Their Pill God Valley's experts were withering away and their territory had been snatched up. They couldn't even cope with a secular family like the Zhang family, not to mention dealing with some ancient sects. Miss, what to do? The young man looked towards the woman beside him who was wearing a white robe with a white veil covering her face. This person was none other than the daughter of their Pill God Valley master, Yao Shi. Yao Shi frowned and looked at Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu before saying, Mr. Zhang, Uncle Wu, how about this? We'll split this white spirit grass equally between the three of us. What do you think? For the white spirit grass, Yao Shi had to get it. It was related to whether or not her father could successfully break through the land god immortal realm. Ever since her grandfather's death, their position in the western Hunan martial arts community had deteriorated without him. Almost all of their territory had been seized by the Poison Sect in the past few years, leaving only the land of their Pill God Valley's Divine Valley. And the other day they had gotten word that this Poison Sect seemed to be going after their Pill God Valley. Originally, they were all ready to evacuate, but luckily something happened over in the Central Plains, and the disciples of the Poison Sect were beheaded by Yi Xiuluo. Only then did the Poison Sect give up on their Pill God Valley and send their experts to the Central Plains. As a result, the expert who traveled to the Central Plains was actually killed by Yi Xiuluo as well. This incident caused a huge stir. The Poison Sect also didn't know what was going on, and had gathered all of their disciples under their doors a few days ago. The land that the Poison Sect had previously occupied in their Pill God Valley had become as much as nothing as possible. But because they didn't have a powerful expert sitting in the Pill God Valley, they couldn't reclaim these territories. It can only be snatched up by all parties in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the chaos of the various parties and the competition for territory, they had taken advantage of this opportunity to come to this place to find the white spirit grass, so that her father's strength would break through, and then they would be able to shock all the males. In fact, this place was also occupied by the Poison Sect before, and now that the Poison Sect had gathered all of their disciples, there was no one to govern this place, so they dared to come here to collect medicine. But what they didn't expect was that when they arrived at this place, the Zheng family and the Wu family actually arrived one after another. The Zheng family and the Wu family both seemed to have their sights set on the white spirit grass as well. They had brought few experts on this trip, and their strength was a step weaker than the Zheng and Wu families. For this reason, she could now only retreat and let the three families share these white spirit grasses equally. Wu Hongyu laughed coldly. This white spirit grass my Wu family has a heavy use for. This amount is not enough. How could I possibly share it equally with you? Zheng Qin also spoke up. These white spirit grasses are something my Zheng family is determined to obtain. Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu were unwilling to share equally, which made Yao Shi's face look a bit ugly. Of course, it's not impossible for Miss Yao Shi to want the white spirit grass. Wu Hongyu suddenly opened his mouth again, a pair of eyes filled with lechery sweeping back and forth on top of Yao Shi's exquisite body. Rumor has it that the Pill God Valley's eldest young lady is nationally beautiful, and now that she's just at the age to leave the pavilion, it just so happens that the old man has recently wanted to take a concubine. If Miss Yao Shi is willing to serve as the 13th concubine, then I will be willing to share a few white spirit grasses with my father-in-law at that time to help him make a breakthrough. Old thing, you seek death. The young man beside Yao Shi was instantly furious. He has always been in love with Yao Shi, and has always regarded Yao Shi as his scales. But now Wu Hongyu, this old lecher actually wanted to take Yao Shi as his concubine. How could he not be angry? With a full force palm, he slapped it on you with a loud bang. Pop! With a muffled sound, the young man violently spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards, smashing into the lake. Griffin-like thing, how dare you make a move against me? There was a strong disdain on Wu Hongyu's face. Senior, the Pill God Valley crowd was immediately startled, and a group of people lay down on the edge of the lake to salvage the young man with 7 hands and 8 feet. And Yao Shi's face became even more ugly. Just now, when Wu Hongyu made his move, she could see that Wu Hongyu's realm had already reached the Emperor's realm, and they did not have any powerful people of the Emperor's realm in the Pill God Valley. It was simply impossible to be a match for Wu Hongyu. Miss Yao Shi, how's the consideration going? As long as you marry me as a concubine, I can share a few plants of white spirit grass with you. With an evil smile, Wu Hongyu slowly approached towards Yao Shi. Yao Shi's face turned a little pale as his figure kept retreating. Above the mountaintop, Shen Runan was also indignant when she saw this scene, and her mouth angrily cursed the old lecher. And Uncle Gong, who was on the sidelines, was incredibly angry. These guys are really shameless enough. These white spirit grasses clearly all belong to my sect, and they actually want to keep them for themselves. The exasperated Uncle Gong also looked at Yi Feng at the first opportunity. Lord Shou Luo, what should we do now? These guys are not mortal. If we want the white spirit grass, I'm afraid we'll have to fight these people. Chapter 95. Yi Feng smiled and turned his head to look at Zhao Wu beside him. How's the shooting? Zhao Wu hurriedly said. Back to Lord God of War. 100 paces through the poplar. No matter what. Show me. Okay. Zhao Wu's hand moved. The pistol was loaded rapidly, and without aiming, he shot at Wu Hongyu, who had already forced Yao Shi to the lake below the valley. Bang! Crisp gunshots exploded in the canyon, startling countless birds into taking off. Wu Hongyu's complexion moved, and his figure retreated rapidly. A bullet streaked along the tip of his nose, and he could feel a fiery sting coming from it. This sudden scene startled everyone. Almost at the same time, all the gazes of everyone looked towards the location of the mountaintop where Yi Feng and the others were. Missed. Zhao Wu was a bit depressed. Bang bang bang. A few more shots were fired in quick succession. A few bullets blocked off a few of Ohonu's possible retreats. Seek death. Wu Hongyu's face was gloomy as he swung out his palm, and a strong forceful chi shot out, knocked away all those bullets that came surging in. Kill them! Wu Hongyu let out a cold shout, and behind him, several people from the Wu family came through the air. Seeing this, Zhao Wu was ready to shoot again, only to realize that there were no bullets left in his gun. He casually snatched the pistol of a bodyguard beside him. Bang bang bang. Several shots fired in quick succession. The shots managed to hit the few Uggies that came through the air, but helplessly. These people's cross-cultivation skills were so strong that the bullets hit them but did not injure them. When Uncle Gong saw this, he was ready to strike. He knew that he was no match for that Wu Hongyu, but it was still easy to deal with these few Wu family members. But just as he was about to strike, however, he saw Yi Feng casually flick his hand. Those few members of the Wu family who shot up in the air simultaneously looked like they had been struck by an invisible fist. The body was all in the shape of a V and flew backward. Bang bang bang. Several muffled sounds rang out in succession. Several people smashed into the opposite cliff. It shook the ground several times. This scene caused everyone present to all change color, especially Wu Hongyu. As the strongest person in the entire room, he asked himself that he also simply couldn't do such a thing as knocking back several peak human Zun martial artists with a single strike. Who are you people? Dare to strike against our Wu family? Wu Hongyu was the first to open his mouth and reported his identity. Yi Feng's hand made him realize that the visitor was not good. He reported his identity, naturally to make the other party jealous. What kind of thing is your Wu family? How dare you bark in front of Lord Yi Shuluo? Why don't you hurry up and roll over to apologize to Lord Yi Shuluo? Uncle Gong was also the first to open his mouth and drink, his face full of arrogance. Admittedly, facing the people of the Wu family, even the Chen family, which Chen Runan was a member of, was no match. But it was different now. There was Yi Shuluo, the sensational killing god of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the Wu family. Even if all the powerful families in the entire western Hunan province were in front of it, they would not be enough to look at. What? Yi Shura! The crowd below the valley all changed color when they heard this. Yi Shuluo's great name had recently stirred up the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's a good thing no one knows about it. Wu Hongyu and Zhang Qing glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes, as well as skepticism. Previously, It was rumored that Yi Xiaoluo was injured and came to Xianxi to collect medicine to cure his injury. Plus before Yi Xiaoluo publicly let out the word that he was in Xianxi, and now Uncle Gong said that Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo. Could it be true? But deep down, they still felt that it was impossible. How could a figure as heavenly as Yi Xiaoluo come here in person? Could it be that Uncle Gong and the others had assumed the name of Yi Xiaoluo to scare them? Yu Hongyu's mind swirled, and then he made a wink towards one of the people beside him. The men understood at once. Humph. If you say he's Yi Xiaoluo, he's Yi Xiaoluo, and I said I'm Jiang Zhongyuan. Uncle Gong wanted to explain something else. However, when Yi Feng waved his hand and grabbed it in the air, he saw several white spirit grasses around the lake being uprooted and flying in the air towards Yi Feng. This hand of spacing out completely shocked everyone present. Such tactics they had never seen before. Someone who could possess such divine means was definitely not an ordinary person. At this moment, they were also somewhat convinced that Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo. Yi Feng grabbed the white spirit grass in his hand and after confirming it, he casually put it away. Go! After getting the herbs he wanted, Yi Feng didn't want to stay here. He still needed to look for other herbs. Lord Shura, we're just leaving? Chen Runan looked at Yi Feng somewhat nervously. She had also come here for the white spirit grass. This white spirit grass is just below. And didn't Uncle Gong say that this place was originally owned by their sect? So if you guys have your own stuff, just go get it yourselves. Chen Runan was first stunned, then reacted. Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong was also overjoyed and hurriedly drank towards the crowd below. This place is my Taishan sect's medicinal garden. Idle people, leave quickly. The faces of Wu Hongyu and Zheng Qin below both changed. Neither of them thought that Uncle Gong was actually from the Taishan sect. They naturally knew about the Taishan sect. And they also knew that this place had indeed belonged to the Taishan sect before, and that it was the place where the Taishan sect cultivated medicinal herbs. They had naturally heard all of Yi Feng's words just now. Yi Feng's meaning was obvious. This place originally belonged to the Taishan sect, and with Uncle Gong claiming to be from the Taishan sect, it was obvious that he wanted them to leave. What to do? Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu both glanced at each other, both wanting to let the other get the idea. They all wanted white spirit grass as well. But now they were intimidated by Yi Xiaoluo's reputation and didn't dare to make a move. Although they weren't 100% sure if Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo yet. But just now, Yi Feng's hand in the air let them know that Yi Feng, even if he wasn't Yi Xiaoluo, was definitely an expert they couldn't afford to offend. If Yi Feng was really Yi Xiaoluo, then I'm afraid that if they spoke out to argue, they would completely enrage this demon. But not to speak out and just leave. They were not willing to do so. It was while the two were hesitating. Yao Shi, who was on the side, seemed to have made a decision and actually bowed directly towards the top of the cliff where Yi Feng was. Pill God Valley. Yao Shi meets Lord Shura. Yi Feng, who was originally ready to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Turning around, he looked at Yao Shi below. He had heard Xiao Qi say before that the Pill God Valley in western Hunan was known as the Pill God, and it was rumored that their sect possessed countless exotic and wonderful medicines, and had taken over the world's medicinal herbs. And there are countless miracle doctors in the sect, claiming to be able to live the dead and turn white bones. Now my sister is seriously injured and suffering from a strange poison, which Seven has not been able to undo until now. If they could get someone from the Pill God Valley to help, they might be able to help their sister get rid of the strange poison on her body as soon as possible. Seeing Yi Feng turn around, Yao Shi was overjoyed. The reason why she suddenly opened her mouth just now was because she had heard that Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo. She decided to take a gamble. Chapter 96, One Slap Can Kill 5. Right now, their Pill God Valley was sort of hanging by a thread. Their father had been unable to make a breakthrough, and there was no expert sitting in the valley. The Pill God Valley would probably be divided up cleanly by the forces that coveted them before long. But if they were able to invite Yi Xiaoluo to become a guest minister of the valley, it would definitely deter everyone from laying their hands on their Pill God Valley. However, she was equally clear that Yi Xiaoluo had destroyed the Jiang family before, and Jiang Zhongyuan would definitely seek revenge on Yi Xiaoluo. Not only Jiang Zhongyuan, but all the other people on the ranking list would probably come to find trouble with Yi Xiaoluo as well. At that time, their Pill God Valley would also definitely be viewed as an enemy. This would undoubtedly push the Medicine God Valley into a place of no return once again. But she just couldn't. She didn't want Pill God Valley to be cut off in the hands of their father and daughter. She could only gamble. Gamble that Yi Xiaoluo was strong enough to defeat Jiang Zhongyuan. To defeat everyone. If the bet was successful, then their Pill God Valley would certainly rise with it. If the bet fails, it will surely go up in smoke. And that's a bet that has a 99% chance of failing. She hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to take a gamble on that 1% chance of winning. Of course, the premise of all this was that Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo. Come up and talk. Yi Feng opened his mouth. Yao Shi hurriedly got up and led a group of Pale God Valley's disciples hurriedly towards the entrance of the valley. Yi Feng, however, waved his hand, and Yao Shi immediately felt that his body was locked by an invisible aura. The body rose up in the air uncontrollably. In a few breaths of time, it landed in front of Yi Feng, and this hand of Yi Feng grabbing someone in the air once again shocked everyone. Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu both also judged in an instant that Yi Feng was definitely Yi Xiaoluo. Almost simultaneously, the two men ordered at the same time, and hurried away with their respective men. Yao Shi, who had landed on the ground, was still immersed in the divine scene just now. Ahem! Yao Shi reacted only after Chen Runan coughed. Hurriedly, she blessed herself towards Yi Feng. Yao Shi has met Lord Shura. Seeing Yao Shi so close, Yi Feng was also startled. This Yao Shi had a delicate and slender figure. Her skin was like gelatin, and her eyes were like stars. Although his face was covered by a white veil, Yi Feng was able to see through it. It was a beautiful face, like a carefully carved work of art. Yi Feng had seen a lot of beautiful women, but there was no one who could match Yao Shi. It is not too much to say that it is the descendant of the 9 heavenly maidens. The only imperfection was the thick sorrow hanging between Yao Shi's brows. Yi Feng collected his surprise in an instant. Who are you from Pale God Valley? Yao Shi hurriedly replied. I am the daughter of the current master of the Pale God Valley. This is very good. Does your medicine God Valley have these herbs? Yi Feng casually handed a list of medicinal herbs that Yi Qi needed to Yao Shi. Yao Shi took a look. We have most of the herbs on here in Medicine God Valley. Just a few of them are not. Yi Feng was also overjoyed. Great. How are your Medicine God Valley's medical skills? Yao Shi was very proud of himself and said. The medical skills of Pale God Valley. We call it second and no one dares to say first. Chen Runan also said. Lord Shura, this Medicine God Valley's medical skills are indeed unrivaled in the world. Great. You take me to your Pale God Valley and sell me these herbs, no matter how much it costs. And then take all the divine doctors from your Pale God Valley and head to the northwest to cure my sister. Yao Shi, however, shook his head. Yi Feng's brows suddenly frowned. What? Don't agree? An invisible pressure instantly spread out, frightening Yao Shi hurriedly. No, I can give all these medicinal herbs to Lord Shura. It's even fine for me to personally bring someone to help cure your sister. I only ask that Lord Shura can help our Pale God Valley. How can I help? Yao Shi hurriedly explained. Our Pale God Valley is now suffering from internal and external problems. After hearing Yao Shi's explanation, Yi Feng said, Don't worry, as long as you provide me with the herbs I want and bring someone to help detoxify my sister, I'll guarantee that your Pale God Valley will be unharmed. Seeing the confident look on Yi Feng's face, Yao Shi felt that she might have made the right bet. My lord, there's another request. My father's breakthrough is imminent and he needs white spirit grass. Could your lordship allow me to pick some white spirit grass? Yi Feng, however, said, this white spirit grass is now a mess. Chen's, if you want it, you can ask her. But still, I'd like to remind you that when a martial artist breaks through, it's best not to use medicinal herbs. The battle power that is raised that way is flashy but not real. Yao Shi nodded. I know, but the crisis in my Pale God Valley is imminent, and father has been unable to make a breakthrough, so we can only seek outside help. Yi Feng thought for a moment and then said, Forget it, I'll step in and help your father break through when the time comes. Ha? Yao Shi froze and looked at Yi Feng with some disbelief. His father was about to break through to the realm of the land immortals, and when a martial artist's realm had reached this level, it was simply not something that outsiders could help with. My lord, I may not have made myself clear, but my father is going to break through the land god realm. Yao Shi aggravated the words realm of the terrestrial immortals. The realm of the land immortals is just that. Simple. Ha? Yao Shi was even more confused. Chen Runan on the side was also filled with incredulity. She had never heard of the realm of the terrestrial immortals being something that manpower could help break through. Don't believe me? Yao Shi hurriedly shook his head. No, I just find it too shocking. Dare I ask about Lord Shura's current realm? Yi Feng extended his hand. Yao Shi and Chen Runan and the others were all confused. Land god realm. This slap can kill 5. The rest of the words Yi Feng didn't say. He only has 5 fingers on a slap. Ha? Yao Shi and Chen Runan both froze in place once again. It's all too unbelievable. Yi Feng, however, did not explain anything further. Now that the seals in his body were unlocked, his strength had reached a realm he didn't even know what kind of realm it was anymore. He had also melted the power of the seals within his body as much as he could in the past few days. Now that land realm martial artists appeared in front of him, he could indeed slap 5 of them to death. Ms. Chen, can I ask you to fetch a bit of white spirit grass? Although Yao Shi believed Yi Feng's words, she was still prepared to do a double take. Chen Runan laughed. Naturally. Ask Uncle Gong to let him fetch it for you. At this moment, Chen Runen's thoughts were still stuck in Yi Feng's words just now that a slap could kill 5 land goddess realms. If what Yi Feng said was true, then could she not also use this opportunity to take the initiative to show Yi Feng goodwill and draw closer to him? Then in the future, after Yi Feng destroyed Jiang Zhongyuan and those enemies, Yi Feng's reputation would definitely be able to shake the entire world. Their Chen family would definitely be able to utilize this opportunity to rise completely as well. She also wanted to take a gamble like Yao Shi. Chapter 97, Opportunity Knocks. At this moment, Uncle Gong had already led the people to pick those white spirit grasses below that had been around for a long time. Although Yi Feng had just said that the things here were returned to their rightful owners, he was clear that these things still couldn't be guarded with him personally. Solely, he picked all of these white spirit grasses. Yao Shi received Chen Runen's promise and also hurriedly instructed a group of people from the Medicine God Valley to help collect the medicines. After about half an hour, the crowd had finished picking as many of the white spirit grasses that were in their prime here as they could. Uncle Gong's mouth was almost smiling as he looked at so much white spirit grass. The harvest this time was so rewarding. Originally, on this trip, he had felt that he might not be able to succeed. After all, their Taishan sect's medicinal garden had already been seized by the poison sect. But I didn't expect that on this road. I actually encountered Yi Xiaoluo, the absolute killing god. With just a single sentence, Yi Xiaoluo had made the Zhang family and the Wu family back off, allowing him to successfully collect so many white spirit grasses. Chen Runen was also very happy. Not only did she succeed in getting the white spirit grass on this trip, she also made the acquaintance of the great god Yi Xiaoluo. Yao Shi on the side was equally excited. Not only had they befriended Yi Xiaoluo was also willing to go out of his way to help them. And just now Uncle Gong had also distributed a large batch of white spirit grass to her. The purpose of her trip was doubly accomplished. While they were incredibly excited, on the other side of the canyon, the people on Zhangqin and Wu Honyu's sides were not so happy. All of them had come on this trip for the white spirit grass as well, but it turned out that they accidentally ran into Yi Xiaoluo, a demon, and they could only withdraw from the canyon because they were intimidated by Yi Xiaoluo's terrifying strength. They were furious when they just saw Uncle Gong and the others picking all the white spirit grass clean. Damn Yi Xiaoluo, especially Wu Hongyu. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet red and he couldn't wait to pinch Yi Feng to death. Originally, in this competition for the white spirit grass, their Wu family was the most powerful, and had every chance of being able to pocket all of the white spirit grass, and even had the possibility of taking the Pill God Valley's peerless beauty, Yao Shi, as a concubine. But it all turned out to be spoiled by Yi Xiaoluo. Uncle Wu, what now? Zheng Qin on the side was also filled with anger. If he didn't get the white spirit grass, it wouldn't be easy for him to return. Wu Hongyu's face was icy cold as he looked at Yi Feng and the others who had disappeared in the distance and said, "Isn't this Yi Xiaoluo being hunted by everyone? Then we can make an issue out of this." "What does Uncle Yu mean?" Wu Hongyu said. "Spread the news and get those experts to kill him." Zheng Qin nodded. This was indeed a good idea. Because of the appearance of the martial arts rankings, some people were now simply unconvinced by Yi Xiaoluo's ranking. Many people wanted to use this to challenge Yi Xiaoluo, wanting to take the opportunity to make a name for themselves. There were also some people who themselves had a grudge against Yi Xiaoluo, and they were frantically searching for Yi Xiaoluo's traces. If they exposed Yi Xiaoluo's location, it would definitely attract countless people to hunt him down. Also, the person who just came with Yi Xiaoluo seems to be from the Chen family. Wu Hongyu added. This Chen family has been in western Hunan for many years, and has been suppressing your Zhang family and our Wu family for many years. And now that they're close to Yi Xiaoluo, we can also utilize this opportunity to completely eradicate the Chen family. Zheng Qin's eyes glowed as he sniffed. Their Zhang family was considered a good family in western Hunan, but their heads had been pressed down by some powerful families such as the Chen family. If they could utilize this opportunity to eradicate the Chen family, then their Zhang family's status would be able to rise quite a bit. It's still you, Uncle Yu, who's great. At this moment, the two people who were originally hostile chose to cooperate because of their interests as well. Besides, Yi Feng and the others, they had also left the canyon at this moment and started to return along the original path. On the way back, Yi Feng also asked Yao Shi about the poison sect. Yao Shi also told as much as he could, but helplessly. Even Yao Shi did not know the exact location of the poison sect. And now within the poison sect, I don't know what happened. The people of the poison sect were all recalled a few days ago. Now in the entire western Hunan territory, it was almost impossible to find any trace of the people of the poison sect. This news caused Yi Feng to frown slightly. Originally, he had also planned to look for the poison sect to find out the clues of the person who poisoned his grandfather back then. But now that the poison sect had disappeared and no one knew where it was, things seemed to be at an impasse. However, soon Yi Feng also figured out that he had already announced what he did in Xiangxi and killed someone from the poison sect. so he thought that the poison sect would definitely seek revenge on him. The day rushed by as the crowd traveled to a fork in the road. Yao Shi also spoke. Mr. Yi, this is the path to my Pill God Valley. This was because the location of the Medicine God Valley was on a different road from the town where Yaren's family was located. Yi Feng then decided to head to the Medicine God Valley with Yao Shi to fetch the medicine first, and then come back to find Yaran and take Yaran and the divine doctors of the Medicine God Valley to the northwest. When they were about to part, Yaran grabbed Yi Feng's hand with a look of reluctance. Brother Yi Feng, you have to come back for me quickly. I have to wait for you and Brother Yi Er to see the outside world. During these few days' time together, Yaran became more and more fond of sticking to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng also very much like Yaran this little girl. When Yaran for his own sister general treatment, Yi Feng touched Yaran's little head. Don't worry, brother will be back for you soon. Then he instructed toward Chen Runan and the others, take care of her, and make sure to send them back safely. Don't worry, Lord Shura, I guarantee to complete the mission. Uncle Gong patted his chest and assured. After separating from Yaran and the others, Yi Feng headed to the Pill God Valley with Yao Shi and the others from the Pill God Valley, and Yaran and the others returned the way they came. Plus, Yu Hongyu and Zheng Qin, the two of them had also returned to Shijiang at this moment, and as soon as they went out, they exposed the location of Yi Xioluo's location at the first opportunity. At the same time, the news that the Chen family aunt's Pill God Valley had subsumed Yi Xioluo was also spread at the same time. There was an outcry when these news came to light. Before Yi Xioluo revealed himself that he was in Xiangxi, there were countless martial arts powerhouses from all over the country rushing to Xiangxi. In the past few days they searched around for Yi Xioluo's traces to no avail, and had thought that Yi Xioluo had deliberately swindled the world. As a result, this time Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu broke the news, and they also hurriedly found Wu Hongyu and Zhang Qin for confirmation. After receiving a definite answer, countless people began to surge towards Yi Feng's location. After the major clans in western Hunan learned that the Chen family and the Pill God Valley had subsumed Yi Xioluo's news, under the encouragement of Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu, they also all gathered together and began to discuss the need to take action against the Chen family. Western Hunan was so big, and although there were many resources, most of them were dominated by the behemoth that was the poison sect, and the major clans and martial arts sects had a very small share of the resources. The Chen family and the Pill God Valley were also considered a big family and a large clan in western Hunan, and there were quite a few resources that they had hijacked, especially the Pill God Valley. They controlled countless medicinal materials, controlled some ancient medicine refining techniques, and there were countless divine doctors under their doors, passing down ancient medical techniques. These, for all, have a fatal attraction. If the Chen clan and Pill God Valley were destroyed, then the others would be able to share a lot of resources. No one had dared to take action against the Chen family before, but it was different now. The Chen family and the Pill God Valley were subservient to Yi Xioluo, and Yi Xioluo had destroyed the Jiang family before, setting up countless strong enemies, and now those strong enemies were looking around for Yi Xioluo, wanting to seek revenge. At this time, when the Chen clan and Pill God Valley subservient to Yi Xioluo, it would be the equivalent of standing against those powerhouses on the rankings. If they took advantage of this to destroy the Chen family, not only would they be able to obtain countless resources, they might even be able to gain the praise of those powerful people on the rankings. As for the Pill God Valley, since the death of the Pill God Valley's old master, the Pill God Valley was left without a strong person to sit on it. Many people had moved against the Pill God Valley, but there just wasn't a suitable time, and now that opportunity seems to have come. Chapter 98, Don't Waste My Time. Plus Yi Feng. He wasn't aware that Zhang Qin and Wu Hongyu had spread the news of his location, nor did he know that countless martial artists had already started looking for him. It was even less clear that the two of them, Zheng Qin and Wu Hongyu, were encouraging the major clans and sects in western Hunan to make a move against the Chen family and the Pill God Valley. At this moment, he was led by Yao Shi all the way to the Pill God Valley. The road leading to the Pill God Valley was also a rugged mountain road that was barely noticeable, winding through the dense jungle, and the road was filled with all kinds of quagmires and poisonous barriers, in which countless poisonous insects and fierce beasts were also coiled, which could be described as being full of crises. It's easy to get lost in this dense jungle if you're not familiar with it, Yao Shi also explained. Because of the special geographic location of the Medicine God Valley, it was situated in a location that was suitable for the growth of various medicinal herbs, coupled with the fact that the Pill God Valley controlled many of the pill refining and alchemy techniques that had been passed down from ancient times as well as many of the long-lost healing divine arts, and these things were coveted by countless people, as well as countless powerful people wanting to approach their Medicine God Valley to ask for medicine. They were overwhelmed, coupled with the fact that Pill God Valley had few pursuits for worldly matters and only sought breakthroughs in the martial arts. That was why Pill God Valley had chosen the sect's residence in this deep forest. Yi Feng nodded, naturally understanding. After hesitating for a while, Yao Shi said nervously again. In addition, since my grandfather died, my father's strength was not good enough to convince the people, leading to some civil unrest within our valley as well. The great elder's lineage has always wanted to snatch my father's position as the valley master, and now it's considered to be a complete tear with my father's faction. Therefore, if I take you into the valley this time, I'm afraid I'll encounter obstruction from the great elder's lineage. And the great elder's lineage has a good relationship with the Jiang family, so when you enter the valley this time, Your Excellency, do not reveal your identity. Yi Feng nodded and did not care. Yao Shi was still a bit nervous as he said, the great elder's lineage. There are many experts. There are at least a dozen peak heavenly dignitaries, dozens of emperor dignitaries, martial practitioners, and hundreds of human dignitaries, powerhouses. And the grand elder has not made a move all these years. But according to my father's estimation, I'm afraid that his strength has also reached the realm of the terrestrial immortals. Although Yi Feng had destroyed the Jiang family before, but the Jiang family was only a secular family no matter what, and it was still relatively weak when compared to a sect with an ancient inheritance like theirs. Even if their sect was not at its peak now, it was still a lot stronger than the Jiang family. Although Yi Feng had also said before that he could slap 5 land god immortal realm powerhouses to death with a single slap, Yao Shi had not seen Yi Feng personally, so it was inevitable that she would still be a little apprehensive inside. Yi Feng nodded, and his heart was somewhat in admiration. These ancient sects were indeed quite a bit more powerful than secular families. Soon, Yao Shi led Yi Feng into the Pill God Valley sphere of influence. After traveling about 10 more miles, arrived at the mountain entrance of the Medicine God Valley. Mr. Yi, the Pill God Valley is just ahead. Yi Feng raised his eyes and looked, only to see a huge valley in front of him, the size of 100 soccer fields, all surrounded by huge stone blocks carved by hand, 1 meter high and half a meter thick. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs all over the place. It gives off a refreshing medicinal aroma. In the very center of the valley, there were 5 towering, straight and steep mountains. About 100 meters in the middle of the 5 large mountains was obscured by clouds, and this place that was covered by clouds and mist was the Pill God Valley's residence. From afar, the Medicine God Valley looked like it was being held up in midair by a large hand. Yao Shi led Yi Feng and a group of people from the Pill God Valley into the canyon. The entrance to the Pill God Valley was likewise a high wall about 20 meters high made of huge blocks of stone that had been carved out by hand. A huge arch was left in the center and the gate was made of an unknown tree. Above the archway, there were 3 large characters with strong penmanship and dragons. Medicine God Valley, worthy of being a sect with an ancient heritage. Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel as well. Yao Shi was about to knock on the door when it burst open. Out of them came several young men and women in white robes, each with large bags of luggage, looking as if they wanted to go out of town. These people were also stunned when they saw Yao Shi and the others at the door. A young man in the lead saw Yao Shi and said at once, "Junior sister, you finally returned. What's wrong, senior?" Yao Shi looked at Qin Hao in confusion. Qin Hao hurriedly said, "We just received an order from the Valley Master to find you and then take you with us to leave Shijiang." "Leave Shijiang? Why? Did something happen to my father?" Yao Shi instantly tensed up. Qin Hao said, "Your father is fine. Why did you leave if nothing happened? Did something happen?" Yao Shi became even more nervous. Qin Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. "Senior sister, let's leave the Pill God Valley first, and I'll tell you what happened on the way." How could Yao Shi leave? Now that something big seemed to have happened in the valley. The fact that father had asked them to leave meant that things must have gone beyond father's control. She was even less likely to leave it at that. "Senior brother, tell me honestly, is it the Grand Elder who has turned on my father?" Qin Hao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "Yes. We just got word that people from the outside world are saying that you have bowed down to Yi Shuluo on behalf of our Pill God Valley." After the Grand Elder and the others learned of this incident, they were extremely angry, saying that you are trying to push our Pill God Valley into the land of doom. The first thing they did was to call in the men and surround your father, and ask him to take you for punishment. After your father found out about this, he asked us to leave the Pill God Valley to find you and then take you away from Shijiang. The farther you go, the better. Junior sister, are you really bending your head to that Yi Shuluo on behalf of the Pill God Valley? Yao Shi nodded, not bowing down, just cooperating. Qin Hao's brows furrowed as he sniffed. "Junior sister, you're confused. Yi Shuluo is now the enemy of the absolute world. Countless people want to kill him afterward. You're actually cooperating with him at this time. If you do this, you're putting our Pill God Valley to death." Hearing this, Yao Shi was instantly a bit angry. "What do you mean I'm putting Pill God Valley to death? Everyone knows clearly what kind of situation our Pill God Valley is in right now, and I'm looking for Yi Shuluo to cooperate with me to find us a way out. Even if you don't understand me, you want to blame me?" Seeing Yao Shi getting angry, Qin Hao hurriedly said, "I don't mean that. Junior sister, I just think that your approach is too ill-considered. I owe it to you to consider. If you guys are capable, then help my father solve the current predicament of the Pill God Valley, instead of complaining and blaming me here. Shinhao and the others were a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Shinhao also hurriedly changed the topic and said, Junior sister, now is not the time to talk about this matter either. So hurry up and leave with us. If you're going to leave, you're going to leave. I'm never going to leave. How could she leave now that her father was behind bars? Little sister. Shinhao was still trying to persuade, but he was interrupted by Yifeng. Ms. Yao, can you stop gabbing endlessly? I said I'll help you solve your Pill God Valley's troubles. You give me herbs and people. Don't waste my time here. Yifeng was also a bit annoyed at this moment, feeling that these people were too wordy. Yifeng's sudden chiding caused all the gazes of Shinhao and the others to look at Yifeng. Shinhao even shouted out, Who are you? Is there a place for you to speak here? Shinhao looked at Yifeng with great displeasure. Just now when he came out, he saw Yaoshi and Yifeng walking very close to each other. Now he actually dared to treat the goddess of his heart like this. Chapter 99 You are Yishio Luo. Bang! Yifeng didn't have the slightest intention to explain and casually waved his hand like he was swatting an annoying fly. Shinhao then flew upside down and ruthlessly smashed into the gate of the Pill God Valley, smashing down on top of the huge square at the back. Yaoshi then calmed down. Mr. Yi, my father is now under siege by the Grand Elder and the others. As long as you help me save my father, I will give you all the medicinal herbs you need. Lead the way. Yaoshi hurriedly led Yifeng into the gate. In front of them was a huge square with a few helicopters parked above it, and at the end was a street. Most of the sides were lined with wooden buildings that looked like they were ancient and had been handed down for an unknown number of years, with a few modernized buildings interspersed among them. A wide variety of modern items are also available. It's not much different from some of the modern towns out there. After crossing the street, he came to the foot of the most central one of those 5 peaks. Mr. Yi, my father is on this mountain. It was only up close that he realized that the peak was wide and majestic, with many buildings on top of it. A stone staircase spiraled and spread up around the entire mountain. The same was true of several other peaks around the area. Yifeng and Yaoshi had just prepared to go up the mountain when several martial artists dressed in uniform black robes rushed over at the entrance of the steps. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in his 30s. After he saw Yaoshi, he instantly walked over in anger. Yaoshi, how dare you come back? Yaoshi was just about to open his mouth, but Yifeng asked first, These are your father's men? No, they are the Grand Elder's men. Yaoshi explained. The man leading the group also saw Yifeng, and when he saw that Yifeng was dressed in the clothes of a secular person, he was furious. Asshole, an outsider dares to enter uninvited. However, before his words could be said, Yifeng casually waved his hand. The man then flew out backwards and smashed into the crowd at the back. This sudden scene caused everyone in the back streets to be startled. After so many years, this was the first time they had seen someone who dared to make a move in the Pill God Valley. And it was also a person from the outside world who had beaten up someone under the seat of the Grand Elder. Hands were forbidden within the Medicine God Valley, a rule that had been passed down for thousands of years. From ancient times, those who came to the Pill God Valley were also either rich or noble, but all those who came here had to abide by the rules of the Pill God Valley. Even if those powerful martial artists came here, they wouldn't dare to break the rules of the Pill God Valley. Even if the Pill God Valley is now in decline and is no longer at its peak, no one still dares to break this rule, simply because they, the Pill God Valley, controlled countless medicinal herbs and lost medical techniques. No one dared to really offend them. But today, this rule was broken by Yifeng. This behavior of Yifeng also completely broke the tranquility of the Medicine God Valley. For a moment, countless Pill God Valley disciples rushed in from all directions. One by one, they all clamored to kill Yifeng. But Yifeng didn't even have the heart to clean up these people. He grabbed the jade hand of Yaoshi, who was somewhat terrified at the side. With a forceful stomp of his foot, his entire body rose up in the air. Carrying Yaoshi like a bird of prey, he shot toward the top of the mountain. All the Pill God Valley disciples who rushed over were all confused at the moment, and they all looked up at Yifeng, only to see Yifeng with one hand behind his back, grabbing Yaoshi with one hand, like a martial arts master. His body and the ground were at 90 degrees. His feet stepped on the steep mountain cliffs, and just like walking on the ground, he was heading towards the top of the mountain. Qin Hao, who had just been slapped away by Yifeng, also ran over with a gray head. He was still thinking about taking revenge on Yifeng, but when he had just rushed over, he saw this scene that shocked him. What the hell is he? Not only him, but all the disciples of the Pill God Valley present also had such a thought in their minds at the moment. At this moment, the people above the mountaintop also discovered Yifeng. A few black-robed men were about to make their move. As a result, Yi Feng casually waved his hand and a vast forceful chi directly lifted several people off the ground. Yi Feng's feet once again borrowed the force and his body rose up in the air, grabbing Yao Shi and landing on top of the mountain. The top of the hill has been manually cut down to the size of 2 soccer fields. The most center position stands like an ancient palace, general palace, carved dragons and phoenixes, very imposing. And at this moment, at the entrance of the Great Hall, several figures also came out. Hey! A middle-aged man surrounded in the center position burst out in surprise when he saw Yao Shi. Father! When she saw that her father was unharmed, Yao Shi was also relieved. And at this time, a tall old man in a black robe among the group of people stared at Yi Feng. The face was grim. This person was none other than the Pill God Valley's Grand Elder. Who are you? Dare to break into my Pill God Valley's Forbidden Land? And there were several martial artists also dressed in black robes all around, surrounding Yi Feng and Yao Shi. Yi Feng, however, ignored the Grand Elder's angry shout. Instead, he asked towards Yao Shi, "Who is your father?" Yao Shi hurriedly pointed at the middle-aged man surrounded by a group of black-robed men. Yi Feng nodded and waved his hand, then pulled back gently. Yao Chen, who was surrounded in the center, felt an irresistible and invisible force confine him. The entire body then flew up uncontrollably and then came towards where Yi Feng was. When the black-robed men around them saw this, they were all startled as well. They tried to grab Yao Chen, but they were rode away by an invisible force. Kill him, the Grand Elder droned. The black-robed men surrounding Yi Feng just wanted to make a move. Yi Feng stepped slightly harder with his feet, and a vast power burst out from underneath his feet. Invisible forces fell upon each of them, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. All of them tumbled out as much as possible. This terrifying scene caused everyone present to change color, fetching objects through the air, internal chi transforming into form, hurting people invisibly. You're actually in the realm of the land immortals? The Grand Elder's cloudy eyes stared at Yi Feng with a deadly stare. When the others present heard the Grand Elder's words, their hearts became even more horrified. To reach the land god realm at such a young age, what kind of genius must this be? You're Yi Shulua. The Grand Elder once again blurted out a name that caused everyone to be horrified once again. To have such terrifying strength at such an age, and to come back with Yao Shi, it wasn't hard to guess Yi Feng's identity. What? He's Yi Shulua? Everyone present once again changed color, and the gazes of everyone looking at Yi Feng all changed. Yi Shulua's big name had been heard like thunder in the Dragon Kingdom in recent times. Considered a traitor by the Dragon Kingdom, he killed his way back to the Central Plains from the Dragon Kingdom's borders, killing an unknown number of powerful people along the way, followed by his extermination of all of the Zheng family's experts, causing the behemoth that was the Zheng family to be annihilated. When the 100 Dawn Pavilion came out, Yi Shulua's name was even more powerful than Qin Wufeng and Zhang Zhongyuan and countless other experts who had been famous for many years in the Dragon Kingdom, and was ranked first. In the past few days, he had also let out a wild rumor that anyone who was not convinced of his ranking could come and challenge him by all means. And it's all because of this young man in front of me. Chapter 100. What? He's actually Yi Shulua? At the entrance of the mountain peak steps, Qin Hao and countless other disciples of the Pill God Valley were all surging up at the moment. As a result, he heard that this person who dared to break the rules of the Pill God Valley, make a move in the Pill God Valley, and even broke into the Pill God Valley's Forbidden Land was actually Yi Shulua, who had recently become famous in the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Hao was even so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, and his heart sighed secretly that he was lucky that he had picked up a life back from Yi Feng's hands. While Yi Feng ignored the people present, Yao Chen also landed in front of him at this moment. He spoke. I need these medicinal herbs and your medicine God Valley's best healers. I'll help you with these people. Yao Chen, however, had his head lowered at the moment and seemed to be thinking about something, seeing that his father was still frozen. Yao Shi hurriedly explained. Father, I've agreed to work with Mr. Yi. We'll give him medicinal herbs and the best healers, and he'll help us take care of the Grand Elder and the others. And he even said he'll help you break through to the land god realm. You hurry up and say yes. Yao Chen's face changed as soon as he heard his daughter's words. Originally, when he had heard earlier that his own daughter had actually taken the initiative to ally herself with Yi Shulua, he was also extremely angry. When the Grand Elder and the others learned that their own daughters were actually allied with Yi Shulua, they were all extremely enraged as well, and were the first to seek him out to ask for punishment. The Grand Elder himself had an old relationship with Zhang Zhongyuan. Yi Shulua had destroyed the Zhang family, which created a blood feud with Zhang Zhongyuan, and among the experts of the Zhang family, many of them were disciples, descendants, and disciples of those great figures on the rankings. Yi Shulua had killed all those people and had also made a grudge against everyone on the leaderboard. That waiting for Yi Shulua was undoubtedly the revenge of these people. At this particular time, his own daughter actually allied herself with Yi Shulua at this critical time. Wasn't this pushing their Pill God Valley to the brink of extinction? At that time, when those big names on the rankings were angry, their Pill God Valley would definitely meet its doom. Originally, the Grand Elder and the others had always coveted his position, and the Grand Elder and the others naturally wanted to take this opportunity to make him abdicate. In order for the Pill God Valley not to be destroyed, he had already argued with the Grand Elder and the others at that moment, saying that his own daughter would definitely not collude with Yi Shu Elua, and would definitely not Pill God Valley in the Land of Doom. Even in order to make the Grand Elder believe his words, he took the initiative to guarantee with the Grand Elder and the others that if his daughter really colluded with Yi Shu Elua, he would voluntarily hand over the position of the Valley Master. Of course, he also secretly contacted Qin Hao and asked him to go look for Yao Shi and then take Yao Shi away from Shijiang. The farther away the better. When the time comes, he can wash his hands of everything by saying that his daughter was kidnapped by Yi Shu Luo. But what he never expected was that his own daughter actually brought Yi Shu Luo back. Just now, Yi Feng made a move that made him also startled. Yi Shu Luo actually had the realm of a land god. Just now, in an instant, he also began to think about whether or not he should choose to cooperate with Yi Shu Luo. Let's see if Yi Shu Luo can help him. But after thinking of the Grand Elder's previous words, he quickly gave up this idea. Because at that moment the Great Elder also said, they had already contacted many powerful people from the martial arts world to come to the Medicine God Valley. The first reason for inviting these people was to prove their innocence, to prove that they, Pill God Valley, had no involvement with Yi Shu Luo. The second was to encircle Yi Shu Luo. If his daughter Yao Shi really cooperated with Yi Shu Luo, she would definitely bring the injured Yi Shu Luo to the Medicine God Valley to look for medicine. At that time, they, Pill God Valley, would be able to kill Yi Shu Luo together with the martial practitioners of the martial Dao realm, and those people who had a deep grudge against Yi Shu Luo. This would be more proof that they were not involved with Yi Shu Luo. Moreover, the Great Elder's strength had already broken through to the Land God realm. Although Yi Feng was also in the realm of the Land Gods, he was just one person. It was simply impossible to be a match for the Grand Elder and so many Celestial Emperor realm martial artists from the Pill God Valley, not to mention having to face martial artists from all over the world afterward. Therefore, he was thinking of other countermeasures, but he didn't expect his own daughter to actually speak out in public that she and Yi Shu Luo had chosen to work together. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the Grand Elder's mouth when he heard Yao Shi's words. Yao Yichen, do you have anything to say now? Yao Yichen glared at Yao Shi with some hatred and turned to argue. My daughter doesn't know anything. She must have been compelled by someone and can't do anything. The Grand Elder seemed to have known that Yao Yichen would say this. He laughed coldly. It's all this time and you're still sophistry. Even if your daughter didn't cooperate with Yi Shu Luo, but he brought Yi Shu Luo to us, how does this make the world look at us? Even if we explain it anymore, we can't plug the long mouths of the people. She is plainly telling the world that we, the Pill God Valley, have chosen to shelter Yi Shu Luo, to help Yi Shu Luo fight against everyone, to be an enemy of everyone in the world, and that your daughter is trying to push us towards the Jedi. The Grand Elder's words could be considered murderous and heartless. All of the Pill God Valley's disciples present were in an uproar after hearing this. Yes, Yi Shu Luo destroyed the Jiang family. Jiang Zhongyuan immediately came out to seek revenge on him, as well as those powerful people on the ranking list. Their descendants and disciples were all decimated by Yi Shu Luo. These people will surely seek revenge on Yi Shu Luo as well. Yao Shi is now bringing Yi Shu Luo to us. This is to shelter Yi Shu Luo. Our Pill God Valley is now weak. How can we be a match for those people? This is to push our Medicine God Valley to the brink of extinction. This Yao Shi is the traitor of the Pill God Valley. Our Pill God Valley treats her like a princess, yet she does such things at this time. How chilling. For a moment, the disciples of the Pill God Valley all looked at Yao Shi and Yao Yichen, their gazes all carrying thick anger. Some radical disciples even drank in public. Traitor, get out of Pill God Valley. Please ask the Grand Elder to take action and kill the traitor. Elders, please use the Valley Code to punish Yao Shi and depose Yao Yichen as the Valley Master. And the Grand Elder was pleased to hear the voices of the surrounding Pill God Valley disciples. This was the effect he wanted. To use this incident to make everyone verbally attack Yao Shi and Yao Yichen, to make them traitors to the Pill God Valley, and to force Yao Yichen to give up his position as the Valley Master. At that time, he would then make a move to exterminate Yi Feng, and then take the position of the Pill God Valley's master. Everything would go smoothly, and no one would dare to say anything. Yao Yichen's face also became incomparably ugly when he heard the murmurs of the surrounding disciples. He knew that he had lost and that there was no turning back. Yao Shi still wanted to explain. Yi Feng is unable to endure. These guys' gabbing is not over. He said towards Yao Shi, go get me the herbs and people I want, and I'll help you get rid of these noisy guys. Yao Shi hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. The fifth elder beside the Grand Elder then took the first step to open his mouth and chided. Asshole, Are you allowed to talk here? Noisy. Yi Feng's face chilled as he casually waved his hand, and an invisible force landed on the fifth elder's body in the air. The peak heavenly exalt's fifth elder's body instantly burst apart, blood raining down. A brief dead silence fell over the scene. Chapter 101, The Supreme Elder. Asshole, dare to kill my brother. The fourth elder was the first to react. The person who had just been killed was none other than his own brother. He made a furious sound, and his body moved, transforming into a stream of light as he rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even look at him as he pumped in the air. Crack! Like a crisp watermelon bursting, the fourth elder's body also instantly burst into pieces, blood raining down. The remaining few elders who were also ready to strike were all too frightened to move when they saw this. Yifeng was too terrifying, killing people with his hands in an invisible manner, like a ghost or a god. The Grand Elder could also see how powerful Yifeng was, and that invisible power made him extremely fearful. But Yifeng had humiliated their Pilgod Valley so much, and even killed the Pilgod Valley elders in public. He as the Grand Elder absolutely could not stand by and watch, pull back and strike together to exterminate this ruffle. The Grand Elder could see that Yifeng's methods were bizarre. He didn't dare to get close and prepared to pull away to attack Yifeng with some powerful martial arts and techniques. Their Pilgod Valley had a long heritage, and there were also many complete martial techniques and artifacts passed down within the gate, far from being comparable to those martial artists in the outside world. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the remaining few elders and several heavenly emperor powerhouses shot out in unison. In an instant, countless powerful fist prints, palm prints, blade auras, and sword auras condensed in the air, shrouding the sky and the sun towards Yifeng, gathering the full force of an attack from a land deity realm. Several peak heavenly dignitaries and several peak emperor dignitaries powerhouses. The power is terrifying. The great elder is confident that even if Qin Wufeng Jiangzhong turned out to be, he would not dare to harden himself. In the face of these people's all-out attack, Yifeng was calmly standing in place without the slightest intention to dodge. He was seen extending his hand and twisting it slightly in the air. The martial arts techniques that had converged on the Grand Elder and the others' casts actually all collapsed rapidly, and then continuously converged towards Yifeng's body. In the blink of an eye, the collapsed breath of these martial arts actually condensed into a golden air blade that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Only Yifeng's hand was lightly waved like a slap. These several golden air blades cut through the air, and with a harsh whistling sound, shot towards the Grand Elder and the others. The Grand Elder and the others all changed color. Retreat! The Grand Elder let out an explosive cry, his figure backing up sharply, but the speed of this blade of golden chi was too fast. In an instant, he caught up with the Grand Elder and the others. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were swept away by this golden blade of chi. The upper and lower body are sharply separated. Swish! Only the Grand Elder's body was suddenly surrounded by a flash of golden splendor, as if some sort of defensive weapon had been activated. However, it was not possible for this golden air blade to cut everything, and the golden splendor had just appeared, and before it bloomed, it ebbed and disappeared. Put! The golden chi blade swept sharply across the Grand Elder's neck. The Grand Elder's neck was like soft tofu and was easily chopped off. Above the flying head, his eyes were wide open, and his face was still thick with unbelief, regret, fear, and other complex emotions. At this moment, the entire top of the Pilgod Valley's mountain peak was plunged into an unspeakable dead silence. No one had expected the Grand Elder, who had stepped into the realm of the land goddesses, and several heavenly emperor peak powerhouses. Just like that, he was easily obliterated by Yifeng. It was only at this moment that all of them realized how powerful Yifeng was. What land god realm, in front of it, could not carry a single blow? The remaining Pilgod Valley martial artists were all silenced at this moment, and no one dared to underestimate Yifeng anymore. No, it was that no one dared to look at Yifeng anymore. Yifeng was too terrifying, too strong. At this moment, Yifeng was a god in everyone's heart. Yao Shi, who was behind Yifeng, looked at the magnificent figure of Yifeng in front of him and couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He really wasn't lying. He really could slap 5 land god realms to death with a single slap. Yao Shi's large eyes, which were as brilliant as stars, were bright and uncertain. Yao Chen, who was beside him, also froze in place at this moment. His mouth opened so wide that he was able to stuff a duck egg into it. A thick shock hung on that not-so-old face. What did he see? The Grand Elder, who had already stepped into the realm of the land immortals, was actually beheaded by Yi Xiaoluo, a guy he didn't even look up to. It was as if it were a dream. What are you waiting for? Go get the medicine and the people. Yifeng turned around, somewhat speechless. Yao Shi then reacted. Hastily, he said, yes, I'll go right away. Hurriedly, he pulled his father into the rear hall. Are you guys going to make a move? Yifeng's gaze went to those people from the Pilgod Valley and the surroundings. Everyone was suddenly scared and scattered. No one noticed that a blade of chi condensed by Yifeng was now rising up in the air and landed on top of a mountain peak 1,000 meters away. Boom! The chi blade landed halfway up the mountain peak, cutting out a terrifying crack. Who dares to spread wildness in my Pill God Valley? Taking my Pill God Valley for no one? An earth-shattering roar immediately came from above the mountain peak. This sudden sound caused everyone to stop in their tracks, and all of them looked towards that mountain peak, only to see the clouds suddenly break open at the top of that mountain peak. Where it was obscured by the clouds, a silhouette appeared. It was an old man with a white beard and hair, dressed in a long black robe. Taishan Elder? He's actually alive? The surrounding Pill God Valley disciples recognized the old man at first. This person was no other than the previous generation's Grand Elder of the Pill God Valley and the father of the current generation's Grand Elder. But in their impression, this Supreme Elder had already passed away 20 years ago. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, the Supreme Elder took a step out from above the mountain peak and stepped on the void. A circle of ripples immediately appeared under his feet, carrying his body. The Supreme Elder had his hands behind his back and his clothes were windless as he just walked step by step through the air towards the mountain peak where the crowd was. With every step, layers of ripples appeared under his feet, carrying his body in an extremely divine manner. This Tai Shan Elder shouldn't have broken through to the peak of the martial Tao, right? All the disciples of the Pill God Valley were all shocked, and it was rumored that only those who had reached the peak of the martial arts realm would be able to drive a trace of the power of heaven and earth, and be able to travel through the air. At this moment, when the Supreme Elder came through the air, it seemed to be the ability of the realm of a peak martial Tao powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Elder took a step of several meters and arrived at the peak where the crowd was. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. All the Pill God Valley disciples bowed their heads in unison. The Supreme Elder didn't say anything, but instead turned his gaze to the Grand Elder who was on the ground in pieces. Seeing his son in such a miserable state did not move him to anger. At his level, his joy and anger had long since become invisible. He just calmly looked at Yifeng. Did you do this? Chapter 102, The Storm Rages. It's me. Yifeng also looked at the Supreme Elder, his expression calm as usual. He had discovered the existence of this Supreme Elder a long time ago, and that slash just now. He had done it on purpose. Ha ha ha, good guts. The Supreme Elder burst out laughing. However, anyone was able to hear the terrifying killing intent contained in this laughter of this old Tai Shang. Supreme Elder, I beg you to take action and kill this culprit who killed the Grand Elder, the demon that has plagued my Medicine God Valley. A group of Pill God Valley people from the Great Elder faction spoke up. Previously, Yifeng had shown his superb strength and decimated the Grand Elder and the others, causing them to be afraid and timid. But now that the Supreme Elder had appeared, they were arrogant again. In their eyes, the Supreme Elder was an expert of the previous generation, and even if Yi Xiaolua was stronger, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for the Supreme Elder. Meanwhile, in the rear hall, Yao Shi and Yao Chen were looking for the medicinal herbs needed for Yifeng. As a result, I heard a clamor outside. The two of them looked through the window and saw the Supreme Elder coming through the air. Yao Chen's face changed wildly. How could it be? How could the Supreme Elder still be alive? Yao Shi was similarly incomparably appalled, but she knew that this Supreme Elder was from the same generation as his grandfather. And back then, when his grandfather was the Valley Master, this Supreme Elder was the first expert of the Pill God Valley. 20 years ago, the Supreme Elder was unable to break through to the pinnacle of martial arts, and ultimately couldn't resist the erosion of the years and fell. But now, this person who should have fallen 20 years ago was still alive, and they are unaware of it. This is the end. The Supreme Elder is still alive, and I'm afraid that his strength has already reached the peak of the martial Tao. Yao Chen's heart was terrified to the extreme. Originally, at that moment when Yifeng had displayed his strong force and killed the Grand Elder and the others in seconds, Yao Chen's heart was ecstatic. Once the Grand Elder and the others died, there would no longer be anyone who dared to compete with him for the position of the Pill God Valley's Valley Master. When the time came, he would hand over all the medicinal materials and manpower to Yi Xiaolua, and Yi Xiaolua would naturally leave. At that time, if Yi Xiaolua was decapitated by those strong enemies, he would be able to explain to the public that it was Yi Xiaolua who had come to the Medicine God Valley to snatch the medicinal herbs, and had also killed their Medicine God Valley's Grand Elder, and that his Medicine God Valley and Yi Xiaolua were irreconcilable, so that he would be able to completely throw away the matter of their Medicine God Valley and Yi Xiaolua's cooperation. Those enemies of Yi Xiaolua wouldn't implicate them in the Medicine God Valley. If Yi Xiaolua defeated those powerful people and achieved unearthly fame, at that time, he could again announce to the public that their Pill God Valley and Yi Xiaolua were cooperating. In this way, the Pill God Valley would completely fall into his hands, and he would have no more worries. Originally he had planned well, but what was never expected was that the Supreme Elder was actually still alive. And looking at his strength, he seemed to have already reached the peak of the martial Tao. a strong person at the peak of the martial Tao. Even if Yi Xiaolua was stronger, it was absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. The character of the Elder. Yi Feng killed his son. The Elder would definitely behead Yi Feng. When Yi Feng was killed at that time, he might also be implicated. This made Yao Chen terrified. Sheer, Yi Xiaolua is dead. We might be implicated as well. Quickly follow. Let's escape from here. With that, Yao Chen pulled Yao Shi to the back of the hall and activated a mechanism. A passageway suddenly appeared under the medicine shelf at the rear. It was a secret passage leading to the back of the Pill God Valley. This was secretly excavated by Yao Chen earlier in the year, with the purpose of leaving a way out for himself. I didn't think I'd actually use it today. Yao Shi, however, broke away from Yao Chen's hand. Father, I'm not leaving. I believe in Mr. Yi. Yao Chen was furious. Daughter, you're confused. How powerful can that Yi Xiaoluo be? How can he be a match for the Supreme Elder? I'm afraid that the strength of the Supreme Elder has long since reached the peak of the martial Tao. After he kills Yi Xiaolua later on, he will definitely come after us to settle the score, and we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Yao Shi was also extremely nervous inside, but she ultimately chose to trust Yi Feng. Father, if you want to go, you go. Since I chose to trust Mr. Yi, I will trust him unconditionally. Besides, if we do escape, where can we escape to? Daughter, this is no time for nonsense. Hurry up! Yao Chen grabbed Yao Shi's hand and was about to pull it toward the passageway. But Yao Shi once again broke free. I'm sorry, father. This is my home. Even if I die, I won't leave. You. Yao Chen still wanted to say something when he did. Boom! A great battle erupted outside the Great Hall. Kid, killing my son and messing with my Pill God Valley is the next step. Die! The Supreme Elder's face was gloomy and his aura was sky high. After saying that, the Supreme Elder stepped down with his feet. A vast forceful chi surged out wildly from its body. With the Ether Elder at the center, it was like a 20-step gale had blown up. The tiles on the ground instantly shattered. The wind swept up by that violent breath. The surrounding trees were uprooted. Large and small houses collapsed. Everything around them was going to be torn apart by this terrifying breath. Storm surge. The Supreme Elder let out an explosive cry, and that wild surge of breath instantly condensed into a skyrocketing tornado, wrapping around countless shattered bricks and stones. Broken wood and tiles, towards Yi Feng swept away, and wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. From afar, the entire peak above the main peak of the Pill God Valley looked as if a terrifying sandstorm was blowing up, covering the sky and swallowing the mountains, as if the end was coming. As soon as the Supreme Elder made his move, it was the strongest martial art, and he had also seen the terrifying power of Yi Feng's Chi blade at that moment, and he clearly knew that Yi Feng's strength could not be underestimated. Even if he hadn't reached the ultimate in martial arts, it would still be the pinnacle of the realm of the terrestrial immortals. For the past 20 years, he had been in seclusion on the mountain, pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. But nay, the martial Tao extreme was too ethereal. He had been envisioning and working hard for 20 years, but he still hadn't stepped into that step. With that peak of martial arts, there had been a layer of window paper missing to break through. Although he hadn't broken through to the martial Tao extreme, these 20 years had allowed him to comprehend some of the abilities of some of the martial Tao extreme realms. That is to control a trace of the power of heaven and earth. And this move of his was a feat created based on the ability he had realized. He was going to utilize this strongest move to eliminate Yi Feng and at the same time try out the power of this move. Verify some of the conjectures in your own mind about the pinnacle of martial arts. Also, use this move to announce his strong return. When the disciples of the Pill God Valley saw this terrifying storm, they were all shocked beyond measure. Although they were at the very edge of the position, they were still able to feel the terrifying might contained in that storm. The gusts of wind that lifted up all around them, flying sand and stones, many people were simply unable to resist, and were instantly caught up in the storm, being churned into a pile of debris. This horrifying scene caused all of the remaining Pill God Valley disciples to panic, and one by one, they frantically fled away from this place, facing that overwhelmingly terrifying storm coming. Yi Feng was still calm. He had one hand behind his back and his clothes were hunting by the strong wind that was lifted. At the moment when that terrifying storm was about to sweep over him, only slowly did he raise his right hand. Close your fingers into a sword and cross them in front of your chest. And then a light stroke. A flash of golden light shot out. Chapter 103, Settling the Dust. In an instant, everyone only felt like everything had stood still. The wildly surging storm stopped, and the surrounding Pill God Valley disciples who had been frantically fleeing in various shapes and sizes stopped in place. The flying sand and stones around also all stopped. It was like everything was frozen in time. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only a 3-inch golden aura left. Only this 3-inch golden aura was not framed. and it burst out from Yifeng's fingertips with a brilliant light, with supreme power, and with a momentum that seemed to be able to decimate everything. This golden aura went forward, rushing through the storm that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was chopped in two, whether it was large stones, broken bricks and tiles, or small dust, even the air seemed to be chopped in two, and invisible airwaves lined up towards the sides, and then, it landed on the chest of the Taishan elder at the back, who was also framed in general, his face covered in thick shock. The Taishan elder's body was unable to block this golden aura, which swept through the Taishan elder's body in a sharp horizontal motion. Still carrying supreme power, it broke through the air with a long white tail, shooting towards a large mountain 1,000 meters away in the back. Put! A breath later, the 3-inch golden aura landed on the large mountain with a muffled sound. The voice, small, yet piercing. The moment this voice rang out, everything around them that seemed to be frozen in time returned to business as usual. That furious surge of strong wind instantly dissipated. Countless gravel and dust began to fall to the ground, and that huge storm began to rapidly collapse from the center. The body of the Supreme Elder in the back was still standing in place, dumbfounded, with a strong shock still hanging on his face. In the space behind the Supreme Elder, a narrow, thin white horizontal line appeared, stretching from in front of Yifeng all the way to the big mountain 1,000 meters away in the back, and flickered away. In the valley, there was suddenly another gust of wind. The wind was sharp and quickly blew across the main peak of the Medicine God Valley. It blew over everyone. The dust of the debris that had fallen to the ground so rapidly was blown away by the wind, and the storm that had collapsed so rapidly was blown away as far as it could go. Likewise, it blew over the body of the Supreme Elder. The wind passed and everything calmed down. The dust that filled the sky disappeared. The storm that covered the sky disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The Supreme Elder, who was just standing at this moment, collapsed. The body was broken in two from the chest, the cut smooth as a mirror. His eyes were wide open, and his face still wore a strong look of horror. The surrounding Imperial God Valley disciples who were frantically fleeing had all calmed down at this moment as well. To be precise, they were all frozen in place. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the distant body of the Supreme Elder that was broken into two. The entire peak, at this moment, was plunged into a dead silence. In the Great Hall, Yao Shi and Yao Yichen, at this moment, were similarly frozen in place. The gazes of the two men, through the windows of the Great Hall, looked at the corpse of the Supreme Elder in the distance. A few breaths later, Yao Shi was the first to react. She was so excited she couldn't even speak. At the moment, her heart surged to the core. There's no way to describe the moment, not even to speak. Not only Yao Shi, Yao Yichen on the side did the same. After a long time, Yao Shi turned around and ran to the medicine shelf at the back, started searching for the medicinal herbs that Yifeng needed. Seeing his daughter's movements, Yao Yichen also reacted. He also hurried over, pulled Yao Shi, and entered a secret room. The secret room was filled with countless age-old medicinal herbs. Without saying a single word more, the two of them packed up all the medicinal herbs here, as much as they could. Just as the two of them had just packed all the medicinal herbs and exited the secret room, Yifeng's figure appeared in front of their eyes. Yifeng scanned the two men, and finally his gaze landed on Yao Yichen. You should be glad you didn't just run away. With Yifeng's light sentence, Yao Yichen felt an unprecedented fear attacking his entire body. His body felt like it had been instantly drained of all its strength, leaving him unable to support his body and paralyzed on the ground. Yao Shi on the side was also in a cold sweat and was just about to open his mouth to explain for his father. Yifeng, however, spoke first. You're not bad. This Imperial God Valley will be your master in the future. Yao Shi froze for a moment, then reacted. Obviously, Yifeng should have heard the conversation between her and her father before, and also heard his words about wanting to escape. Now disappointed with her father, she was allowed to be the head of this Medicine God Valley. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yao Shi didn't dare to say much and bowed his head in thanks. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, Yao Shi stood up straight. You have half an hour to take care of things here. Then I want to see the people and herbs I need. Yao Shi hurriedly said. Mr. Yi, this is all the medicinal herbs from our Imperial God Valley. Everything you need is here. I'll immediately go find the disciple with the best medical skills in our valley. After saying that, Yao Shi hurriedly ran out of the Great Hall. Outside the main hall, several Imperial God Valley disciples knelt on the ground as much as they could. They knew that with the deaths of the Supreme Elder and the Grand Elder and the others, the entire Imperial God Valley was considered to have fallen into Yifeng's hands. They also didn't dare to escape, facing an unpredictable expert like Yifeng. If you run away, you'll only die. Therefore, everyone who saw Yifeng enter the hall at that moment, they also all ran over and fell on their knees, waiting for Yifeng's sentencing. Seeing this, Yao Shi opened his mouth. Mr. Yi just said that from now on, I'll be the master of Pill God Valley. So you guys go and get me all the disciples with great medical skills from each of your departments right away. Yao Shi was very smart. She knew that Yifeng had made her the Pill God Valley's Valley Master. So naturally, she wouldn't kill these people. Furthermore, a high-level person like Yifeng would never kill innocents indiscriminately. She therefore took the initiative to make the decision. All the disciples were relieved when they heard this, and then they all acted in a hurry. Yifeng, who was in the grand hall, did not have any words when he heard Yao Shi's words outside. This woman, she is very intelligent. His gaze at the moment then looked towards Yao Yichen. Yao Yichen panicked even more. He wanted to apologize to Yifeng and beg for forgiveness, but he was so weak and powerless in his body that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yifeng swept a glance at Yao Yichen before he pointed a finger on top of Yao Yichen's forehead. Yao Yichen thought that Yifeng was going to kill him and closed his eyes in despair. However, in the next second, he was shocked to find that an extremely domineering aura hurriedly crossed from his forehead along the 7 meridians and 8 veins in his body. Wherever he passed, he felt as if his body had been soaked into a warm hot spring. There was an indescribable relief in my body. What surprised him the most was that this overbearing aura had actually shocked open the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through for years. It was at this moment that he completely understood that just now, Yifeng instantly shocked away all the power in his body, and was not trying to punish him, and that finger just now, was not trying to kill him. Instead, we're going to help him break through the bottleneck, help him break through to the realm of the land gods. Half an hour's time, see what you make of yourself. After Yifeng finished speaking, the person turned around and left the hall. Yao Yichen hurriedly climbed up and plopped his knees on the ground, impacting the land god realm. Chapter 104 Arrival of Martial Artists from Various Places. Come outside the Great Hall. Yifeng went to the other 4 main peaks separately, and after staying at those remaining 4 main peaks for quite a while, only then did he return to the main peak where the crowd was, and by the time he returned, Yao Shi was also already waiting for Yifeng with hundreds of Pill God Valley's divine doctors. Mr. Yi, these hundreds of people are the strongest medical practitioners in our Medicine God Valley. Yifeng swept a glance at these people was satisfied. In addition, my medical skills are top-notch amongst the Pill God Valley, and I'll be driven by Mr. Yi alone. Boom! Right at this moment, an extremely strong aura suddenly erupted from the great hall behind the crowd, shooting up into the sky. Yao Shi was instantly startled and hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the hall, only to see her father, Yao Yichen, walking out from the entrance of the hall with a face full of excitement. He dragon walked and came straight to Yifeng's front, bent his knees and fell straight down in front of Yifeng. Thank you Mr. Yi for your renewed kindness. From now on, my Medicine God Valley is yours, and my Yao Yichen's life is also yours. Yao Yichen was really excited. He was aware of his talent, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to step into the realm of the land immortals in his lifetime. But just now, Yifeng made a move and easily helped him break the shackles, allowing him to successfully step into the realm of the land immortals. This kind of terrifying means was something he had never seen before. This, coupled with the fact that he had also displayed monstrous battle power before, made him completely understand that they, Pill God Valley, must hold Yifeng's thigh tightly. Father, you've broken through to the land deity realm? Yao Shi also looked at his father incredulously. Yes. Yao Yiduan was very excited. Yao Shi instantly paused in place, his eyes filled with shock. Previously, Yifeng had said that he would help his father break through the land god immortal realm. She had always taken it as a joke, and she hadn't cared. But she didn't expect that Yifeng really did what he said and really helped her father break through to the land god realm. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Alright, cut the crap. Arrange things in your valley and leave with me immediately. Yao Shi hurriedly nodded his head, and Yao Yichen hurriedly caught up with Yao Shi's footsteps. Daughter, this Mr. Yi you mustn't miss. What do you mean? Yao Shi looked at his father in disbelief. Yao Yichen said, Mr. Yi's natural talent. At such an age he has already reached an unprecedented level in the martial arts path. In the future he will definitely be able to shine in the martial arts world and become a giant on one side. If you are able to follow under its sway, the benefits to you, to me, and to our Pill God Valley will be heavenly. Yao Shi instantly understood Yao Yichen's meaning. Father, weren't you looking down on Mr. Yi before, and saying that Mr. Yi would surely die? Why have you changed your attitude now? Yao Yidan said with some embarrassment. That's not because you didn't understand Mr. Yi's strength before. Yao Shi asked again. Mr. Yi is now the enemy of the world. Many people want to kill Mr. Yi. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Yi won't be a match for those people when the time comes? And after he's killed by those people, thus implicating us, Pill God Valley? Yao Yichen hurriedly said. It won't be. Mr. Yi is so powerful. How can those people be a match for Mr. Yi? Furthermore, I have now reached the land god realm. And I also have the ability to be able to protect our Pill God Valley. Yao Shi then said, let's make a deal then. Since you chose to let me follow Mr. Yi, then don't back out. I can tell that Mr. Yi doesn't like capricious people. Don't be afraid when the time comes for you to do something rebellious against Mr. Yi. Yao Shi also sort of understood his father. Some small smarts, and timid and sometimes villainous behavior. She knew that now that her father had made a strength breakthrough because of Yi Feng's help. He was very excited, that's why he had this intention to say so. But if something comes up afterward, it's inevitable that the father will do something repetitive. She had to make her father sincerely follow Yi Feng. Yao Yichen also heard the meaning of his daughter's words, and said with some exasperation, is this the image of me in your mind? Yao Shi nodded. Almost. Yao Yiduan. Yao Shi also once again said in a serious tone, Father, you can also see that Mr. Yi is a resolute person who kills and kills. So if you really want us, Pill God Valley, to follow Mr. Yi, then you have to be sincere. Otherwise, Mr. Ye's anger, our Pill God Valley might not be able to withstand it. Yao Yichen also nodded. I know. I also made this decision after careful consideration. Furthermore, you are the owner of the Pill God Valley now, not me, your father. I'm not capable of much, and I know exactly what I'm capable of. And the Pill God Valley probably wouldn't be able to regain its former grandeur in my hands. But you can. Since Mr. Yi has made you the master of Pill God Valley, I think he's still very sure of your abilities. You should also take advantage of Mr. Yi's trust in you to carry our Pill God Valley forward. Yao Shi nodded. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Yao Shi also started to arrange things in the valley. After arranging everything, Yao Shi then came to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, everything in the valley has been arranged. We can leave now. Yi Feng nodded and prepared to leave with Yao Shi and the people from Pill God Valley. Report, Valley Master. We've just gotten word that many powerful martial artists have come outside to force their way into our Pill God Valley. Yao Shi sniffed and frowned. Yi Feng, on the other hand, raised his eyes and saw that at the entrance of the Pill God Valley, there were indeed countless martial artists converging at the moment. All of these people were naturally martial artists from all over the world who had come to challenge Yi Feng or to kill Yi Xiuluo. Yi Xiuluo is right here. All of you follow me in. Someone in the crowd shouted. Gentlemen, this is the Pill God Valley's important land. Do not enter unless invited. And please abide by my Pill God Valley's rules. The disciple of the Pill God Valley spoke out to stop them. If the Pill God Valley was still in its prime back then, we naturally wouldn't force our way in. But now it's just a downtrodden sect, and it dares to stop us. Among the crowd, some people spoke out in ridicule. Admittedly, it was true that no one would have dared to make mischief in the Pill God Valley if the old Valley Master of the Pill God Valley was still alive before. However, since the death of the old Valley Master, the Medicine God Valley was taken over by Yao Yichen. It could be said to be suffering from internal and external problems, and had long since ceased to be as powerful as it was back then. A fallen clan. No one cares. At this time, Xin Hao walked over and spoke. Gentlemen, please be careful with your words. There are honored guests within the Pill God Valley at this moment. If you offend them, you may die. Honored guest? That so-called honored guest is Yi Xiuluo, right? Someone said with disdain. Pill God Valley has really fallen, actually treating a tiny Yi Xiuluo as an honored guest. Xin Hao didn't deny anything and nodded his head. Not bad. My Medicine God Valley is now subordinate to Mr. Yi Xiuluo Yi. If you all must seek death, then please enter. After saying that, Xin Hao directly stepped aside. At that moment, a martial artist dressed in the Wu clan's attire walked out. The Pill God Valley has really fallen. Actually defecting under Yi Xiuluo's banner. You guys really don't know how to die. Yi Xiuluo is having trouble protecting himself. He can protect your Pill God Valley? I advise you guys might as well defect under our Wu family and marry your eldest missus to my family's Lord Wu. And our Wu family will keep your Pill God Valley safe. Xin Hao recognized this person. And it was precisely a martial artist of the Wu clan at the Emperor's Dignity realm. He was also well aware that since the old Valley Master's immortal death, many people had hit on their Pill God Valley, especially the Yu family. If it was before, Xin Hao might not have dared to say anything, but this moment was different. With Yi Feng around, no one would dare to touch their Pill God Valley. Xin Hao laughed. Is that so? My lady is in the valley. If you guys have the ability to go find it yourselves. That Wu clan martial artist didn't pay any more attention to Xin Hao either. Toward the group of aggressive martial artists. Everyone, this Yi Xiuluo is in the valley. All of you follow me into the valley to kill him and make a name for yourself. Under the incitement of the Wu family's martial artists, a group of aggressive martial artists all excitedly rushed through the doors of the Pill God Valley. The Pill God Valley disciple was still looking at Xin Hao with some confusion. Qin Hao, however, laughed coldly. These people want to seek death, so let's do as they wish. Chapter 105, Something Happened to Yaran. Within moments, these aggressive martial artists rushed below the main peak. At this time, Yi Feng also brought Yao Shi and the others under the main peak. You're Yi Shulua? That Wu family's martial artist looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, however, ignored that martial artist and didn't even look at the other party. Take a step toward the front. Dare to ignore me. Seek death. Being directly ignored by Yi Feng made that martial artist furious. The strong palm then slapped towards Yi Feng. Yi Shura is mine. Another martial artist also struck the first time. Wanted to kill Yi Feng first. He belongs to the old man. Another old man strikes. For a while, everyone raced to make a move. Fearing that Yi Feng would die in someone else's hands, Yi Feng continued to ignore everyone's attacks. And it was only when the palm of that first person to strike came to his chest that he stopped. His feet slightly shook, and a vast force surged out from the ground, shattering the floor tiles under Yi Feng's feet. Several broken stones were shaken up, and when they reached the height of Yi Feng's chest, they shot out in all directions. Dense rubble, like a rainstorm. Accompanied by a muffled sound. These broken stones were like a bullet that easily passed through the bodies of all the martial artists who were surrounding Yi Feng. A scarlet mist of blood exploded. Among these martial artists, there was no lack of those with high strength. And even more so, there was no lack of cross-trainers with amazing physiques, but none of them were able to withstand the attack of these stones. After these stones passed through their bodies, the terrifying force contained in them wrapped around these people's bodies and shot out in all directions. In an instant, the surroundings of Yi Feng and the others were cleared and there was no more obstruction. Yi Feng raised his feet and continued to walk forward. Boom boom boom. At this time, all those martial artists smashed to the ground, their blood staining the ground red. The countless Pill God Valley disciples around them all couldn't help but cheer when they saw this scene. There were still some martial artists who hadn't made a move and had come to join in the fun, but they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Qin Hao arrived beside these people at an unknown time. Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and make a move. The chance to make a name for yourself is just around the corner. These people reacted instantly, and one by one, they rolled and fled. But how could the disciples of the Medicine God Valley let these people leave? In an instant, several Pill God Valley disciples rushed over. Take care of as many of these people as you can. When Yi Feng and the others went out of the gate, Yao Shi was preparing to take Yi Feng to Shijian by another road. However, at this time, Yi Feng's mind was moving. The figure shot toward the path they came from. Yao Shi and the others were puzzled, but they hurriedly followed. 1,000 meters ahead, Uncle Gong and Zhao Wu, both covered in blood, were surrounded by a group of martial artists. 2 mole crickets, running quite fast. A martial artist dressed in the Wu clan's attire sneered as he carried his sword towards the two. Uncle Gong and Zhao Wu were exhausted at the moment, and their strong support kept them from collapsing. Uncle Gong said towards Zhao Wu, "This is already the boundaries of the Pill God Valley. I'll stall these people. You go find Mr. Yi." Zhao Wu nodded and braced himself for departure. But at this time, the long sword in the hand of that Wu clan's martial artist turned into a stream of light and shot towards Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu saw the long sword, but he was unable to dodge it, and could only watch as it shot towards him. Uncle Gong in the front also saw it, and his body moved to stop the long sword. But the injuries on his body were too heavy and his speed was too slow to stop that long sword. As he watched the long sword shoot out, Zhao Wu also closed his eyes in despair. But it was at this time. Bang! The long sword that was about to hit Zhao Wu suddenly crumbled and fell to the ground powerlessly. Zhao Wu opened his eyes and was surprised to see that Yi Feng had appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Seeing Yi Feng, Zhao Wu was instantly excited. "My lord! Go quickly go save Yaren and the lady in them." But he couldn't say the rest. Physically exhausted and deeply injured, he had been supporting himself with a will before, but now after seeing Yi Feng, that willpower of his had completely dissipated as well. His eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. And Uncle Gong, who was on the sidelines, did likewise. Just now, Zhao Wu's words made Yi Feng feel bad. Something seemed to have happened to Yaran and Chan Runan and the others. In an instant, the killing chi on Yi Feng's body exploded out uncontrollably. "Kid, who are you? Dare to control my Wu family?" That Wu family martial artist was still arrogantly drinking. However, before he could finish his words, an extremely strong and terrifying aura directly shattered his head. The remaining group of people from the Wu clan were all startled as well. They hadn't even reacted yet before their bodies were all shattered by an invisible aura. "Mr. Yi, what happened?" Yao Shi and the others also rushed over and were puzzled when they saw the blood and flesh all over the ground and the berserk and restless Yi Feng. "Wake them up!" Only then did Zhao Shi see Zhao Wu and Uncle Gong on the ground. She didn't dare to ask anything more, and hurriedly administered aid to the duo with a few disciples. Within a few moments, both were awake. Yi Feng hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Zhao Wu hurriedly returned, "My lord, quickly go save Yaran and Miss Chen. They've been captured by the Wu family. What exactly is going on?" Yi Feng's aura was extremely unstable. Zhao Wu returned, "After we parted ways with you, my lord, we returned to Miss Yaran's house to wait for your lordship. But not long after returning to the town, many martial artists suddenly came to the town, and they all seemed to be here to kill you. We were going to contact you, but we didn't expect to be caught by the Wu family. Uncle Gong and I escaped with our lives, and we were going to save Yaran and MS Chen, but MS Chen told us to come to you. We had no choice but to flee towards the Pill God Valley, and when we fled here, we really didn't have the strength left, and we didn't expect you to show up, my lord." Yi Feng asked, "Where are they now?" Zhao Wu said, "When we left, Miss Chen and Miss Yaran they were still locked up in the town. Take care of them and follow behind." After Yi Feng instructed Yao Shi, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the forest in a hurry. Yao Shi also hurriedly had a group of Pill God Valley disciples send Zhao Wu and Uncle Gong to Pill God Valley. Instead, she led the rest of them to chase towards Yi Feng with great haste. It would take 2 days to travel from Pill God Valley to the town where the Yaran family was located. But Yi Feng had increased his speed all the way to the extreme because he was worried about Yaran's safety. It only took half a day to get to the town, and along the way, he had also killed quite a few martial artists who were heading to the Pill God Valley one after another. Just after arriving at the entrance of the town, Yi Feng smelled a strong smell of blood and a strong pungent smell of fireworks. He raised his eyes and his whole body paused in place for a moment. The killing intent on his body went straight to the sky. Chapter 106 Surrounding the Wu family. Because the small town that once resembled a paradise was now in ruins. Previously, a small wooden building full of ethnic flavor had collapsed into a pile of black charcoal, with remnants of flames still burning on it. The once clean and tidy streets are now littered with blood and charred bodies. Everything that was once there is now ashes. Yi Feng's eyes were scarlet and his body was trembling as he tried to look for survivors in these ruins, but to his despair, all he found was charred, unrecognizable body after charred, unrecognizable body. He arrived at the location of Yaran's house. The small building of Yaran's house, at the moment, had also collapsed, and there were still flames burning. He saw 2 bodies under a huge beam. There were still some clothes on the 2 bodies that had not burned off, and he recognized, by the remnants, that they were Yaran's parents. Yi Feng stood frozen in place, his body trembling. A scene from the couple the other day kept flashing through his mind. He fell to his knees and kowtowed toward the 2 bodies. The mouth couldn't stop apologizing. I'm sorry. Yi Feng was blaming himself and was very sad. He knew that it was all because of him. He was the one who dragged Yaran's parents into this. He was the one who dragged the whole town into this. Father, mother. Just then, a mournful scream came from the distance. Yi Feng's body shook when he heard the voice and hurriedly rushed to where the voice came from. On top of a pile of ruins still burning with flames, a teenager, covered in blood and dirt and missing an arm, cried mournfully and frantically used his remaining crippled hand to try to push the still burning logs on the ruins out of the way in an attempt to dig out the still burning bodies underneath. The temperature of that burning wood was strangely high, and when his hand was placed on it, it instantly burned his hand to the point of white gas, but he didn't know about the pain, and he still used all his strength to try to push those pieces of wood out of the way, but his strength was too small, and no matter how hard he tried, the burning wooden beams did not move. Father, mother, you wait a moment, I'll get you out right away. He became even more frantic, unable to push with his hands. He put his head down trying to take it in his mouth and bite it with his teeth. Boom! Suddenly, the massive beam rose up in the air, revealing the body below. The teenager froze for a moment and hurriedly pressed his body against the 2 still burning bodies, trying to extinguish the flames above. But without the suppression of the beams, the clothes on the body flared up into an even more raging flame. It also ignited the clothes on the teenager's body, but the teenager did not care about it at all, and frantically rolled his body over the corpse, trying to extinguish the flames on the corpse. Yi Feng casually waved his hand and the flames on the corpse and on the teenager went out. The teenager frantically pushed and shoved the body, roaring mournfully, "Father and mother, wake up, wake up!" The extreme pain and the injuries on his body made the teenager tremble, and as he roared, he lost his strength and collapsed on the body. Barong! Yi Feng was shocked and hurriedly went forward to check Barang's condition. What reassured him was that Barang's life was not in danger. He only lost too much blood plus fainted from mourning. Yi Feng helped Barang stop the blood on his arm, moved him and his parents to the vacant lot. Barang quickly came to his senses and saw the body beside him. His heart was in his throat, and it hurt so much he couldn't breathe. Barang! I'm sorry. Yifeng gently wrapped his arms around Barang's broken body. He didn't know how to comfort, and could only apologize one way or another. Sorry. When Barong saw Yifeng, he became even more sad. Brother Yifeng, my house is gone, my parents are gone, and the town is gone. Barong cried mournfully and fainted once again. Yifeng's eyes were scarlet, and the killing intent on his body stirred. An hour or so later, the streets of the town were lined with charred bodies. 107 in all. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Yifeng's face was cold to the extreme. In the entire town, there was no one alive except for Barong and Yeren, who was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was killed first and then burned. Mr. Yi, what's going on? Yao Shi rushed over, and she was also horrified when she saw the corpses all over the ground. Take care of him, heal him. Yifeng only had a few icy cold words to exit. He then took out his phone and dialed Yi Er's number. The people in the town of Yeren. They've been exterminated. Bring someone to take care of the aftermath. Yi Er on the other end of the phone didn't have any extra words, only saying a yes. However, from this word yes, one could hear Yi Er's skyrocketing anger. Afterwards, Yifeng dialed Long Ao Tian's phone again. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Seal off the entire Western River for me. Surround the Wu family for me. I want to kill people. Long Ao Tian, who was far away from Kyoto, was shocked when he heard an icy voice coming from Yifeng's phone. From Yifeng's voice, he was able to tell that Yifeng was furious, skyrocketing furious. He rushed out of the office and into the office of the Lord of the Land. When the Lord of the Kingdom learned the news, he immediately said, execute Shura's order immediately. Remember, no matter who has angered Shura, make them pay 1,000 times over. You take care of it personally. Yes. In the meantime, inside the Shijiang War Department resident base, after Luo Pang put down the communicator in his hand, he immediately said towards his men, pass the word down that the entire Western River is to be put on a state of first-class war readiness. Seal off the entire Western River for me. Don't let a single fly escape. Yes. The men under his command were puzzled, but they didn't dare to ask anything more and hurried off to carry out the order. In an instant, the alarm of the first level of combat readiness resounded throughout the base. All of the base's War Department personnel moved in a hurry. All departments throughout the West River were also notified at the first opportunity. First level of combat readiness. Seal off the Western River. The entire West River's various departments also all acted. Soon, all stations in Shijiang, airports, train stations, and all intersections leading to the outside world were put under martial law. All Shijiang people have been notified of the first level of alert. No one is allowed to go out. All go home, and those who violate the order will be dealt with by military law. This made all the people of Shijiang all alarmed, smelling uneasiness and crisis. Countless people began to inquire about the news, only to receive no useful information. Many people were scared and tried to leave Shijiang, only to be driven back home by countless military and police officers with the barrel of a gun. At the same time, countless heavily armed SWAT officers surged towards the Wu family's manor. The Wu family manor was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside of a 5-kilometer area. In the meantime, the West River Yu family. They were also the first to know about the news that Shijiang had entered the first level of combat readiness. Yet they did not take it seriously because they were a martial arts family. Secular orders are not binding on them at all. But soon, they got the news again. The military police surrounded their estate. This upset the Yu family. The top echelons of the Wu family converged. Wu Honggang, the head of the Wu family, asked angrily, what the hell is going on? Someone said, I don't know. Shijiang suddenly announced that it was entering a state of first-class war readiness, sealing off the entire Shijiang completely. And then the official people surrounded our manor. Are the officials of Shijiang looking for death, daring to surround my Wu family? Wu Honggang frowned. Immediately contact the official people for me and ask them if they want to die. Daring to surround my Wu family. Chapter 107, No Extermination. The Yu family immediately contacted West River officials. City head Wang, what's going on? Have you eaten your hearts out? Daring to send people to surround my Wu family? The voice of the head of Shijiang City, City head Wang, came from the phone. Mr. Wu, this is not our order, but an order from someone from the Ministry of War. Otherwise we wouldn't dare to touch your Wu family even if we had 10 of our guts. It's an order from the head of the War Ministry himself. Things seem to be very serious and we can't help but carry it out. It's also an order from the War Ministry for us to besiege your Wu family. So you'd better find out if your Wu family has provoked someone. Bull ********. What kind of existence is our Wu family? Who dares to disobey? I don't know anymore then. I can only follow orders now. After saying that, the head of Wang City directly hung up the phone. The crowd of Yu family members had also heard the words of City head Wang on the phone. This caused everyone's brows to furrow. An order from the War Ministry. Could it be that we have upset the War Ministry by exposing this matter of Yi Shuluo being in Xizang? Someone analyzed. Wu Honggang coldly grunted. Humph. This matter is a matter for the martial arts world. What business is it of their War Ministry? Someone replied back. After all, this Yi Shuluo is someone from the War Ministry. It makes sense for the War Ministry to take this action. Or maybe Yi Shuluo was killed in the Pilgod Valley, and the War Ministries knew about the news, and they wanted to avenge Yi Shuluo, but they didn't dare to go to the trouble of those martial artists, so they could only spread their anger on our heads? After all, the matter of Yi Shuluo going to the Pilgod Valley was publicized by us. Another person analyzed. The crowd sniffed and thought it made sense. Wu Honggang frowned slightly. Contact Hongyu for me and see if that Yi Shuluo is really dead? Also, tell the Western River Martial Law Enforcement Department about this matter and have them step in. Their Wu family was different from the kind of secular family like the Zhang family, which was under the jurisdiction of secular forces. They were a martial arts family, under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Law Enforcement Department. If it was really as they had guessed, Yi Shuluo had really died in the Pilgod Valley, and the War Ministry had learned of the news. They wanted to avenge Yi Shuluo's death. However, the Ministry of War was unable to move those martial artists who killed Yi Shuluo, which was why they had to spread the spear on their heads. Although their Wu family was a martial arts family, there were very few geniuses in the family over the years, and martial arts experts had died and been injured. It was even inferior to some powerful secular families in the entire Western River. In the face of the War Ministry sweeping across, their Wu family really might not be able to carry it either. Because of this, they had been trying to annex some equally weakened martial arts clans or sects over the years. This Medicine God Valley was the object they had long wanted to annex. And this time, Wu Hongyu learned that Yi Shuluo had appeared in Xizang and had also come together with people from the Pilgod Valley. He then announced the news, allowing martial artists from all over the Dragon Kingdom to come and attack and kill Yi Shuluo. At the same time, they also contacted some clans in Xizang, preparing to utilize this opportunity. After the martial artists from all over the Dragon Country decapitated Yi Shuluo, they could use the Pilgod Valley to unite with Yi Shuluo, the public enemy of the Zhang family and those big names on the martial ranking, as an excuse to take down the Pilgod Valley in one fell swoop and divide it up. And those families in the Western River agreed. And all of them also sent people to follow those martial artists from all over the Dragon Kingdom to the Pilgod Valley. And this matter was handled by Yu Hongyu. Yes, the henchmen hurriedly began to contact Yu Hongyu and the law enforcement authorities in Xizang. In the meantime, the Hentang Sky Palace Villa area in the eastern suburb of Xizang. This is one of the most luxurious villa areas in Xizang. The people who live here are either rich or wealthy. In one of the most luxurious villas, a room decorated with extreme luxury, the two of them, Chen Runan and Yaran, were tied to a large bed. Wu Hongyu held a glass of wine and looked at the terrified Chen Runan and Yaran on the bed with a lecherous face. Wu Hongyu shook his red wine glass and said with a lewd smile on his face, "Two little beauties, don't be in a hurry. After I capture Yao Shi from that Pilgod Valley, the three of you will have to serve me well." Woohoo! With their mouths wrapped in bandages, the two men couldn't speak at all, and could only struggle their bodies and let out guttural whimpers. The two kept struggling with their bodies, making Yu a hot mess. A pair of colorful eyes staring dead at the snow-white skin underneath the two's tattered clothes. Jingle bells. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. "What's wrong, my lord? The family had asked me to inquire of you. Is that Yi Shuluo dead?" Wu Hongyu returned. "It's not clear. No news has come back yet." The person on the phone hurriedly said. "Then you hurry back. The manor is surrounded by Xizang's special police, and we've gotten word that the War Ministry might want to make a move against us." "The War Ministry is going to take a shot at us?" Yu Hongyu was a bit puzzled. "Yes, we guessed that maybe Yi Shuluo was killed. The people from the Ministry of War got the news. They are not those martial artists from all over the Dragon Kingdom striking out and wanting to strike at us. After all, we are the ones who spread the news." "Okay, I know. I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone call from the people of the family, Wu Hongyu immediately made another call to those people he had sent to the Medicine God Valley to kill Yi Shuluo. But what puzzled him was that none of them could be reached on the phone. But this wasn't the time to be counting on that. He had to rush back to the Yu family. Their Wu family was not as good as the Zhang family, which was a secular family, but it was far more powerful than a martial arts family like them. The Ministry of War was able to exterminate the Zhang family with Yi Shuluo, and exterminating their Wu family was even easier. As for the powerful experts of their Wu family, they had all been sent by him to the Pilgod Valley, and he was the only remaining strong person in the family. If the War Ministry charged, they really might not be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Yu Hongyu dialed the Western River Law Enforcement Department again. "Lord Lu, People from the War Ministry have surrounded our Wu family. A cold voice came from the phone. I know. I'll bring someone to negotiate. Thank you, Lord Ru. Just after Wu Hanyu hung up the phone, Zhang Qin from the Zhang family called him again. Uncle Yu, have your people returned with news? Wu Hanyu said. No. Have you Zhang family members also not sent back any news? Zhang Qin said. No. I've been contacting them, but none of their calls can be connected. Could something have happened? Wu Hanyu said. Definitely not. Now that the War Ministry has surrounded my Wu family, it's very likely that Yi Xiaoluo is dead, and the people from the War Ministry want to avenge Yi Xiaoluo's death. That's why they've approached our Wu family. Zhang Qin said. I hope so. By the way, our people said that you captured Chen Runan of the Chen family and that girl who was following Yi Xiaoluo, and killed everyone in that town and burned it down? Wu Hongyu nodded his head and said, yes, I have my eyes on that Chen family's missy, so it's just as well that I can use this opportunity to destroy the Chen family as well. If you arrest people, why did you kill everyone in that entire town and burn it down? Zhang Qin was a bit angry. We are a martial arts family. To lay hands on secular people and perform this kind of extermination. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement department will know about it? Will all of us be implicated at that time? Yu Hongyu frowned. Extinguish the door? Burn down the town? I didn't do that. I just captured that girl and killed that girl's parents. The rest of the people, what did I kill them for? Zhang Qin asked rhetorically. No? Then why is it that everyone in that town is dead and the whole town is burned down? Wu Hongyu said. I didn't do that. Although I'm addicted to killing, I have a scale. I won't lay such a cruel hand on ordinary people. Zhang Qin said. But then why that whole town is dead? The whole town is burned. I'm not sure then. I definitely didn't do it anyway. It better not be you. Zhang Qin hung up the phone with some anger. Wu Hongyu was also a bit confused at the moment. He did only kill Yaran's parents who were blocking him at the time, and Chen Runan's group of bodyguards, and after capturing Yaran and Chen Runan, he brought people back, but this wasn't the time to be counting on it. He hurriedly left the villa and headed to the Yu family manor. Chapter 108 Long Aotian arrives, plus the Yu family side. The Wu family members had all left the manor at this moment as well. Outside the manor, countless special police officers stopped all the members of the Wu family at the entrance of the manor. Are you guys looking for death? Dare to block our Wu family? Get the hell out of my way or suffer the consequences. Wu Hongdong's face was chilly, and his aura was sky high as he looked at the group of SWAT officers. The reason they had to come out was to swear the authority of their Wu family to the outside world. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread out, in the future, their Wu family would become the laughingstock of the entire Western River. A martial arts family was besieged by secular SWAT teams, and it really wasn't pretty or nice to hear. The SWAT team leader in charge of leading the team also knew that the Wu family was not something they could afford to offend, and hurriedly spoke. Family Master Wu, it's not that we want to intentionally block you, it's really because there are orders from the top that we have no choice but to do so. Please ask Family Master Wu to be understanding. Wu Honggang, however, was full of disdain. You guys don't take a piss and look at yourselves. What kind of things are you? And you deserve to have us sympathize with you. Being publicly abused by Wu Honggang. The SWAT team leader's face was a bit ugly, but he didn't dare to refute anything. Instead he had to accompany a smiling face. Simply because the Wu family was a martial arts family, the secular people could not govern them at all. Although he was a SWAT team leader, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he was considered a figurehead. But in front of a martial arts family like the Wu family, he was indeed nothing. Family Master Wu, I'm really sorry, we don't want to be like this, but we can't disobey the orders from the top. Wu Honggang laughed coldly. Then in that case, you're not willing to offend your so-called superiors, but you're willing to offend my Wu family? The SWAT team leader hurriedly said. Family Master Wu, it's not like that. However, before the SWAT team leader could finish his words, Wu Honggang blasted out with a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the SWAT team leader flew out backwards and smashed onto the ground, a large mouthful of crimson blood spurting out. Captain! When the crowd of subordinates saw this, they were furious, and all of them aimed their guns at Wu Honggang. Yu Hongkong, however, was not the least bit afraid. Step by step, he walked towards those SWAT officers, his face full of disdain. Come on, shoot. The crowd of SWAT officers were also forced to keep retreating by Wu Honggang. Don't do it. The SWAT captain held back the pain in his chest and stopped his men from firing. If they shot, not only would they not be able to injure the Wu family, but they would completely enrage the entire Wu family. Master of the House of Wu. The SWAT captain wanted to say something else. Wu Honggang just threw another slap on its face. The crowd of SWAT officers became even more enraged at the sight. Wu Honggang and the group of Wu family members all sneered. Shoot! Bang! Suddenly, a crisp gunshot rang out, and a bullet shot out from a distance towards Wu Hongdong's face. Wu Hongdong's face chilled, and with a casual slap, he slapped this bullet away, only to see countless loaded members of the war ministry coming in the distance with neat steps. There were also several tanks and battle tanks in the rear and several helicopters circling overhead. As all the members of the War Department arrived, they completely surrounded the entire Wu family manor. Luo Peng, who was leading the group, came with a pistol in his hand and came in a dragon's stride. He was the one who just shot the gun. Seeing the war ministry's arrival, the Wu family remained unafraid. Wu Honggang looked at Luo Peng with a chilly face. Luo Peng, how dare you? How dare you shoot me? Luo Peng, however, ignored Wu Honggang and instead drank towards the surrounding members of the War Department. On command, anyone who moves, shoot straight. Wow! The guns of all the members of the War Department were all aimed at the Yu family. The muzzles of the chariots in the rear were also all aimed at the Wu family. Wu Honggang frowned slightly, although he was not afraid of the War Department Luo Peng, but in the face of so many guns and cannons, his heart was still a little weak. After all, he wasn't strong enough to stop bullets, but he might not be able to stop so many gunshots and artillery fire. What's more, he saw some special weapons that specialized in dealing with martial artists. Luo Peng, what do you mean? My Wu family is a martial arts family. Why have I ever needed your war ministry to govern me? Luo Peng said coldly. It's true that I can't govern your Budo clan, but I have orders to surround this place and not let anyone leave. If anyone dares to force their way in, then I will carry out my own orders. You, Wu Honggang glared fiercely at Luo Peng, fought for a moment, and ultimately did not dare to make a move. He wasn't sure he could survive the firepower of the war ministry. Have the law enforcement guys arrived yet? The henchman hurriedly said. It's almost here. Sure enough, not long afterward, several cars stopped in the distance. These cars were from the Western River Law Enforcement Department, as well as from the major families of the Western River. After the people from the major clans got off the bus, they clustered around a few middle-aged men dressed in green robes and led by a shadowy-faced man. These few people in green robes were none other than the people from the Western River Law Enforcement Department. The so-called Law Enforcement Department was a powerful martial arts organization in Xizang, the Green Willow Villa's people. Organizations like the Green Willow Villa were found all over the Dragon Kingdom. They are responsible for the control and jurisdiction of the local martial arts families and sects, and are equivalent to the police department in the secular world. The secular world couldn't interfere with anything, including the country's lords, who only followed the orders of the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond. The man with a shadowy face walked over and swept Luo Peng and the others, focusing his gaze on Wu Hongdong's face. What's going on? Wu Honggang immediately greeted him with a smiling face and said in an incomparably fawning manner, Lord Lu, these people have surrounded my Wu family for no reason, and it was only because we asked you to come over and do us justice. This Lord Lu nodded his head with a face full of condescension, turning his gaze to Luo Peng. Who gave you the guts to besiege the Budo clan? As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Luo Peng's body. Luo Peng simply couldn't carry this terrifying pressure. His legs went weak and he was about to kneel towards the ground. Luo Peng gritted his teeth and braced himself, not allowing himself to fall to his knees. However, he was not a martial artist, and there was no way he could be a match for a martial artist. That Lord Lu snorted coldly, and a pressure like a mountain fell on Luo Peng's body. Luo Peng only felt that a few bones in his body seemed to be directly crushed, and his legs simply couldn't withstand this horrifying pressure. Kneeling straight toward the ground, Your Excellency, as a member of the Law Enforcement Department, actually struck out at an ordinary person. What a powerful tactic. With the instant this voice rang out, Luo Peng only felt the pressure on his body instantly dissipate. There was also a soft force holding him up underneath his legs, keeping him from falling to his knees. Everyone, all of them turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to see Long Ao Tian and a few senior members of the war ministry joining hands in the rear. Long Ao Tian? Seeing that Long Ao Tian had actually arrived here in person, the Wu family members were all shocked. That Lord Lu not only didn't have any surprise, but instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 109. Is everything okay? Long Ao Tian walked over and looked at Luo Peng. Luo Peng wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's okay, tap. Long Ao Tian patted Luo Peng's shoulder. Don't worry, no one in my war department can be bullied. Your revenge will be avenged by someone. Thanks, Dragon Head. Only then did Long Ao Tian's gaze look at that Lord Lu. Someone from the law enforcement department, you're still really powerful. Lord Lu smiled coldly. I wouldn't dare. Not as powerful as your war ministry. So many people in such a big battle at once. Those who don't know would think that our Budo clan has committed some heinous crime. Long Ao Tian naturally heard the meaning in this Lord Lu's words. If it was before, they indeed wouldn't have dared to send out so many people to besiege a martial arts family, much less confront the people from the martial arts law enforcement department. But now it was different. He got the news that the Wu family's people had slaughtered more than 100 people from a town, and Yifeng had personally sent word for their war department to surround the Wu family. With Yifeng giving the word, he was naturally not afraid of the people from the martial law enforcement department. He smiled coldly and said, "You're really right about this. We got the news that the people of the Wu family slaughtered the people of my secular world, wiping out the entire town of more than 100 people, and also setting the entire town on fire. My secular people were killed by people from the martial arts world, so I naturally want to seek justice for these people who were slaughtered for no reason. If your martial law enforcement department wants to block it, then feel free to come." What? After the people present heard this, they were all shocked, especially the people of the martial arts families in Xinjiang. Although they were not bound by the secular administration, they had the constraints of the martial law enforcement department. If they, the Five Paths family, committed a crime, they would also be sentenced by the martial law enforcement department, just like ordinary people in the world. And the degree of punishment is even heavier than secular. Originally, they had learned the news that the Wu family had been surrounded by the Xinjiang officials, and they had all come over to show solidarity with the Wu family. But what I didn't expect was that this matter actually involved even the Ministry of War. Even more unexpected, this war ministry had surrounded the Wu family, but it was actually because the Wu family had slaughtered the people of a town in the secular world, killing hundreds of people and even burning the town down. If this matter was true, then the Wu family would be punished by the law enforcement department in the harshest way. It might even involve them. For a while, people from some families subconsciously distanced themselves from the Wu family. The Wu family members were also extremely shocked when they heard Long Ao Tian's words. They had thought that this Long Ao Tian had brought people here to avenge Yi Xioluo's death. That doesn't seem to be the case now. Wu Honggang's heart snapped even more. The uncontrollable thought was that this incident could have been done by his own brother. After all, the brother had planned this whole thing. Wu Honggang also hurriedly said to Lord Lu, "Lord Lu, this is purely unjust. Our people of the Wu family have always been here, not leaving an inch. How could we possibly go and kill the townspeople? Please, Lord Ryu, be clear." Lord Lu, however, waved his hand slightly, signaling Wu Honggang to be at ease. "What a coincidence. Our law enforcement department came here this time, but we also happened to get the news that your battle department's Yi Xioluo was brutal in nature, and in order to come to Xizang to look for medicine to cure his illness, he even butchered an entire town of people, and set the whole town on fire. Originally, when our law enforcement department got this news, we were prepared to go to your war department to inquire about this matter, but I didn't expect your war department to come and slander the Wu family by hitting them upside down." The moment Lord Lu's words left his mouth, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Long Ao Tian was also a bit confused. He also didn't expect that this law enforcement department actually knew about this matter, and also said that this matter was done by Yifeng. Lord Lu then said, "It's just as well that all of your war ministry's top brass are here today, so we'll have a good talk about this matter. Yi Xioluo, as a member of your war ministry, slaughtered innocent people and pushed it all onto the head of the Wu family. But instead of investigating the truth of the matter, your war ministry vociferously surrounded the Wu family. If you, the war ministry, don't give us an explanation for this matter, and don't give the Wu family an explanation, then no one will be able to leave today." Long Ao Tian hadn't said anything yet, but Wang Jianjun, who was on the side, spoke up first. Bull *********. As the war god of the war ministry, Shura protects the safety of the people of the Dragon Kingdom and has made heavenly achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. He would never do such a thing. That's right. What kind of person is Shura? How could he possibly do such a thing? Do you have any evidence for slandering Shura so? The other senior members of the war department also spoke up. They were all clear about Yi Feng's identity. What kind of existence was Yi Feng? How could he possibly do such a thing? Lord Lu of the law enforcement department said with a smile on his face. "Evidence? Then I would like to ask to see what evidence you have to say that this incident was done by the Wu family?" Long Ao Tian said truthfully. "That's because Shura told us personally." It was true that Long Ao Tian didn't have any evidence, and it was also true that all of this was told to him by Yifeng. After Long Ao Tian said this, an uproar came from the scene. The way everyone looked at Long Ao Tian was like looking at an idiot. Lord Lu of the law enforcement department even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. The sounds of contempt and jeers from the crowd caused the few people present at the top level of the war ministry to be a bit offended, but they couldn't refute anything. Lord Lu of the law enforcement department collected his laughter and said, "You don't have any evidence, but I have solid evidence in my hands." Saying that, Lord Lu took out a cell phone from his bosom and threw it to Wu Honggang beside him. Wu Honggang just took the phone and hurriedly opened it, playing one of the videos inside. In the video, only to see Yi Feng in the town madly slaughtered everyone in the town. After killing all the people, but also a fire will be the whole town burned to the ground. The video was taken secretly, and although it wasn't very clear, Long Aotian and the others recognized that the person who made the move was indeed Yi Feng. Long Aotian's brows deeply wrinkled. Grabbed the cell phone in Wu Honggang's hand and looked at it carefully, but after looking back and forth several times, the person on it was, indeed, Yi Feng. Now do you have anything else to say? Lord Lu looked at Long Aotian with an arrogant face. Wu Honggang even saw the needle in the eye and cried out for injustice. Lord Lu, you have to be the master for our Wu family. We suffered such an injustice and were also surrounded by the war ministry with such a large number of people. If this is spread out, our Wu family is going to be a laughingstock in the future. The surrounding Budokai clansmen also opened their mouths in mockery. This is too abominable. This Yi Xiaoluo is clearly a murderer himself, and actually framed the Wu family for all of this. But people from the Ministry of War are also rice buckets. Without checking anything out, they came to surround the Wu family with a great number of people. Who made him? Yi Xiaoluo, the war god of the war ministry. It's only natural for the war ministry to turn towards their own people. The words of the surrounding crowd caused many people in the war department to raise their heads a bit. On the other hand, Long Aotian thought of something, and his face returned to its blandness. Lord Lu's gaze also looked at Long Aotian once again. Long Aotian, what else do you have to say now? Chapter 110, The Real Purpose. Long Aotian looked at Lord Lu with a cold smile. What do you want? Lord Lu spoke indifferently. Your war ministry's people killed innocents indiscriminately, and after killing them, they slandered the people of our martial arts family instead. And your war ministry even bit back and planted evidence against the Wu family. The nature of this matter is very bad. My suggestion is that your war ministry announce this matter to the public on this matter. Then dismiss Yi Xiaoluo, and then sentence Yi Xiaoluo to death in front of the entire dragon nation. And then you people from the war ministry apologize to the Wu family in public. Of course, if your war ministry is not willing to do it, we can do it for you. After all, this Yi Xiaoluo is also considered a martial arts expert, or he committed something in our territory. We also have the responsibility to deal with him. As soon as Lord Lu's words fell, someone beside him spoke up and objected. No, this matter absolutely cannot be handed over to the Ministry of War. Lord Lu, this matter absolutely cannot be handed over to the Ministry of War. This Ministry of War's people simply won't sentence that Yi Xiaoluo to death. Before that, Yi Xiaoluo destroyed the Jiang family and killed how many innocent people? The Ministry of War all harbored him. This Yi Xiaoluo committed an offense in our Xizang territory and slandered the Wu family. This matter must be dealt with by us personally. Yes, it must be us who personally take action to put to death these heartless people. If we don't deal with this matter and find justice for the Wu family, then in the future, we Xizang martial artists won't be able to hold our heads up. For a while, the surrounding martial artists of the Western River opened their mouths. Long Aotian looked at this scene, and the cold smile at the corner of his mouth increased. He naturally saw that this matter was obviously a deliberate attempt by this West River Martial Law Enforcement Department to defame Yi Feng. Its purpose was not only to make Yi Feng lose his name and reputation, but also to be removed from their war department, in addition to making the entire martial artists of the West River work together to kill Yi Feng. This brutal person. Although the acting of this Lord Lu and the person beside him singing in unison was clumsy, it was very effective. The people from the various martial arts clans in the Western River were all provoked to anger at this moment. They were trying to provoke the anger of the martial artists of the entire Western River to get the entire Western River to kill Yi Feng. With Yi Feng's character, if he was provoked by these people, he would definitely kill all of them. At that time, this matter would definitely be spread out in a variety of ways, sensationalizing the world. In this way, Yi Feng had completely stood against the entire Dragon Kingdom's martial artists and the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement department. In the future, the entire Dragon Kingdom will no longer have a place for Yi Feng, and he will become a true enemy of the world. At that time, the entire Dragon Kingdom would definitely have countless strong people out to exterminate Yi Xiaoluo. If Yi Feng decimated countless Dragon Kingdom powerhouses, it was undoubtedly weakening the Dragon Kingdom's qi. If Yi Feng died in the hands of a Dragon Kingdom powerhouse, then the Fifth Kingdom would definitely want to avenge Yi Feng, and I'm afraid that they would go to war with the Dragon Kingdom. All in all, no matter who wins or loses, it's a lose-lose situation for both the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom. It's a ploy that can be used to kill several birds with one stone. Long Aotian also had to admire the tactics of the person behind the scenes. Lord Lu was satisfied with the reaction of all the Xizang martial artists around him. He said towards Long Aotian, Long Aotian, as you can see, originally I was planning to let your war ministry handle this matter, but nay, our people from Western River won't allow it. Let's put it this way. This matter is out of the hands of your war ministry, and there will be no need for you to apologize to the Wu family. All you need to do is to announce to the public that you're dismissing Yi Xiaoluo, and we'll deal with Yi Xiaoluo. This way your war ministry will also be able to stay out of the way and not be gossiped about by outsiders about you. Long Ao Tian, however, laughed. Deacon Lu, isn't it too hasty to say this now? The matter hasn't even been investigated yet. Lord Lu said indifferently. What else do you need to investigate? You don't have any evidence. While we are in control of solid evidence in our hands, Long Ao Tian said, I got the news that this incident was not done by these Wu family members here, but by Wu Hongyu of the Wu family. He also kidnapped the Chen family's first lady and the only living person in that town. Are we going to find him first? Then wait for Yi Xiaoluo to arrive and confront him face to face. Lord Ryu frowned slightly. Just then, a voice came from the back of the crowd. I didn't do this thing. When everyone turned their heads to look, they saw Wu Hongyu walking in from outside, with Zheng Qin following beside him. Arriving in front of the crowd, Yu Hongyu bowed towards Lord Lu. Greetings, Lord Ryu. Lord Ryu nodded slightly. Wu Honggang also hurriedly spoke. Hongyu, you're back just in time. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Big brother, don't worry, I didn't do this. Wu Hongyu patted Wu Honggang's arm before he turned his head to look at Long Ao Tian. Elder Long, I didn't do this. I did appear in that town before, and took away a girl called Yaran from the town, but I didn't kill anyone. Eunuch Zheng Qin was there at the time. He can testify for me. Zheng Qin spoke. The town was indeed full of people when we left. Long Ao Tian said, that's all just your side of the story. It doesn't count as evidence. Wu Hongyu said, at that time, Miss Chen Clan and Miss Yaran from that town were always with me. They can testify for me. Long Ao Tian nodded. In that case, bring them over. In fact, this was Long Ao Tian's real intention. Yi Feng had previously instructed him to make sure to save Yaran. At that moment, he also found out about Yu Hongyu's villa, but he easily dared not take action against Yu Hongyu. I was afraid that Wu Hongyu would jump over the wall and hurt Yaran, so I had to let Wu Hongyu come to the confrontation, and now that Yu Hongyu had admitted to this matter, it was a good thing. Yu Hongyu froze, still somewhat hesitant. On the side, however, Lord Ryu drank. Don't hurry up and bring the people. Yes, Yu Hongyu hurriedly instructed a few of his men to head to his villa. Not long after, Wu Hongyu's men arrived with Yaran and Chen Run. As soon as people arrive, Long Ao Tian fiercely struck out, snatching the two over and protecting them. Lord Lu was stunned. Long Ao Tian, what do you mean by this? Long Ao Tian smiled coldly and said, it doesn't mean anything. These two are the people that Shura asked me to protect. I naturally have to protect the two for Shura. Lord Lu's face chilled. Your war ministry is protecting Yi Xiaoluo? Long Ao Tian said. No, 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 you've got it wrong. Our war ministry doesn't have the ability to protect Shura. It's almost as if he's defending us. Everyone was a bit confused by Long Ao Tian's words. Wasn't Yi Xiaoluo just a small war god? And protect the war department? Lord Lu, however, ignored Long Ao Tian's words and instead said with an icy face, I'll ask you one last time. Is this your war ministry harboring Yi Xiaoluo? Long Ao Tian sneered. If you say so, in that case, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as Lord Lu's words fell, his body's aura erupted and he was about to make a move. The order he received was to sit this matter out. Originally, when Yaran and Chen Runan arrived, he still wanted to sit this matter out, but Long Ao Tian did not follow the reason. But that's good, and incidentally, it'll also involve the war ministry in the matter as well. Long Ao Tian waved his hand, and countless members of the war department also raised their guns at the same time. Go ahead and try your hands. Let's see if your force can stand up to the artillery fire of my war ministry. Lord Lu's aura increased. Humph, I've heard that the war ministry is formidable in battle. Then I would like to see it. Just as Lord Ryu was about to make his move, an earth-shattering chorus rang out. A bunch of mongrels. How dare they make a move against the war ministry? Chapter 111, You all deserve to die. At the same time as the voice rang out, a terrifying pressure as vast as the sea instantly enveloped the entire arena. Everyone felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Some weak martial artists were instantly crushed, their legs broken, and they fell miserably to the ground. Lord Lu also felt like he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and an unprecedented sense of terrifying fear instantly struck his entire body. Swish, only to see a silhouette like a black stream of light shooting from afar. The first to bear the brunt is Wu Hongyu. Wu Hongyu only felt a black eye, and then a pain in the legs, neck at the same time by a handbuckle. The whole person is uncontrollably lifted up, while his legs stayed in place. Say, why did you slaughter the town? Yi Feng's voice, like a hellish evil spirit, exploded in his ears. Yi Feng clasped Wu Hongyu's neck with one hand and came into the crowd. His face was ice cold, his eyes were scarlet, and his body was exuding an unspeakably horrible murderous aura. The biting murderous aura made the air around him drop a few degrees. Everyone at the scene subconsciously retreated a few steps, all looking at Yi Feng in shock. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Although many people present felt that Yi Xiaoluo was nothing more than a small border war god. However, when Yi Feng really appeared in front of them, they were still fearful. Adding to the fact that Yi Feng was covered in killing intent at this moment, the moment he appeared, he directly chopped off the legs of Wu Hongyu, a strong person of the Emperor's realm. This also made everyone realize that Yi Feng's strength was definitely several times stronger than what they had imagined. Asshole, dare to touch my brother. On the side, Wu Honggang was furious when he saw his brother's legs chopped off. Pop. The result was that as soon as his words fell, Yi Feng threw out a slap in the air, and Wu Honggang's body flew up and burst into pieces in the air. This terrifying scene caused the scene to fall into a dead silence. They saw something. Wu Honggang, a martial artist of the early heavenly dignity realm, was actually killed by Yi Xiaoluo with a slap in the air. This made everyone instantly understand that Yi Xiaoluo's strength had reached the peak of heavenly exaltation at the very least. The people of the Wu family who were originally still prepared to strike out stopped in their tracks at this moment. Each and every one of them had fear on their faces. Say, why did you slaughter the town? Yi Feng's voice was still cold, containing unspeakable anger and killing intent. The other day in Yaran's time together, he had already treated Yaran, the little girl, as his own sister, and also treated Yaran's parents as his own parents, and the townspeople were kind to him during those days, but it was such countless kind and simple, hospitable villagers who were brutally murdered and also set the whole town on fire. Yi Xiaoluo, you slaughtered the entire town and set the entire town on fire. Now you actually turn around and slander others, and dare to kill people with your hands. Do you know your crime? Although that Lord Lu was afraid of Yi Feng's strength, he still opened his mouth. He wanted to sit this matter out. Of course, he also had the courage to open his mouth. This was Shi Jiang. He was a member of the law enforcement department, and the experts of the law enforcement department were all around. He was not worried that Yi Feng would kill him. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, that Lord Lu flew uncontrollably towards Yi Feng and was snapped by the neck. What did you say? Yi Feng's tone was icy cold to the extreme. Lord Lu was truly feeling Yi Feng's terror at the moment. In Yi Feng's hands, he felt like a bug, able to be easily crushed. Cultivator. These people are slandering you, saying that you slaughtered the entire town. Long Aotian was the first to speak. Shura, here's the video. Long Aotian hurriedly clicked the video in his hand. Yi Feng's face became even more icy cold when he saw the picture in the cell phone video. Is this your scheme? Yi Feng looked at Lord Lu. Seeing the content of this video, Yi Feng instantly understood that this was all a ploy against him. It was all because someone wanted to use this incident to provoke a fight between him and the Dragon Country martial artists. In order to provoke a fight between me and the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists, you're not afraid to go after ordinary people? In that case, as you wish. Lord Lu wanted to say something else, but Yi Feng didn't even give him that chance. Ka-ching! Yi Feng's hand exerted force and directly crushed Lord Lu's neck. Lord Lu's eyes were wide open. His eyeballs were bulging out of their sockets, and his face was still thick with panic and unwillingness. He didn't expect that Yi Feng would actually dare to really kill him. And you, how dare you kidnap my sister? How dare you kill the town? Yi Feng's gaze once again looked at Wu Hongyu. Wu Hongyu struggled frantically, hissing frantically, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Didn't kill anyone in the town. However, Yi Feng ignored Wu Hongyu's words and with a wave of his hand, he smashed Wu Hongyu into the distance. He hadn't killed Wu Hongyu, who, if not the murderer of everyone in Yaren's town, was an accomplice, and he was going to make Yaren and Barong and the others take revenge themselves. And at this time, Yao Shi with a group of people from the Pilgod Valley escorting Barong also arrived here. Seeing Wu Hongyu on the ground, Barong madly rushed forward and pounced on Wu Hongyu, frantically tearing at him. This arm of his was cut off by Wu Hongyu. Barong, why is your arm gone? Barong, is everyone in the town dead? Yaran also came over. Seeing that her playmate Harry, who she had grown up with, was without an arm, her small face was pale and she was trembling. Just now she heard it, as if everyone in their town was dead and the whole town was burned. The frantic Barong paused in place for a moment when he heard Yaren's voice. He raised his head and looked at Yaren with those scarlet eyes, tears dripping from his eyes. The town was killed. The whole town burned down. Everyone is dead. A father and mother are dead. Xiaotong, Xiaoyu, they are all dead. All dead. Yaren, in this world, we no longer have family. Wow. At this point, Barong couldn't hold back any longer and let out a cry of pain, mourning to the core. When Yaran heard this news, it was like a thunderbolt. The entire person's face went pale to the extreme all of a sudden, standing frozen in place, like a lost soul. His mind is even more blank. She had thought of following Yifeng out, meeting the outside world, earning lots and lots of money in the future, and then picking up her parents as well, so that the family could live happily. But now her home is gone. Her loved ones are dead. The whole town is gone, and it's all gone to hell. Unable to withstand this kind of shocking news, Yaran directly fainted. And when Yifeng heard Barang's words, tears flowed out of his eyes. The killing intent on his body became even more manic. In order to deal with me, you can just come and kill me, but you shouldn't involve those innocent people. He looked towards the people of the Western River Law Enforcement Department present, towards the people of the Wu family, and towards those martial artists of the Western River, his voice like a ghost or a devil. So you all deserve to die. All have to pay for the lives of those innocent people. Chapter 112, 2 Slaps to Death. Yifeng's eyes were scarlet red and his body was filled with killing intent as he took a step towards the people of the Wu family. The Yu family is terrified. Rolling and crawling, they started to run for their lives. His Yifeng's might was too strong. They were terrified, and their legs were so weak that they couldn't even stand up. Boom! The killing chi that surged wildly on Yifeng's body instantly condensed into substance, turning into a white sharp blade. It shot out towards the Wu family. The Wu family tried to dodge, but there was nothing they could do at all. A sharp blade was shot into the body of the Wu family members as much as possible, and once these sharp blades entered the body, they instantly turned into roaring flames, set everyone's bodies on fire. Ah! For a time, miserable screams resounded throughout the entire Wu family manor and beyond. Many people still wanted to condense their internal chi to extinguish these flames, but their internal chi was like an accelerant, causing the flames on their bodies to burn even more furiously. It's your turn. Since you all want to make me your enemy, it's as you wish. Yifeng turned around and looked at those martial artists of the Western River and the people from the law enforcement department. Yi Xiaoluo, don't be impulsive. We know we're wrong. We won't be your enemy anymore. A person from the law enforcement department opened his mouth and roared. They were truly scared. Yifeng's power was beyond their expectations, especially the means he had just used to exterminate the people of the Wu family, which they had never seen before. However, Yifeng didn't stop. The killing chi on his body once again condensed like substance and turned into a sharp blade. Sharp shots were fired at everyone present. Everyone fled in all directions in terror, but they were too slow. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by a sharp blade, and his body burst into flames. Everybody out. Someone else was the first to roar as well, but at this moment, everyone was in a mess. All of them were scared out of their wits by Yifeng's terrifying tactics, and they simply didn't have the courage to make a move against Yifeng. More people were hit and burned violently all over. Just when everyone was about to be killed off, a voice exploded in the sky above, while a huge palm print shot down from above, slapped many sharp blades and saved many people. Yi Xiaoluo, how dare you? Dare to strike at my law enforcement department. At the same time the voice fell. A black shadow descended from the sky and landed at a distance of less than 50 meters opposite Yifeng, shielding a number of people from the law enforcement department. Great Elder, seeing the visitor. Those few people from the law enforcement department were all overjoyed. The visitor was an old man dressed in a black robe with white hair, looking somewhat immortal. When they saw that the visitor was actually the Green Willow Villa's Grand Elder, Lu Rudian, many of the Shijiang martial practitioners all breathed a huge sigh of relief. This was the Green Willow Villa's second expert, whose strength had long since stepped into the realm of the land immortals. It was rumored that he had once fought with Zhang Zhongyuan before and was able to walk under Zhang Zhongyuan for 100 moves. They're safe with him. Lu Rudian swept the scene and saw countless people turned into ashes, and his brows gently furrowed. Yi Xiaoluo, you slaughtered countless innocent people, and now you still refuse to admit your guilt, and indiscriminately killed my Shijiang martial arts practitioners. Today, 10,000 deaths won't be enough to cover your sins. As Lu Rushan's words fell, the black robe on his body was windless, and strong internal chi burst out, lingering around his body. With a movement of his fingers, an emerald green flame jumped at his fingertips. It was a cluster of flames with an extremely terrifying temperature, and it was as if the air was going to be burned dry, constantly erupting with crackling and crunching sounds. You used fire to kill my Shijiang martial artists. Today I'll let you taste what it's like to die under the flames. Lu Rushan's voice was icy cold. He flexed his fingers and flicked. The flames at his fingertips burst out and kept growing against the wind, and in the blink of an eye it grew into a raging mass of flames. The temperature was even more terrifying, and the people around retreated as much as they could. Wherever they passed, the tiles on the ground were scorched and instantly crumbled. Yifeng, however, didn't have an extra word of nonsense. It was just a slap thrown in the air. Originally there was no wind, but when this slap fell, A terrifying 20-level gale-like wind blew up in front of him. This fast astral wind was like a raging wave that swept toward the flame. Phew! Separated by a distance of 20 meters, the mass of flames instantly changed its position and flew backward by this terrifying astral wind. The speed was even greater than when it came. When Lu Rudian saw this, his face changed dramatically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The wind strengthened the fire, and even more raging flames instantly smashed down on his body, engulfing him instantly, including those martial artists from the law enforcement department at the back. They were also instantly engulfed and drowned by the sea of fire. Boom! The fire was so bright that an explosion swept through the sky. Those martial artists from the law enforcement department at the back were burned into a pile of ashes without even uttering a single scream. Boom! Another blast swept through the air. The sea of fire exploded. A silhouette shot out of the sea of fire in a sorry state. At this moment, Lu Rudian no longer had his previous immortal appearance. At this moment, he was like a wretched beggar. The snow-white long beard and hair were burned clean, and the black robe on his body still had flames burning continuously. Lu Rudian also could not think too much. His body jumped directly into the pond not far away. A thick white mist rose from the water. Ah! In the middle of the white mist, the miserable screams of Lu Rudian were heard. Boom! In the next instant, the water surface exploded, and a thick water column was like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Yifeng. Yifeng still didn't make any extra movements and threw out another slap in the air. An even more terrifying astral wind swept towards those several water columns. Phew! The jet of water that shot out changed its position once again, moving faster than it had come toward the foggy, steaming pond. Lu Rudian, who had just leapt out of the pond, was shocked when he saw this scene. He was also too late to dodge, and his hands wrapped around his chest in a hurry, trying to resist this column of water. Ah! But when these jets of water landed on top of his arms, Ryuji Lu realized how ridiculous he was. Only then did he realize how powerful Yifeng really was. On top of these water pillars, each of them seemed to be entrapped with a force like that of a mountain. He felt like he had been hit by several large mountains at the moment. The fragile arms were instantly shattered by the blow. The vast power landed directly on top of his chest. His body was simply unable to resist the impact of this mountain-like force, and his entire body flew backwards like a kite that had broken its strings in the strong wind. It slammed hard into the luxurious manor of the Wu family. It was like a cannonball hit, and in an instant the house collapsed. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the Wu family manor was smashed into a pile of rubble, smoke and dust. The crowd raised their eyes to see that Lu Rudian was nailed to the top of the tallest one, the main building, dead. Yifeng stood alone and proudly in a 100-meter position outside the entrance of the manor, immaculate, like an invincible god of war. The scene fell into a deathly silence for a moment. No one thought that the Green Willow Villa's second expert, who had stepped into the realm of the land immortals and was able to hold up under Jiang Zhongyuan for more than 100 strokes, Lu Rudian, was so destroyed by Yifeng's 2 slaps in the air. Chapter 113, Ninja. After a long time. Gulp. I don't know who subconsciously swallowed, and the scene came to life. The few remaining martial artists from the law enforcement department turned around and fled. It's horrible. Yi Shuluo was too scary. Yi Shura is invincible. At this moment, everyone had only one thought within their hearts, as well as one thought, and that was to flee. But would Yifeng let them go? The answer is obvious. Swish swish swish. Several air-breaking sounds rang out, and several transparent sharp blades, like several beams of light, passed through the bodies of these people. It was lit up with a blaze. After a few breaths, the flames disappeared. A few of the bodies disappeared as well. The scene was once again silent. Yifeng turned around and came in front of Barong. At the moment, Barong is still mourning and crying bitterly. Yifeng, however, did not know how to comfort. Swish swish swish. But just at this time, several more figures suddenly appeared around Yifeng like ghosts. The biting killing intent stirred Yifeng's clothes hunting. Seek death. Yifeng's body aura shook and instantly crushed those several biting killing intent, and it shot toward these sneak attackers. When these people saw this, they actually withdrew their hands at the same time and their figures retreated violently, and then disappeared abruptly. Yifeng was about to go find these people. Instead, Barang suddenly stopped crying and hissed frantically. Brother Yi, it's them. It was them. It's them who killed everyone in the town. When Yifeng heard this, the killing intent on his body surged out furiously. Get thee out of here. A heaven-shattering roar sounded like thunder from Yifeng's mouth and exploded in the air. Boom boom boom. Several silhouettes instantly fell from mid-air, blood seeping out of their ears. This is a ninja from the east. Long Ao Tian recognized the attire on these people. A few of the people who landed moved their hands and something smashed to the ground. Boom boom boom. The ground suddenly exploded into a cloud of white mist, enveloping everyone's vision. Yifeng threw out a slap in the air, and a terrifying storm instantly shot out, dispersing the white mist. Those few eastern ninjas who were hidden in the white mist and were ready to take advantage of the chaos and prepare to sneak attack Long Aotian were also hit and smashed to the ground. Yi Feng's figure moved and appeared in front of a few people. A few palms fell and slapped at their mouths. Several people's teeth were slapped as much as possible. But it was still too late. And blood that was ebony black and had a strong fishy odor came out of the corners of several people's mouths. It was obvious that several people had taken the poison long ago. Obviously. He came to assassinate Yi Feng with the intention of certain death. He was able to tell from the fact that he failed to assassinate Yi Feng for the first time, and then prepared to assassinate Long Aotian. Asterisk. The angry Yi Feng was about to strike, ready to whip the corpse to vent his anger. Long Aotian hurriedly ran over and said, "Shura, leave this corpse to me, I'll take care of it, and make those guys from Easting pay a heavy price." Furthermore, these people appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, so I think they are connected to the people of the Green Willow Villa, and this is the evidence. Yi Feng did not make a move, but instead, his figure moved and shot towards the distance. It was only because just now when Long Aotian walked over, Yi Feng clearly felt a few figures in the distance retreating rapidly. Yi Feng's figure appeared in front of these people first. "A few of you aren't going to make a move? Just leave?" Several people were all shocked, and they all looked at Yi Feng as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Several people were martial arts experts who had been famous for many years in Xizang. They were all here today because they were invited by the Green Willow Villa to come here to kill Yi Feng. Originally, they all felt today that with Lu Rushan's strength, they would definitely be able to easily decimate Yi Feng. But he didn't expect Yi Feng to be so terrifying. Even Lu Rudian, who was in the realm of the land immortal, was not a match and was easily decapitated. Although they had all stepped into the land god realm as well, they were not sure that they could defeat Yi Feng. For this reason, just after seeing Yi Feng exterminate those several Japanese ninjas, they also chose to retreat immediately. "Don't want to get into this mess, but I didn't want to, but I was actually discovered by Yi Feng. Yi Xiaoluo, we just came over to watch the battle. We have no ill intentions." One of the old men spoke. Yi Feng, however, laughed coldly. Since you guys chose to come over, it means that you wanted to make a move against me. Only that when you saw how powerful I was, you got scared and wanted to retreat. If I wasn't strong, I guess you guys would have swarmed me and killed me to make a name for yourselves, right? Yi Feng's words caused several people to fall silent. Admittedly, they do all think that way. As Xizang's martial arts experts, they were still somewhat famous in the whole of Xizang, but in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, they were nobodies. Previously, when they saw the ranking list issued by the 100 Dawn Pavilion, all of them also shared the thoughts of the world. All of them felt that a small war ministry war god like Yi Xiaoluo was just a small war ministry war god. But he was actually able to overpower Qin Wufeng and Zhang Zhongyuan to become the number one on the Dragon Country's martial arts ranking. They were all very unconvincing. Afterwards, when they learned that Yi Xiaoluo appeared in Xizang, they were all a bit moved and also wanted to find Yi Xiaoluo and kill him, thus making a name for themselves. But at that time, there were too many people from all over the Dragon Kingdom who wanted to find Yi Xiaoluo, and they, as somewhat famous experts, naturally wouldn't put down their stature and go to the same place as those martial artists. They were all waiting to see if those martial artists could kill Yi Xiaoluo. If Yi Xiaoluo was killed, that would only prove that the leaderboard was flashy. If those martial artists were killed, it would prove that Yi Xiaoluo had some strength. When the time comes, it won't be too late for them to strike again. Soon after, the Wu family publicized Yi Xiaoluo's trail. They still didn't choose to go out and just sent some of their men to search for Yi Xiaoluo. Wanted to see just how strong Yi Xiaoluo was, but he never heard back from his men. It wasn't until yesterday that they received an invitation from Green Willow Villa, saying that the manpower they had each sent out had all been killed by Yi Xiaoluo in the Pilgod Valley. Green Willow Villa invited them to join them in conquering Yi Xiaoluo to avenge their men. And incidentally, after killing Yi Xiaoluo, they could divide up the Pilgod Valley and redistribute the power and resources of the entire Xizang River. When they learned of this, they naturally and decisively agreed. Therefore, they have all come here today as well. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Xiaoluo was too strong. They didn't have the confidence that they could take down Yi Xiaoluo. "Since you chose to come and kill me, willing to be pawns, you must be prepared to be killed." Yi Feng's words were icy cold to the extreme, and his aura was monstrous. Strong killing chances locked onto several people. He knew clearly that all of these people must have been invited by the law enforcement department as well, and were all pawns of that black hand behind the scenes. Since those behind the scenes wanted to provoke a fight between him and the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts community, then he'd give those behind the scenes the chance to do as they wished. "Yi Xiaoluo, don't be crazy, you are indeed very strong, but a few of us are not vegetarians either." A wrinkled old crone opened her mouth. her aura all over the place as she argued. The two remaining old men also spoke up. Yi Xiaoluo, you're strong, but with a few of us joining forces, you may not be able to survive. We don't have any grudges against you either, so don't bully us too much. Several of them were experts who had been famous for many years in Western Hunan, and all of them had already stepped into the realm of the land immortals. All naturally have their own temperaments. Yi Feng was so aggressive, they naturally wouldn't be left behind. Chapter 114. And at this moment, the crowd in the distance also saw Yi Feng blocking those four old men. It's actually the four great masters of the Western River. Someone recognized the four. It was none other than the four great masters who had become famous in the martial arts world of Xizang for many years. Ji Wuduan, Hu San Yang, Gu Tianqing and Yang Tianyu. I didn't expect it to be these four. Luo Peng opened his mouth. As the head of the Western River War Department, he naturally knew the experts in Western Hunan like the back of his hand. These four people are experts who have been famous for many years, and all of them have already stepped into the realm of the land immortals. I'm afraid that Lord Xiaoluo is a bit overwhelmed by these four people. Long too. Do you want us to open fire and help Lord Xiaoluo? Luo Peng looked towards Long Aotian with some worry. Long Aotian, however, smiled faintly. No need. Shura's strength is far beyond what we can imagine. Yes, he said before, like a strong person in the realm of the land immortals, he can slap 5 of them to death. Chen Runan also said, looking at Yi Feng with a strange color. Not bad, mister. Yes, strength is invincible. Yao Shi also opened her mouth, and within her beautiful eyes, the same colorful color was present. Hearing this, Luo Peng was slightly relieved. Besides, Yi Feng sighed. He simply ignored the words of these four, and with a movement in his hand, a flash of golden light pulsed through his fingertips. When the four of them saw this, they also knew that Yi Feng had a murderous intent towards them, so they naturally wouldn't sit around and wait for death. It was accompanied by an explosive cry from that old crone, also known as Hu San Yang. Do it! The four of them shot out in unison. Ji Wuduan's speed was the fastest. The moment Hu San Yang's voice fell, he had already arrived in front of Yi Feng. The palm containing full strength carried a strong wind and blasted towards Yi Feng's lower body, and the two of them, Gu Tianshang and Yang Tianyu, also arrived at the same time, one after the other. Their powerful fists, wrapped in surging power, blasted towards Yi Feng's chest and back undershirt at the same time. That Hu San Yang then appeared above Yi Feng's head. Her withered fingers were in the form of an eagle's claw, and with a cracking sound, she grabbed towards Yi Feng's head. The four of them struck at the same time, all of them attacking towards the fatal places on Yi Feng's body with all their strength. If he got it, Yi Feng would definitely die. However, facing the two-handed attack of the four, Yi Feng's face remained unchanged as he slowly stretched out his right palm and lightly swung it out. The throbbing golden light above his fingers instantly transformed into 4 streams of light and shot out. One step ahead of the four, it passed through them. Four consecutive muffled sounds rang out, as if a balloon filled with water had been punctured. All 3 of Ji Wuduan stopped in place, and their attacks all stopped, none of them landing on Yi Feng's body. Everyone's face became pale, and that pale face was even thick with various complicated emotions such as shock, incredulity, and disbelief. The figure of Hu San Yang in the air above Yi Feng's head was like a kite that had its strings ripped off in the strong wind, flipping out. The remaining 3, their eyes were all dead set on Yi Feng, who was less than a meter away from them. What is this? Means? All 3 of them were extremely curious. Just the moment Yi Feng gently waved his right hand out, they felt an unprecedentedly terrifying aura locking their bodies, making them unable to move a bit more. Then, they felt an unspeakably terrifying force invade their bodies, suppressing all the internal chi in their bodies and destroying their 7 meridians, 8 veins, and 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Not only did it waste their cultivation, but it also cut off their vitality, and such tactics they had never heard of or seen before. However, Yi Feng was not interested in answering their questions at all. A wave of the hand, the bodies of several people roared into flames, and in a matter of moments, the bodies of several people disappeared. At this point, these so-called 4 great masters of the Western River had completely died out. In the distance, the gazes of Luo Peng and countless members of the War Department looking at Yi Feng were filled with intense shock and admiration. The people of the Ministry of War worshipped the strong, and Yi Feng had been the god of war before, the object of incomparable worship for them all. After that, Yi Feng had exterminated the Zhang family and countless martial arts powerhouses, and now he had exterminated Lu Rudian, the Eastern ninjas, and the 4 great experts of the Western River in front of them. Having seen Yi Feng's power with their own eyes, it made their admiration for Yi Feng reach an unprecedented level. Long Ao Tian, on the other hand, had a face of relief and celebration. An expert like Yi Feng, such an existence, was fortunate to be from the Dragon Kingdom, fortunate to be a friend of the Dragon Kingdom, fortunate to stand with them. If it's a rival, it's undoubtedly the biggest rival for the Dragon Kingdom. When Chen Runan, who was on the side, saw this scene, the colorfulness in her eyes increased, and after turning her head to look at Yao Shi beside her, the colorfulness in her eyes quickly dimmed again. Yao Shi on the side, the corner of her mouth under the veil she wore curved into a perfect arc. The gaze of the watery eyes looking at Yi Feng was filled with tenderness. Inside, even more, the words her father had instructed her to say when she was leaving were constantly ringing inside her. Mr. Yi will definitely be a great man of the top in the future. Daughter, you leave with Mr. Yi this time, don't let go of this heavenly good opportunity. Bar Ung, who was on the ground, also stopped crying at this moment, and his gaze towards Yi Feng was filled with envy and determination. The outermost SWAT officers looked at Yi Feng as if they were looking at a god. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Feng came to the side of the crowd. Dragon Head, thank you for this time. Long Aotian hurriedly waved his hand and said, Shura is joking. This is what we should have done. After saying that, Long Aotian pulled Yi Feng to the side. Shura, what do you think about this? It's just a conspiracy against me, Yi Feng said. Long Aotian nodded his head and said, not bad. It's obvious that this should be a conspiracy, that someone is deliberately targeting you. I have to say, their ploy is brilliant. It's a 1-2 punch. First, we slaughtered the town and framed you, then forced our war ministry to remove your name from you, let you isolate yourself, then let the people from the law enforcement department strike at you, and if you are really killed by the people from the law enforcement department, then your men will definitely avenge you, and there will definitely be a great war with the Dragon Kingdom at that time. And they used the Eastern ninjas to massacre the village, which puts the blame on the law enforcement department and brings the Japanese nation into the picture. That way no matter who wins or loses for us, that's what they want to see. Yi Feng nodded his head. He naturally saw the schemes of these people. Long Aotian continued, it's a good thing that your strength is so high that the people from the law enforcement department are not your opponents. However, in that case, they will definitely make a big fuss afterward, saying that you are brutal and murderous, lawless, and have struck out against the law enforcement department, and they will definitely call on the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom to crusade against you, in order to completely push you to the opposite side of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts community. And, because of this incident, those powerful men who have been famous for years in the Dragon Kingdom, who have never made a move, also have an excuse to make a move against you. In the future, you will also be considered an enemy of the world, and will be facing the targeting of the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts community. If you are decapitated by those martial arts world powerhouses, it will in turn allow your men to take revenge and start another great war. And they didn't let the Department of Law Enforcement. One really has to marvel that the schemes of the person behind this are really brilliant. Chapter 115, Gathering at Green Willow Villa. Who do you think is behind this? Yi Feng asked. Long Aotian said, naturally, it's someone from the heavenly beyond. After all, this law enforcement department is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly beyond. Yi Feng laughed and said, whether it's a ploy of heavens beyond heaven or whoever, in front of absolute strength, everything is futile. But since they want to play, let's have a good time with them. Don't they want me to make an enemy of the law enforcement department and the Dragon Kingdom martial artists? Then as they wish. I'd like to see just how many of them are enough for me to kill. Long Aotian said, Mr. Yi, are you thinking? Yi Feng said, lure them out with a trick. Long Aotian said, this is good. Over the years, the heavenly beyond has become more and more unauthorized and started to constantly meddle in worldly matters. The law enforcement department under their control is also getting more and more licentious, so it's a good time to utilize this opportunity to completely remove these long-simmering departments and cut off their wings. In the future, if they don't have any helpers and want to continue targeting you, they will definitely need to do it in person so that we will be able to find out where they are. However, in that case, you will really be in the middle of a heavy crisis, and your family, friends and relatives may all be targeted. Yi Feng said, I know, if they dare to do so, then I will kill them so much that they won't dare to target my relatives and friends. Long Aotian nodded. Stopping killing with killing, this is indeed a good method. What do we need to do? Yi Feng said, just help me keep an eye on Tian. Also, after you return this time, announce that I'm breaking away from the war ministry and draw a line in the sand with me. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Long Aotian was clear that Yi Feng was doing this because he was afraid that heavens beyond heaven would involve the war ministry and innocent people. Alright, you can leave now and help me with the aftermath of Yaren and their town. Speaking of this, Yi Feng looked a little sad. Long Ao Tian said, "Don't worry, it will be taken care of soon." Long Ao Tian left in a hurry with his men. Yi Feng then arrived in front of Chen Runan, asked, "Does your Chen family want to rise to the top?" Chen Runan was a bit confused by Yi Feng's question, but still, he subconsciously nodded. "Good, then you immediately gather people from all the great clans in Western River and head to Green Willow Villa." Then he looked at Yao Shi again. "You go gather the heads of the major martial arts sect families in Western Hunan and head to the Green Willow Villa." Yes, after Yao Shi and Chen Runan left, it was only then that Yi Feng came to Barong and Yaren's side. Yaren had already come to her senses. The whole person seemed to have lost her soul. Sitting on the ground, her eyes were lifeless, and the tears in her eyes were like broken beads, dripping down continuously. On the side, Barong was sitting with him, his eyes scarlet, staring dead on the ground at the body of Yu Hongyu, who had long since been tortured beyond recognition. Yi Feng walked over and saw the two men's appearance and didn't know how to comfort them. "Just sit with it. Put." Suddenly, Barong knelt in front of Yi Feng. "Brother Yi, I beg you to accept me as your disciple. I want to become an expert like you. If I were an expert like you, my parents wouldn't have died and the town wouldn't have been destroyed." As he spoke, Barong cried again. Yi Feng said, "Think about it, the path of martial arts is full of crises. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger." Barong stopped crying and nodded his head heavily. "I've thought it over. I have no relatives now. It's you, Brother Yi, who saved me and helped me avenge my death. From now on, my life is your life." "Brother Yi." Yi Feng patted Barong's shoulder. "I don't want your life. I just need you to live well. If you're willing to enter the path of martial arts, then I'll arrange for you to have a suitable candidate as your master." "Thank you, Big Brother Yi." "Brother Yi Feng, I want to worship you too." At this time, Yaren, who was on the side, also suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng picked up the two and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it." Not long after, Yi Er came. "Boss, the town's all taken care of." Yi Feng nodded. "Come on, let's take them back to town for a quick look first." Yi Er glanced at Yaren and Barong, somewhat unsure of how to comfort the two. "Don't worry, soon." Yi Feng and Yi Er took Barong and Yaren and returned to the town where Yaren's family was located. Previously, Yi Feng had already brought people to find all the corpses in the town as much as they could, and Yi Er had brought people to carefully collect these corpses, and buried everyone. On the back hills, there were new graves all over the place, with Yaren and Barong's parents and relatives among them. The two men saw the town that had completely disappeared, and then the graves that littered the hills behind them. The two couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in mourning. Yaren was even more mournful and sad and fainted several times. In the end, after Yi Feng let the two pay homage to their family members, he let Yi Er take the two, as well as a group of doctors and medicinal materials from the Pill God Valley, to leave for the northwest. Not long after Yi Er and the others left, the duo of Yao Shi and Chen Runan quickly returned. Both brought the same message. That is, all the major clans and all the major martial arts sects in Western Hunan had been summoned away by the Green Willow Villa, and all of them had gone to the Green Willow Villa at this moment. Yi Feng laughed coldly. "It seems that this Green Willow Villa is still not convinced, so very well. It's just as well to end it all in one pot." In the meantime, western suburb of Shijiang, Qianlong Mountain. Qianlong Mountain is the highest peak in the whole Shijiang River, and the whole peak towers over the clouds like a fairyland. This area is an absolute no-go zone in Shijiang. It was only because the base of this Western River Law Enforcement Department, that is, the Green Willow Villa, was located on top of this mountain. The Green Willow Villa, originally a powerful martial arts family in Western Hunan, the leader of the Western Hunan martial arts community. Later on, they were given some duties and powers by the Heavenly Beyond, responsible for governing the entire Xiangxi martial arts world and restraining the Xiangxi martial arts world. It was the most powerful existence other than the Poison Sect. Of course, it was mainly because the Poison Sect was located in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, and people other than the Poison Sect did not know its true location, coupled with the fact that the disciples of the Poison Sect often wreaked havoc on the party and disobeyed. Otherwise, this position of the Western Hunan Law Enforcement Department would not have been attributed to the Green Willow Villa. At this moment, under the subterranean Dragon Mountain, countless luxury cars had already converged. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are just the lowest class. More are Rolls-Royce and other various top-class luxury cars. A few hours ago, the Green Willow Villa had sent out a summoning order to gather all the major clans and martial arts family sects in Western Hunan to deal with Yi Shiluo. People from large and small clans, martial arts sects all over Western Hunan had also already known the news that Yi Shiluo had decapitated Lu Rudian and several Western Hunan martial arts powerhouses. Yi Shiluo's power did shock them as well. Although they were horrified by Yi Shiluo's power, They were all fearless and all converged on the Green Willow Villa, simply because they were all Xiangxi people. In the face of Yi Xiaoluo, an outsider, being so provocative, they naturally would not sit back and watch. They were all very united in the face of foreign enemies, despite their serious internal strife. Furthermore, there were also some clans whose people had been killed by Yi Xiaoluo, and they wanted to take revenge. Of course, more people believed that even if Yi Xiaoluo was stronger, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the people of Green Willow Villa. The Green Willow Villa was their Western Hunan martial law enforcement department, and there were countless experts in the clan. And in addition, they had gotten word that the Green Willow Villa had invited a powerful helper this time. A couple of hours went by and people from all over the place arrived as much as they could. Chapter 116, Come Out and Die. At this moment, the entire Green Willow Villa could be described as a gathering of experts. Almost all of the famous martial artists in Western Hunan had gathered here. In addition to these martial artists, the martial artists enshrined by the major clans, bodyguards, bred fighters, and gangsters from all over the world had all come. In short, at this moment, most of the power of the entire Western Hunan all converged here. The entire foot of the mountain was filled with punks from all over. Thousands of them. The road leading to the top of the mountain peak also all gathered thousands of bodyguards and fighters from various families. And there were also thousands of them. Although these people were cannon fodder in front of a strong and powerful martial artist. However, these people were still placed here simply because the people from the various clans in Western Hunan wanted to show their determination to fight against Yi Xiaoluo. Of course, it was unknown whether this was what they really thought in their hearts or whether they were forced by the Ministry of Law Enforcement. On top of the mountain, a huge ancient building stood on top of it, just like the residence of a powerful sect in ancient times. Above the huge square in the very center, countless people gathered. And these people were all the martial artists in Xiangxi who called their names. As for those truly powerful people, and the heads of the great clans, all of them were converging in the largest ancient building in the very center at this moment. On the first floor of the ancient building was a huge council chamber. The huge oval table was surrounded by the heads of various clans from all over Western Hunan. On top of the main seat, there sat a rosy-cheeked, hale and hearty old man. This old man, is this Green Willow Villa's Villa Master? Also the #1 expert of Green Willow Villa, Lu Rushun. The strength had also reached the middle stage of the land god realm long ago. After everyone had taken their seats, a middle-aged man beside Lu Rushun spoke. Master Shuang, other than the Poison Sect and the Chun clan and Pill God Valley's people who didn't show up, the rest of them are here as much as they can be. Lu Rushun frowned slightly. The middle-aged man spoke. Master Shuang, the Poison Sect gathered all their disciples before and completely disappeared. They shouldn't come. As for the Pill God Valley and the Chun clan, they should have stood by Yi Xiaoluo's side, Lu Rushun said indifferently. Then after getting rid of Yi Xiaoluo, let's remove these two families from Xiangxi. Lord Lu Zhuang, I'm willing to be a pawn. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yeqin, was the first to step forward and state his position. That Yi Xiaoluo killed my son Zhang Qin. I don't share the same fate as him. Although I'm not a match for that Yi Xiaoluo, I can help the Zhuang master exterminate the Chun family and the Pill God Valley. The people from the various families present all looked at Zhang Yeqin with contempt and cursed the old fox. Who didn't know that this Zhang family had joined forces with the Wu family before, encouraging martial artists from all over the country to travel to the Pill God Valley, wanting to make a move against the Pill God Valley, only to be broken up by Yi Xiaoluo. And now this old fox was actually going to use this opportunity to strike out at the Pill God Valley again, wanting to rob it. The Pill God Valley resources, but in addition to the Poison Sect and the Green Willow Villa outside the most, especially the Pill God Valley control countless spiritual medicine. There are also countless medical skills of heavenly doctors. Whoever controls the Pill God Valley, it is undoubtedly divided into the largest piece of cake. They were all clear that now that the old master of the Pill God Valley had passed away, Yao Chen, who had succeeded him, was a complete waste of space, and whoever made a move now would certainly be able to take down the Pill God Valley. Everyone was also eyeing the Pill God Valley, naturally unwilling to let the Zhang family take the lead. My Wang family is willing to help the Zhang family. My Zhao family is also willing to help the Zhang family. My Chen family. For a while the scene was filled with countless local Xizang families and sects opening their mouths. As Lu Rushin watched the people from the various clans and sects in the hall arguing endlessly, his brows furrowed slightly. The middle-aged man behind him was instantly furious, unbridled. For a moment, the entire hall was instantly quiet. The middle-aged man's gloomy gaze swept towards everyone present. Everyone bowed their heads nervously. Only then did the middle-aged man speak. Gentlemen, my Green Willow Villa has invited you all here this time in order to work together to deal with Yi Xiaoluo, the great enemy, and now that the great enemy has yet to be removed, you're actually bickering about how to distribute the resources here? What do you take us at Green Willow Villa for? A free market? Everyone was silenced. and those who had just opened their mouths were even more frightened. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yeqin. Zhang Yeqin, since you want to avenge your son's death, then your Zhang family will be the first to take action against Yi Shuluo. Don't you want the Medicine God Valley? As long as you kill Yi Shuluo, then the Medicine God Valley will be yours. Zhang Yeqin instantly panicked, hurriedly explaining, Lord Lu Zhuang, I don't mean this. Just before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Shut the hell up. If you don't want to, then I can kill you right now for disobeying the orders of the law enforcement department. Zhang Yeqin didn't dare to speak. He knew that the people of Green Willow Villa had always said one thing, and if he still dared to refuse, then he was afraid that he would end up dying on the spot. But letting them, the Zhang family, deal with Yi Shuluo was no different from looking for death. Left and right were both a death, which caused Zhang Yeqin to slump in his chair with a face like ashes. Inwardly, he was overwhelmed with regret, regretting that he shouldn't have jumped out at this time. When the others present saw this scene, they couldn't help but curse deservedly. But the next words of the middle-aged man made some people's faces die. Wang family, Zhao family, Chen family, don't you guys like to help people out? So you guys will go with the Zhang family to be the vanguard. The heads of several clans were all paralyzed in place as well. The middle-aged man continued, Gentlemen, that Yi Shuluo chopped as a person of Green Willow Villa, killed my fellow Taoists of the Western Hunan martial arts world, violated the rules of the law enforcement department, disturbed the pure land of my Western Hunan, and indiscriminately killed innocents, which is really a great crime that cannot be pardoned. We have received orders from the heavenly beyond to kill this Feng. All of you are my fellow Xiangxi practitioners, and all of you have the responsibility and obligation to help my law enforcement department to remove this Feng. Are you all willing to work with my law enforcement department to remove this Feng? Among the crowd, I don't know who shouted, vow to purge Yi Shuluo with the Ministry of Law Enforcement. The remaining people had to take a stand and also opened their mouths to shout, vow to purge Yi Shuluo with the Ministry of Law Enforcement. The middle-aged man was very satisfied with the effect. I've seen your determination, and please rest assured that when we clear Yi Shuluo in time, we will certainly be famous and earn an unrivaled reputation. Of course, when the time comes, I will also report to the heavenly beyond and reward you all for your merits, and perhaps you will have the opportunity to join my law enforcement department. In addition, at that time, that Pill God Valley and the Chen family will also be removed, and all of you will also have the opportunity to receive countless resources from the Chen family and Pill God Valley. Everyone then came to confidence. Light a reputation. They do not care. They want something tangible, especially joining law enforcement, which is much more appealing to many people. After all, this position in the law enforcement department was the general equivalent of those who were able to enter the system in the secular world. When the time came, not only would there be abundant resources, but they would also be able to improve their status, and they would also be able to govern those in the martial arts world. Seeing that everyone was interested, the middle-aged man continued, Good. Since all of you are willing to join my law enforcement department in crusading against the rebels, let's get ready for action. But before the crowd could act, a terrifying voice exploded in everyone's ears. Rubbish from Green Willow Villa. Get out and die. Chapter 117, The Princes of the Families. In the meantime, under the mountain, Yifeng with Yao Shi and Shan Runan had also arrived at the bottom of the subterranean Dragon Mountain. Just after coming to the bottom of subterranean Dragon Mountain, the thousands of punks at the bottom of the mountain stopped the three of them in their tracks. These punks are also very arrogant. This is the Green Willow Villa's important land. Get out of my way right now. Yao Shi and Shan Runan on the side were still ready to open their mouths. Yi Feng, however, burst out first. Rubbish from Green Willow Villa. Get out and die. The sound shook the sky, like thunder rolling. The thousands of people blocking the road in front of them simply couldn't carry the terrifying sound. Each and every one of them covered their ears in pain and fell to the ground screaming in agony. And in a short while, blood flowed out of these people's ears. This thunderous voice of Yifeng was the legendary lion's roar kung fu. Unlike the so-called imposter lion's roar kung fu circulating in the world, this lion's roar kung fu of his was the most authentic lion's roar kung fu, inherited from an extremely ancient sect. Not only these punks at the bottom of the mountain couldn't withstand this horrifying roar, the bodyguards and fighters of the various families all the way to the mountain couldn't withstand this horrifying roar, and one by one, all of them covered their ears, lay on the ground, and lost their ability to fight. Without any obstruction, Yifeng marched towards the mountain step by step. At the moment, the mountains, everyone also heard this furious roar of Yifeng, and some people with weak strength also felt their ears buzzing, their qi and blood stirring, and their breath unsteady. In the hall, Lu Rushans was also slightly startled. He also didn't expect that Yi Shuluo would actually come so quickly, and that he would be so arrogant and clamoring as soon as he arrived. It was a complete disregard for him. Assholes, actually really daring to come to the door to die. Gentlemen, Yi Xiaoluo has arrived. It's time for us to strike. The middle-aged man behind Lu Rushan said towards everyone present. The crowd didn't dare to say anything, and one by one, they all left the hall and went out to the square outside. After everyone had left, Lu Rushan got up and headed towards the back hall. In the back hall, there were a few young men with superb temperament and arrogant faces sitting. Gentlemen, that Yi Xiaoluo is here. One of them, a man around 27 or 88 with a bratty face and a stunning young girl in his hands, said, I'm going to kill him. That Yi Xiaoluo killed my cousin. This revenge I'm going to revenge for my cousin. This person's name was Luo Yuan, the nephew of Luo Tianhong, who was the 7th on the martial arts ranking list, and his cousin was Luo Pang Luochan, who had been killed by Yi Feng earlier. Luo Yuan, don't snatch it from me. This Yi Xiaoluo is mine. He destroyed the Jiang family and killed my Peng family members. I came back this time on the orders of Jiang Xia Jiang Gongzi to execute this person. He must die in my hands. One young man spoke up. This person was a member of the Peng family from the Central Plains, named Peng Yu. At the same time, this person, like Jiang Xia, was also taken under the banner of Heavens Beyond and carefully cultivated. Yi Xiaoluo is mine. None of you can grab it. At that moment, another young man spoke up. This person's name was Yi Qingshan, a member of the Yi family where Yi Hong was ranked 8th on the martial arts rankings. Yi Qingshan, you don't have any grudges with that Yi Xiaoluo? Why did you snatch it? Another youth opened his mouth and asked. This youth was named Zhao Ming, the son of Zhao Wuji, who was ranked 8th on the martial arts rankings. Yi Qingshan replied back. I had a breakthrough in strength and needed to find someone to verify my strength. Zhao Ming laughed coldly. I think you're afraid that you don't want to verify your strength. You want to kill Yi Xiaoluo to make a name for yourself. Yi Qingshan also laughed coldly. So what if it's true? What's wrong with you coming here? Zhao Ming laughed. That's right. I'm here to kill Yi Xiaoluo to make a name for myself. But I admitted it directly. Who's like you? A hypocrite. What did you say? Yi Qingshan was instantly displeased and was about to make a move. Zhao Ming was not the least bit afraid and said, I'd say you're a hypocrite. Yi Qingshan blasted out a palm and slapped at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, however, didn't dodge and also slapped out a palm. Bang! The two palms touched, and both of them took a step back in unison. No one is helpless. Again, both were unconvinced and spoke at the same time. But at this time, another man with hideous scars all over his hands and his head wrapped in a black robe spoke coldly. Yi Xiaoluo is mine. Whoever snatches it, dies. Yi Qingshan and Zhao Ming stopped their hands at the same time and looked at the youth. Who are you? When is it your turn to talk? Yi Qingshan was very upset. The man with the black robe covering his face hadn't even spoken yet, when Lu Rushan hurriedly said on the side, Gentlemen, this is Mr. Poison. When the group of youths present heard this, they all looked at the Poison Duke in unison. Regarding the great name of the Poison Duke, they could naturally know about it. This guy is a disciple that Mad Taoist took in 10 years ago. Rumor has it that this person was cultivated by the Mad Taoist with all kinds of poisonous poisons and tortured for 10 whole years, cultivating him into a cold killing machine. Over the past few years, there were quite a few young geniuses who were on par with them who had died in its hands, and there were also quite a few experts who had been famous in the martial arts world for many years who had been killed by this person. Among the younger generation of martial artists, this person's reputation was not the least bit weaker than Jiang Xia of the Jiang clan, who was recognized as the most talented. Alright, let's all stop arguing. This Yi Xiaoluo's strength is extraordinary, definitely not to be underestimated. We may not be able to kill him alone. When the time comes, we may have to work together. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in a long white robe and holding a long sword spoke. The crowd saw the youth and didn't continue to do anything. They all knew the man. The man's name was Lu Dust, the disciple of the sword sage Lu Bai of the sword forging villa. Lu Chen's strength was ranked among the top 3 among their group of young generation martial artists. It is rumored that it has inherited the sword skills of the sword saint Lu Bai, and that no one can block a foot in front of his body. Jiang Xia had fought against it before and only won one move. Lu Dust opened his mouth, and the crowd stopped arguing about anything. Even the Poison Duke didn't say anything. Lu Dust also spoke again. Let's go. Gentlemen, let's go out and see just how powerful this Yi Xiaoluo who is famous in the Dragon Kingdom is. Everyone nodded and followed Lu Dust out of the back hall, and Lu Rushan saw all of these males leave. He turned his head towards the middle-aged man beside him. Have all the people been evacuated? The middle-aged man nodded. Master Shuang, the people have all been evacuated. Lu Rushan laughed. Very well, let them go dog eat dog. We're not getting involved in this. Master Shuang, are we really not going to participate and avenge the Vice Master Zhuang? Is that Yi Xiaoluo really that strong? The middle-aged man was puzzled. Ever since they got the news that Lu Rudian had been killed by Yi Shuluo in seconds, the manor master had asked him to move all the people in the entire mountain villa away, not allowing anyone to take revenge. Lu Rushan said, "The fact that Yi Shuluo was able to easily kill the vice villa master in seconds means that I'm afraid that his strength has already reached the peak of the martial Dao. Who is the opponent of our entire mountain village?" "What? You're saying that Yi Shuluo has already reached the peak of martial arts?" The middle-aged man was shocked. Lu Rushan nodded. "Even if you haven't reached the peak of martial arts, I'm afraid that you're at the peak of the land immortal realm, a powerhouse at the peak of the martial Dao realm. There's no way we can be its opponent. Fighting it hard will result in nothing but extinction. All we have to do is get out of here, save our viable forces, and let them fight each other." Chapter 118, You want to kill me? Then the Vice Zhuang Master's revenge won't be avenged? And will the people we left the heavenly beyond know about it and blame us? The middle-aged man was still a bit confused. Lu Rushin, however, laughed coldly. When heavens beyond heaven gave us an order to strike against Yi Shuluo, it's obvious that they want to use us as cannon fodder. They want Yi Shuluo to destroy us, provoke the entire martial arts world against Yi Shuluo, and incidentally, give those famous and powerful people a chance to strike. Now that this place has brought together all the major clans and sects in western Hunan, having them make a move, along with the gentry, will have the same effect. Anyway, what they want is to provoke a confrontation between Yi Shuluo and the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts community, and whoever dies will be the same. Even those male children will be more effective if they make a move instead. These male children can be the descendants, sons and daughters, disciples of those big people. When they are killed by Yi Shuluo, those people will definitely seek revenge from Yi Shuluo. But if those males die, what if those people blame us for their deaths when the time comes? The middle-aged man asked. Lu Rushin, however, laughed. They all came to find Yi Shuluo on their own. We didn't beg them to come. They don't know their own strength and were killed by Yi Shuluo. That's what they deserved. When the time comes for those chart toppers to blame, they won't be able to blame us. They'll only hate their own disciples, sons and nephews for not being able to compete and not being self-satisfied. After a pause, Lu Rushin continued. At that time, those powerful people will make a move and kill Yi Shuluo, and our revenge will be avenged. In this way, heavens beyond will have gotten the result they wanted, and will be much less likely to blame us, and maybe even praise us. At that time, this entire Xiangxi will still be ours. The middle-aged man thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. He couldn't help but pat his horse's ass. Master Shuang, it's still you who is great. This plan is brilliant to the core. Lu Rushin laughed and said, remember, although this world is a world where the strong are honored and the weak are the strongest, sometimes not everything needs to be fought and killed, and brains are the most important thing. Thank you, Master Shoji, for your teachings. After saying that, the two hurriedly left through the back door of the back hall. In the meantime, outside, on top of the huge square, martial artists from various families and sects in western Hunan were all standing by, their gazes fixed on the intersection leading to this place. But just at this time, Yi Qingshan and the others walked over. Yi Qingshan, who led the way, drank arrogantly. Everyone get the hell out of my way. We'll clean up that Yi Shuluo. When the crowd heard this, they all turned their heads to look at Yi Qingshan and the others. Saw a couple of hairy guys come out. Many people assumed that these people were cockney boys from certain families who had come to join in the fun. Someone chortled at once. Where's the milquetoast brat from that dares to speak up here? But the words had just fallen. Pop. With a crunching sound, the body of the person who opened his mouth immediately flew out backwards. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. The person who opened his mouth already had the realm of Earth Zune, yet he was slapped away by Yi Qingshan. This made everyone realize that this group of young people in front of them were not ordinary people. It's Mr. Lu Dusty Lu. Some people even recognized Lu Chen in the middle of the crowd, and immediately made a surprised sound. It's really Duke Lu Chen Lu, disciple of Sword Saint Lu Bai. I didn't think he'd come. People were all astonished when they heard the murmurs among the crowd. They had naturally all heard of Lu Chen's name, which was the best among the younger generation. Especially some of the young girls. Their eyes became incomparably adoring as they looked at Lu Chen. Yi Qingshan and the others were a bit irritated when they saw everyone looking at Lu Chen adoringly. They were also all the best among the younger generation. Yet no one recognized them, only Lu Bai's disciples. Get out of here, all of you. Yi Qingshan drank with some displeasure. Everyone didn't dare to say much and made way. Yi Qingshan and the others came with Lu Bai's disciple, and they also naturally judged that Yi Qingshan and the others' identities were also definitely not simple. Thinking about the previous rumor that this Green Willow Villa had invited mysterious masters to help them, it now seemed that these people should be the masters invited by the Green Willow Villa. For a while, Everyone's gazes towards Yi Qingshan and the others also became incomparably reverent. Yi Qingshan and the others also enjoyed all the gazes very much, and their hearts calmed down a little. Soon, the crowd came to the intersection. Looking down the hill, under everyone's gaze, Yi Feng under the mountain slowly ascended the steps with his hands behind his back. Yao Shi and Chen Runan followed behind the two. The moment they saw Yi Feng, the eyes of Yi Qingshan and the others stared. They also all didn't expect that Yi Feng's age didn't look much different from theirs, and might even be quite a bit younger than them. While Luo Yuan's gaze went to Yao Shi and Chen Runan, who were also and behind him. Gentlemen, after Yi Xiolua dies later, those two beauties belong to me. The crowd didn't open their mouths, but a strong sense of disgust and contempt flowed from the depths of their eyes. Before Yi Feng could walk up, Zhao Ming couldn't wait and rushed down in a single movement. Yi Xioluo, suffer death. As Zhao Ming was the son of Zhao Wuji, the crown prince of the Taiji sect, his Taijiquan was also deeply refined. A pair of fists shot towards Yi Feng, aiming at Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng didn't even look at Zhao Ming. Still with his hands behind his back, he ascended the steps step by step. Yi Feng's ignorance made Zhao Ming even angrier. You seek death. Angry Zhao Ming. His speed was even faster, and his fists pierced through the air with crackling sounds. And Yi Feng still didn't make any moves to make a move. This Yi Xiolua is also too arrogant to make a move. This Zhao Ming's Taijiquan is not something that an ordinary person can block. Yi Qingshan on the mountain couldn't help but speak. The rest of them nodded. They were all of the same generation and naturally knew Zhao Ming's strength. Bang! Just then, Zhao Ming's fist came in front of Yi Feng's head, but it stopped hard less than 10 centimeters away from Yi Feng's head. This was because an invisible barrier blocked Zhao Ming's fist, preventing him from advancing an inch. Ah! In the next instant, Zhao Ming suddenly let out a miserable scream as he only felt an invisible force that recoiled on top of his fists, and his pair of fists instantly crumbled. The entire person was even sent tumbling back by an invisible counter-vibration force. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhao Ming's body smashed heavily and miserably in front of a group of male friends. This sudden scene made everyone fail to react. They were all frozen in place. None of them could believe that Zhao Ming had died just like that. Even Yi Feng didn't make a move. While everyone was frozen, Yi Feng also arrived in front of the crowd. Only now did all the people react. All of them retreated a few steps as if they were afraid of a tiger, and pulled away from Yi Feng. Only the group of young eunuchs were still standing still, facing Yi Feng straight on. Yi Feng swept a glance at these people and spoke indifferently. You want to kill me? Chapter 119, Together. Yi Xiu Luo, don't be wild. I'll kill you. Yi Qingshan shouted explosively, and with a shake in his hand, a long silver-white spear like a dragon, shot towards Yi Feng with a breaking sound. This is the Yi family's gun technique. Yi family gun and Luo family gun law are inherited from the ancient. Say both are the same family and the same source. Just through the years of inheritance, Luo family gun and Yi family gun heritage divergence. Later on, it was continuously improved by the two strongest families and became more suitable for themselves. But in the final analysis, both the Yi family gun and the Luo family gun were extremely extraordinary. It was considered to be one of the few complete martial arts legacies in the martial arts world. Facing the lance coming through the air, Yi Feng lightly raised his right hand and flicked his fingers above the tip of the lance, and the lance changed its position, suddenly stabbing through Yi Feng's side. At the same time, a vast power traveled along the top of the spear's body to Yi Qingshan's hand. Yi Qingshan only felt his hands trembling violently, and his tiger's mouth felt like it was about to tear. Frightened, he took off in a hurry. Ding! A sharp sound rang out, and the lance ruthlessly pierced into the ground behind Yi Feng, entering the ground a foot deep. Seeing that Yi Qingshan's Yi family gun was just broken by a single finger of Yi Feng, and it also allowed Yi Qingshan to dislodge his hand, the crowd of young people present were all shocked beyond words. None of them had expected Yi Feng to be so strong. Previously, when Zhao Ming died, they all thought that it might have been an accident and that Zhao Ming had been lightly defeated. But now that Yi Qingshan was once again easily defeated by Yi Feng, it made them realize that Yi Feng's strength was definitely stronger than theirs. How can? Yi Qingshan was also dumbfounded for a moment, but anger soon filled his brain. He was a member of the Yi family, the leader of the younger generation, and his hand of Yi family guns had suppressed countless young talents from lifting their heads. But he didn't expect that today. In front of Yi Feng, he was actually hit by Yi Feng with a finger and dislodged his gun, which made him completely infuriated. His face became incomparably blood red from shame and anger. I'll kill you. Yi Qingshan, who was exasperated with shame and anger, let out an explosive cry, and his body rushed towards the position of the lance with great speed, and with a forceful pull, the lance returned to his hand. Guns and shadows. As Yi Qingshan let out an explosive shout, his body's aura exploded, and the long spear in his hand was as if it was alive, shaking out a shadow. Like dense arrows, they killed towards Yifeng. Yifeng, however, casually waved his hand and a strong wind instantly sent out. That roiling gun shadow was instantly lifted off the ground. But at this time, Yi Qingshan was holding a lance, breaking out from the lance shadow that had been lifted off. And the lance was like a dragon, shooting towards Yifeng with a biting coldness. However, he saw Yifeng slightly stretching out his right hand and grabbing towards the long spear that shot out. He's looking for death, right? Daring to grab Yi Qingshan's gun with his bare hands? When the surrounding group of gentry saw this scene, they were all horrified. When Yi Qingshan saw this scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. With his move, the long spear silhouettes that roamed the sky were all blindfolds, just fronts. The real killing move was his shot. At a time when everyone thought that Yifeng was looking for death, and that Yi Qingshan's shot would definitely be able to destroy Yifeng's arm. However, he saw that Yifeng steadily grabbed the long spear that shot out. The vast power on it wanted to impact Yifeng's arm, but in the next instant, Yifeng's hand shook with even more surging power. In an instant, the power wrapped above the lance was crushed. Yifeng grabbed the lance in his hand and twisted it with force. A vast force instantly swept towards the body of the lance. Wherever it passed, the body of the lance, which was made of unknown materials, twisted rapidly and crumbled inch by inch, sweeping towards Yi Qingshan's hands. Yi Qingshan's cold smile instantly froze on his face. He let go sharply, but it's still too late. His entire body also turned sharply with the twisting rotation of the lance's body. Bang! The body of the lance broke apart completely, and Yi Qingshan's body spun and smashed down towards the ground. And at this time, Yifeng moved his hand, and the head of that long spear was casually slapped out by him. It pierced through Yi Qingshan's body that was about to hit the ground, impacting Yi Qingshan's body to fly out. After making a perfect arc in the air, it viciously stabbed into the ground dozens of meters away and disappeared. And Yi Qingshan also landed on the ground, dying a miserable death. There was a brief moment of dead silence again. In an extremely short period of time, Yifeng actually killed 2 people in a row, and both of them were killed in seconds. He's too strong. Strike together. Luo Yuan suddenly opened his mouth, and the lance in his hand was already ablaze with flames, like a fiery dragon, coming at Yifeng head-on. Strike! Peng Yu also opened his mouth as he struck out with a powerful punch, bringing a cracking sound towards Yifeng's left side. Duke Poison didn't say anything, and with a shake of his hand, several poison-hardened hidden weapons, like dense raindrops, attacked towards Yifeng's back. On the left side, Lu Chen's long sword was already sheathed. The long sword buzzed and swept out a terrifying sword chi towards Yifeng. Almost at the same time, they all shot out, and when they did, they were all terrifying killing moves, and surrounded Yifeng in the center. Yifeng, however, Wei Ran was not afraid. There wasn't any intention of dodging, still standing lightly in place. The first to arrive was the lance that was like a fire dragon, but the lance stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Yifeng. An invisible astral aura blocked the lance, preventing it from advancing an inch. At the same time, the dense dark weapons at the back were simultaneously blocked by an invisible astral aura. The same goes for the left and right sides. Just like that, a gun, a sword, a fist, and several concealed weapons stopped all around Yifeng. It was blocked by Yifeng's body shielding astral chi as much as possible. You guys can't even break through my defenses with such a meager amount of power, and you still want to come and kill me? Yifeng shook his head slightly, and the moment his words fell, his body shielding astral aura erupted, and an unspeakably vast power instantly erupted. Extreme bursts of power unleashed. It was like a high explosive bomb had exploded, and an unspeakably terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Taking the brunt of the impact, the lance in front of him simply couldn't withstand the impact of this vast power. The entire body of the lance instantly collapsed. Luo Yuan simply couldn't dodge in time, and was swept out by that horrifying shockwave. In the back, the shockwave instantly sent the densely packed concealed weapons flying, all of them flying backwards. The poison duke at the back was also unable to dodge at all, and was pierced into a sieve by his own densely packed concealed weapons. On the right side, the closest Peng Yu's fist instantly crumbled, the powerful force directly tearing him apart. On the left, Lu Dust was the last to strike, but the first to react. The moment Yifeng's body-protecting deity aura erupted, his figure also retreated out in a hurry. The long sword in his hand was even swung rapidly, and the countless sword chi actually condensed into a sword chi net, protecting him in the center. Unfortunately, the power generated by the eruption of Yifeng's protective astral energy was too strong. His sword chi net had just condensed and formed, but it only protected him for less than 3 seconds before it was instantly torn apart. Still, it was enough to make him proud of himself. To be able to resist Yifeng's body-protecting deity chi eruption for 3 seconds was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Even Yifeng turned his head to look at Lu Chen with some surprise, muttered, "Lu Bai's sword." It's a bit interesting. Chapter 120 Reorganization of Order. Yi Feng swept the corpses of a few others and said with incomparable indifference, "Since you guys are sincerely looking for death and are willing to be pawns, then I will fulfill you." For these people, Yi Feng didn't have the intention to stay his hand. Since they came to seek death on their own and volunteered to be other people's pawns, it was only natural for him to be an executioner as well. That's all. These several young generation leaders who had made a name for themselves in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom had made a concerted effort, but they had failed to break through Yi Feng's protective astral aura, and in the end, all of them had been killed in return. Above the entire square, a dead silence once again fell. All the martial artists from all over Western Hunan, the people in charge of the various clans, all of them were like falling into an ice cellar at this moment. Their bodies were cold. Yi Shuluo was too strong. Originally, he had thought that the disciples of the sons and daughters of these big brothers should be able to kill Yi Shuluo, and even if they couldn't, they would still be able to seriously injure Yi Shuluo. But what no one had expected was that these people had struck out together, but they actually couldn't even break Yi Shuluo's protective astral aura. Your turn? Whoever wants to kill me, just come and do it. Yi Feng's gaze looked at all the people from the various Shangxi clans present. Everyone was so scared that they all lowered their heads. Some of the timid people were even so scared that they directly sat down on the ground, ting and pissing. Saying that, Yi Feng's feet shook, and the blue stone floor tiles on the ground were shattered as much as they could. Rising up in the air, Yi Feng's feet shook again, and these countless rubbles shot out in all directions like bullets. With a whistling sound, it shot towards those martial artists from the various Western Hunan clans in the surroundings. These martial artists were terrified, and one by one, they all began to frantically flee for their lives. There were others who tried to make a move, but their little bit of strength was simply not enough. Police. For a time, dense muffled sounds came from above the entire square, and countless blood flowers bloomed in midair. A silhouette kept falling. This terrifying scene made everyone's hearts tremble with fear to the extreme. I was wrong. We were wrong. Some even kneeled down and opened their mouths to beg for mercy. In a moment, more people all followed suit and fell to their knees, frantically admitting their mistakes. They are truly afraid. They are truly terrified. They are terrified to the bottom of their hearts and souls. They are terrified. Yi Feng's hand was too shocking, and Yi Feng wanted this effect. Of course, he didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. The people he killed were all martial artists from those martial arts sects or clans. The fact that these people chose to come here meant that they were willing to be pawns, willing to stand against Yi Feng. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't be polite about anything. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world had long been in disarray, and the law enforcement department had turned a blind eye to all of these people's jurisdiction. This caused these martial arts clans to become more and more unrestrained, wreaking havoc on the secular world. Because the law enforcement department did not take orders from the Dragon Kingdom, but only from the heavenly beyond, the Dragon Kingdom could not have direct jurisdiction. Long Jinghua had also told Yi Feng before, wanting him to use this opportunity to help straighten out the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Feng decided to help Long Jinghua to straighten out the martial arts world of Longhua, reshape the rules and order of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, and help Long Jinghua take control of the martial arts world again, so that the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world will be free from the control of heavens beyond. Of course, Yi Feng did this to avenge his grandfather's death. If he completely remodeled the Dragon Kingdom martial arts world, it would be equivalent to breaking off the minions of the heavenly beyond heaven. The people of the heavenly beyond heaven naturally wouldn't want to see such an outcome, and would definitely make a move. That way he would be able to find the people of the heavenly beyond and follow the trail to find where the heavenly beyond was. If you want to straighten out the entire martial arts world, you need to use heavy punishment. The so-called heavy code in Yi Feng's heart's thought is very simple. It is to kill. Kill them until they are obedient. Kill them until their guts are cold. Kill them until they don't dare to listen to heavens beyond heaven in the future, and completely draw a line with heavens beyond heaven. Seeing that everyone was completely chilled and all extremely scared, only then did Yi Feng open his mouth. Those who don't want to die will be separated from the Green Willow Villa's jurisdiction from today. Draw a line with heavens beyond. Someone immediately took a stand and said, yes, 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 my Wang family is willing to draw a clear line with Green Willow Villa, and from now on, we will only follow Lord Xiao Luo's orders. My Li family is willing to draw a line with Green Willow Villa, and from now on, I will only follow Lord Shura's orders. My Zhao family. For a moment, all of them opened their mouths. Yi Feng said, it's not under my orders. It's under the orders of the Dragon Kingdom War Department. Afterward, Yi Feng pointed at Chen Runan and Yao Shi and said, from now on, the Chen family will temporarily take charge of the top of secular Shangxi on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom War Department, restraining the secular families. Yao Shi of the Pill God Valley is temporarily in charge of the entire Xiangxi martial arts world on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, and a new martial arts law enforcement department has been established, which will be responsible for making treaties to maintain order in the martial arts world. From now on, like them, you will only follow the orders of the Dragon Kingdom War Department. Of course, if the Chen clan and the Pill God Valley are like the Green Willow Villa before them, working for the tiger and causing havoc in the world, they can just report it to the War Ministry to overthrow them and push for a more suitable candidate. Who agrees and who disagrees? Everyone nodded hastily, drumming in unison. They said, I honor Lord Shura's orders. Some people were actually still very happy in their hearts, and there were many of them who had actually gotten fed up with the constraints of the Green Willow Villa, which had always used them as pawns. There is no dignity to be found at all. For example, today, many people were actually unwilling to come here simply because the law enforcement department was dominant, and they simply could not refuse the orders of the law enforcement department. And now Yi Shilua actually wanted them to detach from Green Willow Villa and return to the Dragon Kingdom War Department, subject to the direct jurisdiction of the War Department. And Yifeng also said that the new law enforcement department would now be set up by the Pill God Valley on a temporary basis, and that if the Pill God Valley didn't do a good job, they could directly overthrow the Pill God Valley, and then re-elect a suitable candidate at that time. It was a godsend for them. How could they not agree? As for Yao Shi and Shan Runin beside Yifeng, they were also excited. I didn't expect Yifeng to actually give them such a great benefit. However, thinking about what Yifeng had just said, if they couldn't do it, they would be overthrown as well. Both of them secretly resolved in their hearts to rectify and maintain the entire secular and martial arts world in Western Hunan. Yifeng also looked at the two. Remember my words, if you guys are like Green Willow Villa, then I will personally exterminate you. The two of them hurriedly said, Lord Cultivator, my Qin family will certainly live up to our wishes. My Pill God Valley will also definitely reshape the entire Xiangxi martial arts world. Yifeng nodded his head before he made a call to Long Ao Tian. Let it send someone over to take over the follow-up of this. After hanging up Long Ao Tian's phone, Yifeng's gaze looked towards the large hall in front of him, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He naturally knew that the people from Green Willow Villa had left long ago. He actually let these people go on purpose. The purpose was to see if these people would reach out to those outside of heaven. Chapter 121, Are you the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom? More than half an hour later, Luo Peng from the Western River War Department came. He was sent by Long Ao Tian to take over this place. After Yifeng instructed Luo Peng for a while, he told him to cooperate with the Chen family and deal with the follow-up matters. Instead, he took Yao Shi and headed to the northwest. He needed to go back to the northwest to treat his sister. A few hours later, the plane landed at the Northwest Dragon City Airport. Dragon City, located in the most northwestern part of the Dragon Kingdom, it was bordered by the borders with three countries to the west, the inland of the Dragon Kingdom to the east, the vast desert Gobi to the north, and the Kunlun Mountains, which stretched for more than 2,000 kilometers. To the south, Dragon City stands where the Kunlun Mountains meet the center of the desert. To be precise, the Dragon Kingdom originally did not have a place called Dragon City. This place was a military base established by the War Ministry in this place before in order to defend against enemy countries. With the establishment of the military base here, the families of the fighters continued to move here, and some locals also moved here, and gradually this place developed into a small city. While the Dragon Kingdom had previously ceded the Northwest Province to the Fifth Kingdom, Yifeng only wanted this military base and renamed the place Dragon City. It was only because this place was originally where he was stationed when he previously served as the war god of the Northwest Border Army. He had also let 11 invest a large amount of money in this place before, and in the past 2 years, this place had developed better and better. Infrastructure, economic conditions are not inferior to some inland medium-sized cities, and in the past few days, Yi-11 came back from the Fifth Kingdom base and also brought a part of the Fifth Kingdom here, started to build a big production and construction. After all, from now on, this place would be another base for their Fifth Kingdom. It is natural to build all the facilities in this place to the best of your ability. It is only in the future that we will be able to get everyone from the Fifth Kingdom to move back. Yifeng and Yao Shi had just left the airport when they saw several people standing neatly at the entrance. And these people, all wearing uniformed War Department uniforms, were all looking at Yifeng with excited faces. One of them, a man with a narrow knife scar on his face and a sturdy figure, came forward with a single square step and gave a military salute to Yifeng. Report! Chen Zilong leads all the commanding officers of the Northwest War Department to greet Lord War God. These people were none other than Yifeng's group of men when he served in the Northwest War Department. Looking at this familiar face, Yifeng was also a little excited. Alright, we're all on our own. Don't get into this. Besides, I'm no longer the war god of the War Ministry, so you guys don't have to do this even more. Report, in the hearts of all warriors in the Northwest, you will always be our Lord War God. Chen Zilong and the group of members behind him drank in unison. Yi Feng was also helpless and went up to hug the people one by one. Boss, it's good to have you back. Chen Zilong's eyes were a little red. So did everyone else. Previously, when Yi Feng had an accident, the hardest and angriest people were them. But nah, they're soldiers, and military orders can't be disobeyed. It was good that Yi Feng had returned safe and sound. Boss, let's go. Go meet the brothers. The brothers learned that you came back one by one to greet you. Luckily I pressed the brats down. Yi Feng nodded. Soon, Yi Feng and Yaoshi were invited to the car by Chen Zilong. The car left the airport and made its way downtown. I really didn't think that on this plateau, deep in the desert, there was actually such a majestic city. Yaoshi, who was sitting in the car, looked at the city outside and was in awe. Yaoshi, as the princess of the Pilgod Valley, had always lived in the Pilgod Valley and had only traveled as far as a few cities around western Hunan. Today was kind of the first time she'd been out this far. The sight of this city standing in the middle of the desert was naturally curious. Chen Zilong was very proud to say, "That's right, this is all my boss's credit. This was once just a military base. After that, the families of our War Department warriors relocated here, and slowly developed into a small city, but at that time, it was still backward, and very inconvenient in all aspects. It wasn't until my boss came here that he pulled in countless people to invest, and after a few years of development, it's now such a modern city. The only bad thing about it now is that there are so few people in this place." Speaking of this, Chen Zilong suddenly thought of something. Turning to Yi Feng, he said, "By the way, boss, the other day, Boss Yi brought tens of thousands of people from who knows where, and also brought a lot of extremely advanced instruments and tools, saying that he wants to help us build the entire Dragon City again. But it seems to me that those people are not ordinary people. They are well trained at a glance. Their hands are more powerful than those of our war ministry. And those instruments and tools, we have never even seen them. Boss, what exactly is that, Boss Yi?" Chen Zilong was actually a bit worried. Tens of thousands of people whose strength was not the least bit weaker than the members of their war department had come here. They'd be lying if they said they weren't worried. However, he didn't block it because Yi Feng had greeted him before and had been greeted by the war ministry. Yi Feng laughed. "He's my brother." Yi Feng knew that the people that 11 First had brought were all people from the Fifth Kingdom Construction Department. Even if they were from the Fifth Kingdom's Construction Department, their strength far exceeded that of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department's fighters. It was normal for Chen Zilong to be worried. 11 to come is what I mean. Before the Dragon Kingdom has already announced that it will give me the Northwest Province. I want the Dragon City. In the future this place is our home. I naturally want to build the Dragon City well. Yi Feng's words just fell. The original speeding car violently braked sharply, braking on the road. Chen Zilong, who was driving the car, even looked at Yi Feng with a face full of horror. "Boss, you just said that this Northwest Province is assigned to you?" Yi Feng nodded. "Yes, but I didn't ask for the entire Northwest, just Dragon City." Chen Zilong was even more shocked, looking at Yi Feng with incomparable disbelief. Various complex emotions such as horror, shock, disbelief, and so on constantly changed on its face. Yaoshi in the back row rubbed her somewhat sore forehead, wondering why this Chen Zilong suddenly braked, causing her to lose attention and knock her head heavily on the seat. There was some redness in that bare forehead. At the same time, he was also curious about what Chen Zilong had just said, that the Dragon Kingdom had actually allocated the Northwest Province to Yi Feng, and Yi Feng actually didn't want it, and only wanted this city. And just now Chen Zilong also said that the reason why this city is as prosperous as it is now is all because Yi Feng found someone to invest in it. It was only after a long time that Chen Zilong recovered from his intense shock and calmed his mind. Only then did he say, "So, you are the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom?" Yi Feng nodded. Now the entire Dragon City belonged to him. And Long Jinghua had also said that all of the people from the Northwest War Department that were under him before had also been given to him as much as they could. This time when he came back, Yi Feng was also going to make Chen Zilong and the others belong to the Fifth Kingdom, so he naturally wouldn't hide his identity. Boom! Chen Zilong only felt as if his entire body had been struck by lightning, and he stayed in place for an instant. Yaoshi in the back also covered her mouth in incomparable horror. Above his pretty face was also like the Chen Zilong from before, with all sorts of expressions changing wildly. Chapter 122, Guilt. The Fifth Kingdom. The name of the man. The shadow of the tree. How could Chen Zilong not know the great name of the Fifth Kingdom? That was one of the strongest forces in this world, and because it was so powerful, it was co-respected as a nation by all the countries in the world. And not long ago, the Fifth Kingdom, which had been silent for several years, suddenly came out of nowhere. first destroying the Japanese Yakuza. It was then besieged by the navies of various countries, only to be wiped out by the Fifth Kingdom. Then the Dragon Kingdom announced that it would divide the entire Northwest Province among the Fifth Kingdom. All of them are talking about it these days. They've also had some internal discussions, and they're all afraid that if the Fifth Kingdom moves into the Northwest, they might have to be pushed out. But what he never expected was that Yifeng was actually the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. This news, to Chen Zilong, was a stone's throw away. Shocked, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The same was true for Yao Shi in the back. Although she had been living in the Pill God Valley and was considered unquestioning, but the great name of the Fifth Kingdom was also known to her, especially the other day. The Fifth Kingdom came out of nowhere and destroyed the Japanese Yamaguchi group, and after that, the fleets of various countries, a matter that they all knew about in the Pill God Valley as well, and which also caused quite a stir. But what she also didn't expect was that Yifeng, the person who was mocked by everyone and despised by everyone before, was actually the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. No wonder Yifeng's battle power was so powerful. No wonder Yifeng dared to destroy the Jiang family. No wonder Yifeng dared to run amok in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. It turned out that everything was because he was the monarch of the Fifth Kingdom. After a long time, the two of them then figured out all the cause and effect. From the beginning when Yifeng left Kunlun, why the Fifth Kingdom suddenly came out, to the later extermination of the Jiang family, the extermination of the Japanese Yamaguchi group, the extermination of the fleets of various countries, and other major events that had happened recently were all explained. It turned out that everything that had happened recently was because of Yifeng. Chen Zilong, who figured everything out, couldn't help but pat his own head. I'm really confused. I can't believe I didn't think of such a simple thing. Yao Shi also deeply agreed. At this moment, the gazes of the two men looking at Yifeng again became different again, become more respectful, admiring, and even a little intimidated. Yifeng didn't want to feel like this. He patted Chen Zilong's shoulder and said, "Come on, don't make a fuss. It's just an identity. No big deal. Besides, you can join in if you want, and then you'll think it's really nothing." When Chen Zilong heard this, he was overjoyed. "Boss, can I really join the Fifth Kingdom?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course. Originally the Dragon Kingdom had already assigned you here. Of course I have to consult your own opinions. If you are willing to join, then from now on you will be a member of the Fifth Kingdom. If not, then they will be transferred elsewhere. I have come back this time, and I am prepared to speak to you about this matter. When you return, tell the brothers about it, and ask each of them for their opinion." Chen Zilong immediately said excitedly, "I think the brothers must be even more excited than I am when they know this news, and I'm sure they're all willing to join." Yifeng said, "Don't make up your own mind. I mean, you have to consult each of your brothers." Chen Zilong also hurriedly said, "Yes, boss, promise to complete the mission." After the matter was settled, Chen Zilong started the car and shot towards the city. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a villa in the city center. 11 had been waiting here for a long time. Yifeng instructed Chen Zilong before he and Yao Shi got off the bus. "How is the situation at home?" Yifeng asked. 11 returned. "Everything is arranged." Yifeng nodded. He was clear about 11's ability to do things. "What about my sister?" 11 replied back. "It's stabilized now, but it hasn't awakened yet. I brought back a lot of instruments from the base, so there won't be any more accidents. In addition, second brother also brought back a lot of doctors and medicinal herbs, and is studying the properties of the medicine with little 7 at this moment. I guess it won't take long to be able to figure it out." The two had also arrived at the villa while they were talking. The entire villa had been transformed into a fully equipped, unbelievably advanced treatment room. Through the explosion-proof glass, Yifeng saw Yi Xiaoxiao inside. At the moment Yi Xiaoxiao was still in a coma, but her situation was already many times better than before. "Mr. Yi, can I go in to see your sister?" Yao Shi cautiously opened his mouth and asked. "Naturally." Soon, after being fully sterilized by several professional nurses, Yao Shi was brought into the treatment room. 11 also spoke up and asked, "Boss, Xiao Zhao's parents are almost ready. Do you want to meet them?" "Aha!" Yifeng nodded. For his sister's adoptive parents, Yifeng had only met them once. When he fled the country, he fostered his sister to the couple. Soon, 11 brought Yifeng to a villa in the back. When he came to the door of the room, Yifeng was somewhat unsure of how to face the couple. "What's wrong?" 11 looked at Yifeng suspiciously. Yifeng sighed deeply. "I'm a little unsure of how to face them. After all, I left my sister with them back then without saying goodbye, leaving them nothing, and the couple are both the most ordinary rural people, doing hard labor for a living. You can imagine how much it cost them to raise Xiao Xiao all these years. If I could have searched for them myself, they would not have suffered such doom. In fact, back then, After Yi Feng took over the Fifth Kingdom, he had also searched for news of his sister and this couple. However, he had sent people to search for them several times to no avail, and the news of the three could not be traced at all. Adding to the fact that the war in the Fifth Kingdom was tight at that time, he couldn't get away to personally investigate. After that, he joined the frontier army and searched several times, even letting the people from the Ministry of War help in the investigation, but he still had no news. 11 comforted. Boss, we can't blame you for this. Back then you also asked us to look for news of them. Could our intelligence? We couldn't even find them. Now that I think about it, could it be that those who wanted to target you at that time already knew Princess Xiaoxiao's identity, so they deliberately erased all of their information, so we couldn't find out anything at all? Wait until those people want to make a move on you before they make a move on Dawn and the couple. Yi Feng sighed again. Although I understand this reasoning, this matter is ultimately my fault. LOL. Just at this time, the door to the room opened, and a middle-aged woman with a somewhat wrinkled face and somewhat gray hair came out from inside. Child, it's not your fault. In fact, you couldn't find me. It was us who went incognito and took Xiaoxiao away from where we were. Chapter 123, Recognition of Parents. This middle-aged woman was no other than Yi Xiaoxiao's adoptive mother, Su Qingya. Yi Feng also hurriedly apologized with Su Qingya. Auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making you and uncle suffer such a doom. Su Qingya, however, came over and held Yi Feng's hand and said, good boy, how can auntie blame you? If it wasn't for you, your uncle and they might have all died. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for that. The more Su Qingya said this, the harder Yi Feng felt in his heart, but he was also extremely moved. Su Qingya also seemed to see Yi Feng's guilt. She said, child, don't feel guilty in your heart. Your uncle and I love Xiaoxiao very much. Your uncle and I lost our child when we were young. We were so muddled in those years that we have never been able to let go of our feelings. Do you know that back then when you gave Xiaoxiao to us? Do you know how happy we were? To put it mildly, in fact, back then, after you handed Xiaoxiao over to us and left in a hurry, your uncle and I both got selfish and thought of taking Xiaoxiao far away so that you wouldn't be able to find her. So that Xiaoxiao would completely become our child. And Xiaoxiao is very obedient. She obeys us, and even treats us as her own parents. We are really very happy and satisfied to be Dawn's parents. Looking at Su Qingya's happy face, Yi Feng also held Su Qingya's hand tightly. Auntie, Xiaoxiao and I are your children from now on. When Su Qingya heard this, her eyes unconsciously contained tears. She nodded vigorously, and her hand unconsciously grasped Yi Feng's hand. Over the years, they had been so happy and blissful with Xiaoxiao that they were totally like family. Although they couldn't give Yi Xiaoxiao a life of great wealth and prosperity, they couldn't give Xiaoxiao everything that a wealthy family has, but they did their best to give Yi Xiaoxiao everything they could. It's been a few years and they've really had a great, happy time. They both wished they could live like this forever. But fate, as if it didn't want to make things easy for them, struck them with such a doom and gloom just as they were getting their lives on track. Fortunately, Yi Feng came back in time and saved them. In fact, ever since they woke up and were brought here for comprehensive treatment afterward, they could also see that Yi Feng's identity and status was not ordinary. The two of them had been worried for the past 2 days that Yi Feng, now that he was back, would want to take Xiaoxiao away, and would make Xiaoxiao break off her relationship with them. After all, they clearly knew that Yi Feng had fostered Xiaoxiao in their home back then, and they had no kinship with Xiaoxiao. Plus, they could see that Yi Feng was definitely not a child of an ordinary family, and they also knew that some people from big families were very repulsed by the fact that their own family members were related to people like them. For this reason, the two had been worrying about this matter for the past 2 days, and the two even thought about whether to secretly take Yi Xiaoxiao away and find a place where no one could continue their lives. But what I didn't expect was that Yi Feng not only didn't want to take Xiaoxiao away, didn't want them to sever their relationship with Xiaoxiao, but instead, he wanted to take Xiaoxiao with him to recognize them as his parents. Good boy, moved. Su Qingya, tightly grasping Yi Feng's hand, kept repeating the 3 words good boy. Mother-sama, this is a happy day. Don't cry. You take me to see Father-sama. Yes. Su Qingya wiped away her tears and revealed a kind smile as she grabbed Yi Feng's hand and entered the room. In the room, Du was standing in the doorway, his eyes red. He had heard Yi Feng's words just now. Yi Feng smiled and walked over, giving Du Jiangwo a hug. Du Jiangwo's eyes became even redder. He was a bit honest and mute. He was not good at words. He didn't know what to say. He just gently patted Yi Feng's shoulder. Lord Father, Lord Mother, take your seats. Yi Feng helped the two sit on the sofa, and then with incomparable solemnity, he fell to his knees in front of the two, and behind them, 11 knelt in front of the two at the same time. Du Jiangwo and his wife were both shocked and were just about to help up Yi Feng and 11, but they were rejected by Yi Feng. Lord Father, Lord Mother, since the two of you are Xiao Xiao's father and mother, you are also my parents from now on. And 11 also said, Lord Father, Lord Mother, I am also an orphan, and all of our brothers and I have always treated the boss as our own brother, and since the boss recognizes you two as his parents, then you two are also the parents of me and our brothers. Child Yi Feng pays his respects to Lord Parents. Child Yi 11 pays his respects to his parents. Yi Feng and 11 bellowed out respectfully at the same time and kowtowed 3 times in unison towards Mr. and Mrs. Du Jiangwo. Du Jiangwo Su Qingya and her husband and wife instantly reddened their eyes, and their hearts were filled with emotions that were hard to describe. Stolen from their small children, they always hoped to get their children back, but the information was not developed in those days, coupled with the fact that human traffickers were everywhere in those days. Countless children are stolen and trafficked every year. With no power and no money, they want to find their children, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After years of unsuccessful searching, they've even lost the point of living. It wasn't until Yi Feng suddenly appeared and gave Yi Xiao Xiao to them for foster care that they felt life had meaning again. It was only then that they regrouped and raised Yi Xiao Xiao as their own daughter. I didn't expect that I would actually recognize Yi Feng and Yi 11 as sons again today. The two excited people hurriedly got up, ready to help Yi Feng and 11 up. But at this time, Yi Er and Yi Qi as well as the 4 of them, Bar Ing and Yeren, also walked in through the door. Almost at the same time, all 4 of them also fell to their knees. My child pays his respects to his parents, especially Bar Ing and Yeren. The two are more tearful at this moment, just lost their parents. These 2 days also has been. It is Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya couple has been taking care of them, comforting them, so that they and the 2 people to re-feel the love of parents. Just now, several people came to the door and saw Yi Feng and 11 recognizing Su Qingya Du Jiangwo and her husband and wife as their parents. The two naturally sprang to such thoughts instantly. As for Yi Er and Yi Qi, they and 11 said in general, they are also orphans, treating each other as blood brothers and siblings. Yi Feng since he recognized Su Qingya Du Jiangwo husband and wife as his parents, it is natural that they are also their parents. Seeing that Yi Er and the others also recognized them as their parents, Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya became even more excited. Good. Good boy. Come on, get up. The excited Du Jiangwo Su Qingya couple hurriedly helped the people up one by one, and when the crowd rose, they all gathered around the two, and the family was happy. Right, Yi Feng, have you seen Xiao Xiao? Su Qingya asked, still a little worried. Yi Feng said, I've seen it, so don't worry. You too, I've already found the best doctors and the best medicinal herbs. I will definitely cure Xiao Xiao. Yi Qi also spoke up, yes, I've analyzed the poison in Xiao Xiao's body, and I'm now preparing to dispense the medicine, so I guess it won't take long for Xiao Xiao to be able to wake up. Well, then. Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo were also finally at ease. After Yi Er several people left, Su Qingya pulled Yi Feng's hand and said, child, you must cure your sister. Your sister is too understanding. After you gave her to us back then, she also knew that she might have dragged you down. For this reason, the next day she begged us to move and leave the place where we live, just for fear of being found by your enemies, thus dragging you down, dragging us down. Plus we had selfishness too, so that's why we moved and went incognito, just so no one could find us. So, this matter is actually we are sorry for you. If we don't do this, maybe you would have found Xiao Xiao long time ago, and Xiao Xiao wouldn't have suffered from this misfortune. In fact, it's us who should feel guilty. Listening to Su Qingya's words, Yi Feng's heart was touched. Chapter 124, News of the Child. After leaving his parents' room, Yi Feng found Yi Qi and the others. 7. Can my sister's poison be cured? Yi Qi said. Don't worry, boss. After Miss Yao Xi's help in analyzing the situation, now I have full certainty. Now that we've started working on the antidote, we estimate that it won't take long before we'll be able to detoxify Xiao Xiao. Yi Feng was then relieved. Yi Feng looked at Yao Xi again. Thanks a lot, Yao Xi hurriedly said. Mr. Yi, you're too kind. This is all what I should do. You've helped my Pilgod Valley so much. It's nothing for me to help you with such a small favor. By the way, Mr. Yi, I observed that Sister Yi's medical skills are heavenly. I would like to stay here for a while longer to learn medical skills from Sister Yi. Do you think it's okay? Yi Feng said. Of course, there are no restrictions here. You can stay as long as you want. Yao Xi was overjoyed when she heard this, and a bright smile appeared above that stunning face, while Yi Qi, who was on the side, looked at Yao Xi ambiguously, seemingly sensing Yi Qi's gaze. Yao Xi's face instantly turned red. Yi Feng gave the two a somewhat puzzled look and turned around to leave the pharmacy. Coming outside, 11 approached with a drawing. Boss, now that we're going to set up camp here, I've already had the brothers from the construction department come over. Take a look at this as the plan for Dragon City. Yi Feng said. You can just handle these things. Everything will be according to your ideas. Right. Where are Qin Tian and his sister? Yifeng asked again. They've also been safely sent back. They're all at the War Ministry at this moment. In addition, just now Chen Zilong sent a message saying that he's already told the brothers in the War Ministry about our identities. Now the brothers in the War Ministry want to meet you. And incidentally, have you make an announcement about their return to the Fifth Kingdom? Yifeng nodded. Well, I'll go over there now. In addition, help me check the children whose parents were trafficked back then. 11 said. I've already sent people to investigate. I guess it won't take long to get news. Yifeng was very satisfied with 11's ability to do things, arranging everything in a well-organized manner. In fact, among the many brothers, 11 had the strongest ability to deal with things. At first Yifeng had always wanted 11 to help deal with the affairs of the Fifth Kingdom, but 11 refused to do so. The guy liked to fight and had to stay by his side. For this reason, Yifeng could only let Yi keep managing the affairs of the Fifth Kingdom and let 11 follow him. In the future, you'll be in charge of managing the entire Dragon City. When 11 heard this, he wilted. Don't, boss, I don't want to be the Grand Master. I just want to follow you in charge with you. Yifeng kicked 11 in the ass. What time is it? Still charging into battle. This matter is settled, or else you'll be buried as a talent. In addition, this Dragon City is also considered our home base. All the more reason to run it well. In fact, Yifeng did this because he was worried about 11's safety. He was now considered an enemy of the world, and he would have to deal with countless powerhouses from various forces in the future. Ever since the last time 11 was injured in Haichang and almost fell, he had already thought about it and told 11 not to take any more risks. Let him manage Dragon City at ease first, and then go out for training after his strength has been raised and he has absolute self-protection ability. Since the seals in their bodies had been unlocked, 11 had now just become the weakest among the crowd of brothers. Alright then, thanks, boss. 11 was also clear about what was in Yifeng's heart, and he was touched. Leaving the villa area, Yifeng arrived at the Dragon City War Department. Just as he entered the gate, he saw all the members of the Northwest War Department on the huge training ground, all lined up neatly. The fervor, the admiration, was written thickly on everyone's face. Greetings, Lord War God. Tens of thousands of people opened their mouths in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, and their chi rushing into the sky. Yifeng swept his gaze over everyone present and looked at these familiar faces. Once upon a time, it was these iron-blooded men who followed him to fend off foreign enemies, making great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom and carrying the weight of hundreds of millions of people so that they could live in peace and enjoy a peaceful and prosperous world. But their achievements have been easily erased by some people, and some of them have even suffered many injustices. But despite this, they still have no complaints in their hearts, and they still stand firm to protect all of them. Yifeng spoke in a loud voice. Gentlemen, I'm sure Chen Zilong has already told you about me coming here? All of you must have already made your choices, right? Everyone nodded in unison. Chen Zilong even led the way and shouted, Greetings, Lord Sovereign! Greetings, Lord Sovereign! The tens of thousands of people once again opened their mouths in a loud voice, their voices like rolling thunder, resounding through the clouds. Yifeng said, Since you all trust me, then from now on, you are part of the Fifth Kingdom. Once again, the excited cheers rang out. Boss, can I join the Fifth Kingdom as well? Qin Tian walked over and looked at Yifeng somewhat nervously. He was Yifeng's henchman before, and after he was wounded in combat, he chose to be discharged from the army in order not to drag his brothers down. And now that the injuries on his body were almost healed, now that he saw that his brothers had all joined the Fifth Kingdom, he was naturally envious. Yifeng laughed. Of course, I'm very clear about your kid's ability. Originally I wanted to ask if you're willing to join in. He had been one of his men before itself, and had been wounded on the battlefield for protecting himself, and his sister's trail had been told to him by Qin Tian and his sister before. Speaking of which, Qin Tian was considered to be his sister's savior, before Qin Tian saved him, and after that, he saved his sister. How could he not let Qin Tian join in? Qin Tian was also instantly delighted. That would be great. Thanks, boss. Yifeng patted Qin Tian's shoulder. After you kid heals up, go directly to find 11 and follow 11 to take charge of managing the entire Dragon City. Yes, promise to finish the job. In the evening, Yifeng didn't go back either, but stayed at the War Department to gather and drink with his brothers. Early the next morning, news came from 11. There is news about the children of Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya who were trafficked by human traffickers. People are now in the southeast province. After Yifeng received the news, he directly took off from the airport with 11 and headed to the southeast province. Along the way, 11 also told Yifeng about this child's miserable encounter. Not long after the child was born, He was stolen by a traffickers organization and sold first to a mountain village in the eastern province. As a result, not long after the sale, the child fell ill, and because of its special blood type, the local hospital could not treat it, and the buyer could not afford the high medical expenses. The buyer then found the trafficker and returned the goods, who then sold the girl back to a wealthy local family. The rich family could afford the money and helped to cure the disease, but the girl's disease often came back. Eventually that family couldn't afford the high cost. Eventually it changed hands and was sold to another human trafficking organization. This trafficker organization in turn sold the girls to a buyer in the southeast province. Not long after that buyer bought the girl, he also found out that the girl had a very serious disease that went back and forth and could not be cured at all. Eventually it was simply abandoned. Good thing it was adopted by an orphanage. But when she was 15, she got sick again and the orphanage couldn't afford her medical care. The girl knew about it too, and she chose to leave the orphanage, not wanting to drag it down any further. 15 years old with a disease, underage, illiterate and unsupported. She is trying to survive in a society where the role is severe. One can only imagine how tough it will be. Luckily, a couple who owns a restaurant is willing to take her in and let her help out in the store by washing dishes and sweeping floors and cleaning in exchange for a meal. But it didn't last long, and soon that restaurant went out of business as well, and she once again lost her livelihood. But she still relies on her young body to support herself by picking up rags and giving people black jobs. Chapter 125, wishing all people peace and health. But fate picks on the afflicted, and it wasn't long before she had another relapse, and because the previous illness had never been cured, it triggered various organs to start failing. Her days are numbered. Boss, here's a picture of my little sister. 11 handed his cell phone to Yifeng, who saw a very cute girl on the cell phone screen. From her eyebrows, she was able to tell that the girl resembled Su Qingya. Where is she now? Yifeng asked. 11 shook her head. I just got word that she quit her job after she realized she had the disease, and now no one knows where she is. I've already asked Long Ao Tian to notify people in the southeast province to help find her. Increase your efforts, even if you turn the entire southeast upside down, you must find her. Yifeng instructed. Yes. A few hours later, Yifeng and 11 arrived at Tiandong City, which was under the provincial capital of Southeast Province. As soon as he left the airport, 11 began contacting the people in the Southeast War Department. But it turned out that the other party's phone had been unanswered. Yifeng asked, where are the people from the War Ministry and the officials? Earlier, 11 had notified Long Ao Tian of this matter, and had Long Ao Tian help contact the head of the Southeast War Department, so that the Southeast War Department and the officials could help in the search. But now I can't reach these people. No one answered the phone. 11 was furious. When he finished speaking, 11 was once again ready to make a call. A middle-aged police officer approached. You're Peace's family, aren't you? Yes. Yifeng hurriedly nodded his head. Hello, I'm a police officer from the West City Patrol Office. My name is Wang Dan. I was the one who gave you the information about Ping An earlier. Yifeng hurriedly said. Many thanks. Has the person been found now? Wang Dan shook his head and said. We haven't found it yet. Tiantong City is very large, and the situation in the old part of the city is very complicated. We have sent out all the people from our office, but that little manpower is simply not enough. So the others didn't go looking? 11 asked. Others? There are other people looking? Wang Dan looked at Yifeng and 11 very puzzled. I didn't get the message. Only our people at the institute got an order from above to help find peace. As soon as Yifeng and 11 heard this, they knew that the people from the Southeast War Department and the officials were not even looking for it, and it was obviously a false and perfunctory attempt to push the matter to the local jurisdiction's inspection office. It made both of them incredibly angry. Yifeng directly said, contact our people right away and get them all over here. Outsiders can't be relied on at all. Understood. Uncle Wang, can you take me to the place where my sister last resigned? Good. Wang Dan nodded and led Yifeng and 11 to the car. Uncle Wang, can you tell me about my sister? Wang Dan nodded inside. Alas, Ping An is a good child. It's a pity that God has been cruel to her. At first, I didn't really know what happened to Peace the child. It was one day when I went on patrol. I saw this child thrown in a garbage can on the street. It was the coldest time of the year, and the child was freezing his body to stiffness. I sent her to the hospital, and after the hospital's examination, we realized that this child had a very serious disease in her body. And later, after a detailed investigation, we realized that she was abducted and trafficked here from the eastern province, and because of the disease in her body, she was abandoned by the buyer. After that I placed her in an orphanage in our district, but when she was 15 years old, the condition relapsed on her again, and the treatment required a huge amount of money. In itself, this child is an orphan, and we have not been able to find the child's real parents. and the orphanage has taken out all the money, but it is still not enough, and in the end, we explained the situation to the hospital, and the hospital decided to help treat the child for free. It's a good thing the boy was lucky enough to be stabilized by the hospital, but follow-up treatment still requires a large sum of money. Originally we were going to ask the welfare organization to collect donations, but Ping An refused. She felt that she owed the orphanage and the hospital too much. She was afraid that she couldn't afford to pay it back, so she chose to sneak out of the orphanage and go out to work. Wang Don's eyes began to redden a little as he spoke, voice also a little trembling. But you say, she a 15-year-old girl, no relatives, no dependents, cannot read a lot of words, but also with the disease, out to the community who can want her. Later we learned that after she left the orphanage, because no one wanted her to work, she bought food with the money she got from picking up rags and selling scrap metal, and at night she lived in bridge holes or abandoned factories, toilets and the like. Fortunately, the owner of the restaurant where she often went to eat saw the child's pity and let her help out in the restaurant by doing some cleaning, serving tea and water and so on, so that she was able to have a full meal every day and not go hungry. Originally that restaurant was also just a cheapest and smallest restaurant, and then because there wasn't much business, it also closed down completely, so Ping An lost his livelihood once again. Good thing he was 16 by then, too, so he could go out and make some money. After that, she started working as a waitress, handing out flyers, and other such jobs that didn't require a diploma, and piecemeal. Over the course of 2 years, she worked hundreds of jobs. Apart from the necessary expenses and food money, she never spent any more pennies, and the extra money she earned from her daily part-time job, she would silently donate to hospitals and orphanages as well as some welfare organizations. The only time she spent money was when she bought herself a lipstick. Speaking of which, Wang Don brought out a list. Here are, in bits and pieces, vouchers for her donations to orphanages and hospitals and some welfare organizations over the years. Yi Feng and 11 watched attentively. 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, $1, $5, $10, and up to $50. In bits and pieces. It's all incredibly detailed. Wang Don said angrily, but it was such good intentions that she was verbally abused by a welfare organization that said she did it on purpose. And the incident was even posted on the internet, and she was cyber violated by some people. In the end, we stepped in and told everyone the truth of the matter, but there were actually people who said that this was Ping An's deliberate attempt to gain attention, and that she had once again been subjected to unprecedented cyberstorms. It was only when things festered later that people learned of Peace's tragic life. A lot of well-wishers want to adopt Peaceful and others want to donate. Speaking here, Wang Don began to choke. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Just a few days ago, Ping An's condition relapsed again. She went to the hospital and found out that she had a relapse that caused her multiple organs to start failing. Can't live much longer. When we found out about it, we rushed to the hospital at the first opportunity, but she rejected everyone's intentions and left alone and silently. I suppose she wants to leave this world alone and in peace. Speaking of this, Wang Don's emotions suddenly got a little out of control, and he roared. She's so understanding, so strong, but why doesn't God want her to live? She's so loving, so grateful, but why are there people who are so cruel to her, so vicious, so slanderous, that kind of abuse and ridicule? At this moment, Wang Don couldn't stop his tears from flowing, choking back another sob. She said, I still have her account, and she didn't know her last name, so she named herself Peace. I asked her why. She said she wanted her to be safe and healthy, and wanted everyone to be safe and healthy. Hope all are safe and healthy. Chapter 126 Clues. There were also tears contained in the eyes of Yi Feng and 11 in the back. The aura on his body was amazing. Yi Feng carefully put away these donation forms, turning his head to 11. Those who have hurt my little sister. Those who have cyber violated my little sister. All of them, one by one. Find them for me. 11 nodded heavily. Understood. Wang Don also calmed down and adjusted his emotions at this moment. I'm sorry, I just lost my temper. Yi Feng said. Thanks to Uncle Wang for taking care of my little sister back then. I believe that good people have good rewards in the end. Wang Don nodded. I hope so. By this time, the car also came to the front of a milk tea store. Wang Don introduced. This milk tea store is where Ping An worked before. Yi Feng nodded and entered the milk tea store with 11. After learning that Yi Feng and 11 were Ping An's older brothers, several of the clerks looked at the two men with immense defensiveness. Fortunately, Wang Don explained it in time, and a few shopkeepers then believed it. But they were still angry. One of the shopkeepers who had the best relationship with Ping An even pointed at Yi Feng and 11's shut up and questioned. You are Ping An's family. Why didn't you protect Ping An well? Why didn't you look for Ping An after so many years, and you only came to look for her when she was about to die? Have you, as her brothers, Done your duty as a brother? You have no idea what Peace has really been going through all these years. She's a girl and her hands are rougher than those of a hard laborer. All thick calluses. Can you imagine? She had big little unknown scars all over her body. And she was a girl in her flower season. Yet she never used makeup. Said. And the girl cried. The eyes of the other few sales clerks were red. And they were also glaring at Yifeng and 11 with indignation on their faces. Who could imagine that the sovereign lord of the most powerful Fifth Kingdom was at this moment being pointed at by a few waiters? But both of them at the moment were incomparably guilty and lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Wang Dan hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Alright, you guys stop talking first. Hurry up and tell us what you know. The most important thing now is to find Peace first." The girl named Li, who had the best relationship with Pingyan, then spoke up. "I've just seen one of Pingyan's photos taken on a social media platform. I wonder if it's useful." Yifeng hurriedly snatched the girl's cell phone. The screen had a peaceful selfie. The text on it was only a very simple sentence. "Goodbye. I'm going to the other world to find my family." Yifeng instantly panicked and hurriedly said towards 11. "Quickly have the technical department look for the location." 11 also hurriedly took out his phone and began to notify the technical department. Wang Dan on the side also hurriedly said towards Li and the others, "Do you have Pingyan's contact information? Hurry up and help contact her and tell her that her family has come to look for her." Lily's several people also reacted, hurriedly began to take out their cell phones and began to contact Pingyan. Lily also replied on the social media platform, but several people took turns to contact Pingyan through various ways, but they didn't get any reply. Yifeng also hurriedly asked, "Do you guys know where she usually lives? Or where do you guys think she can go?" The crowd began to think, but after half a day's thought, they couldn't think of a place where Pingyan might have gone. After all, normally after work, Pingyan had never gone with them. They had previously thought that Peace might be less inclined to socialize. It wasn't until a few days ago, after Pingyan's story came to light, that they realized that it was because Pingyan didn't have a place to stay that he wasn't following them, probably afraid they'd find out she was living in a bridge hole or something. Suddenly, Yifeng seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked towards the several people, "Did you guys just get that defensive about us? Did you think we were bad people? Did someone bully Pingyan before? Or get close to Pingyan?" Yifeng had just suddenly thought of the fact that his parents and Xiao had been taken away before because of their special organs and blood, and Pingyan's organs and blood seemed to be very special. This southeastern province was the territory of the Luo family, Luo Tianhong's home base, and the Luo family and the Zheng family have a close relationship. This made Yifeng associate it with a possibility. Lily nodded. Someone did bully Pingyan before. What man? Lily recalled. Before a customer came to the store to buy milk tea. When Pingyan was at work, the man came in and ordered a cup of milk tea. But milk tea production requires a process. As a result, the man waited no more than 20 seconds, then impatiently began to abuse Pingyan. Pingyan kept apologizing, but the man just went ahead and slapped Pingyan, knocking blood out of Pingyan's mouth. After we called the police, the man left in a hurry. Wang Dan also spoke up. "I also know about this matter. At that time it was handled by someone from this precinct who talked to about it. At that time I was not aware that the person in question was Pingyan. The guy ended up paying a small medical bill." Li continued. "The next day, we took Pingyan to the hospital, and Pingyan's condition relapsed, and then he was found to have multiple organ failure at the hospital." Yifeng and 11 glanced at each other, both seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. "Where is that man now? Do you know, Uncle Wang? I'll call and ask." When Wang Dan went out to make the call, 11 also received the news. "Boss, I've found it. The location where the last Peace cell phone signal appeared is here." 11 handed his cell phone to Yifeng. After Yifeng saw the exact location clearly, his silhouette instantly turned into a stream of light and shot out. This sudden scene made Li and several other sales clerks, all of them froze in place at once. It was a long time before Li rubbed her eyes, thinking she was blind. The other clerk looked at 11 with even more horror. "Who the hell are you people?" 11 explained. "Don't be nervous, we're martial artists." "A martial artist?" A few people froze at first. Then, as if they had seen a new continent, they all excitedly gathered around 11's body. Seven Mouths asked 11 about martial artists. Although they knew of the existence of powerful martial artists in this world, they had never seen one. And outside, Wang Dan was still frozen in place at the moment, having just seen the same scene. He didn't come to his senses until a voice came over the phone. "Hey, old Wang, what's going on?" Reacting, he hurriedly asked, "Who was that person you dealt with earlier who beat up the milk tea store clerk?" A voice came over the phone. "That guy's a two-bit gangster from our precinct. We've dealt with him a few times." "Why? What's he doing again? What's his name and do you know where he is now?" 11 rushed out and asked. "That guy's name is Wang Lu, known as Two Donkeys." A total dilettante. Unemployed. I guess it's either the internet cafe in the casino or in the billiard hall. What's the matter, old Wang? What happened? Wang Dan hurriedly said. There's an emergency. Do you have his contact information? Send it to me. When that guy compensated the milk tea store clerk before, he was so poor that he didn't have any money at all, and he ended up selling his cell phone to get enough money. I guess I can't reach him, so I'd better go look for him for you. Wang Dan said. Okay, thanks a lot. I'll come over to you right away. Chapter 127, The Overzealous Auntie. Besides, Yi Feng sighed. At this moment, he had already followed the address on his cell phone to a civilian area on the outskirts of the western city. This is the most backward and poorest part of downtown Tiantung. As far as the eye could see, the place was full of broken and dilapidated houses, sprawling and unorganized. A variety of narrow, trash-filled alleys crisscross the city, and it's easy to get lost in them if you don't know the area. Yi Feng followed the location on his cell phone and came to the entrance of a small courtyard that had been deserted for many years. The door to the yard was open. It was overgrown with weeds, the walls had fallen down, and it was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. However, Yi Feng found a small house in the courtyard that seemed to be a storehouse before, and saw traces of someone living in it. The house was small and leaky, with a bed made of worn wooden planks with a thin mattress and an equally thin quilt. On the floor next to the bed was neatly placed a worn suitcase with a set of work clothes from a milk tea store, and a few whitewashed clothes and shoes underneath. At the bottom was a voucher for a donation. Yi Feng's heart was hard when he saw these donation vouchers. He knew that this would be where Ping'an had lived before. Yi Feng carefully examined it, and soon he realized that there were two other misplaced footprints on the ground, which were very large and new, and did not look like the girl's footprints. Then, another cell phone was found in a corner under the bed. Yi Feng tapped his phone and saw what Ping'an had sent on social media. He was even more certain that this was where Peace lived. But Peace's cell phone is here. But the man is gone, and there are many men's footprints on the ground. A wave of uneasiness instantly hit Yi Feng's heart. It was at this time that a few big men rushed in outside the door, all holding flat stretches, brooms and other things, and aggressively blocked the doorway. Who are you and what are you doing here? An older woman in the lead, with a red cuff tied around her arm that had the word Neighborhood Council written on it, asked. Yi Feng swept a glance at a few people, knowing that these people should be the residents of this place. He also hurriedly explained, I'm here to find Ping'an. I'm his brother. The big mom, however, laughed coldly. Humph, you guys are really in cahoots. Ping'an is an orphan. Where did he get a brother? You guys lied to me yesterday, and you still want to lie to me today. No way. Say, who the hell are you? And where have you taken Peace? A few big men also raised things like broomsticks and flatbreads in their hands and aimed them at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's heart burst with joy. Auntie, I'm really Ping'an's brother. Ping'an was snatched by human traffickers when she was a child. We've been searching for her for many years and this is how we found her. Today I came here to look for her. If you guys don't believe me, you can call your local inspection office. Big Mom didn't believe Yi Feng's words at all. Dead liar. I think you're a human trafficker. You guys took Ping'an away yesterday and you actually dare to come here today. Come on, tie up this human trafficker and send him to the neighborhood committee. With the Big Mom's order, the flat stretcher and broom in the hands of several big men greeted towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng casually waved his hand, and all the flat stretcher and broom in these people's hands were lifted off, and then with a palm strike in the air, several people all flew out backwards and landed in the courtyard. Yi Feng's strike didn't hurt them in the slightest and only pushed them out into the courtyard. And this hand of Yi Feng's made the Big Mom terrified. With a yell at the top of his lungs, Ghost! Yi Feng was also speechless, but the Big Mom's words reminded him. His body shook, and his face twisted sharply with tears of blood, looking extremely hideous and terrifying, before his figure leapt up violently and landed on top of the roof. The powerful aura on his body instantly covered everyone's body, making everyone feel like falling into an ice cellar. When they saw Yi Feng's horrible and hideous face again, they were all paralyzed with fear. Yi Feng also opened his mouth. His voice was mournful and incomparable. Someone of you here killed me. I've come to seek revenge on you people here. I'm going to make all of you pay for your lives. Hearing Yi Feng's mournful and incomparable, devil-like voice, Big Mother and the others were terrified. One by one, they all begged for mercy. Lord Ghost, it's not that we killed you. We're all good people. We've never done anything bad. Please spare us. Yi Feng said. If you want me to spare you guys, it's not impossible. The crowd was thrilled at the news. Let me ask you, who really took Ping'an away yesterday? Big Mom hurriedly said. It's two men. Yesterday they came to look for Ping'an. At that time I also asked these people a question, but it turned out that these people said that they were Ping'an's brother, and they came to bring Ping'an home. They also produced a lot of proof, so I didn't ask any more questions and let them take Peace away. Yi Feng's heart was greatly relieved when he heard this. This proved that Ping'an was still alive. He asked hastily, "What do they all look like?" Auntie said, "Both men were tall. One of them had a face full of pockmarks and was very thin, and the other had a scar on his face." Yi Feng asked again, "Then why did you guys come here again today?" The older woman said, "I just recently joined the neighborhood council, and today I received a notice from the inspection office in our district, and the inspection said that there have been traffickers in the west side lately, and many children have been taken. Let our neighborhood committee help spread the word." And then I saw the pictures of those two men. That's when I realized that those two were human traffickers, and that Ping'an might have been taken and sold by them. "Then why don't you tell the people in the inspection office about this?" Yi Feng asked. Auntie said, "I had just joined the neighborhood committee and hadn't yet made an inch of merit, so I wanted to catch the trafficker myself and make a mark for me in the neighborhood committee. So I didn't tell the people at the inspection office. That's why we've been standing guard here, not realizing that we've actually run into you, Lord Ghost." Yi Feng was speechless. It was obvious that this was an enthusiastic Amma, but it was a little too enthusiastic. He couldn't blame Big Mom, though. After all, the older woman had kind of given him a lot of clues. 11. Find these two immediately. After Yi Feng sent the message to 11, his silhouette instantly disappeared. Big Mom and the others were like amnesties, all of them gasping for air. Plus 11's side. He was led by Wang Dan to the casino and found Wang Dan's colleague Li Yun. "Old Li, did you find that second donkey?" Li Yun shook his head. "I haven't found it yet, but I've helped you find a few of second donkey's fox friends, but these guys are tough talking. They all say they don't know where the second donkey is." With that, Li Yun brought 11 and Wang Dan to a pool hall. "Come here, you guys," with a greeting from Li Yun. A few delinquent teenagers aged 17 or 18 with dyed yellow hair that looked like high school students reluctantly walked over. "Officer, we've all said that we haven't committed anything and we don't know where Brother Donkey is, so can you stop bothering us?" A small youth leading the group said. Li Yun wanted to say something else. Instead, 11 slapped the youngster across the face, knocking him to the ground. With murderous intent, he asked, "Say, where's the second donkey? Grass, dare to touch our boss." A group of young people are also very righteous. One by one, all copied billiard cues, stool legs and other things screaming and rushed over. Li Yun and Wang Dan were also shocked. They could both clearly know that these punks could be delinquent teenagers who dropped out of high school and couldn't be disciplined at home. Children at this age, all of them are incredibly rebellious, and when they lay their hands on them, it's called viciousness. The two were about to open their mouths in warning when 11 slapped them in the air. The crowd of youngsters all flew out backwards, smashed to the ground, and fainted. Last chance, where's the second donkey? Otherwise, die. The lead young man on the ground was stunned by 11's terrifying tactics. At this moment does not care what Jianghu righteousness, brotherly love, a brain all accounted for. Brother Donkey got rich today and is now washing his feet at the Red Romantic Bath Center. Chapter 128, The Snake Gang. Where's Red Romance? I know. I'll take you guys there. Li Yun hurriedly spoke. 11 kicked out and the punk on the ground flew out backwards, hitting the wall and fainting. This horrifying scene caused both Li Yun and Wang Dan to suck in a breath of cool air. Li Yun even couldn't help but ask quietly towards Wang Dan, "What kind of god is he? So powerful?" Wang Dan said, "Martial artists. They are the family of peace." "What? He's actually a martial artist?" Li Yun was incomparably shocked. For martial artists, Li Yun also naturally knew, but it's never been touched or seen. "I didn't expect to actually open my eyes today. Not only did I see an actual martial artist, but I also saw the means of the martial artist." Wang Dan nodded his head and said, "Well, their identities seem to be very unusual. Make sure you help find peace today." "Definitely." Li Yun patted his chest and assured, being able to do things for martial artists, this also gives some more capital to brag about in front of colleagues in the future. At this time, 11 also received a message from Yi Feng on his cell phone. "Do you guys recognize these two?" 11 handed his cell phone to the Li Yun duo. Li Yun spoke. "This is a concordance issued by our city. These two are both human traffickers, recently appeared in our city." "Mr. 11, were these two the ones who kidnapped Ping'an?" Wang Dan asked nervously. "Yes." 11 nodded. Wang Dan hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll immediately send the news back to the office and have everyone check for these two." Li Yun on the side also took out his cell phone at the same time and started contacting their colleagues, and 11 sent the message back to the technical department of the Fifth Kingdom. "Let's go. Find this second donkey. He can't be separated from this." Soon, the trio arrived at the Red Romantic Bath Center. In the meantime, in a room at the Red Romantic Bath Center, the second donkey, Wang Lu, and a fat, middle-aged man were lying leisurely on the bed. The second donkey was admiringly patting the fat man's ass beside him. Boss, or your great this snake gang has been looking for years. I did not expect to actually be found by you. And you gently move your brain. You got $200,000. That fat man was also immensely enjoying second donkey's ass. That's right. What kind of person am I? Your boss. That's the overlord of the West City. In this Tiandong city, there's still nothing I can't handle. Boss, how did you know that woman is a special blood type? Second donkey was curious. Fatty said, it was also the last time I went to the hospital and overheard one of my buddies talking about it. It was only then that I realized that that woman might be someone that the snake gang needs. It took a moment for second donkey to respond. That's why you wanted me to beat up the woman and get her blood. To try to confirm it? Fatty nodded. Well, it really is God's way of making us rich. That woman's blood is actually really someone the snake gang needs. Then why doesn't boss just give that woman directly to the snake gang? So we might be able to get more money. Second donkey asked. Fatty gave second donkey a blank look. Do you think the snake gang is some kind of cats and dogs? What kind of existence is the snake gang? That's the most mysterious existence in our local area. The people from the inspection office have been investigating for how many years, but they couldn't find a single person from the snake gang. So how could I possibly find someone from the snake gang? Second donkey nodded. He had naturally heard about the snake gang. After all, in the black and white world, the snake gang is a name that rings a bell. So boss, what kind of person did you find that you were able to contact the snake gang? Fatty chided. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Fatty naturally wouldn't tell second donkey who he was looking for. After all, that person had given him $2 million in favor. Second donkey hurriedly said, yes, boss, I'm talking too much. Boss, if there's such a good thing in the future, you must think of older brother. Bang! Just then, the door to the room was kicked in. 11 rushed in full of murderous rage. Second donkey was furious. Grass, who the are you guys, daring to kick in my door? 11 was a palm in the air, and the biting palm wind instantly shattered one of second donkey's arms directly. Ah! A mournful scream resounded throughout the room. What are you? You? Fatty was so frightened that his face turned pale and he looked at 11 with incomparable horror. Right at this moment, Fatty only felt that his body was imprisoned by an invisible force. The body flew uncontrollably towards 11's position. In the next instant, he saw Yifeng's figure appear beside 11 and reached out to clasp the fatty's neck. Say, to whom did you give the message? Who took the piece away? Yifeng had just arrived here at the same time, and had heard the conversation between the two outside. Fatty was terrified and hurriedly said, I gave the information to someone who knows the snake gang. The snake gang? It's actually them. On the side, Wang Dan and Li Yun's faces changed. You guys know about the snake gang? 11 asked. Li Yun explained. Well, this is a very mysterious force in our local area. They do the sinful business of human trafficking. Human organ trafficking. This gang is very secretive. No one knows where their base is or what members they actually have. But anyone who is captured also doesn't give a single clue about the snake gang, and they all die in various bizarre ways afterward. In short, this snake gang is very mysterious and powerful. They are present in almost every city in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Dan also added, yes, this snake gang not only does human trafficking and organ trafficking, they also accept some commissions. When someone needs certain organs, they will take over, and then go around to find some orphans with no one to turn to, or people on the verge of death, and harvest their organs. Sell them to the person who commissioned them, and earn exorbitant pay. There are rumors that this snake gang is fostered by a certain super great family with an ancient heritage, and this super great family uses human organs to refine pills to renew their lives. There are also rumors that this snake gang is secretly supported by those countries around the southeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, branching out all over the place, specializing in finding some people for them to bring over to engage in electric extortion. In short, over the years, a lot of missing people all over the Dragon Kingdom have been connected to this snake gang. We've been looking into the snake gang all these years as well, but every time we've come up empty-handed. After hearing about the snake gang, 11 and Yifeng's faces turned icy cold. Yifeng opened his mouth and asked, where is that snake gang's hall master now? Fatty hurriedly said, I don't know where he is either, but I can contact him. Yifeng let go of Fatty, who hurriedly and tremblingly took out his cell phone and started to call. Snake, where are you? A low voice came over the phone. Where's Red Romance? What's wrong? Brush. 11's figure disappeared in an instant just moments after the voice on the phone dropped. Within half a minute, a tall, thin man was thrown in by 11. Chapter 129 Anger. Fat ass. UING. Seeing the fat man in the room, Snake was furious. Bang! 11 slaps went down, and one of Snake's arms instantly burst into pieces. Ah! The mournful screams once again resounded throughout the room. 11 stepped forward again. His words icy, silence me, or else, die. Snake knew that he had met a ruthless person today. He hardened the pain on his body and gritted his teeth, not daring to make a single sound. Yi Feng took out the peace photo. Say, where did the Snake Gang people tie up this girl? Already terrified, Snake hurriedly said, I do not know. I just provide this information to the Snake Gang people. They gave me 5 million. People are they kidnapped? I'm just to pass the message. A few masters. 5 million I gave this dead fat man 2 million. The rest of me all to a few masters. I beg a few masters to spare my life. The fat man on the side also hurriedly said, several masters. I will also give you all the money. Please spare me. On the side of the two donkeys stupid. This dead fat actually received $2 million in payment, but only gave him $100,000. But this moment is not the time to care about this matter. He also hurriedly said, several masters. This dead fat man only gave me 100,000 yuan. I will give you all the money. Please spare me. Shut the up. 11 shouted angrily. Several people were stunned into silence. Yi Feng asked again, how do I contact the Snake Gang's people? Contact them for me. Snake hurriedly said, I can't contact them. They're very mysterious. They only go to specific places to call me every 3 days. They just contacted me yesterday, and the next time they do I'll have to wait 2 days. Yi Feng frowned, not expecting this Snake Gang to be so cautious. Again, he asked, so sure they're in Tendon City? Snake nodded. It should be about the same. I heard someone say before that this Snake Gang seems to have a base in Tiantong City, and they spend most of their time in the base. They will only go out when they are on the move, and they will also return to the base again after each operation to make sure everything is safe before they move again. Yi Feng sniffed and immediately said towards 11. Immediately contact Long Ao Tian for me and tell him to seal off the entire Tiandong City. Don't let a single fly get out for me. 11 hurriedly nodded and began to contact Long Ao Tian. As for Wang Dan and Li Yun who were on the side, they were stunned when they heard the 3 words Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian, it seems, is the first person in the War Department. Yi Feng was actually going to order Long Ao Tian to seal off the entire Tiandong City. Both men found it unbelievable. But think about it, and then think it is impossible. What is Long Ao Tian? That is the first person of the War Department. The existence of one person under 10,000 people. People at the topmost center of power in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yi Feng and 11 were just a martial artist. How could they order Long Ao Tian? Perhaps the person Yi Feng wanted to 11 contact was just renamed to the first person in the War Department. As for Snake, the 3 of them, when they heard the 3 words Long Ao Tian, they were also instantly scared out of their wits. Could it be that the Long Ao Tian Yi Feng was talking about was really the one in Kyoto? It was starting to make the trio sweat. At this time, 11 also dialed Long Ao Tian's phone. Long Ao Tian's voice came from the phone. Mr. 11, what's wrong? Before 11 could open his mouth, Yi Feng roared. Long Ao Tian, Lousy helped you guys so much. This is how you guys help Lousy? This time, I'm very angry. If my sister has any deaths, I'll make everyone in the entire Southeast province be buried with her. Yi Feng was really angry at the moment. He had helped the Dragon Kingdom like that before, but this time when he wanted the Dragon Kingdom to help, the Dragon Kingdom was helping him like this. The people in the War Department were perfunctory and shrugged it off to the officials, who were also perfunctory and shrugged it off directly to the local precinct inspectorates. Long Ao Tian was still a bit confused. What's going on? What happened? Yi Feng roared. I asked your people to help find my sister in Tiandong City, but what did you do? Just arrange for a few people from an inspection office in your district to help find her? If you don't want to help, then forget it. There's no need to perfume me. You're delaying me. Long Ao Tian was instantly terrified. Hurriedly, he said, Mr. Yi, please calm down. I will immediately inquire what this is all about. Don't waste my time. Immediately have your men seal off Tiandong for me. If you can't do it, I'll make this place go up in smoke. Long Ao Tian hurriedly said, yes, I'll immediately have the State Lord personally give the order, and I'll rush over right away. Hearing the voice coming from the phone, it was really the voice of the first person in the War Department, Long Ao Tian. Li Yun and Wang Dan were horrified beyond words. What kind of existence is Yi Feng, to actually be able to order Long Ao Tian in such a way? And Long Ao Tian was even so scared that he kept apologizing, and said that he wanted the State Lord to personally give the order? And Snake's 3 were even more scared less at this moment. How much trouble had they gotten into? The second donkey was even directly scared and fainted. Meanwhile, Kyoto. After hanging up Yi Feng's phone, the sweaty Long Ao Tian ran furiously towards the airport while making a call to the Lord of the country. And the Lord of the country was furious when he heard about it. These assholes are just looking for death. You rush over there personally right away. make sure to make Xiao Luo lose his temper, and then hand over all the relevant people in charge to Xiao Luo to deal with. Yes. Subsequently, an order was issued from Kyoto, direct to the southeastern official and the War Ministry. Subsequently, Long Aotian's phone call also successively called the Southeast War Department and the official Southeast War Department. Supreme Commander Zhao Xuanwu was also in a cold sweat after receiving the order from the Kyoto Kingdom Lord himself. Earlier, Long Aotian's secretary called him and asked him to send someone from the War Department out to help find someone. He thought it was a personal matter of Long Aotian's secretary and didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Furthermore, although he was from the War Department, he was from Long Aotian's rival faction, so naturally, he would not have much interest in this matter. However, the face of Secretary Long Aotian still had to be given, so he left this matter to the help of the southeastern officials to do. When the time comes, Long Aotian will pursue the matter, and he will use the excuse that the troops are out on a training exercise. But I didn't realize that the matter had actually become a big deal. He actually stabbed the State Lord, and the State Lord even gave him an order personally. Just as he was about to execute the order, Long Aotian's call came back. As soon as he picked up the phone, Long Aotian's heaven-shaking roar came from inside. Zhao Xuanwu, you want to die, don't you? Are my orders? You actually dare to work perfunctorily. Do you have any idea that just because of your inaction, everyone in the entire southeast is going to be buried with you? Can you afford this responsibility? Zhao Xuanwu was genuinely frightened and hurriedly explained. Dragon Head, our men were in the middle of a drill and couldn't make it back in time. I asked the officials to help. Long Aotian roared. Now immediately rush back to me and seal off the entire Tiantong. Don't let a single fly out. If you still can't do it, you'll be waiting for me to come over and personally shoot you. Yes. Zhao Xuanwu didn't dare to have another word of nonsense. After hanging up the phone, he wiped the cold sweat from his head and hurriedly started giving orders. As Zhao Xuanwu's order was given, the War Department instantly activated the first level of combat readiness. Countless members of the War Department hastily began to move. Chapter 130 Mutual Excuses. In the meantime, other side, Tiantong Government House, Chen Dongwei, the head of Tiandong City, also received an order from the State Lord himself. He was also scared out of his wits. Earlier, Zhao Xuanwu from the War Ministry did ask him to help find someone, so he handed the matter over to the inspection hall. Get the Inspector General's office to help find someone. But I didn't expect that this matter had actually reached the side of the State Lord, and the State Lord had actually given him an order in person. A somewhat flustered Chen Dongwei hurriedly roared towards his secretary. Get everyone from the inspection hall over here right now. The secretary didn't dare to ask anything more and hurriedly left to call someone. Just as the secretary had just left, Long Aotian's phone call came through. Chen Dongwei, you want to die, don't you? How did you arrange it before when Laozi's people asked you to find someone? Chen Dongwei hurriedly explained. Dragon Head, I've instructed this matter to the people from the inspection hall before. Long Aotian immediately cursed. Don't you give me any more excuses. Now immediately cooperate with the people from the War Department to seal off the entire Tiantong to me. Don't let a fly out. Otherwise, I'll come over and kill you myself. Yes. Chen Dongwei's cold sweat came down. Too late to wipe the sweat off his face. He flew out of the office. Immediately give me all departments to move and cooperate with the War Ministry to seal off Tiantong City. That's when the secretary came running over. What's wrong, City Chief? Chen Dongwei was filled with fear and said, the sky is falling. The secretary was also alarmed. It was the first time he had seen the city head so frightened. Have the inspectorate arrived? The secretary hurriedly returned. It's here. Already in the conference room. Chen Dongwei flew into the conference room. After seeing Li Yong, the supreme commander of the inspection hall, he charged straight over with monstrous rage. With a grip on Li Yong's collar, he roared, Li Yong, how did you do what Lao Zi asked you to help with? Li Yong was a bit puzzled, and the crowd of people present at the inspection hall were all puzzled as well. All of them did not understand why Chen Dongwei was suddenly so furious. It seemed to want to kill people. Li Yong was also a bit annoyed. He was already not dealing with Chen Dongwei, and now that he was being gripped by the neck in public, he was also a bit angry. Chen Dongwei, what do you mean? Chen Dongwei hissed. I asked you to send someone to help find someone before. What did you do? Li Yong said. I've already sent someone from the local precinct's inspection office to look for it. Bang! Chen Dongwei smashes Li Yong with a straight right to the face. Hissed. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused with this behavior? Just now the State Lord himself gave the order for all of us to go out and look for that person. And the Dragon Head himself called me and questioned me about it. For that matter, they are angry. Lao Zita did not give you said. This is the War Department of the people to find people. Lao Zi let you send people to find this person. You just do things like this. You have a few brains, ah? Li Yong, who was originally punched in the face, was still a little angry and wanted to fight back, but now after hearing Chen Dongwei's words, the entire person instantly sat down on the chair as if all their strength had been drained. Chen Dongwei did give him a word about this before, but he had never really dealt with Chen Dongwei, and didn't take the matter to heart. It was just a matter of instructing the men to send the local precinct to find it. But I didn't expect that person to be so important that even the State Lord and the Dragon Head had personally asked about it. At this moment, Li Yong felt that the sky was really going to collapse. He felt that he might not be able to keep his position, or even a little more serious, his head might not be able to keep it. Not only Li Yong, but the group of people present in the inspection hall also felt a strong crisis. After all, they had all received this order before, but none of them had taken it to heart at the time. Seeing that everyone had a terrified look on their faces, Chen Dongwei hissed once again, "What the are you all standing there for? Hurry up and send out everyone under your command to cooperate with the Ministry of War to seal off the entire Tiantong, and then dig up the ground to find that person as well. If you can't find anyone, each and every one of your heads will wait to move." A crowd of people then reacted, and one by one, they rushed out of the conference room with a roll. With the official order, all the people from all the departments in the entire city of Tiantong, all of them are out. And at this time, the people from the Ministry of War also sealed off all the major transportation routes, airports, stations, ferries, train stations, and all other passages to the outside world in Tiantong City. The sudden blockade caused the entire population of Tiandong City to all panic as well. Luckily, the officials also explained in time that this was an exercise for the War Ministry and that everyone should cooperate. The populace was a little more at ease. Over here, 11 also got the message. "Boss, the War Ministry and the official people have completely sealed off the entire Tiantong. Also our people have arrived." Yi Feng immediately said. "Immediately notify the War Department and the officials. Tell them to guard all the various passages leading to the outside world. Don't let anyone out. Tell our people to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the Snake Gang's people. And find those 2 guys who kidnapped Ping'an. Remember, don't startle the snakes. And don't let any harm come to Ping'an." Understood. When 11 finished speaking, he began to give orders. The reason why Yi Feng didn't want the help of the officials and the War Ministry to find the Snake Gang's people in peace. One is that they don't trust these people, and the other is that they are afraid of spooking them. Now that Ping'an was still in the hands of the Snake Gang's people, he was worried that the officials and the War Ministry's people starting to look for them in a big way would alert the snakes. And when those people harmed Ping'an, it would not be good. Therefore, all he had to do was beg the War Ministry and the official people to guard the various access points, have their people get their hands dirty looking for the Snake Gang. Soon, both the War Ministry and the Crown received orders. They, too, who had been out in force, left the city in a hurry and were dispatched to various major road junctions. At the same time, tens of thousands of experts from the Fifth Kingdom also landed at the same time, scattering all over Tiandong, and began to carefully search every place. And Yi Feng and 11 began to look carefully for anything suspicious in the city. The moment. The airport in Tiantong City. Zhao Xuanwu from the Ministry of War is here in person with men to seal off the airport. In a short while, he saw Chen Dongwei also bring someone over. As soon as he saw Chen Dongwei, Zhao Xuanwu said angrily, "Chen Dongwei, how the hell do you do your ing job? Lao Zi asked you to help find someone, and this is how you ing arranged it." Chen Dongwei was already frightened, and now that he heard that Zhao Xuanwu actually took him to raise the blame, and also put the responsibility for all this on his head, he could not bear it at once. "I still have to ask you? The Dragon Head is supposed to be asking you to find someone, but you don't make any ing effort yourselves, but you're pushing this onto Lao Zi's head, making Lao Zi do the work for you, and now that things have gotten out of hand, you're actually trying to put the blame on Lao Zi's head?" Zhao Xuanwu also retorted. "Grass, I was leading the troops on a pullout. And besides, this finding people thing was supposed to be done by you guys. And is it yourselves who are too wasted to find someone?" At one point, the 2 men hurled insults at each other and argued, and began to shift the blame to each other. Chapter 131. Both of you, stop arguing. What a time. Wang Yu, the second in command of Tiandong City, stood out and stopped the 2 from arguing. Now this matter has stabbed to the State Lord. The Dragon Head is even going to come over personally soon. Now is not the time to complain. We should think about how to deal with this matter now. The 2 also stopped arguing. After all, this matter did make a big deal now. Not only did the country's lord know about it, but Long Ao Tian was even going to come over personally right away. If they didn't take care of this matter before Long Ao Tian came, then it was estimated that they were afraid that their seats would come to an end. "What now?" Zhao Xuanwu asked, still a little angry. Chen Dongwei was also on fire. I don't know. Seeing this, Wang Yu could only speak again. Now is the time for both of us to cooperate fully and try to find the girl before the dragon head arrives. And then find a scapegoat. Otherwise when the dragon head arrives, I believe the two of you should consequences, Zhao Xuanwu said. But the order we received was to seal off the entire Tiantong city, not allowing anyone to leave. And we can't even enter the city to look for someone if we want to now. Chen Dongwei also said. I've also received orders to cooperate with the War Ministry and seal off all passages to prevent anyone from leaving. As for finding someone, we're under strict orders from the top not to get involved. Even if we want to find someone, then we have to figure out who that person is, right? And what exactly is that missing person? To actually have such an ability. Zhao Xuanwu was very puzzled at the moment. Originally, he had thought that the missing person was just an ordinary person before, and he hadn't cared at the time. But I didn't realize that this matter had actually reached this level. Chen Dongwei said. I'm not too sure. He was likewise incomparably curious as to what kind of person had such energy. Wang Yu spoke. According to my understanding, that person is a girl called Ping'an who was trafficked several times as a child and was finally trafficked by human traffickers to our Tiantong. Now her family has found her. But who would have thought that she would have been kidnapped while her family was rushing over? That's what triggered her family to be so shaken up. Wang Yu swept a glance at Zhao Xuanwu and then said. Originally, her family had already asked the War Ministry to help find someone before. So you should have gotten the message, old Zhao? Zhao Xuanwu nodded. Yes, at that time it was the Dragon Head Secretary who called me. And I was pulling the troops for a pullout and had no time to look for anyone. So I gave this matter to you. Chen Dongwei said. I did receive your notice as well. But I've already arranged for someone from the police department to handle this matter. But who would have thought that those assholes from the police department would actually just send this down to the inspectorates in the precincts? When Wang Yu heard this, he said. So then this scapegoat has been found. Zhao Xuanwu and Chen Dongwei's eyes both lit up. Zhao Xuanwu said. After I received the call from the War Ministry at that time, but because I was pulling a troop maneuver, I couldn't split up. So I asked this matter to you, Brother Chen. Chen Dongwei also said. After I received Brother Zhao's notification, I took this matter very seriously and had the entire inspection hall mobilized to search for that girl, but that Li Yong was insubordinate and didn't take my instructions to heart at all, and just dispatched the local precinct's inspection office to look for someone. Wang Yu concluded. In that case, things will be simple. The three of them smiled at each other. Chen Dongwei spoke again. Old Wang, you immediately go and bring those bastards Li Yong under control. When the dragon head comes, hand them over to the dragon head for conviction. Wang Yu nodded. Understood. After saying that, Wang Yu dialed a phone number. Now that the scapegoat has been found, how should we find that person? Zhao Xuanwu frowned a little. Wang Yu put down the phone and said, according to the information I got, this person seems to have been kidnapped by the Snake Gang. I think you two brothers should know about the existence of the Snake Gang. As long as we get the Snake Gang to hand over the people, this matter will be solved. Chen Dongwei and Zhao Xuanwu exchanged glances. Zhao Xuanwu was the first to roar. Someone come. Behind him, one of his men's cronies came running at once. Zhao Xuanwu said, go and find me all the news about the Snake Gang. Find their strongholds and give me a direct extermination of them. And remember to make sure to find the girl called Ping'an, and absolutely not let her suffer any harm. Yes. Chen Dongwei also summoned his secretary, Shao Li. Go and check out the Snake Gang's people for me. And when you find them, make sure to net these people all together. And make sure to find the girl called Ping'an. The secretary, Shao Li, hesitated for a moment and was just about to attach her ear to say something. Chen Dongwei, however, angrily roared. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and do it? The secretary, Li, could only run away in a hurry. Wang Yu, on the other hand, looked at the two with a smile on his face. Zhao Xuanwu also spoke up. Both of you. I still have to go on a mission myself, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Zhao Xuanwu hurriedly left and got into his car. As soon as Zhao Xuanwu got into the car, his close associate said, Boss, what now? Zhao Xuanwu angrily shouted. What else can we do? Hurry up and contact those assholes from the Snake Gang and ask them to release the people. Then take this opportunity to find the people from the Snake Gang and make sure to wipe these people out and cut off all traces of them and us. These damn guys, they've caused such a big mess. The crony nodded and hurriedly took out his phone in preparation to contact the Snake Gang. But the phone rang first. The crony said, Boss, Snake Gang's on the phone. Catch. When the phone was answered, a mechanical voice, indistinguishable from a man or a woman, was heard, obviously by some means. Boss Zhao, what's going on? Why did Tiantong suddenly seal off the city? Zhao Xuanwu roared. You guys are still asking me what's going on? I would like to ask you assholes if you don't investigate the identity and background of the donor in your ING endeavors? Do you guys ING know that the donor called Pingan that you guys kidnapped? How powerful her family really is. After she was kidnapped by you guys, this matter of her family stabbed to the State Lord, and now the State Lord is furious. And Long Aotion even rushed over to deal with this matter personally. Now the Lord of the Kingdom himself has ordered that the whole of Tendong be sealed off. To find that girl, there was a silence on the other end of the line. It also seemed to be digesting the sudden news. After a long time, the person on the other end of the phone only said, "We've investigated clearly. That donor is an orphan who was abandoned as a child because she was sick, and the people below trafficked her to Tiandong. A few days ago, we received a reward for someone spending hundreds of millions of dollars to find a donor with a special blood type, and we happened to get word that that girl was the one with that special blood type. Before we made our move, we also investigated the identity and background of that donor once again, and there was no problem whatsoever." Zhao Xuanwu angrily shouted. "Now is not the ING time to dwell on this issue. Now you release the people immediately. Otherwise the consequences are something that none of us can afford." The person on the other end of the phone sneered. He, Boss Zhao. You're the one who can't afford the consequences. Not us. This donor can be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you think we'll let her go? Zhao Xuanwu was instantly enraged. What the do you guys mean? The person on the other end of the phone said indifferently. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just begging for Boss Zhao's convenience to let go of a road and let our people go out with their men. Chapter 132. You guys are looking for death. Zhao Xuanwu roared. Do you guys know what's going on right now? The State Lord personally asked about this matter, and Long Aotion personally came over to deal with it. You want me to let you guys go at this point? Do you guys want me to die? The person on the other end of the phone laughed. Oh, Boss Zhao. This matter is just a small matter. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who knows that it was you who let us leave? And after the matter is successful, the benefits will not be spared for you. Furthermore, after this matter is successful, even if you leave that position, the gains you've made over the years will be enough to allow you to dash around abroad for a few lifetimes. Oh yes, I can remember that your little wife has recently conceived a child for you, right? Children are very expensive. You don't want your child to be born without food or clothing, do you? Zhao Xuanwu was furious. You ING threatened me? The tone on the phone also became harsh. I'm just stating a fact. But of course, if you think it's a threat, it is a threat. Don't forget, all those dirty things you've done over the years. Any one of them would be enough to kill you several times over if word got out. So, Boss Zhao, you'd better let our people leave. This way, it's better for everyone. And in the future, even if you leave, we'll make sure to send you out safely, so you can enjoy your honorable life for the rest of your life. Zhao Xuanwu was silent for a long time. Admittedly, he was scared. After he was targeted by the Snake Gang some years ago, he couldn't resist those temptations and chose to be in bed with the Snake Gang, helping to open the door for them. It caused him to fall deeper and deeper, and now it's too late to turn back. The things he did over the years were indeed enough to kill him hundreds of times. The voice came from the phone again. How about it? If Boss Zhao doesn't believe me, you can leave now. Our boat is right on the beach. We can escort you out any time. Of course, if Boss Zhao doesn't want to, we still have a way to leave. But you're dead. Zhao Xuanwu knew the terror of the Snake Gang, and he had seen their abilities and methods before. Even though he was in this position now, he was still no match for the Snake Gang. After all, the Snake Gang existed for an ancient time, and there were traces of them in almost all of the several countries surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. And their means are heavenly and their abilities are superb. Offending them is tantamount to death. Eventually, Zhao Xuanwu agreed. Fine, I'll let you guys go, but you must also ensure that I can leave smoothly. Otherwise, I will publicize all of your forces in Tiandong. The person on the other end of the phone laughed once again. Oh, Boss Zhao, you don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to be in such a hurry to leave. I don't think this matter will be punished too strictly for you, so just let us go without fear. We will definitely ensure your safety when the time comes. After all, we still have to rely on you, Boss Zhao. In the future, Zhao Xuanwu thought for a moment and nodded. I'll believe you again. Won't let you down. After the phone was hung up, Zhao Xuanwu sat paralyzed in the backseat as if he had been drained of all his strength. Boss, should we leave? The henchman's crony asked. Zhao Xuanwu rubbed his brow before he said, no need. That man was right. This matter itself is not much of a responsibility for me. Plus I've already found a scapegoat now. You go and make arrangements right away to have those assholes leave from where Qindongwei and the others are in charge when they leave. Got it. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Qindongwei saw Zhao Xuanwu leave, he also said towards Wang Yu, I have to go to other places to keep an eye on them. I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, Chen Dongwei also left in a hurry and got into his car. The secretary had been waiting in the car for a long time. "Uncle, I've contacted the Snake Gang's people. They won't release the people, and they want us to think of ways to make them take the people away." Chen Dongwei immediately said angrily, "Do they want to die?" Jingle bells. At that moment, Li's phone rang. "Uncle, the Snake Gang is on the phone. Catch." As soon as Xiaoli picked up the phone, a similarly mechanical voice came from inside. "Boss Chen, how's the consideration going? Letting us go or not?" Chen Dongwei shouted angrily. "It's not enough that you guys are seeking death yourselves. Do you still want me to die? Do you guys know what's going on right now?" The man on the phone said faintly. "Naturally I know. Isn't it just that the girl's family is very capable? But we've figured out that the girl's family's is Yi Shulua." "What? It's actually Yi Shulua?" Chen Dongwei was also startled, and finally understood why things had suddenly gotten so big, and why the War Ministry's people would step in. It turned out that it was only because the person behind that girl was Yi Shulua. "You guys know that girl is Yi Shulua's family. You still dare to want to lay hands on her. Aren't you afraid that Yi Shulua will kill you?" Chen Dongwei asked. "You still want me to send you guys out at this time? If Yi Shulua knows about this, do you think I can live?" A cold laugh came out from the person on the other end of the phone. He, Yi Shulua is strong, but in the eyes of our Snake Gang, it's nothing more than that. Furthermore, this girl is wanted by the Luo family, and if Yi Shulua wants to find trouble with us and with you, then he must first be able to survive before he can do so. What are your plans?" Chen Dongwei asked. The person on the other end of the phone said, "Now everyone knows that Yi Shulua destroyed the Jiang family before and killed countless martial arts experts afterward, and is now considered an enemy of the world. Earlier, he beheaded another person from the Luo family, and the Luo family was worried that they couldn't find an excuse to strike at him, and now the excuse is there. If at this time, we then send that girl to the Luo family, and then reveal this news, then the culprit of all this will naturally become the Luo family. Do you think Yi Shulua will let the Luo family off the hook? At that time, Yi Shulua will definitely seek out the Luo family, and the Luo family will seek revenge on Yi Shulua. This matter will become a matter between the Luo family and Yi Shulua. At that time, when the Luo family members make their move and behead Yi Shulua, the Dragon Kingdom War Department, even the State Lord can do nothing more. Who will still look for your trouble? As for the Dragon countryside, at most, we'll give you some not-so-serious punishments, and when the time comes for you to make some achievements with the help of our Snake Gang, you might be able to go further in the future. In addition, don't forget that we Snake Gang have also helped you a lot over the years. A large portion of your achievements can be attributed to our Snake Gang, as well as your daughter's kidney, which we also helped you find. Of course, if this matter is successful, your benefits will naturally not be lacking. So now this matter lies only on your word." Chen Dongwei was silent for a while. The pros and cons of this matter were constantly pondering in my mind. After a long time, he made up his mind. "Okay, I'll say yes on this one, but you must promise that this matter will never involve me. And don't forget to help me when the time comes." The person on the other end of the phone laughed. "Ha ha, don't worry, Boss Chen. After this matter is successful, you'll be the first credit. As for helping you, isn't that what we're supposed to do?" Chapter 133 Luo Fei. Chen Dongwei, who hung up the phone, was full of fatigue. He was originally a child born in a poor family and climbed up to where he is now by his own efforts, but without a deep background and relationship. He climbed to this end. Want to go further? It is even more difficult as hard as heaven. For this reason, he chose to go along with the Snake Gang. Over the years, he had also utilized the existence of the Snake Gang to do a lot of things, which had solidified his position. But he's also completely turned into a tool of the Snake Gang. He clearly knew that if one day he was useless and couldn't help the Snake Gang, he would definitely be abandoned by the Snake Gang without mercy. Over the years, he'd thought about turning back, but he couldn't do it anymore. "Uncle, are you alright?" Xiaoli, who was at the side, asked with some concern. Chen Dongwei shook his head. "It's fine, kid. In the future, don't contact the Snake Gang's people. Uncle has already fallen into the deep waters of this pool and can't pull himself out. You're still young. Your future is still wide open, so don't make the same mistake I did." Xiaoli nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle, I won't." Chen Dongwei patted Xiaoli's shoulder, then collected his emotions and let Xiaoli start the car. Headed to a major transportation hub, plus Yi Feng. He and 11-1 took tens of thousands of experts from the Fifth Kingdom and searched the entire Tiantong city, carpet by carpet. But after 2 hours of carpet searching, there was still no piece to be found. More than 2 hours later, Yi Feng received a message from 11. "Boss, found a suspected Snake Gang's haul." Yi Feng quickly arrived at the location where 11 was. It was an extremely upscale private club. 11 said, "Boss, According to our investigation, this clubhouse should be a hall of the Snake Gang. This clubhouse is one of the top clubhouses in Tiandong City, and those who are able to enter this place are either rich or noble. According to our investigation, on the surface this place is a place of leisure and entertainment for the powerful people of Tiantong. But in reality this place is used by the Snake Gang to receive commissions from the local powerful people. A lot of powerful people come here to present what they want, and then the Snake Gang's in charge of finding what these people need. Meanwhile, in a luxurious box inside the clubhouse, a young man with a bratty face was sitting on a couch, holding a cell phone in his hand, talking to someone. Luo Fei, from now on, you are the head of Snake Tail Hall of the Snake Gang. A mechanical and cold voice came from the phone, obviously using some sort of voice changer. Luo Fei was very excited and said, "Thank you for your appreciation. Don't worry, in the future, I will definitely live up to the Hall Master's love, and I will definitely add to the glory of our Snake Gang." The person on the other end of the phone was very satisfied. "Good, I believe in your ability. You will definitely be able to become a pillar of my Snake Gang in the future." Luo Fei complimented the lobby master on the other end of the phone some more before hanging up the phone. At this time, a young man of about 27 or 18 years old came over, his face full of flattery. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Finally becoming a member of the Snake Gang." Luo Fei was very proud of himself. "Humph, hasn't that old thing always looked down on me? Thinking that I'm inferior to my big brother and second sister in everything, and even to my cousin Luo Yuan. Now I'm going to show him what I, Luo Fei, am capable of." This person was no one else but the number one big family in the southeast, the Luo family. It was even the personal son of Luo Tianhong, who was ranked 7th on the martial arts rankings. However, because Luo Fei was incapable of martial arts, Luo Tianhong was disappointed in him and stopped controlling him. This led to Luo Fei growing up as a playboy, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, causing trouble, can be described as no evil, which more and more led Luo Tianhong disappointed Luo Fei. A few years ago, because Luo Fei's caused some trouble, Luo Tianhong directly blew him out of the house in a fit of rage, and Luo Fei was furious beyond measure, vowing to impress his father, to prove his ability by stepping on his older siblings, as well as his cousin Luo Yuan, who had always been loved by his father, under his feet. Just like that, Luo Fei utilized the Luo family's prestige to gain a foothold in Tiandong City, and in the past few years, he did make some achievements. He opened this clubhouse and enlisted quite a few powerful figures in Tiandong City. Recently, he even hooked up with the Snake Gang and did a lot of things for the Snake Gang. Today, the Snake Gang's hall master even made him the head of one of the Snake Gang's small halls to serve the Snake Gang in the future. The youth's face was full of flattery as he continuously patted the horse's ass. "Ha ha, that's right, the young master is originally a dragonfly amongst men. He will definitely soar into the sky." Boom! But just at this time, a loud roar suddenly came from outside. "What's going on?" Luo Fei's face chilled, rushing out with the youth beside him. And in the meantime, outside the main door of the clubhouse, 11's palm had already collapsed the entire door of the clubhouse. Several Fifth Kingdom powerhouses rushed in aggressively. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Fei Tian clubhouse?" The clubhouse bouncers rushed over at the first opportunity. The group of bodyguards were also a bit frazzled as the several aggressive people they saw rushed in. They could tell that the visitor was not good, but when they thought that this was the territory of Luo Fei, the Luo family's youngest son, they also instantly came to have confidence. "Who are you people? Dare to destroy the gate of my Flying Sky Club?" The bodyguard captain's words had just finished, when 11's figure violently appeared in front of the bodyguard and clasped his neck. "Get your stewards out here. Who dares to make trouble here?" At this time, Luo Fei walked out with the youth. Behind it were two other people, and these two people, both of whom were very tall. One was very thin and full of pockmarks, and one had a scar on his face. Seeing these two, Yi Feng's anger was instantly ignited. With a movement of their hands, the two of them flew uncontrollably towards Yi Feng. "Say, where has peace been tied up by you?" The two were very direct, pointing at Luo Fei. They were sent away by Luo Xiao, sent away to the Luo family. Yi Feng's gaze instantly went to Luo Fei. With just a glance, Luo Fei instantly fell into an ice cellar, only feeling as if his body was frozen, unable to move a bit at all. Yi Feng's gaze shifted from Luo Fei's body again, after sweeping the youth beside Luo Fei. Then he looked at the two people in front of him with an icy face. "You guys take me for a cutie." Saying that, Yi Feng moved his hand and two breaths hurriedly disappeared into the bodies of the two men. The two of them felt a wave of unspeakable pain that assaulted their entire body. It felt like being torn by thousands of ants in a frenzy of indescribable pain. "For the last time, where have you taken the people?" The two men couldn't bear the pain, and the tall, thin man hurriedly said, We delivered the man to the master of the hall. Where is the lobby master now? Scarface also hurriedly said. He should be leaving Tiantong City with his men soon. Where is your base? Yi Feng asked. We don't know. We're just the lowest level of the Snake Gang. We don't have the right to know about the Snake Gang's base at all. The tall and thin man hurriedly replied back. After getting the desired clue, Yi Feng waved his hand and the two men once again screamed madly. For those who dared to kidnap his sister, Yi Feng would not let them die easily. He would make them suffer 1,000 times more and die slowly in extreme pain. Chapter 134, What on earth is Yi Xiaoluo? Yi Feng's gaze once again looked at Luo Fei. Luo Fei was terrified and directly fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He could see that Yi Feng was a martial artist, a more powerful martial artist than his father. He clearly knew that in front of a martial artist, he was a mole. Are you from the Luo family? Yi Feng asked. Yes, my father is Luo Tianhong. Luo Fei hurriedly raised his father. What is your relationship with the Snake Gang? Yi Feng asked again. Luo Fei didn't dare to lie and hurriedly said. I'm the newly appointed head of Snake Tail Hall of the Snake Gang. Do you know the Snake Gang's base in Tiandong? Yi Feng asked again. I don't know. The Snake Gang is very mysterious, and I only recently came into contact with the people of the Snake Gang. Don't understand their situation at all. Luo Fei replied truthfully. Yi Feng nodded his head towards 11. Send the people to the Luo family and clear the place. Understood. 11 stepped forward and slapped his palm, killing Luo Fei. A crowd of people saw that 11 actually killed Luo Fei directly, which caused them all to feel a strong sense of fear. 11's gaze went to the youth beside Luo Fei. Laughing, he said, Your turn. The youth's figure immediately shot back, wanting to escape from this place. However, 11 was much faster than him and appeared in front of the youth first. The youth was scared out of his wits when he saw the 11 that suddenly appeared in front of him. Sharply shifting his position, he fled towards another place. But 11's figure once again appeared in front of him and slapped out a palm. The youth subconsciously blocked and clashed with 11. A vast power instantly shattered his arm. The powerful inertia impacted it to Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng looked at the youth condescendingly. Tell me. The youth's face was filled with pain. But he sneered. Yi Xiaoluo, you really live up to your name. I am indeed of the Snake Gang. But you are delusional if you want to get any information about the Snake Gang from me. After saying that, the youth was ready to kill himself. Yi Feng casually waved his hand and a breath did not enter the youth's body. Ah! The youth immediately let out a mournful scream, and an unspeakable pain was madly tormenting him all over his body. A minute later, Yi Feng casually waved his hand, and the youth collapsed on the ground with a limp body. Sweat soaked the entire floor. No one could imagine what kind of agonizing torture he had just gone through. Speak up, Yi Feng spoke again. You can't possibly get anything out of me. Yi Feng coldly smiled. Your mouth is still hard. With a casual wave of his hand, the youth once again screamed in agony, experiencing torture several times more painful than just now. After another minute, the youth was paralyzed on the ground like a pile of mud, and his entire body was concealed as if he was dehydrated. Can you still hold on? Yi Feng asked with a cold smile as he towered over him. The youth was utterly terrified and fearful. I say, I'm a small hall master of the Snake Gang, and I was arranged by the hall master to frame Luo Fei for all of this. So that you would kill Luo Fei so that you could start a conflict with the Luo family. Yi Feng didn't have any surprises. He could see the scheme of these people just after he saw those two people who kidnapped Pingyun. The Snake Gang was clearly trying to bring the scourge to the east and blame the Luo family for all of this. Let him have a fight with the Luo family. Unfortunately, their tactics are too clumsy. Of course, even if the Snake Gang didn't do so, Yi Feng wouldn't let the Luo family go. After all, Pingyun's kidnapping seemed to have nothing to do with the Luo family. Say something useful. People are being taken somewhere. The youth said. The person was taken away by the lobby master. The person was originally the donor needed by the Luo family, and was originally prepared to give the person to the Luo family. But after we knew that she was your sister, it was even more important to give her to the Luo family so as to cause a conflict between you and the Luo family. After getting the desired news, Yi Feng casually waved his hand. The youth wailed in agony once again. Take the man down and interrogate him properly. Yes. Two members of the Fifth Kingdom rushed forward and took several people away as far as they could. At this time, 11 was also full of excitement. Boss, Long Aotian has arrived, and their men have stopped that lobby master of the Snake Gang. Yi Feng was also delighted. Long Aotian has finally done something right. Plus the other side. War Department airfields. Long Aotian's special airplane has landed. At this moment, Zhao Xuanwu and a bunch of other members of the War Department and Chen Dongwei and a bunch of other official executives gathered here as much as they could, ready to greet Long Aotian. Under everyone's gaze, Long Aotian walked down from the airplane. Zhao Xuanwu and the other people from the war ministry rushed forward to greet them. Before Zhao Xuanwu could say anything, Long Outyen vigorously kicked Zhao Xuanwu directly on top of his chest. "Come on, take this asshole down." Several guards on the left and right immediately stepped forward to control Zhao Xuanwu. "What did I do wrong with the faucet?" Zhao Xuanwu also defended. If Zhao Xuanyu didn't defend himself, it would be fine. But this defense made Long Aotian even more shaken. "How dare you question me about what you did wrong? What did you say you did wrong? What did I tell you in the first place to help find someone? And what did you do to disobey my orders? All of this, I can spare you. But what kind of dirty business are you doing in private yourself? Being in cahoots with that bunch of scumbags from the Snake Gang? Helping them out? How many brains do you have? How dare you condone the Snake Gang's people to act in such a manner? I haven't even settled the score with you on this matter yet. You actually dare to seek death at this time. The Snake Gang scumbags kidnapped Shura's sister. You don't stop them and let them release the person even if it's not enough. You actually want to give the Snake Gang's group of scumbags a wide berth and want to let them go? Do you know what that girl is? What kind of person is Yi Xiuluo? Do you know how monstrously serious consequences will be triggered if you let those scumbags from the Snake Gang leave with Shura's sister? Do you realize that if anything happens to his sister, the whole of Southeast will be buried with her? Long Aotian was now really shaken. This Zhao Xuanwu's behavior was simply to stab the sky. What made him most enraged was that he had already clearly informed this bastard of the seriousness of this matter, and even the country's lord had personally given the order. But this bastard actually dared to open the door to the Snake Gang at this critical moment, and actually wanted to let the Snake Gang's people leave with Yifeng's sister. It's like dragging everyone in the entire Southeast to the funeral. Zhao Xuanwu was completely desperate. He didn't think that what he had done was actually known by Long Aotian. Of course, despairing at the same time, he was even more puzzled as to what kind of person Yi Xiuluo was, actually able to make Long Outyen so shaken and afraid. Everyone else was shocked at the moment while thinking the same thing. Yi Xiuluo, what kind of person is he? Chapter 135, My Fifth Kingdom's County Princess. Is that something you dare to touch? And you, Chen Dongwei. Long Aotian's gaze looked towards the of Chen Dongwei. Chen Dongwei immediately lowered his head nervously. Long Aotian snapped. Chen Dongwei, you a child born from a poor family. Studied hard since you were a child. It was not easy for you to enter the civil service, all the way up, step by step, to the present position. I think you know better than anyone else about the hardship of this. So, I would think you'd love your feathers enough to know what you wouldn't dare or couldn't do. But what about you? What did you do? To actually be in cahoots with the Snake Gang, doing work for those scumbags, opening the door wide for those scumbags. Have you ever thought about what the consequences of your actions will be? When you do what you do, when you do things for those scumbags, have you ever thought about the hard times you've had? Have you ever thought about those who helped you? Have you ever thought about the people of this southeastern city? Long Aotian's words let Chen Dongwei completely despair. Originally thought that this matter, he did very obscure, but did not think that Long Aotian is clear. Long Aotian's gaze swept across the room once again. You think that you have those small plans, small tactics, broken things, dirty things I will not know. I tell you, you do those dirty things, broken things, I have a pile one by one for you to remember it. When many people in the room heard this, each one of them became terrified. But right now I don't want to settle the score with you guys. Someone will come after you. Now you all immediately give up all you know about the bases, strongholds, and people of the Snake Gang. When the time comes, I'll beg Shura, hoping that he'll punish you less severely and not drag your families down with him. Long Aotian knew clearly that Yifeng must be very angry now, and he had also thought about it. He must wait for Yifeng to arrive before he rescued Ping'an out, and then all the strongholds and bases of the Snake Gang were cleared out, and then these bastards were handed over to Yifeng to deal with them, in the hope that he could make Yifeng rest his anger. The crowd nodded hastily, one after another. They began to give an account of what they knew about the Snake Gang to the group of War Department executives who had followed Long Aotian, not daring to conceal the slightest bit. Long Aotian kicked Zhao Xuanwu. What are you waiting for? Give me what you know. Zhao Xuanwu was very hesitant. Now that his matter had been known by Long Aotian, what was waiting for him would definitely be a dead end. Instead of that, why don't you blog about it? There might be a chance of survival. Thinking of this, he fiercely pulled out his gun and aimed it at Long Aotian. Wow! Zhao Xuanwu's cronies around him also pulled out their guns at the same time, surrounded Long Aotian and the others. They were all close confidants that Zhao Xuanwu had cultivated over the years, and they were obedient to Zhao Xuanwu. Furthermore, each of them was not rushed clean, and they all knew clearly that if they surrendered now, what awaited them would also be a dead end. Instead of that, it would be better to act together with Zhao Xuanwu to rescue the Snake Gang's lobbymaster. and then used the peace of mind as a blackmail to get Long Aotian to let them go. As long as they left southeast, they would be able to escape to foreign countries with the help of the Snake Gang when the time came. And this, originally, was also the last path they had set before, and they were not prepared to use it until the last moment. But now, it's kind of last minute. When Long Aotian saw this, his face became chilly to the core. You're looking for death. Zhao Xuanwu laughed grimly. Ha ha ha, I'm only looking for death if I listen to you. Instead of being killed by you, I'd rather fight. Get your men out of the way at once, or don't blame me for being rude. He, with just a few of you, how dare you threaten me? Long Aotian said disdainfully. As a martial artist, he was naturally unafraid of these people's threats. Furthermore, as the leader of the war ministry, how could he not have an expert by his side to protect him? Aha! Accompanied by a scream that sounded at the same time, Zhao Xuanwu's group of cronies instantly fell to the ground. But there wasn't a single figure around. No one had a clear view of who had made the move. Seeing that his close friends were instantly killed, Zhao Xuanwu's face also changed drastically. Long Aotian's face was still icy cold to the extreme. Originally, I didn't want to kill you guys and planned to hand it over to Shura to deal with, but you guys are looking for death yourselves. So don't blame me. Zhao Xuanwu was completely flustered. He yelled, if you guys don't come out, I'm really going to die. As Zhao Xuanwu's voice fell, swish swish swish, several people in black clothes and black robes with black cloths covering their faces appeared all around at once, surrounding Long Aotian and the others as much as they could. All of these people's bodies exuded a powerful aura, and they were not ordinary people at first glance. The Dragon Kingdom's dragon head. It really is extraordinary. At this time, in the rear base, a tall black-robed man walked out from the base gate in a dignified manner. This person was no other than the lobby master of the Snake Gang. Before Long Aotian came here, he received a phone call from Wang Yu, who informed Long Aotian that this Zhao Xuanwu and Chen Dongwei might want to give the Snake Gang scumbags a wide berth. Long Aotian then ordered Wang Yu to lurk in the shadows with his men. Sure enough, not long afterward, this Hall Master actually brought Ping into the base of the War Ministry. It's trying to get away from the War Ministry here by using the War Ministry's Zhou Xianmu's airplane, but he was blocked by Wang Yu with his men. Lobby Master, you're not ordinary either. Long Aotian's face was still incredibly calm, and his pair of sharp eyes stared at the Lobby Master as if he wanted to see through him. Compared to the dragon head, it's still a bit insignificant. The Grand Hall Master walked over and faced Long Aotian directly. Dragon head of the War Ministry, I didn't realize that this matter had actually alarmed a great god like you. Looks like this girl is not simple. With a slight movement of the Hall Master's hand, two black-robed men behind him walked over with Ping'an, who had already passed out. Dragon head, why don't we make a deal? How about I keep this girl and you let us leave? Long Aotian sneered. I advise you not to struggle unnecessarily, and obediently accept the bondage, so that you may still be able to stay alive. The Grand Hall Master's tone became a bit icy all of a sudden. So the faucet means no deal? The aura of those black-clothed men around increased greatly, pressing horizontally towards Long Aotian. With you people, I'm afraid you can't kill me yet. Long Aotian laughed. The Grand Hall Master also laughed. Indeed, the dragon head has a high-ranking person beside him, so he is naturally able to protect your safety. I, for one, do not dare to kill Dragon Head. But what about these men of yours? What about this girl? The two black-robed men who had grabbed Ping'an instantly snapped Ping'an's neck. How about it? Does the faucet want to let us go? But the moment this lobby master's words had just fallen, two terrifying golden auras shot from afar. In an instant, it pierced through the heads of the two black and dark-robed men. Swish! In the next instant, a silhouette appeared beside Ping'an like a strong wind, taking the unconscious piece gently in his arms. My Fifth Kingdom's county princess is also one you dare to touch. At this time, another heaven-shaking roar instantly exploded in the ears of everyone present. Happy New Year to you all. Happy family. Chapter 136, Panic. Along with this earth-shattering roar rang out. Then he saw countless imposing, raging Han men in the four fields, wearing uniform black power suits with uniform golden five-clawed golden dragons embroidered on their chests, led by 11, surging in with monstrous murderous intent, like a black wave. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, encircling the entire war department in its entirety. Rumble. Overhead, there were fighter jets, and the roar of helicopter engines continued to shake the sky. These fighters and helicopters are all painted with the golden five-clawed golden dragon logo, constantly hovering back and forth over the war department. It was densely packed and shook the hearts and minds of everyone present. These fighters, the helicopters, they're all from the Fifth Kingdom Fleet. They had previously received orders from 11 to take off from the high seas at the first opportunity, and were now arriving as best they could. Seeing this horrifying scene, The rest of the people present, except for Long Ao Tian and a bunch of other senior members of the War Department, were all shivering with fear. How have they ever seen such a scene? Even if Zhao Xuanwu was a member of the War Ministry, he was still scared pale by this scene. He was able to sense that the people around him, and the warplanes overhead, were all too powerful. It simply wasn't something their Southeast War Department could match. Even if the whole group was mobilized, they might not be a match for others. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the 11th Circle arrived close by with a group of experts from the 5th Kingdom. All of them looked at Ping in Yifeng's arms. In an instant, the biting killing intent on their bodies all disappeared, and the eyes of each of them looking at Ping became incomparably gentle. When they saw Ping An's miserable and rough cheeks, Ping An's withered body due to lack of nutrition, and Ping An's rough and cracked and calloused hands, their eyes all turned a little red. They all knew about Ping An's past. They all understood the incomparably tragic first half of this their 5th Kingdom County Lord's life. And seeing Ping An with their own eyes at this moment, how could their hearts not feel bad? The life of this little county princess of theirs was already so miserable, but some people actually wanted to take her away, who was terminally ill, and even threatened her life. The anger in their hearts increased. 11's gaze went to Zhao Xuanwu and to the Snake Gang's lobby master. Icy to the core. Just a gaze made the Snake Gang's lobby master and Zhao Xuanwu feel as if they were stabbed in the back, as if winter had descended, and an unspeakable fear struck their hearts. 11 was covered in killing intent. His gaze was like a knife, and his words were cold to the extreme. You guys are good. Very good. My 5th Kingdom's county princess. You also dare to kidnap her and be used as a bargaining chip. What? The 5th Kingdom? You're from the 5th Kingdom? When Zhao Xuanwu heard this, his entire body was struck by lightning. The mind went blank. He naturally heard the great name of the 5th Kingdom like thunder. It was one of the most powerful forces in the world, recognized as a nation by several major powers. A few days ago, the 5th Kingdom, which had been silent for a few years, suddenly came out of nowhere, and once it did, it destroyed the Yamaguchi group in Japan, shocking the world. Then he cooperated with the Dragon Kingdom to destroy the fleets of various countries at sea, once again shaking the world. Those so-called powerful countries, having suffered such a great loss, did not even dare to say a word, but instead, one by one, all of them expressed their willingness to make compensation to the 5th Kingdom. From this, it can be seen just how powerful this 5th Kingdom has become. Originally, he felt that it was impossible for him to cross paths with such a terrifying existence as the 5th Kingdom in his lifetime. But he didn't expect that he would actually see the people of the 5th Kingdom with his own eyes today. But the way they met was because the people of the Snake Gang had kidnapped the county princess of the 5th Kingdom, and the 5th Kingdom had come to take revenge. This girl is the county princess of the 5th Kingdom. That's the sister of that mysterious monarch lord of the 5th Kingdom, Zhao Xuanwu muttered, and his gaze couldn't help but look at Ji Feng. Instantly, he thought of an extremely frightening outcome, lost for words. So, it turns out that Yi Xiaoluo is the Lord Sovereign of the 5th Kingdom. Boom! Zhao Xuanwu instantly felt as if Tarzan was pressing down on him. An unprecedented fear pressed down on him, and he instantly sat down on the ground. Yi Xiaoluo was the monarch of the 5th Kingdom, and the Snake Gang had kidnapped Yi Xiaoluo's sister, and he was actually going to open the door wide for the Snake Gang, and was going to let the Snake Gang's people take Yi Xiaoluo's sister and leave from him. At the thought of this, Zhao Xuanwu couldn't help but tremble, and his heart was even more fearful to the extreme. How is it possible that you are actually from the 5th Kingdom? The Snake Gang lobby master on the side was similarly filled with horror, and an unprecedented fear rose up within his heart. How could he not know the great name of the 5th Kingdom? This top-tier existence of the 5th Kingdom, in the eyes of all the forces, it was a godlike existence, the most worshipped existence of all the forces. The Snake Gang had also been immensely worshipping the 5th Kingdom, and they had all strived to become an existence like the 5th Kingdom. No one dares to compete in the world. There was a time when they, the Snake Gang, had tried to want to join the 5th Kingdom, but they had been unable to find the existence of the 5th Kingdom at all. But I didn't want to see the people of the 5th Kingdom with my own eyes now. Only the way of this meeting was so teasing. They actually kidnapped the sister of the monarch of the 5th Kingdom and are going to use the sister of the monarch of the 5th Kingdom as a donor and sell it to the buyer. As soon as he thought of this, the Snake Gang's lobby master also felt an unspeakable sense of fear instantly strike his entire body, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. He instantly went limp on the ground. The several Snake Gang experts around them were similarly doing the same at the moment. Not to mention that in front of the behemoth that was the 5th Kingdom, they didn't have any desire to resist at all. Let's just say that they didn't dare to oppose Yi Xiaoluo, the newcomer who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere the other day and had suppressed Qin Wufeng and Zhang Zhongyuan and a host of other martial arts experts. They had heard Yi Xiaoluo's deeds in the past few days to the point that their ears were getting cocooned. The extermination of the Zhang family, the beheading of countless experts in the Dragon Kingdom martial arts world, and the beheading of the sons and nephews of the disciples of several experts on the rankings had caused a huge storm in western Hunan. Either one of these is the center of the conversation. Faced with such a strong and overwhelming figure, they were even less able to muster any resistance. And now, Yi Xiaoluo, the newly emerged martial arts expert, the one who was making waves in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, was actually the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom, and the two were actually knitted together. Facing such a terrifying existence, all they had at this moment was a strong fear. Chen Dongwei and the others were similarly shocked and fearful to the extreme in their hearts at this moment. One by one, they were all paralyzed with fear and trembling. At this moment, all of them also understood why in their eyes, this small matter was able to alarm the State Lord, and why Long Ao Tian had to personally rush over to deal with this matter. Why would Long Ao Tian be so emboldened and persuade them to surrender? That he would leave them with a whole body and not involve their family and friends. It turned out that it was all because of this girl, Pingyan, who was the county princess of the Fifth Kingdom, the younger sister of Yi Xiaoluo, the mysterious monarch of the Fifth Kingdom. At this moment, everyone felt that their sky had collapsed. Chapter 137, Going to the Luo family. Long Ao Tian looked at Zhao Xuanwu and the others who were paralyzed with fear. He shook his head with contempt. It's really self-inflicted. Yi Feng looked at the small body of Pingyan in his arms, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. He carefully checked Pingyan's body and found that Pingyan's health was very bad, and he might be critically ill at any time. He hurriedly said toward 11. 11, immediately send Pingyan back to be properly healed, and remember, she is not allowed to do anything. Yes, boss. With a wave of 11's hand, a helicopter landed sharply, and a group of people carefully put Pingyan on board. Under the reddened gazes of countless members of the Fifth Kingdom, the plane left in a hurry. Wait until the plane has completely disappeared from sight. Only then did the crowd retract their eyes and looked at the lobby master, Zhao Xuanwu, and the others, their originally gentle gazes all becoming cold and biting at the moment, as if they were about to choose someone to devour. Grand Hall Master Zhao Xuanwu and the others were even more terrified at this moment, and each of them seemed to be under 1,000 pounds of pressure. Some of the timid ones were even so scared that they shat themselves and fainted. Yi Feng's gentle gaze also became icy cold at this moment. He looked at the lobby master, and his words were as cold as a demon. Snake Gang, you guys are good. The Grand Hall Master became even more terrified and begged for mercy. Lord Sovereign, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. We also picked up the Luo family's bounty before we went to look for someone, but we didn't expect to actually find your sister. If we knew she was your sister, even if we were given hundreds of guts, we wouldn't have dared to make a move against your sister. Lord Sovereign, our snake clan is willing to take the consequences for this, willing to hand over everything and make amends to you. However, Yi Feng ignored the lobby master and turned towards 11. Take this man down and force out all the news about the Snake Gang. Remember, not one of the Snake Gang will be left behind. Not an inch. Yes, with monstrous killing intent, the 11th bell took away all of the lobby master and the others. The remaining Zhao Xuanwu and the others, one by one, all had faces as white as paper, filled with despair, and at this moment, Yi Feng's gaze also looked at Zhao Xuanwu and the others. You deserve better. For the Snake Gang, Yi Feng hated it, but what he hated even more was these people who were in cahoots with the Snake Gang and opened the door for the Snake Gang. Without their support, without them opening the door wide for the Snake Gang, the people of the Snake Gang would not have been so unbridled, so rampant. Come on, take all these people away. Find out what they've done, and kill all the people involved in this as much as you can. Yes, a group of members of the Fifth Kingdom stepped forward and took Zhao Xuanwu and the others away as far as they could. In the end, Yi Feng's gaze went to Long Ao Tian. The tone was morose. Remember, this is the last time, and I don't want this to happen a second time. Long Ao Tian hurriedly said. Sure, calm down. This time it's all my fault. It's my poor arrangement. I apologize to you. Yi Feng, however, ignored Long Ao Tian's apology and continued. What happened today is because of my extraordinary status. You guys are afraid of me, but what if I was just an ordinary person today? What kind of fate would happen to my sister? Long Ao Tian lowered his head somewhat guiltily. Admittedly, what if Yi Feng was just an ordinary person? He wasn't Yi Xiaoluo. He wasn't the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom. Then the fate of his sister could be imagined. Yi Feng continued. I hope that such a thing won't happen a second time. Not only for me, but also for the masses of people in this world to seek a stability and fairness. Remember, this world is a world made up of multitudes. Long Ao Tian also naturally understood Yi Feng's meaning. He bowed down. Thank you for Monarch Ye's teachings. I know what to do. I hope so. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand and a helicopter landed and he boarded it. and the members of the Fifth Kingdom left in a hurry. In a short while of work, the plane took off and shot towards Donghan City. Donghan City, the territory of the Luo family. Yifeng wants to settle the score with the Luo family. The Luo family put out a bounty, and his sister was found by the Snake Gang. Yifeng thought that this might be the Luo family helping the Jiang family in their search, just like before when her own sister Xiaoxiao was found by the Jiang family. Furthermore, Yifeng felt that this might be a ploy by those behind the scenes who wanted to deal with him, but whether or not this has anything to do with those behind the scenes, if this Luo family dares to issue a bounty, they're dead. In the meantime, East Hampton City, Luo family manor. As one of the largest martial arts families in the southeast, the Luo family's strength and status naturally transcended the outside world. This is evident from its estates. The entire estate covered several thousand acres. Inside, the building is luxurious to the core. At this moment, in the center of the building that resembled an ancient castle, immensely luxurious hall, the current head of the Luo family, Luo Tianyu, Luo Tianhong's own younger brother, was currently sitting on top of the main seat with a face full of ice. The surrounding Luo family executives, all displayed on both sides, one by one silenced, full of anger. In front of Luo Tianyu, there was also a corpse. This corpse was none other than Luo Fei's, which had just been delivered to the front door of their Luo family. Who can tell me what is going on here? Luo Tianyu's words were cold to the extreme. Luo Fei, although he was no good and was despised by his brother Luo Tianhong, had always ignored it. But then again, Luo Fei was a member of their Luo family, and now he had been killed, and his body had been placed at the entrance of their Luo family in a dignified manner. This was tantamount to a hard slap in the face of their Luo family. The Luo family executives below all bowed their heads in silence. Only the Luo family member who found Luo Fei's body cautiously stepped forward. Family master, when we found Luo Fei's body, there was a note left on his body. This Luo family member carefully lifted Luo Fei's clothes, and inside was a piece of white paper. It was inscribed with 3 big words of killing intent. Yi Shora. Boom! When he saw those 3 big words, the chair under Luo Tianyu instantly burst into a pile of powder. The Luo family members on both sides were all furious as well. Yi Xiao Luo, you bully people too much. Luo Tianyu's face was chilly to the extreme. Previously, Yi Xiaoluo had killed his brother's son Luo Pang and daughter Luo Chan in the Jiang family, and then killed his own son Luo Yuan in Xiangxi. Now he actually killed Luo Fei, the last of his brother's blood and bones. Originally, when Luo Pang and Luo Chan were killed, the entire Luo family was extremely enraged, and was preparing to send someone to kill Yi Xiaoluo to avenge Luo Chan and Luo Pang. But at this very moment, the 100 Dawn Pavilion came out and created a ranking, and Yi Xiaoluo actually suppressed Qin Wufeng Zhang Zhongyuan, the 2 recognized powerhouses, and ranked in the number 1 position. Yi Xiaoluo actually ranked first, which made them somewhat afraid to act rashly. Regarding the ranking of the 100 Dawn Pavilion, they could understand the authority of this ranking more than anyone else. After all, from time immemorial, this 100 Dawn Pavilion's rankings had never been missed. Those who were able to make it onto the list were not pivotal, world-renowned figures, and for Yi Xiaoluo to be able to ascend to number 1 on the list, it was certainly not for nothing. Coupled with the fact that Luo Tianhong had been in seclusion at the time, striking the peak realm of the land immortals, they were unable to ask Luo Tianhong's opinion. Plus there were several other great experts on the other rankings who hadn't made any rash moves and were also watching this matter. When Yi Xiaoluo appeared in western Hunan, the poison sect actually took the initiative to gather all of their disciples and completely disappeared. This made them feel even more that the poison sect might be fearful of Yi Xiaoluo's retaliation, so they took the initiative to close in. This made him even more afraid to act rashly as well. They decided to wait for Luo Tianhong to come out of the gate before making any calculations. Chapter 138, The Power of the Dragon Falling 18 Poems. Facts. They didn't take any chances. And indeed they were right. There were many people looking for Yi Xiaoluo these days, but all of them died in Yi Xiaoluo's hands, including Luo Yuan of their Luo family, and the descendants and disciples of several other experts on the rankings all died at Yi Xiaoluo's hands as well. The entire martial arts world in western Hunan had been turned upside down by Yi Xiaoluo, and those characters on the leaderboard still didn't make a move, all choosing to wait and see what happened. They, the Luo family, also continued not to be this outlier. It was mainly because of the powerful battle strength Yi Xiaoluo had displayed, making them realize that unusual martial artists were no longer Yi Xiaoluo's opponents. Only martial artists who had stepped into the realm of the land immortals were feared to have the power to fight Yi Xiaoluo, while the strongest of their Luo family, Luo Tianhong, hadn't come out of the gate yet. No one else's realm had reached the land immortal realm either. I'm afraid that if I venture to Yi Xiaoluo, I'm still not an opponent. But now, Luo Fei, Luo Tianhong's only descendant, was also killed by Yi Xiaoluo. and even placed the body in front of their Luo family's gate. They really can't stand it. This Yishio Luo was considered to be a door-to-door provocation. If they continued to remain on the sidelines, I'm afraid that the Luo family's prestige would have to be damaged, and they would be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire martial arts world. They can't do it without making a move. Family head. What now? The crowd of Luo family members all looked at Yi Tianyu. Before Yi Tianyu could say anything, some of the belligerent Luo family members among them opened their mouths. What else can we do? Seek revenge on Yishio Luo. That's right. Yishio Luo has now provoked the door. If we don't do anything, I'm afraid that we'll be completely reduced to the laughingstock of the entire martial arts world. That's right. Kill Yishio Luo and avenge the people of my Luo family. Kill him and avenge the Luo family. The crowd of militants were all enraged. Yi Tianyu's gaze stared up slightly. After thinking for a while, only then did he say, "Going to see if elder brother is out? Also, check Yishio Luo's trail for me." Yes, but just as the group of Luo family members were about to leave, whoosh, countless artillery shells shot up from a distance. Like dense rain, it smashed down on the Luo family's manor. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs landed and exploded in the Luo family's incredibly luxurious manor. In a matter of moments, the lavish and incomparable Luo family manor became a ruin. Countless Luo family members perished, and only a group of senior officers and a group of extremely powerful martial artists managed to escape. Boom! The ancient castle at the very center of the Luo family was also in ruins at the moment, and a group of Luo family executives shot out of the broken bricks and tiles with grimy faces, when they saw that their Luo family's luxurious manor was completely destroyed, and that half of the Luo family's thousands of people were dead at this moment. Everyone's faces were all written with intense shock and anger. Just who is it? How dare you make a move against our Luo family? Rumble. At that moment, several helicopters and warplanes were seen coming across the sky, surrounding the entire Luo family manor. Who are you people? Luo Tianyu's face was gloomy to the extreme. A pair of shadowy gazes that were on the verge of dripping water. A helicopter hatch opened and Yi Feng's figure was revealed. Yishio Luo? It's you! Luo Tianyu's face changed violently when he saw Yi Feng. Yi Feng, however, didn't say anything and just lightly waved his hand. The gun ports on the helicopter were activated again, and countless dense bullets sprayed fire towards those remaining Luo family members on the ground. Countless dense bullets, like dense raindrops, shot towards the Luo family below. Everyone in the Luo family's face all changed. A group of martial artists braced their defenses at the first opportunity, trying to block these bullets. However, they did not know that the bullets of this fifth kingdom were not something that an ordinary martial artist could stop. It was accompanied by a dense muffled sound. The dense bullets passed through the defenses of the group of Luo family martial artists without mercy, beating them into a sieve. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Luo family martial artists perished. However, the artillery fire still didn't stop in the slightest, still coming towards the Luo family's group of executives in a steady stream. Luo Tianyu's eyes were bared, and with a shake in his hand, a silver-white lance shook rapidly, pulling out a shadow of a lance. The Luo family executives around them did the same, and at this moment, they had utilized their Luo family gun, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, to the extreme. In an instant, thousands of gun shadows met the dense bullets. The violent explosion bloomed into a brilliant firework in midair. Countless bullets streamed pieces across the room. It took the lives of several more members of the Luo family. Luo Tianyu's eyes turned scarlet when he saw this. The lance in his hand erupted into a fierce fire, turning into a fire dragon, roaring towards the helicopter above the sky where Yi Feng was. Seeing this, the other Luo family members followed suit. Several fiery dragon-like flames shot toward the helicopter above the sky. Sculpture! Yi Feng coldly snorted and violently leapt out of the helicopter. Hovering in front of it, only a vast aura erupted from his body, and his hands propelled rapidly in front of him. The breath that surged out wildly from his body rapidly condensed and molded in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the vastness of breath condensed into a golden dragon silhouette in front of Yi Feng's body. The golden dragon crossed the sky, bearing 5 claws and lifelike scales on its body, emitting an unspeakably terrifying might, as if it was the master of this world. Go! Yi Feng pushed with one hand. Roar! It was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar. The golden 5-clawed golden dragon tumbled out and attacked the countless fire dragons that came surging in. Boom! The golden 5-clawed golden dragon with unrivaled power. Wherever it passed, that one flame dragon was like papier-mâché and was instantly crushed. After all the fire dragons were shattered, those flames didn't dissipate. Instead, all of them were attracted by the 5-clawed golden dragon, constantly attaching themselves to the golden dragon. The golden dragon's might increased and its speed became even faster as it headed towards the Luo Tianyu and the other group of Luo family executives below. This is the legendary Descending 18 Palms. You are an ancient martial artist? Luo Tianyu lost his voice in shock and fear written all over his face. He naturally recognized that this was a top martial art that had long been lost for countless years in the ancient martial arts world, the dragon falling 18 palms. But this kind of top-notch martial arts skill, which had long been lost for nearly 1,000 years, had now resurfaced. It was still being cast by Yi Shuluo. In an instant, a possibility occurred to him. Yi Shuluo is an ancient martial artist. This was because only more powerful ancient martial artists were able to execute such top-notch martial arts. Just as Luo Tianyu froze, that golden dragon raged on. The temperature of the flames attached to its body surface reached a terrifying level. 100 meters away, Luo Tianyu and the rest of the Luo family all felt like they were in a sea of fire, with their clothes and body hair instantly vaporized. At this time Luo Tianyu also reacted. The long spear in his hand swung again, and a shadow of the spear appeared rapidly. It was shot at the huge dragon that shot up. However, the dragon's body was indestructible, and these gun shadows couldn't even achieve the effect of tickling it before being instantly destroyed. The giant dragon's speed was even faster, its huge body instantly sweeping above the heads of the Luo family's group. The Luo family below was instantly obliterated in a devastating manner. As if vaporized, all the Luo family members disappeared without a trace. Chapter 139. Are you an ancient martial artist? The moment the Luo family members disappeared, the huge dragon also dissipated rapidly. At this moment, there were no more survivors in the entire Luo family manor. However, Yi Feng did not leave right away, but instead, he looked towards the high mountain behind the manor. Get out! A heaven-shaking roar exploded from Yi Feng's mouth. It shook the ground around them. Boom! The mountain peak in the back burst into pieces. A fiery red stream of light, like a red-hot meteor, shot towards Yi Feng from a height of several hundred meters. Only after looking carefully did he realize that this red flame meteor was actually a crimson lance. With a breaking sound, it pierced the air and turned into a stream of light, coming towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng snorted coldly and blasted out with a fist. Bang! With a soft sound, the crimson lance was actually blown away by Yi Feng's punch. It kept flipping in the air and flew towards the peak once again. Ding! With a soft sound, a crimson silhouette appeared on top of the mountain peak, reaching out and grabbing the lance in his hand. This person was no other than the strongest person of the Luo family, Luo Tianhong, who was ranked 7th on the martial arts rankings. On top of the mountain, Luo Tianhong, dressed in a large red robe, had long hair flying and a shocking killing intent. At the moment he was angry. He had already known about the attack on the Luo family manor at that moment, but he did not make a move. This was because his martial Dao realm had just reached an unprecedented critical moment, and he was about to step into the realm of the peak of martial Dao. Thus, he ultimately chose to impact the realm of the peak of the martial Dao. As for the Luo family, he didn't even fluctuate when they died out. He knew very well that as long as he broke through to the peak martial Dao realm, he could easily kill Yi Shuluo and avenge everyone, as long as he was still around. Within a few years, another Luo family would appear. What truly shook him was that he chose to sacrifice the entire Luo family in exchange for time to make that final step of his impact. But he was suddenly interrupted by Yi Feng's explosive shout. It caused him to fail to break the barrier. All the hard work and effort went down the drain. Luo Tianhong, who had failed to break the barrier, had scarlet eyes and a face full of grimaces. Like a madman, Yi Xiao Luo, you deserve to die. Yi Feng, however, didn't say much. Instead, he casually pointed his hand and a golden light shot towards the top of the mountain. Luo Tianhong's hand moved. The crimson lance pushed out, and a lance shadow shot out as well. Bang! The golden aura and the shadow of the gun met in midair. That golden light instantly pierced through the shadow of the gun, still carrying unrivaled power and speed as it shot towards the top of the mountain. Luo Tianhong was also slightly shocked, not expecting Yi Feng's casual finger to have such power. He didn't say much either, as the long spear in his hand pushed once again, and a more solid shadow of the spear shot out. Once again, he met the golden aura. However, to Luo Tianhong's horror once again, this golden aura once again easily pierced through the shadow of the gun. Now, Luo Tianhong didn't dare to underestimate Yi Feng. The long spear in his hand was pushed out by his palm, transforming into a red-colored lightning bolt that shot towards the golden mango. Bang! The two collided again, and although the lance was not shattered by the golden on, the terrifying power contained in the sharp one sent the lance tumbling back from the impact. Ding! With a crunching sound, the lance was ruthlessly inserted into the top of the cliff at the top of the mountain. 3 feet into the stone, Luo Tianhong's expression became even more grave. And at this time, the golden on also came close to the front. just tried out the power of this golden on. Luo Tianhong also did not dare to take it hard. His figure dodged to the side in a hurry, and the golden aura swept past him and landed on a boulder at the back. Boom! The stone was instantly knocked into powder, and smoke rose in all directions. Is this the legendary One Yang Finger? Luo Tianhong's face became even more grave, written with shock and doubt. But just in the moment he froze. That golden aura actually shot out from that roiling powder and shot towards him once again. Luo Tianhong's heart was even more horrified. His feet shook, and the hard stone ground at the top of the mountain instantly shattered inch by inch, and his figure shot up with the force. It shot towards Yifeng, with a hand grasping in the air. The lance that had been stabbed into the cliff wall flew out backwards and shot towards his hand. But at this time, Yifeng was grabbing hard in the void. The lance that was originally flying towards Luo Tianhong instantly changed its position and headed towards Yifeng. Luo Tianhong's face instantly changed drastically. Is this the legendary dragon tackle? You're an ancient martial artist. Luo Tianhong had once seen rumors about the dragon tackling technique, so he was naturally able to recognize that Yifeng's move should be the legendary dragon tackling technique. Dragon escapement, rumored to be a top martial arts skill, capable of taking objects from the air to kill the enemy. Subtle to the extreme. Rumor has it that this dragon tackle has the efficacy of picking up and taking people to kill the enemy in the air, but the distance is only 4 or 5 feet away. But now Yifeng is several hundred meters away and tackles his lance away. This showed the extent of Yifeng's strength. Moreover, it was rumored that this dragon tackling technique could only be cultivated by ancient martial artists, and only those who had achieved great success in ancient martial arts would be able to perform it. And Yifeng had tackled his lance away from such a distance. So it was clear that Yifeng was definitely an ancient martial artist, and also an ancient martial artist with great strength. When he thought of the golden aura that Yifeng had just executed, it seemed to be the legendary Yang Finger. This further made Luo Tianhong understand that Yifeng was definitely an ancient martial artist, and also an ancient martial artist with great strength. Facing an ancient martial artist with overwhelming strength, his so-called land god realm martial artist was a joke. It was important to realize that the cultivation methods of martial artists were all based on the evolution of ancient martial arts. It was extremely incomplete, and the battle power was not as good as 1/10 of an ancient martial artist. And the ancient martial artists practiced in a way that was complete, with amazing battle prowess. The two are simply not in the same order of magnitude. Coupled with the fact that Yifeng was in control of so many martial arts, there was no way he could be his opponent. Thinking of this, Luo Tianhong instantly changed his stance and shot towards the distance. He had to escape. Facing an ancient martial artist whose strength was greatly accomplished and who controlled a top-level martial skill, he had no chance of winning. Fighting against Yifeng was undoubtedly an egg against a stone. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Luo Tianhong's figure appeared 100 meters away, pulling away from Yifeng. But Yifeng didn't go after them, only to see that he once again grabbed in vain in his hand, and the crimson lance belonging to Luo Tianhong fell sharply into his hand. And then, he saw Yifeng push with a single palm, and the crimson lance instantly turned into a crimson stream of light, piercing through the air and shooting towards Luo Tianhong, who was rapidly fleeing for his life. And just at this time, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tianhong. These figures were dressed in uniform robes and all had a uniform pattern embroidered on their chests. Seeing these people, Luo Tianhong felt that his savior had arrived. He yelled, "Brother Wang, save me!" The people who came were no one else but the people from the Southeast Martial Law Enforcement Department. Several people from the Martial Law Enforcement Department were extremely surprised to see Yi Tianhong shooting towards them in such a sorry state and shouting for help. They were here because they had just gotten word that someone had destroyed the Luo family manor, and they had come over to check it out. But he didn't expect to see Yi Tianhong, the strongest member of the Luo family, actually fleeing for his life just after arriving here. But the crowd didn't have time to inquire about anything at the moment. It was because they saw that behind them, a red-colored stream of light was chasing towards Luo Tianhong. An old man leading the way immediately stepped forward. "Elder brother Luo, stand back. I'll help you." Luo Tianhong was instantly delighted. Rapidly, he crossed over from several people and shot towards the distance. He could clearly know that these few people were not Yifeng's opponents at all, and he was just going to use these people to block Yifeng for a moment and buy him time to escape. Chapter 140, A Great Sensation. The few law enforcement department people didn't even think that Luo Tianhong was just going to use them to escape. At this moment, they all let out a cold snort as they faced the lance that shot out, and then they all struck out in unison, wanting to use their fists to harden this long spear wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds. Death to those who stand in my way. In the distance, there was a cold snort from Yifeng, but a few people did not retreat at all. One of them even recognized Yifeng. "Yi Xioluo, it's actually you. You really do have good guts." stirring up the Western Hunan martial arts world. And now you actually dare to come to the southeast to cause chaos. Just the right opportunity to capture you. Several people were his people from the Southeast Martial Law Enforcement Department, so they naturally knew about what Yi Xiaolua had gotten up to in Xiangxi. Right after the Green Willow Villa, the Martial Law Enforcement Department in Western Hunan was occupied by the Pilgod Valley in Western Hunan, and the Pilgod Valley declared that they were in charge of the entire Western Hunan martial arts world. Heavens beyond heaven sent out an order. Have the martial law enforcement departments of their various locations put a manhunt on Yi Xiaolua. Originally, their Southeast's martial law enforcement department hadn't had the time to carry out heavens beyond heaven's orders yet, but they didn't expect that this Yi Xiaolua had actually come to the southeast. It also wiped out the Luo family. As the Southeast Law Enforcement Department, they naturally wouldn't sit idly by. They were even thinking of capturing Yi Xiaolua and sending him to the heavenly beyond heaven's hands at that time to make a worldly achievement. At the thought of capturing Yi Xiaolua and being able to make an unparalleled achievement, several people all had their own little thoughts. Each and every one of them wanted to capture Yi Xiaolua alone. But just as they had risen to this thought, that red-colored lance arrived as well. Several people shot out in unison, wanting to block the strike before going to catch Yi Xiaolua. But when this lance reached them, they realized how ridiculous the little bit of wisdom they had in their hearts was. Only then did he realize how powerful Yi Xiaolua really was. Put! Several muffled sounds rang out in succession. The long spear pierced through the bodies of several people like a crack, and the terrifying power it carried instantly twisted their bodies into pieces. After the lance strangled several people, it still went on unabated, carrying supreme power as it chased towards Luo Tianhong, who had already escaped several hundred meters away. After Luo Tianhong, who had fled a few hundred meters away, heard the sound behind him, he subconsciously turned back, wanting to check if a few people from the Martial Law Enforcement Department had helped him stop Yifeng's strike. However, when he turned his head, he was shocked to see that the long spear, which had overpowered several people, was chasing towards him at an unspeakably terrifying speed. Luo Tianhong was instantly scared out of his wits, desperately fleeing, only hating that his parents gave him a pair of legs less. His speed was also top-notch, but he still couldn't withstand the speed of that spear. Blink of an eye. As the spear attacked, Luo Tianhong felt an unprecedented sense of crisis coming from behind him. He didn't dare to turn around, still desperately fleeing, but to no avail. Put! With a muffled sound, the lance viciously passed through his body. The powerful force wrapped around his body and slammed it towards the top of a large mountain 100 meters away. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Luo Tianhong wrapped in the long spear nailed on top of the cliff face of the big mountain. Ranked 7th on the martial arts rankings, the heir to the Luo family gun, the Southeast Overlord, Luo Tianhong died just like that, nailed to the top of a cliff by his own gun. Yifeng didn't even look at Luo Tianhong again and flew back into the helicopter. The helicopter roared away. The gun ports of the rearmost helicopters again fired several shells that fell sharply to the ground. Boom boom boom, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. The ground of the entire Luo family manor was completely turned upside down. It's like a field that's been plowed several times. After a long time, someone came here. When he saw that the once brilliant and luxurious Luo family had disappeared at this moment, and Luo Tianhong, the strongest person of the Luo family, was nailed to the top of the cliff wall, everyone was shocked. There was only one thought in his mind. The southeast is going to be a mess. Shortly thereafter, the news was like a hurricane that quickly swept across the entire southeast. Luo Tianhong is dead. The Luo family was wiped out. The Luo family manor was completely turned upside down. These news instantly spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. It caused a monstrous stir. Everyone was speculating about who had destroyed the Luo family and who had killed Luo Tianhong. Soon after, another powerful piece of news came out. The Southeast Martial Law Enforcement Department was destroyed. All the experts were killed, and the entire base of the Southeast Law Enforcement Department was flipped around just like the Luo family manor. This has once again created a huge stir. The nation was shocked, all up and down the Dragon Kingdom. No matter if they were ordinary people or martial artists, all of them were discussing this matter at this moment. Everyone is speculating about who did this. Soon, another message came out. The mysterious gang of the Dragon Kingdom, the Snake Gang branch that had been entrenched in the southeast for many years, doing all sorts of bad things, but had never been cleared out, was destroyed, and countless members of the Snake Gang were killed as many times as possible. This has once again created a huge stir. Everyone felt that the three events seemed to be connected in some way. Soon, word got out. Yi Xiaolua appeared in the southeast. He comes looking for his sister, who is terminally ill, but has been kidnapped by the Snake Gang to be given to the Luo family, simply because his sister has a special blood type, which is needed by the Jiang family. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Now everyone instantly understood that the destruction of the Luo family, the destruction of the Snake Gang, and the destruction of the martial law enforcement department were all definitely the work of Yi Xiaoluo. It was clear to everyone that a few days ago, Yi Xiaoluo's sister was captured by the Jiang family's people, and in a fit of rage, Yi Xiaoluo directly destroyed the Jiang family. And now that the Luo family and the Snake Gang had actually kidnapped Yi Xiaoluo's sister, with Yi Xiaoluo's character, he would definitely not forgive the Luo family and the Snake Gang. Moreover, this Luo family was very close to the Jiang family, and his sister had a special blood type that was exactly what the Jiang family needed. That's why it completely enraged Yi Xiaoluo, who wiped out the Snake Gang and the Luo family. As for the martial law enforcement department, it was clear to anyone that this martial law enforcement department and the Luo family were on very good terms, and when the Luo family was destroyed, the people from the law enforcement department had once stepped in to stop it. Having angered Yi Xiaoluo wiped out the entire law enforcement department in a fit of rage as well. Soon the news was spread by all greatly. With this rumor being circulated over and over again, it also made everyone understand that Yi Xiaoluo was too protective of his family and friends. His family and friends, or his scales, whoever dared to move his family and friends, would definitely be completely destroyed, as well as the Jiang family Luo family Snake Gang. However, there were also people who didn't believe it and felt that this matter couldn't have been done by Yi Xiaoluo. Even if Yi Xiaoluo was stronger, it was absolutely impossible for him to destroy a behemoth like the Luo family, a deeply rooted gang like the Snake Gang, let alone an existence like the law enforcement department with his own strength. But soon after, Yi Feng's sentence completely shut everyone up. He who kills, Yi Xiaoluo. He who defies, come and fight. Now, everyone had no more objections. All of them were shocked and speechless, and Yi Feng's words once again caused a huge sensation. Let the entire Dragon Kingdom, let the entire martial arts world be shaken. And the one who started it all, Yi Feng. At this moment, it appeared in the same milk tea store where Pingyan was earlier. Chapter 141. The reason Yi Feng appeared here was to repay those who had taken care of Pingyan. For those who had once tormented and harmed Pingyan, Yi Feng would not let any of them go. But for those who had helped and cared for peace, he would repay them 1,000 times over. And at the moment, milk tea store, a few of Lili's people were looking at the hot topic on the internet. Yi Xiaoluo exterminated the Luo family, the super big family in the southeast. Yi Xiaoluo cleared out the Snake Gang, a mysterious gang that had existed in the Dragon Kingdom for many years. Yi Xiaoluo overthrew the southeast martial law enforcement department. Yi Xiaoluo destroyed several people for his sister in a fit of rage. And so on and so forth on a variety of topics that are popping up all over the internet. Seeing these messages, it was only at this moment that a few of them realized that Pingyan's brother, Yi Feng, was actually the legendary Yi Xiaoluo. After learning this news, several people were unable to return to their senses for a long time. This news was too shocking for them. Originally, they all thought that a character like Yi Xiaoluo was a god in the sky, an existence that they simply couldn't come into contact with. But I didn't realize that Pingyan's brother was actually Yi Xiaoluo, and they had been in close contact with Yi Xiaoluo before, and had spoken to him. After reading all the comments from the netizens, one realizes just how terrifying Yi Xiaoluo really is and just how powerful he is. How many horrible things had Yi Xiaoluo done in this short day? You guys, if we said that about Yi Xiaoluo before, will he get angry and make a move on us? Lili asked in incomparable panic. Previously, after she learned that Ji Feng and 11 were Pingyan's older brothers, she hadn't left the two behind. After learning that Ji Feng was Yi Xiaoluo at this moment, she started to get scared. He was afraid that counting down Yi Feng like that before would make Yi Feng angry. It would be bad to kill her off. After all, after what she had just learned on the internet, at this moment, Yi Feng was a murderous killing god in her mind. I don't think so. We're all friends of Pingyan anyways. This internet says that Yi Xiaoluo is so shaken up, all because Pingyan was hurt. So he got angry and went out to kill. We didn't hurt peace, so he shouldn't hurt us, right? A waiter analyzed somewhat nervously. There is not even the slightest hint of a bottom to the words. Several other people were also tense and worried. At this time, Yi Feng's voice came from outside the door. Am I a demon in your minds who doesn't know right from wrong and kills without a second thought? Yi Feng was a bit speechless. He had been here for quite a while, but the several girls actually didn't realize his arrival and were worried about whether he would hurt them. When the several girls heard Yi Feng's voice, they were immediately terrified. Each one of them was like a scared little rabbit. They all shrunk together and looked at Yi Feng with incomparable trepidation. Yi Feng was even more speechless. Am I that terrible? Several girls subconsciously nodded, but then shook their heads sharply. Yi Feng shook his head even more breathlessly, said, "Put down what you are holding in your hands. I'm not a demon. You're friends of peace. I'm more than grateful to you. How could I possibly hurt you? but a couple of the girls were still clutching the kitchen knives, brooms, and other things in their hands, with no intention of letting go. You really aren't here to kill us? Lily asked bravely. Yifeng breathlessly held his forehead. I really didn't come to kill you guys. I came to thank you. You guys are my sister Pingin's friends, so you'll be my friends from now on, and I want to thank you for taking care of Pingin before. Seeing Yifeng's sincere look, only then did a few people feel slightly relieved. However, they still shrunk together and didn't dare to look at Yifeng. The only one who had the courage to ask was Li. Did you find peace? How is she now? Yifeng said. Safe and sound found. Now has been taken back by me to the medical treatment. It is estimated that it will not take long. She can be cured. A few of the girls then put down their kitchen knives, mops and other things, but still didn't dare to look at Yifeng. It was as if Yifeng was some horrible monster. Yifeng also went on to speak. What about me coming here today? I came to thank you for your previous care for Pingin. I didn't know what you guys would like, so I bought all the milk tea stores in this entire southeast and gave them to you as a thank you gift. In addition, there's $100 million in each of these cards. This is considered my red packet meet and greet gift to you guys. When Pingin is well, I'll bring her here to thank you in person. You also think about what you like and what you want. Just mention it to me when the time comes. Saying that, Yifeng placed a thick stack of contracts and several cards on the table. Yifeng also really didn't know what to send a few girls, so he asked 11 to buy all the milk tea stores in the entire southeast and give them to a few girls as gifts. As for the $100 million, it was considered a bonus for a few people. It was not easy for him to make the real thank you gift. He would wait until Pingin was better, and then he would bring Pingin to thank the girls in person. When the time came, it would be interesting to see what a few girls liked and what they wished for, so he could help make it happen. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lily's several girls were dumbfounded. All of them were surprised by Yifeng's handiwork. After they knew Yifeng's identity, they also knew that Yifeng should not be poor. But I didn't expect Yifeng to be so money-minded, and bought all the milk tea stores in the entire southeast in one shot, giving them as a thank you gift, and taking $100 million as a red packet. Forgive them for having seen tycoons who threw away thousands of dollars, but they had never seen a tycoon like Yifeng who had hundreds of millions of dollars in one shot. Seeing a couple of the girls froze a bit, Yifeng felt if he had given a few people a little less thanks. He said with some embarrassment, the thank you gift is indeed a bit small, but this is just my meeting gift to you. When Pingin gets better, I will bring Pingin to thank you in person. When the time comes, whatever you want, just mention it to me. Admittedly, he did feel that he had been a bit stingy with the thank you gifts he had given to a couple of the girls, but he really didn't know what to get a couple of the girls. After all, he'd never given a girl anything before either, and had no idea what girls liked. All of these things, and all of them, were suggested to him by 11 as a gift. When Lily's few people heard this, they reacted, and one by one, they shook their heads like rattlesnakes and hurriedly explained, Brother Yi, you've got it wrong. We don't think the gift is less, but we think it's too shocking. Big Brother Yi, we are friends with Pingin. We help her because we sincerely get along with her as a friend, not because we want to be able to get any favors on Pingin. That's right, Big Brother Yi. We all helped Pingin out of friendship, and now that Pingin is safe, we're all relieved. These gifts of yours are too expensive for us to accept. Seeing the sincere look on the faces of the several girls, Yifeng laughed. Since you treat Pingin as a friend, all the more reason for you to accept these gifts. You treat Peace as a friend, and with Peace as my sister, it seems logical that I would give her friends some gifts. And, I do sincerely thank you for taking care of Peace before. A few girls still wanted to say something, but Yifeng took the first step. If you guys don't accept it, I reckon Pingin will be sad when she wakes up. She grew up alone and doesn't have many friends. Now that you guys treat her as a friend, I think she will be happy in her heart. But if you guys reject my gift, will Pingin think that you guys don't treat her as a friend? After all, it's normal for friends to give gifts to each other. Lily hurriedly said, Brother Yi, we really take Pingin as a friend, but these gifts of yours are too expensive. Yifeng, however, directly interrupted Lily's words. These things are really nothing. Not even 1/100th of the piece you helped to bring. If you guys don't take it, then I'm going to be pissed. Eventually a couple of the girls could only nod their heads. Chapter 142, Orphanage. After leaving the milk tea store, Yifeng came back to the West City Orphanage. It is said to be an orphanage, but in fact it is just a few dilapidated tiled rooms that have fallen into disrepair. It was windy and leaked everywhere, like it was a product of the 1980s and in disrepair. In the small courtyard, there were 7 or 8 children around 8 or 9 years old, with withered faces and thin bodies, severely malnourished at first glance, sitting on top of the steps and basking in the sun. Beside a couple of kids, there was a wheelchair with an old lady in her 60s. The old woman's figure was also thin, Her face was covered with wrinkles and some green bruises, and her hair was withered, like weeds that had been frosted in the fall. Seeing that this orphanage was so hard, once Pingyan grew up in such a place, Yifeng's heart was hard. "Who are you looking for?" A child walked over and looked at Yifeng somewhat nervously. The group of children at the back also all stood up, all nervously looking at Yifeng. A few other boys even ran to grab some sticks and rocks and other things into their hands. A couple of the girls, on the other hand, shielded the old lady in the wheelchair. Yifeng frowned when he saw this scene. Guess what seems to be going on at this orphanage? When he came, he saw that all the houses in this neighborhood of the orphanage seemed to be demolished. The word demolition was painted in big letters everywhere. The only place that didn't was here at the orphanage. And there was a lot of trash and stuff piled up outside the orphanage's front door. "Little friend, my name is Yifeng. I'm here to find your dean." Yifeng squatted down and prepared to hand the gift in his hand to this little kid. As a result, the little kid pushed away the gift in Yifeng's hand, and after cursing a bad guy, he ran into the yard at great speed. While running, she also shouted, "Grandma Lu, the bad guys are here again." When the children and the old lady in the yard saw this, they all panicked. Despite the panic, there was still a clear division of labor, and a few of the older girls pushed up the old lady and walked towards the room. The few older boys, on the other hand, rushed towards the door with sticks and other things, trying to stop Yifeng from coming in. Although the several boys were all incredibly nervous, they didn't move slowly. A few of them threw stones and other things in their hands at Yifeng, while a few others started to reinforce the gate. Yifeng saw this and felt even more that something must have happened here. He dodged those stones while speaking and explaining, "I'm not a bad person. I'm Pingyan's brother. I'm here to find your dean and thank you for the care you once gave Pingyan." However, the group of children didn't pay any attention to Yifeng's words and still smashed the stones towards Yifeng. The old lady who was originally to be pushed into the room by a few girls hurriedly called off the group of children after hearing Yifeng say the word peace. "Boys, all stop." The group of children were very obedient, stopping their hands at the same time and all looking at the old lady. The old lady looked at Yifeng. "Are you really Peace's family?" Yifeng said, "Auntie, I am Pingyan's family. Now that Pingyan has been found by me, and I know that Pingyan used to live here, I came here today to thank you. Also, it was Wang Dan who told me the address of your orphanage. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Dan." The old lady carefully sized up Yifeng, and after realizing that Yifeng was not one of those people who often came to make trouble before, she took out her cell phone again and dialed Wang Dan's number. Wang Dan on the other end of the phone learned that Yifeng had gone to the orphanage, and immediately excitedly said towards the old lady, "Dean Lu, he is Pingyan's brother. Pingyan has now been found by him. You must receive him well. I will come over immediately." It was only after hearing Wang Dan's words that Director Lu was completely relieved. Hanging up the phone, she hurriedly said towards a few children who still looked defensive, "Children, he's not a bad guy. He's your sister Pingyan's older brother, so hurry up and let him in." As soon as the children heard Dean Lu's words, they all got excited and hurriedly threw away the stones in their hands and opened the courtyard gate. Like greeting a loved one, he pounced on Yifeng. Before, when Pingyan was in the orphanage, he took care of them as if they were his own siblings and doted on them. But then Pingyan got sick and left the orphanage, and never came to see them again. And then they heard the director say that Sister Pingyan might be leaving them forever, and they were all sad for a long time. As children of the orphanage, what they longed for the most, naturally, was affection. And now that Pingyan's brother had come, they were like seeing their relatives. "Brother, are you really Sister Pingyan's brother? Brother, is Sister Peace how she is? Is she going to leave us forever and not come back to see us? Brother, will Sister Peace come to see us again?" For a while, a group of children were talking and hugging Yifeng's thighs, asking questions. Yifeng heard the group of children's questions and squatted down, answering each child's question carefully and earnestly. "Yes, I'm your sister Pingyan's brother. My name is Yifeng. You can call me Brother Yifeng. Your peaceful sister will not leave you. The reason why she has not come to see you is because she is sick now and is being cured. When she is cured I will bring her back to see you." The group of children were all happier after hearing Yifeng's explanation. At this time, Dean Lu was pushed over by a few children, and she brought a smile towards the group of children. "Children, hurry up and let Peace's brother in." A few children then reacted, and one by one, they all grabbed Yifeng's arm and pulled him towards the yard with enthusiasm. Entering the courtyard, Yifeng also hurriedly handed the children all the gifts in his hand in big bags, but the children didn't bother to pick it up. They all looked at Dean Lu. Dean Lu laughed. "Why don't you hurry up and thank Brother Yi?" The children burst into a chorus of thanks. "That's what took the gift." Dean Lu spoke again. "Alright, all go play." A group of children immediately took the gifts and ran away in unison, running to a corner and starting to open the gifts that Yifeng had brought. Seeing that Yifeng had brought all the delicious food, The children all gobbled it up at once. As Dean Lu looked at this scene, her eyes were a little red, and she also explained towards Yifeng. Don't take offense. The kids haven't had a good meal in a long time. Yifeng shook his head. His heart was not in the right place when he saw the scene. Is peace really okay? Don't you hide it from me. Dean Lu knows about Pinyin. Yifeng said. It's really okay. I've already found the best doctor in the world for Pinyin, and I guarantee that I can cure Pingyin's illness. Yifeng wasn't worried about Pingyin's illness. With Xiaoqi and the group of divine doctors from the Medicine God Valley, as well as their fifth kingdom as a backing, even if Yan Wang wanted to snatch someone from him, he wouldn't agree. Seeing that Yifeng was full of sincerity, Dean Lu also believed Yifeng's words. Pinyin was a bitter child, and now it's a bittersweet moment. Yifeng nodded. With him in the future, Pinyin would definitely not suffer anymore. Dean, what happened to the injury on your face? Yifeng changed the topic. Dean Lu was just about to open his mouth when he saw several vans stop outside the door. A dozen or so punks with clubs and other weapons got out of the car. Chapter 143, Feelings of Death. Seeing the punks outside, Dean Lu's face suddenly changed. The children who were sitting in the corner sharing their food all put down their hands at the same time, and one by one, they once again picked up the rocks and other weapons on the ground. A few girls even rushed to the side of Dean Lu. Grandma Lu, those bad guys are here again. Let's push you in. After saying that, several girls were about to push the wheelchair, but Yifeng stopped them. It's okay, no one can hurt you guys with me around. However, Dean Lu said, child, get out of here. You can't afford to mess with these people. They're coming for our orphanage, so hurry up and leave and take care of Pinyin. Yifeng laughed. Don't worry, Dean Lu, with me here, no one can harm you. Leave this matter to me. After saying that, Yifeng said towards the children who were ready to throw stones. All of you come over here and protect Dean Lu. Leave the matters here to me. A bunch of kids all ran over too. Dean Lu still wanted to say something, but Yifeng's figure moved and came outside the courtyard. Seeing Yifeng disappear as if he had suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appear outside the courtyard, Dean Lu was startled. She seemed to have thought of something, and excitement and thrill were written all over her pale face, and a bunch of kids were in shock. All of them were stunned by Yifeng's godlike terrifying speed. As soon as the punks outside got out of the car, one of the leading middle-aged men drank. Brothers, this is it. Clear all this trash out of here, and whoever gets in the way, just beat them to death. Don't be afraid if there are lives. I have money to bury them. Once the crowd of punks heard this, each one of them had no more worries, and each one of them waved the sticks in their hands, ragingly ready to rush in. But just at this time, Yifeng's figure suddenly appeared in front of them, took the crowd by surprise. What the are you? Get thee out of here. The foremost middle-aged man hadn't finished his sentence yet. Yifeng threw out a slap, and the man flew out, smashing into the garbage pile not far away. Grass, kid, you're looking for death. A group of punks cursed angrily, and the sticks in their hands smashed towards Yifeng at the same time. Brother Yifeng, be careful. The crowd of children in the yard couldn't help but scream out at the sight. A few timid children closed their eyes in even more fear. Brother Yifeng is awesome. When they heard the cheers of their companions beside them, they opened their eyes in unison and saw that Yifeng was still standing in place in a good way, while the punks all fell to the ground, each one of them screaming miserably without stopping. Just now, if it wasn't for Yifeng not wanting to kill in front of these kids, or else these punks would have already been corpses. Yifeng came to the pile of garbage or pile. The middle-aged man still tried to struggle to get up. Yifeng stepped on top of its chest. Tell me, who sent you? The middle-aged man was still full of anger. Do you know who I am? Don't you dare hit me, believe it or not. Just before he finished his words, Yifeng exerted a slight force under his feet. The man instantly felt the ribs in his chest break by inches. The intense pain made him want to scream out, but being pressed against his chest prevented him from breathing, and the strong sense of suffocation prevented him from making any sound at all. The intense pain and suffocation made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Wanting to claim his life, he struggled frantically, but the more he struggled, the more he couldn't breathe. For a moment, it turned his face into a greenish-purple color. It was only when the man was somewhat unable to carry on and was about to pass out that Yifeng let go of his foot. The man immediately began to breathe heavily, accompanied by violent coughing, snot and tears, miserable to the extreme. Now can we talk about who sent you? The man was now really scared and timid. He had just experienced the feeling of death. He felt at the moment that Yifeng was a demon, a horrible demon. I said, it was young Master Long who called us. Chapter 144, this matter must be handled properly. Who is young dragon? Yifeng's expression was still cold. The man hurriedly returned. He's our boss in the west of the city. Why are you bullying the orphans here? The anger in Yifeng's heart was somewhat suppressed. The man fearfully returned. It's not that we want to bully them. It's all because Young Dragon instructed us to do so. We have no choice. The company under Young Dragon bought all of this land in the west of the city and prepared to demolish it to build a commercial area. The other families all agreed to the demolition conditions given by Brother Dragon and moved out. The only one that made too harsh a request was this orphanage, which wanted us to resettle all of the orphans here before we demolished it and wanted us to build them a new orphanage to resettle the orphans in the future. And we've talked to them several times before, and we've offered to give them some compensation, but they don't want it. They have to do what they want. After a few times and 3 times, Young Dragon also completely lost his patience, which is why he sent us to blow away all of these ill-intentioned guys. Saying that, the man turned towards Yifeng again and said, "This brother, why don't you help me persuade them to hurry up and leave, and we will give them a sum of money at that time. And of course, you will be able to get a large amount of benefit fees." After saying that, the man even reached out and pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Yifeng. "Brother, there's $200,000 in here. If you can persuade these guys away, all this money is yours. And after it's done, I'll definitely report it to Long Xiao, so that he can give you another sum of money. With this money, brother can't do anything." The man spoke to himself, not noticing Yifeng's face getting colder and colder. And the man's words are getting worse. "Brothers, in fact, I'm not hiding from you. I also very much want them to hurry up and leave. At that time we take the money and can go free. Who wants to come here every day to look for the trouble of these wild seeds that have a father and mother to give birth to, but not a father and mother to raise?" Originally, we had followed these wild seeds before to have a good discussion, but each of these wild seeds is a ing, each of them refusing to do the right thing and stoning the old man. Since these wild bastards won't listen and have to eat their penalties, I'll teach theirs a lesson. Originally, when I broke that old woman's legs, I thought it would scare the wild ones into moving out, but I didn't realize that these wild seeds, which are harder and stinkier than the stones in that latrine, are still unwilling to move away, and are going to threaten to die. This has also completely enraged Young Dragon. Today Young Dragon has put out the word that as long as these wild seeds don't move out, then they'll just get killed. Young Dragon has the money to deal with these people's lives. Anyway, these wild bastards are left unattended, and when they die, it's all over. No one asks anything. In fact, I don't really want to get these people killed. After all, these wild seeds one by one are all Heaven's fury, deserve their being orphans. I'm still afraid of getting these wild seeds killed, tainted with bad luck. What I hope for the most is still that they move out on their own so that everyone is better off, and I can make money so that I can get away with it. Dude, see what I'm saying? If you can get these wild bastards to move out, the money is yours. In addition, I can also give you a portion of the money given by Young Dragon to buy these wild seeds. Afterward, I can also report to Young Dragon and have Young Dragon reward you with some more money." The man raised his head and looked at Yifeng. He felt that the words he just said, and the money, would definitely be able to make Yifeng's heart move, but when he saw Yifeng's face that was cold to the extreme, the eyes that were almost ready to spit fire, his whole body was like falling into 18 layers of hell. Yifeng's foot once again stepped on the man's chest. "My sister grew up in this orphanage. The people here are her relatives. It's her family. It's also my relatives and family." Man, this time he reacted to what exactly he had just said. He actually said those words without figuring out Yifeng's identity. He wanted to say something, but Yifeng didn't give him the slightest chance anymore. His foot exerted force, and all of the man's remaining ribs instantly broke. The incomparably strong feeling of death struck again. Ka! Yifeng's foot exerted force again, and the man was directly stepped into the garbage. The man who was stepped into the garbage instantly broke apart inch by inch and became one with the garbage. If the children from the orphanage weren't present, Yifeng definitely wouldn't have let this guy off so easily. Surely it will be subjected to unspeakable pain and suffering. After resolving the man, Yifeng's gaze went to the punks. These punks were all scared at once as well. They had just seen Yifeng crush their boss with one foot. Seeing Yifeng's gaze looking over, the group of punks rolled and fled in all directions. Brother Yifeng is awesome. Seeing these punks scattering and fleeing, the children in the courtyard all let out excited cheers. The eyes of each one looking at Yifeng were like looking at a superhero, full of admiration. Yifeng didn't go after any of them either, and after all the punks disappeared from the children's view, Yifeng's feet shook. Several stones shot out, turning into several streams of light. They shot towards these punks. Pulleys. These stones were like a bullet, instantly piercing through the heads of these punks while also completely igniting the bodies of these punks. In a few breaths, the bodies of these punks disappeared into thin air. At this time, a few children pushed Dean Lu out, and a group of children looked at Yifeng with incomparable admiration. The only one who was worried was Dean Lu. "Child, there's no need for you to offend these people. They're all Lu Tianlong's people. If you beat them up like that, then Lu Tianlong will surely find you in trouble. Child, I can see that you are a martial artist and your hands are impressive. But this Lu Tianlong is not an ordinary person. He also offers martial artists under his hands. It won't be good when those people come after you. You won't be able to beat them. Yi Feng comforted. Don't worry, Dean Lu. Even if they don't come to me, I'm going to find them. However, Dean Lu grabbed Yi Feng's hand and said, Child, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. Today, I really thank you for coming to see us lonely souls who have no one to ask for help. And I also thank you for being able to bring me the news about peace. Thank you even more for being able to stand up for us. You'd better hurry up and leave. That Lu Tianlong isn't a thing. But he wouldn't dare to lay a deadly hand on me. Involving you in this, then how can I face peace in the future? Peace has just been found by you. And I don't want her to get better only to not be able to see her brother. Yi Feng grabbed Dean Lu's hand back and said, Don't worry, Dean. In this world, there is no one I can't afford to mess with. I'll leave this matter to me. If I don't take care of this for you, I'm sure Ping'an will blame me. Dean Lu was still about to say something when a majestic voice came from the distance. Dean Lu, Mr. Yi is right. This matter must be handled properly. Chapter 145. As soon as the crowd turned their heads, they saw Long Aotian walking over with a few people. Wang Dan was among them. Those words just now were exactly what Long Aotian said. The reason why Long Aotian was here was because when he was dealing with the official and war ministry matters, he also found out something about the demolition of the West City. About this orphanage that Ping'an was previously in that had been unwilling to move out because of the lack of compensation. He knew that Yi Feng was sentimental and righteous, and knew that after Yi Feng found Ping'an, he would definitely come to repay the people who had helped Ping'an before. Soon he learned that Yi Feng had indeed come to the orphanage, and Long Aotian also knew that if Yi Feng knew about the orphanage, he would definitely be furious, and was worried that they would let Yi Feng down again. Therefore, he came here at the first opportunity with a group of official personnel who had just been transferred to take over the position of Chen Dongwei and the others to deal with this matter. Dean Lu didn't recognize Long Aotian and the others. She saw Wang Dan among the crowd and hurriedly said towards Wang Dan, Officer Wang, you quickly talk to this kid Yi Feng and tell him to hurry up and leave. That Lu Tianlong is capable of doing anything. Wang Dan hurriedly said, Dean Lu, it's fine, just rest assured. No one in this world really dares to take a shot at Mr. Yi. Long Aotian, who was on the side, also hurriedly spoke. Dean Lu, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I'll personally handle it and will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Dean Lu was still incomparably worried, and Wang Dan hurriedly introduced Dean Lu. Dean Lu, let me introduce to you. This is the leader of our Dragon Kingdom's War Department, Long Aotian. This is our newly transferred city head Chunxi from Tiantong. These are the heads of the relevant departments. They are here this time to solve the problem of the orphanage for you. However, when Dean Lu heard Wang Dan say the identity of Long Aotian and the others, she was a little disbelieving. She had naturally heard of Long Aotian's great name and knew what the name Long Aotian stood for. But she had always felt that Long Aotian was an existence that the most ordinary people at the bottom like them simply couldn't come into contact with. Taking a closer look at Long Aotian, Dean Lu was instantly shocked, because she recognized that the Long Aotian in front of her was actually really the one who often appeared on TV. Greetings, Lord Dragon Head. Dean Lu was a little nervous and struggled to get up. However, Long Aotian hastily pressed it down. Dean Lu, I'm really sorry. It's all because of our negligence in our work that you and these children have suffered such aggravation. Don't worry, I'll personally take care of this matter for you today. Give you a satisfactory explanation. Dean Lu nodded his head, but he seemed to have something difficult to say, and after hesitating for a while, he finally did not say it. Yi Feng noticed this scene and he said, Dean Lu, is there something you don't dare to say? Now that Long Aotian is here, a bunch of Tiandong's parental officials are all here. Just say whatever you have to say. They'll do it for you. If they can't handle it, I'll handle it for you myself. Dean Lu hurriedly shook his head and said, No, it's already a great honor for me to have Lord Dragonhead personally take care of things for my wife. Yi Feng naturally heard that Dean Lu seemed to have something to hide, but he couldn't ask much if Dean Lu wasn't willing to say. Instead, he turned his gaze to Long Aotian. Long Aotian, I'll trust you one more time on this matter. If you can't handle it well, don't blame me for not being polite. Hearing Yi Feng actually treat Long Aotian in such a manner, even with a commanding tone, this caused Chen Shi and Wang Dan and the others to be shocked. Although they all clearly knew that Yi Feng's was the legendary Yisho Luo, but reasonably speaking, even if Yi Feng was a martial arts powerhouse and the famous Yisho Luo of the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't treat Long Aotian in such a manner. Dean Lu also looked at Yi Feng with surprise. She also didn't expect Yi Feng to actually dare to do this to Long Aotian, the #1 person in the Dragon Kingdom's war department.
However, what was even more unexpected and shocking to them was Long Aotian's attitude. Only to see Long Aotian actually nodding his head in fear to Yifeng, his face full of nervousness. Don't worry, Shura. I will definitely take care of this matter. When Chen Qi and the others saw how respectful and terrified Long Aotian was towards Yifeng, they didn't dare to say anything more. One by one, they also hurriedly followed Long Aotian's example and opened their mouths towards Yifeng to assure him, Lord Shura, don't worry, we will definitely give you and President Lu a satisfactory explanation. It was at this time that many people gathered around. These people are villagers from the neighborhood. Earlier, when the punks were arriving, they had watched from afar from a distance. Don't dare get close for fear of being seen by the punks. When Yifeng had cleaned up all those punks and saw Wang Dan and the others coming over, they quietly approached, and they had just heard Wang Dan's words clearly. After knowing the identity of Long Aotian and the others, they also wanted to let Long Aotian make a decision for them. Lord Dragon Head, can you do the same for us? Looking at the people converging around him, Long Aotian said, just talk to me about any claims you have and I'll take care of them for you personally. When he had dealt with the official matters of Tiandong before, he had known that there was a great deal of foul play in the demolition of the West City, and that all these old people seem to have been forcibly demolished and relocated. A lot of people don't seem to get much compensation. An old man spoke up. We don't have much to ask for. We only ask that our demolition money be released to us according to the market standard. A middle-aged man also spoke up immediately afterwards. We have all lived here for many years, and originally said that we would be demolished and relocated, and we were all very willing to cooperate. But we didn't expect that after we signed the contract, we realized that we had been cheated, and that the compensation that was sent to us was not at all the standard on the contract, but was a number of times lower than the standard. A young man also spoke up. Yes, my family has several houses, but only got 100,000 yuan of demolition money. Our family of more than 10 people now have no place to live. 100,000 yuan. How can I make a large family live off? A middle-aged woman followed suit. My family too. My family also has 3 houses, but we only got 100,000 dollars, and my whole family has no place to live now. We also approached the person in charge of the demolition, but we were threatened by people from Tianlong, who threatened to take our lives if we were not satisfied. The same thing happened to us. We went to ask for money and this Sky Dragon company sent people to beat us and threaten us to make us accept this reality. We are also, for a while, a crowd of people spoke up, all stating that they had all encountered threats from the Sky Dragon company. The house was razed and only minimal compensation was received. Chapter 146 Lu Tianlong. Hearing these people's words, Long Aotian's face turned blue to the extreme. Don't worry, I promise to take care of this matter, and I will definitely make sure that all the people involved in this matter will be duly punished. After saying that, Long Aotian's face was filled with anger as he turned towards Chun Chi and the rest of the group beside him. You guys go and mobilize all the departments right now and give me a serious investigation into this matter. I will have the War Ministry move with you. Remember, everything will be handled seriously and strictly, and anyone who dares to obstruct will be dealt with directly by military law and killed on the spot. Yes, Chen Qi and the others had just heard the pleas of these people, and they were also very angry. Now that Long Aotian gave such an order, they naturally understood what Long Aotian meant. This matter should definitely not be dealt with perfunctorily, but should be dealt with in a serious manner. Soon the group left in a hurry. It was not long after Chen Qi and the others had just left. Another train convoy came up at the far junction. At the forefront are police cars driving. It was followed by a clean sweep of limousines. The last remains escorted by several police cars. When the convoy stopped, first several heavily armed officers from the patrol office got out and formed a circle around them. After that it was several well-trained bodyguards in uniform black suits who were the first to get out of the car. Once they got off the bus, they stood in 2 rows with a Mercedes in the very middle as the center. The door of the Mercedes opened. From the car first came down a young man dressed in a designer label with a brash face. This person was no other than the head of Tiandong City's Tianlong group, Lu Tianlong. Behind a few cars were also down a group of men and women with briefcases. A look at the dress of these people. Behavioral motives know that these people are the system. On this side of the orphanage, when Director Lu saw this young man, all sorts of complicated emotions flashed across his wrinkled face, and this scene was all clearly captured by Yifeng. Besides, Lu Tianlong, after he got off the car, he immediately stood aside respectfully, and the car once again came down with an extraordinary temperament, full of blonde curly hair, and a tall white male. After this white male got out of the car, Lu Tianlong bent down like a slave and said with an incomparably flattering voice, Mr. Andy, this is the place I found for you. The white male raised his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Speaking in fluent dragon Mandarin, well done, Lu Tianlong was instantly delighted and bent his waist even lower. Continuously, he said, "It's my honor to work for Mr. Andy. Mr. Andy, let me show you around." After saying that, only then did Lu Tianlong carefully straighten his back some and prepared to come to the front to lead the way. But when he saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the orphanage, he frowned. Hurriedly, he asked towards the secretary-like person beside him, "What's going on? How did that bastard Lu Yan do his job? Did I tell him to get rid of all these scumbags? Why are these scumbags still here now?" The secretary was also puzzled. "I've already asked Lu Yan to come here first to remove this trash." Lu Tianlong's face became a bit chilly. "Wastes who can't make things happen. Why don't you hurry up and contact LV Yan and ask him to clean up all of these scumbags for me? I'll kill you if you offend Mr. Andy." The secretary nodded hurriedly in fear and took out her cell phone to start contacting Lu Yan. However, Lu Yan had already been crushed by Yifeng's foot, including his cell phone, and the secretary was unable to contact Lu Yan at all. "What's going on?" Lu Tianlong's face became even more chilly. The secretary hurriedly said, "Lu Yan can't be reached." Lu Tianlong was furious. "Rubbish. You immediately lead people to clean up this trash." "Yes." The secretary hurriedly led a group of bodyguards towards the orphanage. Lu Tianlong, on the other hand, and that group of people in the system took Andy and went to other places under the defense of a group of police officers. Soon, these black-clothed bodyguards led by the secretary rushed aggressively towards the orphanage. Seeing these people, the surrounding demolitionists were beyond panicked. One was a little unsure of what to do. Even though Long Aotian was here now, there was not a single escort beside Long Aotian. After Chen Qi and the others left, there were only 3 people left at the scene, Wang Dan and Yifeng as well as Long Aotian. "Stop! What are you doing?" Wang Dan stood out and shouted. Although Wang Dan was wearing a police uniform, the secretary simply ignored it. Toward the group of black-clad bodyguards, he droned, "Beat all this trash out of here." A group of black-clothed bodyguards rushed over aggressively at once. Yifeng didn't have the slightest intention to make a move, and Long Aotian was just about to wave his hand, but he was stopped by Yifeng. Yifeng turned his gaze to Wang Dan, and Long Aotian instantly understood Yifeng's meaning. Facing the black-clothed bodyguards who rushed in rapidly, Wang Dan did not take a step back, but instead took the initiative to protect in front of Yifeng and Long Aotian. Again, he droned, "Stop!" But these men in black had no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Wang Dan directly pulled out the baton on his body and prepared to tough out these black-clothed bodyguards. But just as these black-clothed bodyguards rushed over and were about to make a move, several bullets, fired from all around, without mercy, it pierced through the 3 fatal locations of these black-clad bodyguards' foreheads, hearts and necks without a single deviation. In a short moment, all of these black-clothed bodyguards who rushed over fell to the ground, and none of them were able to rush to Long Aotian's side. This sudden scene caused everyone to freeze. But soon everyone understood that the person who fired the shot was definitely Long Aotian's guard. Long Aotian, as the number 1 person in the War Department, how could such an existence not have guards by his side? Even if there were no personal guards, the dark places around that area must have been set up as iron barrels. That's right, the people who fired these shots were naturally all Long Aotian's guards. Their duty was to protect Long Aotian's safety and they were always hidden in the shadows. No matter where Long Aotian went, they would form an absolutely safe protection network around them. Protect Long Aotian's absolute safety. Seeing that all the bodyguards were killed in an instant, the secretary was dumbfounded. He panicked and looked at Wang Dan, but his gaze instantly shifted from Wang Dan's body to the faces of Long Aotian and Yifeng behind him. He instantly judged from the transcendent aura on Long Aotian and Yifeng that Yifeng and Long Aotian were definitely not ordinary people, especially Yifeng. That transcendent aura was far superior to everyone he had ever seen. But he realized that he didn't know Yifeng. On the contrary, the Long Aotian beside Yifeng looked somewhat familiar. It seemed like I'd seen it somewhere, but for a moment I suddenly couldn't remember exactly where. Although he was nervous, he had a bottom line when he thought that Lu Tianlong and the others were nearby, loudly shouting, "Who are you people? Dare to kill our Tianlong group people?" Long Aotian took a step forward and snapped, "Humph, Tianlong group. What a big name. You ask me what I am. I'd like to ask what you are. A gangster/society? Chapter 147, The Real Snake Gang. The sound of the gunshot also attracted Lu Tianlong and the others who were leading the white man on an inspection in the distance. They all came towards here as well. The secretary saw Lu Tianlong and the others coming over. Also came the bottom. "I'm the secretary of Lu Tianlong, the chairman of Tianlong Group. If you say I'm a gangster, then I'm a gangster. If you dare to kill someone from the Tianlong Group, No one wants to leave alive today.
The first to rush from the rear were a group of officers from the inspection office.
After that were several of the black-clothed bodyguards responsible for protecting Lu Tianlong,
as well as several tall foreigners, while their waists bulged with what appeared to be concealed weapons.
On top of that,
there were several other martial artists among them.
At the back, Lu Tianlong and Andy, as well as a group of people under the protection of a few of the inspection office personnel, also came over this way.
They were not the slightest bit aware that at this moment, each of them was being targeted by the guns of Long Ao Tian's guards lurking around in the shadows as much as they could.
As long as Long Ao Tian gave an order, these people would die instantly.
Of course, if these people entered the absolute safety range that could threaten Long Ao Tian's life,
they would directly shoot everyone without Long Ao Tian's order.
Long Ao Tian slightly waved his hand,
stopping the guards from moving.
At this time, a group of police officers from the inspection hall also instantly surrounded Yifeng and the others as much as they could. With their black holes of guns aimed at everyone, those few tall foreigners also pulled out the weapons on their belts and aimed them at Yifeng and Long Ao Tian. Those few martial artists were also occupying favorable terrain, poised to strike.
What's going on? Lu Tianlong walked over and looked at the dead bodyguard on the ground with a face full of anger.
These people had been hired by him at great expense, but now they were all dead. And today is the day he's going to accompany his golden father to inspect this place.
But he doesn't want to actually have this kind of thing happen.
The secretary hurriedly said,
"Young dragon,
it should be these two bastards men who killed our men." And following Lu Tianlong and the others who came along with those in the system came close.
When they saw Long Ao Tian,
all of their hearts were all shaken dramatically.
They naturally knew Long Ao Tian and knew Long Ao Tian's identity. A few of them, several heads of police departments and related departments,
were so shocked that they momentarily suffered a brief lapse of concentration. Lu Tianlong didn't notice the change in the faces of the people behind him in the slightest as he looked towards Long Outyan and Yifeng. It turned out that he didn't recognize these two men at all.
He shouted angrily, "You guys are really bold, daring to touch my men." If it was normal, he would have already ordered his men to slaughter Long Ao Tian and Yifeng. But now, after all, there were official Tian Bei people and his golden father present, and he couldn't do that.
He turned his head toward one of the heads of the inspection hall.
"Captain Lu,
arrest all these guys who dare to kill in public." It was only then that the middle-aged man known as Captain Lu awoke with a start. When he saw Long Ao Tian's icy gaze looking at him, he only felt his legs go limp, and in an instant it was as if all his strength had been drained out of him, and he sat down on the ground all of a sudden. As a person from the inspection office, he had also learned what had happened before through various channels in the past 2 days, because Yishio Luo wanted to find his sister. But the War Department and the officials were both false and didn't help seriously. It caused Yishio Luo to be enraged and stabbed the matter to the state lord. The lord of the country was furious and ordered a strict investigation into the matter.
And Long Ao Tian even personally brought people over and sealed off the entire Tiandong city. After that, he took down Zhao Xuanwu,
the supreme commander of the Tiandong War Department,
directly, and also took down all the official related personnel such as Chen Dongwei. After that, Long Ao Tian even directly led the personnel of the War Ministry to thoroughly investigate all those who had problems. The means were unparalleled in their ferocity, and in the course of a day, it is unknown how many people were taken away,
and some were even killed on the spot. He was not in cahoots with Chen Dongwei and the others at that time, and that was how he managed to escape. Today he received an assignment to escort a large foreign consortium to the western city for an inspection, but he didn't want to, but he actually ran into Long Ao Tian here. What scared him even more was that Yishio Luo was actually here at this moment. Compared to Long Ao Tian, he was more afraid of Yishio Luo, the famous killing god of the Dragon Kingdom. In the past 2 days, Yishio Luo had purged the snake gang that had been entrenched in southeast for many years, and had also destroyed the most powerful Luo family. In addition to the martial law enforcement department in southeast, it triggered a monstrous shock. And now, Long Ao Tian and Yishio Luo appeared here at the same time, in this orphanage. And this orphanage seemed to be the orphanage where Yi Shulua's sister had been before. And it seems that the Sky Dragon Group is the company responsible for demolishing and constructing this place. He also knew something about the Sky Dragon Group's style of doing things. Instead, he brought people to serve as escorts for the Tianlong Group today, and he also surrounded Long Ao Tian and Yishio Luo. At the thought of it, he felt like the sky was falling. "Captain Lu, you guys really do have a lot of guts. I've only just purged your people from Tiantong, and I haven't even left Tiantong yet. You guys are so eager to jump out, and now you've brought people to surround me. What? Are you plotting against me?" Long Ao Tian roared with a face full of anger. "And you guys? I didn't have the time to investigate and deal with you guys before, so I'll just let you off the hook once for now. But I didn't expect you guys to have enough guts.
You actually dare to be in the same boat with such scum as the Tianlong group at this time and be their dog. Long Ao Tian's gaze went back to these group of people from the system who accompanied Lu Tianlong and the others. These people were all scared to death, and they all paralyzed on the ground. Since you guys sincerely want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. With that, Long Ao Tian waved his hand. Numerous bullets were immediately fired from all around. The necks, hearts and heads of these men were pierced without mercy. Long Ao Tian was really angry at the moment. It was only yesterday that he had brought people to deal with Chen Dongwei and the others, and after that, he had personally purged the entire Tiantong officialdom. But I didn't realize that today these people were actually in cahoots with such scum as the Tianlong group again. What kind of reputation the Tianlong group had? What kind of style of doing things? Long Ao Tian had more or less heard some of it in the past 2 days. But now that he hasn't even left yet, these guys are actually still opening the door for the Tianlong group, and are in cahoots with the Tianlong group. This means that these people definitely have relevant interests involved with the Tianlong group. Since these people didn't know how to repent, he naturally wouldn't be polite about anything. When he saw that everyone was killed, and only he and Andy were left at the scene with a group of terrified police officers, Lu Tianlong no longer had that arrogant and domineering temper, and became incomparably fearful, incomparably terrified. He looked at Long Ao Tian with incomparable horror. What the hell are you? Swish, swish. At that moment, two silhouettes appeared in front of Yifeng and Long Ao Tian at the same time. In front of Long Ao Tian was Long Ao Tian's personal guard, Dragon Head. Everyone was ambushed as much as possible. The one who appeared in front of Yifeng was 11, boss. We just found out that this Tianlong group is the real Snake Gang's Hall in the southeast. The Snake Gang's Hall that we exterminated before was just a puppet that the Snake Gang had put up in the open. Chapter 148, The Mysterious Snake Gang. Boom! Hearing Long Ao Tian's guards address Long Ao Tian as Dragon Head, Lu Tianlong only felt a roar in his head. This old man in front of him was actually Long Ao Tian, the #1 person in the Dragon Kingdom's war department. What did he do? What did he do? He actually brought people to surround Long Ao Tian, and to add to his horror, what 11 had just said. 11 said they exterminated the Snake Gang's Hall, which was previously exterminated by Yi Shuluo, and 11 addressed Yifeng as boss. That would indicate that Yifeng was Yi Shuluo, who had recently become famous in the Dragon Kingdom, and he had heard about Yi Shuluo's search for his sister. After all, the commotion made in Tiandong City 2 days ago was too big. It would be hard for him not to know. And now that Yifeng had appeared here, even if he was stupid, he understood the reasoning behind it. That is, this orphanage could be the orphanage where Yi Shuluo's sister had lived before. Instead, he recently had someone clean up this orphanage. Just now, I personally had people ready to get rid of these people. When he thought of this, Lu Tianlong's face immediately turned ashen. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. His crotch was already wet. Dragon Head, Lord Shura, I was wrong. I beg you to be magnanimous. Lu Tianlong kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. I'm willing to hand over all my properties. I only beg you to spare my life. Long Ao Tian coldly laughed. Oh, this moment you know you're wrong and want us to spare your life. Ask these people you've bullied, cheated, tortured, and even killed if they'll say yes. When the surrounding demolition household saw the normally arrogant and domineering, cocky Lu Tianlong's appearance at this moment, they all felt incomparably relieved. He absolutely cannot be spared. He has done so much evil over the years. I don't know how many people have lost their wives and families because of him. Yes, absolutely no mercy for this devil. Such a devil should be shot. The surrounding group of demolition tenants were furious. They hadn't been bullied much these days. Each and every one of them hated to eat Lu Tianlong alive at this moment. How could they easily spare him? And 11 also continued towards Yifeng. Boss, the information we got shows that this Tianlong group is only one of the Snake Gang's halls in the southeast province, and they are involved in a lot of things. Real estate, medicine, food, transportation, and various other industries that benefit people's livelihood. They have a big appetite, and it seems like they want to take control of every industry in the entire Tiantong city. And we also found out that this Tianlong group was just a purse company a few years ago, but then it got investment from many foreign consortiums and started to start a rapid layout in Tiantong city, moving into various industries. Recently, they've set their eyes on the land in this western city, and in conjunction with Chen Dongwei and other local officials, they've smoothly taken the land and are preparing to invest in the construction of a modern medical center. While speaking, 11 looked at that Mr. Andy behind Lu Tianlong again. And this Mr. Andy is the investor of this project. And this Mr. Andy is just a doctor in the Eagle Kingdom. But I don't know why all of a sudden. A few years ago, he transformed into an internationally renowned genetic expert. He was then invited to the Dragon Kingdom, where he worked as a consultant in several major hospitals in the Dragon Kingdom, and using his position, this Mr. Andy was secretly and frantically collecting genetic data on the people of the Dragon Kingdom. A few months ago, he resigned and found the Tianlong Group to join forces with the Tianlong Group to invest in a modern medical center in Tiantong City. But as I look at their design drawings, it seems that the construction of a medical center is fake, and they want to build a biological laboratory here for real. Yi Feng and Long Aotian heard something from 11's words, especially Long Aotian. As a person from the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, he naturally understood what it would mean if 11's words were all true. Since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, those imperialists, mainly the Eagle Kingdom, have been infiltrating and invading the Dragon Kingdom from all aspects and channels. For example, now often seen regional black, male-female confrontation, suppression of Chinese medicine and other aspects of the start, can be described as everything, is to provoke chaos within the dragon, want to completely disintegrate the dragon from the inside. Long Aotian asked nervously, Mr. 11, is all this information of yours accurate? 11 asked rhetorically, you doubt our abilities? Only then did Long Aotian react. Hurriedly, he said, no, if that's the case, then this matter is too big. No, I have to report this matter to the State Lord. With that, Long Aotian took out his phone and walked aside to communicate with the State Lord. And 11 then said towards Yi Feng, the snake gang's halls that were eliminated by us before were doing some dirty, dark and illegal business, such as human trafficking, human organ trafficking, and smuggling of some prohibited drugs. We were almost all mesmerized by it. Fortunately, we asked from the mouth of that hall master that the benefits that their halls received were all transferred overseas through an account and then laundered into the hands of those overseas consortiums, which then used the name of investment to reconverge the money into the hands of the people they had fostered. And there is a portion of the money that converges into the hands of this Mr. Andy. And this Mr. Andy is using the name of investment to pool money into the hands of the Sky Dragon Group. The Sky Dragon Group is using the money to invest in building what they need, as well as bribing the people involved, opening doors of convenience for them. That's how we found out that this Tianlong Group is also a cousin of the Snake Gang, even though both of them are the halls of the Snake Gang. The two, however, do not know of each other's existence. One black and one white. Even if either side is destroyed, the other side will still be able to function smoothly. At that time, you can still raise up the next hall. Yi Feng smiled. Looks like this snake gang is not simple. 11 nodded. Indeed, it's not simple. I've had people investigate a lot, and I don't even know who is actually in control of this snake gang. And this snake gang has been seen not only all over the Dragon Kingdom, but even all over the world. The controller behind it. I'm afraid it's a very powerful existence. Yi Feng smiled faintly. It's a bit interesting. There's actually such an existence that we don't even know about. At this time, Long Aotian also finished the phone call. Full of gravity, he came forward, pulling Yi Feng aside. He said, Xiao Luo, what the State Lord means is that he wants you to help us together to completely clear out all of the Snake Gang's halls in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Feng nodded. Naturally, even if Long Aotian didn't say anything, Yi Feng would still do it. Just the Snake Gang trafficking in peace had already made him murderous towards the Snake Gang. And now learned that the Snake Gang is still a very mysterious and powerful organization. Now that he had destroyed the Snake Gang's hall in the southeast province, he thought that the Snake Gang would definitely seek revenge on him as well. Sooner or later, there was going to be a battle with the Snake Gang. So why don't you take the first step yourself and unite with the Dragon Kingdom to clear out all of the Snake Gang's halls in the Dragon Kingdom? In the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, it was much more convenient for the Dragon War Department to personally take action than for them to do it themselves. Chapter 149 Amazing Acting Skills. In that case, thank you Shura. Long Aotian was also greatly relieved. If they were to do it themselves, they might not be able to find the Snake Gang's hall until the monkey years and months. But if Yi Feng's people were allowed to help along, then the efficiency would definitely be twice as effective. After all, the means of the Fifth Kingdom were not something that could be compared to ordinary people. Then I'll take these people with me. They're from the Snake Gang. We need to get all the secrets about the Snake Gang from their mouths. Long Aotian pointed at Lu Tianlong and that Mr. Andy on the ground. Yi Feng nodded. Naturally, if there's anything you need help with, just look for 11. With a wave of Long Aotian's hand, the guards hidden in the shadows appeared in unison. Take these two back to Kyoto. Lu Tianlong was completely flustered and begged. Don't, please, let me go. I don't know anything I really don't know anything On the side, Dean Lu finally couldn't help herself. She also spoke up. Yi Feng, please let him go. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. When Lu Tianlong saw that Dean Lu opened his mouth, he also hurriedly said, Mom, I'm wrong.
My son knows he's wrong. Please help me.
I don't want to die. Hearing Lu Tianlong actually address Dean Lu as mom, everyone present was shocked. Only Yi Feng had a calm face. He had guessed something a long time ago. Originally, he thought that this Lu Tianlong was also someone who came out of this orphanage. But what he didn't expect was that this Lu Tianlong was actually Director Lu's own son. Dean Lu fiercely slapped Lu Tianlong. Asshole, you should have known better. Dean Lu was furious. This Lu Tianlong was indeed her son. She had been in charge of this orphanage since Lu Tianlong was a child, leaving early and returning late every day to be with the children of the orphanage every day, taking poor care of both the family and the children. It was always her husband who took care of the children and ran the house, neglecting to teach her son, coupled with the fact that she has not been at her son's side to accompany him, has led to Lu Tianlong from a young age, has been extremely rebellious, everything against her. After Lu Tianlong graduated from high school, he was diagnosed with kidney failure, and at that time, one of the children in the orphanage had a kidney that matched Lu Tianlong's. Lu Tianlong's father then wanted to use this child's kidney to save his son, but it was opposed by her. In the end, it led to Lu Tianlong's father and son completely breaking up with her, or even turned against them. For several years afterward, the two were old and dead. Later, Lu Tianlong's father issued a bounty from the Snake Gang's hall, and the Snake Gang's men kidnapped children from the orphanage and exchanged their kidneys for Lu Tianlong. Lu Tianlong's surgery was successful, and he even jumped to become the chairman of the Tianlong group, becoming a powerful man in Tiantong City. After getting well, Lu Tianlong goes against her in everything in order to get back at her. On the matter of the demolition of the orphanage, Lu Tianlong even took advantage of this matter and began to take crazy revenge on her. He agreed to everyone else's conditions, but only the orphanage's demands. Lu Tianlong just didn't agree, and even sent people to mess up and beat her and the children several times. And she felt ashamed of this son of hers and never chose to speak out about it. And now that she had learned that her son had actually done a lot of illegal things, she was even more furious. Although she was angry, after all, it was her son, the only family she had left in this world, and she couldn't really see her son die. He could only beg Yi Feng to be lenient with his son. Long Aotian glanced at Yi Feng, who nodded slightly. Long Aotian understood and said, Dean Lu, we need to investigate this matter clearly. If he really did something illegal and disorderly, then there is nothing we can do. Of course, if he's not clear about what's going on here, we naturally won't wrong him. Pop! Dean Lu threw another vigorous slap at Lu Tianlong's face. Waste stuff. Look what you've done. Instead, this slap and the words of Dean Lu caused Lu Tianlong to completely despair. He suddenly burst out laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Right. I am trash. Yes, I am trash. In your eyes, I will always be a worthless piece of trash. A piece of trash that is inferior to these wild seeds. I'm trash. I don't deserve a mother's love. I don't deserve to be cared for. I don't deserve to be greeted. I deserve to die. I should never have existed in this world. I'm trash. Ha ha ha. I'm trash. Lu Tianlong laughed and hissed madly, tears constantly flowing from his eyes. It's like a seizure. And when Dean Lu saw his son like this, his entire body froze in place all of a sudden. Long Aotian and the others all sighed when they saw the scene. Long Aotian waved his hand and a group of guards took Lu Tianlong away. Dean Lu looked at Lu Tianlong, who was taken away. Her eyes were red. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it or how to say it. One could only mumble towards Yi Feng about her former past. Only after the narration was finished did she murmur, My child, all of my life, all of my energy has been focused on the children in the orphanage. To the children in the orphanage, I am a loving mom, and to the outside world, I am what is known as a selfless, self-sacrificing do-gooder. But to my husband, to my children, I'm a bad wife and mother. Yi Feng laughed. You are wrong. You are not an incompetent wife and mother. On the contrary, you are a very competent wife and mother. In addition to that, you are also a movie queen whose acting skills are unparalleled in the world. Compared to those so-called movie emperors and movie queens, your acting skills can be too powerful. Oh yes, I shouldn't address you as Dean Lu. I should address you as Mrs. Snake Gang Lobby Master. When Dean Lu heard this, but his face changed, he looked at Yi Feng with some confusion. Son, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand it? Even Long Aotian and the crowd around him all looked at Yi Feng in confusion. Not understanding what Yi Feng meant by this, Yi Feng still laughed. You really don't understand? Dean Lu still pretended to be puzzled as he looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled and said, The you that was once there was indeed a great benefactor, but the moment your sons needed a kidney replacement after his illness, you were no longer the same as you were before. You disguised yourself as a demon. Your son was sick and needed a kidney source in the first place, and your husband searched in vain.
only to find that one of the children in this orphanage under your control was a match for your son's kidney source. When your husband wanted that child to give your son a new kidney, you refused in public and had a big fight with your husband. A great show of so-called antipathy was performed in public for the world, and the purpose, naturally, is to be able to portray before the world the great image of what a selfless and great benefactor you are. In this way, a steady stream of orphans will naturally be sent to you in the future because of your reputation. And all of these children will in time become machines for you to enrich yourselves, breeding blood slaves and organ harvesting donors for some.
Chapter 149. After that, your husbands who was the head of the snake gang's lobby easily kidnapped the child from the orphanage and replaced the kidney source for your son. After your son recovered from his illness, you didn't allow him to get involved in this vortex in the snake gang, so you utilized the wealth you've accumulated over the years to help him set up the Sky Dragon Group. The sudden rise of the Tianlong Group is all because of the support of the wealth you've accumulated over the years, plus the support of those officials you've bribed over the years, with the support of you and the Tiantong officials. Thus, the Tianlong Group is able to run amok in Tiantong City, not putting anyone in their eyes. Originally, you were going to wait for the Tianlong Group to become the strongest consortium in Tiandong City, then gradually withdraw from the vortex of the Snake Gang, and enjoy glory and wealth in the future. But being in the Snake Gang, wanting to quit is not that easy, so you want to find an opportunity to sell out the Snake Gang, and when the Snake Gang is swept away, you will be completely out of the vortex of the Snake Gang. Yi Feng paused and then continued, but it so happened that at this time, someone else wanted to invest in the Tianlong Group, and after your investigation, you guys found that that investor, Mr. Andy, also seems to be a member of the Snake Gang. You're afraid that the Sky Dragon Group is also in the pocket of the Snake Gang, and so, you were ready to go dark, ready to take this large investment for yourselves, and then put all the blame on that Mr. Andy. By then, if the Dragon Kingdom clears it, it will definitely be able to discover Mr. Andy's identity, and by then, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely clear out the Snake Gang. And then you guys fostered the Luo family and made them the Snake Gang's cousin. In this way, when the Dragon Kingdom clears the area, it will only treat the Luo family as a cousin of the Snake Gang, and when the Dragon Kingdom seeks to settle the score with the Luo family, you will be able to get away with it. Originally, your plan was going well, but coincidentally, at this time, you received a bounty from the Luo family and realized that my sister was the person the Luo family needed. So you decided to capture my sister and give her to the Luo family to make another fortune. But I showed up at this time to find peace. And this matter has gotten so big that even the State Lord and Long Aotian have been alarmed. And you all know that if this matter is not handled well you may all be doomed. Soon, you get the news that this person looking for peace is actually me. And you know who I am, and you know that I am a man of vengeance. And when I strike, I kill without mercy. So, you guys were ready to utilize this opportunity. Ready to bring the trouble to the east and frame the Luo family for all of this. When the time comes, I'll definitely seek revenge on the Luo family, so not only will you be able to get away with gold, but you'll also be able to get the Luo family's bounty. And so, you asked the official Tiandong people to open a path for you to deliver the people to the Luo family, and at the same time put those two people who kidnapped my sister beside Luo Fei of the Luo family. But what you didn't realize was that you guys were preparing to leave from the war ministry, but you were blocked by Long Aotian. What I didn't expect even more was that I was so powerful that I wiped out the Luo family. And I showed up at the orphanage again. And you were afraid that I was here to investigate the matter. So you then people put out some information that let us know that Andy was with the Snake Gang and had been funding the Sky Dragon Group. And then have your son bring Mr. Andy and deliberately be arrogant and bossy in front of us to get us to take a shot at your son. Then you'll put on a big show of mother and son turning against each other to make us feel sorry for you. And then your son will say he didn't know anything about it, and put the blame for everything on Andy's head. In that case, you'll be begging us when the time comes to spare your son. Admittedly, your plan was very good, and I did almost fall for it. But the mistake was that you disguised yourself so well that I almost believed you. The fault lies in the fact that your Tianlong group has a big family and controls too many things. And the more things you control, the more likely you are to slip up. For example, the hospital that you control. Every time a new child comes to the orphanage, you will take these children to that hospital for a physical examination, saying that it is for the sake of the children's health. But in fact, your fundamental purpose is to detect the blood type and organs of these children, so that you can match the appropriate donor for all the people who have posted the bounty. At this time, 11 walked out. Originally, when we learned that my sister Ping'an had been helped by this hospital to do the surgery before, we were still planning to thank this hospital and were ready to make an investment in the hospital. But after I carefully investigated, I found that that hospital has a very rich family background. That hospital was originally just a private hospital before, and it was extremely average in all aspects. but I don't know why. But a year ago, this hospital's medical conditions jumped to become the best hospital in the entire Tiantong city. After my investigation, I found that this hospital was invested by the Tianlong Group a year ago, and although it was very obscure, I was able to find out some clues. After that, I investigated again and realized that this hospital has a very bad reputation, but often people die in this hospital inexplicably. After careful investigation, it was found that every time the Snake Gang received the appropriate reward, children in the orphanage with the appropriate organ or blood type would somehow fall ill, and then they would be sent to that hospital for a consultation, and they would never get out of the hospital once they were in. It's obvious that this hospital is the place where you've been practicing organ harvesting from some people and these children in the orphanage. Yi Feng continued. Back then, my sister Ping'an was also found to have a special blood type and organ in this hospital. Right. Pity my sister who is so in love with you. She is that hard up, but every day she donates the rest of her money to your orphanages and hospitals. But you are thinking of selling her to someone else. These words from Yi Feng and 11 caused the faces of everyone present to all change. Everyone looked at Dean Lu, feeling incredulous. They all thought, how could such a bodhisattva-hearted person like President Lu be such a devil? And Dean Lu was also looking at Yi Feng and 11 with an aggrieved face at this moment. Child, you can't slander me like this. How can I, a nearly earthbound old woman, be so capable? Yi Feng, however, smiled coldly. I have to admire your acting skills are really great. It's all at this time, you are actually still able to act so well. With that, Yi Feng slapped his palm in the air towards Dean Lu. Seeing this, President Lu, subconsciously, his figure violently tumbled up from the wheelchair, and with an athletic backflip in the air, he steadily stood 5 meters back. Actually, you're pretending really well, and I was almost fooled by you at first, but as a martial artist, even if you pretend to be more like you are, and converge the inner cheese in the slightest, there will still be a crack in the end. Chapter 151, Letting People Go. On top of that, your son has really turned against you, and with the Sky Dragon Group's ability, it simply shouldn't be too easy to make you and these children leave this place, even if it means completely disappearing. But after all this time, you guys never left, still well and truly here, and this whole orphanage has remained intact. You have never left. You have been waiting for me to come. Seeing that he had been recognized, Dean Lu stopped pretending. The bent waist was also instantly straightened, and his breath was no longer atrophied and became stern. The whole person also seemed to be 10 years younger. Yi Xiao Luo, you are really powerful. I didn't expect things to be investigated so clearly by you. That's right, I'm from the Snake Gang, and all these people are indeed tools I use to make money. Dean Lu's words came out. Everyone at the scene was in an uproar, and one by one, they all subconsciously pulled away from Dean Lu. None of them had also thought that such a great benefactor like President Lu, who was incomparably kind and loving in their hearts, was actually such a devil and executioner behind their backs, and those children around them couldn't accept this fact at the moment. Their favorite dean could be such a person. Yi Feng said indifferently. It's good to admit it. After saying that, Yi Feng took a step back while 11 took a step forward. Instead, Dean Lu said, Yi Xiaoluo, why don't we make a deal? If you let me go, I'll give you all of Tianlong Group's industries and assets. You have to know that the wealth that Tianlong Group has accumulated over the years is more than you can spend in several lifetimes. Yi Feng heard this, but laughed. Sorry, then wealth. You tens of thousands of Tianlong Group can't compare to me. This amount of money of yours, in my eyes, even 1/1000th of mine is not as good as. Yi Feng this did not talk big. The wealth of the Fifth Kingdom was indeed an astronomical figure. Then what do you mean? You don't want to let me go? Dean Lu's face chilled and his tone became a bit icy. What do you think? Yi Feng asked rhetorically. How many people have you brutalized over the years? And ask them if they're willing to let you go? Dean Lu said no more. In that case, let me learn Yi Xiaoluo's masterstroke today. 11, however, laughed coldly. Fighting my boss. You're worthy of it. Dean Lu stopped speaking. His body's aura erupted all over the place. Countless berserk breaths continuously bursting out from his body. And then it continuously condensed on top of her fist, and her withered fist actually glowed with a layer of white mist in an instant. Die for me! It was accompanied by an explosive shout from Dean Lu. The fist slammed into 11. A fist blasted out like a cannonball discharging. The air all around was instantly compressed in general, emitting a violent sonic boom. Dean Lu knew how powerful Yi Xiaoluo was, and now, although she didn't really face Yi Xiaoluo, but 11 as Yi Feng's subordinate, she naturally didn't dare to take the enemy lightly. The moment he struck, it was a vicious killing move. She was going to kill 11 in one blow and then escape while she had the chance. 11, however, did not have the slightest intention of dodging and calmly stood in place, allowing Dean Lu's punch to blast in. Dang! A sound of gold and iron exploded in Eleven's chest. Dean Lu's punch landed hard on top of Eleven's chest, but there was no scene of 11 having his chest shattered by a punch appearing. 11 remained calmly standing in place, his feet not moving a bit. The teasing smile remained on his face. It was as if this punch from Dean Lu was not a life-and-death confrontation, but rather an itch for him. How is that possible? Dean Lu's face changed. Her punch was almost her strongest punch. She wanted to kill 11 with a single blow and take advantage of the chaos to escape. But when the punch landed on 11's body, it did not cause any damage to 11. Although she wasn't as good as those experts on the rankings who had been famous for many years, she was also confident that she would have the power to fight against those experts, and even be able to get out of those experts' hands unharmed. In his eyes, Yi Xioluo was only a little bit stronger than those experts. Therefore she wanted to have a couple of moves with Yi Xioluo at that moment, but it was only now that she had this punch that made her realize how ridiculous one's own thoughts were. One couldn't even defeat one of Yi Xioluo's men. What could one take on an expert like Yi Xioluo? At the thought of this, an unprecedented fear instantly struck his body. In an instant, the wariness in her heart disappeared into thin air, and all she had was a strong fear. Her hand snapped, and above her fist the haunting mist instantly dispersed. It turned into a dense white mist, instantly enveloping the surrounding space. Swish! Her silhouette used this brief moment to rush towards the back. She's going to run away. Humph! Sculpture! 11 coldly grunted, and a vast aura instantly shook away the white mist enveloping the surroundings. At this moment, Dean Lu's figure had already fled to 50 meters away, but 11 was in no hurry to strike. His mouth still held a teasing sneer. With a movement in his hand, the black tang blade was clutched in his palm. He slowly raised his blade and swept it lightly. A sharp blade aura instantly turned into a stream of light, chasing towards the distantly shooting and fleeing Dean Lu. Dean Lu, who was originally fleeing in a hurry, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis come over him. She subconsciously turned her head to look, and saw an extremely sharp blade chasing after her. From a long distance away, she was also able to clearly feel the power of that blade on. Chills ran up her spine from the shock, and with all her might, she shot off into the distance. She was fast, but compared to 11's slash, she was still too slow. Blink of an eye, the blade broke through the air. It landed on top of Dean Lu's back with unparalleled accuracy. Put! Dean Lu violently sprayed out a blood arrow, and his body, which had leapt into mid-air, slammed down powerlessly towards the ground. Boom! It smashed over a dilapidated house below. Countless masonry, broken wood instantly submerged it. Swish swish swish, but at this very moment, several black shadows suddenly appeared at the location where Dean Lu was, grabbing him from the ruins and shooting out rapidly in several directions around. Humph! You want to take someone away under my nose? Did you ask me? 11 snorted coldly and was about to strike again, but he was stopped by Yi Feng. No harm done. The man is dead. Let them leave. 11 instantly understood what Yi Feng meant, nor did he go after those people again, but put away his tang blade. Not bad. The strength has actually improved a lot. Yi Feng complimented. 11 asked at once. Then, boss, can you let me follow you in the future? Can't. Yi Feng decisively refused. 11's face instantly turned into a bitter melon. Shura, not going after those people? Long Aotian walked over and asked. Those people must be Snake Gang scumbags. Yi Feng shook his head. There's no need to chase after them. Let them go back and report. I believe that the Snake Gang will definitely come to take revenge on me after this heavy loss this time. When the time comes, just take your time with them. Long Aotian also instantly understood Yi Feng's meaning. It's still Shura who is farsighted. Yi Feng, however, said, there's no need to pat yourself on the back. Immediately bring someone to take care of things here. All the people related to this matter. Not one of them will be left behind. Yes. Long Aotian hurriedly nodded his head. Chapter 152 Snake Gang Gathering. For the next 3 days, Long Aotian and 11 personally led the people from the War Department to clear the entire Tiandong. All those who had dealings with the Snake Gang were arrested. To deal with it in a serious and severe manner. And all the people who had helped Ping'an had all received Yi Feng's gratitude. The couple who had previously adopted Ping'an and provided him with shelter. Yi Feng rewarded them with one of the best hotels in Tiandong City as well as a red packet of $200 million. Wang Dan was directly promoted and became one of the heads of the police department in Tiandong City because of his merit in protecting Long Aotian. Li Yun was also promoted for having helped Ping'an. In short, all those who had helped the peace were paid handsomely. After everything winds down, Yi Feng also departed to prepare for his return to the northwest. But just as he was about to depart, someone had come to Tiantong, naming his name and asking to see Yi Xioluo. In the meantime, somewhere on a scenic island in Southeast Asia, it is a tourist destination on weekdays, and there is a steady stream of visitors to the area. And this is also the peak time for traveling. It's reasonable to assume that the island will not be short of tourists. But today is an exception. There wasn't a single tourist on the entire island. Everywhere is covered in black robes. Cannot see the face of the armed men, heavily armed, loaded with bullets. All of them were carrying state-of-the-art weapons, and each of them looked extremely well trained. These men were at 5 paces and 10 paces, spread out over the entire island, placed in the outside world. This was definitely a battle force that could not be underestimated. Rumble. Not long afterward, a helicopter roared in over the tarmac. The plane quickly landed, and from it jumped a man dressed in a black robe with a cobra pattern embroidered on its chest, and a black cloth covering his face so that he couldn't see his face. As soon as this person stepped off the airplane, he flashed out a black token, which had a very ancient shape, with a lifelike cobra carved on it. After the surrounding group of armed men saw the token, they all stepped forward and flanked the man towards a luxurious manor in the very center. Rumble. At that moment, another helicopter roared overhead. The helicopter quickly landed, and once again a person, also dressed in a black robe with a black cloth covering his face so that he could not see his face, jumped down from the airplane. The chest of this person's shirt was similarly embroidered with a cobra design. The man got off the plane and took out a black token with the same lifelike cobra carved on top of it. Once again, the armed men around the area flanked the man and headed toward the luxurious estate in the distance. The next half hour, there were helicopters landing here constantly, and on each helicopter, all of them came down to a person whose entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and whose face could not be seen. And all of these people, too, were holding a black token. They were also all flanked by armed men heading towards the luxurious manor house in the center. When the last person was sent into the manor, entered a huge banquet hall that was not known to be many meters below the ground level of the manor. In the banquet hall, in front of a round table made from an unknown material, a dozen people had already sat down. These people did not communicate with each other in any way, and all sat upright in their chairs. When the last person arrives, the door of the banquet hall, which was made of alloy and was 20 centimeters thick, closed with a bang. It was at this time that a black-robed talent spoke. Gentlemen, we invited you here for a while today because our hall in the southeastern province of the Dragon Kingdom has been overthrown. Cost us dearly, and their voices have been processed by voice changers, making it impossible to hear men and women, and to recognize young and old. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, everyone on the scene was slightly stunned. Who actually dares to touch our Snake Gang's hall? Someone opened his mouth to ask. His voice similarly processed so that he couldn't distinguish between men, women, and children. Is it the Dragon Kingdom outer heaven that has struck? Someone asked. No, it's Yi Shiolua from the Dragon Kingdom. The first black-robed man to speak uttered a name. Yi Shiolua? That's that Dragon Kingdom's god of war? Someone asked in surprise. Not bad. It is precisely this person. The first black-robed man to speak nodded. He's just a tiny mole cricket. How is he a match for the people of our Snake Gang? Someone asked in a very puzzled manner. He's not a tiny mole cricket. Rather, he is a powerful martial arts powerhouse. The first black-robed man spoke again. This is this Yi Shiolua who has recently stirred up a storm in the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd all looked down as a screen appeared on the table in front of them. On it was a detailed record of the things Yi Foam had caused in the Dragon Kingdom these days. Pile after pile, piece after piece is extremely detailed. There was also a brief silence as the crowd watched. Admittedly, none of them had thought that Yi Shiolua had actually set off such a shocking wave in the Dragon Kingdom in just a few days. The first black-robed man to open his mouth once again said, now that the halls in the southeastern province of the Dragon Kingdom have been wiped out, depriving us of the pillars of a major invasion of the Dragon Kingdom, we've suffered some heavy losses. I've summoned all of you here today because I want to deliberate on how this matter should be handled. Otherwise, by the time our General Alliance learns about this, I'm afraid we'll all suffer from it. The crowd remained silent. Dragon Kingdom's halls didn't generate much wealth for the Snake Gang every year though. In the past few years, the southeastern province's halls have also provided the Snake Gang with some human organs and sent out some people, sent across Southeast Asia for wire fraud, or human experimentation. But the income from these is far less than what they get from supporting the southeastern province's congregations. But none of that matters. What they wanted by fostering the halls in the Dragon Kingdom was not these petty profits, but to control the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom had stood in the forest of the world for many years, and had been invaded several times by countries from all over the world that wanted to conquer the land and take control of the Dragon Kingdom, but they all ended in failure. The Dragon Country is still the country's luck is constant, still stands in the world, and now is more in all aspects have caught up with the major powers, and even soon to exceed, become the world's boss. That's not what everyone wants to see. The same was true for their Snake Gang, who had once tried to invade the Dragon Kingdom as well. but it all ended in failure. But like those powerful countries in the world, they don't want to see the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, and they all want to conquer the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, explicitly and implicitly, they all tried to find ways to penetrate into the Dragon Kingdom, slowly disintegrating the entire Dragon Kingdom step by step from the inside. Some years ago they had spent huge sums of money and paid a great price to root one of their snake gang's halls in the southeastern province of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was only after all these years of explicit and implicit funding that the halls had grown bigger and stronger. But they hadn't even had a chance to execute their follow-up plan yet, and now the southeastern church had actually been wiped out. This could be a devastating blow to their plans, and this matter was a plan made by the General Union, and they were responsible for implementing it, and now this matter had not been known by the General Union. And if the General Union knew about it, all of them, I'm afraid, would be punished. Chapter 153, The Snake Gang's Plan. I should have known that we should have sent an expert to sit in on the town in the first place. Or else with a tiny Ishiolua there's absolutely no way he could have subverted our hall so easily. A black-robed man complained somewhat. The first black-robed man to open his mouth said in a cold voice, "Wasn't the reason for not sending an expert to sit in the town in the first place to prevent the people of the Dragon Kingdom from finding out? What kind of cats and dogs do you guys think the Dragon Kingdom is? You think those powerful people in the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond are just eating their words?" The black-robed man was still a bit unconvinced. All the more reason to send some experts to sit in on the town. Alright, what time is it? This matter was a joint decision by all of us in the first place. It was to prevent the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly beyond sky from noticing that they didn't send their experts over there. It's not the right time to complain about this matter. Now think about how to solve this matter. Someone opened his mouth to persuade. Everyone was silent again. Admittedly, this matter is still tricky for them. The Dragon Kingdom was not one of those small countries that could be easily taken down by casually organizing a few thousand troops and controlling some advanced weapons. The Dragon Kingdom was one of the world's leading superpowers, controlling advanced weapons and countless powerful people. Spare a few of those strongest countries in the world to join forces. They might not be the Dragon Kingdom's rival. After all, there had been a previous lesson before. The fleets of various countries, but almost all of them had been destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom. Although the fleets of the various countries were destroyed by the Fifth Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom had also revealed its terrifying strength in that battle. And now, this Fifth Kingdom seemed to have allied with the Dragon Kingdom as well, and was stationed just to the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Now it was even harder to compete with the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, they, the Snake Gang, were not a powerful nation, and it was unlikely that they would actually have to fight the Dragon Nation for anything. All they were thinking about now was how they should re-establish a new hall in the Dragon Kingdom. Why don't we re-establish our small halls in other parts of the Dragon Kingdom? We don't have just one hall in the Dragon Kingdom, not just one in the Southeast Province, someone suggested. But the proposal was instantly rejected. The first black-robed man said, "No way. Now that our forces have appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, this Dragon Kingdom will definitely be on the defensive and will definitely be carefully looking for our other halls. If we venture out at this time, not only will we not be able to re-establish new halls, but we might even be able to get rid of those previous halls as well. What about that? Why don't we go find the Fifth Kingdom to work with?" Someone suggested. The crowd was stunned, all looking at the person who made the suggestion. The man continued, "Previously, we tried to join the Fifth Kingdom, but we were unable to find the existence of the Fifth Kingdom. And now this Fifth Kingdom seems to be in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. We can seek their cooperation. If we have the support of the Fifth Kingdom, it will be too easy for us to invade the Dragon Kingdom. It's not even impossible to subvert the Dragon Kingdom, but the Dragon Kingdom and the Fifth Kingdom are now allies. Will they be willing to cooperate with us?" Someone asked. The man laughed. "Oh, there are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. As long as we take out enough benefits, I don't believe the Fifth Kingdom won't be moved. But what benefits do we have that can move the Fifth Kingdom? Don't forget that the Fifth Kingdom's current size and wealth is far beyond our ability to match. Even some powerful countries may not be comparable to the Fifth Kingdom." Someone questioned. The man said, "Money and these things are naturally unlikely to move the Fifth Kingdom. We can give them what they need." "What is it?" The crowd was puzzled beyond belief. The man laughed. "Naturally, it's something that can enhance a martial artist's strength. Don't forget that there are just as many martial artists in this Fifth Kingdom. I'm afraid they are no less interested in boosting their strength than anyone else." "You mean the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins?" The first old man who spoke up lost his voice. The man nodded. "That's right. That place is incredibly bizarre. We have investigated for several years, and we couldn't come up with a result. But what we can be sure of is that there is definitely a shockingly big secret in that place. According to our investigations over the years, that place might be the residence of some ancient martial arts sect or ancient martial arts family. And there might be a legacy about ancient martial arts inside. Our abilities are limited. We can't explore or enter that place, but if we tell the Fifth Kingdom about that place, do you think the Fifth Kingdom of the ancient martial inheritance will be interested? The legacy of ancient martial arts. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Now this world exists martial artists, but the ancient martial artists are rare. If anyone can get the inheritance of the ancient martial arts, become that legendary ancient martial artist who can crush everything. The temptation is great for anyone. But what if the Fifth Kingdom doesn't want to cooperate with us after knowing about this, and they go to explore the Forbidden Ruins? Someone asked. Wouldn't we be out of money and out of people? The man laughed. Oh, it's very simple. When the time comes, we'll make this news public, so that everyone in the world will know about it. This ancient martial inheritance will naturally attract the attention of everyone in the world. And even if the Fifth Kingdom is stronger, he wouldn't dare to fight against the whole world with his own strength. Of course, if they really dare to do this, I think martial artists from countries all over the world, even including the Dragon Kingdom, might take action against them. Wouldn't this be better if they were destroyed? Then our snake gang could become the most powerful force in this world. Plus, that place is full of crises. It's definitely not something that ordinary people would dare to explore. Spare him the Fifth Kingdom. He may not be able to enter that place. We only used one piece of information in exchange for cooperation with the Fifth Kingdom. This kind of deal is a sure thing. After thinking about it for a while, the people all felt that this plan was feasible. In that case, if you all have no objections, this matter will be settled. The first black-robed man spoke again. No one objected and acquiesced to the plan. The first black-robed man once again said, "That's great. I'll send someone to contact the people of the Fifth Kingdom. On top of that Yi Shiolua must also die. He annihilated my snake gang's hall. This revenge must be avenged. Or else if the world knows about it, how will our snake gang's face survive?" This comment made the crowd's heads spin a bit. Just now they had watched Yi Shiolua's deeds in the Dragon Kingdom these days. It was also known that Yi Shiolua's strength was so strong that ordinary people were not his opponent at all. This Yi Shiolua is highly powerful. I'm afraid that only a powerhouse at the peak of the martial Dao realm will be able to kill him. The strongest members of our gang are now guarding various places, so I'm afraid we don't have the time to kill him. Even if we have time, we may not be able to enter the Dragon Kingdom. Someone laughed. He. It seems that we don't need our people to kill Yi Shioluo. Don't forget, Yi Shiolua killed countless strongmen of the Dragon Kingdom before, and none of those strongmen have made a move yet. In addition, I've gotten news that Jiang Zhongyuan from the Dragon Kingdom seems to be coming out of the gate soon. That Yi Shiolua destroyed the Jiang family. That Jiang Zhongyuan will definitely seek revenge on him after he comes out of the gate. But I observe that this Yi Shioluo is extremely strong. Will that Jiang Zhongyuan be his opponent? Someone questioned. Even if we're not opponents, when the time comes, we can still tell Yi Shiolua about the ancient martial inheritance. And he, a martial artist, will definitely be interested in the ancient martial inheritance as well. If he wants to explore the ancient martial inheritance land, then he will definitely go up against the Fifth Kingdom. Even if he's stronger, he's absolutely no match for the Fifth Kingdom. Of course, even if the Fifth Kingdom doesn't care enough to make a move against him, then at that time, as long as he leaves the Dragon Kingdom, we can still mobilize our experts to decimate him and raise the prestige of my snake gang. After the crowd heard this plan, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the person who made the suggestion. In that case, let's follow this plan. The first black-robed man to speak spoke up and clapped his hands again. Chapter 154, Sword St. Lubai, Southeast War Department. In 3 days' time, Long Aotian and 11 personally led the people and took care of everything. News also came from the northwest that peace had awakened. Yi Feng was also ready to depart back to the northwest. But just as he was about to depart, he got word that someone was looking for him. Someone wants me? Yi Feng looked at Long Aotian suspiciously. Right. Sword St. Lubai. Willow White? Yi Feng was slightly stunned, not understanding what Sword St. Lubai was looking for him for at this time. Did he come to avenge his disciple's death? Xiao Luo, do you want me to step in? Long Aotian asked. I've had a few encounters with this Lubai and know that this person is not an unreasonable person. He was also clear that Yi Feng had previously killed one of Lubai's disciples, Lu Duan, and was afraid that Lubai was now here to find Yi Feng to avenge his disciple. Yi Feng shook his head. No need. Sword St. Lubai. Rumor has it that his swordsmanship is like a god, invincible within 3 feet. I'd like to get a lesson. Long Aotian nodded. This Lubai's sword is indeed unrivaled in the world. You know the deeds of this Lubai? Yi Feng asked. In fact, for this Lubai, Yi Feng is also very curious. Having seen his disciple Lu Duan's sword before, it showed him that this Lubai was also definitely a character. Long Aotian nodded. This Lubai is also considered a poor person. He was born into a martial arts family where swords have been honored for generations. Ever since he was young, Lu Bai has been exposed to swordplay under the family's cultivation, and has shown great talent and understanding. In the future, it is expected to be able to become a sword Dao Grandmaster. However, when he was a teenager, the family suffered a sudden catastrophe, and overnight, his relatives were brutally killed, with no survivors, and the family was razed to the ground. He was the only one who managed to escape. The destruction of the family and the killing of his family members also completely ignited the flame of revenge in Lu Bai's heart. For the next 20 years, he went incognito and frantically cultivated the way of the sword. His talent has made it so that the way of the sword has finally achieved something. After that, he traveled the world in the clouds while cultivating his sword, challenging various masters and continuously perfecting his sword way. In 20 years' time, he has almost challenged countless martial artists of all sizes in the Dragon Kingdom, and has also finally brought his sword Dao to fruition. With more than 20 years of perception and fighting, it also allowed him to create his own powerful sword Dao, where the human sword is united and the sword follows the heart, a powerful martial art that is invincible within 3 feet. After his sword Dao became great, he approached the enemy family, and with a single sword, he destroyed thousands of martial arts experts up and down the enemy family. This battle shocked the world, and with this battle, he also established the Sword Saint's prestige. After that, he founded the sword casting villa and collected disciples. He achieved the fame of a generation of masters. Lu Bai. This person, on the surface, looks cool and lonely, doesn't speak much, and gives people a sense of detachment that rejects others, but with a cold face and a warm heart, lonely and upright. Over the years, there were many strong people outside the country who wanted to secretly sneak into the Dragon Kingdom and commit misdeeds, and Lu Bai would all step forward and eliminate all of these people. In addition, he is a man of integrity and frankness, does not like to play mind games and power schemes, acts in an open and honest manner, and has won the respect of many people in the Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, the sword casting villa has also done a lot of favors for the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Feng nodded slightly at his words. This Lu Bai's reputation was rather like his sword. In fact, from the time he bumped into Lu Dust before, Yi Feng had judged what kind of person Lu Bai was from Lu Dust's sword. So, Xiao Luo, if it's possible, if you go against the Sword Saint, can you spare his life? Long Ao Tian looked at Yi Feng nervously. For someone like Lu Bai, Long Ao Tian didn't want him to die just like that. This was a great loss to the martial arts community of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Feng laughed. In your eyes, am I a person who kills without restraint? Long Ao Tian hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I don't mean that. I just... Yi Feng interrupted Long Ao Tian. Alright, I won't kill him. It's not like he and I have a deep hatred. Phew. Just at this time, a bitterly strong wind suddenly blew outside the War Ministry's compound. When Yi Feng's few people raised their eyes to look, they saw a silhouette in the distance with its hands behind its back, slowly coming. The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wore a plain white robe, immaculate, with a few strands of sword patterns outlined in silver silk embroidered at the corners and cuffs, gently fluttering in the wind, like a spiritual sword chi. He took a step of several meters. Each step taken was steady and powerful, yet light as if he was stepping on snow. His stance was upright, like an unsheathed sword with an internalized breath. He had long, neatly tied back hair, a few strands of which fell on either side of his cheeks, adding to the coldness of his face. His sword brows were in his temples and his starry eyes were as brilliant as the night sky. His aura is restrained, but it's so sharp that it seems to be able to pierce the sky. Soon, he came to a stop in the compound. A gaze as brilliant as a star looked at Yi Feng, and Yi Feng looked at Lu Bai. In an instant, two invisible auras boomed and collided in midair, but it was a touch and a half. Sword Saint Lu Bai took a slight step back while Yi Feng remained where he was. Lu Bai spoke. Yi Xiao Luo, you are indeed strong enough. A hero is a young man. Sword Saint Lu Bai, it really lives up to its name. Yi Feng similarly complimented. Long Ao Tian, on the other hand, was a bit perplexed. Originally thought that the two would make a move as soon as they met, but the two did not make a move when they met. Instead they praised each other. What Long Ao Tian didn't know in the slightest was that the two had already engaged in a competition just moments after they met. Only the two were not competing in a stance, but in a different kind of competition. You didn't come to avenge your disciple's death? Yi Feng asked. Lu Bai shook his head and said, Lu Dust's own strength is not good, and he's being used as a gun. He's asking for his own death. There's no excuse for you killing him. Yi Feng asked, then what is your so-called business here? Lu Bai said, I traveled here in the clouds and learned that you were here, so I came to see just how strong you, Yi Xiaoluo, who has been making waves in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, are. Secondly, it's to talk to you about a partnership, cooperation? Yi Feng was a bit curious. Lu Bai said, "Some days ago when I traveled to the border of Kunlun in the clouds, I found a weird place there, and when I looked at the architecture of that place, it seemed to be the same as the inheritance place of a certain family or sect in the ancient martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. But I'm not sure I can break through the prohibitions of that land to probe deeper. When I left, I found that many martial artists from Southeast Asian countries were also exploring there. My Dragon Kingdom's inheritance shouldn't be taken away by outsiders, so I wanted to find someone to cooperate in breaking into that place together." Yi Feng nodded. "So it is. Why come to me when you can go to someone else? For that what ancient martial arts family or sect's residence?" Yi Feng was not very interested. Lu Bai said, "I understand the others and know what kind of people those people are. They are not worthy of my invitation." Yi Feng asked, "Oh, then if you tell me all this, aren't you afraid that I'll do the same as those people? Kill you to silence you and go alone to enjoy that place alone?" Lu Bai said, "You're not like that." Yi Feng asked, "Why do you think I'm not such a person?" Lu Bai spat out 2 words. Intuition. Yi Feng was first stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, good. You managed to convince me. I'll go with you when I'm done with the matter at hand." Chapter 155, Competition. Lu Bai nodded. "Only if you can survive from Jiang Zhongyuan and those who want to strike at you and want to kill you." Yi Feng laughed. "Those people are not enough to fear." Lu Bai nodded once again. "As for the third thing, my sword Dao has recently improved again, and I just had a battle with you that wasn't enjoyable, so I would like to invite you to fight me again." Yi Feng laughed. "As you wish." There was a smile on Liu Bai's cold face. "Please. In the battle just now, both of them were considered to be testing. Neither of them had exerted their full strength, and neither of them were enjoying themselves. And now, both wanted to see just how powerful the other was." Seeing this, Long Ao Tian and 11 also hurriedly gathered their concentration. The competition between these two powerful people was a rare sight. Sword Saint Lu Bai, the top powerhouse of the famous Dragon Kingdom martial arts world. The path of the sword has long been out of the gods. Within 3 feet of his body, it is his world. No one can defeat him. Yi Feng, Yi Xiaoluo, was ranked as the number 1 person in the Dragon Country's martial arts world by the Baishao Pavilion, and had killed countless martial arts powerhouses at a young age. When these two faced each other, it was sure to be a stone-cold battle. Although both Long Ao Tian and 11 felt that Lu Bai might not be Yi Feng's opponent, however, they knew the outcome, but they still wanted to see the two of them fight against each other, mainly because they wanted to see just how strong Lu Bai's 3-foot invincible martial skill was. In the War Department compound, Yi Feng and Lu Bai stood opposite each other. The warm sunlight through the luxuriant branches and leaves, shedding dappled light and shadow, spilling over the two. Sword Saint Lu Bai, a plain white robe, immaculate, the whole person bathed in the dappled sunlight. He looked indifferent. His eyes were so calm that no waves could be seen, and the aura on his body was just as calm and terrifying as if it had been smoothed out by the warm sunlight. As a cultivation for many years of the world's strongest, 3 feet around his body, is his world. Anyone who steps into, such as stepping into the infernal purgatory, never survived the possibility of so many years. There has never been someone can break through this 3 feet of his golden body peacefully. Yi Feng was dressed in a black power suit, with his hands behind his back. Standing upright opposite Lu Bai, he had a handsome face and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The two were black and white, like two worlds. Phew! A fresh breeze brushed by. Sword Saint Lu Bai moved first, only to see his fingers together, condensing his fingers into a sword. A more cold sword chi rapidly condensed at his fingertips, and rapidly spread out, transforming into a sharp and extremely cold sword chi. With him as the center, it rapidly condensed into an invincible sword domain within its 3-foot territory. There was also a portion of sword chi that spread out in all directions. Wherever the sword chi passed, the hard ground was cut into a deep gully, and the surrounding flowers and trees were instantly twisted into powder. When Yi Feng saw this, he couldn't help but nod. Sword Saint Lu Bai's sword was really powerful. Yi Feng was fearless in the face of these morose sword chi that kept swirling around. His body moved and turned into a black lightning bolt, rushing towards Lu Bai. He wanted to break into Lu Bai's sword domain and personally feel the true power of Lu Bai's 3-foot sword domain. In an instant, the countless sword chi all shot towards Yi Feng, like dense raindrops, each one carrying a power that seemed to be able to pierce through space. However, facing these thousands of sword chi, Yi Feng did not have the slightest intention to dodge. It still met these sword chi. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, these countless sword chi continuously landed on Yi Feng's body. A sound of gold and iron clanking together was emitted. The power of these sword chi was incomparable. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have been strangled into dregs long ago, but they were unable to cause any damage to Yi Feng. Even Yi Feng's clothes could not be broken. Just like that, Yi Feng met these countless terrifying sword chi impacts and rushed in front of Lu Bai. and with one foot, he stepped 3 feet in front of Lu Bai's body, entered into Lu Bai's invincible sword domain. In an instant, Yi Feng felt an invisible and powerful pressure coming over him, as if a lofty mountain had rumbled down and pressed on his body. It was as if the air had been instantly drained, becoming sticky and heavy, and every breath was difficult. At the same time, the sword chi that consisted of countless channels that formed the invincible sword domain also fell on Yi Feng's body at this moment. Each sword chi carried the strength of 10,000 pounds in general, and it kept crashing into Yi Feng's body. It wanted to completely churn Yi Feng into pieces. Fortunately, Yi Feng was strong enough to protect his body with his internal chi, and these several sword chi kept landing on his body, unable to break through his defense. It can only emit clanking, the sound of gold and iron clanking and countless sparks. Lu Bai saw that Yi Feng had actually entered the invincible sword domain and still had the ability to resist. It surprised him a bit, too, but he was confident that he was the master in his invincible sword domain. With a movement of his hand, an even more terrifying power appeared above these Mori cold sword chi, which kept hitting the defense barrier around Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng also felt an unprecedented and terrifying force acting on his entire body. These sword chi were also sharper, constantly impacting his defense barrier. The surrounding space all seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand this terrifying pressure and was about to be shattered. But what shocked Lu Bai was that at this moment, Yi Feng's defense barrier was still intact, without the slightest intention of breaking, and Yi Feng actually carried this mountainous and terrifying pressure alive and took another step forward. Only one step away from him, taking another step forward, the terrifying heavy pressure was even greater, and the sword aura was even sharper. Yi Feng's defense barrier also began to show cracks, and was about to show signs of breaking. But Yi Feng still didn't retreat. With a tremor, an unspeakably terrifying aura instantly gushed out, and the defense barrier, which was about to be shattered, was rapidly restored to its original state. Seeing this, Lu Bai moved his fingers and prepared to strike. However, at this time, Yi Feng was violently withdrawing from his invincible sword domain. Once again, he retreated to his original position. Invincible sword domain. It really lives up to its name. There are only a handful of martial artists in the whole world who can get close to you. I can't get close to you, but I can break it. Watch this move. Saying that, Yi Feng stretched out his right hand and closed his fingers together, and a golden glow appeared above his fingertips, constantly flowing. Go! Yi Feng let out a soft shout, and the golden finger-on shot towards Lu Bai like an arrow off a string. Wherever the fingers passed, the surrounding air was set on fire, emitting a ZZ sound. When Lu Bai saw this, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He was naturally able to tell that this finger was exceptionally powerful. He didn't dare to be careless, and with the point of his finger, several sword chi greeted the finger on and chopped away. Boom! The finger manes and sword chi collided with each other in the air with a deafening roar. The powerful impact centered on the collision point and spread out rapidly in all directions, and the entire courtyard trembled violently, with cracks appearing on the surrounding walls and tiles falling down continuously. However, Yi Feng's finger was too strong, and the countless sword chi was destroyed as much as possible, still carrying an unrivaled speed towards Lu Bai. Seeing this, Lu Bai's expression was extremely grave. His fingers continuously flashed, and countless sword chi continuously shot out, chopping at the golden finger mane. But the finger-on was too strong, and wherever it passed, the sword chi was churned to pieces. There was a series of crisp sounds and sparks. In the blink of an eye, the finger-ons rushed into the invincible sword domain. In an instant, countless sword chi in the sword domain chopped as much as they could. But this finger-on was really too powerful, and it could be said that nothing could be chopped. All the sword chi was simply no match for it, and the moment it touched, it was destroyed in every way. I don't know how many sword chi were destroyed by the finger-onings, and without the support of the sword chi, Lu Bai's invincible sword domain began to tremble, showing signs of crumbling at any time. And at this time, with a wave of Lu Bai's hand, the invincible sword domain in front of him completely dissipated. The finger-on shot past his face and into the distance. It didn't go into a large mountain in the distance. I lost. I didn't expect that the 3-foot invincible sword domain that I was so proud of was actually easily broken by you. There was a hint of despondency in Lu Bai's voice, but more than that, it was appreciative. Indeed, a hero is a young man. Yi Feng smiled. I can't get close to you. Lu Bai froze, then the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Lu Bai turned and drifted away, and there was a word that came out. Yi Xiao Luo. I'm waiting to see you crisscross the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 156, Peaceful Awakening. 3 hours later, Yi Feng and 11 returned to Dragon City. Dragon City was still undergoing major construction, and everything was moving in a good direction. Yi Feng returned to Dragon City and went straight to the villa area. Back in the villa area, Mr. and Mrs.
Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya were standing outside the hall door nervously, pacing back and forth. At the moment, the two men's eyes were red and still a little red. Ever since Pingyan was saved by Yi Feng, he had been healed in this room, and the two of them never took half a step away from the door. They just hope that after Peaceful wakes up, they want to be the first to have Peaceful see them. Originally, Pingyan came to his senses once before, but because his body was still weak, Yi Qi said that he could let them meet Pingyan, but the two of them refused. They knew that Pingyan was extremely weak, and they didn't want anything to happen to him, so they decisively refused to see him at that time. With their long-lost daughter now back, they are not wanting anything more to happen to Pingyan. Just keep watch outside the door for 2 days. LOL. The door opened and Yi Qi walked out of the hospital room. Xiao Qi, how is it, Mr. and Mrs. Du Jiangwo asked nervously at once. Yi Qi comforted. Don't worry Mom and Dad. My little sister's situation has completely stabilized. I guess it won't be long before she is able to wake up. Well. The eyes of the two excited people turned a little red again, and the tears in Su Qingya's eyes began to drip down again. At this time Yi Feng walked over. Mom and Dad, don't be sad. Pingyan has been cured now. It won't be long before she is able to reunite with you two. You should be happy. Seeing that Yi Feng had returned, Du Jiangwo grabbed Yi Feng's hand, but because he was speechless, he didn't know how to appreciate Yi Feng. Yi Feng knew how the two were feeling at the moment. He consoled. Mom and Dad, don't say thank you. We're all family. Yes, we are all family. Du Jiangwo's hand unconsciously clenched Yi Feng's hand. Come on, let's go see my sister. Saying that, Yi Feng pulled the two people, who were so nervous that they were trembling a little, into the hospital room. On the hospital bed, Pingyan was lying quietly, his face looking a lot better than before. Looking at the skinny daughter on the hospital bed, Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya couple couldn't hold back any longer. Their tears were like broken beads, dripping down, but because they were afraid of disturbing Pingyan, they hardened their voices and stared at Pingyan with a deadpan look, with nothing but tears and only endless tenderness in their eyes. It seemed to be telepathic. At this time, Pingyan on the hospital bed also slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that appeared in a pair of eyes was panic and confusion. Like a kitten that had suffered countless hardships, her eyes scanned the ward in a panic, and when she saw Yi Feng and Su Qingya, her hands unconsciously grasped the corners of the blanket, and her body unconsciously trembled, wanting to struggle to get up. She was terrified, her memories still stuck in the rental house when she was drugged with ecstasy, now appearing in an unfamiliar environment with many strangers. She was even more scared. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly stepped forward and pressed Pingyan, who was about to climb up. Pingyan, don't be afraid. I'm your brother. You were kidnapped by human traffickers when you were a child. For so many years Mom and Dad have been looking for you until a few days ago when I found you. This is our home. They are your real parents. Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya also rushed to gather around, and Su Qingya was so panicked and wary to see Pingyan, her daughter whom she had lost for years. Then he knew that his precious daughter must have suffered unspeakable hardships over the years. It was as if her heart was being lynched, and she couldn't help but tremble in pain, and the tears in her eyes were like a flood that broke the dike. Her first reaction was to reach up and cover her mouth to keep from making a sound, fearing that her cries would frighten her daughter. Du Jiangwo was the same. He was trembling, tears kept falling from his eyes. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He wanted to say something, but the extreme complexity of his feelings prevented him from saying anything at all. However, Pingyan was still terrified and incomparably defensive as he looked at Yi Feng and the others, and his body couldn't help but shrink back. The years of encounters, the endless painful experiences, and the days of struggling alone in the midst of suffering had made her afraid and unwilling to trust anyone. Seeing this, Yi Feng spoke again. Pingyan, we really aren't bad people. I know you can't digest this information for the time being. Tell you what, meet a few people and let them explain it to you. Saying that, Yi Feng pulled Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya back away from the position. Outside the door, Lili and Wang Dan and a bunch of people Pingyan knew well walked in as much as they could. These people were all brought by Yi Feng this time, and they were brought here to explain to Pingyan what had happened before. Seeing Lili and Wang Dan several people, Pingyan's complexion calmed down a little, but the eyes were still filled with doubt and a hint of wariness. After Lili saw Pingyan on the hospital bed, the tears had also long ago broken the dike, and directly pounced over, heavily holding Pingyan in her arms. Peace, you're better. You scared the hell out of me. A few girls from the milk tea store in the back also gathered around, and one by one, they all went forward and hugged Pingyan, their eyes red with tears. This scene caused the crowd present to all burst into tears. Mom and Dad, let's all go out and let them give peace a good talking to. This scene caused the long dusty memories deep in Yi Feng's mind to be reawakened as well. It made him think of his mom, dad, grandpa, family,
His heart was also like being cut by a knife, and the pain made it a little difficult for him to breathe. 11 could see Yifeng's condition and hurriedly came forward ready to ask, "Boss." Yifeng, however, waved his hand and pulled Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya, who did not want to leave, out of the room. The group of people left the room as much as they could, and the only people left in the room were Lili Wangdan and a bunch of other people Ping and knew well. Coming outside the ward, Yifeng asked Yi Qi and the others to accompany Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya. Instead, he came outside Dawn's hospital room. Through the glass, he looked at the ward where Yi Xiaoxia was still lying on the hospital bed, not yet awake. The tears in Yifeng's eyes dripped down uncontrollably, and his body trembled slightly, but he still tried his best to control his emotions. Just saw Ping'an wake up. So many people care about Ping'an. Ping'an's parents that excited, that happy. It made him think of his parents, of his grandfather, of the family members who died tragically. Once upon a time, he had had a happy family, but everything, all in one night, completely broken. He was heartbroken to the core, but he didn't want to and couldn't show it in front of the crowd. What he was carrying on his shoulders prevented him from doing that. Admittedly, in the eyes of the world, Yifeng was the Dragon Kingdom's god of war, the invincible Yi Shuluo, the Lord Sovereign of the Fifth Kingdom who had shocked countless people in the world. But he was still a man, a grandson of his grandfather, a son of his parents, someone who also longs for affection and parental love. If he was willing, Yifeng would rather use all this for his parents' company, his grandfather's family's peace, and a happy and peaceful family. Chapter 157 Yao Shi's Initiative. Not far away, at the corner of the corridor, Yao Shi, dressed in a white coat, stood still. She had been silently standing at the back paying attention to Yifeng since he returned. When she had just woken up peacefully, she clearly saw that Yifeng seemed to have thought of something, and forcefully held back the mourning in her heart. At this moment, seeing Yifeng's slightly trembling body, Yao Shi's heart also clenched violently. Although she didn't know why Yifeng was like this, what bitter past was hidden in her heart, nor did she know what Yifeng had experienced, what had he remembered before. However, she was able to feel that Yifeng's heart must be extremely painful at this moment. Previously, Yifeng was an invincible god of war that stood on top of the sky and earth, an omnipotent superhero in her heart. But at this moment, he who is so magnificent and powerful, who is able to hold up a piece of sky for the people beside him, buries his vulnerability deeply in his heart, unwilling to be seen by anyone. In this unnoticed place, alone, the pain and suffering of the heart is dissipated. Yao Shi seemed to empathize and unconsciously reddened her eyes, her heart filled with heartache and worry for Yifeng. Not knowing where the courage came from, she suddenly took a step and rushed towards Yifeng, opened her arms and held Yifeng tightly in her arms from behind. She didn't think much at the moment and only wanted to give Yifeng a warm embrace. Yifeng, who was originally gloomy, suddenly felt a fragrant wind coming from behind him, and he subconsciously had to make a move. But when he sensed that it was Yao Shi, he sharply withdrew his hand. But the moment he withdrew his hand, he felt a scent enter his nose. A pair of jade hands encircled his waist, and a soft and warm touch came from behind him at the same time, wrapping him up. Yifeng frowned and tried to break free, but Yao Shi's strength was great. The more he struggled, Yao Shi instead hugged him tighter and tighter. Yao Shi hugged Yifeng tightly. Yifeng's broad and sturdy back made her feel an unprecedented sense of security, and the scent emanating from Yifeng's body intoxicated her even more. She didn't know what the feeling was exactly, but she just loved the feeling. The heart even wished that this feeling, this scene, could be fixed forever and ever. Yao Shi hugged Yifeng tightly, gathered courage and whispered, "I don't know what you are hiding in your heart. I also know that you don't want to show it in the slightest, but if you keep these things in your heart, you will suffer a lot, and I don't want to see you like this. If you are willing, I would like to be your listener and always be by your side, sharing all your pain and sorrow." When Yifeng heard this, he was stunned. He had never been in a relationship though, and the only girls he had contact with were very few girls such as Yi Qi. Yet, he still understood what Yao Shi meant by this. Admittedly, Yao Shi's appearance was the prettiest among the girls he had seen, but he didn't have any thoughts about Yao Shi at all, because in his mind, the only thing he had to do now was to find those enemies back then and avenge his family's death. As for things like feelings, he never thought about them. When he first helped Yao Shi, it was only so that he could get medicinal herbs and a doctor from the Medicine God Valley to help cure his sister. At this moment, Yao Shi suddenly said such words to him, but he didn't know what to do for a moment. After a short silence, Yifeng took a deep breath. "Yao Shi, thank you, I appreciate your kindness. I don't really have any mood or time to deal with such a thing right now." Yao Shi naturally understood Yifeng's words and had thought of this result, but she still gently pressed her face against Yifeng's back. "I know, I just don't want to see you carry all the pain alone. I don't want to make you sad and heartbroken." whether you reject me or accept me. I understand. I just want to say that I'll always be there for you. Her hands slightly loosened a bit, but still ringed around Yifeng's waist, afraid that once she let go, she would no longer have the courage to be this close to him, and also afraid that once she let go, she and Yifeng would completely miss each other. Yifeng slowly turned around, gently pulling away Yaoxi's hand. His gaze met hers, his eyes full of complexity. Yaoxi, it's my honor to be able to get your liking, but I still have too many things that I need to do. I don't want to cause you trouble and harm because of my own affairs, not to mention that I don't want to delay you. Yaoxi raised her head and stubbornly looked at Yifeng, tears flashing in her eyes. I'm not afraid. I'm willing to wait. Wait for you to deal with everything. Wait for the day you're willing to accept me. Yifeng sighed helplessly. He knew Yaoxi was serious. Admittedly, there was a trace of warmth in Yifeng's heart for Yaoxi's actions just now, but he really didn't have any energy to start a relationship at this point in time. Yaoxi, I'm sorry, I really can't accept you now. You deserve better. I really don't want to hold you back. Yifeng's voice became firm. The tears in Yaoxi's eyes began to fight frantically. I know. I won't ask you to accept me now. All I ask is to be able to accompany you, even if it's just to watch you silently by your side. I'll wait for you until the day you accept me, even if the sea withers and the years change. Yaoxi's words made Yifeng's heart move slightly. For a long time, he had been carrying everything alone, and other than his brothers, he had never thought that there would be another person who was so firmly willing to stand behind him and follow him. Just then, Yi Chi's voice came from not far away. Boss, Sister Pingyan wants to see you. Seeing Yi Chi and 11 in the distance looking at him and Yaoxi with an ambiguous face. Obviously, these two guys had arrived a long time ago, and both of them should have heard what he and Yaoxi had just said. This made Yifeng a little embarrassed. He looked at Yaoxi, who was full of stubbornness in front of him, her beautiful eyes spilling tears, and helplessly said, You let go of me first. Let me go over and take a look at the piece first. Can we talk about this matter later? Yaoxi nodded slightly and loosened her hand around Yifeng, and with a red face, she helped Yifeng organize his messy clothes. Okay, you go, I'll wait for you. That action, that tone of voice was like a young daughter-in-law instructing her husband who was going out, gentle and incomparable. In the distance, Yi Chi and 11's eyes became even more ambiguous, each with a smiling face. This made Yifeng feel even more embarrassed and fled. Yaoxi looked at Yifeng's departing back and had mixed feelings in her heart, but in her heart, she silently vowed that no matter how far away it was, no matter how long it would take, she would wait for Yifeng and wait for the day when Yifeng would accept her. After Yifeng and 11 left, Yi Chi ran over and looked at Yaoxi with an ambiguous face, snickering. How about it, sister-in-law? The method I said works. My boss will never be able to be cruel enough to reject you when faced with a beauty like you. Sister-in-law. In the past few days of Yi Chi and Yaoxi's time together, Yaoxi had been asking Yi Chi about Yifeng. The intelligent Yi Chi naturally saw that Yaoxi was clearly in love with her boss. These few days together also let Yi Chi see that Yaoxi was a kind and gentle girl. The relationship between the two had also heated up rapidly in the past few days, as if they were close sisters. Thus, Yi Chi moved to find himself a sister-in-law. Then he urged Yaoxi to find a chance to confess to Yifeng. When he came out of Pingyan's hospital room at that moment, Yi Chi also saw Yifeng's emotions just like 11, and the two of them also followed Yifeng here at the first time. Originally, the two of them were still preparing to comfort Yifeng. As a result, Yaoxi was one step ahead and even took the initiative to confess to Yifeng. That moment when he saw that Yifeng was ready to reject Yaoxi again, Yi Chi then hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt Yifeng, deliberately letting Yifeng see the two of them. Tell me, sister-in-law, how are you going to thank me? Yaoxi's face blushed scarlet at Yi Chi's call of sister-in-law, but the heart rejoices. I'm not very good at writing emotional scenes, so I'll make do, and I'll ask the readers if they want a female protagonist. Leave a comment in the comments section. Chapter 158 Family Reunion. Xiao Xiao awakens. Seeing Yaoxi blushing scarlet, Yi Chi couldn't help but flirt. Sister-in-law shy. Ha! Yaoxi blushed even redder and rushed over to cover Xiao Qi's mouth. Damn Xiao Qi, don't talk nonsense. Yi Chi broke free from Yaoxi's hand and ran while still constantly flirting with Yaoxi. Yaoxi pretended to be angry and chased after Yi Chi, shouting, Yi Chi, don't run. See if I won't fix you up. Yi Chi ran and laughed at the same time, every now and then turning back to make a face. Come on, come and catch me. Just as the two were having a good time. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the room where Yi Xiaoxiao was. Both stopped at the same time and all looked into the hospital room. See those instruments in the hospital room sounding an alarm at the moment. They also saw Yi Xiaoxiao's fingertips on the hospital bed faintly twitching a few times, and the two of them were overjoyed. Rushed into the hospital room. Started checking Yi Xiaoxiao's condition seriously. Meanwhile,
On the other side, in the hospital room where Pingyan was, Li and a couple of girls from the milk tea store, sitting on the edge of the bed, gathered around Pingyan and patiently recounted everything that had happened. Wang Dan also added some from time to time, because Li's few people were present. Pingyan's guard was slightly reduced. After she listened carefully to Li and Wang Dan and the others, she also finally understood the whole story. After knowing that Yi Feng and the others were not bad people, but her family, she was silent, sitting frozen on the bed like a statue, with only tears sliding silently down her face. She didn't dare to make any noise, even her breathing became cautious, and she dared not move even more. She was afraid that this was still a dream, abducted and sold since childhood. She had no one to turn to and suffered endless hardships, dreaming of the day when she could find her own family and live happily with them. But to her despair, she hadn't even dreamed such a dream, because she didn't know if she had a family or not, and who they were and what they looked like. Now, she really saw her parents, her brother and her friends from before, and everything in front of her seemed real, but she subconsciously still felt that it wasn't real, that it was still a dream, and she was afraid that when she woke up, everything would be back as it was. She is still the same, lonely and helpless, like a rootless duckweed floating in the world, like a weed in the cold winter, in the corner where no one cares, dying silently. Seeing the tear stains on Pingyan's face, Su Qingya, who was standing outside and seeing the scene through the glass window, couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed in, against all odds, and rushed to the piece, taking peace in his arms. My child. The intense emotional impact made Su Qingya unable to say anything anymore, and she tightly embraced Pingyan, tears pouring out wildly as if they had broken the dike. Du Jiangwo also rushed in after him, and he, who was not good with words, also hugged Pingyan tightly, tears pouring wildly. Pingyan, who was originally frozen on the bed, still couldn't believe it was all true when she felt the warm body heat and trembling bodies of Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo in her arms. Still afraid it's all a dream, she carefully reached out her hand and carefully placed it tentatively behind Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo. She was really afraid that this was a dream, that the moment she touched her parents, the dream would wake up. But when she placed her hands on the two men's bodies, the dream did not wake up, and she was able to clearly feel the real touch of Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya's two bodies, solid and warm, but she still couldn't believe it was real. She thought it might have been God's mercy to let her see her parents in a dream at the end of her life. It satisfied her so much that she didn't dare move again, wanting moments like this to linger a little longer, for her to enjoy her parents' hugs and feel this warmth that she had never felt before. Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo also hugged Pingyan harder, afraid that if they don't push hard enough, their daughter will be gone forever. When Li and the others saw how careful Pingyan was, they couldn't help but cry out. Outside the door, Yi Feng looked at the scene in the room, and his eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. After a long time, Pingyan realized that the dream had not disappeared. After feeling the taste of her parents' embrace, she wanted to crave more too. Dad, Mom, she spoke carefully, her voice incredibly small and cautious. It seemed as if he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, this dream would be completely shattered. Hearing the piece call out to their mom and dad, both Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo's bodies all couldn't help but tremble violently. For years, countless midnight dreams, they wished they could hear their daughter call them mom and dad. Now, at last, it has come true. In the face of their daughter's call, the excited two were even more speechless, and could only nod their heads frantically, while hugging Pingyan even harder, as if they wanted to pour all the love they had been missing all these years into her. Heian realized that the dream remained unbroken, and she became more bold. Mom and Dad, I miss you guys so much. I miss you guys so much. As he spoke, Pingyan couldn't hold back any longer and let out a sob. Years of emotion finally exploded completely at this moment. Their daughter's cries made Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo's hearts break, because the intensity of the emotions simply made them unable to say anything. All they could do was hold Pingyan tightly and accompany him as he let out a loud cry. When Li and Wang Dan and the others saw this scene, they all quietly exited the hospital room, leaving space for this long-awaited family to reunite. Outside the room, Yi Feng had a smile on his lips. Right about this time, Yi Qi and Yao Shi ran in full of excitement, and Yi Qi was even more excited. Boss, Xiao Xiao has woken up. This news hit Yi Feng like a heavy hammer. Yi Feng turned around violently, and an unspeakable surprise appeared on his face. The figure instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already in Yi Xiaoxiao's hospital room. On the hospital bed, Yi Xiaoxiao had already woken up. Her eyes were still a bit disoriented, and her face was still pale. But the moment she saw Yi Feng, her eyes instantly became bright and a bright smile appeared on her miserable face. Brother! Yi Feng's eyes instantly became red, and he grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, his voice becoming hoarse from excitement. Xiao Xiao, brother is here! Brother is here! Yi Xiaoxiao also grabbed Yi Feng's hand, a bright smile on her face.
Brother, it's good to see you. Yi Feng couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and they dripped madly.
I'm sorry Xiaoxiao. It's all my brother's fault for putting you through this ordeal. Yi Xiaoxiao gently shook her head.
Brother, don't blame yourself. I'm happy to be able to see my brother again.
Outside the ward, Yi Er and the others were all here,
and they all stood quietly outside the door without making any noise. Fear of disturbing Yi Feng's reunion with his sister. Everyone watched the scene in silence. Red-eyed. Outside, the cloudy skies have cleared. The breeze is not dry and the sun is just right. Chapter 159. No one can hurt me in this world. After a long time, Yi Feng came out of the hospital room. Yao Shi and Yi Qi hurriedly rushed into the hospital room and began to seriously check the physical condition of Yi Xiaoxiao, who had once again fallen asleep. Not long after, Yi Qi walked out. Boss, Xiaoxiao is fine. She just woke up. Her stamina is not enough, and she slept over again. Yi Feng nodded. 11 also followed suit and spoke. Boss, Pingyan and Mom and Dad recognized each other, and now Xiaoxiao has woken up as well. This can be considered a double blessing. This is tantamount to a rebirth for them. My brothers and I have discussed this, and we are going to give the two county lords a good celebration. Yi Feng nodded again. The matter is in your hands. Okay. 11 excitedly left with the group of brothers. 11 moved quickly. Not a moment too soon. The people from the construction department of the Fifth Kingdom then entered and began to carefully set up the entire villa area. Yi Feng, on the other hand, once again came to Ping An's hospital room. At this moment, Ping An truly knew that none of this was a dream. She had really found her parents. At this moment, Ping An was snuggling in Su Qingya's arms, greedily enjoying his mother's embrace, his face overflowing with happiness and peace of mind that he had never felt before. Du Jiangwo sat on the side, his eyes full of love, gently stroking Ping An's hair from time to time. Noticing Yi Feng's arrival, Ping An lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, but with a sweet smile. Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have dared to think of a moment in my life where I could still be reunited with my mom and dad. Just now, Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya had also told Ping An about Yi Feng's identity. The understanding Ping An naturally knew that she was able to reunite with her parents, and it was all due to Yi Feng, her brother. Yi Feng came close with a smile and tenderly touched Ping An's head. Silly girl, we are a family. Why are we talking about this? Your duty in the future is to accompany mom and dad properly. No one will bully you in the future. Su Qingya wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Yi Feng gratefully. Fenger, thanks to you, our family can be reunited. You are a great credit to our family. Yi Feng quickly waved his hand. Mom, don't say that. I'm happier than anyone else to see you guys reunited. Also, Mom and Dad have good news for you too. Xiaoxiao just woke up. What? Both of them stood up in excitement when they heard this. Full of excitement. Ha ha ha. Well. Both of my daughters are well today. I'm so happy. As Su Qingya spoke, her tears unconsciously broke out again. Du Jiangwo was also filled with excitement. I, Du Jiangwo, am truly blessed by the heavens. A daughter found and a daughter awakened. Although the two had found their own daughter, their love for Xiaoxiao still had not diminished in the slightest. In the hearts of the two, Yi Xiaoxiao had long been their own daughter. Brother, am I able to see Xiaoxiao's sister? Ping An had just learned of Xiao Zhao's existence from her parents as well, and she didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. On the contrary, she was grateful to Xiao Xiao instead, having Xiao Xiao with her parents all these years. Otherwise her parents don't know how much they would have suffered. Yi Feng nodded with a smile. Of course you can, but Xiao Xiao is still in a coma right now, so I'll take you guys over to see her first, and when she wakes up, I'm sure she'll be very happy to know you as her sister. These words made Ping An in turn a little nervous. She was clear that Xiao Xiao was Yi Feng's real sister, and had just learned of Yi Feng's true identity from her parents' mouth. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to be Xiao Xiao's sister. Yi Feng seemed to have sensed Ping An's inner thoughts. He stroked Ping An's head and said, Don't worry, Xiao Xiao will definitely like you as a sister. Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo also comforted. Yes, Ping An, don't be nervous. Your sister is also like you, very understanding. You guys will definitely be able to become good sisters in the future. With the comfort of her parents, Ping An relieved her tension a little. With apprehension, the three of them arrived outside Yi Xiaoxiao's hospital room. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao still lying on the hospital bed, her face still pale, Du Jiangwo and Su Qingya could not stop their tears once again. Ping An quietly looked at Yi Xiaoxiao. Her eyes were also a little red. Just when she came, her parents also told her about Yi Xiaoxiao's miserable encounter before. It was as if Ping An saw himself in Yi Xiaoxiao's body. Time passes quietly in a cheerful and pleasant atmosphere. Unknowingly the sky is getting dark. The villa area was brightly lit, and the people from the Fifth Kingdom's construction department had set the place up with a new look.
Xiao Xiao also woke up again and was able to get out of bed under Yi Qi's and Yao Shi's careful treatment, only that she still needed the assistance of a wheelchair.
At that moment, 11 also came over. Boss, everything's ready. The crowd arrived outside the villa and were stunned by the sight before them. The entire villa area was decorated like a dreamy fairy tale world.
There were lights and flowers everywhere.
Xiao Xiao, Pingyan, this is a gift from your brothers for you, to celebrate your rebirth. As 11's words fell, countless gorgeous fireworks suddenly bloomed in the night sky around them.
It made both girls incredibly excited and happy.
After the fireworks extravaganza, the crowd also all sat around.
And Yi Er and other Yi Feng's brothers also went up and presented Xiao Xiao and Pingyan with their gifts. They would be Pingyan and Xiao Xiao's older brothers in the future. And they naturally both wanted to properly show off in front of these two sisters. The gifts from the crowd made both Pingyan and Xiao Xiao happy for a long time. The two were just about injured, and it was not advisable for them to stay much longer.
After the gift session,
they were also sent back to their rooms to rest. Li Li and a host of other girls accompanied them.
Yi Feng, on the other hand, was dragged by his brothers to drink.
This was the first reunion of a group of their brothers since the Fifth Kingdom came out again.
Everyone was drunk, including Yi Feng.
He didn't use his internal qi to resist the corrosion of alcohol.
He just wanted to get properly drunk at the moment as well. It was late at night, and after the crowd dispersed, 11 was ready to help Yi Feng go back to rest. However, Yi Qi pulled away and instead pushed Yao Shi to Yi Feng's side. When 11 saw this,
a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he and Yi Qi left. Yao Shi had a red face and helped Yi Feng up,
whispering, "Can you walk with me?" Yi Feng still had a trace of sobriety and wasn't completely intoxicated. He nodded and didn't refuse. Yao Shi was instantly overjoyed.
Taking the initiative to come forward and take Yi Feng's arm, Yi Feng's body slightly stalled,
but in the end, he did not refuse. Yao Shi was even more delighted and took Yi Feng's arm and left the villa area. Randomly, he found a path and walked aimlessly. This was kind of a first date for both of them, and neither of them, who had never been in a relationship before, knew what to say, just walking aimlessly. However, Yao Shi was very happy. Even if she was just walking casually on Yi Feng's arm, she felt that this was God's gift to her. Unconsciously, the two came to the outside of the city, a city built in the middle of the desert, where there was a huge difference in temperature between day and night, and at night, the temperature would become extremely low. It was reasonable to say that both of them were martial artists, and this temperature was not enough to cause them any discomfort. But at this moment, both of them were able to clearly feel the piercingly cold wind constantly coming, causing their bodies to tighten a bit. Yao Shi even couldn't help but shrink her neck, and her hand unconsciously grabbed Yi Feng's arm, and her body leaned towards Yi Feng's body. What Yao Shi wore today wasn't very thick. It was a snow-white dress that reflected her dimpled figure to perfection, and the soft mass in front of his chest was right now clinging to Yi Feng's arm. Yi Feng could clearly feel the amazing touch coming from his arm. This made the intoxicated Yi Feng's heartbeat unconsciously speed up a little, and he subconsciously wanted to draw back his arm, but in the end he didn't do so. After a moment of agonizing, he simply took off his jacket and gently draped it over Yao Shi's shoulders. "Thanks." Yao Shi's cheeks were flushed and her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The two continued to walk aimlessly. The sand under his feet made a small sound. "I don't know how long I'd been walking, but it suddenly snowed in the sky." Flurries of snow kept falling. Yao Shi looked up, and snowflakes fell on her remaining perfect cheeks. Icy and cool, very comfortable. Yi Feng also raised his head, and the snowflakes also fell on his face, and his brows frowned slightly. Yao Shi, who was on the side, did not notice Yi Feng's change in the slightest. As she looked at the snowflakes sprinkled all over the sky and remembered a sentence. "If we shower together in the snow in the morning, we can be considered to have white heads together in this life." But she didn't want to be like this. She wanted to really share her white head with Yi Feng. Suddenly, she gathered her courage and turned her head to look at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, I want to stay with you all the time and walk through every day in the future." However, before she could finish her words, her entire body violently rushed in front of Yi Feng. Opening his arms, he protected Yi Feng behind him. It was because at this moment, a bitter white aura pierced through the snowflakes, carrying supreme power as it came towards them. To be precise, it was coming towards Yi Feng. The speed of the white ons was too fast, too incredibly fast. Wrapped in piercing coldness, it instantly came to Yao Shi's face, to pierce through Yao Shi's chest, and the terrifying coldness wrapped in it instantly froze Yao Shi. Yao Shi closed her eyes in despair, but just as this white aura was about to pierce Yao Shi's fragile body, a big warm hand landed on Yao Shi's waist. The piercing coldness instantly dissipated, and the white aura in front of him also stopped its incoming momentum alive. Stopping in mid-air, Yao Shi felt a big warm hand on her waist. She subconsciously opened her eyes. Then she saw Yi Feng standing beside her with a face full of shock and anger, and one hand was wrapping around her waist. Yao Shi's face instantly reddened. Her heart no longer had any fear or despair. All she had was intense sweetness. Why are you so stupid? Don't you want to die? Yi Feng's somewhat reproachful voice came at the same time. Yao Shi's hands directly encircled Yi Feng's waist, very hard, as if she wanted to integrate her entire body into Yi Feng's body. I don't want to see you get hurt. If anyone tries to hurt you, I'll defend you to the death. These words made Yi Feng give a beat. At this moment, he was suddenly relieved. She herself is not as good as Yao Shi. She is not even afraid of death for herself. I can't believe I cringed at the thought of accepting her feelings. No more of this in the future. No one in this world can hurt me yet. Chapter 160, The Mad Taoist. Ha ha, what arrogant words. It was at this time that an extremely ear-piercing sound rang out, like rolling thunder coming from afar. It's snowing harder. There was a flurry and a sharp fall. The dark desert turned white in no time. The temperature also seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Every snowflake falling rapidly above the sky had also become extremely sharp at this moment, like a dagger, rapidly stabbing towards Yi Feng and Yao Shi below. Yi Feng frowned and casually waved his hand, supporting a defense barrier for Yao Shi. These snowflakes landed on top of the defense barrier, making a fine sound like dense needles hitting a glass. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was not the least bit fearless, and the moment these snowflakes landed on him, they were all shattered, couldn't hurt him at all. Swish! In the next instant, another aura of biting coldness, pulling countless snowflakes, shot towards Yi Feng. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, these snowflakes instantly crumbled. Cluck! Cluck! At that moment, a footstep on the snow came from the distance. Yi Feng raised his eyes to look, only to see a figure slowly walking from the midst of the roiling snow. It was an old man of about 60 years of age. This person was wearing a tattered and worn-out Taoist robe that was stained as if it hadn't been washed for many years, emitting a sickening stench. The hair on his head was as disheveled as weeds, flying recklessly in the wind, and a few strands of white hair stuck on top of his guttering, pale face full of hideous scars, as if it were a wriggling maggot, which was disgusting. Mad Taoist? Although Yi Feng did not recognize this person, but with the person's clothes, it was not difficult for him to judge the person's identity. Yi Xiao Luo? I didn't expect it to actually be you. It's really like stepping through iron shoes without finding a place to get it. The old man's voice was icy cold and piercing, and thick killing intent flashed in his cloudy eyes. He recognized Yi Feng. That's right, this person was none other than the crazy Taoist who was ranked 6th on the martial arts rankings and had been roaming the Northwest for many years. Crazy Taoist was originally from the Northwest, because he had committed a heinous crime in the Northwest some years earlier, causing everyone in the entire Northwest to hate him to the bone and want to get rid of him. There are also people in the martial arts world who have formed an alliance to kill him. Several times before, he had been traced by a group of powerful people, and although he had killed those who were chasing him, he had also been seriously injured as a result. After he was injured, his strength was also greatly reduced, so he did not dare to stay in the Northwest any longer, and prepared to head to the Central Plains to find those 7 sons he had nurtured. The 7 sons that he had cultivated were the donors that he had prepared in order to be able to break through the realm in the future. And he was going to go to the Central Plains and absorb the power of the 7 sons to help him recover from his injuries and break through the realm. But before he could even set off, he heard that Yi Shulua had destroyed the Jiang family, and all 7 of his sons had been beheaded by Yi Shulua. This infuriated him, but because of the injuries on his body, he didn't dare to go to Yi Shuluo to take revenge. But countless martial artists on the northwest side were also searching for him. He was desperate, but he accidentally learned that the Northwest Dragon City side was assigned to the 5th Kingdom by the Dragon Kingdom, so he quietly came here. He naturally knew the power of the 5th Kingdom clearly, and thought that with the 5th Kingdom here, the martial artists from the Northwest wouldn't dare to venture to this place to spread their wildness. For this reason, he stationed himself outside of Dragon City, which was this place, and began to heal his wounds in seclusion. After these days of seclusion, his injuries had almost recovered. Today, he was about to go out and catch a few people from Dragon City to have a good time, but he didn't want Yi Feng and Yao Shi to actually intrude into his territory. That's when he struck out, wanting to kill Yi Feng and Yao Shi, but he didn't expect that Yi Feng's strength was actually very powerful and easily broke his strike. When he saw Yi Feng just now, what surprised him even more was that Yi Feng was actually Yi Shuluo who had killed his son and spoiled his good deed. It pleased him to no end. Yi Shuluo, you killed my 7 sons, causing me to be unable to absorb their power to help me break through the realm. It's just as well. I'll absorb you today to help me break through to the realm of the peak of martial arts. When he was young, the crazy Taoist was originally a Taoist priest in a small Taoist temple in the Kunlun Mountains, and had been relying on leading tourists to the Kunlun Mountains to make ends meet in his earlier years. Then the Kunlun Mountains were sealed off as a forbidden place, and tourists could no longer visit the area, and his livelihood was cut off. But the good thing is that there are still some tourists who like to take risks and trespass into the Kunlun Mountains, and he has started to act as a tour guide for these people, who are also generous. And every time he takes these people to visit some of the forbidden places in the Kunlun Mountains, these people give him a considerable amount of money. Once, he brought people in and was caught in a blizzard. They were trapped in the mountains, and by mistake, they accidentally found the ruins of a martial arts sect. In the ruins of that martial arts sect, a group of visitors actually obtained the inheritance of this martial arts sect, a complete set of cultivation techniques. This caused him to become greedy, so he made his move to kill these people and get this set of techniques. And the things recorded on top of that set of gongfu were actually all evil gongfu that were expressly forbidden in the martial arts world, relying on absorbing other people's blood, chi and power to grow their own power. He couldn't resist the temptation of becoming a martial artist and decisively practiced that evil technique. Unexpectedly, his talent made him cultivate extremely smoothly. A short year's worth of work had allowed him to increase his strength greatly. However, if you want to go further after that, you need to absorb other people's blood, chi and kung fu. As a result, the evil one began to solicit tourists in a big way, and on the pretext of bringing them to visit the forbidden land of Kunlun, he brought these people into the forbidden land deep in the Kunlun Mountains, the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, known as the forbidden land of mankind. This place not only exists some extremely weird things, there are also some extremely weird monsters. In addition to this, the weather here is treacherous and changeable. Even if some powerful martial artists entered this place, they would die 10 deaths. And these ordinary tourists entering this place have no chance of surviving. At first, he didn't dare to enter the depths of the forbidden land, and he didn't directly strike out to kill these people. Instead, he brought these people to the periphery of the forbidden land, and the treacherous weather was enough to make these people perish. Once these people died, he began to absorb their blood chi to grow his power. No one would know or check on these people if they died in there anyway. Of course, even if someone looked into it, when the time comes, they would just think that these people died in bad weather. Plus, these people violated the rules and ventured into the forbidden land of the Kunlun Mountains, and deserved to die. Just like that, he spent the next few years afterward frantically bringing people into this place, killing these people to absorb the blood chi and grow his power. Later on, the outside world also rumored that the depths of the Kunlun Mountains were too weird, and all the people who went in died. Plus the Dragon Kingdom's management of this place became even stricter. This leads to even fewer tourists. With no more tourists coming here, and with the mad Daoists growing strength, he was ready to go to the outside world. After that he went to the big cities in the northwest, and at first he was restrained, not daring to venture out, only daring to find some orphans or people with no one to turn to. However, as his power increased, he completely lost his sense of reverence and began to violate the ban with his martial arts, and began to indiscriminately kill innocents throughout the northwest, absorbing the blood of these people. Later, the blood chi of ordinary people was no longer satisfied and began to take on martial artists. In the span of a few years, he had committed monstrous crimes in the northwest, and he didn't know how many people and martial artists had been beheaded by him. This also drew the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom and the wrath of the northwest martial artists. Countless experts were sent to capture him, but at that time, his strength was so high that those people were no match for him. The end result was that all those who were sent to him died at his hands. It was only when the Northwest martial law enforcers finally stepped in that he was able to restrain himself. After that, he began to capture some newborn children, using all sorts of cruel and vicious ways to cultivate those children, teaching them martial arts techniques and letting them grow up. And in the future, he himself absorbed as many of those people as he could in the will to grow themselves. He had trained the 7 tyrants of the Jiang family, and in order to further their strength, he had even taken the initiative to send these people to the Jiang family in the hope of receiving guidance from Jiang Zhongyuan, a powerful man. But he didn't want the donor he had carefully cultivated to be killed by Yi Feng when it was almost time to harvest. However, it didn't matter anymore. Now that Yi Xiao Luo was right in front of him, he only needed to kill Yi Xiao Luo and absorb Yi Xiao Luo's power. His realm would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the martial Dao realm. At that time, he would be invincible in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The more he thought about it, the more excited the mad Daoist became. The gaze towards Yi Feng was like looking at a delicious food. He sniffed deeply through his nose and let out an extremely soothing groan. Ah, it smells so good, so good. What a wonderful flavor. On the opposite side, Yi Feng had a calm face, while Yao Shi was a bit nervous and hid behind Yi Feng. Crazy Taoist once again let out a burst of eerie and strange laughter. Ha ha ha, there's also this beauty. Don't worry, after I have cleaned up Yi Xiao Luo, I will definitely get close to you. After saying that, the mad Daoist stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry, cracked lips. That look was horribly perverted to the extreme. Kill me. You don't have that ability yet. Yi Feng said disdainfully. Ha ha ha. The outside world has rumored that you are powerful and still ranked ahead of those two old bastards, Jiang Zhongyuan and Qin Wufeng. But in my opinion, that's all farts. In front of old me, you are nothing but a mole cricket. When old me absorbs you, and then when I absorb those two old bastards Jiang Zhongyuan and Qin Wufeng, old me will be invincible. The mad Taoist once again let out a burst of eerie and strange laughter, which echoed in the sky of flying snow, shaking the snowflakes and causing them to start flying around. He, then feel free to try. Yi Feng remained calm, although he was able to sense that the strength of this mad Taoist was indeed very strong, stronger than any of the people he had encountered before. Even if it was Lu Bai against this guy, he might not be his opponent. But alas, in his eyes, this old fellow was still nothing more than an ant. Since you're so quick to seek death, then I'll fulfill you. As soon as the words fell, the crazy Taoist's hands danced rapidly, his fingers changing like ghosts, and his mouth was chanting. In an instant, the constantly falling snowflakes around them were pulled by an invisible chi and began to converge crazily. In the blink of an eye, it condensed and converged into a sharp ice blade in front of the mad Taoist, with its cold light flashing and coldness rushing to the sky. Go! The crazy Taoist waved his hand violently, and the ice blades shot towards Yi Feng like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, piercing through the air and emitting sharp popping sounds. Chapter 161 Death of the Mad Taoist. In the face of the dense ice blades that shot out, Yi Feng did not move and stood in place with a light wind, didn't even bat an eyelid. When the mad Taoist saw that Yi Feng actually didn't make a move and just stood calmly in place, he snorted out coldly. Humph, ignorant little child, how dare you put on airs in front of me? However, the more Yi Feng was like this, the happier he was. Over the years, he didn't know how many people had fallen into his hands because of hypocrisy, because of pride, and there was no shortage of strong and extremely powerful powerhouses among them. His set of gong methods was extremely suited to the weather of this place, and it was even more effective in the midst of the icy sky and snow. He guessed that this was also the reason why that martial arts sect had set up its residence in the icy land deep in the Kunlun Mountains back then, and at this moment, the sky is snowing heavily. Even God is helping him. Yi Feng actually dared to be so arrogant at this moment, not flashing and not making a move to resist. Then the only thing waiting for him was death. He was confident that even if Qin Wufeng and Jiang Zhongyuan faced this move of his, they wouldn't dare to be too big to not dodge. For a moment, it was as if the mad Taoist had seen Yi Feng being pierced through by countless ice blades. The mad Taoist thought beautifully, but reality slapped him hard. Just as the dense ice blades wrapped in countless cold chi rushed to Yi Feng's face, Yi Feng still didn't dodge, and even more so, he didn't mean to strike. Just a glittering golden barrier rose in front of him. The dense ice blades hit the golden barrier as hard as they could. Ding 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 ding. Each collision of the ice blades made a crisp sound, and they were also shattered by the impact, turning into ice shards in the sky. None of the ice blades were able to pierce Yi Feng's defense barrier. How is that possible? The mad Taoist was instantly shocked, his smile instantly frozen. The old and hideous face was even written with thick shock and incredulity. With this move of his, not to mention a young junior like Yi Feng, even if Qin Wufeng and Jiang Zhongyuan were to face each other, they would definitely not dare not to dodge. But now, Yi Feng actually defended it so easily, and none of the countless ice blades he condensed were actually able to break through Yi Feng's defense. Is this what you're capable of? It's nothing more than that. Yi Feng also spoke, his tone filled with contempt. The mad Taoist was furious. Kid, you seek death, he roared, his hands again seal, mouth recited, an invisible breath from the crazy Taoist body surging out. Will continue to fall snowflakes and the surrounding ground snow have been rolled up, in front of its body rapid convergence, constantly compressed, condensed into a huge ice snake. The huge body above is emitting an extremely horrifying cold air. It made the temperature around them drop several degrees again. Die for me, the mad Taoist burst out, and the huge ice snake actually came to life, twisting its huge body and shooting towards Yi Feng. Wherever it passed, it even swept up a terrifying astral wind that swept up all the sand on the ground. For a while, flying sand and stones, snowflakes flying, and strong winds rose up in all directions, just like the end of the world. However, in the face of the ice snake that shot out, Yi Feng remained unmoved, still standing lightly in place, like a lofty mountain. Seeing this, Yao Shi at the back was a bit nervous and grabbed Yi Feng's hand tightly. As a martial artist, she was naturally able to feel the power of this strike. Although she knew that Yi Feng was incredibly powerful, she was still nervous, fearing that Yi Feng would be injured. Yi Feng naturally felt Yao Shi's nervousness. He opened his hand and held Yao Shi's somewhat cold little hand. In an instant, Yao Shi felt an unprecedented sense of security wrapping her up, and the tension in her heart instantly disappeared into thin air. She looked down at Yifeng grasping her hand and was a little lost in thought. This seemed to be Yifeng taking the initiative to grasp her hand. Right about this time. Bang! The ice snake also impacted, and the huge snake head ruthlessly hit the barrier in front of Yifeng. However, the result was that the moment the ice snake hit the top of the barrier, it was instantly shattered by a peerless force. It turned into countless pieces of broken ice and shot out in all directions. Seeing this, the mad Taoist's face changed once again, and his body rapidly retreated, because the countless pieces of broken ice, like a discharged cannonball, shot towards his position. Bang bang bang, countless pieces of shattered ice smashed down all around, smashing the flat sandy ground into large pits that were 2 meters deep. It was so dense that it looked as if it had been hit by an artillery shell. The crazy Taoist stopped in his tracks and looked at Yifeng with a face full of gravity. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Yifeng. The two strikes just now couldn't even break through Yifeng's defense, so it was clear that Yifeng was definitely not a simple character. It seems that I have underestimated you. The mad Taoist's tone also became incomparably solemn, and there was no longer any sense of underestimation. But this is good. The stronger you are, the more power I can absorb from you. Saying that, the crazy Taoist jumped up. His body aura was fully open. His hand drew a weird arc in the air, and the falling snowflakes and the snow on the ground around him were once again drawn by an invisible chi traction and rolled up in the air above his head. It continuously compressed and condensed, and in the blink of an eye, a huge ice axe actually condensed in the air above his head. This ice axe was more than 2 meters tall, and the blade of the axe flashed with a chilling cold light. Drive me! The mad Taoist bellowed and swung his hand violently downward. The ice axe in the air above his head also instantly chopped down sharply towards Yifeng's head, carrying the supreme might of opening mountains and chopping the sea. Wherever the ice axe passed, the air was hardened and the space seemed to be chopped open, emitting a crackling sound. But in the face of this huge axe falling from the sky, Yifeng still didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, and still stood calmly in place, unperturbed. The defense barrier in front of him, however, was now straddling the sky above Yifeng's head. Like a picture scroll, dots of golden light shimmered, and by this time, the mad Taoist had also landed on the ground, making seals in his hands once again and chanting under his breath. The snowflakes and the snow on the ground that kept falling around them once again condensed into a sharp ice blade in front of them. Give it to me! In an instant, a blade of ice once again pierced through the air, and with supreme might, it attacked towards Yifeng. Just now, the mad Taoist had also discovered that Yifeng's defensive means seemed to only be able to protect one side. Now that Yifeng's defense means had to defend against the giant axe attack above his head, and naturally he couldn't protect in front of him. He naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to strike. However, fearing that Yifeng had other means, he still didn't stop, and his hands formed seals once again, pulling the snow in the distance to continuously converge. In the blink of an eye, an ice snake once again condensed and took shape. Go! With a wave of the crazy Taoist's hand, the ice snake transformed into a white light and shot towards Yifeng. His figure also flashed, and a silver-white long sword was added to his hand, attacking Yifeng together with the ice snake. Yifeng naturally noticed the mad Taoist's movements, but he still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, still standing calmly in place. At this moment, the ice axe in the air above his head had already fallen. Bang! Accompanied by a stone-cold sound, the ice axe slashed viciously on top of the barrier. However, the golden barrier was too hard, and the ice axe splitting on it only splashed a circle of golden ripples. Instead, the ice axe was instantly shattered by the force of the recoil from the golden barrier the moment it hit the top of the barrier, turning it into white mist in the sky. And at this time, the ice blade that was as dense as rain also came in front of Yifeng. The ice serpent at the back and mad Taoist's silver-white longsword also came after them, coming in unison with the countless ice blades. But just at this time, a circle of golden ripples suddenly appeared around Yifeng's body. Rapidly, it condensed into a golden giant bell, protecting both Yifeng and Yaoshi. Seeing this golden giant bell enveloping Yifeng and Yaoshi, the mad Taoist was immediately startled. Golden bell shroud? The means of an ancient martial artist? You are an ancient martial artist. After knowing the iron law that ancient martial artists were unbeatable, mad Taoist was scared and wanted to retreat. But it's still late. Ding 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 ding. Those countless ice blades and huge ice snakes as well as mad Taoist's long sword landed on the golden giant bell at the same time. All of them were intercepted by the giant bell, unable to break through the giant bell by a fraction of a second. In the next instant, a vast counter-vibration force came from the giant bell, shattering all of the ice blade giant snakes and breaking the long sword. Countless fragments were impacted by an invisible force and spread out in all directions. The mad Taoist's face changed wildly. His figure retreated rapidly, but he was still too slow, and was impacted by that invisible force. and countless pieces of broken ice pierced through his body rapidly. Wrapped up in this invisible force, the mad Taoist's body viciously smashed into the sand 100 meters away, smashing the ground out of a giant deep crater. Yi Feng grabbed Yao Shi and with a movement of his figure, he came to the deep pit that was 100 meters away. The crazy Taoist in the pit had several bloody holes all over his body, and blood was continuously flowing out. At this moment, he wasn't dead yet, and he looked up at Yi Feng. There was a strong sense of disbelief and doubt written on the face full of dead gray. "You're an ancient martial artist?" The mad Taoist asked a question with the power that was constantly draining from his body. Yi Feng nodded. "Sort of." After receiving the desired answer, relief and mockery were written all over the mad Taoist's face again. He had crisscrossed the Northwest for many years, killing an unknown number of people, doing an unknown number of evil deeds, and becoming a demon that countless people talked about. He had thought that he could rely on his evil kung fu to continuously absorb the power of martial artists in the world, and in the future, he would break through the realm of the peak of the martial arts path, and roam across the world, becoming a supreme king. But I don't want to. All the ambition, delusion are in today's end in the hands of Yi Feng, this ancient martial artist. What was even more ridiculous was that he was actually going to take a shot at an ancient martial artist. He even tried to kill an ancient martial artist and devoured his power. "Can you let me see another ancient martial artist's martial skill?" The mad Taoist used the last ounce of strength in his body to look at Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't begrudge anything. With a movement of his fingers, a flash of golden light jumped around his fingertips. With a point of his finger, the golden light transformed into a golden stream of light, piercing through the forehead of the mad Taoist with unparalleled speed. The mad Taoist's body slowly collapsed, joy written all over his pale face. In the next instant, the mad Taoist's corpse burst into flames, and a few breaths later, a speck of flying ash was left in its place, blown away by the wind. The demon that has terrorized countless people for years across the Northwest. The mad Taoist dead. Chapter 162. People from Beyond the Sky. Yi Feng's hand moved, and an ancient book flew into Yi Feng's hand where the mad Taoist's body had disappeared. It was a very worn book with a lot of complicated words and a picture of human meridians. Although Yi Feng didn't recognize the words on there, he still judged that this ancient book should be the technique that mad Taoist cultivated. On top of that, at the top of the last page, there was a map with a line crooked on it. Yi Feng recognized at a glance that the road map on it seemed to lead to the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Just as Yi Feng was about to seriously study this ancient diagram, swish swish swish, Yi Er and the rest of the group arrived as much as they could. Seeing that the ground around them was pitted with puddles, and some powerful auras remained in the air, the faces of the people all changed. Yi Er asked, "Boss, what's going on?" Yi Feng returned indifferently. "The mad Taoist appeared here and was killed by me." "Mad Taoist?" The crowd was stunned. 11 fell to his knees even more. "I'm sorry, boss. It's all my negligence. Please forgive me, boss." As the main person in charge of Dragon City, 11 was responsible for guarding the safety and security of the entire Dragon City, and the safety and security of all the people in Dragon City depended on him alone. But now the mad Taoist had appeared on the outskirts of Dragon City without him even knowing about it. If the mad Taoist infiltrated inside Dragon City and killed the people of Dragon City or Yi Feng's friends and family indiscriminately, the consequences would be something that no one could afford. Of course, this possibility was minuscule. Dragon City had countless experts, and the defense system was even more drawn out. It was impossible for outsiders to sneak in. But ultimately the incident was his own negligence. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng lifted 11 from the ground. "You're not to blame for this. We're kind of new here and everything can't be perfect. But this incident has also given us a wake-up call to strengthen the security of Dragon City in the future." 11 hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, boss. Such a thing will definitely not happen again in the future." Yi Feng casually handed the ancient book in his hand to Yi Er. "Go find out what the book is about." Yi Er received the ancient book and carefully looked through it before handing it over to a group of other brothers in turn. After Yi Wu finished reading, he spoke. "Boss, the contents of this book seem to be an evolved version of the power absorption technique inherited from the Northern Darkness sect." "The Northern Darkness sect? Didn't they not collude with foreign clans before with the intention of subverting Kunlun and were destroyed by Master and the others?" Yi Lu opened his mouth. Yi Wu explained. "According to my understanding, this Northern Darkness sect was not completely exterminated by Master and his men before. After they did that thing back then, the talent that was hunted down by Master and his men withered away. But there was still a portion of them that escaped, and the rumor said that they went to certain countries in Southeast Asia, but it's unknown as to which country it was exactly. Anyway, what's in this book is an evil technique that evolved from the power absorption technique, which relies on absorbing a martial artist's blood, chi and power to fuel the practitioner's power. The same as those scum from the Northern Darkness sect back in the day. By the way, you guys, The roadmap on this last page. Is it the roadmap for the Northern Darkness sect to migrate away back then? Yifeng suddenly thought of what Lu Bai had said earlier. He said, previously, Lu Bai approached me and mentioned that when he was traveling in the clouds, he found a site suspected to be the ruins of an ancient sect, and wanted to invite me to explore it together. The crowd all nodded at the words. Then it looks like 8 or 9 is not far off, and the last location on this map is indeed just beyond the borders. Yifeng said, go check it out. Understood. Yi Er hurriedly left with a group of brothers in a hurry, and in the meantime, a few hundred kilometers away from Dragon City, at the western end of the Kunlun Mountains, from the air, it was all rolling hills, covered in ice and snow, towering into the clouds, glittering with a mysterious and holy aura under the light of daylight. This is an absolute no-go area for humans. On top of one of the towering mountains, however, a figure suddenly appeared. This silhouette was shrouded in black robes, and was particularly conspicuous above the vast icebergs, only to see this silhouette turn back and forth a few times on top of the mountain, and after stepping out in an arcane pattern, the entire mountaintop, as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, swirled up layers of ripples. At the very center, a black hole actually appeared. The man hurried to the very center and entered that black hole. In the next instant, everything returned to normal. That black shadow, at this moment, had already arrived at a place that was like a paradise. The birds and flowers here, the seasons are like spring, and the warm sunshine envelopes the land. In the distance, the rolling green hills are covered with layers of mountains, with lush vegetation, green trees, and all kinds of unknown wildflowers blooming uncontrollably, decorating the whole mountain in a picturesque manner. Who would have thought that this rare Kunlun Mountains, actually connected to such a very different from the outside world of the paradise? Outside, it's freezing and snowy, with few people around, but inside, it's springtime and birdsong. At the foot of a large mountain not far away, an ancient wooden house was staggered around, each built with unknown trees, emitting an ancient and desolate atmosphere. In front of each wooden house, there was a large piece of land, which was filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs and wonderful medicines, exotic flowers and plants, emitting an unspeakable fragrance. This black-robed man seemed to be very familiar with this place as he took a step of several meters and soon arrived in front of one of the wooden houses. My lord, I just got the news that crazy Taoist is dead. Dead in Dragon City. Yi Shulua personally killed him. Where's that thing? A disembodied voice came from the cabin, indistinguishable from a man or woman. The black-robed man said, the item should have been gotten by Yi Shulua. I think he should be able to tell that it's the Beimo's power absorption technique, and he'll definitely be very interested in it. In addition, in order for Yi Shulua to go to that place, we also intentionally exposed that place before, and also let Lu Bai know about that place. And Lu Bai went to meet Yi Shulua before. Yi Shulua also seems to have promised Lu Bai to explore that place. A voice once again came out from the wooden house. Good job. You go out and prepare everything right away. Make sure to utilize this opportunity to completely kill Yi Shulua. The black-robed man said, my lord, a small Yi Shulua is just a small person. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right? Now that he is considered an enemy of the world in the Dragon Kingdom, and the people of the Zhang clan have been decimated by him, that Zhang Zhongyuan will be out of the gate soon, and he will definitely not spare him. Also, Zhang Xia of the Zhang clan is still in the heavenly beyond. I've already told him about this. The previous several plots against Yi Shulua were all his handiwork. This son is a good knife. In addition, that Yi Shulua also offended people from the ancient martial arts world. Previously the ghost king of the Zhang family was from the ancient martial arts world, and I also revealed this news to people from the ancient martial arts world. On top of that, I also told the people from the ancient martial world about the news of the North Netherworld technique appearing in the world, and I think they'll definitely be interested in that place as well, and will definitely look for Yi Shulua to get into trouble when the time comes. We can totally let those martial artists and people from the ancient martial arts world in the Dragon Kingdom to take action against him. Why do I need to take action myself? An illusory voice once again came from the cabin. Just do as I say. The black-robed man didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly retreated with his fists. But the mind was still puzzled. It's just a little Yi Shulua. Why do we still need our heavens beyond heaven to personally take action? Although he didn't dare disobey the boss's orders, he didn't have to follow them completely. Chapter 163, Zhang Zhongyuan's exit. Besides, Yi Feng, he didn't know in the slightest that with the death of the mad Taoist, the moment he obtained that ancient book began, a conspiracy against him had then begun. At this moment, he was in the villa accompanying his two sisters, Xiao Xiao and Ping'an, as well as Yao Shi. The days were extremely pleasant. Meanwhile, outside, the news that the mad Taoist had died in Yi Shulua's hands was not known to have been spread by anyone. This news was like a raging wind and rain, spreading rapidly throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The news of the Luo family being destroyed and Luo Tianhong being decapitated by Yi Xiaolua hadn't even subsided yet. Now it was rumored that Mad Daoist had also died in Yi Xiaoluo's hands. Successively, 2 great experts on the martial arts rankings all died in Yi Xiaoluo's hands. This caused the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world to deeply remember the name Yi Xiaolua. It seems that this Yi Xiaolua is definitely not as weak as the rumors. I'm afraid that its ability to ascend to the number 1 position on the Dragon Country's martial arts ranking is not intentional on the part of the 100 Dawn Pavilion, but rather, he actually has the strength to do so. Who says it isn't? Before we all thought that this Yi Xiaolua was just a border war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Any random martial artist could probably destroy him. But I never thought that his strength was actually so strong that even existences such as Luo Tianhong and Crazy Daoist couldn't do anything to help him. And both of them fell into his hands. Such discussion sounds were constantly appearing in the mouths of martial artists from all over the place. But there are some dissenting views. Yi Xiaolua is nothing but trash. He got lucky and killed Luo Tianhong and Crazy Taoist. Does he really think he's invincible? Someone else chimed in. That's right. After Jiang Zhongyuan of the Jiang clan comes out of the gate, it will be his time to die. That's right. I've gotten word that this Jiang family's Jiang Zhongyuan seems to be coming out of the gate. Really? Someone asked. Of course it's true. I've got the inside track. Soon. The news that Jiang Zhongyuan was about to leave the gate soon spread rapidly throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world again. Once again, this has sparked a huge discussion. Everyone was looking forward to whether or not Jiang Zhongyuan would be able to kill Yi Xiaolua after he emerged from the gate. In the meantime, the Arctic ice plains, where it is still snowy white, with cold winds howling and blizzards flying, above a vast, pale, frozen lake, several people wearing clothes made of bear skin, wrapped so tightly that their faces could not be seen, were still guarding a specially made precision instrument that looked like a coffin. Inside, Zhang Xing's face was still pale, his breath weak to the extreme, and he was about to perish. A few of the guards were incomparably anxious, their gazes occasionally looking towards an iceberg in the distance. One of them asked, "Big brother, what should we do now that the young lord is in danger? Should we wake up the Jiang god?" Another person said, "No, the Jiang god is now impacting the peak of the martial Dao. We absolutely cannot disturb him at this time, or else if the Jiang god fails in impacting the peak of the martial Dao, the little son will be completely hopeless by then, and the Jiang family's great revenge will not be avenged." Several people also knew about the news of the Jiang family's destruction several days ago, but at that time, Jiang Zhongyuan was still in seclusion, so they didn't dare to disturb him at all. And now that Jiang Xing's life was in danger, they still didn't dare to tell Jiang Zhongyuan about this news, because they all clearly knew that if Jiang Zhongyuan failed to break the barrier, then their Jiang family's great revenge would be completely hopeless to avenge. But if the young lord dies after the Jiang god comes out of the gate, how are we going to account for it? There's no harm in it. I think the Jiang god should be mentally prepared for this as well. A few people fell silent again, their eyes once again looking towards the distant iceberg. Meanwhile, halfway up the iceberg in a huge ice cave that had been carved out by hand, Jiang Zhongyuan sat cross-legged on top of a huge bed of ice in the center, covered in white frost. The whole person was like being frozen, and if it wasn't for being able to see its chest floating slightly every half an hour, otherwise one would really think that it was an ice sculpture. I don't know how long after that, Jiang Zhongyuan's breathing became more and more rapid, and every time he breathed, the frost on his body cracked open a crack. As time passed, Jiang Zhongyuan's breathing became more and more frequent, and the frost on his body began to break up and melt rapidly. When the last piece of frost on its body completely melted at the moment, outside the sky above, there is a dense white mist rapidly converging. Then these white mists seem to be pulled by some mysterious aura, constantly converging towards the iceberg below. In the blink of an eye, a dense white mist covered the entire iceberg. "Boss, look!" In the distance, the few people on top of the icy lake were all shocked when they saw the scene. "Jiang Shun, is this an imminent breakthrough?" All of them were instantly ecstatic, and each of them looked at the iceberg shrouded in white mist with unblinking eyes. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the white mist that enveloped the ice mountain began to frantically converge towards the ice cave halfway up the mountain at this moment. In less than 10 minutes, all of the white mist disappeared as much as it could, all of it being drawn into the cave. In the cave, countless white mists condensed like substance, all attaching to Jiang Zhongyuan's body as if they were a layer of silver armor. Look carefully, these white mist at the moment all along the Jiang Zhongyuan pores invade Jiang Zhongyuan's body. As time went on, about an hour later, all the white mist disappeared as much as it could. The moment the last trace of white mist completely disappeared, Jiang Zhongyuan also snapped his eyes open. Sharp light flickered in those eyes that were as bright as the starry sky, and a powerful and mysterious aura emanated from his body. But soon, These auras instantly disappeared and turned into an icy cold aura, which was generally the same as the icy cold aura of this ice mountain.
Zhang Zhongyuan also seemed to have fused with the entire mountain at this moment,
as if the entire mountain was his body. With a wave of his hand,
the ice under his feet melted rapidly,
then froze rapidly in the next instant, and then condensed into an ice dragon, which then transformed into an ice spear. That's right, at this moment,
Zhang Zhongyuan had broken through to the realm of peak martial arts. The mark of the peak realm of martial arts was the ability to merge one's breath with everything in heaven and earth,
pulling a portion of the power of heaven and earth for one's own use.
Of course, the pinnacle of the martial Tao wasn't able to control everything, and there was a certain range of heaven and earth forces that could be utilized.
For example, at this moment, Zhang Zhongyuan, at this moment,
his own breath was barely able to fuse this iceberg. The power of heaven and earth that could be used was also limited to the 10 meters within his circumference. It could also be said that within 10 meters of his circumference,
he was dominant and he was invincible. Outside, after the few people on top of the icy lake sensed Zhang Zhongyuan's aura, they also flew in a hurry. The moment they stepped into the cave,
they felt an unspeakable coldness come over them,
instantly freezing them. With a wave of Zhang Zhongyuan's hand,
the chilling aura instantly disappeared. Congratulations to the Zhang God for breaking through to the peak of the martial arts realm.
Several people fell to their knees in unison, shouting congratulations. With a wave of Zhang Zhongyuan's hand, several people were lifted up by an invisible force. Is there anything going on in the outside world?
A few people once again fell to their knees and said with trembling voices,
news came the other day
that the Zhang family
had been exterminated. Zhang Zhongyuan's face instantly turned icy cold,
a flash of incredulity in his eyes,
followed by endless anger. What did you say? Say it again.
An unspeakably terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone.
Several people were shaken by the aura.
A few days ago, we received a request for help from our family head,
the Northwest Dragon Kingdom god of war,
Yi Xioluo, slaughtered everyone in our Zhang family.
Everyone was killed. Chapter 164, The Mighty Zhang Zhongyuan. Zhang Zhongyuan fiercely stood up,
his majestic aura erupting out like a raging tide.
He let out a thunderous roar,
which sounded as if it could tear the sky, and his powerful aura instantly shattered the entire iceberg.
The icy lake on the ground even appeared a dense crack, spreading towards the distance. A few Zhang family members were paralyzed by the aura,
their hearts filled with thick horror.
Yi Xioluo, I vow not to die until I kill you.
Zhang Zhongyuan's eyes were red and full of grimace, and his powerful and unrivaled aura shot up to the sky. Several Zhang family members were prostrate on the ground,
trembling.
They didn't dare to say a word,
nor could they say a word. After a long time,
Zhang Zhongyuan suppressed that rushing anger.
Is my grandson all right? Sir Zhang Xia should not know about this matter yet. A person hurriedly returned. Zhang Zhongyuan was slightly more at ease.
The Zhang family had been completely wiped out. Although he was furious and he was shaken, it wasn't enough to make him completely lose his mind. What he valued most was still his 2 grandchildren. As long as he was around and his 2 grandchildren were still around,
the Zhang family would not die out.
With his own strength at the peak of martial arts,
it wouldn't take long for the Zhang family to once again regain its former glory, or even surpass it before.
Where's Star?
The little eunuch's situation is a bit bleak. His condition has worsened.
The men under his command hurriedly returned.
Zhang Zhongyuan frowned,
and with a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of the coffin in the distance. The ginger star in the coffin was indeed in bad shape.
With one breath left hanging, Zhang Zhongyuan waved his hand and the coffin lid opened.
He bent down and scrutinized Ginger Star's condition.
He then reached out his hand and pressed it against Jiang Xing's chest position, slowly injecting his own majestic internal energy into Jiang Xing's body. Jiang Xing, whose face was originally pale,
had slightly regained a trace of blood color at this moment, and his breath was slightly smoother.
This made Zhang Zhongyuan a little excited. The peak realm of martial arts was indeed able to renew his grandson's life, but it was still a bit difficult to completely cure his grandson's illness. Special methods are required. Take Star Child back to her country immediately and send her to the poison sect. Yes. A few of his men didn't dare to be slow,
and hurriedly took out their satellite phones and began to contact the helicopter.
Less than an hour later, 2 helicopters roared in.
Ginger Star was put on a helicopter and rushed away.
In another helicopter,
the principal Kongcheng principal traveled to the nearby bear country. He had previously received news that as long as he broke through to the peak of the martial Tao, along with some corresponding herbs and treasures, he would be able to cure Jiang Xing's illness. Most of the medicinal herbs had already been collected. Only a few special herbs were still missing from the entire collection. One of these herbs was collected in the hands of an oligarch in the bear country. That oligarch was powerful, and the castle was heavily guarded with experts. When Zhang Zhongyuan's strength had not reached the peak of martial arts, He naturally did not dare to mess with it easily, but now that he had already stood at the peak of martial arts, he was fearless. An hour or so later, the helicopter slowly landed over a heavily guarded castle in the capital of Bear Country. The castle below naturally spotted the helicopters, and in an instant, countless anti-aircraft shells poured in. However, he saw Jiang Zhongyuan's figure move and step out of the helicopter, straddling mid-air. With a wave of his hand, the countless cannonballs exploded as much as they could, blooming a brilliant firework in the air. This scene shocked everyone in the castle below. For a while, alarms sounded loudly throughout the castle, and countless powerful people appeared. But before they could make a move, they saw Jiang Zhongyuan, who was standing horizontally in mid-air like a god, slightly raise his right hand and casually grabbed it in the air. The water in a huge swimming pool at the center of the castle below actually rose up in the air and continuously condensed in the air. And in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge sword that was several meters long. When the powerhouses of the Bear Country below saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded one by one. Mysterious ancient martial artist of the Dragon Kingdom? Someone was even more horrified out loud. Your Excellency. Some of the people who knew Dragon Mandarin were still ready to speak, but Jiang Zhongyuan didn't even give them a chance to speak. Gently press down with your right hand. The huge sword, several meters long, then chopped down horizontally towards the castle below. Wherever the long sword passed, the air was instantly drained, emitting a sharp whistling sound. A sword that carried the power as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth came down with a bang. Boom! The ancient castle that had stood for an unknown number of years was instantly chopped down the middle, and the Bear Country experts around the castle simply couldn't withstand the terrifying power that erupted from this strike. Some of the weaker ones had their bodies instantly dissolve. Those who were strong and powerful, the ground chose to escape for a moment, but they had just escaped not more than a few steps before they were instantly annihilated into pieces. With just one move, all the experts in the entire castle died. Jiang Zhongyuan's figure slowly fell, taking a step towards the huge crack in the middle of the castle that had been carved out by a sword. At the very center of the crack, there's an underpass. The entrance's special alloy door was tightly closed, but he couldn't stop Jiang Zhongyuan. A palm blast. The gate, which was 20 centimeters thick, was instantly shattered. An underground staircase leading to it was revealed. Jiang Zhongyuan carried his hands behind his back and stepped into the underground stairs. After traveling downwards for an unknown number of meters, a huge space appeared, which was all filled with a secret room that was also built using special materials. Get out yourself, or I'll kill you all one by one. Jiang Zhongyuan's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire ground continuously. In a secret room, a middle-aged man opened the door in fear. Just now, through the surveillance, he had clearly seen the supreme battle power displayed by Jiang Zhongyuan. He clearly knew that the secret room he had here could not stop Jiang Zhongyuan at all. He trembled as he walked out of the room and arrived in front of Jiang Zhongyuan, squeezing out a stiff smile on his face. Your Excellency is highly powerful. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit. I've come to ask for the herb that you bought away from the Dragon Kingdom at a high price back then. Jiang Zhongyuan's tone was icy cold and his gaze was like a knife. The middle-aged man didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly opened a secret room with the remote control in his hand. The secret room was full of all kinds of exotic treasures he had bought from all over the world over the years. Jiang Zhongyuan swept the contents of the room and with a wave of his hand, a small box made of sandalwood flew into his hands. He carefully opened the box, and a strange fragrance entered his nose. The medicinal herbs in the box were very well preserved, and with a single movement, Jiang Zhongyuan transformed into a black stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Seeing that Jiang Zhongyuan had left, the middle-aged man sat down on his butt and gasped for air. It was a long time before he took out his phone and dialed a number. Find out for me who that asshole was just now. I want him in pieces. Chapter 165, Collecting Interest. Besides, Jiang Zhongyuan, after he left the castle, he traveled all the way to the airport in the Bear Country, boarded the plane back to the Dragon Kingdom. A few hours later, the plane landed at the airport in Midland. Leaving Zhongyuan Airport, Jiang Zhongyuan returned to the Jiang family's former manor, and at the moment, it's in ruins. A fence had been erected around it long ago. Construction teams are clearing the debris here. Seeing Jiang Zhongyuan's sudden appearance here, the two men wearing helmets at the door immediately came forward to drink. Hey old man, this is a construction site. Get out of here. The two staff members thought that Jiang Zhongyuan was here to pick up rags, but just as the two had finished speaking, Jiang Zhongyuan's figure violently disappeared. Both thought they had seen a ghost and couldn't help but rub their eyes. But in the next instant, the two men's heads flew up in unison. Besides, Jiang Zhongyuan, at this moment, he had already come inside. Several excavators are roaring. Seeing what was once the Jiang family manor, and now it has become like this. The anger that Jiang Zhongyuan had suppressed in his heart instantly exploded.
He rose up in the air and grabbed the air in his hands. Countless rubble bricks on the ground levitated in unison. The countless workers who were working on the construction were all shocked when they saw this scene. Someone had spotted Zhang Zhongyuan in the air above his head, but not before he had the chance to say any words. The suspended bricks and stones around them then shot out in unison. Wherever they passed, everyone and the several excavators and trucks were destroyed. Dozens of people perished instantly. At this time, Zhang Zhongyuan slapped his palm in the air, and the majestic internal chi in his body instantly surged out, rapidly condensing into a huge transparent palm print. Boom! This huge palm print fell, and everything on the ground was destroyed. The ground has also sunk several meters. Zhang Zhongyuan landed, and there was a small secret room in front of it. He blasted open the door of the chamber with a palm. Everything inside is intact. After he had taken as much as he could, with a wave of his hand, the entire ruin burst into flames, and this scene was seen from afar. In a short while, local officials and people from the inspection office and the Ministry of War arrived. A senior member of the War Ministry's face changed drastically when he saw the scene at the scene. Immediately, he took out his phone and began to notify Long Aotian. Dragon Head, it's bad. Zhang Zhongyuan may have come out of the gate. He returned to the Zhang family manor and exterminated everyone here. Long Aotian on the opposite side hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. Zhang Zhongyuan, who had just left, went and returned. A terrifying palm fell from the air, slapping everyone present to death. After killing everyone, Zhang Zhongyuan picked up the cell phone on the ground. His tone was cold and murderous. Long Aotian, the deaths of all the people in my Zhang family have something to do with your war department, right? From now on, I will seek revenge on you one by one. These people, they're just a little bit of interest. I'll play with you slowly. Long Aotian on the other side was still trying to say something when the phone was crushed by Zhang Zhongyuan. Kyoto. Long Aotian's brows deeply furrowed after hearing Zhang Zhongyuan's words on the phone. He didn't have time to think about anything and went to the lord of the land at the first opportunity. The state lord heard this, but he was calm. This Zhang Zhongyuan is still really powerful. He actually did break through to the peak realm. State lord, you know about this? Long Aotian was a bit surprised. Aha! The lord of the land nodded and explained. Shortly before Long Aotian came, news came from the Bear Country. After Zhang Zhongyuan came out of the gate, he destroyed the castle of an oligarch in the Bear Kingdom and killed countless others. A call came in from Bear Country to make representations. Then what should we do now? This Zhang Zhongyuan broke through to the peak of martial arts. Now that he's back in the Central Plains, I'm afraid he's going to go on a killing spree to avenge the Zhang family. Its strength now, I'm afraid that no one is its opponent except for the one from heavens beyond heaven and Kyoto. Long Aotian was a little nervous. He was not afraid that Zhang Zhongyuan would kill him. He was after all the number one person in the war department of the Dragon Kingdom, and if Zhang Zhongyuan dared to kill him, the nature of the situation would change completely. He was worried that Zhang Zhongyuan would take action against the Central War Department, as well as those innocent people. Long Jinghua laughed. I'm afraid that heavens beyond heaven won't care about this matter. I tried contacting them at that moment and they were unreachable. I think they want to use this opportunity to make a good mess of Zhang Zhongyuan. As for Qin Wufeng, he's in seclusion. Furthermore, he won't leave Kyoto until he's in a critical situation, much less make a move. Then what should we do now? Should we really let Zhang Zhongyuan go on a killing spree? Long Aotian's head was huge. Isn't Shura around? Tell him the news. Long Jinghua said. Long Aotian said with some difficulty, but Shura has already disappointed us before. I'm somewhat afraid to bother him again. Long Jinghua laughed. There is no harm. This matter was originally caused by him as well. And also Zhang Zhongyuan will definitely go to him for revenge. Tell him, naturally, he won't stand by and do nothing. Plus, a lot of people want to see this. Alright then. Long Aotian could only nod helplessly. He naturally understood the meaning of the State Lord. It was obvious that the State Lord was trying to make Zhang Zhongyuan and Yi Feng face each other. After leaving the State Lord's office, Long Aotian could only harden his heart and tell Yi Feng the news. Besides, Yi Feng sighed. He had learned of this news when Zhang Zhongyuan exited the gate and appeared in the territory of the Bear Kingdom. In response, he didn't rush out to trouble Zhang Zhongyuan. Instead, he sat back and waited for Kong Chunwan to come to him. The main reason why he wanted to do this was because he wanted to see if some of the people hiding behind the scenes would take advantage of this opportunity to do something after Zhang Zhongyuan's release. Long Aotian called, and he simply made a few perfunctory remarks. After hanging up Long Aotian's phone, 11 came in a hurry. Boss, just now someone claiming to be from the Snake Gang came to ask to see you, saying they want to talk to you about a business deal. The Snake Gang? Looking for me for business? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. He had just exterminated one of the Snake Gang's halls in the southeastern province.
This snake gang's people should logically hate him to the bone and should be looking for an opportunity to seek revenge on him. So how come they are now coming to him to talk about cooperation?
Talk to them? See what kind of cooperation they want to talk to us about? Understood. 11 nodded. Casually, he took out his phone and told the man in charge of guarding the gates the news. With the snake gang's identity and status, it was not enough for Yi Feng to personally appear. Not to mention Yi Feng, even if it was him, the snake gang was not qualified to meet. Soon, word came from the men. After 11 hung up the phone, he reported toward Yi Feng. Boss, the people from the snake gang said that they want to join our Fifth Kingdom and are willing to give us a big gift. Oh, what great gift! Yi Feng was a bit curious. 11 returned. About a secret that could be the land of ancient martial arts inheritance. Ancient martial heritage? Yi Feng froze. Chapter 166, A Strike. 11 returned. Boss, according to the news from the people below, the place that this snake gang is talking about is probably the same place that Lu Bai is talking about. This snake gang is still well informed. They know all about this matter too. Boss, what are we going to do about this snake gang? Yi Feng said indifferently. A maggot living in the shadows shouldn't have existed in the world in the first place. Idea from this person. Figure out the specifics of the snake gang, and then bring someone to destroy them. For the snake gang, Yi Feng didn't have any good feelings. From the moment these people laid their hands on Pinyin, he had already sentenced the snake gang to death. 11 nodded. Got it. Yi Feng asked again. Also, how is the investigation about that place going? 11 returned. Second brother and the others are still investigating, so I guess it won't be long before there's news. Yi Feng nodded. 11 asked again. Boss, what about Jiang Zhongyuan? Yi Feng said. Recently, I have to accompany my sister and the girls, so let him be arrogant for a while first. The two sisters had just recovered from their injuries, so Yi Feng naturally wanted to spend more time with the two of them. As for Jiang Zhongyuan, naturally, there is no hurry to kill him, but also to see if there are other people behind this in the dark. Got it. Besides, on the other side, after Jiang Zhongyuan left the ruins of the Zhang clan, appeared again in the Central War Department. This place was originally controlled by his son, the Kirin War God Zhang Tian, and was the base camp of their Zhang family. And with Yi Feng destroying all of the Zhang family, this place was completely taken over by the War Department. And now, the former Central Plains Army has become a member of the War Ministry once and for all. At the moment, it was being trained under the leadership of the War Ministry staff. In the combat command room, Wang Hongtao, one of the heads of the Central Plains War Department, had just hung up Long Aotian's phone. Long Aotian informs him to take the members of the War Department and leave the Central Plains because Jiang Zhongyuan has returned. Khan Nakahara may want to take revenge and lay hands on the War Department. Wang Hongtao naturally knew Jiang Zhongyuan's big name and was afraid that Jiang Zhongyuan would come to his door. With their mortal bodies they were no match for Jiang Zhongyuan. Just as he was about to give the order and lead his troops away, suddenly, alarms blared throughout the War Department. It's bad. The first captain has a strong enemy intruder. One of the commanders under his command suddenly said nervously. Wang Hongtao hurriedly looked at the big screen, only to see a silhouette descending from the sky above the War Department base. This person was dressed in a black robe, with a head full of silver hair flying with the wind, like an exiled immortal on the ground. The countless members of the War Ministry below also saw this scene. Among the members of the War Department, most of them were the previous Zhang family's Zhongyuan army, and when these people saw Jiang Zhongyuan, all of them were shocked. Ginger God? Quickly activate the first level combat plan. Wang Hongtao in the command room's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. The hand commander hastily sounded the alarm. For a moment, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the base. All the members of the War Department were all in action. Countless advanced weapons were aimed at Jiang Zhongyuan at the first opportunity. But Jiang Zhongyuan was fearless. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force instantly suppressed the tens of thousands of people below. These people were ordinary people, and were simply unable to withstand the terrifying weight of this mountain-like pressure. One by one, all of them were suppressed and prostrated on the ground. There's no ability to shoot Kong Zhongyuan at all. Although everyone in the base was unable to take a shot at Jiang Zhongyuan, there were countless battle tanks and tankers coming from all around at the moment. Instead, the black holes of the cannons were all aimed at Jiang Zhongyuan. Seeing this, Jiang Zhongyuan's figure moved slightly and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the doorway of the command room. Seeing this, the few guards at the entrance immediately aimed their guns at Jiang Zhongyuan. But before they could shoot, Jiang Zhongyuan's body swept past them into the interior of the combat command room. Seeing this, Wang Hongtao also sighed. He knew that he could not resist anything against such a powerful martial artist. He took the initiative to cup his fists towards Jiang Zhongyuan. Greetings, senior. Zhang Zhongyuan didn't say much, and with a wave of his hand, a chi rapidly disappeared into Wang Hontao's body. After doing so, Zhang Zhongyuan turned around and exited the command room. Come outside. Wang Hontao was also uncontrollable and followed behind Zhang Zhongyuan like a puppet. Outside, those countless members of the war ministry were still suppressed in place, unable to move, and those tanks and battle tanks around them had also surrounded the entire base at this moment, but none of them dared to make a move. They naturally saw that Wang Hontao was under control, and originally, the group of people who were the Central Plains army before. At this moment, one by one, all of them opened their mouths. Jiang Shen, we were forced to do so before, and now that Jiang Shen has returned, we are willing to return to the Jiang family. However, before these people could finish their words, Zhang Zhongyuan waved his hand and an invisible heavy pressure instantly crushed these people. This sudden hand of Zhang Zhongyuan made everyone confused. A bunch of erratic traitors are not qualified to follow me. Zhang Zhongyuan's tone was cold to the extreme. Everyone at the scene was silenced, and no one dared to speak anymore. Zhang Zhongyuan also ignored everyone else and controlled Wang Hontao to the entrance of a huge warehouse at the back of the base. Open the door. Wang Hontao didn't dare to disobey and used his authority to open the warehouse door. After the gate opened, Zhang Zhongyuan led Wang Hontao into the warehouse door. Boom! A few breaths later, a loud bang came from the warehouse. Not long after, Zhang Zhongyuan shot out from it. There were a couple more wooden boxes in his hand. Wang Hontao had also regained his mobility at this moment, and ran out of the warehouse in a sorry state. Zhang Zhongyuan had come here to get some herbs that he had previously placed here that could save his grandson's life. The surrounding members of the war ministry who surrounded the war ministry base did not hesitate to fire when they saw that Wang Hontao had regained his mobility. Countless artillery shells were like dense raindrops, attacking towards Zhang Zhongyuan, who was holding up his head. Zhang Zhongyuan, who had already flown more than 100 meters into the air, snorted coldly. With a movement of his hand, the vast internal chi surged out furiously and rapidly condensed into a long sword in front of him. He held his long sword in his hand and chopped in the air. A brilliant sword blade swept down from mid-air. Wherever it passed, it emitted a burst of terrifying popping sounds. The rapidly incoming shell below was instantly chopped off, blooming in brilliant fireworks in mid-air. The sword's might did not diminish, and it still swept towards the war ministry's base below. The members of the war department below who had also regained their mobility were terrified at the sight of this, and all of them fled frantically. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the sword landed in the base of the war ministry, and the entire building was chopped in two from the center. The ground was chopped out with a huge crack that was 100 meters long and a meter wide. This strike that was like a divine skill caused everyone to all freeze in place. Is this still human? Everyone froze and mumbled out of breath. Is this the true ability of a powerhouse at the peak of the martial Dao realm? Around the moment also gathered countless local martial artists of the Central Plains. One by one, all of them are also frozen as if they were wooden chickens. They had gotten the news when Zhang Zhongyuan had appeared in the Jiang family manor earlier and had killed everyone in the Jiang family manor. After that, they tracked Zhang Zhongyuan all the way here, wanting to see if Zhang Zhongyuan would go on a killing spree in the Central Plains. As a result, he had just chased him here and saw such a horrifying scene. After destroying the entire Central Plains War Department base with a single strike, Zhang Zhongyuan didn't make much of a stop and transformed into a stream of light, shooting away. Chapter 167. Zhang Zhongyuan was out of the gate. And as soon as he was out of the gate, he wiped out a super consortium's estate in the Bear Country. Afterwards, he returned to the Central Plains and killed everyone in the Jiang family's manor. Afterwards, he appeared in the Central Plains War Department base and destroyed the War Department base with a single sword. These news, at an unspeakably terrifying speed, instantly spread throughout the entire Dragon Country martial arts world. It caused the entire Dragon Country martial arts world to instantly set off a huge wave. Zhang Zhongyuan, this name, in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom, was known to no one. He was the myth, the legend of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, and with his own strength, he had suppressed countless martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom from lifting their heads. He alone sat in the Central Plains and dominated the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, delimiting the land and claiming the throne, and no one dared to oppose him. Even the Dragon Kingdom couldn't be scared of him beyond measure. Although he was ranked behind Kyoto's #1 powerhouse Qin Wufeng, many people believed that if it was a real life and death struggle, Qin Wufeng might not be Zhang Zhongyuan's opponent either. Now that Zhang Zhongyuan's strength had broken through to the peak of martial arts, I was afraid that Qin Wufeng wouldn't be his opponent. I'm afraid the whole world will be honored by him as well. And it was such a powerful existence whose family was exterminated by the recently emerged Yishu Luo. Moreover, this Yishu Luo's strength was also extraordinary, and these days, it had also caused monstrous waves in the Dragon Country's martial arts world. First, he exterminated the Zhang family. Then he killed countless martial artists in western Hunan and drove away the people from the Green Willow Villa of the Martial Law Enforcement Department. Then he exterminated the Luo family in the southeast, beheaded Luo Tianhong, exterminated the Southeast Law Enforcement Department, and then exterminated the crazy Taoist in the northwest. It made everyone feel that Yi Xiaoluo's strength, too, was extraordinary. And now that this Jiang Zhongyuan had come out of the gate, with Jiang Zhongyuan's character, he would definitely want to seek revenge on Yi Xiaoluo. This made everyone feel that an unprecedented dragon fight was about to take place. Just what would be Jiang Zhongyuan, a veteran powerhouse who had been suppressing the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world for many years, was able to decapitate Yi Xiaoluo and avenge the Jiang family? Or was Yi Xiaoluo, a newly emerged powerhouse, able to overthrow Jiang Zhongyuan's rule? Everyone is starting to look forward to it. Time rushes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Jiang Zhongyuan traveled throughout the 4 provinces of the Central Plains, destroying all of the War Department bases in the 4 provinces of the Central Plains. Everyone could see that Jiang Zhongyuan was avenging the Jiang family. The Dragon Kingdom War Department also sent countless strong men to come and try to capture Jiang Zhongyuan. But the result was that all of them were no match for Jiang Zhongyuan. Kill as many as you can. And for 3 days, Yi Xiaoluo hadn't made any movements, nor had he gone looking for trouble from Jiang Zhongyuan. Neither did he make any statement about Jiang Zhongyuan's return. And it was as if the entire person had disappeared. And Jiang Zhongyuan didn't go looking for Yi Xiaoluo's trail, not to mention announcing that he was going to make a move against Yi Xiaoluo. It puzzled everyone to no end. In theory, Yi Xiaoluo should have driven the Jiang family to extinction because of what happened to his sister. But now that Jiang Zhongyuan had returned, he had disappeared. And so did Jiang Zhongyuan. Yi Xiaoluo had exterminated their Jiang family. However, after he returned, he didn't go to Yi Xiaoluo to seek revenge, but instead, he struck out at the base of the War Ministry. This whole thing makes no sense. And once again, this has caused countless people to talk about it. I think that Yi Xiaoluo is just scared. Knowing that he's not Jiang Zhongyuan's opponent, he's directly become a shrunken head turtle. It's very likely. He's a young scion. No matter how powerful he is, he definitely won't be a match for Jiang Zhongyuan. Before, when Jiang Zhongyuan wasn't there, he was arrogant and domineering, thinking he was invincible. But now that Jiang Zhongyuan has returned, he's probably scared out of his wits and has long since fled for his life. Yi Feng hadn't been making any movements, and the entire person also seemed to have disappeared, which drew the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts community to agree with the idea. They all thought that Yi Feng was afraid of Jiang Zhongyuan, so he fled or hid. Then why do you guys say that Jiang Zhongyuan didn't take the initiative to look for Yi Xiaoluo either? Someone raised another question. Yes, Jiang Zhongyuan has been back for a few days now, yet he has no intention of looking for Yi Xiaoluo, not even a word. Can it be that Jiang Zhongyuan doesn't have the confidence to be able to defeat Yi Xiaoluo? Someone questioned. Don't speculate wildly, guys. The reason why this Jiang Zhongyuan hasn't gone to Yi Xiaoluo for revenge isn't because he's afraid of Yi Xiaoluo. It's because he doesn't have the time to go to Yi Xiaoluo right now. Someone explained. I'm sure all of you are well aware of the matter of Jiang Zhongyuan's young grandson, Jiang Xing, suffering from a strange disease. Jiang Zhongyuan went around seeking medical treatment for so many years to no avail. And in the end, he got the news from somewhere that a strong person at the peak of the martial arts path would be able to renew his grandson's life, which is why he chose to go into seclusion to impact the realm of the peak of the martial arts path, with the aim of renewing his grandson's life. And now that Jiang Zhongyuan is out of the gate and his grandson's life is hanging in the balance, he naturally doesn't have the time to seek revenge on Yi Xiaoluo, but is instead thinking of ways to save his grandson. I guess when he heals his grandson, he'll seek revenge on Yi Xiaoluo. How did you find out about this? Someone asked. The man explained. My cousin is a member of the Pang family in the Central Plains, and just yesterday, Jiang Zhongyuan went to the Pang family and met with Pang Haotian, the old ancestor of the Pang family, who is ranked second only to Jiang Zhongyuan on the martial arts ranking list, and invited Pang Haotian to come out to the mountain and head to the poison sect, to help renew the life of his grandson. Someone else chimed in. Yes, I've heard about this matter as well. Not only the Pang family ancestor, but also the 8th ranked Yi Hong, the 9th ranked Zhao Wuji, and the 10th ranked Lu Bai, have all been invited by Jiang Zhongyuan, asking them to travel to the poison sect, and to help him treat his grandchildren. All but Willow White have agreed. That's right. Aside from these experts on the rankings, Jiang Zhongyuan also invited many characters who have become famous in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, all of whom have traveled to Western Hunan, and all of whom have converged on the poison sect. Then, in that case, after Jiang Zhongyuan cures his grandson, he's going to make a move against Yi Xiaoluo? Someone asked. It should be about the same. Even if Zhang Zhongyuan doesn't make a move, those who have a grudge against Yi Xiaoluo will presumably make a move on Zhang Zhongyuan's behalf.
Then it seems that there will be a shocking dragon fight in the future in this western Hunan.
It's bound to be.
And these news quickly spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world again. This has once again created a huge stir.
Just when everyone was buzzing about it,
a message came out from the Xiangxi poisonous clan. Zhang Zhongyuan is going to make a date to fight Yi Xiaoluo in western Hunan 7 days later. Poison sect Do Wanka is going to make a date to fight Yi Xiaoluo in western Hunan 7 days later. Pang Haotian of the Pang family is going to make a date to fight Yi Xiaoluo in western Hunan 7 days later. Yi Hong of the Yi family will make a date to fight Yi Xiaoluo in western Hunan 7 days later. Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family will make an appointment to fight Yi Xiaoluo 7 days later.
Once this news was spread,
it instantly spread throughout the entire martial arts world. It caused a monstrous stir. It was unprecedented that several experts on the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts rankings were simultaneously going to make an appointment to fight Yi Xiaoluo 7 days later.
For a while, countless Dragon Country martial artists had traveled to western Hunan. All want to see this unprecedented dragon fight.
For a while, the world's wind and clouds converged in western Hunan.
Xiangxi,
which had just calmed down not long ago,
was once again bustling with activity. Chapter 168, Jiangxia. Meanwhile, the northwestern province of Qing. In the southeastern part of Qing province, this is a no man's land. As far as the eye can see, the bleakness, only endless snowy mountains stand between heaven and earth.
A silhouette appeared on top of a snowy mountain, and he stepped out in a metaphysical pace on the top of the snowy mountain.
Not long after, a black hole appeared in the very center. The silhouette hurriedly disappeared into the black hole, and the moment the silhouette disappeared, everything returned to normal. Inside, it's a paradise of 4 seasons in birdsong,
and this place is a secret base in the heavenly beyond. The silhouette quickly arrived before a wooden house.
LOL.
The door opened, and from it stepped out a young man dressed in white robes, with sword brows and starry eyes,
and an imposing appearance. Greetings, Archdeacon.
The young man saw the visitor and hastily bowed in greeting. This silhouette was no one else but the Archdeacon of the heavens beyond heaven.
A smile appeared on the Archdeacon's face. Hastily, he helped the young man up. Not bad. After not seeing you for a few days, your strength has once again grown quite a bit. Praise be to the Archdeacon.
The Archdeacon patted the young man's shoulder.
Don't be so formal. Just call me Senior Uncle.
The young man nodded.
Yes, Senior Uncle. Senior Uncle, you came to see me about something? The Archdeacon said. It's like this. Your grandfather is out of the gate. You know that, right?
What?
My grandfather is out?
The young man was elated.
That's right. This person was no other than Jiang Xia of the Jiang family.
The Archdeacon nodded. Yes, and your grandfather is going to make an appointment to fight Yi Xiaoluo 7 days later.
Ginger Summer was shocked. Somewhat nervously, he asked. Then, will my grandfather be Yi Xiaoluo's opponent? The Archdeacon laughed. Don't worry. Your grandfather has already advanced to the peak of martial arts and has invited several experts from the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world to deal with Yi Xiaoluo this time. However, that Yi Xiaoluo's strength is also extraordinary. I'm worried that your grandfather and the others might not be able to kill that Yi Xiaoluo.
Jiang Xia was a smart person and naturally heard something in the Archdeacon's words.
Senior Uncle, if you have any instructions, just ask.
The Archdeacon was satisfied with Jiang Xia's intelligence and said, This Yi Xiaoluo is a martial artist of my Dragon Kingdom. Yet he doesn't follow the rules of my heavens beyond. He also indiscriminately kills innocents several times, and destroyed the law enforcement department of my heavens beyond. His actions can be described as treasonous and unjustifiable.
We've already discussed this. We're going to execute Yi Xiaoluo,
this treacherous madman. But as you are well aware, our heavenly beyond generally does not meddle in worldly matters,
and we are unable to go out and personally exterminate that Yi Xiaoluo. So I push to the higher-ups for you to do this. On the one hand you can avenge the people of your family, and on the other hand it's also a training for you. If you are able to successfully kill Yi Xiaoluo this time, then in the future you will have the opportunity to be able to enter the Heavens Beyond Heaven Intersect and become a core member of the Heavens Beyond Heaven Intersect. In addition, your grandfather and the others can also join our Heavens Beyond Heaven and become part of us.
When Jiang Xia heard this, he was overjoyed.
Earlier,
after he learned of his family's destruction, but because he was unable to leave this place without the permission of the heavenly beyond.
However, in order to avenge the people of his family, he used his identity to plot several killings against Yi Xiaoluo.
But what he didn't expect was that Yi Xiaoluo's strength was heavenly, and his several plots were actually easily dissolved by Yi Xiaoluo. And now that his senior uncle was going to let him personally go out and eliminate Yi Xiaoluo, he naturally begged for it.
Don't worry, Senior Uncle, I promise to complete the mission.
The Archdeacon nodded with great satisfaction.
In addition, that Yi Xiaoluo is powerful. In order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, I have specially prepared some experts for you. Make sure to take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate Yishio Luo in one fell swoop. After the archdeacon finished speaking, several people shrouded in black robes and exuding a powerful aura appeared strangely behind him. When Jiang Xia saw these people, he was also extremely shocked inwardly, because he could sense the strength of these black-robed people. None of them seemed to be weaker than his master anymore. Senior uncle, who are these people? Jiang Xia was a bit puzzled. He was able to tell that these people were definitely not experts from the heavenly beyond. Their aura seemed to be somewhat similar to those powerful people in the Western world. The archdeacon said, "These people are the helpers that senior uncle has prepared for you. They will only follow your orders." If the archdeacon didn't say anything, Jiang Xia didn't dare to ask anything more. "Thank you, senior uncle. Senior uncle, should I tell my master about this?" Jiang Xia asked. The archdeacon shook his head. "No need. Your master is in seclusion at the moment, so don't bother him. Yes, prepare yourself and leave right away, and you'll be able to be reunited with your grandfather then too." Yes. Not long after, Jiang Xia hurriedly left with a group of helpers that the archdeacon had gathered for him. Jiang Xia had just left, and the archdeacon followed closely behind. Coming outside, the archdeacon took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. "Senior brother, I've already asked Jiang Xia to leave with the people from the reception divine hall." "Well done. Tell the Dragon Kingdom about this immediately." "Understood." After the archdeacon hung up the phone, he dialed the phone number of the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on top of a snowy mountain at the westernmost tip of the Kunlun Mountains, after a black-robed man hung up the phone, his deep gaze looked toward a snowy mountain in the distance. He muttered, "Boss, what secret is hidden in this Yishio Luo? What exactly are you guys looking for in his body? Since you don't want to tell me, I'll find out myself." After that, he took out another phone and dialed a number. "Yishio Luo is probably going to go to the appointment soon, so prepare yourselves well, and when Yishio Luo and Jiang Zhongyuan go to war, you must break Dragon City in one fell swoop. Remember, after breaking through Dragon City, make sure to capture all of Yishio Luo's family members for me. Make sure to bring me back everything he has as much as possible. In the meantime, Dragon City." Yifeng also knew about the news of the challenge issued by Jiang Zhongyuan and a bunch of other powerful people on the martial arts rankings. At this, he just laughed. He didn't give the slightest bit of thought to these people's appointment. In his eyes, these people were just ants. He still accompanied his two sisters, and in the past few days, under the careful treatment of Shao Qi and Yao Shi as well as a group of divine doctors from the Medicine God Valley, the two of them, Pingyan and Xiao Xiao, had both recovered more or less. Pingyan's personality had opened up a lot under the company of Yifeng and his family. As for Yi Xiao Xiao, who was originally a cheerful girl, the inner haze had long been dispersed under Yifeng's company these days. "Boss, Long Ao Tian called." He said the Jiang Xia of the Jiang family left the heavenly beyond, and with many experts, he headed to western Hunan. It seems that the people from the heavenly beyond are also going to utilize this opportunity to make a move against you. 11 hurriedly came and told Yifeng the news. Yifeng smiled faintly as he heard this. "Can't help it finally?" Then announced to the public that after 7 days, I will accept their challenge. Chapter 169. With 11 putting this news out, it caused the entire martial arts world to once again make monstrous waves. Originally, Jiang Zhongyuan and the others had made an appointment to fight Yishio Luo, and Yishio Luo had never responded. Many people thought that Yishio Luo was probably too scared to fight, but what everyone did not expect was that Yishio Luo actually dared to take the initiative to meet the battle and accepted the appointment of Jiang Zhongyuan and the others. That was several experts on the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts rankings joining together in an appointment to fight him, and for him to meet the battle meant that he would have to rely on his own strength to deal with Jiang Zhongyuan and all the others, to fight against everyone on the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts rankings with his own strength. This had to make many people feel that Yishio Luo was asking for death. Although Yishio Luo had forcefully subdued Luo Tianhong and the Mad Taoist before, these two were not the strongest. There was still a bit of a gap compared to the likes of Jiang Zhongyuan. Not to mention, now that Jiang Zhongyuan had broken through to the peak of the martial Dao realm, there was also the mysterious Grand Elder of the Poison sect as well as the old ancestor of the Peng family, Peng Haotian. With these three people joining forces, I'm afraid no one would be a match. Just as everyone was buzzing about it, the Heavenly Beyond Heaven also publicly announced that Yishio Luo had disregarded the rules of the Dragon Country's martial arts world, annihilated Dragon Country martial artists, slaughtered the martial law enforcement department, and had acted wantonly, committing a heinous crime, and that they would send out strong men from the Heavenly Beyond Heaven, led by Jiang Xia, to hunt down and kill Yishio Luo. Once the news broke, it once again caused a huge stir. Originally, Jiang Zhongyuan and the others' appointment had already put Yishio Luo in a sort of dead end.
I didn't expect that the Heavens Beyond actually announced that they would hunt down Yi Shioluo at this time now as well.
Heavens beyond heaven. Ah.
That was a powerful existence that was responsible for controlling the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world.
Responsible for maintaining order in the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world.
And the person who took the lead this time was actually still Jiang Xia. Everyone knew exactly who Jiang Xia was.
That's Jiang Zhongyuan's grandson.
Yi Shioluo had exterminated the Jiang family, and now Jiang Xia had come to hunt down Yi Shioluo on behalf of the Heavenly Beyond. Together with Jiang Zhongyuan and the others, Yi Shioluo could be said to be all dead.
In the meantime, Dragon City.
Yi Feng was also the first to know about the news that Heavens Beyond Heaven was going to send Jiang Xia to hunt him down.
Long Jinghua called him personally.
The two talked on the phone after a long time. It was only then that Yi Feng summoned Yi Er and the others and arranged some matters.
After Yi Er and the others left Dragon City as much as they could,
Yi Feng took his two sisters,
Pingyan and Xiao Xiao, as well as his parents, accompanied by Yao Shi and 11,
and traveled to the western Hunan province. The reason why Yi Feng wanted to bring his parents and two sisters to Xiangxi, it was mainly because Pingyan and Xiao Xiao's injuries were now healed, and Yi Feng wanted to take them out for a walk together. Coupled with the fact that Su Qingya's mother's family was in western Hunan, Su Qingya had never returned to her mother's family over the years after she married Du Jiangwo. I took the opportunity to come to my mother's home in Hunan to see my parents and others. A few hours later, the airplane landed in Pingchuan City in western Hunan province.
Pingchuan City is a city under the jurisdiction of Xiangxi province. Su Qingya's parents' family lived in a county called Anping County, under the jurisdiction of Pingchuan City. There was no airport in the county, so after Yi Feng and the others landed in Pingchuan City, they had to drive to Anping County. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar scenery along the way, Su Qingya was a bit emotional. Having not been home for so many years, she was actually a little unsure of how to face her parents. When she wanted to be with Du Jiangwo, her family was strongly opposed. After all, at that time, their Su family was considered a wealthy family, and Du Jiangwo is an out-of-towner, and still the lowest of the low hitters. But Su Qingya insists on marrying Du Jiangwo. In the end, the two sides completely fell apart, and the Su family, in a fit of rage, completely severed Su Qingya's relationship. Originally, the Su family wanted to scare Su Qingya, but I didn't expect Su Qingya was also extremely stubborn and actually really left with Du Jiangwo, and that's gone and hasn't come back in all these years. In fact, when Su Qingya first married Du Jiangwo and had a child, she thought of coming back to visit her family, hoping that the birth of the child would bring the family back together. What they didn't realize was that they were planning to come back with Pingyan, but they didn't want Pingyan to be stolen by human traffickers, and so it was, and the two had no time to return home in search of their child. After the child's subsequent fruitless search, Yi Feng appeared again with Yi Xiao Xiao. After Yi Feng fostered Yi Xiao Xiao to the two of them took Xiao Xiao to live in seclusion in Jiangzhou. Over the years, they had also been incognito because they were worried about Yi Xiao Xiao's enemies finding them, and they had even less of a chance to come back for a visit. And in the meantime, even the contact information for the family was lost. And now that Pingyan had been retrieved, along with Yi Feng also coming to Xiangxi this time, they wanted to make use of this opportunity to go back to Su Qingya's mother's home to have a look. And now near the countryside, Su Qingya but some feelings of timidity. She does not know whether her parents are still alive, whether they are still healthy, will still blame her. Mom, it's fine. Grandpa and Grandma, they must all be there. Surely none of them will blame you. Pingyan was very understanding and grabbed Su Qingya's hand, though she was also nervous as hell on the inside. And this was kind of her first time meeting her grandparents. That's right, Mom, there's no need to be afraid. I'm sure grandparents will be surprised to see us. Yi Xiao Xiao also comforted at the side. With the comfort of her two daughters, Su Qingya's mood was only slightly calmed. An hour or so later, the crowd arrived at Anping County town. Looking at the county that had long been different from the one inside her memory, Su Qingya became nervous again. Mom, do you remember where Grandma and Grandpa's house is? Pingyan asked nervously as well. Su Qingya nodded. Although the county had changed long ago, there were still some things that hadn't changed. Soon, Su Qingya led the crowd to the entrance of a street to the right of the center of the county town. Deep down this street is Grandma and Grandpa's house. The crowd raised their eyes to see that the inside of this street had long since been constructed into a modern shopping street. The buzz is extraordinary. Su Qingya was embraced by her two daughters and walked towards the depths of the street. Along the way, Su Qingya recognized many familiar old people, and these old men felt somewhat familiar when they saw Su Qingya. You're the little girl from the Su family, aren't you? An old woman stopped the crowd in their tracks. Su Qingya also recognized the old woman. Granny, it's me. The old woman was a bit excited. It's really Qingya girl. After so many years, how come you didn't come back to take a look? Su Qingya was a bit embarrassed and changed the topic. Granny, are my parents and they all okay? The old woman nodded. It's all good, but your parents they've moved to the city. Went to live in the city? Su Qingya was a bit surprised. The old woman said, yes, back then, after you left home, our whole street was demolished, and so was your home. So your two brothers used the demolition money to go into business in the city. They seem to do a lot of business, and every year when they come back for New Year's Eve, your two brothers drive limousines and make a big scene. I remember last year, when your two brothers came back, the leaders of the county came to receive them personally. As soon as this year was over, they picked up your parents as well and went to the city to enjoy themselves. Chapter 170, Su Xiaoping. In a short while, the old neighbors from before, all gathered around. Each and every one of them were incredibly enthusiastic and asked about Su Qingya's situation over the years, booing and asking about everything. Su Qingya was the one they had watched grow up since they were young, and after not seeing her for so many years, they were all very joyful when they saw her again. In addition, these people are very old, and their sons and grandchildren are almost all in the city or out of town, and they are only able to come back for reunions on holidays or New Year's every year. The only people who could talk every day were their gang of old neighbors and K-phones. And now that Su Qingya had returned, they naturally all treated Su Qingya as their own child. And Su Qingya chatted warmly with these uncles and aunts. Of course, it was also from these aunts and uncles that I learned what had happened to my parents' family over the years. Through the mouths of these people, Su Qingya also learned, when she and Du left, it wasn't more than a few years before the county was developed in a big way. Their old house and land were expropriated and the family received a large amount of compensation. The two older brothers used the money to go into business in the city. And over the course of a few years they also made the business very big, and both eventually settled down in the city as well. In the past few years, the parents' body gradually a little old. Two brothers then and this year will bring both parents to the city. Care is also more convenient. Refusing the invitation of these uncles and aunts to have dinner at her home, Su Qingya, with a complicated mood, arrived at the end of the street, and at the back of the commercial street at the end of the street, there was a huge modernized courtyard. This is where Su Qingya's home used to be. But it's not the same yard as before. It was rebuilt after the demolition. The courtyard was now being rented out. And Su Qingya walked into the courtyard and saw that it seemed to be exactly the same as it was back then when she had left. Without many changes, she arrived outside a room right in the middle. And through the glass window, she was able to see that inside was where her parents once lived. And there were a lot of old things in there too, like bicycles and sewing machines. When she saw the old pictures still hanging on the walls, most of those old pictures were of her. She couldn't hold back the tears any longer, and they broke out in a frenzy. Just at this time, a young man walked in and frowned slightly when he saw Su Qingya and the others in front of the room door. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? Hearing the voice, Yi Feng and the others hurriedly looked at the visitor. It was a very handsome-looking young man dressed in designer casual clothes. Looking closely, the young man and Su Qingya were still somewhat similar. When Su Qingya saw this young man, she was first stunned, and then she said with great surprise, "Are you Xiaoping or Xiaowen?" The young man was also stunned, and upon closer inspection, he realized that Su Qingya's face was very similar to their third aunt who they had lost contact with for many years. He was also a bit puzzled. "You're the third aunt?" Su Qingya's tears broke the bank once again. "Yes, I am your third aunt, Su Qingya." Upon hearing this name, the young man was overjoyed and rushed over to grab Su Qingya's hand. "Third aunt, you're finally back. Child, are you big brother's child or second brother's child?" Su Qingya asked excitedly as well. The young man hurriedly said, "Auntie, I am Xiaoping." Su Qingya looked Su Xiaoping up and down, her face full of joy and excitement. "Second brother's child. Well, after so many years of not seeing you, you've grown so big." Su Xiaoping also said excitedly, "This is great. I'll tell my dad and grandparents the good news right away. You don't know, all these years grandparents and my father how much they miss you. So many years you have no news, and no contact information. We all fought you." Saying that, Su Xiaoping was about to make a call, but was pulled back by Su Qingya. "Son, there's no rush yet. Tell me first, are your grandparents and they still in good health?" Su Qingya was afraid that her parents were not in good health, and it was a little hard to bear the sudden news. Of course, the main thing was that she was so guilty that she hadn't figured out how to face her parents and how to apologize to them. Su Xiaoping said, "They're all still in pretty good health. I think they'll be very happy to know that you're back, Auntie." Knowing that her parents were both in good health, Su Qingya was slightly more at ease. Su Xiaoping is also clear about the reason why his aunt ran away from home back then, and now that she won't let him make a phone call, he also knows the conflict in her heart. He then said, "Auntie, why don't I inform my father first?" Su Qingya didn't refuse and nodded. Su Xiaoping hurriedly took out his phone and told his father about it. Auntie, my father knows you're back. He's rushing back and forth from the city right now. I'll take you into the house first. Su Xiaoping opened the door to the room and welcomed everyone in.
The room was simply furnished, but there was a lot of stuff, all of it old. Su Qingya looked at these things. They were all things she was familiar with back then. Piles and piles of past events also instantly came to mind. The group of people didn't bother Su Qingya either. While Su Xiaoping looked at Du Jiangwo. You're the aunt, aren't you? Hello aunt, my name is Su Xiaoping. Du was a little nervous. Hello? Su Xiaoping could also see that Du Jiangwo was a bit nervous, so he changed the topic. Auntie, introduce me. Du Jiangwo nodded and introduced the identities of Yi Feng and the others to Su Xiaoping one by one. This is Yi Feng. He's a bit older than you. He's your cousin. This is your cousin's wife. Ya Shi. This is 11. He should also be a little older than you and your cousin. This is Yi Xiaoxiao. She's younger than you. She's your cousin. This is Peace. She's younger than you too. She's your little cousin. Su Xiaoping's gaze was also constantly roaming over Yi Feng and the others. At this moment, his heart was very shocked. He had realized the extraordinary nature of Yi Feng and the others at that moment from the moment he entered the door and saw Yi Feng and the others. Each one had a superb temperament and a powerful aura, giving him a natural pressure. As the son of a rich family, he usually came into contact with people in the same circle, and he was occasionally able to come into contact with people in higher circles. However, even those people were not as good as Yi Feng's few people, especially Yi Feng and 11 and Yao Shi. Although these three people were dressed very simply, and none of them were any brand name clothes, the air of transcendence could not be concealed, more than any powerful man he'd ever met. To be precise, he had never seen anyone with such a transcendent aura. Although Su Xiaoping was not sure exactly what Yi Feng's several people were, he was able to tell that they were definitely not all simple characters. He also hurriedly greeted towards Yi Feng and 11. Hello cousins. Yi Feng and 11 simultaneously reached out and patted Su Xiaoping's shoulder. Hello cousin. Su Xiaoping looked at Yao Shi again. Yao Shi's appearance made his heart even more afraid to look directly at him. Yao Shi was really too beautiful. The beauty was like a natural fairy. Looking directly at Yao Shi is blasphemy. Hello cousin-in-law. Yao Shi smiled back. Hello cousin. This smile is so beautiful. Su Xiaoping was even more afraid to look directly at Yao Shi and hurriedly turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoxiao and Pingyan. Hello cousins. He was able to tell that Pingyan seemed to be his aunt's real daughter, as only Pingyan bore some resemblance to his aunt. Hello cousin. Both of them hurriedly returned the greeting as well. Chapter 171 Su Tianxiong. Xiaoping, why don't you come out yet? Just at this time, a pleasant voice rang out. As soon as the crowd turned their heads, they saw a beautiful woman with a tall figure, elegant temperament, and a beautiful face. Although it couldn't compare to Yao Shi, it was still a top-notch big beauty when placed outside. Seeing the girl, Chen Xiaoping hurriedly walked over and said, My aunt and the others are back. I was just talking to my aunt and the others. After saying that, Chen Xiaoping took the girl's hand and came in front of Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo. Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Si Ran. Su Qingya was also delighted when she saw the girl. So it's Xiaoping's girlfriend. She's so good looking, like a fairy daughter on a painting. Du nodded back. Lin Si Ran sniffed and fell to greeting Su Qingya Du Jiangwo. Hello auntie and uncle. Good boy. Saying that, Su Qingya hurriedly pulled out 2 large red envelopes from her pocket and handed them to Lin Siren. These red envelopes were prepared before they arrived. I originally wanted to give it to Su Qingya's mother's children, but I didn't expect to meet Su Xiaoping's girlfriend first. Lin Si Ran didn't refuse anything and accepted it graciously. Thank you auntie and uncle. Afterwards, Su Xiaoping introduced Lin Siren's identity to Yi Feng and 11 and the others. And after Yi Feng and 11 saw this Lin Si Ran, the two of them exchanged glances, both of them seeing a touch of surprise in the other's eyes. From the first time the two of them saw this Lin Si Ran, they were able to clearly sense a special aura on this Lin Si Ran's body, an aura that resembled a martial artist's internal chi, but was somewhat different from it. However, the two of them did not inquire about anything and just pretended to calmly greet Lin Siren. And Lin Si Ran also glanced at Yi Feng and 11 and Yao Shi without any trace. Naturally, she also vaguely sensed that the three of them, Yi Feng and 11 as well as Yao Shi, seemed to be extraordinary. For the rest of the time, Su Xiaoping had been pulled by Su Qingya, asking questions. Lin Si Ran had been quietly standing beside Su Xiaoping, like a gentle and virtuous little daughter-in-law, while Yi Feng and 11's gazes were constantly glancing at Lin Si Ran and Su Xiaoping's bodies. Lin Siren seemed to notice Yi Feng's gaze and her expression became a little nervous. Well, at this time, another majestic voice rang out from the door. Little sister, brother is here. As the voice fell at the same time, Only a middle-aged strong man with a tiger's back and a height of about 1 meter 9 was seen walking in from the doorway.
Seeing this person, Su Qingya, who was talking to Su Xiaoping, instantly froze in place, her eyes unconsciously flooding with tears. And this strong man with a tiger's back and waist, his eyes were also a little red. Little sister, you're finally back. Second brother. Su Qingya burst into tears and jumped into Su Tianxiong's arms. The siblings, who hadn't seen each other for years, were both in tears at the moment. It was only after a long time that the two stopped crying. Su Tianxiong wiped away the tears on his face, and his somewhat reddened eyes looked at Du Jiangwo on the side. Seeing Du Jiangwo, Su Tianxiong immediately became furious and directly reached out and grabbed Du Jiangwo neck collar. The tall, muscular Su Tianxiong, who resembled a humanoid iron tower, easily and casually lifted the weakly built Du Jiangwo from the ground. It's all because of you, asshole. How dare you abduct my sister and make her unable to go home for so many years? You bastard actually dares to come back nowadays. Let's see if I don't kill you. In Su Tianxiong's heart, her sister was abducted by this asshole Du Jiangwo, and after so many years of not hearing from him, he felt that it was Du Jiangwo who didn't let Su Qingya go home. Now that he saw Du Jiangwo, the anger in his heart naturally had to be vented on Du Jiangwo. Su Tianxiong's actions also scared Su Qingya. She spoke hastily. Second brother, don't do it. Jiangwo isn't to blame for this. Su Tianxiong, however, said, little sister, don't speak for this bastard. It's all because of this bastard that our family has been separated for many years. Let me break this bastard's legs and avenge you. Saying that, Su Tianxiong actually really wanted to make a move, and Yifeng and 11 were also ready to make a move. Well, at this time, Su Qingya grabbed Su Tianxiong's hand. Second brother, don't do it. I told you. I don't blame Jiangwo for this. Seeing that his sister was still defending Du Jiangwo, Su Tianxiong was just about to open his mouth. However, he was snatched up by Su Xiaoping, who was on the sidelines. Papa, it is true that auntie is not to blame for this. Be steady. Your cousin and sister-in-law and 2 cousins are present. For this father, Su Xiaoping was really speechless. His father was a reckless man who did things easily and impulsively. To be precise, a father who does things not through his head but through his muscles. Only then did Su Tianxiong let go of Du Jiangwo. You really don't blame him? Su Qingya hurriedly nodded her head, explaining, I don't blame him. I was the one who voluntarily followed Jiangwo away in the first place, and after that we had a child, who was stolen, and we've been looking for the child all these years, and that's why we haven't been able to go home. Su Xiaoping also explained, Father, this matter is indeed not auntie's fault. Just before Su Tianxiong had come, Su Qingya had also explained to Su Xiaoping the reason why they had not returned home all these years. Only then did Su Tianxiong scratch his head in some embarrassment. Apologizing towards Du Jiangwo, he said, I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I was wrong. Du Jiangwo waved his hand somewhat nervously and said, It's okay. This great-uncle is really raw. Xiao Ya, brother-in-law. Go home. Mom and dad are happy to know you're back. With that, Su Tianxiong grabbed Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo's hands, not giving the 2 of them the slightest chance to refuse, and went out the door as if he was pulling 2 little chickens. Yifeng several people looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect this Su Xiaoping's father. This uncle was actually so fierce. Su Xiaoping explained with some embarrassment. Sorry to make you guys look at me funny. My dad is just like that. Yifeng's few people smiled and expressed their understanding. Going outside, Su Tianxiong suddenly remembered something, snapped to a halt again, asked towards Su Qingya, Little sister, just now you said you lost your children. Have you found them? Su Qingya nodded and pointed at Yifeng's several people. Found them? Several of them are our children. Yifeng's several people also hurriedly greeted Su Tianxiong. Hello uncle. Su Tianxiong immediately revealed an amiable smile. Well. Hello guys, said the hand, pulling out a couple of large red packets from his pocket. It was stuffed to Yifeng's several people. Uncle is a rough man. There is not much ability. These money you accept. In the future in the whole of Pingchuan encounter anything, despite looking for uncle to help. Uncle in the whole of Pingchuan or some strength. After saying that, without waiting for Yifeng's few people to open their mouths, Su Tianxiong pulled Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo towards the outside again. The street outside the courtyard is cleared at the moment. There were a dozen or so luxury cars parked in front of the entrance, and 2 rows of big men in uniform black suits and sunglasses stood on the side. The body types of these people were each very similar to Su Tianxiong, with tiger backs and bulging muscles. Chapter 172, Family Reunion. Hello boss. As soon as Su Tianxiong came out, those men in black shouted in unison. Su Tianxiong said towards the group of black-robed men, This is my sister and brother-in-law. From now on, when you see them, you will see them the same way you see me. Hello sister, Hello brother-in-law.
The crowd of black-clothed men shouted in unison.
This caused Su Qingya and Du Jiangmo some embarrassment.
Simply because a number of these black-clothed men were simply not as old as them.
And at the moment,
with so many pedestrians and neighbors staring at them, the two felt very social deaf. Su Xiaoping in the back also covered his forehead in embarrassment at this moment.
On the other hand, Yi Feng's few people were looking at each other at the moment. Under the attention of countless people, Su Tianxiong pulled Su Qingya and Du Jiangmo into the car. Cousin what does uncle do?
Yi Feng came to Su Xiaoping's side. Su Xiaoping was a bit embarrassed and found a suitable word to explain.
He is the chairman of the security company.
Yi Feng's few people were first stunned,
but they instantly understood the meaning of Su Xiaoping's words. The chairman of the so-called security company is the boss of the road. Uncle is awesome.
Yi Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Cousin is laughing.
Su Xiaoping felt some heat on his face and hurriedly changed the topic.
Let's go. Cousin, let's get in the car. He really didn't want to stay on, or he would probably die here awkwardly. Yi Feng and the others smiled and followed Su Xiaoping into a commercial vehicle. As everyone got on the bus, so did all the men in black.
One of the cars at the very front had a megaphone and broadcasted as well.
Boss Su is returning to his residence. All of you get out of the way. A lot of people around here have seen it all before. One by one,
they all laughed and pointed at the convoy. Some people who didn't understand the situation subconsciously took out their cell phones and filmed the scene. And when Su Xiaoping in the car heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker outside, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground.
Yi Feng's few people, on the other hand, had a smile on their faces.
Neither expected that this uncle would be so interesting.
Along the way,
Yi Feng also inquired with Su Xiaoping about the Su family. It was only through Su Xiaoping's explanation that Yi Feng and the others realized that the Su family had developed very well in Pingchuan City over the years. Great uncle Su Tianhong opened a company in Pingchuan,
which became a leading enterprise in Pingchuan City.
Second uncle Su Tianxiong came to Pingchuan with Su Tianhong in the beginning.
The second uncle did not have a business mind,
but he was physically strong and liked to fight, so he began to mix with the society. A few years, the second uncle Su Tianxiong really mixed some fame, became the boss of the underground world of this Pingchuan.
With the secret help of his second uncle,
his great uncle Su Tianhong has also expanded his business to become a leading company in Pingchuan.
However, in recent years, the official crackdown on dark forces has been strong, and Su Tianxiong has listened to his great uncle's persuasion to turn from black to white.
A security company was established,
converted all his minions to bodyguards for the security company. However,
Su Tianxiong still preferred the feeling of being surrounded by people in front and behind him, so he was always in such a row wherever he went. Although his family had persuaded him several times,
he just wouldn't change. In the end, the family had to let him be.
Although Su Tianxiong this row is very big,
but not many people discussed it. On the contrary, many people in Pingchuan instead like him like this,
simply because Su Tianxiong back in the day when he mixed with the society,
not like other road bosses in general, bullying for the wrongdoing of the city. Instead,
after he unified the underground world, he led his minions and began to standardize the rules of the entire underground world. It has made a great contribution to the security environment in Pingchuan.
Instead, it has benefited many people,
and it has been embraced by many as a result. Even the officials turned a blind eye to his behavior. After Yi Feng heard this, he also evaluated this second uncle in his heart.
Great minds think alike. More than an hour later, the convoy arrived at Pingchuan City, came to the entrance of a luxurious villa area in the suburbs. This place is the Su family's base camp in Pingchuan City. At the entrance of the villa area, dozens of people had already been standing around. These people are the Su family.
In the very center of them stood a couple with white hair and a somewhat stooped figure.
These two were no one else but Su Qingya's parents, Su Shiming and Lu Shilan.
To the left and right of the two men stood a couple each.
The couple on the left is Su Tianhong, Su Qingya's elder brother,
and his wife Zhao Wensui.
On the right are Su Qingya's little brother Su Tianyu and his wife Lu Wei. Behind these 6 people stood many men and women, young and old,
and most of these people were members of the Su family's immediate family as well as people from Lu Shanshan's mother's family.
On top of that,
there is the maternal family of the wives of the 3 Su Tianhong brothers.
After the Su family became bigger and stronger,
there were naturally more relatives.
Poor in the city no one asks, rich in the mountains have distant relatives.
This was reflected in the Su family.
Over the years, as the Su family developed,
many of the Su family's relatives almost came to Pingchuan and entered the Su family's company,
becoming the mainstay of the Su family's company. At this moment, except for Mr. and Mrs. Su Shiming and Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianhong, who were full of excitement, the rest of the people appeared to be wearing thick smiles on the surface.
But most of them were smiling but not smiling when they looked closely.
Some of them had even thick resentment on their faces. The car stopped, under the gaze of all. Su Tianxiong was the first to jump down from the car. He then pulled Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo with his right and left hands at the same time and helped them out of the car. Seeing Su Qingya, the two of them, Su Shiming and Lu Shanshan, were filled with excitement and trembling as they walked over. Su Qingya's eyes instantly turned red when she saw her parents, whom she hadn't seen for years. Guilt-stricken inside, she fell straight to her knees in front of the two old men. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. With tears in their eyes, the two old men hurriedly stretched out their somewhat trembling hands and helped Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo up from the ground. Su Shiming's voice trembled. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lu Shuang reached out and held her daughter's face tightly. Good boy. Good to be back. Su Qingya couldn't hold back any longer and jumped into her mother's arms, crying into tears. The eyes of Su Tianhong and his wife in the back were both red, and Su Tianyu's eyes were also red, while his wife Lu Hui's white eyes were about to roll up to the sky. The group of Su family relatives at the end. Some were excited, some had red eyes, but some were filled with resentment. At this moment, Yifeng and 11 and the others also got off the bus, and they were a bit surprised to see that there were actually so many people at the entrance. Yifeng swept through with a single glance, and the expressions and demeanor of all the relatives of the Su family present were captured in his eyes. And at this moment, there were also some people whose gazes looked at Yifeng and the others. Some young men, when they saw Yao Shi's appearance, they couldn't take their eyes off of her. There were also some people whose gazes flashed with a strong color of resentment when they saw Yifeng and the others. And naturally, all of this did not escape Yifeng's eyes. On the way here, through Su Xiaoping's mouth, he also learned about the Su family's situation. He clearly knew that everyone had received the appropriate benefits from the Su family to the present day's family business. I'm afraid that Su Qingya's return at this time will cause a lot of resentment in many people's hearts. Chapter 173, Internal Conflicts. Everyone, don't stand outside. Hurry home. Su Tianxiong opened his mouth. Mr. and Mrs. Su Shiming grabbed Su Qingya's hand and returned to the villa surrounded by the crowd. After everyone was seated, Su Qingya also hurriedly introduced Yifeng and the others to the two old men. After the two old men learned that Yifeng and the others were Su Qingya's sons and daughters, they both happily took out red envelopes and stuffed them to Yifeng and the others. Yifeng and the others were not polite or anything. The money was not worth a dime in his eyes, but after all, it was the two old men's intentions. And this scene made many of the Su family's relatives look a bit upset, especially after learning that Mr. and Mrs. Su Qingya only had one daughter, Pingyan, and that Yifeng and 11, as well as Yi Xiaoxiao and the others, were all adopted children of Mr. and Mrs. Su Qingya. The jealousy in their hearts became even stronger. Originally, the Su family is now considered a large family, and the two old men are very kind, almost giving everyone a corresponding share. You are able to get a good amount of dividends every year, and now Su Qingya and the others had returned and brought back several children. With the character of the two old men, they would never treat Su Qingya and her children poorly. Surely they will be given a large stake in the company. This will definitely dilute their shares and they will get much less dividends. As a result, many of them appeared to have an amiable appearance on the surface, but inwardly, they had already held a grudge against Yifeng and the others. Tianhong, go and finalize the Haitian house. Let's have a good family reunion tonight. Su Shiming commanded towards his eldest son. Su Tianhong nodded his head and said, Dad, I've already made a reservation long ago. The two old men were very happy when Su Qingya came back, pulling Su Qingya to sit on the sofa all the time to ask her about her situation over the years. Most of the rest of the crowd was disinterested at this point and left. And Yifeng and the others didn't disturb the parents and grandparents reunion and followed Su Xiaoping to leave, came to the other villa next door. After the Su family developed, a villa community was built specifically in this area, allowing the Su family's direct line to live in. And this villa is what Mr. and Mrs. Su Shiming left to Su Qingya. It's been unoccupied for several years. After Su Xiaoping brought Yifeng several people to the villa. Then he said, Cousin, you guys have a good rest. I'll come back for you later when we go out to eat. After saying that, Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren hurriedly left. After everyone had left, 11 spoke. Boss, some of the people in this Su family don't seem to welcome Mom and Dad and us back. Yifeng smiled coldly. It's fine. If they don't mess with us and don't make our parents angry, then we'll treat it as if nothing has happened. But if they dare to be disrespectful to our parents, then don't be polite. His own parents were the father and mother of the Fifth Kingdom. Their status was honored to the extreme, and it was not something that anyone could mess with. Understood. In the meantime, another villa. Su Tianhong and his wife also returned to their villa. Once he entered the villa, Su Tianhong was excited like a child. Seeing this, Zhao Wensui couldn't help but snicker. Tianhong, calm down. Don't be so childish. Su Tianhong laughed. Ha ha, I can't calm down. I'm too happy that my sister is back.
Zhao Wensui blankly glanced at Su Tianhong and forcibly pulled him to his seat.
Right. Now that little sister is back, are you going to give little sister and the others some shares in the company?
They haven't suffered much over the years.
We, as brothers and sisters-in-law, have to make it up to them. Su Tianhong waved his big hand and said, that's natural. My Su family has only one daughter, and now that she's back, we definitely need to give her the best compensation.
Zhao Wensui thought of something else and said with some concern,
but our Su family has too many shares to share out right now.
If you're going to give shares to your little sister and her family,
I'm afraid that some people will be unhappy.
Su Tianhong's face instantly became gloomy. All these years the Su family has been supporting them, letting them get so much money for nothing,
enjoying glory and wealth. If any of them dare to have an opinion, then don't blame me for being impolite.
The Su family's company is the Su family's, not theirs, Zhao Wensui said. But this matter still needs to be discussed with Lao Er and Lao San. After all, this company back then was also considered to be the two of them helping to achieve such a position, especially the oldest three. The oldest four is probably fine, but the oldest daughter-in-law, Lu Hui, may not agree.
Su Tianhong nodded. Well, Lao Er definitely doesn't have a problem. Let's go find Lao Si and the others to discuss this. In yet another villa in the rear,
Su Tianyu and his wife Lu Hui also returned to their villa.
As soon as Lu Hui returned home,
she couldn't pretend anymore and sat on the sofa with a cold face full of displeasure.
What's wrong with you? Su Tianyu was a little confused as to why his wife was suddenly angry.
Lu Hui said irritably, what else could it be?
What do you mean that Su Qingya and the others came back at this time?
It must be because they know that our Su family is now developed and rich,
and they came back to get a piece of the pie. Su Tianyu's brows furrowed, his face a bit icy.
Lu Hui, on the other hand, didn't notice Su Tianyu's change in mood at all and continued to speak irritably. She Su Qingya back then, but she and the old man they fell out, followed that country bumpkin far away, now cannot live, and want to come back? Also, what does she, Su Qingya, mean? Even if she brought that country bumpkin back herself, she actually adopted so many children and brought them all back. It's a clear-cut attempt to get the old man and the others to give those kids some shares as well. Anyway, I'll never agree to this thing about them wanting shares. Back then, she tapped her ass and followed that country bumpkin far away. At that time, how much of a joke did she create for our Su family? How much effort did we put in over the years to make the Su family bigger and stronger? She wants to come back at this time to get a piece of the pie, wants to pick the fruits to eat. No way. Lu Hui's words caused Su Tianyu to burst into a rage. Shut the up. Don't say another ing word on this matter. Lu Hui was also stunned, not realizing that her words were to help her family reduce their losses. How come Su Tianyu got angry instead? Su Tianyu, what do you mean? You actually dared to yell at old mother? Isn't my old lady doing this to save you from your losses? Shut the hell up. Su Tianyu roared. It's not your turn to dictate this matter. Lu Hui was instantly offended. Su Tianyu, you still dare to yell at my mother. Don't forget that your Su family was able to rise so quickly. It was all due to my mother's family. Without the help of my mother's family, would your Su family be able to achieve where they are today? Also, don't forget that your Su family has made it to the leading position today with the help of our family. But how did your two brothers treat you? You're a great contributor to the Su family. But what about them? They only gave you a small share and made you do the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. All these years my old lady was looking at your face, so my old lady didn't care about this matter. Now that Su Qingya, an outsider with a group of country bumpkins, wants to come back to get a piece of the pie, my old lady will never agree to that. Pop! Su Tianyu threw a slap at Lu Hui's face. I told you to shut up. Lu Hui covered her reddened cheeks and looked at Su Tianyu with some disbelief. Su Tianyu, how dare you hit my mom? Okay, you're good. You wait for me. After saying that, Lu Hui rushed out of the villa in a huff. The two Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianhong also happened to come in. Old fourth daughter-in-law. Zhao Wensui had not finished speaking when she was pushed away by Lu Hui and left the villa aggressively. The two men looked at each other with some confusion. Chapter 174. Old four? What's going on? Zhao Wensui was a bit puzzled when she saw Su Tianyu in the living room, who was filled with anger. Leave that tigress alone. Su Tianyu was furious. Old four? What's going on here? Su Tianhong asked. Su Tianyu was still a bit angry and said, that tigress just told me that she didn't agree with us dividing the shares to third sister. And when I got angry, I hit her. At those words, Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianhong both frowned. Su Tianyu was still furious. I just don't understand. All these years she has enjoyed all the glory and wealth. What else is she dissatisfied with? The third sister came back. Even if she divided a part of the shares to their family, there is not much loss to her. Why would she be so against it?
Su Tianhong spoke. How about this? Lao Si, go find your daughter-in-law and tell her that the shares we distribute to your little sister will not be deducted from your family. After all, for our Su family to be able to get to where we are now, it's all because of her family's help, and we haven't been able to properly thank her all these years. So I'm guessing that she's angry because of this matter. This matter is also considered that your second brother and I are also not well thought out, which makes my younger sibling misunderstanding. You go and explain to her. All our family. Don't make such a stalemate. Su Tianyu was still a bit indignant. You guys didn't do anything wrong in this case. Her family did help us, but both she and I have limited abilities, and we really can't hold an important position in the company. So let her be a broad wife for a day. Eat, drink, and have fun. And what is there for her to be angry about? Zhao Wensui also said. Alright, let's not mention this matter. You should go and explain to your younger siblings first. Su Tianyu nodded and left the villa. Su Tianhong and Zhao Wensui followed suit. Came next door to Su Tianxiong's villa. A room in the villa. Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren were standing in front of a hospital bed. On the bed lay a woman in her 40s, with a waxy face and a withered body. The woman's eyes were open, but they were lifeless, and she didn't seem to react in the slightest to anything around her. Su Tianxiong sat on the edge of the bed, his large hand grasping the woman's hand. Daughter-in-law, you know, today my little sister came back. Mom, Dad and I are very happy. I think you should be happy too. But the woman in the hospital bed, no less responsive, like a vegetable. This woman was no other than Su Tianxiong's wife, Fang Yi. After a serious illness a few years ago, Fang Yi fell into a deep coma and had to rely on medication and devices to keep her alive. Over the years, the Su family had searched for a number of doctors, but no one had been able to check what exactly she was suffering from. And Su Tianxiong has been unfailingly supportive of Fang Yi all these years. Su Xiaoping, who was by the bedside, also spoke. Mother, now that Auntie is back, and Si Ran and I will be getting married soon, you should wake up quickly. You'll have to watch your son get married then. As he spoke, Su Xiaoping's tears dripped down involuntarily. Lin Si Ran, who was on the side, also had red eyes and tightly grasped Su Xiaoping's hand. Soothingly, he said, Xiaoping, don't worry, I've already looked for a divine doctor abroad. I guess I'll be able to arrive tonight, and I'll definitely be able to cure Auntie by then. Su Tianhong and Zhao Wensui also walked in and comforted. Xiaoping, don't worry, your mom will definitely be fine. Seeing his eldest uncle arrive, Su Xiaoping wiped away his tears and returned to normalcy. What are you guys doing here? Uncle, we've come to talk to your father about giving your aunt and the others some shares, Zhao Wensui said. On the side, Su Tianxiong carefully lowered Fang Yi's hand. Speak outside. Several people came to the living room, and Su Tianxiong opened his mouth. I don't have any opinion on this matter. My little sister and her family have suffered for so many years, and now that they're back, we must make it up to their family. On the side, Su Xiaoping also said, I don't have any opinions either. Su Tianhong nodded. Well, but this time I want to split a portion of the shares from our two families to my little sister and them. At that moment, I went to Old Four, and although Old Four was also willing to give his little sister shares, Old Four's daughter-in-law disagreed, and the two of them even fought over it. This matter is also all our fault for not thinking things through. Over the years Lao Si's daughter-in-law's family didn't help us much, but we didn't thank her properly, and now that my little sister is back and wants to dilute their shares, it's justifiable for her to be angry. Su Tianxiong said, you just make the call on this matter, boss. I don't have any opinions. As for Lao Si's daughter-in-law's side, we'll apologize to her when we're done. Su Tianhong nodded. Good then. Then this matter is decided. When we have dinner tonight, I will make a public announcement. Right. Xiaoping, it's almost time for you and Si Ran's wedding. How are all the preparations going? Zhao Wensui changed the topic and said. Su Xiaoping said. It's all almost ready. That's good. If there's anything you need, just ask your aunt. Su Tianhong said. How about this? Now that my little sister is also back, and everyone in our family is here, let's move the wedding forward and reschedule it for 7 days from now. And that day happens to be the old man's 80th birthday as well. We'll be triple happy by then. When Su Tianxiong heard this, he was also very agreeable. Yes, when it comes to the old master's birthday, Xiaoping's wedding, and little sister's return, it's really a triple blessing. Su Xiaoping nodded. Then we'll follow what uncle and father said. We'll have the wedding in 7 days. Si Ran, do you think it's okay? Lin Siren nodded. Of course. Fine. It's decided then. I'll tell the old masters and the others about this now. Su Tianhong left in excitement. After Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianhong left, Lin Si Ran also said towards Su Tianxiong and Su Xiaoping. Uncle, Xiaoping, the doctor I contacted abroad is here. I'll go get him. I'll accompany you, Su Xiaoping said. Lin Si ran, however, refused. No need. Now that Auntie has just returned. You go and keep Auntie and my cousins company. I'm going to become a member of the Su family soon. This little thing, leave it to me. Su Xiaoping didn't force anything. After Lin Si Ran left, Su Tianxiong patted Su Xiaoping's shoulder. Brat, Si Ran is a good girl. It's your honor to have her as your daughter-in-law. Don't let her down. Don't worry, Dad. I'll never fail Si Ran. Besides, Yi Feng and the others' villa. Boss, that Lin Si Ran left. Send someone to follow her and see what she's going to do. Understood. 11 nodded and sent a message on his cell phone. From the first moment the two saw this Lin Si Ran, the two realized that this Lin Si Ran was definitely not an ordinary person. And that brief moment of contact made the two of them smell a special aura from Lin Si Ran's body. This caused both of them to become alert, wanting to see what purpose this Lin Siren had in appearing at the Su family. Chapter 175 Secret Societies. More than half an hour later, inside a luxury hotel in Pingchuan City, Lin Siren entered the hotel room wrapped tightly. In the room sat a white man in a tailored black suit with blonde hair and blue eyes. The man has a superb demeanor and an elegant demeanor. He handed a glass of red wine to Lin Si Ran when she came in. Lin Si Ran, however, didn't pick it up, because the red wine glass reeked of blood. The man casually placed the wine glass on the table in front of Lin Siren. Opening his mouth, he spoke fluent Dragonese. How are things going? I'm about to successfully enter the Su family. The man lifted his glass and clinked it with the one on the table, gently placing it in front of his nose and sniffing it with a look of enjoyment before gently savoring it. I've heard this several times, but to this day, you still haven't succeeded. The top is pissed and wants me to help you with this. Lin Si Ran frowned. I'll take care of this matter. I don't need you to get involved. Also, recently the Dragon Kingdom has been very strict in tracking down these things, and you should not make any more rash moves. This is the Dragon Kingdom, not a foreign country. The man laughed coldly. Oh, those losers from the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they find me, what can they do? Lin Si Ran was silent. The strength of the man in front of him was so high that in the Dragon Kingdom, unless someone on the martial arts rankings made a move, there was really no one who could catch him. The man spoke again. Tell me about the Su family? When are you going to make your move? The top is in a hurry now. Lin Si Ran said. I told you. I'll take care of this matter right away. The man smiled slightly. By taking care of it, you mean marrying a member of the Su family? Lin Si Ran said. That was my plan. The man smiled slightly. Oh yeah, but how do I know you seem to love that boyfriend of yours? Lin Si Ran returned. I do like him, but that doesn't hinder my plans. The man smiled again. But I seem to know that Kisame of yours, and his family members have a special physique, one that is extremely rare on the market, especially that husband of yours, whose body I'm a huge fan of. Saying that, the man even stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Lin Si Ran was instantly furious. If you dare to touch him, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. The man saw how excited Lin Siren was, and he smiled faintly. Fine, fine, I won't move your asinine husband, but I can move his family members. Right. Their physique is not as special as your husband's though, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Lin Si Ran once again refused. That won't do. Now that I'm getting married soon, they'll all be my family in the future, and I definitely won't let them get hurt in any way. Also, you must come with me to the Su family today to cure my mother-in-law. The man was just about to open his mouth when Lin Siren casually took out a token. That's an order. At the sight of the token, the man's heart was startled and his brows furrowed slightly. Lin Siren said, Don't worry. My family is still in the organization, so naturally I won't betray the organization. I will use my own methods to make the Su family ours, and you're not allowed to get involved in this. I'll do everything. The man didn't say anything else. As a form of acquiescence, come back to the Su family with me now. Heal my mother-in-law. The man, however, refused. I have a few things I need to take care of right now. I'll go over there when I'm done. Remember, there are a few people coming from the Su family today. I observed that those people are not ordinary. Don't expose yourself when you get there. After Lin Si Ran finished speaking, she turned around and left the room. Looking at Lin Si Ran's back as she left, the man's eyes instantly became sinister. Stinking, when I take down the Su family, I will be the first to suck you dry. Lin Siren quickly left the hotel. Just as she had left the hotel on the front foot, another heavily wrapped figure entered the hotel on the back foot and made its way to the man's room. As soon as the man entered the hotel, he dropped the hat glasses and mask from his head, revealing a familiar face, then pouted and sat down in the man's arms. The man puts down his glass of wine, and raises and lowers his hand on the woman. In no time at all, the two were frankly engaged in one of mankind's greatest projects. 10 minutes later, The woman was lying in the man's arms, her hand touching the man's chest. Honey, when are you going to help me take down the Su family? I've seen enough of those trash for them a long time ago. The man laughed. Don't worry, it'll be quick. The woman was a bit disgruntled. How many times have you said that? How many times have I helped you? And you've been this perfunctory every time. The man said. Isn't it true that you never had the chance to enter the Su family and take on everyone in the Su family? Do you want the Su family and not have to kill everyone in one fell swoop? The woman suddenly remembered something. Right, Su Xiaoping will be getting married soon, and Su Xiaoping has been wanting to wake up that mother of his. You can totally use this opportunity to enter the Su family and save that stinky Fang Yi from waking up. By then the Su family will definitely be very grateful to you, and I'll invite you to attend Su Xiaoping's wedding at that time. In this way, by that time, all of the Su family's friends and relatives will all be there, so you can get down and control everyone in the Su family. The man was instantly delighted. A good plan indeed, but I can't do it myself. You're still needed for this. What do you want me to do? The woman asked. The man pulled a special wooden box out of the table. These things you keep. What's this? The woman opened the box curiously. It was all filled with tiny particles, each with a black worm that looked like a flea. It was so dense that it made one's head spin to see it. The man said, this thing is the compulsion that was successfully experimented on Fan Yi. All you have to do is wait until the day of the wedding and put all of this into the drinks. In this way, all of them in the Su family will become puppets just like that Fan Yi. At that time, the entire Su family will be controlled. And in the future, you will become the master of the Su family and the lobby master of Xiangxi. The woman frowned. Ah, they're all the same as Fan Yi, won't that be obvious? The man said. Don't worry, I've already improved this stuff. The effect won't be the same as Fang Yi's anymore. They'll all be as normal people. Their bodies won't have any problems. The woman was relieved. After putting her things away, she took the initiative and mounted the man's body. Half an hour later, the woman left the room fully dressed and wrapped, watching the woman's back as she leaves. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. The Su family, all wait to become my sustenance. The man met with Lin Si Ran and the woman one after another, thinking he was doing it secretly. But he didn't know that all of this was seen by a man in black. Chapter 176. In the meantime, Su family villa. 11 quickly found Yifeng. It's a message back from the second brother. 11 handed a thick stack of information and photos to Yifeng. Yifeng carefully read through all the information, his brows frowning deeply. It seems that this snake gang is really extraordinary. There are actually so many forces just in the Dragon Kingdom. Give these to Long Aotian. He should know what to do. 11 nodded before adding. In addition, Lin Siren went to meet the snake gang's dark ghost. How do you see her handling it? After Yifeng looked at the information about Lin Si Ran and the Lin family, I'll ask my cousin what he thinks. 11 nodded. In addition, this Su family's Su Tianyu's wife, Lu Hui, actually colluded with that dark ghost and plotted to prepare to lay hands on the Su family at Su Xiaoping's wedding. And Fang Yi's body is also the work of this man. Yi Feng's eyes were slightly chilled when he heard this. Seek death. I'll kill her? 11's body was filled with killing intent. Yi Feng, however, shook his head and said, no need, don't move her first. She is a person of the dark ghost. Let the brothers check out all the people that this dark ghost has privately fostered in Pingchuan, and finally be able to eliminate them all. In addition, we can't explain to the Su family if we just kill her, and we have to let this matter personally be exposed to the Su family and everyone else. 11 nodded. Got it. Not long after 11 had just left, Su Xiaoping arrived at the villa. Yifeng also took the opportunity to ask Su Xiaoping about Su Xiaoping's mother. Su Xiaoping didn't have any reservations and told Yifeng about his mother's illness a few years ago. After Yifeng heard this, he said, it just so happens that Yaoshi is a great doctor. From the medicine god valley. Let her give Auntie a look. Su Xiaoping was instantly overjoyed. His mother had been very ill for many years and had not been able to wake up. He and his father had tried everything they could think of, but it has never been possible to cure my mother's illness. And now that he was about to get married, the only wish in his heart was for his mother to wake up and be able to witness his wedding. Now Yifeng also said that Yaoshi was also a great doctor, and was also from the legendary medicine god valley. He was naturally thrilled beyond belief. He was naturally aware of the great name of the pill god valley. Back then, when their mother fell ill and sought medical treatment all over the place to no avail, they also tried to attempt to seek out the medicine god valley. However, the Su family was just an ordinary family that had no access to the martial arts world, let alone an ancient sect with a long heritage like the Pill God Valley. Really? Sister-in-law, are you really from Medicine God Valley? That's great. Trouble sister-in-law. Su Xiaoping's call of sister-in-law made Yaoshi's heart blossom. A quick nod. You're welcome, cousin. Soon, several people arrived at Su Xiaoping's mother's room. Seeing Fang Yi's state, Yao Shi and Yi Feng's brows were furrowed. Yi Feng's own medical skills were not weak, so he naturally saw that Fang Yi's current state was very poor. Sister-in-law, please. Su Xiaoping looked at Yao Shi somewhat nervously. Yao Shi nodded and began to check Fang Yi's body. After an inspection, Yao Shi's frown deepened. Su Xiaoping hurriedly asked, Sister-in-law, my mother Shi. Yao Shi was just about to speak, but she saw Yi Feng giving her a wink. She instantly understood Yi Feng's meaning. Said, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's not a big problem, and I still need to think of a specific treatment. These words made Su Xiaoping somewhat incredulous. Really? Then can I get my mother to wake up when I get married? Yao Shi's gaze subconsciously looked toward Yi Feng. She had just checked Fang Yi's body, and Fang Yi's physical condition was so poor that she was feeling a little tricky. Yi Feng opened his mouth. Don't worry, with Yao Shi's medical skills, she will definitely be able to make Auntie wake up and be able to witness your wedding. When he received Yi Feng's definite answer, Su Xiaoping immediately bowed towards Yi Feng and Yao Shi in excitement. Thank you cousin, thank you sister-in-law. Yi Feng patted Su Xiaoping's shoulder and said, it's all been said, we're family, no need to be so polite. By the way, when did you and your younger siblings meet? Yi Feng pretended to ask without thinking. Su Xiaoping replied back, Si Ran and I were college classmates. We met when we were in college. I observed that my sister-in-law is well-read and sensible, so it seems that she is not the daughter of an ordinary family, right? Speaking of Lin Si Ran, Su Xiaoping's eyes were full of tenderness. Yes, her family was previously from the Pingchuan Lin family, but then the family fell apart and both of her parents passed away, so now she's the only one left in her family. It looks like you love him. The love in Su Xiaoping's eyes was even stronger. Well, we fell in love at first sight at the university, and we've been together ever since. I like her a lot, and she likes me a lot too. Yi Feng nodded. Then congratulations. When the time comes, cousin will give you a big gift. While several people were talking, Lin Si Ran walked in from outside. When Su Xiaoping saw Lin Si Ran, he immediately grabbed Lin Si Ran's hand in excitement. Si Ran, you're back. I have good news for you. My mother will wake up soon. Just now, my sister-in-law said that she was able to cure my mother's illness and wake her up, so that she would be able to witness our wedding at that time. Lin Si Ran immediately pretended to be shocked and looked at Yao Shi. Really? Sister-in-law? Yao Shi nodded, thinking that Lin Si Ran did not believe it. Su Xiaoping spoke again. Cousin just said that sister-in-law is a divine doctor of the Medicine God Valley. Upon hearing the words Pill God Valley, Lin Si Ran was immediately startled. She had naturally heard of the Pill God Valley's great name, knowing that the Medicine God Valley was a powerful sect in the Western Hunan martial arts world, knowing that the Medicine God Valley has countless miraculous doctors and has taken all the world's famous medicines. She had felt that Yi Feng and Yao Shi and the others were not ordinary before, and she did not expect Yao Shi to actually come from the Pill God Valley. Lin Si Ran immediately grabbed Yao Shi's hand in excitement. Sister-in-law, can you really have a way to cure Xiaoping's mother? She was really excited at the moment because she clearly knew that the problems that had occurred in Fang Yi's body were all done by the people of the Snake Gang. To be precise, what was on Fang Yi was still something his parents controlled. Back then, their Lin family controlled the largest pharmaceutical company in Pingchuan City, and their parents also knew some of the long-inherited compulsion techniques of Western Hunan. Then the company was infiltrated and closed down by the Snake Gang, and his parents were taken abroad by the Snake Gang, and she was forced to join the Snake Gang at that time in order to keep her parents alive. She knew that the Snake Gang's people were going to go after the Su family, plus she had just met and fallen in love with Su Xiaoping. For this reason she then volunteered to take on this task, trying to stop the Snake Gang from hurting the Su family. But in order to restrain her, the Snake Gang actually put parasites in Su Xiaoping's mother's body, and she couldn't stop it or tell the Su family about it. For this reason, she has been suffering internally for several years. But she really likes Su Xiaoping and really wants to be with him. For this reason, she had been preventing any Snake Gang members from coming near the Su family for the past few years. At the same time, she was also looking around for relationships and connections, wanting to develop and grow her own strength, so that when the time came to go against the Snake Gang, she would even be able to exterminate the entire Snake Gang and save her parents. But naturally, she was alone, and the only people she could find were worldly people. And she was unable to fight against the mysterious and powerful Snake Gang. And now Yao Shi's appearance gave her a glimmer of hope. If Yao Shi was really able to cure Su Xiaoping's mother, she would have one less moment of torment inside. At the same time, she could also tell the Snake Gang's people about this news, so that the Snake Gang's people would be jealous. After all, Pill God Valley was a powerful martial arts sect that had a great reputation in the Dragon Kingdom. The Snake Gang probably wouldn't dare to mess with it. Even, she could use the relationship that Yao Shi was Yi Feng's girlfriend to get the Snake Gang to let her parents go. so that the family would be out of the snake gang's control was not a bad idea. Yes. Yao Shi nodded. Lin Si-ran was suddenly excited and bowed towards Yao Shi repeatedly. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Seeing that Lin Si-ran was even more excited than Su Xiaoping made Yao Shi a bit puzzled, and Yi Feng opened his mouth. Let's come out first and let Yao Shi give Auntie a good checkup. Xiaoping, you stay and properly introduce Yao Shi to Auntie's condition. Yao Shi saw Yi Feng giving her a look and she instantly understood. Cousin, tell me about Auntie all these years. Su Xiaoping nodded his head excitedly. Chapter 177. Yi Feng's several people went out of the villa. Lin Si-ran was still incredibly nervous about taking a step or three. Yi Feng said towards Lin Si-ran, come on, let's find a quiet place and talk about you. Lin Si-ran looked at Yi Feng with some confusion. Yi Feng spat out a few words. Snakes, insects and rats. Lin Si-ran's face changed drastically. Incredibly frightened and defensive, he stared at Yi Feng. The hand also unconsciously grabbed a wooden box in his pocket. Yi Feng laughed. Let's go. That thing of yours is useless to me. After saying that, Yi Feng left the villa on his own. Lin Si-ran looked at Yi Feng's back as he left, his face complex to the extreme. But in the end, it still followed Yi Feng's footsteps. Soon, the two arrived at Yi Feng's villa. 11 has been waiting here for a long time. Boss, this is information on the Lin family. On the table, there was a stack of information and photos. Yi Feng sat on the sofa and began to look through the information and photos. Lin Si-ran, who followed in behind her, was even more horrified to the extreme when she saw those materials and photos. These things are all information about their Lin family. What horrified her most was that the people in the photo were, in fact, her parents, and not just an old photo from before, but the most recent one. Who the hell are you people? Lin Si-ran looked at Yi Feng and 11 with incomparable nervousness. She suspected that Yi Feng and 11 were from the snake gang, and were still at the top. How else would you have a picture of your parents now? Yi Feng, however, did not reply and continued to look at the contents of the information carefully. 11, however, stood quietly, like a loyal guard. After a long time, Yi Feng put down the information in his hands. He looked up at Lin Si-ran. Do you know the sin? Along with Yi Feng's words, an aura that was strong to the extreme locked onto Lin Si-ran. Lin Si-ran only felt as if she was being pressurized by a Tarzan, causing her to directly sit down on the ground, trembling all over. You're the top of the snake gang? Lin Si-ran looked at Yi Feng with incomparable nervousness. Yi Feng didn't admit or deny it, but casually threw a token in front of Lin Si-ran. When Lin Si-ran saw this token, his heart went completely cold. Yi Feng spoke. Now I'll give you a chance to directly kill Fan Yi and then take the Su family under complete control. I can spare your parents' lives. Remember, tonight is your last chance. Besides, Dark Ghost will step in and help you. There's only one chance. After saying that, Yi Feng left with 11. Lin Si-ran sat paralyzed and froze for a long time. Only after that did he slowly get up and walk away. Just after leaving the gate of the villa, a Su family servant hurriedly ran over. Ms. Si-ran, there's a foreigner outside who says he's a friend of yours. Lin Si-ran remained frozen in place. The inner torment was extreme at the moment. Not far away, Yi Feng and 11 eyed everything. Boss, what do you think she'll do? Yi Feng said. I don't know. Everything depends on her. This was actually a setup Yi Feng had set up for Lin Si-ran. A setup to test Lin Si-ran. The first time they saw Lin Si-ran earlier, the two of them had detected that Lin Si-ran was unusual. 11 also investigated first about Lin Si-ran. Through the investigation of the Lin family, Yi Feng also knew that back then, the Lin family's company was infiltrated by the Snake Gang, and in the end, it was completely reduced to a money-making tool for the Snake Gang. Later, the Snake Gang's use of the Lin family company to make money was so unbridled that it attracted the attention of the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom, who stepped in and seized the Lin family company. The Lin family is considered to be a complete failure. Unfortunately, the people from the Snake Gang also got the news in advance at that time, and took Lin Si-ran's parents away first, took them abroad, and created the illusion of the two committing suicide. Officials at that time also did not know that it was the people of the Snake Gang who put the Lin family in control, and announced to the public that the Lin family company had done something illegal, and that Lin Si-ran's parents had both committed suicide to avoid the crime. And this information was not something that Yi Feng had found out from the officials, but through the mouths of the Snake Gang, and all of this information is attributed to Yi Er. Previously, when the Snake Gang had approached them, Yi Feng had given Yi Er an order to find the Snake Gang. Yi Er had also followed the trail in the past few days and found a secret base of the Snake Gang in Southeast Asia, wiping out most of the Snake Gang's people. And in that base, Yi Er also found many people with special talents like Lin Si-ran's parents. Through the mouths of a few senior members of the Snake Gang, He learned of all the schemes of the Snake Gang and the Dragon Kingdom over the years, including scheming against the Su family. Yifeng knew all this and had just asked Su Xiaoping for his opinion again. Learned that Su Xiaoping loved Lin Siren. He could also see that Lin Siran seemed to love Su Xiaoping as well. Plus Lin Siran had been protecting the Su family all these years and had not let the Snake Gang get their hands on them. He decided to give Lin Siran a chance to redeem herself. As for whether or not Lin Sanity will redeem itself, that's up to Lin Sanity herself. Miss Lin? The maid couldn't help but remind Lin Siran once again when she saw her days. There's a foreigner outside who says he's looking for you. It was only then that Lin Siran reacted. She nodded. Got it. The maid turned to leave. In the distance, Yifeng and Eleven's gazes became a little cold. 11 was more than ready to do it. But it was at this time. Lin Siran, however, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened her mouth to shout towards the servant. Let him go. The maid was a bit puzzled, but she didn't dare to go against the words of this future daughter-in-law of the Su family. After the maid left, Lin Siran looked like she had made some kind of decision. Hurriedly, he ran towards Su Xiaoping's family villa, but run to the door. She snapped and stopped again. Another sharp turn came to a corner outside the window of Feng Yi's room. Through the window, Su Xiaoping was seen explaining something to Yaoshi in detail. Lin Siran couldn't stop her tears from slipping. After staring at Su Xiaoping in the room for a long time, she seemed to have made up her mind of some sort. Mechanically, he left the villa. Looking at Lin Siran's back as she left, Yifeng and 11's mouths both showed a hint of a smile. Go follow her. Understood. After 11 left, Yifeng came to Su Xiaoping's house, and Su Xiaoping also came out of his room with Yao Shi at the moment. Seeing Su Xiaoping's agitated face, Yifeng was somewhat unable to bear to tell him all this now, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell Su Xiaoping about it. After all, Su Xiaoping likes Lin Siran. Lin Siran made her own choice, and she needs Su Xiaoping to make her own choice as well. Cousin, where is Siran? Seeing Yifeng come alone, Su Xiaoping was a bit puzzled. Just now Yao Shi had told him once again with certainty that his mother's illness could be cured. He was very excited and wanted to tell Lin Siran this news at the first opportunity. Yifeng said. She said that a doctor she hired has arrived. She'll be back in a while. Su Xiaoping had no doubts. Yifeng casually handed another elixir to Yao Shi. Give this medicine to your aunt and uncle. Yao Shi nodded. Good. Chapter 178. Plus the other side. Lin Siran was just about to go out of the villa's front door when she saw the Su family and a bunch of other people flanking the dark ghost walking in, and Lu Hui was also beside her. When Lu Hui saw Lin Siran, she even went forward and said, Siran, what's wrong with you? Dr. George came all the way from abroad to treat your mother-in-law. Why don't you even let him in? Lin Siran's face changed slightly, but she still said, Cousin Yaoshi's sister-in-law has already seen my mother-in-law, and she's able to cure her, so there's no need to bother outsiders. Lu Hui retorted, how can Dr. George be an outsider? Dr. George is the top foreign miracle doctor. He came here to treat our family members in his busy schedule, and you actually turned people away. Lin Siran also retorted, there's no need. Cousin Yaoshi's wife will cure her mother-in-law. Yao Shi, she knows medicine? Su Tianxiang asked. Lin Siran nodded. Cousin Yaoshi's wife is from the Medicine God Valley. She has just shown Grandma. She said she can cure her. The three words Pill God Valley immediately caused everyone to be startled. The great name of the Pill God Valley was naturally well known to them all. It was a martial arts sect with an ancient heritage in their western Hunan province. They had tried to look for a powerful ancient sect like the Pill God Valley before, but they were unable to find anyone from the Pill God Valley at all. I didn't realize that Yaoshi was actually someone from the Pill God Valley, and both Lu Hui and Dark Ghost were shocked. They were also all well aware of the great name of the Pill God Valley. The two of them also didn't expect that Yaoshi was actually someone from the Pill God Valley. This made the two men feel a crisis. If Yaoshi was really someone from the Pill God Valley, then she would definitely be able to see the condition on Feng Yi. If Feng Yi was rescued and awakened, then all their plans would be lost. Lu Hui also reacted quickly and immediately retorted, impossible. Yaoshi is just a little girl. How could she be from the Pill God Valley? You must have been tricked. Su Tianxiang was actually somewhat in disbelief as well, and also opened his mouth to ask, Siran, are you really sure that Yaoshi is someone from the Pill God Valley? Lin Siran said, I'm not sure about the specifics. It was cousin Yifeng who said that Yaoshi is a doctor from the Medicine God Valley. Lu Hui immediately said, hear that. Whether or not that Yaoshi is really someone from the Pill God Valley is not determined at all. It's just what that Yifeng kid said. Second brother, you guys are really too. That Yifeng kid, we still don't understand what he really is. And you guys dare to take the risk of letting them treat your sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law's illness has seen countless doctors and physicians over the years. and none of them have been able to cure it. Do you think it's possible for a guy who doesn't even know anything about it to say that his girlfriend is from the Medicine God Valley? Do you guys think that's possible? The crowd of Su family members were also silent. Yes, Fong Yi's situation. They know better than anyone. For so many years, the Su family has been around to seek medical advice, searching for many famous doctors at home and abroad, but did not have the slightest solution to Fong Yi's condition. Now that Yifeng had suddenly come to the Su family and said that his girlfriend was a divine doctor of the Pill God Valley, this was indeed a bit unbelievable. When Lu Hui saw that the Su family was silent, she hurriedly reminded Su Tianxiong, "Second brother, hurry up and check on your sister-in-law. Don't get cured." Su Tianxiong nodded and hurriedly ran towards his home. The crowd followed suit. Lin Ran was ready to stop the dark ghost, but Lu Hui beat him to it. "Dr. George, please come in with us and go and see my sister-in-law." The dark ghost did not refuse, and followed the crowd to the villa. Yao Shi had also just given Fong Yi the elixir given by Yifeng. As a result, at this time, Su Tianxiong and the others rushed in. Su Xiaoping hurriedly said, "Dad, you're back, and it just so happens that I have some good news to tell you." Su Tianxiong, however, ignored the agitated Su Xiaoping and instead looked at Fong Yi on the hospital bed. After seeing that Fong Yi was unharmed, he was slightly relieved. Only then did he turn his head to look at Yao Shi. "Miss Yao Shi, are you really from the Pill God Valley?" Yao Shi nodded. "Yes, uncle. My father is the Valley Master of the Pill God Valley." Just after Yao Shi's words were finished, Lu Hui's contemptuous laughter came from the doorway. "Oh, you really know how to put gold on your own face, but also someone from the Medicine God Valley. And also your father is the Valley Master of the Medicine God Valley. Do you know what kind of existence the Medicine God Valley is? If you're the daughter of the Pill God Valley's master, then I'm still the mom of the Fifth Kingdom's monarch." As soon as Lu Hui said this, 11, who had followed behind, was ready to strike and kill Lu Hui on the spot, but he was stopped by a gesture from Yifeng. Yao Shi, however, coldly swept a glance at Lu Hui. "Whether or not I'm a member of the Pill God Valley doesn't need to be questioned by others, especially you." Just a glance made Lu Hui feel an unprecedented pressure coming across her, and the dark ghost on the side's face also changed. This aura of Yao Shi made him also instantly judge that Yao Shi was a martial artist and was very strong. This also made him completely certain that this Yao Shi was most likely still really someone from the Pill God Valley. Even if it wasn't, the status was definitely unusual. This caused his heart to panic a little. If Yao Shi was really someone from the Pill God Valley, could he tell what he had done inside Fong Yi's body? Yao Shi also didn't pay any more attention to Lu Hui, but instead pulled out a token from her bosom. "This is the token of my Medicine God Valley. No one can fake this." When Su Tianxiong saw this token, his body couldn't help but tremble. It was something he had once seen in the house of a big shot in Shijiang. That big shot had an old relationship with the Pill God Valley, and the Pill God Valley had given him a token, with which he could make the Pill God Valley strike once, and that token was exactly the same as this one in Yao Shi's hand. "Are you really from the Medicine God Valley?" Su Tianxiong's voice was trembling a little, and his speech was a little sloppy. He was thrilled, because Yao Shi was from the Pill God Valley, then his wife Fong Yi would be saved. Yao Shi nodded and said, "Yes, uncle, you are an elder, so you don't need to address me like that. Just call me by my name." Su Tianxiong shook his head repeatedly and said, No, this can't be a bad etiquette. Pill God Valley is supreme in the eyes of us secular families." Yao Shi also said, "Uncle, since you have said that you can't break the etiquette, this is the Su family. We have to talk about the etiquette of the Su family. You are my elder." Yifeng opened his mouth. "Uncle, Yao Shi is right. This is the Su family. We have to talk about the etiquette of the Su family. You are the elder. You can't break the etiquette." Yifeng opened his mouth, and only then did Su Tianxiong nod his head. "In that case, I'll take the liberty. Nephew-in-law, how is your aunt and uncle doing? Si Ran said you were able to cure your aunt and uncle?" Yao Shi nodded. "Auntie is actually not sick, but has been poisoned by parasites." The moment Yao Shi's words left his mouth, both Lu Hui and Dark Ghost's complexion changed at the same time, and the Su family's group was all startled. Chapter 179. Compulsion? Su Tianxiong was shocked. Yao Shi nodded. "Yes, an extremely powerful parasite was implanted in Auntie's body, devouring Auntie's qi and blood, which caused Auntie to become in this state now." "Then do you have a way to cure it?" Su Tianxiong asked nervously. Yao Shi nodded and said, "Yes, just now I have already given Auntie medicine. It won't take long before I am able to control that parasite so that it will no longer harm Auntie's body. When the parasites are forced out of Auntie's body, Auntie will be able to wake up by then, and with some subsequent careful conditioning, she will be able to recover as before." Well, great. Su Tianxiong was shaking a little with excitement. His wife, who had been suffering from this disease for many years without success, was finally able to be cured. Yifeng deliberately opened his mouth at this time and asked, "Uncle, does the Su family have any enemies? Or did you guys offend someone before? Otherwise, why would someone put such tactics on Auntie? And they're using Auntie's body to harbor the parasites. And when the parasites are strong, they'll devour all of the Su family, using the Su family's bodies as nourishment." Yifeng's words caused Su Tianxiong and the Su family's faces to change. If it was really as Yifeng had said, then the mind of the person who had placed the parasites could be described as malicious. Su Tianxiong said, "I've offended quite a few people over the years, but I don't seem to have offended anyone who knows such evil arts. Nephew-in-law, since you are able to tell that your aunt was parasitized, can you find the person who placed this parasite?" Su Tianxiong asked again. Yao Shi said, "I can't tell this, but if it's not too bad, this kind of parasite is usually a daughter and mother. The mother should be controlled by the person who placed the poison. As long as the daughter inside Auntie's body is captured, it will autonomously search for the mother, and then we will be able to find the person who placed the parasite." Yao Shi's words immediately caused both Dark Ghost and Lu Hui's faces to change, because what Yao Shi said was true. What they had implanted in Fang Yi's body was indeed the daughter worm, and the mother worm was in control of the Dark Ghost. And it's true that the daughter bugs will seek out the mother bugs on their own after they are separated from their hosts. Now, if the sub-insects in Fang Yi's body were really caught out, then they would be completely exposed. When the time comes, the Su family will definitely not let them go. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Hui became anxious. Hurriedly speaking, he said, "Second brother, you can't listen to this little girl. She is a liar. Also, she knows so much. Maybe this compulsion is from them. Second sister-in-law has been sick for so many years, and our Su family has searched for as many famous doctors as we can find for second sister-in-law. But all of them have been unable to do anything about second sister-in-law's illness. But on the contrary, when they just came, they were able to see second sister-in-law's condition and were able to solve it with ease, which must not lead to suspicion that the parasites were placed by them, and the purpose was to plot against our Su family's assets." Saying that, Lu Hui suddenly pretended to be in a daze. "Oh, I see. This compulsion was placed by you. It must be because you knew that our Su family is the richest in Pingchuan, and you wanted to seek our Su family's assets. So you designed to become Su Qingye's child, so that you would be able to follow her into our Su family in name only, so that you would be able to get our Su family's shares. In order for you to be able to gain the trust of our Su family, so you deliberately placed a compulsion on Fang Yi's body before, and then you will unleash the compulsion, so that you will be able to completely gain the trust of our Su family, and you will also make our Su family grateful to you, recognize you. In this way, you will become our Su family's people, and after that, you will utilize this parasite to lay your hands on all of our Su family, and by then, the entire Su family will be under your control." As soon as Lu Hui's words left her mouth, the people on the scene who were affiliated with Lu Hui's side agreed. Previously, Lu Hui had approached them, saying that Su Qingya and the others had suddenly returned because they wanted to plot against the Su family's assets. Now all of them almost possessed the shares of the Su family group, and they had a sizable income every year. But if Yifeng and the others returned to the Su family, then they would definitely share the shares of the Su family, so their income would be much less. They had all been planning to wait for tonight's banquet to object to this. Now that they heard Lu Hui say so, they all felt that this was the way things were. That's right, the fact that these people know so much means that this compulsion was placed by them. They just want to plot against my Su family's assets. In fact, not only the people on Lu Hui's side felt that this matter was just like that, even many people in the Su family's direct lineage felt that what Lu Hui said made sense at the moment. After all, Fang Yi had been sick for several years, and the Su family had searched for countless people, but all of them were unable to do anything about it. But now when Yifeng and the others came, they were able to tell that Fang Yi had been parasitized, and they also know so much about compulsion. This made them doubt the purpose of Yifeng and the others. Yifeng and Yao Shi, on the other hand, were bland. Yifeng had just deliberately said that. He wanted to use this opportunity to lead Lu Hui to say those words. For one thing, he could poke Lu Hui. Secondly, he wanted to see what this Su family was all about. Incidentally, they also looked to see if these brothers of their mothers would suspect them and ostracize her because of this incident. This is considered a test for his Su family, because it was about the subsequent attitude he had towards the Su family. Hearing that the people around him were encouraged by Lu Hui's words, Su Tianxiong's face suddenly chilled. Angrily, he shouted, "Shut up all of you! Yao Shi, as the divine doctor of the medicine god Valley, is able to see what could be wrong with the condition of my wife's body?" Lu Hui continued to speak. "Second brother, I know that you're heartbroken for your sister-in-law. Your heart is anxious. And you're sick and desperate. So that's why you've fallen prey to these crooks. What kind of existence is the Pill God Valley? How can these people be from the Pill God Valley? They're just liars. Su Tianxiang instantly became furious. Put your mother's fart. Although I've never seen anyone from the Pill God Valley. This token is the actual token of the Pill God Valley. That's right. Lu Hui. Shut up. How can you doubt third sister's child? Su Tianyu also spoke up, feeling that his daughter-in-law was a bit strange today. The crowd of people from the Su family's direct lineage also nodded their heads, all choosing to believe Yifeng and Yao Shi. Seeing this, Lu Hui immediately pretended to be incomparably aggrieved as she looked at Su Tianxiang and Su Tianyu. Everything I did was for the sake of our Su family, and you guys actually don't believe me. You actually believe in a few liars. They're here to plot the assets of the Su family. After saying that, Lu Hui reddened her eyes and was ready to leave. She could also see now that Su Tianxiang was determined to believe in Yifeng and the others, and she couldn't plant Yifeng and the others. I'm afraid I'll be exposed if I keep messing around. So while she was at it, she was able to leave in anger. We'll plot against the Su family when the time comes. But just at this time, an angry shout came from outside. He, it's really laughable. What kind of existence is my son, that he would plot against this meager asset of the Su family? When everyone turned their heads, they saw Su Qingya Du Jiangmo and his wife and two old ancestors as well as Su Tianhong and his wife, the six of them, coming together. The one who opened her mouth was none other than Su Qingya, who was full of anger. Chapter 180. Just now, Lu Hui's words were heard by Su Qingya. She was really angry. Yifeng was not only a son to her, but also a lifesaver. Yifeng not only saved the couple's lives, but more importantly helped them find their long-lost daughter. For Yifeng, she had already treated him as her own son. But now Lu Hui actually slandered Yifeng as coming to plot against the Su family's assets. What kind of person was her son Yifeng? That was the world-famous monarch of the Fifth Kingdom, the Yi Xiaoluo who had suppressed the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Yifeng's wealth was not at all understandable by common sense. Previously, she had overheard Yi Er and the others say that the assets of the Fifth Kingdom could now be more than even the Dragon Kingdom. A man of such wealth, a man of unrivaled power, would plot against the meager assets of the Su family? It's as if the richest man in the world would be thinking about the small amount of money in a beggar's bowl. This is the biggest joke in the world. Seeing Su Shiming and the others coming, all the people also didn't dare to speak. Su Qingya walked up and stared at Lu Hui. Old fourth daughter-in-law, if you have a problem with us coming back, you can say so explicitly. There's no need to slander my son and daughter-in-law. Also, we're only coming back this time to see our family, and we won't want any of the Su family's assets. In my son's eyes, this asset of the Su family is not even as much as the amount of money he spends in a minute. Seeing his mother so stern, Yifeng couldn't help but give his mother a thumbs up. Pretty words can be said by anyone. Hell knows what's in the heart. Lu Hui was very disdainful. Su Qingya laughed coldly. Oh, it's really ridiculous. My son as. Su Qingya was just about to say Yifeng's identity when Su Shiming spoke. Come on, we're all family. What's the point of bickering like this? Today is a day for our Su family to reunite. So don't mention any of this crap to me, anyone. Saying this, Su Shiming swept those present from Lu Huinyang's family and coldly said, remember, the assets of the Su family are the Su family's, and it is not for you to argue about. You've been raised by the Su family all these years. The Su family has treated you well enough, and you're still arguing endlessly here. What? Do you want us, the Su family, to give you all our assets? All of them bowed their heads at once. It was true that after the Su family's business was up and running, it also gave them a lot of benefits, and every year there would be a large amount of dividends, and many of them worked in the Su family's company, and were also able to get a decent salary. Admittedly, this kind of thing would be impossible in any family, but the Su family's old man was charitable and kind, and he took great care of his several daughters-in-law's maiden families. Su Tianhong also continued to speak. That's right, the affairs of my Su family are made by my Su family itself. My little sister's children are my Su family's nephews, and my Su family's property will naturally have a share of them. Anyone who dares to say another word, then don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Just get the hell out of the Su family. Su Tianxiang also spoke up. That's right, after so many years, how has our Su family ever treated you guys poorly? And now that my little sister and her children have returned, and haven't gotten anything yet, you guys can't wait to object? What's the matter? Do you want to revolt? Su Tianyu also spoke up. Big brother and second brother are right. The heads of the crowd bowed even lower. The Su family's attitude made Yifeng very satisfied, while Lu Hui was a bit upset. You guys are really unloading. Don't forget, the reason why your Su family was able to rise so quickly was who helped you. Without my Lu family's help, would you be able to achieve such a position? Su Shiming also smiled coldly. It's
It's true that your Lu family has helped us quite a bit, but I'm afraid the benefits that our Su family has returned to you over the years are more than 100 times more than that, right? Look at these people. Which one of them is not planted by your Lu family? How much money do they have to take away every year? How many benefits do they take away? And how many things has the Su family smoothed out for them over the years? Do you not know enough to be insatiable? Lu Hui retorted. That's what we deserve. Besides, we Lu family members have done a lot for the company and for the Su family over the years. Your Lu family's people work for the Su family. What have they done? Did they eat and drink every day? Or did they cause trouble? Others aside, let's just talk about your incompetent brother. He's being raised by the Su family every day, taking the Su family's money to go around eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, fighting and causing trouble. Tell me, how many times has the Su family wiped your brother's ass for him over the years? Lu Hui had no words to retort, directly changed the subject, pointing at Yifeng and Yao Shi. He said, then I'm doing this for the good of the Su family. These people could tell Feng Yi's condition as soon as they arrived. They must have something in their hearts. Su Tianxiong and the others were about to get angry when they saw that Lu Hui was still going to mess around. Yifeng saw that the fire was almost ready, and also took the initiative to stand out and said, alright grandpa, uncle, there's no need to argue on this matter. Since everyone doesn't believe us, let's let the facts speak for themselves, and see who actually put this parasite down. After saying that, Yifeng directly came to Feng Yi's bedside, and closed her fingers together and moved them gently upward over Feng Yi's body. Feng Yi, who was originally in a coma, opened her mouth violently. In the next instant, a black, fly-sized bug shot out of its mouth. The bug that flew out of Feng Yi's body, after spinning around in place, flew sharply towards Lu Hui. Lu Hui instantly panicked. Subconsciously, he hid behind Dark Ghost. Honey, help me. Lu Hui's behavior and words instantly caused everyone present to freeze. Everyone's face was filled with thick shock and disbelief. No one expected that the parasite actually flew towards Lu Hui. And even more unexpectedly, Lu Hui actually had a relationship with the Dark Ghost, especially Su Tianyu, whose face was written with thick unbelief. Dark Ghost also didn't expect that his compulsion was actually broken by Yifeng so easily. It was too late for him to think about anything more. With a movement of his hand, a wooden box appeared in his hand, and the parasite seemed to have been summoned by some sort of call, and flew into the wooden box in a hurry. I can't believe it's you. Su Tianxiang was instantly furious and charged towards the Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost didn't pretend anymore at this moment, and a strong aura burst out from his body. A strong aura instantly spread out, and at the same time, the Dark Ghost had an additional pistol emitting a cold light in his hand. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger on Su Tianxiang. Bang! The crisp sound of a gunshot instantly broke the dead silence of the scene. Su Tianxiang also froze in place, but just at this close call, Lin Xiran, who had been doing her inner game on the side, appeared in front of Su Tianxiang. A palm blasted out, sending that bullet flying. This sudden scene caused everyone at the scene to be startled once again, especially Su Xiaoping, who also stayed in place in an instant. How could he not expect that Lin Xiran, who had been in love with him for many years, was actually so powerful? Chapter 181 Passing the Test. Lin Xiran had stepped in and saved Su Tianxiang, which had shaken the Dark Ghost. Lin Xiran, you dare to betray us? Lin Xiran, however, didn't say much as his figure moved and rushed towards the Dark Ghost. The Dark Ghost saw this and snapped his fingers sharply. Bang bang bang. Several bullets in a row, coming towards Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran, however, did not dodge, and blasted out several palms in succession, blowing away all those bullets. The Su family members at the scene were all horrified to the extreme when they saw the scene. None of them had thought that Lin Xiran, a girl who looked virtuous and was a good girl in their eyes, was actually so powerful that she was actually able to shoot bullets away. The Dark Ghost was also annoyed at the sight of this. Lin Xiran, you're looking for death. Saying that, the Dark Ghost's figure suddenly began to grow. The suit on his body was instantly torn to shreds, and the whole person grew an entire circle. His body was as muscular as a brick, like a character from a certain movie. The fist that was as big as a bucket of water blasted at the surging Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran also didn't expect the Dark Ghost to actually have such a change, and she was too late to dodge. Lumpy takes a solid punch from Dark Ghost. The punch was full of force, and Lin Xiran was directly blown away several meters, solidly slamming into the wall. Whoa! A large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Xiran. When Su Xiaoping saw this, he was in a rage. He was about to rush over, but was pulled back by Su Tianxiang. When Lin Xiran heard Su Xiaoping shout, she turned her head and gave Su Xiaoping a rueful smile. Softly, she said, I'm sorry, Xiaoping, I lied to you. I'm sorry, I'll be your girlfriend in my next life. After saying that,
Lin Si-ran's face was filled with determination. A vast aura also suddenly erupted from his body, and it was as if some kind of prohibition had been unlocked in his body. The dark ghost that was preparing to charge over from afar saw this and his face changed. However, he was still relatively confident that he could defeat or kill Lin Si-ran. Roar! After letting out a roar like that of a wild beast, he charged towards Lin Si-ran. Lin Si-ran also transformed into a stream of light and brazenly attacked the dark ghost. A large and a small fist with completely different proportions clashed together fiercely. Bang! With a muffled sound, the dark ghost's body, which was as huge as a mountain, was even retreated several meters away by the impact. Lin Si-ran, on the other hand, did not move a muscle as his body moved once again and rushed towards the dark ghost. The dark ghost knew that he was no match for Lin Si-ran, and he didn't have time to think about anything more. With a movement of his body, he hurriedly grabbed Lu Hui and disappeared without a trace in a few jumps. Seeing this, Lin Si-ran did not go after the dark ghost again. Instead, he turned to look at Yifeng and Yao Shi, with a strong sense of killing intent and determination. In the next instant, Lin Si-ran's figure moved and shot towards Yifeng and 11. She wanted to kill Yifeng and 11. In the face of the shooting Lin Si-ran, 11 and Yifeng did not move at all. To the Su family, Yifeng and 11 seemed to be frozen in fear. Su Xiaoping hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, Si-ran, what are you doing? Stop it. But Lin Si-ran turned a deaf ear. She only had one thought at the moment. That was to kill Yifeng and 11, the two snake gang members. She had just made a choice within herself, knowing that she could not get rid of the snake gang's control with her own skills, nor could they save their parents. And if Yifeng wanted her to kill the Su family and take control of the Su family, she couldn't do it even more. The only thing she could do was to drive away the dark ghost before she died, and kill Yifeng and 11 to make the last bit of compensation for the Su family. It was the best chance of being able to redeem herself that she had just thought of. Stop it, Si-ran! Su Xiaoping roared frantically, trying to break free from his father's grip, but his father's grip was so tight that he couldn't break free, and he could only watch as Lin Si-ran rushed over. As for the Su family, they all stayed in place at this moment, because Lin Si-ran's aura was too strong, pressuring them so much that they couldn't move a bit at all. Everyone could only watch as Lin Si-ran killed Yifeng and 11. To say that the only people who were more calm at the scene were naturally Su Qingya and Du Jiangwo. The two knew Yifeng's identity and Yifeng's ability. Although he knew that Yifeng was very powerful, he was still a bit nervous inside. After all, they had never witnessed Yifeng's ability with their own eyes either. The shocking scene of Lin Si-ran and the Dark Ghost's fight just now had left them feeling extremely shocked and appalled. Facing Lin Si-ran, who was able to repel a terrifying monster like the Dark Ghost, they didn't know if Yifeng could beat Lin Si-ran. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Si-ran rushed to Yifeng and 11. The powerful fists, wrapped in unspeakably terrifying power, blasted towards Yifeng and 11's heads. Some people even closed their eyes in fear, unable to bear to see that cruel scene. Just when everyone thought that Yifeng and 11 might get their heads blown off by Lin Si-ran, however, he was shocked to find that Lin Si-ran's fist strangely stopped less than 10 centimeters away from in front of Yifeng and 11. In front of Yifeng and 11, there seemed to be a wall of air that could not be seen or touched, blocking Lin Si-ran's fist. Lin Si-ran was also shocked at the moment. She didn't expect that Yifeng and 11's strength was actually so terrifying. Her all-out punch actually couldn't even break the defense of the two. She couldn't afford to think about anything more as the aura on her body surged once again. He wanted to detonate the forbidden system within himself and die with Yifeng and 11. Seeing this, Yifeng reached out and gently clicked his hand, and a golden finger on hurriedly disappeared into Lin Si-ran's body. The vast and furious chaotic breath in Lin Si-ran's body instantly quieted down, as if he had seen some terrifying nemesis. Lin Si-ran was once again shocked. What was in her body? Even she couldn't control it, but now it was actually easily smoothed out by Yifeng. Only then did Yifeng speak. You passed your test. Yifeng's words caused Lin Si-ran to freeze and look at Yifeng and 11 with some confusion. Yifeng said, "We are not from the Snake Gang, and what happened before was just a test I put you through. Your behavior pleases me, so your test is passed." Lin Si-ran was even more puzzled. While Yifeng didn't explain anything more, 11 on the side said, "I've investigated all your matters clearly, and your parents have been rescued by us, so I guess it won't be long before you can see your parents." Lin Si-ran was still a bit puzzled and looked at Yifeng and 11 with some disbelief. Yifeng could only speak helplessly. "What? Do you still want to kill this cousin of mine?" Hearing Yifeng call himself his cousin, Lin Si-ran instantly collapsed, her breath rapidly collapsing. Like a helpless child, he crouched on the ground and cried. At this moment, Su Xiaoping also finally broke free from his father and rushed to Lin Si-ran's side, holding her tightly in his arms. Seeing this, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This cousin of his own seems to be a love brain. Chapter 182, Making Choices. At this moment, the Su family were all a bit at a loss for words, somewhat unable to comprehend the current situation. Su Tianxiang also hurried over. Yi Feng, what's going on here? Yi Feng said. Your daughter-in-law should explain it all to you later. If Yi Feng didn't say anything, Su Tianxiang couldn't ask anything more. But just now, Yi Feng's easy defeat of Lin Ran made him realize that this nephew of his was definitely not an ordinary person either. As for the Su family, all of them were also nervously looking at Yi Feng and 11 at this moment. Just now, when Yi Feng faced that terrifying attack from Lin Ran, he actually didn't have the slightest fear, and easily defused Lin Ran's attack, which also made them understand. Yi Feng is a martial artist. It was an extremely powerful martial artist. Children, are you guys alright? Su Qingyao was a little worried as she grabbed Yi Feng and 11's hands and looked up and down, fearing that the two children would have any shortcomings. Yi Feng shook his head. It's fine, mother, don't worry. Children, you guys are martial artists? Su Shiming also came over trembling, looking at Yi Feng and 11 incredulously. Yi Feng nodded. Sort of. Good day, Grandpa. Yi Feng's this grandpa called Su Shiming's heart. Ha ha ha. Well. I didn't expect our Su family to have a martial artist one day. It's really God's blessing on my Su family. Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianhong also walked over. All of them looked at Yi Feng and 11 nervously and excitedly. In their minds, a martial artist was the supreme existence. They had never come into contact with a martial artist, and they had never thought that their two nephews were actually martial artists. Hello, great uncle. Hello, auntie. Yi Feng also greeted the two respectfully. From that moment when Su Shiming, Su Tianhong and the others defended their mother and themselves, Yi Feng was also considered to thoroughly recognize the Su family. Hey, okay. The two of them also responded with excitement in a rush, their tones filled with excitement. On the other side, under Su Xiaoping's pacification, Lin Siren gradually calmed down. Yi Feng also said towards Grandpa Su Shiming, Grandpa, gather all the direct lineages of our Su family and have a meeting. Yes. Su Shiming waved his big hand and drank towards everyone present. All direct Su family members, go to my villa. Remaining people, get back where you came from. From today onwards, the Su family will not be raising you bunch of white-eyed wolves anymore. Today things, let Su Shiming also completely see their own goodness, but became a sharp blade that almost killed his family. Lu Hui's betrayal also let him know completely that outsiders were after all outsiders, always thinking of annexing their Su family. Su Tianxiang also spoke. Someone come, break the legs of all these white-eyed wolves and throw them out. Anything they got from the Su family, give them back with interest. In an instant, several black-clothed men rushed in from outside and took away all the Lu family members present. Su Tianhong came to the side of Su Tianyu, who was still a bit disoriented, and comforted him. Let's go, old three. I'll ask the Lu family for an explanation for you in this matter. Lu Hui's betrayal was undoubtedly a big blow to Su Tianyu. He couldn't bear the result for a while. Soon, everyone converged on Su Shiming's villa as much as they could. Everyone didn't dare to open their mouths, and their gazes went to Yi Feng. Yi Feng laughed. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm the nephew of the Su family. From now on I'm also considered a part of the Su family. We're all family now. Yi Feng naturally said this to try and ease everyone's tension. However, the crowd was still a little nervous because of their awe of martial artists. Su Shiming spoke. Didn't you hear what my eldest grandson said? The crowd calmed down a little, and at this time, Yi Feng looked towards Lin Siren who had been curled up in Su Xiaoping's arms. Tell me about yourself. Lin Siren nodded her head before she opened her mouth to explain what happened to her. After Lin Siren had finished explaining everything, then he knelt in front of Su Shiming. I'm sorry, Grandpa. It's me who's sorry for the Su family. If you want to kill or punish me, I have no complaints. Everyone was silent. Neither thought that Lin Ran and Dark Ghost were actually both people from the Snake Gang. And what was even more unanticipated was that Fang Yi's matter was actually known to Lin Ran. Su Shiming's gaze went to Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, Grandpa, I checked the Lin family, and she was indeed forced to. In addition, I had someone follow her before. She is really loving towards the Su family. Towards Xiaoping I think we all know it well. You guys saw that scene just now. Of course, this matter still needs to be decided by you and Xiaoping and second uncle. Su Shiming nodded. For Lin Ran this granddaughter-in-law, he liked tight. Plus Lin family things he also more or less know some. Back then he also thought that the Lin family really did illegal and disorderly things, which led to the Lin family was completely seized. Lin Ran's parents afraid of crime to commit suicide. But after just listening to Lin Ran and Yi Feng's explanation, he realized that there was something else going on, and that Lin Ran was also forced. Although because of Lin Siren, causing Fang Yi to endure so many years of pain, he was actually still a little angry inside. But when he thought about how Lin Si Ran had just fought to the death to kill Yi Feng and 11, and then he thought about how Lin Si Ran had taken care of all of them in the past few years, and how she had taken care of Su Xiaoping. After he hesitated for a while, he finally turned his gaze to Su Tianxiong and Su Xiaoping. Tianxiong, Xiaoping, you are considered victims in this matter. It's better for you to decide for yourselves. Whatever the outcome is, it lies in yourselves. Su Tianxiong learned that his wife had suffered for so many years, all because of the people of the Snake Gang, and although Lin Si Ran knew about it, she didn't tell them, which made him more or less furious, but he also knew that this matter could not actually be blamed on Lin Si Ran, who was also considered a victim. It seemed a bit far-fetched to ask him to blame Lin Si Ran. Ultimately he also left the decision to his son. Xiaoping, it's better for you to decide this matter yourself. Su Xiaoping's mood at the moment was also extremely complicated. Keeping his head down, he didn't know what to think. After a long time, he looked at Lin Si Ran. Can you walk me out? Lin Si Ran nodded. Following Su Xiaoping, he left the villa. After Su Xiaoping and Lin Si Ran left the villa, Su Shiming looked at Yi Feng. Son, that dark spirit just left. Will this retaliate against us in the future? Now Su Shiming had learned that the Dark Ghost was a member of the Snake Gang, and that the Snake Gang had been scheming against their Su family, and now the Snake Gang scheme had been broken by Yi Feng. He was worried that the Dark Ghost would retaliate against the Su family. Yi Feng laughed. Don't worry, I'm just taking the initiative to let him go, so that he can contact the people he's fostered in Pingchuan, and then we'll eliminate them all together. Hearing this, Su Shiming was relieved. After a long time, Su Xiaoping and Lin Si Ran came back holding hands. The crowd all laughed when they saw this scene. Su Shiming also spoke up. From today onwards, Si Ran is our Su family's daughter-in-law, and from now on, all the things that happened before are a thing of the past. Everyone understood the meaning of Su Shiming's words. Su Tianhong also spoke. Let's go. Haitian house is ready. Today is the day for all of us in the Su family to reunite. Let's celebrate. Chapter 183, How Stupid. Just as all of the Su family members were heading to the Sea and Sky building, other side, after Dark Ghost and Lu Hui escaped the Su family, they returned to the hotel in a sorry state. Once inside the hotel, the Dark Ghost, already back to normal, smashed the TV with a single punch. Damn Lin Si Ran, how dare you betray the organization, and that ING scumbag, badgering me. Originally, what Dark Ghost had planned was that when Lin Si Ran and Su Xiaoping got married, he would have Lu Hui place a compulsion on the Su family's banquet, and by then he would have the entire Su family under his control. Then he would tell the people above the organization that Lin Si Ran betrayed the Snake Gang and he took down the Su family. And at that time the organization would definitely step in to exterminate Lin Si Ran and put themselves in control of the entire Su family. When the time comes, he will become the Snake Gang's hallmaster in Xiangxi. But what he never expected was that when things came to a critical moment, it was actually destroyed by Yi Feng. What was even more unexpected to him was that Lin Si Ran had actually struck out at him at a critical moment, to undo his plans. He knew that Lin Si Ran was a martial artist and had a terrifying power sealed inside her that didn't belong to her. At that time, when he saw that Lin Si Ran's bureau broke the seal and wanted to fight for his life, he knew that he was not Lin Si Ran's opponent and could only escape with Lu Hui. What should we do now? Lu Hui was also flustered. Now that her own identity had been blown, the Su family would definitely not forgive her. And now the only one she could rely on was the Dark Ghost. The Dark Ghost's vicious gaze looked at Lu Hui. He couldn't wait to directly eat Lu Hui alive. And there was a part of Lu Hui's responsibility for the failure of today's deed. But thinking about the Lu family behind Lu Hui, there was still some use for it. It was only then that he gave up on just killing Lu Hui. The accomplished waste of space. Dark Ghost said in a cold voice. Contact your Lu family members right away and tell your Lu family to go all out against the Su family, to make sure they don't have any spare time to come to us. Yes. Lu Hui nodded and hurriedly sent a message to her family. Dark Ghost, on the other hand, continued. I'll contact the people from the organization and ask them to send over experts to remove Lin Si Ran, the traitor. When the people from the organization arrive, they will definitely make those scumbags from the Su family die without a burial place. No need. We're already here. But just at this time, a voice as cold as hell suddenly came from the doorway of the room. The temperature in the entire room also dropped several degrees instantly. It made Dark Ghost and Lu Hui's bodies couldn't help but tremble. The two of them turned their heads to look, only to see two men in black appearing in the room like ghosts. The two men were all dressed in black with black robes and black cloth covering their faces, so they couldn't see their specific faces and couldn't recognize men and women, and all of them were emitting a strong cold aura on their bodies. Seeing these two people, the Dark Ghost's heart was startled. Hurriedly, he fell to his knees. Greetings to the right and left guardians. These two were no one else but the two guards of their Snake Gang's Dragon Kingdom Hallmaster. left and right guards. The left guardian looked down at the Dark Ghost. Dark Ghost, the organization sent you to assist Lin Siren to take control of the Su family. But now that several years have passed and you haven't made any progress at all, do you know your crime? The Dark Ghost was instantly terrified and kowtowed. My subordinate knows the crime. But this matter of the Su family, it's not that I don't want to take control of them. It's that traitor Lin Siren who has been unwilling to let me get close to the Su family. She even used the Hallmaster's token to order me, and I had to carry out the order. If she hadn't stopped me, I would have already taken control of the Su family. Also, today I was about to succeed in controlling the Su family. But I didn't expect that traitor Lin Siren to betray the organization. She protected the Su family and even made a move against me. The two men sniffed, and the chill on their bodies increased. What did you say? Lin Siren betrayed the organization? Dark Ghost hurriedly nodded. That's right. Not only did she stop me from striking out at the Su family today, she had to fight me to the death in order to protect the Su family. I was no match for her and managed to escape. I was just about to report this matter to the organization, but I didn't expect the two protectors to come. The auras on both the left and right protectors were somewhat overpowering. Stimulating the Dark Ghost body on the ground couldn't help but tremble, his teeth shaking uncontrollably at all. The Dark Ghost pointed at Lu Hui and said, "It's true. This is a member of the Su family that I control. She can testify." The left and right guardians looked at Lu Hui. Lu Hui was instantly frightened and hurriedly explained everything that happened at that moment. Both of them sniffed. Are you guys sure that woman named Yaoshi is really from the Pill God Valley? The two of them had come here on the orders of the Hall Master to unite with Zhang Zhongyuan to kill Yi Xiaoluo. Previously, Yi Xiaoluo had annihilated their southeastern hall, causing them to suffer heavy losses. The Ministry of War had also recently begun to severely investigate their snake gang's people in the Dragon Kingdom, causing their business to suffer quite a bit again. And just 2 days ago, one of their snake gang's gathering places in Southeast Asia was also wiped out by mysterious forces. Make their losses even worse. They suspected that this person who had destroyed their gathering place might be Yi Xiaoluo and the Dragon Kingdom War Department. For this reason, the top management of the Snake Gang conferred and had the two of them personally come to the Dragon Kingdom to unite with Zhang Zhongyuan and the others. After all, Zhang Zhongyuan and the others all had a blood feud with Yi Xiaoluo, and Yi Xiaoluo's extermination of the Zhang family was partly a favor from the War Ministry. Thus, this Zhang Zhongyuan and the others must have all hated Yi Xiaoluo and the War Ministry. They would then use this opportunity to unite with Zhang Zhongyuan to kill Yi Xiaoluo, allowing Zhang Zhongyuan to fight against the War Ministry once again. This way they would not only be able to take revenge, but also be able to continue to develop in the Dragon Kingdom. And they also learned that this Zhang Zhongyuan's grandson was in serious condition and urgently needed someone with a special constitution to replace his organs. And this Su family member has a very special physique, the kind of person Zhang Zhongyuan needs. They then came here wanting to give the Su family to Zhang Zhongyuan as a meeting gift. But I didn't want to think that this Su family hadn't actually been controlled by the Dark Ghost yet. What surprised them even more was that this Su family had actually climbed into a relationship with the Pill God Valley. But they knew that this Pill God Valley had climbed into a relationship with Yi Xiaoluo. And Yi Xiaoluo had appeared in Xiangxi before and made a big commotion in Xiangxi. In the end, Pill God Valley seemed to have submitted to Yi Xiaoluo. And now that the Pill God Valley's people had now suddenly appeared in the Su family, they doubted that this Su family would have some relationship with Yi Xiaoluo. Sure. Otherwise no one would be able to see the compulsion I placed. Dark Ghost nodded. You guys said that the Su clan has many more people coming. What are some of them? Right Protector suddenly asked. Lu Hui would truthfully tell all the identities of Yi Feng and the others. Both of them were all shocked at the words. Ping'an, Yi Feng, it's really him. They naturally knew that the people from the Western Hunan Hall had captured Ping'an and were going to give it to the Luo family. And Yi Xiaoluo suddenly appeared in Western Hunan and forcefully decimated everyone in the Luo family. Now Zhang Zhongyuan wants to challenge Yi Xiaoluo in Xiangxi, and Yi Xiaoluo has answered the challenge. And Ping'an and the Pill God Valley's people appeared at the Su family at the same time. They could be 100% certain that Yi Feng was Yi Xiaoluo. Two lords, are you saying that Yi Feng is Yi Xiaoluo? Dark Ghost still asked with some disbelief. Both men nodded. Dark Ghost said with some confusion, but if he is Yi Xiaoluo, why didn't he strike at me? With his strength, he could definitely kill me in seconds. When Dark Ghost said this, several people were shocked. No good. The left and right protectors thought of something at the same time, and all of them were shocked. He let you guys go on purpose and then wanted you all in one fell swoop. The Dark Ghost's face also changed drastically when he heard this. Get out of here. The left and right guardians spoke at the same time. But just at this time, a mocking voice rang out from outside the door. It seems that you guys are really stupid enough to react so quickly. As soon as several people turned their heads, they saw 11 walking in leisurely with his hands behind his back. Chapter 184, Unexplained. Elder left and right. This person is the one beside the Jifeng.
Dark Ghost was the first to speak.
The left and right elders were greatly relieved. If it was Yi Shilua himself who arrived, they naturally couldn't be opponents. But if it was just a single henchman beside Yi Shilua, the two of them were confident that they would be able to take down the other party. The two men were the guards of the Snake Gang's Dragon Kingdom Chief Hallmaster, so their strength was naturally not weak. Both of them had reached the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm and were only one step away from being able to step into the realm of the Land Immortals. Both of them felt that dealing with one of Yi Shulua's men would still be easy. Facing the 11 who came in, the two of them also regained their composure, and their gazes were very cold as they looked at 11. The two did not feel that powerful martial artist's aura from 11, which made the two feel even more at ease. "Kid, what did you just say?" the left protector asked with a face full of arrogance. 11 swept a glance at the two men, but without a single superfluous word. His hand grabbed in the air and snapped towards the Dark Ghost's neck. The Dark Ghost was just about to strike, but he felt a terrifying pressure confine his entire body, making it impossible for him to move a single muscle. He panicked at once. "Elder left and right, save me. Seek death." When the left protector saw this, he was furious. The cold aura on his body erupted in a rage, and in an instant, it was as if the entire room had been hit by a terrifying cold wave, and everything was frozen at all costs. However, 11 directly ignored this cold aura and continued to grab towards the Dark Ghost. When this cold air landed on 11's body, it did not have the effect that Protector Left wanted, which was to freeze 11. How is that possible? The left protector's eyes slightly stared at 11 with some disbelief. This move of his, which was full of power, was a martial art that the two brothers had suppressed. This move, even if the strongest of the land god immortal realm C, also dare not underestimate, even more dare not to test the law. This move is not enough to the land god immortal realm of the strongest of the complete freeze, but also be able to slow down its speed, to realize a short period of confinement, and in a contest between experts, an instantaneous mistake would affect the outcome of the entire battle. The two had already perfected the use of this move. He was responsible for striking out and freezing the enemy, and the right guardian struck out to sever the enemy's life. The two of them worked together flawlessly, and for countless years, it was unknown how many strong people had fallen under the two of them's consecutive moves. But today, when this trick was used on 11, it failed. The right guardian on the side was also stunned, but it was too late for him to think about anything at the moment. A powerful punch, containing a terrifying coldness, blasted towards 11's heart. 11, however, smiled disdainfully. With a slight side of his body, he easily dodged this sudden strike from the right guardian. Both of them missed, making both of them realize that 11's strength was definitely not ordinary. Full power. Both spoke at the same time, and at this time, 11 came to the Dark Ghost's side, and with one hand also clasped the Dark Ghost's neck. Grabbing the Dark Ghost, he shot out of the window. The right and left guardians who were originally prepared to strike out to kill 11 were completely confused. The two quickly made their way to the window, where 11 and Darkseid's trail had long since disappeared without a trace. The two men exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. "I don't understand 11's sudden appearance here, yet he just took the Dark Ghost away and did nothing about them. Could it be that this brat knew that he wasn't our match, so he could only grab the Dark Ghost and escape?" the left protector said. The right guardian, however, shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be possible. This son's strength is definitely not below you and me. Then why did he only capture the Dark Ghost but didn't make a move against us?" the left protector asked. The right guardian was also puzzled, not knowing what 11 meant by this. "No matter what he means, we've been discovered by Yi Shulua. This place is definitely not a place to stay for long. Leave immediately," the left protector asked. "Then where can we go?" "Now that Yi Shulua knows of our existence, he will definitely notify the War Ministry, and at that time, the War Ministry will definitely lay a dragnet, so there's nowhere for us to escape." The right protector's brow was also furrowed. "Go find Jiang Zhongyuan. He has a grudge against Yi Shulua for the extermination of his family, and he doesn't deal with the War Ministry either. We have the same grudge against Yi Shulua, so I think he'll be willing to cooperate with us." The left protector nodded. "It can only be so. What about this woman?" The left protector looked towards Lu Hui, who was still sitting paralyzed on the ground. With a frown on his face, the right guardian was ready to strike to kill Lu Hui. Lu Hui was instantly shocked. "Two lords, don't kill me. I can help you. Our family is the Lu family of Pingchuan. My father is still an official of Pingchuan, and has absolute power of speech in Pingchuan. The rise of the Su family back then was actually all due to the support of our Lu family. So as long as you guys spare my life, I can guarantee that I will definitely take down the entire Su family and give it to you two lords when the time comes." It had to be said that Lu Hui still had a bit of a brain,
and spoke of her value in a life and death situation. The left and right protectors looked at each other, both seeing the same thought from the other. The right guardian spoke. Then we'll see how you perform. If you guys can really take down the Su family, we can foster you to become our snake gang's Pingchuan hallmaster. But you're going to need to show your loyalty. With that, the right guardian casually threw a black pill to Lu Hui. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Hui swallowed the pill. The left and right guardians were satisfied with Lu Hui's decisiveness. The two didn't say much, and with a flash of their figures, they hurriedly leapt out of the window, and between a few jumps, they disappeared without a trace. And after Lu Hui saw the two of them leave, her face was resentful and grim to the extreme. Su family, I will definitely make you pay. Soon, Lu Hui also left in a hurry, and this time, 11 grabbed the dark ghost and came back into the room. At the same time, a man walked in from outside the room. This person was no other than Long Aotian. Thanks for your help, Mr. 11. 11 casually threw the dark ghost to Long Aotian. There's no need to be polite or anything. This snake gang scumbag is in your hands. Long Aotian hurriedly said. Don't worry, this time I promise I'll wipe out all these scumbags. 11 spoke again. Well, in addition, we're going to stay with Grandma and Grandpa's family for the next few days, and cousin Xiaoping will be getting married soon, so if there's nothing going on, don't bother us. Long Aotian nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, absolutely not. The controlled dark ghost, on the other hand, was horrified to the extreme when he saw this scene. He naturally knew Long Aotian and knew what Long Aotian represented in the Dragon Kingdom, but at this moment, he was shocked to see that Long Aotian, the number one person in the War Department, actually bowed down to 11. It seemed to fear 11. This made him begin to wonder what exactly was 11's identity. Actually, even Long Aotian was so frightened. Unfortunately, no one will be there to help him answer his questions. Chapter 185. After 11 left the hotel, he went back to the Haitian mansion. In a luxurious box in the Haitian building, all of the Su family members were present. 11 came to Yifeng's side and said quietly, Boss, according to your orders, I spared the guardians of that snake gang. They should have gone to find Jiang Zhongyuan. In addition, the remaining work of wrapping up, I'll leave it all to Long Aotian. Yifeng nodded. Well done. In fact, the reason why 11 had to let go of those two snake gang guards was actually the result of a discussion between Long Jinghua and Yifeng. This time, Jiang Zhongyuan had come out strongly, and had successively strongly provoked the war ministry, which made Long Jinghua already dissatisfied with Jiang Zhongyuan. At the same time, now Jiang Zhongyuan had also gathered a group of experts from the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world to make a move against Yifeng. Making a move against Yifeng, Long Jinghua did not feel anything, but Jiang Zhongyuan should not have united martial artists from all over the Dragon Kingdom. What upset Long Jinghua the most was that not only did Heavens Beyond Heaven not stop this matter, it actually chose to openly support Jiang Zhongyuan at this time as well. With regards to Heavens Beyond, he had also long since been unable to tolerate this time. He was going to use this opportunity to completely pull out Heavens Beyond Heaven's nails in the secular world. And this snake gang guy is a perfect excuse. Therefore, Long Jinghua and Yifeng discussed it and used this opportunity to design the snake gang's people to get in touch with Jiang Zhongyuan and the others. As long as Jiang Zhongyuan and the others were in contact with the snake gang's people, then they would have an excuse to clear out these martial artists who had befriended Jiang Zhongyuan, and to clear out these pegs planted in the secular world by the Heavens Beyond. At that time, even if Heavens Beyond wanted to stop it, there would be no reason to do so. At that time, it would be able to completely weaken the power of the Heavens Beyond Heaven in the secular world. And naturally, Yifeng agreed. That was why he asked 11 to deliberately step out and expose his identity, incidentally sparing the two guardians to find Jiang Zhongyuan. The next few days, the Su family had been busy with the wedding matters of Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren, and Yifeng and the others were all helping to set up everything needed for the wedding. And outside, the two protectors of the snake gang had also managed to find Jiang Zhongyuan and the others, and the two of them seemed to have reached some sort of cooperation with Jiang Zhongyuan. And with these two people telling Jiang Zhongyuan and the others that Yifeng was Yi Shilua and that Yifeng was in the Pingchuan Su family, soon, all the news and information about the Pingchuan Su family was placed in front of Jiang Zhongyuan and the others as much as possible, especially after Jiang Zhongyuan saw the news of peace. His face showed a long-lost excitement. Although he had broken through to the peak of the martial Dao realm, he still did not have a 100% cure for his grandson, Jiang Xing's condition. But if he could help his grandson replace some of the organs in his body, then he would be 100% confident that he could cure his precious grandson. Pass on my order. 3 days later, behead Yi Xiu Luo in Pingchuan. Also, those people from the Su family, don't let any of them escape for me. With these two orders from Jiang Zhongyuan, there was a huge uproar. For a while,
Countless people all traveled to Pinechen. Hirakawa also became the most visible place in an instant. At the same time, all the powerful people in Pingchuan, all the big clans, all the big conglomerates and big companies had also received an order that all of them were not allowed to have any more cooperation with the Su family. This order naturally came from the Lu family. Now that the two protectors of the Snake Gang and Zhang Zhongyuan had reached a cooperation, Lu Hui, as a person trained by the Snake Gang, was also naturally the first to receive the order. Originally, Lu Hui already hated the Su family to the bone, and now that she received the order, how could she let go of this opportunity to take revenge on the Su family? If the two protectors hadn't ordered her to keep her from striking out at the Su family, otherwise she would have long ago led her people to kill the Su family. Not being able to kill the Su family members with his own hands, but if he could see the Su family fall from the peak to the dust once again, this seemed to be very relieving as well. She then had her family issue a ban that all those in the entire Pingchuan who had previously cooperated with the Su family were not allowed to have any cooperation with the Su family from today onwards. Knowing that the Su family had been busy with Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren's wedding recently, Lu Hui issued another order. That is to make everyone in Pingchuan, all of them are forbidden to sell anything to the Su family. Anyone who disobeyed the order would be crossing the line with their Lu family and making an enemy of Zhang Zhongyuan. The people of Pingchuan, who couldn't afford to mess with the Lu family before, now that the Lu family had Zhang Zhongyuan behind them, they couldn't afford to mess with them even more. As a result, all of them had announced that they had severed all cooperation, relationships and dealings with the Su family. Even some of the people who had previously had a close relationship with the Su family had announced that they had completely drawn a line in the sand with the Su family. No more involvement with the Su family. At the same time, the officials of Pinechen, as well as the relevant departments began to act at the same time. Start a thorough investigation of the Su family's company. The Su family company was originally controlled by many relatives of the Su family. Although there are no major problems, but there are too many minor problems. These minor problems are not fatal, but a multitude of problems sandwiched together can be fatal enough. Soon, the officials found out that there were all kinds of problems in the Su family's company, and the heads of many departments were taken away for investigation, and the company's business came to a halt. In addition, the previous partners suddenly all cut off cooperation with the Su family, and these people also used the Su family's company to violate the law and offered compensation. In short, with the sudden action of the Lu family, it caused the Su family's company to go haywire all of a sudden. The entire Su family was also instantly in disarray. At this moment, all the Su family members gathered together as much as they could and began to discuss countermeasures. Everyone's face was covered with a strong look of sadness. Seeing that several of his brothers were filled with sadness, one bad news after another kept coming. Su Qingya was also a bit worried and couldn't help but open her mouth towards Yifeng. Yifeng, do you want to step in and help your uncle and the others? Yifeng, however, smiled and said, don't worry, mother, I will naturally step in to help uncle and the others when the time comes. It's just that it's not time yet. It's just right to utilize this opportunity to let the uncles also take a good look at what a business can and cannot do if it wants to be healthy and long-lasting. Also, this is just the right opportunity to help the company see some people's faces clearly, and for the uncles to utilize this opportunity to rid the company of those assholes. Su Qingya nodded. She knew that Yifeng would not stand idly by. Just now Yifeng's words. She also felt that the family's company is indeed a bit of a mess. This time is indeed a good opportunity to rectify the situation. The company was busy with a couple of uncles and suffered a lot of bad luck, and the matter of Su Xiaoping's wedding has encountered many obstacles. First, there was all the everything that goes into setting up a wedding, and no one in all of Pinechen was willing to provide it. The wedding site was supposed to be set up at the Haitian house and held in conjunction with Su Shiming's 80th birthday, but since no one was willing to provide anything needed for the wedding and the birthday party, it was too late to go out of town and transfer it. Plus, the owner of Haitian House also said that they wouldn't be able to provide a venue for the Su family anymore, and there's no way to provide a wedding birthday banquet or anything else, only willing to provide a small box. This was still something that the owner of the Sea and Sky building had secretly provided for the Su family on account of his many years of friendship with them. As for the guests that the Su family had previously invited, they all refused to attend Su Xiaoping's wedding and Su Shiming's birthday ceremony on various excuses. Su Xiaoping was also filled with anger after learning of these news, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Siren said very sensibly, forget it, Xiaoping, if we can't do the wedding, then we won't do it, as long as we can be together. It doesn't matter if the guests don't come. When the time comes, we'll just have a nice meal with our own families. Su Xiaoping was filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Siran. I had wanted to give you an unforgettable wedding. But, Lin Siran interrupted Su Xiaoping. It's fine, Xiaoping, as long as we can be together. I'm already satisfied. I don't care about anything else. Seeing these two people's thoughts towards each other, Yi Feng walked over and said, "Cousins, siblings, don't think too much. Prepare well for the wedding tomorrow. When the time comes, cousin will give you a surprise." "Thanks, cousin."
Su Xiaoping didn't care about Yi Feng's words, only thinking that Yi Feng might just be comforting him.
Lin Ran was different. Although she didn't know Yi Feng's true identity, she was able to tell that Yi Feng was definitely not an ordinary person. She felt that Yi Feng definitely wasn't speaking out of nowhere when he said this. Chapter 186, The Day of Competition arrives. The next day was sunny and breezy. Today was a rare good day. Today, not only was it the wedding of Su Xiaoping of the Su family, it was also the 80th birthday of the Su family's old man. At the same time, today was also the day that Zhang Zhongyuan and a group of other Dragon Country martial artists would challenge Yi Xiuluo. Today, the whole of Pingshan can be described as lively, with the rumor of Zhang Zhongyuan saying that he would challenge Yi Xiuluo in Pingchuan. In the past few days, martial artists from all over the country had converged on Pingchuan, all wanting to witness this unprecedentedly brilliant battle. Early this morning, the entire Haitian lake within a radius of 10 kilometers, by the Pingchuan official completely sealed off. The general public simply cannot enter. Only some strong martial artists with power and influence were qualified to enter. And these people were only able to enter the periphery of the sea and sky lake, and were simply unable to get to the very core of the sea and sky lake. This was because the core of the sea and sky lake was the battlefield where Zhang Zhongyuan had made an appointment to fight Yi Xiuluo. Those who were able to enter the core position were those who were at the height of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Haitian Lake on the other side of the shore. Is the Haitian building? Today the Haitian building is crowded. Today this place all by the Pingchuan power elite to pack. These people were not here to attend Su Xiaoping's wedding, but were here to watch the battle. These people were not qualified to go to the core location on the other side of the river to watch the battle, but this Haitian building was the best location to watch the battle besides the core location. At this moment, everyone from the Su family had also arrived at the entrance of the Haitian building today. Although today was Su Xiaoping's wedding and Su Shiming's 80th birthday, everyone's faces did not have the slightest hint of joy on them. In the past few days, with the Lu family's strong hand, along with all the partners stopping their cooperation, along with the official investigation, it made the Su family's company lose a lot of money. In just a few days, hundreds of millions of dollars were lost, and yesterday, all of the company's projects were halted, and the company no longer had any liquidity, and was immediately on the verge of bankruptcy. Seeing the faces of the Su family's group of people as if they were all dead, Su Tianxiong opened his mouth. "Alright, today is the old man's 80th birthday, and it's also Xiaoping and Si Rant's wedding, so let's all be happy. What does it look like to pull a face? Besides, our Su family was considered penniless before, and didn't we reach our current level with our own efforts? Now that the company is gone, it's no big deal. As long as we Su family members are around, we won't worry about the company's development." Su Tianhong also said, "Yes, Lao Er is right. Today is the old master's birthday, as well as the wedding of Xiaoping and Si Ran, and a day for all of us in the Su family to reunite. Today I only have one thing to say, and that is that there is no need to pay attention to anything else, and that everyone's task today is to all cheer me up." A group of Su family members also no longer lowered their eyebrows. One by one also revealed the smile, although it is very far-fetched, but it is better than lowered eyebrows. Soon, all of them were brought into a small and shabby little box by the waiter of Haitian House. This made Su Tianhong very puzzled. He remembered that he had booked all of the Haitian mansions before, just to hold a wedding for Su Xiaoping and a birthday banquet for his own old man. But today how come the waiter took them to the smallest and shabbiest box? Su Tianhong these days busy dealing with the company's affairs, simply do not have the time to ask about Su Xiaoping's wedding things. Not to mention this wedding site cancelled things. Not to mention the sea and sky building also only left them a small box things. Su Tianhong was a bit angry and looked at the waiter. "What's going on here? Didn't I charter the entire sea and sky building? Why did you bring us to such a box?" The waiter said, "Mr. Su, now that the entire Pingchuan regards your Su family as enemies, our boss has reserved such a small box for you because of your face." Su Tianhong was just about to get angry, but the waiter sneered. "Mr. Su, I call you Mr. Su, and it's for the sake of our boss. If you want to get angry at me, then I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Also, if you guys don't want this box, please leave. There are plenty of people who do." After saying that, the waiter walked out arrogantly. Bang! Su Tianhong was so angry that he slapped the table. At the moment even a waiter looked down on them and dared to sneer at them. The other Su family members were also filled with anger. Lin Ran and Su Xiaoping hurried to Su Tianhong's side. Lin Ran spoke. "Uncle, calm down. This matter is all my fault. If it wasn't for me, the Su family wouldn't have suffered such targeting." Su Xiaoping also spoke up. "Uncle, calm down. See, Ran and I have already thought about it. The wedding won't be held. We'll just have a nice dinner as a family and a birthday for Grandpa. Su Tianhong still wanted to say something, but Su Shiming spoke up first. Let's all sit down. Xiaoping is right. If the wedding can't be organized, then it won't be. We can make up for it afterward. It doesn't matter if my birthday is celebrated or not. The most important thing today is that we, the Su family, are all reunited. There's nothing better than all of us being together as a family in peace. And if this place really isn't going to last, then we'll go back to the county. The crowd didn't dare to say anything more and all took their seats. Because the wedding couldn't be held today. Su Shiming's 80th birthday couldn't be held either. But a group of Su family members still prepared a cake for Su Shiming's birthday. Just as the crowd was preparing to celebrate Su Shiming's birthday, there was a clamor from across the river. The crowd was all caught up in the clamor on the other side of the river. Numerous silhouettes were seen appearing on the other side of the lake. The Su family was also incredibly curious. What's going on here? All of the Su family had been busy with their own affairs for the past few days, and had no idea what was going on in the outside world. It was also not at all known that Zhang Zhongyuan and the group of powerful people from the martial world ranking were going to challenge Yi Shilua at the Haitian Lake today. Su Xiaoping explained. It seems that Zhang Zhongyuan, a leading figure in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts, is going to challenge the Dragon Kingdom's newest expert Yi Shilua on the other side of the lake today. This caused the Su family to be shocked. They had naturally heard of Zhang Zhongyuan's great name and were aware of Yi Shilua and Zhang Zhongyuan's enmity. And 7 days ago, they had all heard that this Zhang Zhongyuan was going to challenge Yi Shilua in western Hunan. Originally, they all thought that the place where this Zhang Zhongyuan challenged Yi Shilua would be in the provincial city, but they didn't expect that the location where the two fought was actually right here at the Haitian Lake. But they didn't have any interest in this matter at the moment. Now that the Su family was in trouble both internally and externally, all they could think about was to finish the old man's birthday earlier and then go back to think of ways to save the Su family. Su Tianhong spoke first. Old master, I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. After saying that, Su Tianhong presented the gift he had prepared for Su Shiming. After that, Su Tianxiong and Su Tianyu Su Qingye sent their blessings and gifts. After the group of elders had sent their blessings and gifts, Yi Feng and the other group of juniors were about to send their gifts. The door to the compartment, however, was suddenly kicked open. Chapter 187 Gifts. Only to see a large group of Pingshuan's local dignitaries, led by the Lu family, aggressively barging into the box. The person who led the way was none other than Lu Hui. Seeing Lu Hui barge in with a group of powerful people from Pingshuan, all the Su family members were furious. Su Tianyu was even the first to stand up. For Lu Hui's betrayal, Su Tianyu couldn't get over it until now. Now that he saw that Lu Hui actually dared to bring someone to his door, he was even more furious. Pointing at Lu Hui's nose, he cursed, "Willow Hui, you for having the ing nerve to come here." However, he had just cursed a few times when he was interrupted by Lu Hui. "Shut the up. What the are you? Now you dare to rant in front of my mother." Lu Hui stared at each Su family member with a face full of anger. "And you guys, my mother used to treat you scumbags like that, but how do you scumbags treat my mother? Unloading and ungrateful." Lu Hui, who was furious to the extreme, came back to Su Shiming's front and pushed the birthday cake on the table to the floor with a slap. Pointing at Su Shiming's nose, he cursed, "Old undead thing, someone who was about to die, still having your mom's birthday." On the side, Su Tianxiong was instantly offended, and a vigorous slap was thrown towards Lu Hui's face. But right at this moment, a man with a skinny figure, like a thin bamboo pole, suddenly appeared beside Lu Hui, stretching out his withered hand towards Su Tianxiong to grab him. Su Tianxiong was also startled. He was able to tell that this skinny bamboo pole was definitely not an ordinary person. This strike would definitely injure him. He tried to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. He could only watch the thin bamboo pole's hand like an eagle's claw grabbing towards his arm. But just as the thin bamboo pole's hand was about to grab Su Tianxiong, bang! The thin bamboo pole's body was like a discharged cannonball, flying rapidly, smashing over countless people in the rear. For a while, the entire entrance to the box was filled with miserable screams. Lu Hui and the others were also confused. The skinny bamboo pole also looked around for the first time, looking for the person who had struck. And the Su family all looked at Yao Shi. They all thought that Yao Shi had made a move, but Yao Shi had not made a move just now. And Yi Feng and 11 on the side didn't make a move. At the moment, the two of them were eating with chopsticks. A mole. How dare you touch someone from the Su family? Just at this time, a majestic voice came from the box. The crowd subconsciously looked outside the box, only to see a tall and beautiful woman, surrounded by a few immortal old men and under the watchful eyes of countless Pingshuan dignitaries outside, coming in with a dragon's stride. Behind him, there were several silhouettes in addition to those immortal old men. And these people are the heads of all the big clans, all the big syndicates all over Xiangxi, the real big shots in Xiangxi. Everyone was all shocked when they saw this beauty, because they all know this beautiful woman. It's the first lady of the Chen family in western Hunan, Chen Runan. Chen Runan's fame was extraordinary in Xiangxi before, and many people knew her. Not to mention now, a month ago, Yi Xiaoluo appeared in western Hunan and went on a killing spree there. After destroying the Xiangxi Wu family and the Green Willow Villa, Chen Runan took control of all the resources of the entire Xiangxi. It became the most powerful existence in the secular world of western Hunan, and Chen Runan's mobility was swift and decisive. In less than a month's time, she had swept away the remaining forces of the Wu family and other families, and had brought all the families together under her. It can be said that Chen Runan is now the most powerful woman in the whole of western Hunan. In western Hunan, almost no one knows about it. And now Chen Runan suddenly appeared here and defended the Su family, which made everyone curious about what relationship this Chen Runan had with the Su family. When Lu Hui and the others saw Chen Runan come thundering in, they were all startled as well. They naturally knew that this Chen Runan was now the most powerful existence in western Hunan. Their Lu family was a fart in front of the Chen family, and with a wave of their hand, they would be able to destroy their Lu family. However, thinking that they had the Snake Gang behind them, with Jiang Zhongyuan backing them up, Lu Hui and the others' backs suddenly stiffened again. A crowd of people also hastened to their feet, stopping in front of Chen Runan and the others. A member of the Lu family even spoke arrogantly. "You guys are so bold, daring to touch our Lu family members. Do you know?" Yet his words were still finished. An old man beside Chen Runan casually waved his hand. This Lu clan man's figure then tumbled up and slammed down hard to the side without a sound. Without a block, Chen Runan kept her footsteps unceasingly and walked towards the box where the Su family was. The people of the Lu family were still a little indignant, and when they were just about to take action, the henchmen of those bigwigs from western Hunan who followed Chen Runan rushed forward one by one and subdued Lu Hui and the others as much as they could. And all of them were arrested and pressed in the doorway where Yi Feng and the others were located. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled, and it was only then that they recognized that the people who came following behind Chen Runan were actually bigwigs from all over the western Hunan province. Those so-called Pingchuan power brokers around who had been fooled by the Lu family, the Su family's previous partners, were all a bit flustered at the moment. They naturally also recognized Chen Runan and these bigwigs who had followed Chen Runan here. The Su family members in the box were all a bit dazed at the moment, somewhat puzzled by this sudden scene. None of them seemed to know anyone from the Chen family in western Hunan. But why would the Chen family suddenly appear here today and even take the initiative to help their Su family? Under everyone's attention, Chen Runan was seen arriving at the entrance of the box and straightening her clothes before she carefully walked through the door of the box. Then with incomparable respect, he came to Yi Feng's front. "Greetings, my lord." Everyone was even more confused when they saw that Chen Runan actually bowed towards Yi Feng and addressed him as an adult. The Su family members were all puzzled and confused at this moment as well. Yi Feng nodded. "Are all the things I explained ready?" Chen Runan hurriedly said. "Back to your excellency, it's all ready." After saying that, Chen Runan waved her hand and saw the bigwigs from all over Xiangxi at the entrance bowing in. Each and every one of them all came to Yi Feng's front with incomparable respect. In unison, they shouted, "Greetings, my lord." Yi Feng nodded his head, and only then did the crowd stand up straight and came in front of the three of them, Su Shiming and Su Xiaoping and Lin Xiran. Seeing these bigwigs of Xiangxi province, existences that he couldn't even come into contact with, all converging in front of him at the moment, Su Shiming was incomparably nervous as he stood up. On the side, Su Xiaoping and Lin Xiran were similarly a bit nervous. Not only them, but everyone in the Su family, all of them stood up in panic at this moment as well. Su Tianxiong, on the other hand, even looked at Yi Feng for help. Yi Feng opened his mouth. "Don't be nervous, everyone. They are all here today to celebrate Grandpa's birthday and to attend their cousin's wedding." After Yi Feng spoke, Chen Runan also hurriedly bowed towards Su Shiming and said, "Senior Chen Runan pays his respects to Elder Master Su. Master Su, I learned that today is your 80th birthday, and it is also the wedding day of Mr. Su and Miss Lin. So I hope that Master Su will not be offended if we have ventured to come here and have surprised the old man and Mr. Su and Miss Lin." Su Shiming also reacted and hurriedly said, "Miss Chen being able to come to my old man's birthday and my grandson's wedding, that's an honor for our Su family. I can't even wait to welcome you. How could I blame you?" After receiving Su Shiming's promise, a group of bigwigs from western Hunan also came over to greet Su Shiming. All then hastened to present the gifts they had each prepared. There was a loud shout from the doorway. "The Chen family of western Hunan, we respectfully present Master Su with an Imperial Jade Coral, and we wish Master Su blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." The Chen family of western Hunan, we respectfully present Mr. and Mrs.
Su Xiaoping Lin Si ran with a pair of Imperial jade ruins, and wished the two newlyweds 100 years of happiness and happiness.
Xiangxi Li family, we respectfully present Master Su with an Imperial jade cauldron,
and wish Master Su blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain.
Xiangxi Li family,
respectfully presents Su Xiaoping Lin Si Ran and his wife with a copy of the Haitian house property, and wishes the two newlyweds 100 years of goodwill in old age.
Xiangxi Zhao family.
As the gifts from each of the bigwigs out there were read out, all of the Pingtuan dignitaries who were present were shocked. At the same time, an unprecedented panic spread rapidly in everyone's heart.
They had previously cut off all communication with the Su family,
and had been invited by the Lu family to come here to see the Su family's jokes and to fall on the well.
But now, instead of seeing the jokes,
they saw all the bigwigs of Xiangxi province coming here one by one to celebrate Su Shiming's 80th birthday and to attend Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren's wedding. And all of these bigwigs seemed to be incredibly respectful and even a little afraid of the Su family. Under all the various mixed emotions of all the people, the gifts of all the people were also finally finished. And when the Su family members heard the gifts from these bigwigs, they were all stunned. A rough calculation showed that the value of these gifts was worth billions at least. Of course, what the Su family is not aware of is that originally everyone was prepared to directly send cars and houses, send some gifts worth thousands of dollars, and there were even people who intended to directly send money. But Chen Runan knew that Yi Feng was Yi Shiluo, and was not at all poor. That's why she asked everyone to make sure that the gifts they gave today were original and not too cheesy. That's why they scrounged and gave gifts they thought were original and not too cheesy. If Chen Runan hadn't asked them so much, it wasn't out of the question that they might have been able to directly send tens of billions of dollars in assets to the Su family. Seeing so many gifts, Su Shiming was somewhat flattered. Just as he was about to open his mouth to reject these people's gifts, Yi Feng walked over.
Grandpa,
you can accept these gifts with peace of mind.
This is their intention, and it's also my first birthday gift to you.
Yi Feng said so.
Su Shiming also no longer say anything. He also see this moment. His own family, this grandson, identity seems to be extremely extraordinary.
Yes. Yi Feng turned his head to look at Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren again.
Cousin,
I said before that I would give you guys a wedding gift, and this is kind of the first gift for you.
After saying that,
Yi Feng looked at Chen Runan.
Chen Runan hurriedly said, Mr.
Su,
Miss Lin,
I learned that this Haitian building refused to provide a wedding venue to the two of you,
so I bought this entire Haitian building and gave it to the two of you as a wedding venue.
Also, when I learned that no one in Hirakawa was willing to provide you with everything you needed for the wedding, I had those people's companies checked out, and there seemed to be a lot of problems with all of their companies. Hearing Chen Runan's words, the faces of those Pingtuan dignitaries at the entrance changed,
and one by one,
they hurriedly took out their cell phones,
and as a result,
after reading the content on the cell phones,
one by one,
they all sat paralyzed on the ground.
Chen Runan continued, in addition,
I have mobilized the best wedding planning team from all over the country to escort you two to your wedding.
As Chen Runan's words fell,
it was seen that several large and small cars drove in at once at the entrance of Haitian building. A full 1,000 personnel got off the bus in an orderly manner and began to set up the entire wedding site in a hurry.
In a short while,
the entire Haitian building was decorated like a dream castle.
At this time,
a popular host who often appears on TV hurriedly ran over.
Ms. Chen, it's almost time. I'd like to meet with the two newcomers to go over the exact process. Only then did Chen Runan look at Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren.
Mr.
Su,
Ms.
Lin,
we brought the top makeup artists in costumes. Please move over and try on the clothes. Su Xiaoping looked at Yi Feng somewhat nervously. Yi Feng patted Su Xiaoping's shoulder and said,
Go on.
Only then did Su Xiaoping grab Lin Siren's hand and follow that host away. Afterward, Chen Runan once again looked at Su Shiming and the rest of the Su family.
Elder Su, we've already set up the site for your birthday. The wedding site will take a while. Please move over. Su Shiming nodded,
prepared to take a group of Su family members to leave. But it turned out that this time was pressed on the ground. Lu Hui but roared angrily.
Su Shiming, hurry up and let go of my mother, or else later on,
my mother will let your entire family die without a burial place. Su Tianyu directly rushed over and slapped Lu Hui hard a few times.
Su Tianyu, how dare you hit my mom? Lu Hui looked at Su Tianyu with some disbelief.
The result called forth a continuous stream of slaps from Su Tianyu.
Su Tianyu, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Hui's face was beaten into a pig's head, but she continued to hiss frantically. Scumbags of the Su clan, you will definitely pay for what you just did. Seeing this, Chen Runan prepared to strike. 11, however, said, bring these people up with you. They don't think they're invincible just because they've climbed up the snake gang in Zhangjiangyuan. Then let them see that what they rely on becomes a bubble before them. Chen Runan nodded and with a wave of his hand,
The few old men beside him took control of all these people and sent them to the roof of the third floor. The entire roof of the third floor was a huge open-air platform, which at the moment had been arranged in a new way, and countless professionals were busy in an intense and orderly manner. Su Shiming and the others were invited to the main seat on the third floor. Sitting on top of the main seat, he was able to have a panoramic view of the entire Haitian lake. Meanwhile, across the river, by the Haitian lake, above the huge square, it had already gathered countless martial artists, powerful people from all over the country. Chapter 188 arriving one after another. In the sea and sky lake, at the very center, there was a small island. Normally, the island is full of tourists, but early this morning, the officials of Hirakawa completely sealed off the place. Let no one in, not to mention the ordinary tourists, even the martial artists from all over the country at the moment, the powerful and noble people, at the moment, were unable to climb onto the island, and could only watch the battle from the plaza at the edge. As for that center island, only Jiang Zhongyuan and the others were able to ascend to it. Look guys, is that Jiang Zhongyuan? Just then, someone pointed a finger across the river, only to see a small wooden boat appeared on the opposite shore. The small wooden boat did not have any engine drive, but at this moment, the small wooden boat was like a speedboat, shooting across the lake, heading towards the island in the center of the lake. On top of the small wooden boat stood a middle-aged man with black clothes and black hair. It's like a javelin nailed to a small wooden boat. The man had his hands behind his back, the strong wind blowing, his long hair flying and his clothes hunting. Within a few breaths, the small wooden boat arrived on top of the small island in the center of the lake. The small wooden boat gently leapt up, holding the man and landing accurately in front of a gazebo in the center of the lake. Is that person Jiang Zhongyuan? Someone asked from the surrounding square. No, that person seems to be Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family. It's not Jiang Zhongyuan. Someone recognized the man. Someone was shocked. I didn't expect this Zhao Wuji's strength to be so terrifying as well. I'm afraid he has also stepped into the realm of the land immortals? Pretty much. Zhao Wuji has been in seclusion all these years, and now that he's out of seclusion, he's definitely broken through to the land immortal realm. This is going to be great. I don't know who's weak and who's strong when this Zhao Wuji takes on Yi Shuluo. For a while, the square on the shore was filled with martial artists and powerful people from all over the world talking. In the meantime, Haitian house. The scene of Zhao Wuji boarding the island just now was clearly seen by all of the Su clan. Seeing Zhao Wuji rowing in a boat like a martial arts master, all of them were filled with shock. Is this the legendary martial arts powerhouse? To actually be able to harness a ship and fly, it's too powerful. Su Tianhong was filled with horror. The other Su family members were similarly horrified and had a deeper understanding of the abilities of martial artists. There was also a lot of envy written all over the faces of many others. If our Su family can also have such a strong person sitting in the town, then the entire Pingchuan shall not be in our Su family's hands? Someone muttered out. I wonder if Si Ran can do so. Su Tianhong's daughter-in-law Zhao Wensue whispered. The Lu family members who were thrown in the corner naturally saw Zhao Wuji's tactics just now, and they all became complacent. Su family scumbags. See, those people are our Lu family's backers. So hurry up and release us and hand over everything you have in your Su family to our Lu family. Or else we will definitely make sure that all of you in the Su family will die without a burial place later on. The Su family's faces changed when they heard this. Someone is about to step up and clean up these people. But Lu Hui suddenly opened her mouth and drank. If you dare to touch my Lu family members for a moment, I'll make sure that all of you will die without a corpse. Our Lu family is now the Snake Gang's people. And the Snake Gang has now joined forces with Jiang Zhongyuan and the others. And later on, they are going to join together to decapitate Yi Shuluo. And as soon as Yi Shuluo dies, it will be your Su family's turn. Lu Hui's words caused everyone in the Su family's face to change. They didn't think that Lu Hui's words were false. Seeing that the Su family were all a bit nervous, Willow Hai became even more smug. Release us at once, and we'll leave your bodies intact at that time, or else all the corpses of the Su family will be left without a trace. However, just after Lu Hui finished her words, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. A slap in the air was then thrown out. Lu Hui and the rest of the Lu family all flew out of the Haitian building and smashed into the lake outside. Now that the Lu family themselves had recognized that they were the Snake Gang's people, their role was considered to be completely fulfilled. So Yi Feng naturally wouldn't keep them any longer. Yi Feng, is this really alright? Su Shiming looked at Yi Feng somewhat nervously. What Willowhite had just said worried him. Yi Feng laughed. Don't worry, Grandpa. With me here, no one will be able to harm anyone in the Su family. What happened here at the Sea and Sky building didn't attract much attention. At the moment all eyes remained on the island in the center of the lake. At this moment, another silhouette appeared on the opposite side of the island. A middle-aged man holding a folding fan. The man was well built and didn't look too old. About 40.
It's Yi Hong of the Yi family. Someone recognized the man. That's right, it's Yi Hong. Under everyone's attention, Yi Hong's body moved and landed on the surface of the lake, but did not sink. A circle of ripples appeared underneath his feet, carrying his body. With a folding fan in his hand, he walked slowly from the lake. He was light on his feet, and the water rippled in a circle each time his foot stepped down, as if walking on a flat surface. Yi Hong also arrived at the island in the center of the lake and stopped at the entrance of the gazebo. Zhao Wuji and Yi Hong both cupped each other's fists before entering the gazebo together. Yi Hong's strength seems to have broken through to the land god realm as well. This is getting more and more interesting. There was a lot of talk around the room. Roar! Right about this time, a beastly roar that sounded like a dragon's roar suddenly resounded beside the bank embankment on the opposite bank. Everyone's attention was all of a sudden drawn to this sudden sound. All I could see was the water splashing against the opposite shoreline, and something seemed to be making waves in the lake. A silhouette also appeared on the shoreline at this time. This person was very tall, with a white beard and hair, wearing a snow-white robe, and half of his face was also covered by a white veil, making it impossible to see his exact face, only able to tell from his figure that the person was a man. At this moment, he was seen moving and landing on the surface of the lake. Something seemed to have tumbled up from below the surface of the lake, carrying the man's body with precision. In the next instant, the thing below the lake carried the man and shot toward the island in the center of the lake. In a few breaths, the man arrived at the shore of the center island. Roar! At this time, another roar came from below the lake. The calm surface of the lake boiled over, lining up sharply to either side. It was only then that all of them could see clearly that there was actually a large snake below the lake. To be precise, it was a giant python that was 10 meters long and a bucket thick. The python leapt up in a huge figure and lifted the man up by his head by more than 5 meters. At this time, the man's figure moved and lightly landed in the doorway of the center gazebo. Yi Hong and Zhao Wuji, who were in the gazebo, appeared in the doorway at the same time and simultaneously cupped their fists towards the man in greeting. Greetings, Patriarch Do. This person is actually Do Wonka from the poison sect? That's right, it's him. Rumor has it that this poison sect patriarch keeps a poisonous insect of extraordinary strength. It seems that this giant python is it. The people in the surrounding plaza were once again talking. Rumble. Just then, the roar of a helicopter came from the distant sky. Everyone raised their eyes to see several helicopters roaring in from the distance. Chapter 189, Confession of Identity. The helicopters soon came over the island in the center of the lake. As the helicopter's propeller continued to rotate, it caused the surface of the lake, which had just regained its calmness, to be lifted out in a circle of ripples. In the next instant, everyone was shocked to see that the lake's surface, at the moment, looked like it was being pulled by something. It actually began to sweep up, rapidly condensing into a thick wave of water, like a water dragon, towards the helicopter overhead. Just as the monstrous wave of water rose as high as the hatch of the helicopter's hatch opened at the same time, under the attention of countless people all around. Only Jiang Zhongyuan, who was dressed in a tang suit and had an imposing presence, appeared at the hatchway, and he stepped out from the helicopter hatchway with one hand holding up a coffin-like instrument, and that sweeping wave of water actually condensed into a ladder at this moment. From the helicopter hatch, it continues to the center island below. What is this ability? The countless people around them were all shocked when they saw this scene. This condensation of water into a rank, like a divine skill, was too unbelievable. Is this the power of the heavens and earth controlled by those who have broken through to the peak of the martial Tao? Some martial artists looked at the lake ladder, their eyes filled with fascination. Someone nodded. That should be correct. Rumor has it that when this martial artist reaches the peak of the martial Tao realm, he or she will be able to control a trace of the power of the heavens and earth for their own use. And this Jiang Zhongyuan's hand of condensing water into a rank must be him controlling the power of heaven and earth to use this side of the lake as his own. Wouldn't that make him completely invincible within the range of the power of the heavens and earth under his control? Someone asked in shock. Pretty much. Someone nodded, under the gaze of everyone's shocked and bewildered eyes. Then he saw Jiang Zhongyuan holding the coffin-like instrument with one hand, and step by step, he walked down the ladder that was condensed from the lake water. When Jiang Zhongyuan's feet stepped on the ground on the island in the center of the lake, the steps behind him also instantly crumbled, turning into thousands of raindrops that fell on top of the lake. Meanwhile, in the other helicopter, Pang Haotian, who had followed Jiang Zhongyuan along, leapt down and landed beside Jiang Zhongyuan. What is Jiang Zhongyuan doing with the coffin propped up in his hands? Could it be for Yi Shulua? Someone asked suspiciously. Someone who knew the situation spoke up. That's not a coffin, that's a special instrument, and that's Jiang Zhongyuan's grandson, Jiang Xing, in there. I thought that was Jiang Zhongyuan's coffin for Yi Shulua. If Jiang Zhongyuan makes a move, Yi Shulua is no match at all. I guess one move will be able to make him go up in smoke. Where is the need for a coffin? Someone scoffed. That's right. He, Yi Xiu Luo, really thinks he's invincible. In front of an absolute powerhouse, he doesn't even have a chance to make a move. That's right. When Jiangshan steps into the realm of the peak of martial arts this time and is able to control the power of heaven and earth, he is invincible. For a while, a group of martial artists close to the Jiang family opened their mouths to compliment Jiang Zhongyuan and disparage Yifeng. In the Haitian house, the scene just now of Jiang Zhongyuan's hand condensing water into steps was clearly seen by everyone. It was as if it was a godly thing for the Su family. Everyone was frozen in place by that scene just now, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Yifeng saw Jiang Zhongyuan's hand that condensed water into steps, but he couldn't help but shake his head for a while. In his eyes, that hand of Jiang Zhongyuan just now was nothing more than a small sculpture. Yifeng, is that what you're going to do with him later? Su Qingye and Du Jiangwo both looked at Yifeng somewhat nervously. They knew that Yifeng was Yi Xiu Luo, and they also knew that this Jiang Zhongyuan was going to challenge Yifeng today. They had also always known that Yifeng was very powerful, but they had never seen Yifeng strike with their own eyes. And just now, Jiang Zhongyuan, Yifeng's opponent, had displayed means as if he was a god, which made both Su Qingye and Du Jiangwo a little worried. Ping'an on the side also looked at Yifeng with incomparable nervousness. Brother Yifeng, why don't we leave and ignore him? Ping'an had just had his perceptions shattered by Jiang Zhongyuan's divine means as well. At this moment, she was also incredibly worried about Yifeng's safety. Yi Xiaoxiao beside Ping'an was equally worried, but compared to Ping'an, she was calm on her face. Yao Shi beside Yifeng also nervously grabbed Yifeng's arm. Yifeng touched Ping'an's head and laughed. It's okay, brother isn't afraid of them. There's no need to run. After saying that, Yifeng looked at his parents again. Mom and Dad, don't worry, that guy is just a paper tiger. He's not my opponent. Just at this time, Su Shiming reacted and heard the conversation of Yifeng's few people. He was instantly shocked. What? Yifeng, you're going to fight that guy later? And this sudden voice of Su Shiming woke up the other Su family members. All of the Su family learned that Yifeng was going to go against Jiang Zhongyuan later, and one by one, they all froze in place, and their faces were filled with a variety of complex emotions such as shock, doubt, disbelief, and so on. How could they not expect that Yi Xiuluo, who had been making a lot of noise in the outside world recently, the famous Yi Xiuluo who had moved the Dragon Kingdom, it was actually Yifeng. It's their nephew from the Su family. All along, Su Qingye and the others had not revealed Yifeng's identity, and Yifeng and the others had never taken the initiative to talk about his identity. From the beginning when Yifeng and the others came to the Su family, all the Su family members thought that Yifeng was just an ordinary person. Afterwards, after Lin Si Ran's matter was over, they also all felt that Yifeng was extraordinary, but at that time, they also all thought that Yifeng was just a martial artist and that was all. He even thought that Yifeng might have stepped into the path of martial arts under Yao Shi's leadership and guidance after he met Yao Shi. Everyone had never thought that Yifeng was actually Yi Xiuluo, who had recently become famous in the Dragon Kingdom and had caused monstrous waves in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Yifeng also admitted, Grandpa, Uncle, that person's name is Jiang Zhongyuan. I exterminated their family before. He came here this time to seek revenge on me. Getting Yifeng's personal acknowledgement, all the Su family members were once again shocked and excited. Everyone knew exactly what the words Yi Xiuluo meant. They also all knew clearly that if Yifeng could succeed in decapitating Jiang Zhongyuan today, then the status of their Su family would be elevated without limits from now on, become an existence that countless people need to look up to. Su Shiming trembled and reached out to grab Yifeng's hand. Still somewhat incredulous, he looked at Yifeng. Child, are you really the Yi Xiuluo that has been rumored in the outside world recently? It wasn't that Su Shiming didn't believe it, but this matter was really too mysterious. Yifeng was actually the legendary Yi Xiuluo. The news was really hard for him to believe for a while. It made him feel like a dream. Yifeng gripped Su Shiming's hand tightly and nodded once again. Grandpa, it's me. After receiving Yifeng's definite answer once again, Su Shiming looked like he had hysteria, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Not only Su Shiming, Su Tianxiang, Su Tianhong and the others, each one of them also laughed wildly with abandon. For a while, the entire roof of the third floor was filled with the Su family's laughter as if they were in hysterics. Chapter 190 Lu Bai makes a move. And at this time, Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren, who had already put on their makeup, changed their clothes, and righted the wedding process, also came to the third floor. Both of them were a bit confused when they saw their family members all laughing maniacally as if they were crazy at the moment. Lin Si Ran thought that all of the Su family had been poisoned, because at this moment, the Su family's condition did seem like they had been poisoned by some kind of maddening poison. The two who were a bit nervous hurriedly came to Yifeng and the others. Cousin, what's going on? What's going on here with everyone?
Yi Feng saw both Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren, who were both dressed up at the moment. Su Xiaoping in a well-tailored suit, coupled with its well-mannered and refined atmosphere, is completely as scholarly as a jade gentleman. Lin Siren herself was an overwhelmingly beautiful woman, and at this moment, wearing an expensive wedding gown. After countless professionals had dressed her up, at this moment, her face value was not in any way inferior to Yao Shi's, and as the two stood together, they fit each other perfectly, and Yi Feng couldn't help but praise them. Cousin, sister-in-law, you really are a match made in heaven. Yi Feng's compliment made both of them happy. Su Xiaoping also hurriedly said, thanks for the compliment, cousin, and Lin Siren, still a bit nervous, looked at the group of Su family members who were somewhat frantic and said, cousin, are they all alright? Yi Feng said, it's fine, they're all too happy. Too happy? Su Xiaoping was even more confused, and at this time, Su Shiming also calmed down a little. Seeing Su Xiaoping and Lin Siren coming, he also hurriedly grabbed Su Xiaoping's hand excitedly. Xiaoping, do you know? Your cousin, Yi Feng, is the legendary Yi Xiu Luo. Su Xiaoping hadn't reacted when he heard his grandfather's words. What Yi Shura? But in the next second, he suddenly thought of something, and his entire body froze in place all of a sudden, as if he had been given a point. His mouth opened wide, and his pair of eyes as brilliant as the starry sky instantly glared like bronze bells. Lin Siren, who was on the side, also covered her mouth with her hand in shock, and looked at Yi Feng with a pair of beautiful eyes in disbelief. She had previously seen that Yi Feng and the others were extraordinary from the first time she saw them, but she had never guessed the identity of Yi Feng and the others, until her actions were discovered by Yi Feng and he found her. She really thought at that time that Yi Feng was the top management of the Snake Gang. At that time, she had completely despaired, and when Yi Feng had asked her to lay her hands on the Su family, she really didn't have the courage to do so. In the end, when the identity of the Dark Ghost was exposed and the Dark Ghost struck, she also made a decision at that moment, which was to detonate the power in her body to kill Yi Feng and save the Su family, and then she herself killed herself. However, she did not expect that when she was about to take a shot at Yi Feng, she realized that Yi Feng's power was not something she could even imagine. At that time, Yi Feng just lightly pointed his finger and completely overthrew the majestic power in her body. At that time, she was really desperate and helpless, but just when she was in despair, Yi Feng said that her test had passed. Not only did she forgive her, but she also allowed her to marry Su Xiaoping. At that time, she still hadn't guessed Yi Feng's identity, and only knew that Yi Feng's identity must be incredibly noble. At that time, she vaguely already had a guess in her heart that Yi Feng might be Yi Xiuluo, but the thought only stayed in her mind for less than a few seconds before she dismissed it. She felt it was impossible. How could a terrifying existence like Yi Xiuluo appear in the Su family? How could it be Yi Feng? But what I didn't expect was that Yi Feng was really Yi Xiuluo. It really was that Yi Xiuluo who had been famous in the Dragon Kingdom and had caused shockwaves in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. At this moment, she also suddenly relieved herself and understood why Yi Feng was so powerful, so strong, and knew everything like the back of her hand. Only because he is Yi Shura. Thinking, Lin Siren suddenly cried. The tears in her eyes couldn't stop slipping out. She was excited. She was happy. She was crying with joy. Yi Feng is Yi Xiuluo. Then from now on, she wouldn't have to worry about the Snake Gang retaliating against her, or the Snake Gang retaliating against the Su family. Previously, when the Dark Ghost was driven away, there had been a great deal of pressure in her heart, and that was the fear of retaliation from the Snake Gang, not only to get back at her, but also the Su family. If the Snake Gang retaliated against the Su family and caused the Su family to suffer losses, then she would undoubtedly be the biggest sinner. But now it was different. Yi Feng was Yi Xiuluo. With this identity, even if the Snake Gang was stronger, they would definitely not dare to think anything of her, or the Su family, again. Seeing Lin Siren crying, Yi Feng also naturally knew why Lin Siren was crying. The Su Xiaoping on the side also reacted quickly. Seeing his daughter-in-law crying, he hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort her. But as Su Xiaoping comforted her, Lin Siren instead cried even harder. When the group of Su family members heard Lin Siren's cries, they all calmed down as well. They also all understood why Lin Siren was crying so hard at the moment. No one tried to comfort Lin Siren, but let Lin Siren vent out as much as she wanted. Buzz! Right about this time, a sharp voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone turned their heads to look out, only to see that on the opposite bank, above the calm lake surface, there was a flash of golden sword-ons, with supreme might, like lightning, shooting towards the gazebo in the center of the lake where Jiang Zhongyuan and the others were. This is Lu Bai's sword. The people gathered in the surrounding plaza recognized the sword on at the first moment. It's really Lu Bai. Look, you guys, someone surprised me by pointing to the lake.
Lu Bai appeared on the shore. He was still wearing a plain white robe. Immaculate. His long hair danced with the wind, and his entire aura rushed to the heavens like a sword capable of piercing through the blue sky. His gaze was sharp and chillingly flickering as he stared deathly at the gazebo on the opposite bank. By this time, that golden sword chi had also arrived in front of the gazebo's main entrance, but at this moment, it was as if it had touched some kind of transparent barrier and stopped in place. On the surface, the sword just stopped where it was, and the air around it continuously swirled in a circle of ripples. But martial artists with great strength were able to see how powerful this sword was. The circles of ripples, all of which were the release of extreme power, were contained within less than a foot of the spot, unable to disperse. But despite this, the sword was stopped by the people in the gazebo. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the person who struck out in this gazebo was strong. In the next instant, the golden sword aura suddenly dissipated, and a circle of ripples spread out in all directions, but it was instantly counteracted by an even more terrifying aura. On the opposite bank, Lu Bai's eyes slightly stared. Opening his mouth, he said, "Not bad, take my sword again." At the same time his words fell, his figure instantly transformed into a stream of light, like a silver-white sword, shooting towards the gazebo in the center of the lake.